The piercing wail of the ambulance sirens echoed wildly through the streets, pulsing with a rhythm almost reminiscent of a nightclub. Drivers craned their necks out of car windows, curiosity written all over their faces, watching like an audience at a spectacle. A stray ambulance or two was nothing out of the ordinary in the city, but today a whole convoy streamed past one after another, a rare and unsettling sight. Speculation rippled through the crowd. Had there been another terror attack? Had someone set off a bomb in the street? Imagination seemed to know no bounds. While the public buzzed with rumors, the hospital's emergency team was already fully engaged, working with urgent efficiency. 19 patients with sudden onset psychiatric disturbance. All of them have been given sedatives, but none has responded. The situation is exactly the same as before. An EMT relayed the report briskly as patients were transferred from stretchers. As the attending neurosurgeon, I stood to the side, brow furrowed, closely observing each patient. They clutched their heads, mouths stretched open, pupils dilated wide, and their bodies curled in on themselves as if seized by unspeakable terror. This was the third group this month to be struck by these bizarre psychiatric symptoms. Aside from their overwhelming fear, clinical exams revealed nothing abnormal, and blood tests came back clean. The hospital was at a complete loss. Standard sedatives had no effect. Machines kept them alive, while the patients drifted in and out of delirium. I rubbed my temples lightly. I had personally requested to take on these cases. If I could uncover the cause or risk factors behind this strange illness, my standing in the medical community would soar, possibly even earning me a significant promotion. But if there was no progress soon, my competitors would surely pounce on the opportunity to undermine me. The competition for this position was nothing short of fierce. At that moment, a man in a suit approached, carrying a folder. "Dr. Adam, I'm Phil Coulson, FBI agent. I'm here to take charge of these patients." I took the folder, quickly scanning the signature inside and weighing my options. Perhaps this was the perfect chance to shift responsibility elsewhere. These patients are central to my ongoing medical research. If this project succeeds, it could benefit countless psychiatric patients. I delivered the official line smoothly while sizing up the FBI agent. Phil Coulson, I imagined, must have thought to himself that doctors, once entangled in matters of fame and fortune, would never let go so easily. "Dr. Adam, I'm just doing my duty. Please cooperate. If you have concerns, speak to your hospital director and have him contact our bureau directly." "Oh," I replied, deliberately drawing out my words with exaggerated flair. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. Why would I ever stand in the way of your investigation? Gray, please escort this gentleman and his colleagues to receive the patients." I called to my assistant. Gray hurried over at once. Coulson frowned, apparently puzzled by my response. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said, though I could sense a lingering dissatisfaction beneath his polite words. Nevertheless, he quickly organized the transfer of patients to their specialized vehicles. Those SHIELD researchers were still waiting, eager to get their hands on these living specimens. "Professor Adam, they've taken away all the patients like this. What'll happen to our research?" Gray edged closer to me and whispered his concern. "We'll have to put everything on hold, but I'm definitely going to file a complaint. This is an abuse of authority. They're becoming nothing more than obstacles to medical progress." With that, I turned briskly toward the hospital, my steps light as air. After all, I just managed to hand off this thorny problem. Gray looked utterly bewildered. It was obviously bad news, yet I seemed as if I just won the lottery. Nearby, the small black cat licked its paw, as if silently marveling at how human thoughts could twist and turn, more bewildering than any labyrinth. "FBI? Phil Coulson? So, SHIELD is back to handling their dirty work under the guise of disguise, once again." I opened my eyes, sharing the black cat's vision, and carefully compared the so-called FBI agent to my memories. It didn't take long to recognize him as none other than Phil Coulson, the former director of SHIELD. "And, come back," I said after a moment's thought. As soon as the words left my mouth, a cat slipped out from the shadows of the room, trotted to my side, nudged me with its head, and curled up into my palm. As I stroked the cat's sleek fur, I began to ponder my next move. I couldn't help but wonder, did SHIELD really have this much free time? Or had I slipped up somewhere? Why did these agents keep crossing my path every time I made a move? My goal was simple: revenge. In my previous life, I was a weary office worker who died suddenly after over 2 weeks of overtime. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a new body. Given this second chance, my only wish was to take my parents from this life to China, live there, and savor every culinary delight. But fate had other plans. My adoptive parents were killed in a gang shootout. The gangsters had no scruples, firing machine guns in the street. A stray bullet struck the tire of my parents' car, sending it out of control, and crashing into a wall. They died on the spot. Though I received a hefty insurance payout, there was no joy in it. After a day locked at home, I gave up on all my travel plans. Those gangsters had to pay for what they had done. The surge of emotion awakened a special ability within me, one rooted in my scriptwriting experience from my past life. This became my trump card for vengeance. So far, my plans for revenge are going smoothly. The two gang leaders involved that night died in their own homes, their tongues severed, limbs twisted, and blood loss too great to survive. One of the gang's core members was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. and turned into a test subject. I doubted his fate would be any kinder than the two leaders. Survival? Not on my watch. There's still a few left. Looks like I'll have to try a different approach to finish them off. Yang Qiu shook his head, closed his eyes, and began to summon his powers. Inside Yang Qiu's mindscape, two faintly glowing stars hovered. These were the scripts he had devised so far. But with limited experience, the details of each script were still rough around the edges. Script 1. The Birth of the Apostle. Script Summary. A devastating plague sweeps across the world, and rumors quietly take root amidst the chaos. In the dark abyss of human nature, an innocent girl is sacrificed. In her place emerges a vengeful spirit, born of whispers and death. Gifted with supernatural eyes by malevolent forces, she gazes upon those who shirk responsibility and so casually deprive others of life. Script Evolution Outcome. Unqualified. Script Evolution Product. Black Cat and is born in the shadow of the Apostle, endowed with abilities that defy certain laws of physics. She can slip freely through any shadow, unleashing attacks fueled by omnipresent terror. For most living beings, the mind is far more fragile than the body. This is the key to her assault. Script 2. Annabelle. Script Summary. The beautiful and rare ghost doll Annabelle changes hands repeatedly, eventually falling into the grasp of a New York crime syndicate. Ever since its arrival, strange and supernatural events unfold in the mob boss's home. After a string of deaths and bloodshed, people finally realize that the source of it all is none other than this seemingly harmless doll. Script Evolution Outcome. Qualified. Script Evolution Product. Annabelle Doll. This doll has been imbued with an evil spirit by a cult. Most of the time, it appears harmless until it senses a crack in your heart or weakness in your body. Then it shatters the bones and joints of its targets, turning them into dolls like itself. Annabelle believes that dolls are the most beautiful beings in the world. Note, Annabelle despises wailing and will deliberately remove organs capable of producing such sounds. In Annabelle's eyes, the two mob bosses who vent their emotions with violence fit her criteria perfectly. She considers herself a kind doll, because once you become a doll, all troubles cease to exist. Unfortunately, during their transformation, the bosses let out the very cries Annabelle abhors. So she smashed their throats, drew their tongues out to a length of 10 meters, and used these tongues as puppet strings to stitch and reconnect their shattered joints. Sadly, before the transformation was complete, the bosses' bodies had already lost all signs of life. A doll whose transformation is unfinished holds no collection value for Annabelle. Regretfully, she returned to the storage shelf, quietly awaiting her next owner. At present, her nominal owner is a S.H.I.E.L.D. researcher. After discovering the mysterious death of the first boss, S.H.I.E.L.D. sensed something was amiss and swiftly raided the second mob hideout. When Annabelle returned, they captured her. Annabelle did not resist. To her, dolls are meant to have owners. This time, there simply happened to be a few more targets. When S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the doll, Yang Qiu felt a wave of inexplicable relief. Although the hidden rules before the script creation ensured that these script-born creations could never harm him, Yang Qiu still felt uneasy at the thought of keeping this doll nearby. If someone was willing to store it for him free of charge, it was the best outcome he could imagine. As for those gang members who were taken to the hospital by ambulance and later whisked away by S.H.I.E.L.D., they were all victims of Anne's assault. Even though they barely managed to survive, their days were now spent endlessly reliving their deepest fears, trapped in a cycle of torment. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Yang Qiu's mind. A perfect idea that could serve as the evolutionary goal for Script 3. A tiny, ethereal star was born in his imagination. Compared to its predecessor, this nascent star was still fragile and unstable. It would need to be nourished with more events and storylines before it could fully take shape. With the experience of his previous two attempts, Yang Qiu projected his mental energy through the universe of thought, reaching toward the territory of the Bloodhand Gang. During this process, he had to be careful to avoid the magical web that blanketed the city, a protective spell cast by the Ancient One. At this moment, Yang Qiu was nowhere near powerful enough to confront these sorcerers head-on. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., the threat posed by the magicians was far greater for him. Still, Yang Xiao wasn't overly concerned. Recently, Dormammu had attempted to invade Earth, leaving the Sorcerer Supremes with no time to pay attention to someone like him. Compared to Dormammu's large-scale invasion, Yang Xiao's little maneuvers were hardly worth noticing. Having settled on a location for his next evolution, Yang Xiao began searching the teeming crowd for the protagonist of Script 3. To keep himself from losing his way, under the lure of power, he set a rule for himself. He would do his best not to involve the innocent. So, it was best to pick a protagonist from among the gang members. Now, what he needed was someone who had been betrayed. That wasn't hard to find. With the boss dead, the Bloodhand gang had descended into chaos, with several lieutenants vying for control. Each of them believed that if they could just seize that seat of power, they would finally have everything they desired. What they failed to realize was that a shared enemy was watching their struggle from a place of omniscience, calmly observing as their battle for dominance unfolded. Saunders, stop struggling. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? While you were busy scheming against others, my men had already dealt with your entire crew. Give up. You might still get a job cleaning toilets if you surrender now. Dinoir exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice cool as he looked at Saunders, now surrounded by Dinoir's men. Saunders glared furiously at the man standing beside Dinoir. He wasn't particularly afraid of failure. Years in the underworld had taught him that life was a constant struggle between predator and prey. What he couldn't comprehend was why those who seemed likely to betray him had ultimately stayed loyal, while the one person he trusted most had become the true traitor. Sandal, I've always treated you well. Why would you do this? Even now, facing his own younger brother, Saunders couldn't understand. Sandal kept his head down, hiding behind Dinoir, silent and withdrawn. Oh, do you really want to die knowing everything? Do you truly want the answer? Beg me, and maybe I'll tell you. Dinoir gave Saunders a hard kick, knocking him to the ground, then planted his foot on Saunders' chest, demanding with a sneer that he plead for answers. I beg you. Saunders' lips trembled as he looked up at his greatest enemy. Dinoir sighed, then spat directly in Saunders' face. How boring. Take him away, boys. You know the drill. Give him the classic send-off to the bottom of the river. Dinner had lost all interest in tormenting his opponent. With a dismissive wave, he turned and walked away. From beginning to end, Sander never once looked up at his brother. Old pal, I suppose your brother hasn't been too cruel to you. At least he didn't decide to seal you in concrete. When you reach the underworld, don't forget the bond between us, eh? Ha ha ha. That night, a gangster dragged Sanders down to the harbor's edge, binding him tightly with rope and hanging several heavy weights around his body. With such burdens, even a world-class swimmer, hands tied, would have no hope of survival. Watching Sanders sink deeper into despair, Yang Xiao, still in the script-observing state, finally picked up his pen. Script 3, Prologue. I died at the birthplace of monsters. I was born where monsters meet their end. Guided by Yang Xiao's pen, a colossal fish, the likes of which this world had never seen, was born in the waters beneath the harbor. It was called the Azure pouch fish. Much like its namesake from the world of Valoran, it served a similar purpose. Borrowing the power of the narrative, Yang Xiao transformed his spirit into magical energy, storing it in the blue pouch behind the pouchfish's razor-sharp teeth. Now, this Azure pouchfish was indistinguishable from those in Valoran. All of them possessed an alluring, maddening value, though perhaps the two species could never breed, for this fish had been crafted entirely to Yang Xiao's design. Almost as if it understood the very reason for its existence, the Azure pouchfish hovered silently below the harbor, staring at the wavering shadows cast on the water's surface by the lights above. Hey, get on with it. No funny business. We're all watching. The gang leader snapped coldly at Sander. That's right. It was Sander whom Dinner had chosen to send Sanders to the underworld. Perhaps this was the cruelest punishment of all, and Dinner's arrangement worked. None of the torture had drawn a reaction from Sanders, but now his swollen eyes were locked on his younger brother, as if demanding an explanation. Sander opened his mouth, his gaze flickering nervously to the men standing behind him. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke. Brother, just think of it as a sacrifice for your little brother. Don't worry, you won't suffer long. I've heard drowning only hurts for a few minutes. Huh, did you hear that? The man's rotten to the core. The gangsters behind him jeered loudly. Amid their jeers, Sander kicked his brother hard, sending him tumbling from the harbor into the water below. With that done, a smile crept onto Sander's face. He turned, ready to celebrate with the others, but the moment he turned around, he found himself staring down the barrel of a shotgun pointed straight at his chest. What? Sander's legs began to shake uncontrollably, and urine trickled down his pant leg to the ground. Seeing Sander's pitiful state, the gangster holding the shotgun recalled the boss's orders. He slowly moved his finger away from the trigger and said, Don't get me wrong. I just haven't held a gun in a long time. Thought I'd get in a little practice, that's all. Watching from his omniscient vantage, Yang Qiu finally let out a long sigh of relief. The story had nearly veered off its intended course. Fortunately, Sander was indeed cowardly and weak. Had he possessed even a shred more courage, enough not to lose control at the sight of a gun, he'd likely be dead by now. Beneath the harbor, the azure pouchfish's tail lashed powerfully as it shot toward the surface. Thud! The stones tied to Sander's body plunged into the water, muffling the world with a heavy, hollow sound. Beneath the surface, Sanders gasped desperately, yet he made no attempt to struggle. Water surged through his open windpipe, flooding his lungs. Amidst the searing pain, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and before his eyes, a gate of razor-sharp teeth slowly drew shut. After swallowing Sanders whole, the blue pouch fish, guided by the script, swam deeper into the sea. Meanwhile, Yang Qiu continued composing the prologue's next lines. Under the influence of some mysterious force, Sanders' eyes snapped open. He found himself adrift in utter darkness, faint blue specks of light shimmering all around him. Suddenly, those pale blue lights shattered, and deep blue vapor spread through the blue pouch fish's mouth. At that moment, an ancient and enigmatic voice echoed in Sanders' mind. Pike! Pike! With each resounding syllable, Sanders seemed to glimpse another soul, one fated to share his destiny, reaching out to him. The stranger appeared to crave Sanders' body as a vessel for resurrection. His face eerily resembled the gate of teeth Sanders had seen in his final moments, jagged fangs lining his mouth, and in his right hand, a battered harpoon scarred from countless battles. Do you want it? Then take it. Help me kill those traitors. Sanders spread his arms, and the harpoon pierced straight through his chest. Before his eyes hovered a list, names appearing and multiplying in quick succession. At the top was his brother, Sandel. The ocean floor is vast enough to bury them all. Corrupted by dark magic, the blue pouch fish's body slowly dissolved, and from its remains, a new monster was born. Witnessing Pike's arrival, Yang Qiu finally let out a sigh of relief. The first stage of evolution had succeeded. The last time he tried to shape the script, he hadn't even made it this far. Instead of a true apostle, only a black cat had appeared. The difference wasn't drastic, but this time, the result was much closer to his vision. The next steps would be simple. As long as everyone on the list died by Pike's hand, Pike would become fully incarnate. That part wouldn't be difficult. Though Pike was still weaker than the Blood Harbor Ripper that Yang Qiu imagined, held back by the world's own rules, he was already more than enough to take on the gangsters standing in his way. Ordinary bullets couldn't harm him, which alone would be enough to drive his enemies mad. Add to that his ghostly movements and tireless pursuit, and it wouldn't be long before every name on that list was crossed out. As he felt his daily reserves of willpower rapidly draining, Yang Qiu withdrew his consciousness, letting Pike act on his own. Within the universe of Yang Qiu's mind, the planet that symbolized Script 3 pulsed with light, signaling that the newborn Pike was fully awakened, a predator on the hunt. Late at night, Sandel lay alone in bed. This bed, once Sanders, was the only thing Denewel had left him after everything ended. As for the room, Denewel now rented it to him at an exorbitant price, a decision Sandel sorely regretted. Life was far less bearable than when his brother was alive. Tick-tick. Sandel frowned and looked up at the ceiling, where liquid had been dripping for some time, giving the impression of a leak. But when he tasted that salty, briny tang, his confusion only deepened. After all, even if there were a leak, it shouldn't taste like seawater. He sighed, propped himself up, and reached for the switch by the bed, pressing it for the lights. The lamp flickered on, but was mostly blocked by something overhead. Just as Sandel let out a terrified cry, a torrent of seawater erupted from his throat. Almost simultaneously, the shadow on the ceiling came crashing down. Who did this? Weren't you on watch here last night? How could someone drown and you not notice? There wasn't a sound at the scene. Was he killed first, then thrown into the water? Amid the buzz of speculation from the gang members, Dinner strode over, his face dark. He brushed aside anyone in his way and walked straight to Sandel's corpse. Seeing Sandel's ghastly death, Dinner drew a long breath from his cigar, the smoke blooming slowly in the air. Are there still people loyal to that Sanders in our ranks? Is someone avenging Sanders? Dinner's gaze swept over the crowd. He knew a killer often returns to the scene of the crime. Yet among those present, no one showed the slightest sign of loyalty. So who had acted? There's a traitor among us. Someone didn't want him alive. Don't let me find out who it is, or you'll learn the true meaning of cruelty. With that threat, Dinner waved his hand, and his men immediately carried the body away. Their gang had its own professional corner. Whether Sandel died before or after he hit the water, the truth would quickly come out in the autopsy. If he drowned after falling in, then the prime suspects would be those guarding the docks last night. Yang Xiao projected his consciousness into Pike and instantly accessed all of Pike's memories from the previous night. As he suspected, since Pike was modeled after Sanders, his first target for vengeance was bound to be Sandel, who had betrayed Sanders. Yang Xiao paid it little mind. He didn't care who in the Bloodhand gang died first or last, as long as they all ended up dead. With that, the first chapter, The Avenger Returns, officially began. In the days that followed, new bodies turned up across the port every morning, each one dead in the same way as Sandel. The security cameras captured nothing of value. The only thing certain was the moment the corpses were swept ashore by the tide. This string of killings sent a wave of panic through the Bloodhand gang. Some suspected that the new boss, Dinner, was using the legend of Sanders' vengeful return as a pretense to purge dissenters. As a result, several bouts of internal strife erupted within the gang. After these upheavals, the gang's numbers plummeted from several hundred to just over 100 members. Their territory, once vast, was now less than a third of what it had been, squeezed by the surrounding gangs. Even so, the largest and most lucrative port remained in their hands. Who did this? Tell me now. Who was it? Dinner's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed a subordinate by the collar, his furious shout spraying the man's face with spit. Boss, it wasn't me, it really wasn't. The underling struggled helplessly, his legs kicking wildly in midair. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was flung open. Another subordinate burst in, out of breath and panic-stricken. Boss, someone's dead again. This time, there are even more victims. Dinner tossed the man in his grip aside and hurried after the panicked subordinate toward the docks. There, a line of corpses lay in grim silence, with not a soul nearby. The other members of the Bloodhand gang had all retreated to what they thought were safe hiding spots, not daring to approach the scene. This can't go on. If it does, I'll be the next one, Dinner muttered under his breath. He pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. Sir, 7 more people are dead. It's getting worse. I can't take this anymore. Understand. Someone will come for you soon. Go with him. That was all the voice on the other end said, before hanging up. Dinner let out a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself with satisfaction that his powerful backers would surely get him out of this mess soon. A short while later, a convoy of vehicles rolled into Bloodhand territory. After a brief exchange with the lead agent, Dinner climbed into one of the cars. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, watching all of this unfold from the omniscient author's perspective, felt his anger rising. He realized that the people sent to protect Dinner had come straight from a nearby shield outpost. The fact that these agents were openly shielding a gang boss struck him as utterly absurd. At that moment, Pike, hidden beneath the docks, sensed Yang Xiao's fury. In broad daylight, Pike launched a brutal purge on the Bloodhand gang. Guided by his list, not a single target escaped his blade. Within just a few hours, Dinner was the only Bloodhand member left alive in all of New York. Having fulfilled most of his quest for vengeance, Pike's presence in the world grew more tangible, his abilities edging closer to their original, fearsome strength. As dusk fell, Dinner sat alone in a desolate room. Surveillance cameras whirred in each corner, and elite agents guarded the door outside. In theory, he was perfectly safe, but for half an hour now, a nameless terror had crept into Dinner's heart, as though an invisible hand was slowly tightening around his throat. Gripped by fear, Dinner wanted to find somewhere to hide, but the powerful figure protecting him from the shadows would not allow it. Now, Dinner had become nothing more than bait to lure out the killer. Yang Xiao, however, paid this no mind. This brief tale was nearing its end. Final chapter. No one is spared. Night had fallen. The agent at the door served as both guard and watcher. Bored, he leaned against the frame, his mind wandering, a common enough sight. After all, to be assigned to protect some petty thug, after all their grueling training, was enough to weary anyone. To these agents, Dinner of the Bloodhand gang was hardly worth guarding. They only did so because orders demanded it. This weather is unbearable. Scorching hot during the day, then cold and damp at night. My shirt is soaked through. It's strange, isn't it? I checked the humidity during the day. It wasn't high at all. How did it get so clammy tonight? Come on, you still trust weather forecasts? Details like these are wrong 8 times out of 10. You'd better get used to it. As they chatted, droplets of water kept sliding down the wall behind them. As the droplets gathered, a human face began to emerge, half concealed, half revealed. A face with its mouth stretched wide, exposing a row of teeth even sharper than a shark's. Captain, something's wrong. Even during New York's dampest season, it's never this wet. A seasoned agent reported to the captain. The captain grew alert as well, his eyes darting over the dozen surveillance screens in front of him, searching for any sign of trouble. But there was nothing unusual to be seen. Still, the humidity in the air was disturbingly out of the ordinary. Take a team to check that room. Switch the safety off on all weapons. If anything seems off, open fire immediately. I'll take the responsibility. For the consequences, the captain took a deep breath, a flicker of regret crossing his mind for having accepted this assignment. Understood. Listening to his subordinates' quick, purposeful footsteps fading away, the captain felt his heart race. He had a nagging feeling that this incident might involve those inhuman entities. He'd always known that accepting contract from the non-human side meant facing equally dangerous adversaries. Time ticked by, second after second. The humidity in the air was almost suffocating. The captain could feel his very breath growing heavier. Droplets kept condensing on the ceiling, falling one by one with a steady, ominous drip. The captain reached for his earpiece, ready to call headquarters for backup. Exposing some unsavory secrets might be a risk, but survival took priority. Just then, every droplet on the walls of the monitoring room froze in place. In the next instant, they merged into a slender spear of water that shot straight through the captain's chest. The searing pain finally made him realize he was under attack, but his life was ebbing away too quickly for him to react. With the last of his strength, he feebly pressed the earpiece's call button. Pike seeped up from the floor, silently watching the body collapse. Hello, hello. Only after confirming that S.H.I.E.L.D. had received the captain's dying signal did Pike stomp and crush the earpiece beneath his boot. After all, every drama needs its audience for the final act. A deafening crash resounded. The next second, torrents of water burst from every corner of the building, and in an instant, the entire place was plunged into the depths of the sea. The scattered agents fought desperately to swim to safety, but whenever they tried to escape, a ghostly figure would appear behind them. Then, a rusted harpoon would effortlessly pierce their armor, mercilessly ending their lives beneath the waves. In the end, only Dinner managed to cling to life, barely. His head was pressed against the ceiling, the water rising inexorably past his neck. In a few moments, there would be no air left to breathe. Is anyone there? Help, please! Dinner shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping someone would come to rescue him from this watery hell. But no help appeared. Pike, having finished his grim work, slowly emerged before him. For a split second, Dinner thought he saw the shadow of Sanders flicker across Pike's face. Let me live. Please, let me live. With every plea, seawater flooded into his mouth. Pike watched him coolly, his form floating in the water, gazing impassively as Dinner's struggles grew weaker and finally ceased altogether. Witnessing the death of his final enemy through Pike's eyes, Yang Xiu let out a long, heavy sigh. The debts of vengeance were settled. But the dead could never return, and the foster parents conjured by the script could never truly replace the ones who had raised him. Outside the building, Coulson led a S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcement team, running red lights as they raced to the scene. Yet when they arrived, confusion and helplessness swept over them. The spectacle before their eyes was beyond anything they could comprehend. The modest two-story building was enveloped by a massive, deep blue sphere of water. The edges of the sphere churned rapidly, forming a colossal whirlpool that could be seen from afar. A heavy, splintering sound echoed from within the watery orb, as if the crushing weight of the ocean above was about to shatter the structure below. Coulson glanced down at his firearm, feeling not the slightest urge to fire. Faced with such a sight, he found himself utterly at a loss. Suddenly, an X-shaped symbol appeared on the ground. From its center, a torrent of water, utterly unlike the surrounding currents, erupted forth. It tore through the building as if it were mere paper, reducing the entire structure to shreds. In the heart of the wreckage, Pike's silhouette flickered in and out of view. Before him floated the death list, and the final name was slowly fading away. Open fire. Quick, fire now. At the command, the agents raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage at the emerging enemy. But whether bullets, grenades, or launchers, every weapon fell silent within the water, swallowed by an invisible abyss, as if never fired at all. I remember the day I died. Under Yang Xiu's control, Pike spoke his final lines in a low, steady voice. I remember who betrayed me. As he spoke, he slowly turned his face toward the agents outside, the razor-sharp fangs in his gaping maw instilling terror in all who saw him. I saw them. I saw the ones who were there that day. I know who aided the traitor. I've come to return them to the embrace of the sea. The ocean is vast enough to hold every last betrayer. As for you, consider yourselves lucky. Your names aren't on my list. Not yet. Remember that. Otherwise, prepare to sink to the bottom of the sea with me. As Pike uttered his final warning, his ghostly image appeared before each agent, his gleaming fangs so close they seemed to graze their very skin. With his parting threat delivered, Pike and the water vanished without a trace, right before Coulson and his team's eyes. If it weren't for the bare ground where the two-story building once stood, they might have believed the entire episode was nothing but a hallucination. Yang Xiu was thoroughly satisfied. His enemies were all gone, the script's evolution a resounding success, and he'd managed to give the ever-meddling shield a stern warning, all in one stroke. The feeling was nothing short of exhilarating. Script 3, The Blood Harbor Wraith. Synopsis: born atop the corpse of Sandel, betrayed by his own younger brother, the vengeful Blood Harbor Wraith came into being. His first act was to drag every betrayer and those who sheltered them into the depths of the sea. Clearly, he accomplished his goal, but this is only the beginning. Let all remember, never let your name appear on the list. Script evolution outcome: excellent. Script evolution products: Azure pouch fish, Pike, the Blood Harbor Spectre. Azure pouch fish. This carnivorous species has a unique ability to absorb magical energy from seawater and store it within their blue sacs. Their natural growth cycle is exceedingly long, and they tend to form groups during their breeding season. Their sharp fangs can easily pierce through the skin and bones of any marine creature. Pike, the Blood Harbor Spectre. Born out of death, this monster commands the currents, moving freely through most liquids, guided by a list of names destined for death. He hunts his targets with lethal precision. His primary means of attack are his harpoon and manipulation of water. Notably, Pike harbors an intense hatred for traitors. After surveying his latest gains, Yang Xiu placed the third shining star beside the previous two. Once he returned to the real world, he suddenly sensed that, deep within the ocean of this world, a group of creatures had established a connection with him. Following this subtle link, he discovered a newly hatched school of Azure pouch fish. At the same time, Yang Xiu realized that, even without relying on script evolution, he could directly create Azure pouch fish juveniles, and that doing so consumed far less energy than creating them within the script. This was fantastic news for Yang Xiu. The current efficiency of script evolution was extremely low. Not only could he evolve only one script at a time, but he also had to spend a long period accumulating mental strength before each evolution. Now, these Azure pouch fish offered him another means of reaping rewards. Though their combat prowess was nowhere near Pike's, lurking beneath the harbor, in terms of value, the Azure pouch fish were by no means inferior. Brothers, how about a wave of investments? If you invest now and sign up, you can get 600 starting coins. Ben, good morning. A few days later, with his revenge complete, Yang Xiu greeted his old neighbor. The elderly neighbor was carrying a toolbox, looking as if he had just come back from work. The moment he saw Yang Xiu, a delighted smile broke out on Ben's face. You're finally out and about. Aunt May has been so worried about you. Are you free today? Join us for dinner tonight. Ben Parker waved warmly at Yang Xiu. Ever since the incident with Yang Xiu's adoptive parents, Ben and Aunt May had visited him several times. But back then, Yang Xiu had been preoccupied with his plan for revenge and hadn't paid them much attention. Yes, I'm out now. Yang Xiu glanced up at the sun in the sky, sighing inwardly, then turned to Ben and said, Uncle Ben, I'm sorry about the last few times you came by. I didn't even let you in. Don't worry about it. We don't mind. Oh, and Peter will be home for dinner tonight too. Would you mind helping him out with his studies? You're so outstanding. He's bound to get into a good college with your help. Ben replied with a smile, brushing some dust off his clothes and giving Yang Xiu a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yang Xiu just smiled and didn't say much more. Though his academic performance was indeed excellent among his peers, both the schools he got into and his graduation results were impressive. When it came to comparing himself with Peter Parker, even the Peter of today, he couldn't muster much confidence. After all, the future Spider-Man was brilliant, on par with Tony Stark in some ways. He was, without question, a true genius. That evening, with him cradled in his arms, Yang Xiu walked to the Parker residence and pressed the doorbell. Before long, Aunt May opened the door and welcomed them in with warm enthusiasm. The dining table was already laden with delicious dishes, and Peter was sitting on the sofa. When he looked at Yang Xiu, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. After all, even he had never received such special treatment. Who was the real child of this family, anyway? Good evening, Uncle Ben, Peter. Oh, Peter, I brought you a little gift, Yang Xiu said, handing the gift bag he was holding to Peter. Peter was momentarily stunned. He took the gift, tore open the wrapping, and immediately lit up with excitement. The latest personal computer from Stark Industries. Top of the line, too. Hugging the computer, Peter's earlier jealousy vanished without a trace. Wait, isn't Stark Industries a weapons company? They make computers, too. Ben emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes to the table, his tone filled with curiosity. Uncle, Stark Industries makes computers as well, and they're the best on the market. Peter retorted quickly, clearly a bit miffed that Ben underestimated Stark Industries. The best, you say? That's not right. It's far too expensive, Yang Xiao. We can't accept such an extravagant gift. You should take it back, Ben said firmly, taking the computer from Peter and holding it out to Yang Xiao. Although Peter was reluctant, he didn't protest. He knew there was no way his family could ever return such a favor. Uncle Ben, I already have a complete set at home. If you give this one back, it'll just gather dust. Besides, Peter's got a heavy workload. Having a good computer will really help him out, right, Peter? Yang Xiao gave Peter a playful wink. Yeah, that's true, Peter answered instinctively, though he hesitated before adding, but it really is too generous. It's honestly not that much. And besides, I'll be coming over for dinner often in the future. You wouldn't want to turn me away, would you? Yang Xiao joked, with a warm smile. His adoptive parents had left him a considerable inheritance. As long as he lived modestly, it would see him through life comfortably. Ben looked at Peter, who was practically glowing with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right, Peter, you can keep the computer. Awesome, Peter shouted with delight, hugging the computer and dashing off to his room. He clearly couldn't wait to try it out. Peter, come back and eat. Where do you think you're going? Aunt May called out loudly from the dining room. At Aunt May's urging, Peter reluctantly set aside his new computer and obediently returned to the table. As the meal went on, Yang Xiao found himself regretting that he'd handed out the gift so early. Ben and Aunt May kept piling food into his bowl, and with Peter's excited and grateful company, Yang Xiao nearly ate himself into a food coma. So Yang, what are your plans next? Are you thinking about getting a job? Ben's working as an electrician at a big company. Maybe he could help you find something, Aunt May asked with genuine concern. No, I'm planning to go back and tidy up my father's shop and get it running again, Yang Xiao replied. His adoptive parents had once run an electronics store, occasionally selling finished products as well. Yang, maybe you should wait a while before you go back. That neighborhood isn't very safe right now. Peter suddenly looked up. I have classmates who live over there. They said the gang conflicts have gotten really bad lately. At night, you can hear gunshots all the time. I heard about it too. Apparently, one of the gangs over there was suddenly wiped out, and now several others are fighting over the territory. Things are pretty chaotic, Ben added. That's not the whole story, Uncle Ben. I have a classmate whose dad is a cop, and he said that gang called the Blood Hand was nearly gone, but recently a new group of them showed up. Looks like the Blood Hand is active again, and they're trying to reclaim their old turf. Anyway, that area really is in a mess right now, Peter continued to explain. At that moment, the fork in Yang Xiao's hand snapped in two with a sharp crack. He lowered his gaze, his expression dark as he stared at the table. Oh my goodness, Yang, are you all right? This fork must be terrible quality. Aunt May quickly tossed the broken fork into the trash and grabbed Yang Xiao's hand, checking carefully to see if he was hurt. I'm fine, Aunt May. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll head back now. Yang Xiao took a deep breath and stood up. Aunt May hesitated, noticing the change in Yang Xiao's demeanor. Will you be coming by tomorrow? Yes, I'll be here for lunch as usual. Sorry for the trouble, Aunt May. Yang Xiao managed a faint smile. After Yang Xiao left, Peter looked at his uncle in confusion. Uncle, did I say something wrong? Ben sighed heavily. That Blood Hand gang. They're the ones responsible for his parents' deaths. Try not to mention that name around him. What? Should I go apologize to him? Peter started to get up as he spoke. Let's not. I'll check on him tomorrow. Better that than risking you saying something else by mistake. Aunt May shook her head, a worried look in her eyes. Yang Xiao had only recently started to move past his trauma. She didn't want him to be haunted by his past again. Yang Xiao slammed the door behind him, the sound echoing through the room. Sensing his master's distress, and the cat gently rubbed her head against Yang Xiao's ankle, trying to comfort him. I'm fine. Just some people trying to get themselves killed, that's all. Yang Xiao murmured as he picked up the cat, his voice soft as he stroked its fur. Whether or not there were gangs in certain parts of America didn't matter to Yang Xiao. In a system like America's, gangs were like weeds. Without strong suppression, they were impossible to eradicate. What mattered to him was whether the Blood Hand still existed. As long as he was alive, anyone who dared use that name was courting death. The Blood Hand had only just been wiped out, and now it was rearing its head again. Yang Xiao could sense the provocation behind this, a blatant challenge from someone who refused to submit. Yang Xiao had always been adept at making his enemies yield in his own way. Today, he decided to make that person face reality through action. He slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts reaching out to Pike, the one who always dealt with traitors. Beneath the docks, Pike suddenly stirred, his form turning fluid as he melted into the sea. Above Blood Harbor, a ship was docking. Two men in black stood at the rail, coldly surveying the gang members on shore. The cranes thundered as they worked, lifting two massive containers from the ship down to the pier. Pike's figure glided through the air like mist, leaving a trail of sparkling water droplets. These trails slipped through every gang member's body, piercing them in an instant like bullets. In the blink of an eye, a dozen gang members collapsed to the ground. However, to Yang Xiu's surprise, the remaining members neither fled nor drew their weapons to fight back. Instead, they all turned their gaze in unison toward the same direction. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the man in black on the ship swept his arms, his dark cloak billowing through the air. In the next instant, he crossed hundreds of meters in a single bound, appearing directly in front of Pike. He opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, his blood-red pupils strikingly vivid. Yang Xiu deduced that this must be a vampire. No wonder the Bloodhand gang dared to regroup even after being wiped out. It turned out that these human gangs were backed by non-human creatures. From their perspective, Yang Xiu's destruction of the Bloodhand gang was a direct provocation. Humans, who should have been mere prey, had dared to resist their predators. Pike bared his own set of razor-sharp fangs, grinning as if to compete in ferocity. Want to compare fangs? You know we're close. At that moment, Yang Xiu released his control over Pike, surrendering the fight to Pike's own instincts. Only this way could Pike unleash his full power. The instant control was lifted, Pike's right hand shot his harpoon forward, piercing into the vampire's body. The harpoon pulled the two even closer together. Suddenly, the impaled vampire dissolved into a swarm of bats, screeching as they swooped at Pike. Just then, Pike activated his ghost water dive, vanishing from the enemy's sight in an instant. The vampire, caught mid-charge, slammed to a halt and reformed his human shape, heart pounding with tension. From the moment he had received his orders, he knew that Prince Dracula's opponent this time was no ordinary mortal. Otherwise, two count-level vampires would never have been dispatched. Yet now, he found himself at a loss, unable to sense anything. No matter what enemies he had faced in the past, he had never experienced such a complete loss of perception. A sudden rush of water sounded as Pike reappeared behind the vampire, conjured currents twisting into whips that lashed out with lightning speed. The vampire, taken off guard, instantly vaporized into mist, narrowly dodging the attack. His blood coalesced in midair, clashing directly with the water Pike controlled. On the other side of the ship, another vampire yawned in boredom. To him, even a powerful foe was only a matter of time before defeat. But the vampire locked in combat felt none of that confidence. He realized that every time his blood collided with Pike's water, it was diluted, making it increasingly difficult to control. The influx of water left him nearly powerless to reclaim command over his own blood. "Help! I need backup," the vampire shouted desperately to his companion. But to Pike, even if another count-level vampire joined the fray, it would make little difference. Against enemies who relied on physical attacks and blood manipulation, he possessed a natural advantage. The only challenge was that his opponents were equally immune to physical harm, making it no easy task to finish them off completely. Streams of water and two crimson shadows clashed fiercely in midair. Below, the blood thralls were gripped by overwhelming terror. They wanted to run, but their bloodlines held them paralyzed, unable to move. "No, we have to retreat. We're no match for him." Fear and the urge to escape welled up in the hearts of the two vampires. The longer one lives, the less willing one is to take risks. They understood that running might earn them punishment, but if they kept fighting and let their blood become completely diluted, they wouldn't live to regret it. "You're already marked by me. The depths of the sea will be your final resting place," Pike threatened, his voice cold as water began to seep relentlessly from the ground all around. Two X-shaped watermarks appeared beneath the vampire's feet. The moisture Pike had infused into their bodies suddenly transformed into ropes, binding them firmly and rendering them immobile. Ultimate move, Wrath of the Spring. The hatred in Pike's heart guided the flow of water, and the marks instantly turned black. He leapt high into the air, splitting into two phantoms that descended upon the vampires in a powerful strike. Swish! Swish! The phantoms sliced through both vampires as Pike's figure solidified behind them. This attack struck both body and mind, drastically weakening the two counts. They reverted to human form and collapsed helplessly to the ground. In response to their summons, the surrounding blood thralls rushed forward in a frenzy. The vampires desperately needed to replenish their blood. Even though drinking from lower-tier blood thralls would taint their bloodline, in a life-or-death moment, survival took precedence over purity. Boom! Two massive columns of water erupted from the earth, blasting the vampires into the air. Under the crushing force of the water, their blood was continuously diluted, becoming ever more impure. As their control over their own blood reached its breaking point, death became inevitable. With the main enemies vanquished, the remaining blood thralls became easy targets. Though their regenerative abilities were formidable, they were still far from immune to physical attacks. Within about 10 minutes, the entire port had been thoroughly cleared. During the cleanup, Yang Xiao instructed Pike to interrogate the captured blood thralls. The information they possessed was limited, but two crucial details were uncovered. First, the two vampires held the noble rank of Count. Within the vampire hierarchy, titles ascend from Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, to Duke, with princes reigning above them all. Second, the cargo being transported was actually human. 2 containers worth of people imprisoned to serve as food for the vampires of New York. In their view, the food supply had to be constantly refreshed. Otherwise, the quality of the blood would rapidly deteriorate. After Pike swept up the last remnants of the Bloodhand gang, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally arrived, rescuing all the humans locked in the containers. They also helped Pike handle the aftermath, ensuring the area was cleaned up. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. protocols, creatures like vampires were never meant to appear before ordinary people. But by now, these matters no longer concerned Yang Xiao. His mind was already occupied with the question of how to deal with the entire vampire race. What he needed now were professional vampire hunters. As powerful as Pike was, he was just one man. Purging all of New York's vampires would keep him busy for a long time. A month later, as his reserve of mental energy gradually recovered, Yang Xiao began working on a new script. Over the past month, he had already selected all the right roles and mapped out the detailed progression of the plot. Now, with ample resources, it was time to launch the 4th scenario. Olympia, the largest city in Washington state, rivaled even New York in terms of prosperity, perhaps even surpassing it in certain respects, such as its nightlife. Once, Olympia's club scene was nothing special, until a group of nocturnal vampires arrived. With their influence, the number of nightclubs surged, multiplying several times over in just a few short years. Bowie, how about a change of scene tonight? I've received an invitation to a rather unique nightclub, and it says I can bring a guest. Want to come along? Kinsia raised his brows at his colleague Bowie, flashing the golden invitation in his hand. A unique nightclub? Just how unique are we talking? Bowie asked in a low voice, sharing a knowing smile only men could understand. You know exactly what I mean, Kinsia replied with a matching grin. That night, the two arrived at the nightclub together. The moment they stepped inside, the sheer opulence of the place took their breath away. The decor was extravagant, but what truly stunned them was the crowd. Beautiful women everywhere. A single glance was enough. Almost every woman was striking, with alluring curves and an electrifying presence. Excitement bubbled up inside them. Thunderous music filled the air, the DJ whipping the crowd into a frenzy. Men and women mingled on the dance floor, bodies brushing together, flirtatious glances darting back and forth in the colored lights. Friends, welcome to tonight's midnight extravaganza. Now, let's get wild, the host proclaimed from the stage, his voice booming above the music. Friends? That's a first. I've never been called that in a place like this. What do you think? Bowie shouted over the noise to the woman at his side, soaking in the nightclub's feverish energy. Curious why he called you that? Come closer, I'll tell you. The woman traced the tip of her tongue along her lips, her eyes glinting with barely restrained desire. Bowie swallowed hard and leaned in, ready to savor the moment. But suddenly, the club erupted in chaos. Blade! It's Blade! The name rang out, and in that instant, Bowie noticed the woman's face drain of color. She panicked, pushing her way back through the crowd. Before he could react, a powerful scent of blood assaulted his senses. Bowie spun around and saw a black man in a black leather jacket and sunglasses, wielding a long sword, hacking his way through the entrance. A terrorist! The thought flashed through Bowie's mind as he ducked for cover, only to slam straight into another man. Kinsia, why are you just standing there? Run! Bowie's voice faded as terror overtook him. His companion stood frozen, face pale, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, with 2 puncture wounds on his neck, blood still seeping from the wounds. What on earth was happening? Questions swirled in Bowie's mind, but then he noticed the crowd had vanished without him realizing it. Only a handful of men like Kinsia remained, standing dazed, oblivious to the pandemonium. Gunfire rattled through the nightclub. Bowie's body jerked, and he crashed to the floor. Even as death closed in on him, he never understood what had truly happened. Amid the hail of bullets, Blade crouched low, darting between cover with swift precision, his weapon guarding his vitals. As a half-vampire, ordinary bullets could hardly threaten him unless they struck something vital. He possessed a near-Count's self-healing power, though he lacked the more exotic abilities. A few grenades rolled out from behind the barricades, landing in the center of the club. They exploded, flooding the room with ultraviolet light. Agonized screams erupted all around. As the gunfire faded, Blade surged forward, his sword slashing at the enemy before him, only to slice through a billowing cloud of blood mist. Blade's pupils narrowed abruptly. Damn it, it's a trap. Any vampire who can turn to mist under ultraviolet light must hold a title. And if they're unfazed by a silver-plated sword, they're likely more than just a baron. I've always wanted to taste Blade's blood. I bet it's got a flavor far beyond ordinary humans. Not me. I heard his blood stinks to high heaven. Huh. On the club's second floor, two vampires jeered without restraint. To them, Blade on the lower level was nothing more than a caged tiger. No matter how he struggled, he was still firmly within their grasp. Blade's gaze swept rapidly across the club. 2 on the second floor, 3 on the first, at least 5 Baron-level vampires. This was bad. There were clear holes in the intel. In the world of the script, Yang Xiao had foreseen Blade's predicament with a godlike perspective. His early investigations had already uncovered the vampire's plot against Blade. This was exactly the kind of scenario he had hoped for. The perfect opening act. Prologue. The Ancient Monster Hunter. Hey kid, you got some moves. Care to join forces with me? Just as tension inside the club had reached a breaking point, a voice rang out from the ceiling. Blade looked up to see a ragged, bearded man hanging upside down. The other vampires noticed him too, exchanging puzzled glances. None of them had sensed this stranger's approach. Blade swiftly shifted his focus back to his enemies. Normally, he might have tried to shield the newcomer and help him escape, but now his own survival was at stake. There was no time to worry about anyone else. Doesn't look like you trust me much. Let me show you a little something then. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the floor at Blade's feet, making him start. Ugh, these things are harder to use than they look. Never mind, I'll stick to the old ways. Name's Van Helsing, a professional monster hunter. Van Helsing let go, dropping from the ceiling to land beside Blade. Blade stayed silent, his expression icy. Van Helsing turned to the 5 vampires. TSK, such a big fuss. I was hoping for at least a count or a marquee, but it's just a handful of Viscount-level bats. Didn't any of your sires warn you? When you hear the name Van Helsing, you're supposed to run for your miserable lives. With that, he raised his crossbow. Was this guy here to stir up trouble? The 5 Viscounts sneered inwardly, preparing to attack together. They planned to toy with Blade a bit longer, but this jester's sudden appearance had ruined their game. Better to deal with both at once. As the vampires lunged, Van Helsing's crossbow gave a sharp, metallic twang. The bolt sliced through the air with a hiss. The targeted vampire didn't bother to dodge. He was certain this bolt wasn't silvered and posed no threat. Taking an arcane shot head-on? Looks like you really have forgotten who I am. Van Helsing's voice was edged with irony as he glanced at the 4 remaining vampires. If any of them had been counts, even they wouldn't have shrugged off a shot like that. Arcane shot? The Viscount barely had time to react before the arrow lodged in his chest burst into blue light. The arcane energy it contained instantly disrupted his bodily functions. He couldn't turn into mist, nor could he transform into a bat. He was pinned to the ground, and a moment later, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. His final thought before death was, so, in the end, the real clown was myself. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As their comrade was reduced to dust, the remaining vampires were still frozen in shock. Van Helsing reached for his waist and drew a silver sword with a swift, practiced motion. As a monster hunter, Van Helsing was more than just a master marksman and elite tracker. He was also a swordsman of the highest caliber. With a flash of silver, several sword arcs sliced through the air. The vampire before Van Helsing was instantly cut into pieces, and, under the combined power of silver and arcane energy, dissolved into ashes that drifted away. After dispatching the 2 vampires that had lunged at him with ease, Van Helsing folded his arms and turned his gaze toward Blade. At that moment, Blade was still in grave danger. The combined assault of the 3 Viscounts had already surpassed the limits of what he could handle alone. Just then, the vampires engaged in battle also noticed their 2 companions slain by Van Helsing. Barely 10 seconds had passed since the fight began, and their confidence shattered in an instant. They turned and fled in panic. Blade, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. He swung his sword and gave chase. The vampire he targeted, realizing escape was impossible, spun around and fought back with desperate ferocity. He knew that if he could tear out Blade's heart or smash his skull, the tide of battle might yet turn. At that very moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A small blue bird fluttered to Blade's side, spreading its wings to conjure a one-way protective barrier. The Viscount's hopeless counterattack crashed against the shield, and Blade seized the opportunity to finish his foe with little effort. Afterward, he turned to look at the older man he had initially underestimated. Van Helsing now held a longbow that had appeared in his hands at some point. 2 feathered arrows nocked and ready. Multi-shot. Concussive shot. Both arrows flew at once, striking true and pinning 2 fleeing vampires to the ground. This time, they didn't die immediately, but thrashed and writhed where they lay. Van Helsing shook his head, stepped forward, and ended their suffering with a precise strike from his silver sword. Then he turned to Blade and said, "Hey kid, aren't you going to buy me a drink? I'm not too familiar with this place. You wouldn't leave an old man stranded here, would you?" Blade nodded. "Sir, please follow me." As they left the nightclub, Van Helsing looked up at the only camera still functioning. He traced a finger lightly across his throat and spoke. "Dracula, I'm back. This time, I swear, I will finish you for good." And with that, the prologue ended perfectly. Yang Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he had crafted a complete backstory for Van Helsing, the protagonist. With this wealth of information, Van Helsing became fundamentally different from characters like Pike. Left to his own devices, Van Helsing felt like a true living being with independent interests, aversions, beliefs, and convictions. Such a character script is actually quite difficult to write. For each scene, Yang Xiao only sketched the basic plot direction and a few behavioral frameworks, leaving the rest for Van Helsing to improvise on his own. With this thought, Yang Xiao glanced at the script in his hand. He had left a gap between the prologue and the first act, giving Van Helsing time to adjust to this world and providing him with a chance to investigate clues about Dracula. Curing the persistent scourge of vampires, which had plagued human society for so long, was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It would have to be done step by step. Yang Xiao had plenty of time and patience, and his strength was growing rapidly each day. The day when vampires would vanish completely from the face of the earth was drawing ever closer. In one of Blade's secret hideouts, Van Helsing sat on the sofa, shifting his posture with satisfaction. He had never sat in such a comfortable chair before. "Mr. Van Helsing, what did you mean by what you said before you left just now?" Blade asked as he poured himself some coffee. Van Helsing took a sip of the coffee, then immediately grimaced and spat it out. "Why is this stuff so bitter?" He pushed the coffee aside, shook his head, and let out a quiet sigh. "You really haven't heard of my name before?" Blade shook his head again. He had just searched online, but couldn't find any information about Van Helsing at all. "Time truly is the most terrifying force," Van Helsing muttered to himself. "Well then, have you ever heard of the Ark of the Covenant?" A glimmer flashed in Blade's eyes. He was puzzled. Could God really exist? Was Van Helsing perhaps a man of faith? Sensing his thoughts, Van Helsing quickly clarified, "Don't get me wrong. I have no close ties to God or the church. The Ark I used was just a replica, but it did accompany me for well over 100 years. Van Helsing began to tell his story, slowly and deliberately. "I was born in 1880. My parents were both killed by vampires. I was the only one who survived by sheer luck. Later, I joined an organization, perhaps it still exists today. I'll introduce you once I get in touch with them. After a period of rigorous training, I became a monster hunter. But unlike the others, my hatred drove me to hunt only vampires. Once, by chance, I discovered where a badly wounded Dracula was hiding. I pierced his heart with an arrow. I thought he was dead, but a fellow hunter told me of a prophecy. Dracula was still alive. At the time, I was gravely injuring myself close to death. Fortunately, an old friend I'd known for years managed to obtain a replica of the Ark of the Covenant. For me, it kept me alive. When I woke up again, more than 100 years had passed. Dracula had become the prince of vampires. The irony is rich, isn't it?" At this, Van Helsing's eyes burned with hatred. "Alas, time is merciless. Now, at best, I can barely handle a Mark-level vampire, and that's only if they don't use modern firearms." Blade listened in silence, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He had once fought a Marquis-level vampire himself, and nearly lost his life. Compared to Van Helsing, whose power endured after a century of slumber, Blade couldn't help but wonder if he was simply too weak. After finishing his story, Van Helsing didn't ask about Blade's background, as if he didn't care. Instead, he looked up at Blade and said, "Young man, could I trouble you to teach me how to use your modern weapons? I don't want to become an old relic left behind by the times." Blade nodded in agreement. Whether Van Helsing was telling the truth or not didn't matter. So long as the other man stood against vampires, Blade was willing to help. "Haha, straightforward, I like it." Van Helsing laughed heartily, slapping Blade on the shoulder. The force of it made Blade sway twice. "You'll teach me about firearms, and I'll share my skills with you. We'll exchange what we know. But to be honest, as a half-vampire, your physical condition isn't exactly ideal." Van Helsing's words instantly made Blade tense up. He hadn't expected his secret to be uncovered so quickly, and the realization unsettled him. After all, His relationship with vampires was complicated enough already. No need to be nervous. I've had plenty of half-blood friends before. To many outsiders, monster hunters are little more than monsters themselves, Van Helsing explained with a reassuring tone. The next day, in an underground shooting range, Blade stood uncertainly, not knowing what to say. He watched as Van Helsing, within just 2 hours, mastered several firearms Blade had brought. Even more astonishing, Van Helsing's marksmanship improved an unbelievable rate. From missing the target entirely at first, he soon reached a point where every shot hit the bullseye. This is simpler than I thought. As long as you factor in the environment and counteract the recoil, you can basically hit wherever you want, Van Helsing remarked softly, setting down the gun in his hands. Blade found it harder and harder to believe his eyes. This seemingly old-fashioned man was displaying a shocking natural talent for shooting. Don't be too surprised, this is just the basics. In my time, without real talent, you couldn't even dream of becoming a monster hunter. Many of my old friends were just as skilled as I am, Van Helsing said, giving Blade a reassuring pat on the shoulder. All right, your turn. I've practiced enough. Now it's time for you to step in, Van Helsing continued. Blade took a deep breath, nerves creeping in. He worried he might let Van Helsing down. He'd never considered himself a born prodigy. I want to bring you into the world of hunters. But before that, you have to promise me one thing. Van Helsing's expression turned grave. Once you set foot on this path, there's no turning back. I won't meddle in your private life. There are plenty of people whose lives are messier than yours. But if one day I find you colluding with monsters who prey on humans, or turning your weapons against people, I swear I'll be the one to end you. Blade nodded solemnly, raising his right hand in oath. I promise. Good. Then I'll trust you. Just this once, Van Helsing replied. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and brought out a dazzling gemstone. This is a memento for my old companion, a Siberian bear named Sir. Ever since I entered the Ark, this gem has never left my side, right up until Sir's passing. Now, I'm giving it to you. Let it guide your next steps. I hope you won't let me down, and don't let him down either. Blade's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the gemstone. He could sense a unique power within it, something that made it impossible to look away. In the next moment, Van Helsing pressed the gemstone against Blade's chest. The arcane energy in his palm surged past Blade's skin, opening a channel through which the gemstone melded into Blade's body. Heat, blistering, searing heat. That was Blade's first sensation as the gemstone entered him. It felt as if he had been cast into a furnace, subjected to crushing pressure, and every drop of fluid in his body seemed to boil. The gemstone transformed into pure energy, racing and colliding through Blade's veins. Wounds split open across his body, even his heart was slashed wide. Fortunately, his half-vampire regenerative abilities remained unrestrained. Injuries that would have been fatal for an ordinary person swiftly mended themselves. After the heat came endless pain. The agony flooded Blade's mind, lasting what felt like an eternity. He clenched his jaw, enduring the torment with sheer willpower. Pain alone was nothing new to him. He had known it since the day he was born. Van Helsing watched the closed-eye Blade with satisfaction. Ordinarily, a magical gemstone would never be used so directly. The usual method involved special herbs to temper the wild magic, along with rituals, and protective circles to shield the user and guide the energy safely into the body. But with resources running thin and given Blade's half-vampire resilience, Van Helsing chose the simplest approach. Time ticked by. After an hour, Blade finally collapsed to the floor, utterly spent. The ordeal had been excruciating, but the payoff was immense. The remaining magic had fully merged with his blood. Under the magic's influence, Blade's body swelled with power, his frame visibly broadening. He had gained the formidable strength of a Siberian giant hamster. Hearing the commotion, Van Helsing strode quickly over and gave Blade's now muscular arm an appraising squeeze. Satisfied there were no issues, he clapped Blade on the shoulder and said, "Get up. Spend some time getting used to your new body. Once you're stable, I'll teach you more." "Yes, Master." Blade adjusted his address naturally. "Master, do you have any plans lately? Would you like to learn about computers? I could find someone to teach you." Van Helsing glanced at him, neither affirming nor denying the new title. "No need. For now, tell me everything you know about the vampire strongholds. With Dracula's arrogant nature, a mere warning will never register with him. I need to teach him a lesson, see for myself if he's stronger or weaker than before." "But Master," Blade hesitated, concern in his voice, unsure how to dissuade him. After all, Van Helsing had said only yesterday that he was, at best, a marquis now, while Dracula was a prince. The gulf in power was considerable. "Don't worry. I won't throw my life away before Dracula dies," Van Helsing replied, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I just want to see how far he can be pushed and what limits your society places on him. 100 years ago, if 5 Viscounts had died, he would have retaliated instantly. Now, there's not a peep from him. Clearly, something's restraining him. I want to see what he's become after a century. I don't know a thing or two about this. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been cracking down on vampires, but somehow, at certain points, they end up compromising in ways that make no sense, and it's deeply disappointing, Blade said. Cracking down? It's nothing but political maneuvering. This kind of tactic has been around for 100 years, Van Helsing replied with a cold laugh. Blade fell silent. He didn't quite understand these political games, but he knew for sure those agents were not to be trusted. 2 days had passed since Blade received his own magical power. In those 2 days, Van Helsing had single-handedly taken down 5 vampire strongholds. His tally had grown from 4 Viscount vampires to 5 Viscounts, 3 barons, and 26 ordinary vampires, not to mention countless blood thralls. Indeed, the combined strength of the vampires in those 5 strongholds still paled in comparison to the trap they had set for Blade. This only convinced Van Helsing further that the vampire's power had not advanced much over the past century, at least not nearly as fast as the human population had grown. Inhale, exhale. Van Helsing lit a cigar, hands clasped behind his back, strolling down an empty street. He had just finished scouting a location, but a deserted street like this, right in broad daylight, clearly spelled trouble. Suddenly, Van Helsing stopped right in the middle of the street. Come out. There's no point hiding any longer, he called out to the darkness surrounding him. With his keen eyesight, he could see numerous humans crouching in the shadows, all armed with guns. All at once, these people burst from their hiding spots, surrounding Van Helsing. TCH, I thought the first ones to come after me would be those little bats. Never expected a bunch of human maggots to show up first. As he spoke, Van Helsing's nose twitched. He didn't catch even a hint of vampire scent from these people. It was safe to say they weren't under any vampire's control. Hands where I can see them. I'm placing you under arrest. The leader stepped forward, barking the order with no hint of courtesy, finger leveled at Van Helsing. Van Helsing crossed his arms, glancing around at the crowd. His eyes glowed with a blue light, a special monster hunter ability to sense allegiances. Astonishingly, every person around him glowed bright red, and the leader's aura was nearly purple with intensity. Clearly, in the collective consciousness of this planet's humans, not a single one of these people was worth saving. Killing any of them would never be a mistake. With a spit, Van Helsing dropped his cigar to the ground. In the next instant, he drew the iron sword hanging at his left side and launched a sudden attack. Rat-a-tat-tat. The moment Van Helsing sprang into action, the agents opened fire without hesitation. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a blue bird swooped above his head, conjuring a shimmering energy shield that stopped every bullet in its tracks. Once Van Helsing plunged into their ranks, the gunfire quickly died down. He moved too fast. At that speed, any shot risked hitting their own men. Those agents who drew their knives for close combat fared even worse. With every inch of reach, Van Helsing's blade outmatched theirs. His mastery of melee weapons utterly crushed them, and coupled with his superior weapon, not a single agent could withstand even one blow. Before long, the street was strewn with bodies. Van Helsing glanced at the carnage, letting out a weary sigh. It was still easier dealing with vampires. A burst of magic, and they'd all turn to ash. No need to clean up afterward. He then placed his foot on the leader's chest, leaning down to address the one captive he'd spared. I'll give you one chance. Make a call. Tell whoever's pulling your strings. Dracula and his vampires are as good as dead. I said it. Not even Jesus could save them now. As soon as the words left his lips, ripples shimmered across the energy shield, and only then did the gunshot reach Van Helsing's ears with a muffled thud. He glanced up into the distance. On a rooftop a kilometer away, a sniper lay in position. The shot just now had been his doing. With a crunch, Van Helsing stamped down and ended the life of the man beneath his boot. In one fluid motion, he drew his longbow and, from beside his boot, plucked a feathered arrow to knock on the string. Watching through a high-powered scope, the sniper was left baffled. This enhanced man, was he really about to trade shots with me, using a bow and arrow? Perplexed as he was, the memory of Van Helsing dispatching agents like they were nothing sent a chill down his spine. The sniper decided to stow his rifle and change positions without delay. The very instant he moved away from the wall, Van Helsing released the string. A silent shot. Piercing strike. The arrow tore through the air faster than sound, cutting wordlessly through the outer wall and splintering the sniper's skull in a single, devastating blow. With the sniper dead, Van Helsing stepped into a patch of shadow and vanished, slipping from the gaze of spy satellites and nearby surveillance cameras. His stealth skills might not match those of a professional assassin, but they were far from lacking. And since learning about modern detection methods, he'd made some clever adjustments. Meanwhile, far away at home, Yang Xiu tapped his fingers on the tabletop. He'd sensed the situation as soon as Van Helsing became surrounded. Shield again. Are these shield agents some kind of green-skinned creatures? Do they grow right out of the ground? They're everywhere, and no matter how many get taken down, more keep popping up. But unlike Van Helsing, Yang Xiu had a keen understanding of just how vast SHLD's resources truly were. Blade's hideout had been well chosen, good enough to avoid vampire searches. But once S.H.I.E.L.D. got serious, it was clear they wouldn't stay hidden for long. After all, the two of them had sizable appetites. The trail left by their food purchases alone was bound to attract attention. So, looking at the situation, besides speeding up the script and cutting down the time Van Helsing needed to adapt to this world, they needed to stir things up to create enough chaos to divert some of SHLD's focus. The best way to distract them and help wipe out the vampires was to expose the existence of vampires to the public. Once that happened, the uproar alone would give S.H.I.E.L.D. a major headache. But then again, would those folks who are always shouting about equality really jump out and speak for the vampires? Probably not. After all, they don't have the courage for genuine equality. What they do have is the nerve to cash in on the concept, and plenty of it. Besides, trying to blow the whistle online was out of the question. These people's ability to control things on the internet was even more formidable than their reach offline. So, Yang Xiu immediately adjusted Parker's tactics, switching him from silent assassinations to open, brazen attacks. In short, cause a scene. The bigger, the better. The very next second, a thunderous explosion rocked downtown New York. Two ordinary vampires were swept out of a building by a surging flood, and under the harsh sunlight, they howled in agony as they were reduced to ash. The crowd along the street erupted in confusion and alarm. Since the vampires didn't turn to dust in an instant, but instead took a dozen seconds to dissolve, even the most oblivious bystander could tell that something was terribly wrong. The commotion reached its peak just as Parker stepped out of the room and vanished like a stream of water. The same thing happened 4 more times over the next hour, turning Nick Fury's phone into a veritable disaster zone. It wasn't just calls from the vampires. Every functional department, from the NYPD to the FBI, was on the line. All the calls boiled down to one question. Can you still keep things under control or not? If you really can't handle it, then hand over the authority so others can step in and deal with it openly. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was being battered by a barrage of emergencies, Dracula, far away in Europe, was in a foul mood himself. He'd long been aware of Van Helsing's provocations. But just as Van Helsing had predicted, Dracula didn't take them to heart. This world was full of people who wanted him dead, but so far, not a single one had succeeded. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., that global powerhouse, had no choice but to lay down their arms and call a truce after several large-scale clashes with the vampire clans. After all, many elderly folks were just waiting for vampires to grant them a second chance at life. If they managed to wipe out the vampires in a single strike, that would have been one thing. But failing to do so dealt a blow to Nick Fury's authority, making it impossible to rally support. The external resistance forced him to compromise with the vampires time and again. Simply put, apart from that disastrous invasion of China, the vampire race hadn't tasted complete defeat in ages. Likewise, it had been a long time since the vampires had suffered such heavy losses. In the past, if things got out of hand, they'd just sacrifice a few low-level vampires and blood thralls to take the blame. But now, the vampires in both New York City and Olympia had been almost entirely wiped out. Those who survived fled in panic, not daring to linger in either place. Dracula felt as if his dignity had been trampled underfoot, his pride battered and bruised. Yet, he dared not leave his stronghold. The world was treacherous, he'd learned. That lesson time and again over the centuries. The latest reminder had come from being thrashed single-handedly by the Ancient One, leaving him questioning his own existence. Still, Dracula was not afraid. He could tell that the Ancient One was not truly immortal, and the power she borrowed came from a source that was anything but benevolent. So, he would simply wait. If 500 years wasn't enough, he'd wait another 500. The Ancient One would surely die before him, and then he would be free at last. Yet, during this time, Dracula had pored over some records and searched his own vast memory. He couldn't recall ever having an enemy named Van Helsing. A foe of such skill should have left an impression, which made the whole thing all the more puzzling. Sharp, crisp footsteps echoed, hard-soled shoes clicking across the marble floor. Dracula looked up. Below his throne stood a vampire in a suit, hair slicked back with pomade. Staring at Deacon Frost in this getup, Dracula's eyes flickered. Here was a Duke of the Blood, yet there wasn't a trace of nobility about him. Why insist on mimicking humans? Since when did the predator imitate its prey? Annoyed as he was, Dracula had to admit Deacon's strength. The man wasn't even 2 centuries old, yet he'd fought his way up to the rank of Duke by sheer force. In a sense, he was the first true vampire of the new era. Prince, you summoned me. Deacon bowed his head slightly, his eyes brimming with undisguised ambition. Dracula acted as if he hadn't noticed that gaze. He had seen men like this far too many times over the years, so many that he no longer cared in the slightest. Deacon, New York State and Washington State in America are both your territories, are they not? Dracula asked, his tone dripping with arrogance. Yes, your highness. Those 2 places have become forbidden zones for our kind. Are you aware of this? I am, my lord. You are. In a flash, Dracula appeared directly in front of Deacon, the overwhelming aura of his ancient bloodline pressing down on Deacon, making him feel almost suffocated. Yet, the smile on Deacon's face only grew brighter. Other than those places, there is nowhere in this world that is off-limits to the great bloodline. Do you understand? Dracula's voice thundered in his ears. I understand, my prince. I will personally visit those 2 locations, and I assure you, I will resolve every issue. Deacon's grin was dazzling. Get out of my sight. Dracula's annoyance flared at that ever-present smile. Yet he couldn't kill Deacon outright. Doing so would put every duke on edge, so he settled for a mighty slap, sending Deacon flying out of the palace. Bathed in blazing sunlight, Deacon turned to glance back at the opulent palace behind him. Cling to your outmoded ideas of bloodline, supremacy, all you want, you stubborn old fool. Stay locked up in your gilded cage. Once I've gathered enough power, prince, I'll be emperor. But first, I need to win over those 2 vampire hunters who've been hunting down our kind. Anyone who can single-handedly take down an entire region isn't someone to be taken lightly. Of course, with people like that, the initial approach is best handled by their own companions. Fortunately, the one thing I'm never short of is vampire hunters who've switched sides. Whether Van Helsing and Pike will join me or not. Frankly, I've never doubted it. Money, influence, power, I can offer them all. And even if they want none of that, surely the chance to kill Dracula is tempting enough. After all, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. These vampire hunters are crucial pieces in Deacon's grand design. Their bloodlines are unaffected, so when it comes time to face Dracula, they'll be able to unleash their full strength. Even sheer numbers will be enough to bring him down eventually. Lost in dreams of a glorious future, Deacon boarded his private jet bound for Olympia. The perks of being a vampire duke. No need to skulk around like lesser vampires, hiding from the sun. His resistance to silver, ultraviolet light, garlic, and other such things was off the charts. Every inch of his body could turn to mist at a moment's notice. There were no weak spots to speak of. And above all, at the rank of duke, they gained dominion over certain elements, no longer restricted to merely manipulating blood. But what mattered most to Deacon was that at this rank, their bloodline became truly unique. The suppression from higher bloodlines still existed, but it was no longer insurmountable. They now possessed the power to resist. In short, vampires of this level were practically a different species from those below them. It was as if they'd evolved all over again. The moment Deacon's plane touched down in Olympia, Yang Xiu, who had designated the city as the stage for his unfolding story, immediately detected his arrival. This wasn't because Yang Xiu's control had improved. In fact, as the evolving field expanded beyond his limits, his mastery plummeted dramatically. He discovered Deacon simply because the man made no effort to conceal himself. The aura of a vampire duke kept spilling out, as if announcing his arrival to every extraordinary being in the area. With everyone around shrouded in darkness, Deacon shone like a beacon, impossible to miss. Yang Xiu would have had a hard time not noticing him. But this brought a major problem. Deacon's power far exceeded Yang Xiu's expectations. After all, shouldn't a marquis come after a count? Why did the boss show up out of nowhere? No use worrying about it now. New York was far from Olympia, and by the time Parker arrived, it'd all be over. Yang Xiu had no choice but to trigger the first act of the script early, hoping the narrative boost would at least help Van Helsing escape alive, or hold out until Parker got there. After all, according to the setup, Van Helsing would never simply flee from a duke, and forcing him to act otherwise was out of the question. If the evolution ended prematurely, leaving the field meant instant failure. That very afternoon, on the day Deacon arrived in Olympia, Blade's secret hideout received a visitor, West Ronnie, once a famed vampire hunter who'd been out of the spotlight for a long time. Blade actually smiled, rare for him when he saw West. Long time no see. I thought you'd ended up Bafu by now. No, I'm still alive and kicking, West replied awkwardly. He called vampires bloodsuckers for so long that hearing Blade use bat threw him for a loop. Still, awkward or not, West remembered his orders. His eyes kept darting past Blade, finally settling on Van Helsing. Van Helsing sat with his legs crossed. Even without any faction-sensing ability, he could tell something was off about this guy, and he carried a strong scent of vampire about him. Chances were, he'd been with vampires not long ago, and the scent was identical to that arrogant duke who had just passed through. "This must be Mr. Van Helsing," Wes said, letting go of Blade's hand and practically darting to Van Helsing's side, acting like a sycophant. Blade was taken aback. Wasn't West here to see him? Why did he go straight for his master? And how did he know his master's name without an introduction? "If you've got something to say, spit it out. And keep your distance," Van Helsing replied coldly. The only reason he hadn't acted was out of respect for his apprentice. Ahem. West tried to cover his embarrassment with a cough. "Mr. Van Helsing, about Deacon." "Hold on." Van Helsing stood, glancing outside. He could sense the vampire duke approaching. "Are you the one who led him here?" "Sir, the great vampire duke, Lord Deacon, asked me to deliver a message." "What did he say?" "We come in peace, seeking cooperation. Lord Deacon promises that if you join us, you'll enjoy a life of wealth and luxury, with more women and fast cars than you can ever imagine." Van Helsing stood up and rubbed his wrists, the joints cracking audibly. "Please, don't be hasty," Wes said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He'd seen some of Van Helsing's videos and knew there was no way he could win in a fight. Lord Deacon also mentioned, "We have a common enemy, Dracula." But before he could finish, Van Helsing twisted his arm with a swift motion and snapped West's neck, lifting the severed head in his hand. "You know that little bat? Calling him Lord is a joke. He's not even human, let alone a noble." With that, Van Helsing tossed the head over his shoulder, his hands reaching for the twin swords at his waist. Blade, standing nearby, felt a storm brewing in his heart. The former vampire hunter had now sided with the vampires. What a cruel irony. "All right, apprentice, step back. This sort of thing happens more often than you'd think. Some humans pose a greater threat to our kind than vampires ever could. You'll understand someday." Ripples of power began to radiate from Van Helsing, and his bird familiars circled above, reinforcing a shield of energy, thicker and stronger than ever. Blade snapped back to attention. The real enemy was still waiting in the wings. Lesson 1, pay attention. Van Helsing bent his knees slightly, ready to burst into action. As a hunter, never forget your mastery of traps. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of flame erupted toward the sky, the searing heat distorting the very air. The explosive trap had been triggered. "Watch closely. Learn well," Van Helsing called out, then charged into the fray. Blade shielded his eyes with his right arm, forcing himself to keep them open. Opportunities to witness such fierce battles were rare. "Friend, there's no need to resort to violence right away. If you have any requests, just say them," Deacon called out from within the blaze. With a flick of his right hand, strands of blood whipped from his fingertips, lashing away the flames before him. "Don't call me friend. It makes my skin crawl. In fact, I only speak with dead bats. So why don't you die first?" Twin swords flashed through the air, weaving a net of steel that relentlessly pressed Deacon. "Oh, what a pity. I wonder, after you die, will you be worthy of the embrace?" Deacon's movements were ghostly, his mist form unlike any ordinary vampire. Each time, he eluded Van Helsing's attacks with uncanny precision, vanishing to safety in a blink. Suddenly, a freezing trap detonated. Shards of ice exploded from the ground, locking Deacon in a block of solid frost. Van Helsing seized the moment, driving his silver sword straight through Deacon's heart. For a split second, Deacon was frozen in place, then vanished. A rush of air warned Van Helsing from behind. He ducked, spun, brought his iron sword to guard his chest, and raised his silver blade high. Van Helsing's reaction was flawless, but the gap in their raw power couldn't be ignored. Deacon, fighting in earnest, moved faster than Van Helsing could strike. Even the smallest opening in Van Helsing's assault was enough for Deacon to counterattack. Van Helsing could only rely on his wealth of experience to narrowly hold his ground. With each of Deacon's blows, the energy shield around Van Helsing began to waver and flicker. Deacon's gaze met Van Helsing's, and in that instant, the hypnotic waves in his eyes invaded Van Helsing's mind, an attempt to beguile the hunter's will. His movement slowed, leaving a gap in his defenses. Deacon lunged, his blood-soaked hand piercing through the wavering energy shield. Van Helsing focused his mind and rolled to the side, shifting his body out of harm's way. Though his dodge was swift, Deacon's hand still grazed the top of his arm, slicing a shallow wound. Van Helsing's heart leapt. He was wounded. This was trouble. Sure enough, as soon as the cut appeared, the blood in Van Helsing's veins seemed eager to abandon him. What should have been a minor wound now bled profusely, soaking his sleeve in seconds. But Van Helsing had no time to worry about his injury. Deacon's attacks came faster and faster. Channeling every ounce of his strength into his twin swords, Van Helsing went on the offensive, matching Deacon blow for blow. Under Van Helsing's desperate assault, Deacon began to back away, regret clouding his thoughts. Van Helsing was the strongest vampire hunter he'd ever faced, but the man's thinking was too rigid. He would never be won over. Seizing a brief opening, Van Helsing shuddered, his magic sweeping away the taint Deacon had left on his wound. In an instant, the cut closed, fully healed. Suddenly, the battlefield fell silent. Van Helsing and Deacon faced each other across the street. To them, this distance meant nothing. Both understood, the outcome was decided. No ordinary human could hope to outlast a vampire. Unless someone surrendered, this fight would end with Van Helsing's death from exhaustion, his strength and magic depleted. Van Helsing exhaled deeply. He was ready. No matter what, he had to buy his apprentice a little time to escape. It was a pity he hadn't finished teaching everything he knew. Hopefully his apprentice would read the situation and act accordingly. Deacon shook his head. It was clear this man had resolved to die rather than surrender. In that case, he had to be killed. Vampire hunters who refused to yield must perish. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao prepared herself. The other 3 stars in her mind's universe dimmed simultaneously, their energy condensing under her hand into the form of a pen. Chapter 1. Deadly Reversal. As Van Helsing battled the vampire Deacon, long-forgotten knowledge stirred within him. As the moments passed, the protections given to him began to reawaken. In front of Deacon, Van Helsing stumbled, nearly falling. The move startled Deacon, who thought it was the start of some powerful technique. When Van Helsing regained his balance, Deacon realized too late that he'd missed an opportunity. What he didn't know was that this missed chance was far more significant than he imagined. Steadying himself, Van Helsing felt new spells against vampires surface in his mind. That familiar sensation returned. This was the blessing bestowed by humanity's collective will after he had killed Dracula. Vampire Slayer. Increases all damage dealt to vampires by 10%, grants resistance to shadow magic, and immunity to effects like blood surge. A smile spread across Van Helsing's face, growing wider until he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, come on, little bat. Let's finish this. Deacon's nose twitched. He could smell a deep sense of revulsion radiating from Van Helsing as the latter renewed his assault. Just being near the man made Deacon feel a wave of nausea. With the blessing he had received, Van Helsing had closed much of the power gap between himself and Deacon. The fight was no longer as one-sided as at the start. Still, a disparity remained, and the greatest problem was the supply of energy. There was, however, a temporary solution to this. Yang Xiao's pool of spiritual power was serving as a vast reservoir, endlessly replenishing Van Helsing's strength. The fierce battle awakened the dormant energy within Van Helsing, energy that had lain silent due to the passage of time. Feeling the magic surging within him, Van Helsing entered a berserk state. The blue light blazing from his twin swords was so intense it nearly blinded Blade, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. Shock Strike, Arcane Strike, Multi-Strike. Having seamlessly woven his archery skills into his sword techniques, Van Helsing demonstrated to Deacon the true might of a monster hunter, leaving deep, hard-to-heal wounds across his foe's body. For the next 10 minutes, Van Helsing fought with abandon, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, the one fueling his assault from the rear, was nearly drained dry. Van Helsing had no sense of restraint now that he was flush with power. He compensated for any qualitative gap with sheer quantity, but it was Yang Xiao who had to pay that price. Van Helsing, who had barely gained the upper hand, realized that he still couldn't bring Deacon down. He understood he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Deacon would only become more savage after nightfall, and the official forces that might arrive soon weren't guaranteed to be allies. His top priority now was to conserve his strength and retreat with his apprentice. Yang Xiao manipulated Van Helsing's actions through the script. Of course, he could have forced Van Helsing to retreat, but that would have ruined the logic of the story, and with his luck probably led to another failed draft. Exhilarated, Van Helsing shot a glance at Blade, who was hiding behind a building, then looked up at the sun sinking lower in the sky. The thought of retreat began to form in his mind. But Deacon picked up on this as well. Having endured Van Helsing's recent onslaught, Deacon knew he couldn't let his opponent escape. A released Van Helsing would be as dangerous as a tiger returning to the wild. Damn it! Yang Xiao cursed inwardly. His pale face already betrayed that his strength was running out. He racked his brain for a way to engineer a deus ex machina. Even just enough to force Deacon to back off would do. Just then, a portal opened behind Deacon and, with a sudden whoosh, swallowed him whole. The Ancient One, I've been discovered. That was Yang Xiao's first thought. As he tried to stand and shift his position, a wave of weakness washed over him, making him stagger twice. No, I have to wrap this up quickly. Van Helsing was stunned by his enemy's sudden disappearance. At the same time, he realized that with Deacon gone, the turbulent magic inside him had finally calmed. Epilogue. The monster hunter who never rests. Gazing at the thoroughly demolished street around him, Van Helsing knew the city's military would soon become his adversaries. Exhausted from the recent battle, he decided to leave the city with his apprentice for now. But he would never stop hunting vampires. With the last word written, the pen Yang Qiu had conjured from spiritual energy shattered in his hand. He collapsed in his chair, gasping for breath. This is bad. Now, there's no way to leave. Yang Qiu let out a sigh in his heart. All he could do now was hope that Gu Yi's attention was focused solely on Van Helsing and hadn't noticed him, the man behind the scenes. Within the universe of his thoughts, the fourth star was finally complete, and the evaluation for his script was out with lively anticipation. Dragging his weakened body, Yang Qiu shuffled over to the sofa and sank down onto it. At this point, he could only hope that this round would at least earn a passing grade. Otherwise, all the resources he'd poured in would be a huge loss. Script 4, Monster Hunter Van Helsing. Script summary. An ancient monster hunter awakens from an imitation ark, only to discover that 100 years have passed. His era is long gone, but evil still lurks in the world. His ageless nemesis is determined to destroy this resurrected hunter. Script outcome pass. Script product, Monster Hunter, Van Helsing. Even after emerging from a century of slumber, Van Helsing, a graduate of the Monster Hunter training camp, remains one of the strongest monster hunters on the planet. He possesses master-level swordsmanship and archery, and knows how to craft a variety of magical traps. Sadly, his one and only animal companion has long since passed away, which has left him somewhat diminished. Seeing the final result, Yang Qiu let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, sobered up a bit. He realized that he'd gotten a bit carried away lately. The Bloodhand Gang might seem like a giant to ordinary people, but at his current level, the enemies he faced were no longer small fry. His perspective and sense of danger needed to rise to match, instead of letting himself get swept away by success. He reminded himself of the importance of self-criticism. At the same time, Yang Qiu began pondering how to deal with the Supreme Sorcerers under Gu Yi. Don't get him wrong. He wasn't planning to take down the Supreme Sorcerers. Yang Qiu couldn't even handle a single vampire on his own yet, let alone a group vastly stronger than vampires. What he needed to figure out was how to better hide himself. Just because Gu Yi hadn't come knocking yet didn't mean she never would. Yang Qiu had no desire to tangle with this bald-headed sage who'd lived for 5 centuries. In this world, bald people always seem to spell big trouble. After lying on the sofa for quite a while, Yang Qiu finally got up to find himself something to eat. Daydreaming was pointless, and scaring himself was even more so, since neither Gu Yi nor the Supreme Sorcerers had appeared yet. He might as well stick to his plans and build up his strength step by step. The next script could not be rushed like the fourth one. He needed to make sure his mental power was fully recharged before starting. A few days later, Yang Qiu was, as usual, freeloading a meal at Uncle Ben's house. After all these visits, he'd become part of the family, and no one treated him like an outsider anymore. The Horn TV channel now brings you an update. According to information from the police, the large-scale casualties in Olympia a few days ago were the result of a battle between Van Helsing and the mutant creature Deacon. The news report coming from the television caught Yang Qiu's attention. The screen showed the devastation left in the streets after Van Helsing's fight with Deacon. This is truly a cause for celebration. According to a spokesperson from the state of Washington, Mr. Van Helsing, the monster hunter, is a hero who embodies the spirit of Washington. Through his actions, he has demonstrated the power of that spirit, guiding us in our struggle against evil. He has also made one truth abundantly clear: evil will always be vanquished by justice. As Peter Parker listened to the host's words, he felt a sudden surge of excitement, while Uncle Ben, sitting beside him, frowned. It's reported that Mr. Van Helsing is a top-tier hunter, highly skilled in wielding both the longsword and the bow, true masters of the old ways. With a hero like Van Helsing among us, we firmly believe that the mutated creatures within America's borders will be wiped out once and for all. Yang Qiu chewed his food, finding it increasingly tasteless, as if he were gnawing on a piece of wax. The entire report danced around the real issues. It failed to specify what kind of mutated creature Deacon was, or how such creatures came to exist, as if all of it were some carefully guarded secret. In contrast, every detail about Van Helsing was laid bare, from his physique to his main combat abilities. Nothing was left to the imagination. Yang Qiu couldn't speak for anyone else, but he understood very well that those behind this program harbored ill intent. In times of war, such behavior would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. He's amazing, just like a second Captain America. If only I had powers like that, I'd be just like him, eradicating all evil from the world. Peter Parker blurted out, his excitement barely contained. Judging by the look in his eyes, Van Helsing had already become one of his idols. Silently, Ben set down his chopsticks and turned to look at Peter. Under the weight of that gaze, Peter seemed a little lost. After a moment's thought, he still couldn't figure out what he might have said wrong. "Uncle Ben, is there something you want to say? Why not pretend Peter has become Van Helsing? What advice would you give him?" Yang Xiu teased, a playful note in his voice. He had a feeling he was about to witness a classic moment. "Peter, if you ever find yourself blessed with great power not just in battle, but in status and influence, I hope you'll remember 2 things I say to you today." Ben thought for a long while before speaking. 2 things? Wasn't it supposed to be just one? Yang Xiu scratched his head in confusion. "The first is this: with great power comes great responsibility. When you possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, you will inevitably bear a heavy burden. I hope that when the time comes, you'll use your power wisely and shoulder that responsibility." Ben looked Peter in the eye as he spoke. As long as Peter understood this, he would not be lured astray by the temptations that come with power, and he would not deviate from the path of kindness and justice. If he did, then the greater his strength, the more harm he could bring to society. Peter nodded in understanding. He thought his uncle made a lot of sense. Just like Mr. Van Helsing, once you have power, you should use it to fight the mutated creatures that ordinary people could never stand against. The second thing I want to say is this: the greater your power, the greater your rights. Maybe you don't quite understand it yet, but I hope you'll remember this: power and rights exist together. If you possess great power, you deserve corresponding rights. These rights might not show up as status or fame and fortune, but they should be reflected in your freedom to choose and your voice in decisions. Otherwise, you could fall victim to moral manipulation, slander, or false accusations at any moment. When he spoke the second sentence, Ben was noticeably more earnest. Clearly, he didn't want his nephew to end up like Van Helsing on TV. Yang Xiu sat quietly by his side, thinking that perhaps this was what Ben truly wanted to say to Spider-Man all along. Back then, maybe because of what was about to happen, Ben only managed to say half of it. "Uncle, I don't get what you mean. Isn't it enough just to be a good person?" Peter was lost in confusion. Ben sighed. Peter's parents had died young, and Ben himself had always been busy, working hard just to get by. That left some gaps in Peter's upbringing. Ben turned and pointed to the TV, which was still playing. "Peter, tell me, what do you think this show is really saying?" "Well, it's probably encouraging us to learn from Mr. Van Helsing and carry forward the spirit of Washington," Peter replied after thinking for a moment. "No, you're missing some important things. The host script is full of shifting logic and exaggeration. This is actually a trap disguised as praise. They're piling all sorts of impossible expectations onto Van Helsing, things a single person could never achieve. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. And if you look closely, what do you actually know about that mutant creature after watching the whole show? Do you know how to avoid it or protect yourself if you run into one? Do you know how it attacks or what it needs to survive? You know nothing about that, but all kinds of information about Van Helsing has been made public. Everyone knows, including his enemies." Ben's voice grew a little agitated, as if some memory had struck a nerve. Peter fell silent. After a long pause, he stared at the images on the TV and asked, "Why would these people do that?" "I can't say for sure why they're doing it, but I know what comes next. Now that Van Helsing has been put up on a pedestal, it's easy for them to blame him for any casualties caused by the mutant creatures. And then what do you think will happen? Soon, a large part of the people who once admired him will, thanks to biased reporting, start to resent him. In the end, they'll blame all their disappointments and misfortunes on him." Ben was guiding Peter to think it through. Yang Xiu understood what Ben meant, but he knew that those people wouldn't succeed. After all, Van Helsing wasn't the hero most people imagined. His backstory, after the script's evolution, was just as complicated as anyone else's. Besides, with his long life and wealth of experience, Van Helsing had gained a perspective that kept him from falling for such traps. He wasn't like those who, after being morally coerced, would knowingly walk into a pitfall just to prove a point. Under Ben's guidance, Peter felt his entire worldview shaken to its core. Yet, after analyzing things with his own mind, he had to admit that most of what his uncle said was probably true. Only now did he realize that the real issue was that he had simply never thought about these things before. Then, "Uncle, what about Captain America?" Suddenly, Peter remembered his very first childhood idol. Captain America had been promoted for untold years, to the point where he'd become a symbol for the nation. Is Captain America even alive? The most pointless thing in the world is using a dead man as the centerpiece for hollow propaganda. It's not enough to talk the talk, you have to walk the walk. 2. After all these years, have you ever seen those who promote Captain America actually do anything real? No, they haven't. They're just using his image to fool people and rake in money. In Yang Chio's eyes, Uncle Ben seemed to shine with wisdom. This was a true sage. Clearly, Ben had never received any happy-go-lucky upbringing when he was young. Yang Chio's attention sharpened, too, for he knew a secret. Captain America wasn't really dead. Let's imagine something together, Ben continued, looking at Peter, who was deep in thought. If Captain America suddenly came back to life, what would happen? Who would become his enemies? Think it through one by one, and tell me what you come up with. The first would be those capitalists who hold the rights to Captain America. Peter looked up as he spoke. If he were alive, they'd lose the chance to keep profiting off his image, and their rivals in the business world wouldn't let that happen easily. Heck, even the money they've already made could be at risk. Uncle Ben nodded, signaling Peter to go on. The second group, people who are unhappy with their lives, those who are always eager to question history, and even some who used to worship him. Peter seemed to have grown up all of a sudden. It's just like you said, Uncle. These folks would blame Captain America for their own misfortunes. They're the type who love passing the buck. As for the doubters, they might claim Captain America lied to them, milked their admiration by faking his death, that everything he did before was a sham, or that during all those missing years, he did all sorts of terrible things. That's right. And with his return, a lot of ugly secrets would suddenly seek their original culprit, Uncle Ben added. The third group, the president, Peter took a deep breath. Because honestly, if Captain America ran for president, I'd vote for him. You're not wrong. In fact, there'd be even more enemies than that, but you can think about the rest on your own later. Now, let's move to the second question. How could these problems be solved? Let's suppose Captain America comes back to life and still has some influence and choices left. Ben continued to guide him. He could issue a statement, renounce all claims to any of his copyrights, and promise never to run for office. Peter was still struggling to wrap his head around it. No, don't think about what you have to give up. Think about what you want to hold on to, Yang Chio interjected. First and foremost, you need to establish a more positive image. Everything has its own inertia. It's like trying to topple a pillar. It's never as easy as it seems. If you want to keep the pillar standing, your first thought shouldn't be to cut it down, but rather to add a few more bricks on top. Secondly, reduce the frequency of your appearances and create a sense of mystery. Let most matters be handled through your own communication channels. Suppose your communication channel is a special organization. Then let that organization do the talking for you. Show through your actions that you won't break the rules that have already been set, and make your position clear. You will play the game within those boundaries. For someone like Captain America, who's only a bit stronger than an ordinary person, this is the most beneficial choice. Ben nodded in satisfaction. Yang's absolutely right. Remember, don't keep making pointless compromises. Don't go putting a chain around your own neck for no reason. It's like facing a wolf. There's no use in cutting off a piece of yourself now and then just to buy time. The only thing you can do is clench your fists and show your strength. What are you all up to? What's going on? I was just washing the dishes. Why are you talking about all this? Aunt May came out of the kitchen, hands on her hips. She claimed she was washing dishes, but Yang Chio noticed her hands were completely dry. She must have been listening in the kitchen for a while. This might help them in the future, you know? Ben got up sheepishly, looking nothing like the mentor who was just giving Peter a lecture. Help with what? Go on, tell me. Peter's so smart. He's bound to do great things one day. And as for Yang, well, he knows all of this already, whether I say it or not. He's definitely destined for big things, right? Ben waved at Yang Chio and Peter. Go on, tell your Aunt May. These things are good for you, aren't they? Ah, Peter, let's change the channel and watch some cartoons. Time to relax a little, Yang Chio said, deliberately pulling Peter away. Still trying to talk your way out of it? Aunt May scolded, tugging Ben's ear. Yang Chio smiled slightly. In truth, this was just another way for them to show their affection. Come to think of it, when Uncle Ben was alive, Aunt May was really lively. Pulled onto the sofa by Yang Chio, Peter sat there lost in thought, clearly still mulling things over. What's wrong? Still caught up in that mental maze. Yang Chio whispered in Peter's ear. Peter nodded and let out a sigh. Yang, how do you know all this? Is there some trick? Teach me, please. Just do a few reading comprehension exercises. Reading comprehension? Yeah, it's a kind of language exercise from China. It trains your ability to think deeper. Honestly, overthinking and underthinking both have their downsides, but most of the time, thinking more is better than not thinking at all. Anything else? Read more history. There's nothing new under the sun. After recommending the famous 5-3 exercise book to Peter, Yang Xiu swayed out of Uncle Ben's house. With this kind of early guidance, Peter wouldn't be so easily led in circles in the future. What does this teach us? Simply that when you speak, say it all. Half-truths can sometimes be just as misleading as outright lies. Furthermore, Yang Xiu's opinion of Nick Fury had shifted a little. After conducting a round of hypothetical reasoning with Ben, he pondered, in the future, when Steve is dug out from beneath the ice, not only alive but thriving, eventually joining the Avengers, surely Nick Fury and Carter played no small role in that outcome. After all, one should never underestimate the depths to which capitalists can sink. Their limits are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. So, Nick Fury had indeed accomplished a few things. Consider this. Surrounded on all sides by Hydra, he managed to have the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., once a Hydra stronghold, hand over the reins to him. Even without knowing the true nature of his environment, he managed to push back and reclaim space from Hydra. That takes real skill. And there's another thing. Nick Fury may have his faults, but at least he isn't a traitor to humanity, nor is he a traitor to the planet. It had been over a month since any trace of the Sorcerer Supreme Society had appeared. During that time, Yang Xiu's mood shifted from worry to unease to a strange sense of anticipation, and finally to indifference. In fact, at first Yang Xiu thought that after Deacon was taken by the Sorcerer Supreme Society, the next targets would surely be Van Helsing or Parker. Yet after all this time, nothing out of the ordinary had happened around them. Van Helsing had been leading Blade through the mountains, teaching him how to harness the magic within himself, while also helping him find suitable animal companions. As for Parker, he simply followed his instincts, continuing to hunt down the traitors on his list, most of whom were Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., people who had betrayed both mainstream society and their own organization, making them easy targets for retribution. To be honest, putting himself in their shoes, Yang Xiu reasoned that if he wanted to deal with someone with special abilities, without knowing their exact location and unable to strike directly, he would start by cutting off their support, their wings, so to speak. Yang Xiu had no doubt that the connection between Parker and Van Helsing would not escape the attention of the Ancient One. After all, she was someone who had single-handedly dominated the entire mystical community of Earth and could withstand the pressure from Asgard on her own. So, in all honesty, Yang Xiu could only conclude that the Ancient One had no intention, at least for now, of interfering with or even communicating with him. It was as if she had chosen to let him be, for reasons unknown to him but undeniable all the same. Still, Yang Xiu understood that he couldn't place all his hopes in the hands of another. He had to become stronger himself. The first thing he needed to do was find a way to interfere with the Time Stone's power. If he could manage that, then at the very least, he would be able to hide much more effectively. To fight against time itself, the only approach Yang Xiu could think of was to harness the power of time as well. For this chapter, he decided to minimize the number of characters and objects of his own creation, focusing all the narrative energy on a single objective, to manifest, in this world, an item capable of counterbalancing the Eye of Agamotto, at least to a limited extent. However, creating fewer people and things also meant his ability to disrupt the narrative would be diminished. If nothing else, the characters within the story could always find ways to escape. Therefore, this time, the evolution would take place somewhere utterly inescapable, a place without any doors to heaven or earth, where there was truly no way out. Coincidentally, a place just like this was right at Yang Xiu's fingertips. There was a cruise ship currently docked at the New York harbor, and soon it would set sail, becoming a lonely island adrift on the vast ocean. An escape would be out of the question. Prologue. Setting sail. As evening fell, the cruise ship slowly departed from the port, and the curtain rose directly on Yang Xiu's script. This time, the prologue carried little in the way of special information. The basic plot revolved around the ship's routine voyage and a self-organized banquet held on board. The real story wouldn't begin in earnest until some time had passed. As for this round's protagonist, Yang Xiu had already made his choice. SHLD's senior agent, Black Widow, Natasha. Her personal abilities were more than enough for the script, and she could also indirectly ensure that everything progressed smoothly. The final precaution involved a few blue pouch fish, brought in from the deep sea. Under Yang Xiu's control, these creatures quietly followed beneath the cruise ship, ready to serve a single purpose, making sure Black Widow had no option of leaping overboard and escaping on her own. After all, she was an enhanced human. There was no telling if she might actually attempt to survive alone in the open sea. 8 o'clock in the evening. Script 5, Chapter 1. The turning clock began, and with it, the grand banquet on the cruise ship got underway. Ms. Scarlett Johansson, welcome aboard my ship. How do you find the service? Does it meet your expectations? A gentleman called out to Natasha at the ship's rail. Addressing her, by the alias she used for this mission. It'll do, I suppose. But there's hardly any selection. You've let all sorts in. It's a bit of a mess, Natasha replied, her acting flawless. This time she was playing the part of a prominent family's heiress, while the man before her was seeking her family's favor for a cause that was anything but noble. Yes, my apologies for any shortcomings in our hospitality. If there's anything else you need, please just say the word. If it's within our power, we wouldn't dare refuse, the man replied with a smile that bordered on obsequiousness. No requests. Just don't bother me again, Natasha answered coolly, her tone tinged with arrogance. She took her glass of wine and walked gracefully toward the heart of the banquet. The evening unfolded smoothly, and Natasha's investigation went even more so. During the festivities, she spotted several covert representatives from weapons companies, people who fancied themselves well hidden, but who had long been on SLD's radar. The reason for their interest was simple. These individuals had previously attempted restricted arms deals. But Natasha wasn't here tonight to apprehend these people. Her true objective was to uncover exactly who was attempting to broker a deal for enriched uranium and to identify the buyer. It was likely that the supposed host of this banquet was merely a decoy, a lure thrown to distract. The real buyer was probably hiding among the guests. Late into the night, at 4 a.m, Natasha woke with a start. A wave of unease had swept through her dreams, as if something terrible had just happened. She paced her room twice before deciding not to go out. The corridors outside were under high-definition surveillance. Given her current identity, it would be highly suspicious for her to appear alone in the hallway at that hour, almost certain to alert the enemy. Around noon, the buffet restaurant opened for lunch. With her hands clasped behind her back, Natasha wandered around the dining area, feigning curiosity as she mingled among the guests. The greatest secrets are often hidden in plain sight. Sometimes, the venues for clandestine negotiations are not tucked away in shadowy corners, but instead out in the open, where conversations are carefully veiled behind prearranged words. Ding-dong, the clock chimed, its note ringing out precisely at noon. Natasha paused mid-step. That sensation she'd felt at dawn returned, even clearer now that she was fully awake, as if something inside her was being pulled out by an invisible force. No, this isn't right. I have to contact my superiors. There's definitely something wrong with this ship. Natasha trusted her instincts implicitly. They had saved her more than once. She knew better than to ignore them now. Still, duty was duty. She had to keep up appearances. There were several more contacts she was scheduled to meet, any one of whom could be the target she was after. It was almost 7 p.m. before Natasha finally managed to slip away from the watchful eyes around her. The cover identity shield had given her this time was truly inconvenient, even for a simple trip to the restroom. A maid was always hovering at her side. This wasn't the life of a pampered heiress. It felt more like being under constant surveillance, or worse, being treated as if she were helpless. Back in her cabin, Natasha immediately tried to reach Nick Fury, but her calls wouldn't go through. It wasn't like the signal was jammed. Everything seemed normal, but there was simply no response at the other end. She tried several times, but Fury never answered. Just as she was about to resort to other means of communication, the clock chimed again. Ding-dong. It was 8 o'clock sharp. Natasha drew in a sharp breath. The strange feeling was back. 3 times in one day, 4 in the morning, noon, and now 8 at night. 8 hours apart, each time. Something was definitely wrong. After several more failed attempts to contact anyone, Natasha stuffed 2 extra grenades beneath her skirt, steadied her nerves with a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and stepped out the door. Her suite was on the top deck of the cruise ship, one of the most luxurious rooms on board. Usually, during the daytime, only a single attendant would be stationed in the corridor. But when Natasha stepped out, she found the hallway deserted. That only happened if the crew was shorthanded. What was happening on this ship? With suspicion gnawing at her, Natasha headed downstairs. As she descended, she passed guest after guest, all dressed in formal evening wear. Another banquet tonight? Miss Scarlett Johansson, you're coming down? The banquet has already started. Would you like me to escort you? Corey approached with a professional smile. The same man who had invited Scarlett aboard. No need. What's the point of 2 banquets in 2 days? You'd be better off speeding up the voyage instead of wasting my time, Natasha replied coolly, casting him a sideways glance. Corey blinked twice. You misunderstand. There's only 1 banquet just tonight. After all, everyone's just boarded, and we need an occasion for people to socialize, don't we? Just 1 banquet? Just boarded? A realization struck Natasha. Something big was going on. She wanted to press for more details, but worried that saying the wrong thing could give herself away. Instead, she kept quiet and made her way toward the ballroom. An hour later, Natasha slipped away from the banquet ahead of schedule and made her way to her room. By now, she wasn't even sure what kind of expression she ought to wear. Everything about the event, The schedule, the guests, even the arrangement and types of food mirrored her memories exactly. She wondered to herself, had she traveled back in time, or had she suddenly gained the ability to foresee the future? As Natasha pondered this, a rush of air sounded behind her. Reacting on instinct, she performed a swift combat roll, spinning around just in time to find herself staring into the dark barrel of a gun. But what shocked her even more was the person holding the weapon. It was her own face, Scarlett Johansson, to be precise. But that couldn't be right. This person was dead, and there was absolutely no way she could be on this cruise ship. In that moment, a flash of insight shot through Natasha's mind, connecting all the information she had gathered so far. Black Widow? Natasha? Did Nick Fury send you? Natasha spoke up first, her eyes scanning for any chance to counterattack as she talked. But she saw no opening. Then again, she wasn't surprised. After all, this was likely just another version of herself. The other woman remained silent. Natasha, knowing what she herself would do in this situation, pressed on without hesitation, spilling a handful of Nick Fury, Coulson, and Hawkeye's dirty secrets. Who the hell are you? Scarlett finally spoke. There was no way an outsider could know all of this, let alone in such detail. I'm you. After all that, can I take off the skin mask? Natasha replied. Strip. Take off all your clothes, Scarlett demanded. Natasha complied without resistance, undressing bit by bit. She knew perfectly well how to safeguard herself against attacks during moments of vulnerability, and just as well how to prove she posed no threat. Scarlett was thoroughly stunned. The woman before her matched her own figure exactly, even down to the way she concealed her weapons. Do you believe me now? I left the special solvent to remove the mask in my room, but you should have some on you from when you boarded. Now completely undressed, Natasha seemed not the least bit embarrassed. If anything, she appeared more at ease. Scarlett hesitated for a second, then tossed over the vial. Half a minute later, the mask was peeled away, revealing Natasha's true face. I know you're still not convinced. I want to ask. Never mind, I know myself. The waiter on duty at this hour, he's dead, right? Did you throw his body into the sea? Natasha asked. No. Scarlett lowered her gun, apparently at least partly convinced. I hit it. There's something in the water. Something in the water? Natasha paused, then waved a hand and picked up her clothes. Forget it. Let's talk in a room. Last time, everyone was at the banquet, but better safe than sorry. That was the upside to having a capable teammate. Natasha didn't even have to ask about the surveillance. If her other self had chosen this spot for an ambush, every detail would have been handled in advance. After entering the room, Natasha went through her usual routine, carefully inspecting everything. Even though there hadn't been any surveillance devices when they left earlier, she knew it was always necessary to stay vigilant. I have a question for you. When did you first realize something was wrong? Natasha asked after finishing her inspection. 8 o'clock in the evening. I was following the plan and about to make contact with Corey, but then I saw you talking to him, Scarlett replied in explanation. I have a theory then. Issues seem to come up every 8 hours. If nothing changes, the next incident should happen at 4 in the morning, Natasha said thoughtfully. Just then, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Natasha and Scarlett exchanged a quick glance, and each slipped into hiding. Scarlett straightened her clothes and peered through the peephole, spotting an anxious Corey and a group of people gathered behind him. Corey, what brings you here? Scarlett opened the door, arms folded across her chest, her cold gaze and annoyed demeanor making it clear she resented the interruption. Miss Scarlett, here's the situation. One of the waiters has gone missing. We suspect an intruder might have made it on board, so we're checking to make sure you're safe, Corey explained hurriedly. If someone's missing, then go look for them. And if you think there's an intruder, what's your security team even doing? Scarlett barked, her voice sharp as a whip. Don't tell me you actually suspect I'm hiding the criminal. It's not that you're hiding them. We just think the person might be hiding in your room. Would you allow us to check, just to be sure? Corey wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly rattled. Looks like you won't leave unless you check. Fine, get in here, but make it quick. Scarlett stepped aside, raising her voice to hurry them along. A few minutes later, after confirming no one else was in the room, Corey bowed repeatedly, apologizing to Scarlett. That's enough. I'm sick of the sight of you. Get out of here, all of you. Scarlett snapped, sending them off in no uncertain terms. Once things had settled down, Natasha suddenly reappeared from who knows where, flashing Scarlett an OK sign with her hand. After Corey and his entourage were gone, Natasha shared all the information she had gathered in advance with Scarlett. Tomorrow, I need you to go through the same routine I did last time, Natasha instructed. Pay close attention to see if anything's changed. The disguise mask was useless now, so she could only be herself. Wait, did you also kill a waiter when you boarded the ship? Scarlett asked, suspicion in her voice. No. According to my calculations, after 4 in the morning, that waiter will probably come back to life, Natasha replied. By the way, you mentioned something under the ship. What was it? A bunch of strange fish. I've never seen creatures like them. But they definitely don't look like harmless vegetarians. Scarlet described the blue sack fish she had seen. So that means we're completely trapped on this ship now, Natasha said, worry clouding her face. This crisis might be the worst they'd ever faced. Late at night, neither Scarlet nor Natasha could sleep. They sat together in the room, staring at the large bed. When the clock struck 4, that familiar sensation returned. Suddenly, someone appeared on the bed, clutching their chest. It was another Scarlet. As I suspected, every 8 hours, the events of the first day repeat themselves. The scene before her eyes confirmed Natasha's suspicions. Scarlet, who had just woken up in bed, took a few tense seconds to process what was happening. Quickly, she composed herself and began exchanging information with the other two, fully cooperating. Act 2, the endless cycle. In the morning, following Natasha's plan, Scarlet put on an identical outfit and prepared to leave the room. Behind her stood Natasha and Black Widow. To keep things straight, the three of them agreed to call each other by their own names. Once Scarlet stepped outside, Natasha slipped out through the window. While Scarlet moved openly, Natasha stayed in the shadows, this time determined to search every inch of the ship. As for Black Widow, without further instructions, she had no choice but to remain in the room. After all, if two Scarlets appeared in public at the same time, who knew what kind of glitch might occur? Around 11:50, Scarlet quietly made her way back to her room, making sure not to be seen, while Natasha kept watch from a corner, eyes trained on that spot. The moment the clock struck noon, Natasha's eyes flickered. Sure enough, another version of herself appeared right there. It was as if the entire ship reset at that precise moment. The only thing that didn't refresh was Natasha herself, which led to multiple Natashas appearing at once. Time ticked by. That night, when Natasha returned to her room, she found 5 versions of herself inside. They looked at each other, each silently taking stock of the situation. I'll go first, Natasha began. Every 8 hours, everything refreshes, except for us. I've tested it. The marks we leave behind on the ship disappear with every reset. As for those strange fish, there's not enough information yet. I can't tell if they reset with everything else. I've stayed in the room all day, Black Widow added. I can confirm that, apart from us, no one else came in during daylight hours. No change before noon either, at least none that I could find, Scarlet chimed in. So, I get the gist of it, said Natasha number 3, the last to appear that day. But here's a question. How are we supposed to tell each other apart? I didn't expect myself to care about that at a time like this, Natasha admitted with a rueful smile. But honestly, it doesn't matter. If this keeps up, there'll be so many of us that will run out of names anyway. Let's just use numbers. No objections here, Natasha too agreed. Let's split the work. The only time period we haven't observed is just after midnight. But the real question is, what exactly are we looking for? Probably another anomaly, whether it's an object or a person, Natasha replied. And if we really can't find anything, we might have to try blowing up the whole ship, or... Silence fell. Everyone understood what Natasha had left unsaid. It meant they might have to deliberately kill one of their own, to see what would happen. Sometimes a program runs because of a glitch, fix the glitch, and the whole thing might crash. Of course, that was the last resort. For now, having more people was troublesome, but it also meant their strength multiplied. Natasha estimated that with so many of her, Nick Fury's mission might be completed sooner than expected. As all the Natashas began gathering information on the ship, Yang Xiu covered his face in dismay. Were these Black Widows truly top-tier agents? How could they miss such an obvious clue? The bell. The bell. Come on, no matter where you are, there's always a bell ringing on the hour to mark the time. Isn't that a clear enough hint? That being said, Yang Xiu was clearly making a mistake. Outsiders and insiders perceive things very differently. The Natashas were overthinking every detail. Now, even suspecting the location of a trash bin might be crucial. With such an overwhelming amount of information, overlooking a few things was only natural. Meanwhile, Natasha's disappearance had already caught Nick Fury's attention. The invisible jet had swept the flight path more than once in search of her. If things continued this way, outside interference would only grow, and in the end, the script's evolution might be truly affected. This won't do. I have to add a guide. Yang Xiu slapped his own cheeks to refocus. Adding a guide without introducing a new character, and making sure the guide was obedient, was no easy feat. Meow, and called out just then. Yang Xiu spun around and looked at him startled, and tilted her head, as if to ask, Master, what are you up to? A sly grin slowly spread across Yang Xiu's face as he scooped it up in his arms. Meow, and since something was wrong, disaster was surely at hand. And, how about I give you a mission? A little assignment, Yang Xiu stroked her fur as he spoke. Meow, will there be fish treats on this trip? No problem. Whatever you want, you'll have it. Not just fish treats. If you like, I'll even pick out a stunted blue pouch fish and make you a special dish. Yangxiu replied with a laugh. Meow. Deal. In the next instant, and vanished, darting straight into the shadow corridor and dashing toward the cruise ship. Hey, hey, hey. I was joking. Yangxiu shouted, seeing him disappear so quickly. Meow. Are you sure? And poked her head halfway out of the shadow corridor, glancing at Yangxiu. I mean, I'll pick out a bigger one. Yangxiu felt a pang of guilt. Fooling even a cat? A person shouldn't be so shameless. Once and disappeared again, Yangxiu glanced remotely at the school of blue pouch fish. Well, a promise is a promise. What's said is said, and there's no taking it back. After conducting a thorough search of the entire cruise ship, the many Natashas regretfully came up empty-handed. In their eyes, there was nothing about the ship that could possibly cause a time loop. What now? Should we just go for head-on? We have plenty of time and enough people. If it comes down to it, we'll interrogate everyone one by one. I can't believe that whatever's happening on this ship has nothing to do with any of the people on board. Scarlet said to the others. The bodyguards on the ship were no match for them. 10 to 1 wouldn't be a problem. With the element of surprise, they could take control of the entire vessel without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, while the plan sounded solid, this time the incident truly had nothing to do with anyone aboard. Watching as they were about to head straight into a dead end, Yangxiu had no choice but to abandon his last bit of hope and send in motion as the guide. Of course, now that a new element was in play, the script would need a few tweaks as well. Everyone, I found the anomaly. Natasha 5 burst through the door, addressing the others. You found it. What is it? Natasha asked eagerly. It's a cat. Just follow me and you'll see. A few minutes later, all the Natashas, who had been searching different corners, gathered their attention on the deck of the cruise ship. More precisely, at the very edge of the deck, there was a black cat perched with its front paws resting on the railing, craning its neck to peer at something below. Natasha studied the cat closely. Its fur was sleek and shiny, its physique well-proportioned, and its paws bore the marks of careful grooming. Clearly a pet, not a stray. At the same time, Natasha recalled all the scenes she had witnessed up to this point. She was certain that, until now, this black cat had never appeared before. Who owns this cat? Natasha whispered to Scarlet, who was standing beside her. No one. I checked with Corey. He's sure that no one brought any pets on board. So what do we do now? Should we try to catch it? Scarlet murmured her suggestion. Don't rush. Why don't you go out and see what the cat is up to first? Natasha advised. As long as they didn't appear together, Scarlet would still be seen as a member of the family by the others. No problem. Scarlet tapped a finger on the wall, sending a quick message in Morse code to the others, then stepped out into the open. With graceful, measured steps, Scarlet walked to the edge of the deck, tilted her head, and glanced at the black cat. Then, following its gaze, she looked downwards. Just beneath the ship's edge, blue-pouched fish darted joyfully beneath the surface of the water. Fish? Could this cat be craving some seafood? Scarlet's eyes flicked to him, just in time to see the cat lick its whiskers and rub its paws together. So it really does want fish. But is there something special about these fish? Scarlet took a closer look at the blue-pouched fish, and the more she looked, the more unusual they seemed. But as she lifted her gaze again, she suddenly realized and had vanished. She scanned the deck, but there was no trace of the black cat. Frowning, she beckoned to Corey. Miss Scarlet, is there something you need? Corey bowed slightly as he spoke. That black cat on the deck just now, did you see it? Quite a handsome animal. Would make a lovely pet, Scarlet said softly. Black cat. Corey blinked in confusion. He had been keeping an eye on Scarlet the whole time and hadn't seen any cats at all. But since this was the first time Scarlet had made a request, he was determined to please her. Rest assured, we'll get in touch right away. I promise. We'll find you the most noble and gentle black cat available. Seeing Corey's eager response, Scarlet knew he was just playing along, so she ignored him and walked away. Did any of you see when it disappeared? Scarlet asked as she slipped back into the shadows. No, not at all. I didn't notice anything, Natasha replied grimly. They were all top-class agents. Forget about a cat. Even if it were a cockroach, it wouldn't simply slip away under their watchful eyes. That left only one possibility. They had all been affected. What should we do next? Maybe we could try catching one of those fish to see if it lures the cat out. Black Widow suggested. You can give it a try, but personally, I wouldn't get my hopes up. That cat is no ordinary creature, and any fish that could make it drool must be something out of the ordinary too. Still, there's no harm in trying. Natasha pressed her temples as she spoke. What followed was a full-scale operation. A whole team of elite agents set out to tackle the problem of the blue pouch fish. But just as Natasha had predicted, things did not go smoothly. Every bait they dropped vanished without a trace. Yet not a single fish was caught. Even the rods and nets they used ended up as food for the fish. By the end, a few of the fish even poked their heads out of the water, waiting expectantly for Natasha and the others to feed them. There was a glint of mockery in their eyes, as if they saw this entire fishing operation as nothing more than an all-you-can-eat buffet. For someone like Natasha, who had single-handedly toppled countless criminal organizations and taken down more enemies than she could count, to be outmaneuvered by a group of fish, well, it was almost laughable. The bell chimed again, and the cruise ship was refreshed once more. Another Natasha appeared, joining their ranks. But this time, they no longer needed to scour the ship for clues. As the bell rang and appeared in the dining room, Natasha set aside her previous theories. 5 or 6 Natashas worked together to secure the entire restaurant, then stood 5 meters away, watching closely. Act 3, the strange clock, and lifted its head, staring at the swaying clock in front of it. From its perspective, each swing of the clock sent ripples through the surrounding space. Following Yang Chio's instructions, and stretched out a paw and swiped at the clock. But every time its paw struck, it met only empty air. The clock seemed to become a phantom, untouchable and unaffected by its blows. Natasha noticed this as well. Guided by Anne's actions, she finally realized the clue Yang Chio had left for her. Thinking back, she remembered hearing a bell every time the cruise ship reset. But now, it was clear. The sound from this clock wasn't nearly loud enough to reach her ears every single time. That was the greatest anomaly. Gone again. Scarlet nudged Natasha, gesturing toward the clock. Natasha snapped back to reality. Indeed, and had disappeared, though the clock remained in place. So what now? Should we check out the clock, or wait for the cat to show up again? Scarlet asked. Let's take a vote, Natasha replied, looking at the circle of herself surrounding her. She felt a headache coming on. What kind of situation was this? Whole bunch of herself voting on their next move. It was like watching someone with a severe case of multiple personality disorder. Completely absurd. During the vote, Yang Chio was even more anxious than Natasha. What was going on with these people? This was supposed to be an ultra-short script, but now a good chunk of the energy was being spent just duplicating Natasha's. If this kept up, the effects of the evolving phenomena would be seriously compromised. Fortunately, the outcome was as Yang Chio expected. Most of the Natashas were having a hard time dealing with seeing so many identical versions of themselves, so they unanimously chose to approach the anomaly. As the original, Natasha took the lead without hesitation. She walked straight up to the clock and reached out to touch its face. Click! The moment her hand touched the clock, a jarring sound echoed in Natasha's ears. Instantly, she felt her perspective stretching, elongating again and again, until she could see the back of her own head, along with the image of herself gripping the clock. From the viewpoint of the other Natashas, the original Natasha vanished the instant she grabbed the clock. As the group exchanged baffled glances, they realized their distance from the clock was shrinking, drawing ever closer. In the next moment, all of them stood before the clock, slowly merging into a single entity. Through Natasha's eyes, cycles of time intertwined one after another. The scene flattened, then elongated, transforming at last into a serpent forever chasing its own tail. Epilogue: The Ouroboros. Miss Scarlet, are you all right? Corey's voice snapped Natasha back to reality. I'm fine. Natasha took a steadying breath, noticing that everything around her seemed perfectly normal again. The way people moved was unfamiliar to her, a clear sign she had finally escaped the time loop. The sensation in her palm made Natasha look down. Resting in her hand was a small stopwatch. Its appearance was much like an ordinary vintage stopwatch, though its design was far more ornate. The hands of the watch were frozen, pointing precisely to 8 o'clock in the evening. Is this the thing that trapped me for so long? Natasha considered putting the stopwatch away. This object was clearly far more important than the original mission Nick Fury had entrusted to her. After all, it was a device capable of manipulating time itself. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past Natasha's eyes. In an instant, the stopwatch was gone. Natasha drew her gun and aimed her left. There, and the cat dangled the watch's handle from her mouth, the stopwatch swaying back and forth. Drop it! Natasha tightened her grip on the pistol, ready to fire at any moment. Corey, beside her, was utterly terrified. In his mind, this was a truly wild turn of events. The usually composed young lady had just pulled a gun from beneath her skirt and was aiming it at a cat, and lifted her right paw and gave Natasha a gentle tap. In that instant, Natasha's entire body froze, her finger unable to squeeze the trigger. At the same time, a searing sensation shot through her right arm, as if something had branded her skin. The next moment, the rhythmic thrum of helicopter blades resounded above the cruise ship. Teams of agents rappelled down onto the deck, quickly taking control of the entire scene. Natasha glanced down at her arm. There, faintly etched in dark ink, was a symbol, the Ouroboros, just as she had seen when she grasped the stopwatch. Back at Yang Xio's home, and returned triumphantly with the stopwatch. She placed it in Yang Xio's hand, then, with a flicker, leapt to the side of the fish tank. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the blue pouch fish inside, drooling in anticipation. Yang Xio shook his head with a smile, and had rendered a great service this time, so he let her be. Even if she wanted to pounce straight onto the fish and take a bite, Yang Xio had no objections. Script 5, The Terror Cruise. Plot summary. The hands of the clock tick relentlessly, yet time refuses to move forward as it should. Aboard this seemingly ordinary cruise ship, a series of bizarre events unfolds. Relentless copies of secret agents, the sudden appearance of a mysterious black cat, and strange fish circling the vessel. What is the origin of all these anomalies? Script outcome. Approved. Script evolution artifact. Kieran's time stopwatch. The formidable time mage Kieran, as a side effect of his research, found his consciousness drifting apart from the flow of time. He experienced every moment from the past to the present, racing onward into the future, yet he was powerless to affect reality. The greatest agony in life, after all, is knowing you're about to lose something precious, yet being unable to stop it from slipping away. To resolve this torment, Kieran began experimenting with time loops, hoping to free himself from the ocean of time and return to the physical world. The time stopwatch was the culmination of his refined research. Sadly, though the loop was perfected, he still could not escape the tides of time. The instant you press the stopwatch's switch, it constructs a closed loop anchored to the current timeline, shielding its user's actions from the prying eyes of others along the time stream. After reading the introduction, Yang Xio flicked open the stopwatch, his thumb pressing firmly on the activation button. A golden clock spun relentlessly in his pupils, then plunged deep into Yang Xio's mind, embedding itself within his consciousness. The time loop was complete. In the ocean of time within the Marvel Universe, a solitary figure suddenly vanished from Earth's timeline. Amidst countless intertwining, spiraling, and advancing personal timelines, the disappearance of one person was as unremarkable as a single drop of water missing from the sea, hardly noticeable at all. Exhaling softly, Yang Xio opened his eyes. The whole world seemed subtly different. Though he couldn't yet perceive the flow of time itself, it was as if a new sense had awakened within him, allowing him to sense temporal fluctuations more keenly than ordinary people. To put it simply, when ordinary people experience repeated time loops under the influence of the time stone, they remain completely unaware. Every cycle feels like the first time to them. Only beings like Dormammu, or those who have deeply studied and comprehended the laws of time, can truly perceive these changes. Therefore, methods like the future Doctor Strange dragging Dormammu through endless time loops wouldn't work on ordinary people. But then, when facing mere mortals, there's rarely any need to rely on time loops to win, or even to force a stalemate. Now, this should be safe. Yang Xio sighed in relief, ready to check if his fish and cat were still living together in harmony. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Yang Xio glanced over, feeling a strange sense of unease, though he couldn't immediately pinpoint what was wrong. Almost on autopilot, he walked to the door. Only as his hand turned the doorknob did he realize it was the flow of time itself. Just now, it seemed as if time had twisted together. If time were like iron filings spread evenly across the world, then right outside his door sat a massive magnet, warping the flow. Click! The stopwatch in Yang Xio's pocket gave a sharp mechanical sound, its spinning hands freezing in place, the entire device snapping back to its initial state before activation. Gulping, Yang Xio swallowed hard. On Earth, there was only one person capable of such a feat. The door creaked open. A bald head appeared in Yang Xio's line of sight. The stranger wore a gentle smile, but to Yang Xio, that smile seemed to conceal unfathomable danger. "My young friend, won't you invite me in for a chat?" The Ancient One pulled back her hood, and the evening sunlight gleamed off her head, casting a brilliant, dazzling light. Since the Ancient One showed no intention of making a move and openly displayed goodwill by presenting the time stone right before Yang Xio, he decided to return the courtesy and invited her inside as a proper host would. Interestingly, the Ancient One's ancestral roots traced back to China, though it was unclear which dynasty that would have been some 5 centuries ago. After pouring a cup of tea, Yang Xio sat across from the most powerful sorcerer on Earth, feeling a storm of mixed emotions swell within him. He used to tiptoe through life, always hiding, always afraid of being discovered. Looking back now, he realized he might have been suffering from a touch of paranoia. Master Ancient One, may I ask you something? Did you know about me all along? Why have you only come now? After a brief silence, Yang Xiu ventured to ask. You're overthinking it. So much has changed across so many timelines all these years. I saw the assassin Parker under your command, and that monster hunter, but I truly never found you, the Ancient One replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. However, your actions just now pointed me in the right direction. My actions just now? Do you mean the stopwatch? Yang Xiu asked. That's right. There was a sudden fluctuation in the timeline. Following that ripple, I was able to track down your current location. Yang Xiu's expression soured a little. Well, wasn't this just a case of digging his own grave? No need to worry. I'm only here to meet with Earth's future guardian, the Ancient One reassured him. Guardian? Me? Yang Xiu shot back, not quite able to imagine himself in that role. Yes, across countless timelines, I've seen you and your subordinates make contributions to Earth's defense that simply cannot be ignored. The Ancient One smiled faintly, regarding Yang Xiu with the fondness of a mentor seeing promise in a successor. You flatter me. Maybe I was just trying to keep myself safe at the time, Yang Xiu admitted, a little embarrassed. We judge by deeds, not intentions. If we judged hearts, there would be no sages in history, the Ancient One replied kindly. You're Chinese. I'm sure you've heard that saying before. I also wanted to offer you some advice and chat about the current situation. In the future, you often avoid crossing paths with the heroes. I imagine you've seen the mainstream timelines, haven't you? Yang Xiu nodded. He truly had no desire to get mixed up with people like Stark. My child, I want to tell you that your perspective is too narrow. When facing threats from beyond Earth, you and they are on the same side. You must unite every force that can be united, the Ancient One said with heartfelt sincerity. As for differences in methods or personalities, you've probably seen the futures where they turn against each other. None of that really matters. Yang Xiu just smiled, choosing not to say more. Seeing his reaction, the Ancient One didn't press further. Instead, she changed the subject. I don't have much time left. Originally, I planned to spend my remaining days as I had intended. After all, regardless of what happens, Earth cannot be left defenseless when I'm gone. But your appearance has given me another option. Yang Xiu touched his nose, unsure if he was truly that important, or if the Ancient One was simply trying a different approach to persuade him. By the way, Ancient One, since you can see through time, why don't you resist when faced with the inevitability of death? Yang Xiu asked. My resistance alone would be meaningless. Odin is nearing the end of his life, and he would never allow me to outlive him. At the same time, I wouldn't die much earlier than he does, the Ancient One replied calmly, laying bare a harsh reality. She and Odin were both among the universe's greatest deterrents. In earthly terms, they were the nuclear arsenals of their respective powers. Odin could never accept a scenario in which Asgard lost its nuclear weapon while Earth retained theirs. If that day ever arrived and the Ancient One did not embrace her own end, a clash between the two would become nearly inevitable. This, for a moment, Yang Xiu was at a loss for words. In the stories he knew, Odin had always seemed like a force for good, but hearing the Ancient One's perspective, he realized that to Earth, Odin was no benevolent figure after all. There's no need to dwell on it. If our roles were reversed, I would likely make the same choice he did, the Ancient One continued. Ever since she had become the Sorcerer Supreme. 5 centuries ago, and Earth had broken free from its status as Asgard's vassal, she had made certain that the planet would never again return to those days of servitude. Then what should I do? Yang Xiu sighed inwardly before speaking. Standing before a true hero who had dedicated her entire life and time to Earth's safety, he knew that if there was anything he could do to help her, he would not hesitate. Just focus on developing your own abilities. As she spoke, the Ancient One extended her right hand. Magic swirled in her palm, conjuring a magnificent, starry sky. Your needs differ from those of others. Right now, what you require most is an energy source, and that is the gift I've brought for you. Staring at that star-filled expanse, Yang Xiu couldn't help but admire the Ancient One's power. The faint threads of energy that drifted from it already surpassed all the spiritual strength he had managed to accumulate over the years. You're giving this to me? But what about you? Yang Xiu asked, struggling to contain his excitement. 2 things. First, I'm not giving it all to you. Not unless you manage to develop enough strength to protect the entire planet before my time is up. Only then will I entrust it to you completely. Second, I rarely use my own magic. I usually draw upon the power of other dimensions to safeguard Earth. That's part of why my magic feels so boundless. As she spoke, the Ancient One established a conduit between Yang Xiu and the starry sky. From that moment on, he could draw upon its power to quickly restore his spiritual energy. In other words, while his total reserves hadn't increased, his recovery speed would now be extraordinary. Yang Xiu blinked, realization dawning on him. Indeed, in all those movies he'd seen in his previous life, the Ancient One always borrowed her power, and rarely, if ever, returned it. What he was drawing from her now was barely a drop in the ocean, so her own combat strength would remain unaffected. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I promise you. Before you depart, I'll become a force capable of standing guard over Earth. Yang Xiu rose to his feet and bowed deeply, his resolve unwavering. I'm not worried about that. What I hope for is that, after my death, Earth can keep moving forward, eventually growing strong enough to fend off any invader or enemy on its own, without relying on anything external. Let's start with a modest goal, for the average individual to surpass someone from Asgard. The Ancient One, glimpsing another vision of the future, smiled and patted Yang Xiu reassuringly on the shoulder. Remember, keep your vision broad, and if you ever need help, you know how to reach me. For example, if you need an ancient tome conveniently forged to look 5 centuries old. The Ancient One winked at Yang Xiu and stepped through the portal. Once she was gone, Yang Xiu could hardly contain his excitement as he began to draw on the newfound energy at his disposal. Incredible. He had never felt so wealthy. The mental effort he'd just spent crafting Kieran's temporal stopwatch was fully restored within minutes, only limited by his own maximum capacity for psychic recovery. After tinkering for a while and savoring this sudden sense of abundance, Yang Xiu gradually calmed down and began to ponder the broader vision the Ancient One had mentioned. It was true. His perspective had been rather narrow. Every script he'd set up was a self-contained story, with hardly any connections between them. The only thing even close to ambitious had been designing that Monster Hunter training camp for Van Helsing. These days, even making a film or writing a novel means building a whole universe. DC Universe, Marvel Universe, Mythic Universe. With enough energy, why couldn't he do the same? Yang Xiu mused on this as his attention shifted to Natasha, who had been brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Ouroboros mark he'd left on her hand had originally just been a gimmick to distract S.H.I.E.L.D., but now, it seemed, he could turn it into something real. And every time he imagined the future, when aliens invade Earth and tens of thousands of heroes, like those from the Avengers, emerged to defend the planet, Yang Xiu felt a thrill of anticipation. Revenge? Forget revenge. By then, it would be Earth's turn to strike back. Even if they couldn't launch a counter-invasion, at least they wouldn't be forced into a passive role, limited to avenging their losses. But to pull off such a spectacle, he'd have to lay the groundwork. Truth be told, none of Yang Xiu's scripts so far had ever played out perfectly from start to finish. The smoothest one had been Spider's origin story, but even that hadn't gone exactly as planned. The rest had all veered off course in one way or another. What did that mean? It meant his setups weren't foolproof yet. Maybe he was being too controlling. Take the recent stopwatch episode, for example. If he'd just designed a few more anomalies right from the start, it would have all worked out. After all, in the final scene, whatever form those anomalies took, he was the one calling the shots. So, the process was all smoke and mirrors. What mattered was achieving the right outcome. Still, if he was going to weave a grand narrative, he'd have to prepare a proper prologue. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha sat alone in a bare room with nothing but a bed, a table, and the ever-present surveillance equipment. Ever since she'd returned from that ship, she'd been confined here. The stopwatch was only part of the issue. More pressing was the mark on her hand, a mark that defied every attempt to remove it. They tried every solvent, every laser treatment. In the end, they'd even removed the skin itself, but the mark still shimmered stubbornly in her flesh and bone. In the depths of the night, Natasha jolted awake from her sleep. She clutched her right hand, where the Ouroboros emblem had just started to burn. The heat seemed to radiate from the core of her soul. It wasn't exactly painful, but no matter how she tried to distract herself, she simply couldn't ignore it. After she reported the situation, Nick Fury arrived outside her room in no time. Natasha was one of his most trusted agents. He wasn't about to leave her questioning to anyone else. Especially after the recent vampire incident, Fury had learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. was very likely infiltrated by spies from other factions. "How are you feeling now?" Fury stood by the window, his voice transmitting through the intercom. The same as before. Natasha rolled up her sleeve and revealed the Ouroboros mark. Previously, the mark had pulsed softly like a living breath. Now, it was as if something had triggered it, shining steadily and intensely. Fury fell silent for a moment. "Come with me." The door swung open and, still in her thin sleepwear, Natasha followed Fury. They walked through a corridor brimming with futuristic technology, then stepped into an internal elevator. The lift descended rapidly, carrying them dozens of floors underground. When the elevator doors slid open, Natasha glanced outside. She recognized quite a few faces. Coulson, Hawkeye, and others were already there. "How's it doing?" Fury asked, striding forward as he addressed Coulson beside him. It's the same as it was a few minutes ago, Coulson replied. Except now there's a new mark on it. Other than that, no changes. A mark? What mark? Natasha tensed with sudden alertness. A minute later, they reached their destination, an observation chamber, identical in function to the room outside Natasha's quarters. Through a wall of clear glass, Natasha saw a team of researchers gathered around a box made of some special material. Inside the box rested a doll that sent chills down her spine. The doll resembled a human infant, over 90% accurate in its likeness. The only instant giveaway that something was terribly wrong lay in its disjointed limbs and a mouth grotesquely split into an exaggerated grin. This was the Annabelle doll that Nick Fury had secured during a previous operation. Their research on it had never ceased, but just like with the mark on Natasha's hand, they could never pinpoint the source of the anomaly. None of SHLD's advanced cutting tools could so much as scrape a speck of dust from the doll. Whenever they tried to scan it, the results either showed nothing at all or a shapeless, pitch-black mass. It wasn't until just minutes ago that a new mark had appeared on Annabelle, the Ouroboros. The researchers immediately reported it. Judging by the timing, the mark appeared on the doll at the exact moment Natasha's own mark began to glow. It moved. Hawkeye, Clint Barton suddenly exclaimed. As SHLD's top sharpshooter, his dynamic vision and powers of observation were second to none. It moved? Where? Coulson demanded. The smile. The mouth isn't stretched as wide as before. Hawkeye replied, his voice sharp. Wait, it's gone back to normal. Nick Fury gestured toward the surveillance camera, prompting the agent behind him to immediately pull up and compare footage. The final results confirmed Hawkeye's hunch. After Annabelle doll saw Natasha, the smile on its face did, in fact, change, though only by the slightest margin. When the results came in, everyone turned to look at Natasha. She wore a look of utter confusion, unable to sense anything unusual. Wait a minute. Ever since she'd entered the room, the burning sensation where the mark was branded on her arm seemed to have eased slightly. The change was subtle, barely noticeable unless she focused on it. After Natasha shared her observation, Nick Fury fell into contemplation for a few seconds. Walk forward a bit, see what happens. Natasha complied, striding directly to the floor-to-ceiling window. Instantly, the Annabelle doll's expression shifted. Its smile vanished completely, and its eyes locked onto Natasha with a chilling intensity. Annabelle doll, Natasha suddenly murmured, almost to herself. Hawkeye's heart leapt. His right hand instinctively hovered over his sidearm. If Natasha showed any sign of anomaly, he'd fire at a non-lethal spot to subdue her. Annabelle doll? That's its name. Nick Fury asked, standing behind Coulson and watching Natasha intently. The name just popped into my mind. I think it belongs to the doll, Natasha replied, regaining her composure. The mark, did it do something to you? Hawkeye pressed. Just then, the lights in the lab snapped off, plunging the room into darkness. Emergency lighting flared on at once. In that blink between darkness and light, the Annabelle doll vanished from its containment box. As everyone braced for a potential attack, Natasha's eyes fixed on an empty corner of the room. A faint green glow shimmered in her gaze. In her vision, the Annabelle doll was hanging upside down in the corner, suspended by a thread of unknown material. Bang! Hawkeye didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger, sending a bullet straight toward the spot Natasha was staring at. With a sudden blur, the Annabelle doll's form began flickering around the observation room. Natasha pivoted, pointing out various directions as she tracked its movements. Bullets cut through the air, but none found their mark. It seemed the Annabelle doll realized the people below had no way to deal with it. Sensing this, its every movement slowly brought it closer and closer to Natasha. Catch! Coulson called, tossing a handgun toward Natasha. As Natasha reached out to grab the weapon, a thread shot toward her wrist. Just as it was about to touch her skin, a brilliant light erupted from the mark on Natasha's right hand. Bathed in that glow, the thread began to dissolve, melting away like ice under the midday sun. Creak, creak, creak. The wooden jaw of the Annabelle doll snapped open and shut, producing a series of unnerving sounds. Suddenly, it recoiled, slamming into the main door. This time it was blocked, trapped on the far side. Natasha fired several shots in quick succession. The bullets bounced off the Annabelle doll's body, harmless. Though her attacks had no effect, the doll seemed to recoil as if faced with its greatest nemesis, shrinking further into a corner to keep its distance from Natasha. Get to cover. I think I can catch it. Out of nowhere, Natasha found a surge of confidence. Shouting this, she lunged straight at the Annabelle doll. The two of them darted around, playing an improvised game of tag in that cramped room. Thankfully, Natasha's body had been enhanced. Otherwise, even with the Annabelle doll trapped in such a small space, she could never have laid a hand on it. After a frantic chase lasting more than 10 minutes, Natasha finally managed to grab hold of one of the Annabelle doll's fingers with her right hand. A flash of green light swept through the room, and suddenly everyone could see the Annabelle doll's true form. It wailed in anguish, thrashing its arms desperately, but the green light clung. It felt like some impossibly thick glue. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shake the glow off, and the green light continued to eat away at every part of it not yet ensnared. In barely a dozen seconds, the Annabelle doll was completely engulfed in the green light. Then, its form twisted grotesquely before being yanked into the containment mark. Natasha stood frozen, while a flood of information surged through her mind. Successfully contained escaped anomaly, Annabelle doll. No containment number detected for user. Warning, user has not passed entry assessment. Illegal containment number acquisition detected. Panic seized Natasha. If she'd had a knife at hand, she might have been desperate enough to hack off her own right forearm. Rescanning successful. User registered as onboarding candidate. Entry assessment scheduled for. Just as Natasha was struggling to make sense of what was happening, a black cat emerged from the shadows in the room. Before anyone could react, the cat leapt onto Natasha's head. In that instant, everyone in the observation and research rooms was frozen in place. They could think, but not even lift a finger. I've temporarily disconnected the detection system from the network. I meant to find a better moment to introduce myself, but it seems you've gotten lucky, managing to come across that anomaly that escaped last time, and such a feeble one at that. N's voice echoed in Natasha's mind. Natasha's eyes darted upward. She tried to catch a glimpse of it, but saw only a familiar stopwatch floating above her, ticking steadily away. The network blackout won't last long. Let me ask you, do you want to take the entry assessment? There's a risk of death. If you're not interested, I'll just take the mark and the anomaly away right now. And followed Yang Xiao's script to the letter. At least tell me what line of work this is before I agree to anything, Natasha replied, buying herself time now that she'd found her voice again. She glanced over at Nick Fury as she spoke. No time for that. You have 30 seconds left. With all his might, Nick Fury managed to blink once, despite the terror paralyzing him. I'll do it, Natasha answered at once. Good. It's against protocol to approach you in advance, so I'll schedule your assessment for the next batch of new recruits. Train harder in the meantime. Oh, forget it. Just run more every day. If you can't win when the time comes, at least make sure you can run away. With that, and vanished, leaving only her words behind. BZT. Interference cleared. Assessment channel not yet open. Containment points credited to temporary account. Candidate, please await further notice. After N left, the entire room returned to normal. Without saying a word, Nick Fury immediately activated the emergency protocol. A team of agents would arrive, soon to take control of all the researchers. Right after that, Nick Fury took Natasha alone to one of the most secure locations in S.H.I.E.L.D., his own office. After explaining her situation and recounting the words spoken by that mysterious voice, Natasha settled calmly into her seat, watching as Nick Fury paced back and forth across the room. In truth, Natasha's mind was far from calm. The events of today and the encounter on the cruise ship kept flashing through her mind. She glanced down at her arm. Within a small mark on her skin was the doll immune to firearms, now sealed away. That mark seemed to be a form of compensation from the Black Cat after it snatched the stopwatch, perhaps even a kind of professional credential. I'll classify this as top secret, Nick Fury said, turning to her. All your missions are suspended for now. Just follow the cat's advice and focus on training. Natasha shrugged. If basic training could still improve her physical abilities, that would be a miracle. Nick Fury understood this as well, but there was nothing else to say. Natasha was already at the peak of human potential, yet in that cat's eyes, she was still laughably weak. Meanwhile, after his performance, N was hopping excitedly around Yang Xiao. It was his first time acting, and he was still a bit thrilled. Yang Xiao placed the Annabelle doll into a box surrounded by an array of tiny hunter's traps, his own handiwork, crafted with Van Helsing's power. Once everything was done, Yang Xiao dusted off his hands, ready to move on to his next contact. Another quiet night fell. Pike, following his list, arrived at the base of a small gang in New York City. This gang dabbled in all sorts of business, but their specialty was double-crossing other criminals. Many members were former U.S. military, which was how they managed to survive in this turf. A surge of bloodlust was rising within Pike. Wait, the urge was cut short. Pike stared in bewilderment at the blood-soaked hideout. One of the names on his list flickered a few times and then disappeared completely. Just then, a corpse was hurled out of the third-floor window, landing with a sickening thud right in front of Pike, blood splattering across the ground. A few seconds later, a man vaulted out of the same window and landed nimbly on the ground. For a moment, he paused, caught off guard by Pike's presence at the door. Another person startled by Pike's naturally concealed aura. "You stole my prey," Pike said, his voice cold as he eyed the man. After all this time, Pike had developed his own awareness. Although it was unique, his instincts followed the rules of a wild beast. More than a man, the memories left behind by Sandel served only as occasional guides, never truly influencing Pike's actions. "Is that so? So what do you want to do about it?" Frank replied, idly spinning a spring blade knife in his hand, one of his favorite weapons, capable of taking a life from 10 meters away with a single flick. "You're not on my list." After a long pause, Pike finally spoke again. "The list? So what if it's there? And so what if it's not?" Frank's hand, which had been twirling his knife, came to a halt, though he hadn't fired a single shot throughout this whole operation to clean out the gang. The truth was, firearms were his real specialty. After all, he was once a level 10 shield agent. How could he not be a sharpshooter? Detecting hostility, Pike, confronted with Frank's bluntness, finally sorted out his thoughts. There was no point in talking, time for action. With a sharp thud, an arrow embedded itself in the concrete between Pike and Frank, sinking so deep that only the fletching was left protruding. "Easy, Pike, he didn't mean any harm. No need to be so murderous," came a voice. Frank turned toward the direction the arrow had flown from. What he saw surprised him. A man was descending from the sky, clutching the talons of an eagle. The sight was almost unbelievable. That eagle wasn't even half the man's size. How could it possibly carry him? As Van Helsing landed, Blade leapt down from the rooftop, slinging his longbow across his back. The eagle returned to perch on his shoulder, an animal companion he'd tamed under Van Helsing's guidance. Pike cocked his head, studying Van Helsing. He could sense the friendly aura Yang Xiao had left on him, but Pike didn't recognize the man himself. "What's this? After more than 100 years apart, you see an old friend and don't even say hello?" Van Helsing smoothed back his hair, a half-smile on his lips. He had come to New York specifically to find Pike. After glimpsing Pike's blurry figure in a third-rate tabloid, Van Helsing had dredged up everything he knew about him from memory. They were men of the same era. But Pike's methods had always been ruthless, his bloodlust overwhelming, traits that put him at odds with most monster hunters of the time. Then again, Van Helsing was much the same. Back then, they had been on fairly good terms. Van Helsing also distinctly remembered that Pike had supposedly perished at sea, an unfortunate accident, before he himself ever went searching for Dracula. He never expected that, a century later, Pike would claw his way back from the grave. Of course, all of this was patched up by Yang Xiao. "What? You think this isn't a patch, but a retcon? Have you never seen World of Warcraft lore get rewritten? Or League of Legends lore? Everyone gets retconned, so why can't he? Besides, is it really retconning if the editor does it? Master, is it just me, or does this old guy seem a bit off?" Blade whispered. Frank stood by, feeling strangely out of place. By rights, he ought to leave right now, but his instincts as an agent screamed that the information these people were sharing was incredibly important, hinting at an unknown world he'd never glimpsed before. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He had no intention of walking away. "He's not entirely himself. Please forgive him," someone said. Suddenly, Pike changed. The air around them seemed to warp, time and space twisting slightly, with phantom clock hands spinning in the background. Blade instinctively shifted into a fighting stance, but beside him, Van Helsing grew respectful. "Master Kieran?" Van Helsing ventured, testing the waters. "It's me, Pike, no." Yang Xiao nodded in reply. With a wave of his hand, several chairs materialized beneath them. "Let's sit and talk." "Teacher, who is this Master Kieran?" Blade asked quietly. It was the first time he had ever seen his teacher show such respect to anyone. "One of the founders of the Monster Hunters Association and the most powerful mage in the world," Van Helsing replied, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "Ha! You flatter me, you flatter me. The Yangtze River's waves forever drive the old ahead, and each new wave is higher than the last. The young people these days are far more capable than we ever were in my time." Kieran laughed heartily. "You're too modest," Van Helsing said, pausing for a moment. "Master, has the Monster Hunters Association been disbanded? I haven't found a single trace of it." "Not exactly disbanded, more like merged. You haven't been gone that long. The Night Watchers, Demon Slayers, Monster Hunters, and a few other organizations merged to form what is now the Ouroboros Containment Organization," Kieran explained to Van Helsing. "Ouroboros?" Frank sat perfectly still in his chair, silently committing that name to memory. "Then why are there no longer any official outposts?" "Back in our day, every major city had one," Van Helsing pressed on. "That's because of the Ancient One." "The Ancient One? The Sorcerer Supreme? I thought she walked a different path from us." "Shortly after you went into your long sleep, the Ancient One met with the leaders of all the major groups. We eventually agreed that with the rapid progress of ordinary people, interference from the mystical side was becoming more of a hindrance than a help. So now, apart from dealing with truly occult matters, everything else is left to mortals to decide. At the same time, no member of the mystical community is allowed to reveal their true nature without explicit permission. So, does that mean I'm supposed to write a report explaining the situation? Why aren't we taking action anymore? Yet the vampires are still active. Van Helsing sounded a little disgruntled. Dracula gave up his seat on the mystical side on behalf of the vampires, and has been steadily lowering the clan's supernatural status. That's why he's now considered just another ordinary person, Kieran explained. Van Helsing folded his arms and fell silent. He'd always disliked this sort of political balancing act. Still, he was surprised that Dracula would pay such a steep price, sacrificing the future of all vampires for the sake of freedom. And from the look of things, that freedom hadn't even been won yet. But on second thought, Van Helsing felt somewhat pleased. Vampires were born from humanity itself and could never be truly eradicated. But if Dracula kept on this path, it was only a matter of time before the vampires died out completely, gone forever, with no hope of return. Master Kieran, what about Pike? What's the situation now? How'd he end up like this? Van Helsing steadied his emotions and asked. He's not like you. In that disaster, he lost most of his consciousness. We tried reconstructing his body with the magic of the blue pouch fish, but mine has only recovered very slowly. Even after 100 years, he's regained only a few basic instincts, Kieran replied, his tone tinged with regret. One more thing. You're one of the elder members of the Monster Hunters organization. Now that you're awake, will you come back? Upon hearing this, Van Helsing fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Master Kieran, as you know, I was never really a proper monster hunter to begin with. Most of my peers thought I was too self-interested. So, now that the Monster Hunters are no more, I won't get involved again. But I'll still abide by the necessary rules. Oh, by the way, even though I don't plan on joining, I'd like to recommend someone to you. Van Helsing's eyes lit up as he spoke, and with a slap, he roused Blade from his seat. My apprentice. He's a half-blood, part human, part vampire. He was already hunting vampires before I woke up, and he's never preyed on humans. After all this time training with me, his skills have become quite impressive. What do you think? Does he meet your requirements? Hearing his mentor's recommendation, Blade straightened his back. He hadn't yet bested his teacher in training, but if he could join the organization his teacher once belonged to, his abilities would surely make a real leap forward. The induction of new members isn't up to me, Kieran replied with a smile. But I can recommend him for the next round of entry trials. That's enough. As long as he can take the trial, that's more than enough. Van Helsing patted Blade's shoulder, clearly optimistic. Blade's mixed. Heritage was a significant advantage, and in Van Helsing's memory, few monster hunters, even after rigorous training, could match Blade's current strength. Still, there's something I have to make clear in advance, Kieran continued. The entry trial these days is dangerous. The vampire blood in your veins doesn't guarantee you'll survive. Are you sure you want to take part? I'm not afraid to die, sir, Blade answered earnestly. If he feared death, he would have long ago thrown in his lot with the vampires. He never would have stayed true to the path of a vampire hunter for so long. Kieran nodded and waved his hand. The Ouroboros sigil appeared on Blade's right forearm. Blade felt his consciousness connect instantly. Whenever he touched the mark, he could see his list of tasks. For now, his only task was the trial for new members, the date yet to be determined. Kieran then turned to Frank, who had been quietly listening. With Kieran's eyes on him, Frank felt as though he'd become transparent. It was as if Kieran's gaze was focused not on his present self, but on the future he might have. My friend, are you interested in joining the Ouroboros? Kieran asked. Frank drew a deep breath. If I join you, will it make my dream come true? His dream was to wipe out all evil and darkness, but he knew, deep down, that it was a goal forever out of reach. Kieran shook his head. Dreams like yours can't be fulfilled by one person or in one lifetime. Joining us will only help you walk a little further down that endless road. I'm in, Frank replied instantly, not waiting for Kieran to finish. If Kieran had promised to fulfill his dream, Frank wouldn't have believed him. He gave Kieran a respectful bow. Thank you for the recommendation. No need to be so polite. I'm just making a recommendation. The examiners this time have a rather twisted sense of humor, so you'd better be prepared. Kieran's voice seemed to stretch further and further away, as if it were drifting up from the crowd into the sky. Van Helsing, who was standing at attention, suddenly remembered something. Mage Kieran, was it you who took Deacon away? No, it was the Ancient One. Kieran's final words lingered in Van Helsing's ears. Van Helsing recalled the portal that had swallowed Deacon, and couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. I already owe someone a favor before we've even met. Looks like I'd better behave myself for now. Honestly, Frank stared at his right hand in silence, thinking, Mage Kieran, I swear, I'll find a chance to return this favor. A sudden splash startled them all. Pike, who had been standing on the street, had suddenly melted into a puddle and seeped into the ground, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Still as elusive as ever, Van Helsing remarked, then turned to Frank. Hey, big guy, leave me your number. If this new recruit test puts you and my apprentice together, at least you'll have each other's backs. Frank pulled out a phone the size of a brick and tossed it over. This one's hard to tap. My number's in there. And take my advice, ditch your current phones. Every one of them has a backdoor installed. Frank's warning came from his time at S.H.I.E.L.D. Back then, every mobile device sold to the public came preloaded with eavesdropping software. He'd been out of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while now, but if he knew them at all, surveillance had only become more common, not less. You mean this? Blade produced a battered, half-ruined phone from his coat. As a former vampire hunter, he was well aware of how these agencies operated. He'd already destroyed the thing, keeping only the shell and some parts, so Van Helsing could study the device's construction. Seeing that Blade had already taken precautions, Frank said no more. He turned and slipped into a nearby alley, quickly leaving the area. There was simply too much to process today. He needed to get home, sort through everything, and prepare for the upcoming test, which could happen at any moment. They're all gone. We should get moving too, Van Helsing called to his apprentice. Master, what's our next step? Blade followed behind and asked. What's next? Training. I told you to shoot your arrow at the ground, but you managed to bury it instead. Master, you can't blame me for that. The cement here is too soft. I didn't expect it either. Meanwhile, in Yang Xiu's home, having just finished orchestrating a scene with Pike, he felt the prologue was just about complete. He was no longer planning to draw in any more of Marvel's existing characters. After all, this fictional Ouroboros organization wasn't meant to have many members. If it ended up as just another branch of the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D., that wasn't what Yang Xiu wanted at all. It was thanks to the Ancient One's support that Yang Xiu could be so bold. Without that, even developing a single character per storyline would have been an ordeal, let alone playing around like this. As for the personnel issue, that's settled for now. When a new script begins, Yang Xiu plans to add 3 more characters, keeping the ratio at roughly 1-to-1, which should be about right. The second issue to solve is the location. Right now, it's simply unrealistic for Yang Xiu to conjure a setting out of thin air and borrowing someone. From Ancient One to construct a mirror dimension is pure fantasy. So, for the time being, script design still has to rely on real, physical locations. Fortunately, if there's anything America isn't short of, it's abandoned buildings and unused land. Yang Xiu has plenty of options to choose from. The one that's caught his eye is a large haunted house on the outskirts of town, a project that was abandoned before it ever opened, thanks to funding problems. Set in the suburbs and rarely visited, the haunted house is thick with dust, but the structure itself is largely intact. Some of the original haunted house props are still there, so there's no need for extra decorations. Once night falls, the place is spooky enough to send most people running for the hills. At dusk, Yang Xiu manifests a spiritual form and wanders through the haunted house. Ever since he learned the Ancient One's true intentions, some of the restrictions that had bound his actions have been lifted. At least now, he no longer has to worry about being caught by the Sorcerer Supreme's people for using his powers openly, without the cover of a script and inviting unwanted trouble. The haunted house occupies a sizable plot, laid out over 2 main levels, one above ground, one below. The upper floor is fashioned to resemble a hospital and a school, the 2 areas separated by nothing more than a single wall. The basement, on the other hand, is set up to mimic a ruin or a prison. The remnants of these environments are still fairly well preserved, though as far as props go, there's little left, just a few battered tables and chairs. Even fake severed hands and feet are nowhere to be found. But these are easy problems to fix. Creating life or special items during script evolution burns through a lot of energy, but to conjure up ordinary objects costs almost nothing. By the time Yang Xiu has finished surveying the place, the sun has completely slipped below the horizon. The darkness, together with the steady chorus of insects, weaves a chilling, ominous atmosphere throughout the haunted house. He rubs his chin, pondering whom the blame for this newcomer assessment script should fall on. Who would actually come back to a place like this? A cult. Suddenly, Yang Xiu recalls a distinctive feature of America, or, more accurately, most countries outside of China. Having lived in New York for so many years, he can say with confidence that while cults are a rare sight in China, here, they're far from uncommon. His own family has been handed more than one flyer, and these sects can be more ruthless and revolting than anyone imagines. Every one of these cults is bad news. Pinning the blame on them doesn't trouble Yang Xio's conscience in the slightest. With that decided, Yang Xiao drifts down to the basement. Using his psychic powers, he etches strange symbols and runes, some of which even he doesn't fully understand, onto the floors of several large rooms. Around them, he scatters stains of dried blood, a few candles burned down to their stubs, and a small knife with fresh blood still dripping from its blade. Everything was just perfect. Even the dust that had accumulated over time was preserved flawlessly by Yang Xiao. If any ordinary person were to witness such a scene, they'd be scared half to death and would definitely call the police as soon as they escaped. The real-world scene only needed to be this convincing. Its main purpose was to account for the investigations Frank and his team would conduct after the assessment. If they survived the newcomer's trial, they would inevitably start searching for similar places in the real world. In such cases, all these extra details Yang Xiao had set up would greatly increase the authenticity. Blurring the line between truth and illusion is the best way to make people believe. With the location settled, the next issue was the matter of rewards. These days, empty promises no longer win anyone's heart. If you want people to work, you have to offer some real incentive, however modest. Otherwise, who would bother? Moreover, for an organization with a long and mysterious history, failing to produce any tangible rewards would only make people doubt its legitimacy. For now, Yang Xiao divided the rewards into 4 categories. The first was physical items. At present, he only had one in stock, the stopwatch belonging to Kieran. Any item that emerged from the script could be borrowed by Yang Xiao regardless of distance, allowing him to harness its traits and powers. However, possessing the item directly granted him an additional bonus, so when necessary, he had no qualms about giving these things away. The second category was materials. Supplies were also scarce. All he had were some shed hairs from Anne's daily life, which, after examination, were found to contain traces of shadow power, according to Yang Xiao's script, or even by the standards of mages. Like the ancient one, these counted as mystical materials. Aside from that, there were only a few blue pouch fish frolicking in the sea. Both their variety and quantity left much to be desired. In the end, it was simply a matter of inadequate accumulation. The third category was consumables, of which the current stock was 0. Still, Yang Xiao figured he could produce a batch before the trials began. As for how, he'd have to rely on Van Helsing. In Van Helsing's character setting, he knew how to craft some common hunter consumables. Once the script evolved successfully, these methods would become real. As for the materials, Yang Xiao planned to simulate them using his own mental energy. Thanks to the planets birthed in his mind universe after the script's evolution, he could partially mimic the materials described in the story. Unfortunately, since they were simulated, they couldn't really be used as true ingredients. The fourth category was knowledge. Knowledge is power, holds true in the world of the occult as well. Whether it was Frank or Natasha, what they desired most was the knowledge that would let them step into the mystical realm. However, the knowledge reserves were limited too, consisting only of what Van Helsing knew. If push came to shove, Yang Xiao could approach the Ancient One. She had accumulated centuries' worth of knowledge, though most of it came with hefty side effects. Additionally, if the script's evolution went smoothly, Yang Xiao expected to further expand the knowledge pool. In his design, the 3 main characters had all undergone systematic study and training before entering the newcomer's assessment, each with their own mentors and professional lineage. With the rewards roughly set, the next step was to establish the exchange mechanism. For this, Yang Xiao borrowed ideas from some of the novels he'd read in his previous life. There are 3 layers of restrictions in total. The first is points. Participants can earn points by completing tasks, capturing uncanny objects, and so on. These points are like a universal currency in the real world and are recorded within the Ouroboros mark. The second layer is profession. When making exchanges, participants can only redeem items or knowledge related to their current profession or 2 general categories. This prevents people from cashing in all the basic knowledge for every path early on, which Yang Xiao simply couldn't provide. The third layer is permissions, which can also be seen as levels. Participants can only browse and exchange for items and knowledge at or below their current level. After all, Yang Xiao hasn't even finished compiling the higher level content yet. After Yang Xiao invested a certain amount of mental energy into the mind planet of Script 6, he suddenly noticed a change in his abilities. The divisions between acts and chapters became increasingly distinct, and now he could pull out and review the rating for each act individually. This segmented format allowed Yang Xiao to more clearly spot issues in the script's evolution and pinpoint where things went wrong. The change was a good one, but he couldn't help but feel a touch greedy if only this improvement had given him one more slot for script evolution rather than just more detailed segmentation. Only being able to run one script at a time was still too much of a bottleneck for growth. 2 weeks later, Natasha, who was sparring in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s training facility, Blade, practicing archery in the mountains, and Frank, scoping out his next target as part of his routine, all received a message from their Ouroboros mark at the same moment. Newcomer assessment portal is open. Assessment time, 8 p.m. New York time, tomorrow. Countdown has begun, and a temporary portal will activate when the timer ends. All three looked down at their right hands. The long dormant mark was glowing again. They focused their minds, and a giant countdown appeared in their consciousness, a feature designed to prevent any confusion from time zone differences. 24 hours later, Natasha and Frank were bristling with weapons, hidden and visible on every part of their bodies. With their elite skills, either of them could easily wage a small war. Blade, by contrast, was somewhat less extreme. His main weapons were simply a hunting knife and a longbow. Aside from those, he only packed a few consumables, like flashbang grenades and adrenaline injectors. Van Helsing had wanted to craft some potions for Blade, but after all this time, he hadn't managed to find a single set of ingredients. In the end, he settled for making a few special arrows for Blade, better than nothing, at least. The instant the countdown hit 0, and shadowy form darted through the darkness 3 times in quick succession, whisking all 3 candidates across space and depositing them in front of the haunted house. The whole process took less than a second. Once finished and flopped down next to Yang Xiao, tongue lolling, utterly exhausted. To create the illusion of a teleportation portal, I had to move at incredible speed without ever leaving the shadow corridor to rest. The workload was truly cat torture, but at least it was a success in the end. Yang Xiao gave him a gentle scratch on the head to comfort him, then turned his attention toward the haunted house. The script evolution was officially underway. Script 6, Large/Team, the Ouroboros Assessment. Main cast: Natasha, SHELD's top agent, a former Soviet operative. Enhanced and rigorously trained, her physical prowess and combat skills are second to none among humans. Frank, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 10 agent and a former Marine. His overall combat ability represents the peak of ordinary humanity. Blade, a half-vampire, apprentice to the legendary monster hunter Van Helsing, and a hunter in training. Genome, rank Full Knight. Born to a fallen noble family, he relied on ancestral breathing techniques and his own talent to surpass the rank of Squire and become a true professional. He hopes to pass the Ouroboros trial to find a way to further his advancement and restore his family's honor. Fina, rank Mage Apprentice. Raised in an ordinary family, her innate mental strength drew the attention of her current mentor and set her on the path of magic. Now, unable to afford the resources to advance, she hopes the Ouroboros can provide what she needs to repay her teacher's debts and fund her future growth. Vernon, rank Druid Apprentice. An orphan, he was raised in an orphanage sponsored by Ouroboros. He now aspires to join the organization as a way to give back. Nausea, dizziness. These were Frank's first sensations as he regained consciousness. It felt as if someone had squeezed him into a ball, shoved him through a narrow pipe, and then yanked him out again. Steadying himself, Frank glanced around. After locking eyes with a few others, he realized he wasn't the first to recover. If the speed of recovery was tied to physical constitution, then he would need to stay alert. Why hasn't this one woken up yet? Fina walked over to Natasha, poking her arm curiously. Suddenly, cross-arm lock. Triggered by the touch, Natasha's body sprang into action. Her powerful legs snapped around Fina's neck, ready to slam her to the ground. Natasha's sudden assault caught everyone off guard. Fortunately, just as the maneuver was nearly complete, Natasha snapped back to herself. She released her hold mid-air, flipped, and landed squarely on her feet. With a dull thud, Fina hit the ground, clearly affected by Natasha's move. Cough, 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 cough. Fina's face flushed red as she clutched her throat, gasping for air after that quick, suffocating moment. What are you doing? Genome scowled at Natasha. Attacking a teammate without warning. Unless given a reasonable explanation, he would refuse to cooperate with her. Natasha took in Genome's full suit of armor and Fina's pale blue robes. It dawned on her. She was here to take part in Ouroboros' initiation trial. I'm sorry, little one. That was an overreaction on my part. I apologize. Natasha reached down, helping Fina back to her feet. Still shaken, Fina eyed Natasha warily, stepping back twice, her hand never leaving her throat. Vernon stepped forward, a gentle green glow swirling around his hand as he brushed it lightly over Fina's neck. In an instant, the swelling left by Natasha's hold subsided. Thank you, Fina said, nodding to Vernon in gratitude. Natasha's eyes flickered with curiosity. She wanted to ask about the pale green glow, but she was well aware that her first impression on these people hadn't been ideal. In the end, she held her tongue and stepped quietly to the side. Since everyone seems to have settled in, why don't we do a quick round of introductions? After all, we'll be working together on the upcoming task, Jeremy suggested, his gaze sweeping over the 5 others. I'll go first. My name is Jeremy. I'm a formally ranked knight, skilled with a one-handed sword and round shield. This is my second time taking the assessment. Fina stepped forward and offered a mage's salute. Just call me Fina. I'm only an apprentice mage. Not much to boast about, just some basic spells. This is my first time here. Vernon spoke up right after her. Vernon, druid apprentice. I focus mainly on healing spells. This is my first assessment. Blade followed suit, mimicking the style. Blade's what they call me. Apprentice hunter. Arrows are my specialty. First time for me too. Frank adjusted his goggles. Frank, former Marine commando, experienced in special operations, solo assaults, things like that. Also my first assessment. Natasha, shield agent, skilled in intelligence gathering and data analysis. First-timer as well, Natasha admitted after a brief pause, choosing honesty. So, you two aren't professionals? Jeremy asked, looking at Natasha and Frank as the introductions concluded. Natasha nodded. If by professional you mean mages or knights, then no, I'm not. Are non-professionals barred from the assessment? That's not exactly the case. Jeremy hesitated. There's nothing in the rules specifically about this, but every Ouroboros assessment is tough. Even for newcomers, there's real danger involved, so most people only sign up after reaching the threshold. If you're worried we'll hold you back, at least as far as I'm concerned, I won't. Natasha glanced at Frank, who stood quietly nearby. If it really comes to that, and you're forced to leave me behind, you'll hear no complaints from me. Same here, Frank added. That's not what I meant. Jeremy struggled for words. Separated as they were from the mundane world, most practitioners weren't exactly social butterflies, especially someone like him who'd spent his entire life buried in training. Never mind. Since only I've been through an assessment before, I'll take charge for now. Anyone object? Jeremy looked around at the others. After a few seconds of silence and no objections, Jeremy pressed his left hand to the mark on his right. All right, everyone, let's head to the official assessment point. As Jeremy's words fell, a sound like clockwork turning echoed in everyone's ears. The entire scene began to rewind rapidly, and in moments, the night around them rolled back to a dusky twilight. As time shifted, certain details preset by Yang Xiu flowed directly into the minds of the participants, each receiving what they needed to know. According to the investigators' findings, unusual activity has been detected inside the abandoned haunted house, and many missing persons cases have ultimately been traced back to this location. Your mission is to conduct a thorough investigation and resolve this anomalous event. A cold wind whistled past the front of the haunted house, the doors yawning open like the gaping maw of some monstrous beast. Casters, buff up. Be alert. The target this time could be a ghost or a demon. Janome ordered briskly, slipping easily into command after reading the brief. Fina, showing her professional expertise, pulled out a small pouch of powder as a spell component. Swiftly, she cast a protection of shadow energy over herself and her teammates. A golden flash of magical light swept over them, infusing them with a sensation of warmth. Vernon was quick to follow. Clutching a seed in his right hand, he muttered an incantation under his breath. Mass Bramble Aura, Group Nature's Blessing. Janome adjusted his mask and took the lead, moving to the front of the party, senses keenly attuned to any sign of danger. Wait, aren't any of you going to check if there are traps at the door first? Natasha called out, her tone edged with warning. She noticed that, while each of them seemed quite capable, they all lacked practical experience. Janome paused. Fina, you handle detection. Keep your distance. Fina nodded, stepping behind Janome. With her palm facing the haunted house's entrance, she cast Insightful Eye, Universal. There are 3 independent energy signatures. From the patterns, one looks like a teleportation array, one resembles a binding spell, and the third I can't identify. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burst of blood-red light exploded, scattering the magic of Fina's Insightful Eye. Instinctively, she stepped back, simultaneously flinging a shield spell over herself. Janome raised his sword before his round shield, blinking rapidly to clear the blindness from his eyes. He'd had a fleeting sense that something had rushed out from the doorway, most likely an enemy. A rush of air whistled by Janome's ear. Staying in defensive stance, he angled his shield toward the direction of the sound. A gunshot rang out, sharp and sudden, followed by the thud of something hitting the ground. It sounded like their assailant had already been dealt with by a teammate. A few seconds later, as Janome's vision cleared, he saw 4 skinned corpses lying on the ground. The sight of exposed muscle in the open air made Janome uneasy, but what stung more was shame. He was a full-fledged knight, Yet his reaction had lagged behind those of his lower-ranked teammates. Fina and Vernon felt the same sting of guilt. Both spellcasters' first reflex in danger had been to shield themselves, completely forgetting about their teammates. Ironically, the so-called non-professionals Natasha and Frank, who they'd worried might be liabilities, had shown in the first wave of attack. One corpse's skull bore a bullet hole, and another had a knife embedded in its throat, clear evidence of Natasha and Frank's handiwork. The two remaining corpses had arrows lodged in their foreheads, making it clear that Blade was the one who had dealt with them. The three so-called professionals hadn't contributed at all this time. Yang Xiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, was hardly surprised. In the story setup, these three lacked any real combat experience. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been grouped with non-professionals. Fina, check if there's another way in. Janome called out loudly. Frank let out a sigh of relief. He'd feared that Janome might just throw in the towel and leave the command to him and Natasha. That would have been a real headache. Knowing nothing about the situation or the relevant abilities, he'd have no idea how to lead. No other traps detected nearby, but I can't see through the walls, so I can't confirm what's inside, Fina replied quickly, tucking away a flicker of pride she felt in her own skills. Doesn't matter. Follow me. Frank, Natasha, each of you protect the caster. Blade, keep an eye on my back and flanks. With those words, Janome stomped his right foot hard on the ground. A surge of force overturned the soil, violently destroying the trap at the doorway. In the next instant, Janome crouched low, raised a shield, and charged through the entrance. Once inside, it was as if the light itself had been swallowed. The place grew noticeably darker. Dark vision. Fina cast a spell, granting the non-professionals and casters the ability to see in the gloom. She stayed close to Natasha's side. Having already used up some of her magic before entering, she knew every last drop would count from here on out. Did any of you hear something? After passing through a few corridors, Natasha suddenly spoke up. No. Did you hear something? Janome stopped, sweeping aside a spiderweb with his sword. A kind of wailing. It's getting louder, as if it's drawing nearer. Natasha glanced at Fina as she spoke. Fina shook her head. Your shadow protection hasn't triggered. It's likely some sort of targeted psychic illusion. The air in here has been corrupted. I can't glean any information from it, Vernon added immediately. I heard it too. Judging by the volume, it's still some distance from us, Frank said, tightening his grip on his dagger. Their formation was tight, and the space around them too cramped. Using a gun to probe ahead might easily hit a teammate by mistake. Fina, do you notice spell? Give them one, Janome ordered. Fina raised her hand. A fine powder, energized by her magic, drifted over Natasha and Frank. A translucent shadow peeled itself from their bodies, releasing a chilling wail before dissipating into thin air. It's not a ghost. Some kind of mark, Vernon observed. You two lack the energy needed to resist, so the environment affects you more easily. At this, Blade tossed 2 arrow feathers to them. These are infused with magic. I've opened a channel. Hold on to them, and you should be able to create a magical field around yourselves. It might help. Frank listened intently. Sure enough, the wailing had faded, though whether that was the result of the dispelling or the new magical environment was anyone's guess. They continued walking for another minute. Looking around, Janome asked, I've never been to a haunted house before. Has any of you? Doesn't the distance feel a bit off to you? Silence. Suddenly, Janome spun around and realized his teammates had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the space around him stretched rapidly, and the area ahead opened up into emptiness. He seemed to have arrived on a rooftop. Stop! We're missing someone. Fina shouted loudly from inside the haunted house. Frank immediately turned back. His charge, Vernon, was still right beside him, and across the corridor were Natasha and Fina. But Blade and Janome had disappeared. Vernon noticed too. The seed he'd been clutching slipped from his hand and hit the floor, where it began to grow at a remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, a patch of grass spread beneath their feet. The greenery extended back to the small door they just passed through, where it began to split. It wasn't so much a fork as 2 layers growing in parallel, all on the same plane. The spaces overlapped. He's been pulled into another dimension. Fina, do you know any spatial magic? Vernon asked. I don't. I've only read some basic descriptions. Fina shook her head. Spatial magic was well beyond her expertise. Why don't we try going back and see if we could get inside? Crack. As Fina spoke, the ground suddenly gave way beneath her. Natasha instinctively grabbed hold of Fina, trying to pull her up, but the suction from below dragged both of them down together. In an instant, the team was down by 2 more. Frank turned a grave look on Vernon, silently questioning what they should do next. Before Vernon could answer, their surroundings began to shift. The walls turned to gleaming tiles. The cobwebs became white curtains, hanging in sheets. In a heartbeat, they had left the haunted house and found themselves in a hospital, an utterly deserted hospital. Meanwhile, Janome watched his surroundings warily, searching for a way out. Suddenly, he noticed someone standing by the rooftop railing. Next to the figure, a pair of red dancing shoes rested on the ground. Without warning, the person leapt over the edge. "Blade!" Janome cried out in shock. As the figure fell, it turned its head. Sure enough, it was Blade, the ever-cold and silent member of their team. Janome dashed to the edge and peered down. Thick white fog rolled below. He couldn't see a thing. The rooftop door swung open with a harsh screech. Janome turned to see Blade walking back up, though now his body was oddly flattened, his face mangled and bloody. New flesh was rapidly knitting itself together. The powerful regeneration of a vampire, paired with his natural blessings, had combined with overwhelming force, enough to keep Blade alive. Blade kept blinking at Janome, as if desperately trying to send a message. But Janome couldn't understand it all. As Blade stiffly shuffled again toward the edge, Janome finally raised his round shield and slammed it straight at Blade. When they closed within 5 meters, Janome's shadowy protection activated. He felt as if he'd been plunged into boiling water. It was clear now. Blade was possessed by a ghost. Smack! The blade was knocked flying, sent backward with such force it felt less like it had been struck by a round shield and more like it had been hit by a speeding truck. And as for the bladesman himself, he was hurled away, but curiously, in his place lingered a blurred, ghostly figure. It appeared to be the spirit of a young woman. In the next moment, Janome realized his perspective had shifted. Instead of looking behind him, he was now facing the edge of the rooftop. There he saw a girl, tears streaming down her face, slowly walking toward the brink. He tried to open his mouth to say something, but it was as if his throat was stuffed with cotton. No sound could escape. All he could do was watch helplessly as the girl slipped off her red dancing shoes, then, with a desperate motion, leapt into the void. Yet, just as her body crossed the edge, Janome found himself suddenly suspended in midair, taking her place. Damn it, I don't want to jump. That thought flashed through Janome's mind as he squeezed his eyes shut. Crack! A jolt of excruciating pain shot through his mind as he hit the ground hard. The fall was brutal, but thankfully his knight's physique was tough, and the lingering protection of his shadowy spells softened the blow. He wasn't as badly hurt as he might have been. But before Janome could even catch his breath, he found himself back atop the rooftop. This time, he and the bladesman had swapped roles. Now it was Janome inching toward the edge, with the bladesman looking on in confusion, unsure what to do. Again and again, 3 more jumps echoed in quick succession, the sound ringing in Janome's ears. He didn't even know what to say anymore. His insides felt jumbled, as if his organs had all shifted places. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand this kind of punishment. The bladesman was drenched in sweat. He'd thought the red shoes were the key, so the moment Janome approached the edge, he'd fired an arrow at them. But it hadn't worked at all. After watching Janome leap for the 4th time, the bladesman realized this wasn't going to end well. Janome was now bleeding from every orifice, looking like he was at his absolute limit. With a grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, the bladesman kicked Janome, just as Janome had once bashed him with a shield. Flesh flew, leaving the ghostly spirit behind, which then clung to the bladesman himself. As he was hurled backward, Janome stared intently at the fleeting apparition. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it seemed to have faded a little more this time. Once he hit the ground, Janome regained control of his body and drew in deep, ragged breaths. He pushed his breathing technique to the limit, vital energy rushing through him, healing every bruise and wound left by the repeated falls. The relentless thuds of the bladesman's jumps echoed in Janome's ears, 3 in 5 minutes. The bladesman, barely restored to normal, was soon back to that ghastly, haunted state Janome had first seen. Feeling somewhat recovered, Janome took a deep breath. He was ready to test a theory that had been forming in his mind. Shield in hand, Janome blocked the bladesman's path, then gently tapped him with the round shield. The bladesman toppled backward, his vision shifting. Now he was the jumper. But this time, Janome didn't panic. As the ghost peeled off the bladesman, it faded a little more. If his hunch was right, each jump was inflicting damage on the spirit itself, the harm likely coming from the thorny aura that surrounded them. The bladesman seemed to realize this too. As soon as he was freed, he collapsed on the ground, focusing all his efforts on healing, ready to take Janome's place once again. Back and forth they went, repeating the cycle more than a dozen times. By now, both of them looked utterly battered, so much so that their own parents wouldn't have recognized them. But the repeated struggle had one clear benefit. Now, whenever they were possessed, they could actually communicate with each other. How many more times can you take this? Blade leaned against the wall, catching his breath as he spoke. 2 more, then we switch, Janome replied, enunciating each word with determination. After 2 more rounds, Blade grabbed Janome's right hand and yanked it back. The ghostly figure appeared once again. This time, though, Blade instinctively dodged aside, managing to avoid its grasp. The spirit, perhaps dazed from too many failed attempts, didn't attack again. Instead, it cast a deep, lingering look at the 2 men before turning and walking toward the edge of the rooftop. Hey, little sister, why do you insist on jumping? Janome called out, tried to engage with the ghost. The spirit seemed as if she wanted to answer, but her soul wouldn't cooperate. Blade, scratching his head in frustration, simply dashed over to her. At the very instant she began to leap, he grabbed her and pulled her back. Freed from the endless loop, the ghost suddenly exploded into fragments. Blade and Janome were swept through a series of vivid images. In them, the young girl danced joyfully, her mother applauding by her side. But as time passed, the applause faded. Instead, her mother's words grew cruel and venomous, cutting deeper and deeper. The abuse pushed the girl to the brink, the mother's voice hinting, suggesting, even urging her to leap from the rooftop. The final image was heartbreaking. The girl, slipping off her beloved ballet shoes, and then hurling herself from the rooftop. As the vision faded, Blade and Janome found themselves back inside the haunted house. When their eyes met, each could see the storm of anger burning in the other's gaze. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hospital, Frank and Vernon wandered through deserted corridors thick with the stench of blood. Every table they passed bore a single organ, as if the scene itself was a grim message. Suddenly, Frank noticed an empty table. Moments later, a grotesque creature, its chest cavity gaping open, emerged from side. Room. Tubes protruded from its back, snaking up to the ceiling, and its chest was completely hollowed out, a ghastly, empty shell. Let's get him. Exchanging a glance, Frank and Vernon hurled their knives at the creature. The blade struck home, but as they did, Frank coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could feel a stabbing pain in his own lungs, as though he'd been wounded in the same way. We can't fight it. Gasping, Frank spat out blood tinged with white foam. Vernon quickly grabbed Frank's hand, and a surge of green light flared up. Instantly, the wound in Frank's lung healed. The monster stared at them, mouth stretched in a silent, mocking laugh, though no sound escaped its lips. If we can't fight it, what about the organs on those tables? Frank asked as he retreated swiftly. Let me try. Vernon flicked his finger, tossing a seed to the edge of the table. From it, a plant sprouted, a tiny spike growing at its tip. Carefully, the plant prodded the heart that sat on the table. Vernon grunted in pain, knees buckling. Frank reacted instantly, catching him before he fell. All the while, the monster lumbered toward them, massive cleaver in hand, slow, perhaps, but relentless. I think we need to stuff those organs back into its body and send it off to the afterlife. What do you think? Frank asked, dodging aside as he spoke. I think so too, but I can hold him down. The problem is, I've never studied medicine. Have you? Vernon shot back. Frank considered for a moment. He hadn't graduated from medical school either, but after taking so many lives, performing first aid on the battlefield and studying human anatomy for a while at SHIELD, he figured he was close enough. Besides, the guy was already dead. No need to be as careful as with a living person. You tie him up, and I'll give it a try. All right. Vernon's low voice echoed through the empty hospital, and thick vines stretched out from the walls, weaving into a massive net across the corridor. The mindless creature stumbled right into the trap and was instantly ensnared, crashing to the ground. Once the enemy was subdued, Frank carefully picked up the heart from the table and positioned himself before the open chest cavity. The creature wasn't actually that large. It just looked bigger with its chest blade open. After sizing things up for a moment, Frank placed the heart back inside. Easy, Vernon called out, a sharp pain flaring in his own chest. You're the one putting it together, so why am I the one getting hurt? Maybe because you're the one who tied him up, Frank replied, still gathering the other organs. There was the right number of organs, but arranging them was a whole different problem. Each time Frank shifted something, Vernon's face would twitch in pain behind him. By the time Frank was almost done, Vernon had slumped to the floor, pain making him speechless. Once the chest was closed, Frank hadn't even begun the next step when the bound man before them began to rot away. Within seconds, only a pool of foul-smelling sludge remained. Frank and Vernon both witnessed a brief vision. A healthy man walking into the hospital, only to be hollowed out and turned into a monster. All the organs taken from him were transplanted into other people. It was obvious this had been an illegal organ trade. Vernon, aren't druids supposed to revere nature? What would your kind do if you came across something like this? Frank asked, his face cold. Nature has its own fury as well, Vernon replied. As he spoke, the vines around them twisted restlessly, rustling with agitation. And you? Me? I have plenty of experience dealing with scum like this. More than enough, Frank answered flatly, his killing intent unmistakable. A few seconds later, the world around them gradually returned to normal. They were back inside the haunted house, but after witnessing that vision, neither of them felt the slightest fear anymore. The haunted house was scary, sure, but there were hospitals out there far more terrifying than this place. What about the other two? Hearing footsteps, Vernon turned around just in time to see Janome and Blade emerging from a room at the back. They fell down, Vernon said, pointing to a hole in front of them. Judging by the way the grass is growing, there's another overlapping space down below. We can't wait around. Let's go all together. I have a feeling our target is waiting for us down there, Janome said, and with that, she leapt into the hole first. The underground space was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Ruined walls and shattered remnants lay everywhere, bearing clear scars of shelling and bombs. As Frank stepped into this place, he felt his body come alive. This was familiar territory. Before he retired from service, he'd spent quite some time in places just like this. The booming of exploding bombs echoed in Frank's ears, wrapping him in a strange sense of comfort. Compared to ghosts and other supernatural threats, these were far easier for Frank to handle. He hadn't walked far through the war-torn ruins before he spotted Fina. After signaling to his teammate, he crouched low and moved swiftly toward her. Fina was huddled in a corner formed by two walls, hands clamped over her ears, holding up a pale, blue magical shield. Fina, Fina, Frank called out to her twice. Fina looked up, and the sight of Frank seemed to blur before her eyes. The relentless blast had left her head spinning. You're all here? Yeah, the others are behind me. Where's Natasha? Frank shot back. She said I wasn't suited for this kind of battlefield, told me to stay put while she took care of the enemy. But it doesn't look like she's getting anywhere. Good thing you're here. I'll put a shield up for you all, and we can go help together. Fina shook her head and spoke, her voice a bit unsteady. Frank peeked out from behind cover. The area was relatively bright, and he quickly spotted two tiny figures in the distance. One was Natasha, the other must have been the enemy. No need, we can't wait that long. You stay here and get ready for the others. Just put a shield on me. This is my specialty, Frank said with utter seriousness. After all, who could be more professional in this than a Marine? Fina didn't argue. She raised her hand and cast a shield over him. Frank darted out with the speed and grace of a panther, the ruined landscape posing no obstacle to him whatsoever. As he closed the distance, Frank finally understood why the infamous Black Widow hadn't been able to take down the enemy so quickly. The enemy seemed to defy all logic. Every drop of their bodily fluid, every part of their body could turn into a bomb. Spitting was like dropping a bomb from a warplane. With such relentless barges, Natasha could do nothing but dodge, never finding an opening to strike back. Natasha spotted Frank rushing in and raised both hands, signaling that firearms were useless. No guns? Guns don't work. A few quick thoughts raced through Frank's mind, but his feet never slowed. If guns are no good, he'd just have to rely on cold steel and getting close for an assassination. As he moved, Frank flashed Natasha a few tactical hand signals, then began circling to the left. Natasha played along, drawing the enemy in the opposite direction and allowing Frank to slip into the blind spot of their vision. His boots crunched on the debris as Frank closed in fast. The enemy was dressed head to toe in some strange black suit, with only a narrow seam at the neck connecting the head and torso. Lowering his body even more, Frank flicked his right wrist, and 3 spring-loaded knives slid neatly between his fingers. A swift, silent motion cut through the air. The spring-loaded knife shot across more than 20 meters, striking the enemy squarely in the neck. Each blade landed precisely on the handle of the knife before it, driving the first knife cleanly through the enemy's throat. As soon as he launched the spring knives, Frank performed a sideways roll, cradling his head as he tumbled down the ruins. This was the best way to avoid injury from a nearby explosion. But after dropping more than 30 meters, Frank still didn't hear a blast. Taking cover and rising to his feet, Frank realized the enemy had ceased their attack. Instead, the enemy had sunk to their knees, calmly accepting death. The scene shifted. Frank now saw a young boy, nearly grown before finally being adopted. His joy was short-lived. Before long, a man in a priest's robe strapped explosives all over the boy's body, turning him into nothing more than expendable ammunition. As death approached, the boy's final wish was for someone to end his life before the bombs could go off. The vision faded, and the haunted house environment returned to normal. At this point in the script, Yang Xiu let out a long sigh. He hadn't gone so far as to script every detail this time. The scenes Frank and the others witnessed have been generated by the evolving story itself, adapted from real-life events. Each story left a sense of sorrow and regret. Yet the outcome was just as Yang Xiu had hoped. Blade, Frank, and Natasha now truly believed in the existence of the underworld and the Ouroboros organization. What remained was the final act of the script, the self-destructive cultist. After 3 such scenes, every member of the team was brimming with anger. They quickened their pace, and soon arrived at the haunted house's last setting, a simulated prison cell. Inside, eerie runes and patterns were etched into the room. In the flickering candlelight, they saw 2 corpses lying side by side, in perfect symmetry. Both faces were twisted into ghastly grins, their limbs pinned to the ground by thick wooden stakes. Looking closer, the 2 bodies were unmistakably the mother who had forced her daughter to leap from a building, and the man who'd compelled his child to enter the hospital. Wrath, revenge, the desire for slaughter will guide my Lord's arrival in this filthy world, to bring a baptism upon all the depraved. A voice echoed from behind the group. Blade spun, loosing an arrow in its direction. The arrow struck the speaker, but failed to make him budge. He gazed at the 6 before him, as if beholding priceless treasures. The Lord's arrival needs both witnesses and more sacrifices. I proclaim you the witnesses, and you the sacrifices. The cultist laughed wildly, raising both arms to reveal skin covered in scars, and a small knife embedded in his chest. With a sudden wrench, he gripped the knife and tore open his own body, blood splattering everywhere as he let out a cry that was neither pure anguish nor anything quite human. Jenim gripped his round shield, ready for a fight, but even as the cultist died, the being he had proclaimed never appeared. Instead, the Ouroboros insignia began to glow, and the news of the newcomer assessment's completion reached their minds. That's it, Frank asked in disbelief. It must be. If there really were some evil gods involved, then this newcomer assessment is way out of line, Vernon said, looking at Frank. The next moment, the group found themselves sent back to the places they had been before the assessment began. After everyone else had been teleported away, in Yang Xiu's mind space, the star representing Script 6 suddenly began to expand rapidly. Once it finished swelling, its size dwarfed the other 5 stars combined. The other scripts instinctively established connections with it and began to orbit around it. At the same time, Yang Xiu could clearly sense his mental strength capacity take a noticeable leap. Script 6, the Ouroboros Assessment. Script Summary, a mysterious trial set by the enigmatic Ouroboros organization. For the first time, forces from the arcane side reveal themselves to those uninitiated in the occult. Wailing ghosts, cruel cultists. The stage is set for a grand spectacle to unfold. Script Evolution Result, excellent. Script Evolution Products, Ouroboros Emblem, Official Knight Genomi, Mage Apprentice Fina, Druid Apprentice Vernon, Global Energy Level Increase. Ouroboros Emblem, the insignia of Ouroboros members. By consuming energy, it can transfer people and objects within the planet, issue and verify missions, record points, and more. Official Knight Genomi, a knight who has advanced properly through breathing techniques. Related organizational members and abilities are yet to evolve. Mage Apprentice Fina, a mage apprentice who has advanced properly through meditation. Related organizational members and abilities are yet to evolve. Druid Apprentice Vernon, a druid apprentice who has advanced properly through communion with nature. Related organizational members and abilities are yet to evolve. Global energy level increase. The planet's energy activity has risen, lowering the thresholds for advancement along various paths and making energy perception easier. Once the script was settled, Yang Xiu immediately gathered all associated knowledge. What had once been a meager store of information now brimmed with substance. And that wasn't all. Materials used by Fina during the mission, the various seeds Vernon had employed, and the unique weapon in Genomi's hand all became available for Yang Xiu to manifest with his mental power. However, the script's evolution hadn't quite reached perfection, so the various arcane strongholds Yang Xiu had briefly mentioned never came into being. But this, he had already anticipated. As soon as Genomi and his companions joined, they were promptly assigned investigative tasks. The goal was simple: keep them from noticing that the headquarters from their memories had yet to materialize. As for where they were staying now, Yang Xiu had just acquired an unused Supreme Mages Guild outpost from Gu Yi, making it the perfect temporary base. Meanwhile, just after leaving the assessment site, and before even checking her updated Ouroboros emblem, Natasha found herself face-to-face with Nick Fury. "So, did you manage to pinpoint the location?" Natasha asked, her voice calm. She always carried a miniature, global positioning device on her. The satellites showed that after you left headquarters, you appeared near an abandoned haunted house on the outskirts. You stayed there for a few minutes, then the signal was lost, Nick Fury summarized succinctly. "Where did you go after that?" "It's still there. But perhaps it gone to a time in the past. Natasha recalled her earlier experience, still finding it utterly astonishing. The power of time was shrouded in mystery. The past. That's right. Given what we've seen so far, it's clear the world does have another side, a side woven from all kinds of supernatural forces. As Natasha spoke, she recounted everything she had experienced. Mages, druids, truly beyond imagination. Nick Fury remarked with a sigh. Had Journo been present, he would surely have been heartbroken. Knights simply aren't as dazzling as spellcasters, so once again, they were completely overlooked. Yes, that's why I suggest we form a dedicated task force to re-examine all past incidents suspected of being supernatural in nature. I'm convinced many events we once thought were normal will turn out to be anything, but Natasha added quickly. It's a good idea, just a little late, I'm afraid, Nick Fury replied as he tossed a file onto the table. When Natasha opened it, she realized it was an addendum regarding enforcement authority. It stated in no uncertain terms that several of SHLD's powers had been reclaimed by the permanent member states, and that each one had now established its own supernatural rapid response unit. Matters in this realm had already been handed over to them. How did they find out so quickly? Natasha was a little taken aback. The news about Ouroboros had been kept on an extremely tight leash. Nick Fury shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. In the face of top-tier national powers, S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a sieve. Information simply couldn't be contained. The situation is pretty clear now. Compared to those short-sighted bureaucrats, we have only one advantage left. You've already crossed into what they call the mystic side. A peculiar sense of superiority crept into Nick Fury's tone. He couldn't help feeling that S.H.I.E.L.D. still served humanity better than any other nation's forces. No, there are two others. One is Frank, a former Marine, and the other is Blade, the vampire hunter, Natasha interjected. I'm already aware. Frank will never rejoin the unit. What he's been through has left him with no faith in the government. He's dropped off our radar since yesterday. As for Blade, he and his mentor have managed to slip away from our surveillance using some unknown method. Nick Fury's expression was grim. S.H.I.E.L.D. was facing an unprecedented crisis. Natasha stared at Nick Fury in silence. If things really stood as they seemed, she felt she might be in grave danger. As a former Soviet defector whose whereabouts and identity were well known, she would be the easiest target should any world power decide to make an example of someone. You're overthinking it. Not long ago, there was a conference. Russia formally challenged your status, arguing that you should be extradited back to them. The U.S. opposed, while China took a neutral stance. For now, everything's balanced on a knife's edge, but as long as we don't make any mistakes, you're safe. At least for the time being. Nick Fury seemed to read Natasha's thoughts and offered her this explanation. During the video conference, just now, tensions among the diplomats had nearly boiled over into an all-out brawl. If only they could have reached across the screen. In addition, after a joint analysis by multiple intelligence officers, we believe the most likely reason the occult side has suddenly begun. Accepting non-occult personnel is that the Ancient One, the one who established the rules, may not have much time left, Nick Fury added. Wait, who's the Ancient One? Natasha was completely baffled. With a quick motion, Nick Fury placed a USB drive in front of Natasha. This was sent by Frank half an hour ago. It contains some of what he knows about the occult world. The Ancient One is directly responsible for the current seclusion of the occult side, and is also one of the most powerful sorcerers in the world. As he spoke, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. At the end of the USB's contents, Frank had left one more message, that the two of them were now even. Trading a personal favor for information that absolutely had to be made public. Nick Fury couldn't help but feel he'd gotten the short end of the deal. After reviewing the information on the USB, Natasha gained a rudimentary understanding of the Ouroboros organization, the Ancient One, and others like Kieran. To think there's someone capable of overpowering the entire occult side. That's terrifying, Natasha sighed. By the way, since sorcerers and the like really do exist, maybe they're actual clergy as well. We can't get into the major nations, so why not try the Vatican? The Vatican? If you and I can think of it, do you really think the think tanks of those nations haven't? That place is probably about to turn into a spy's nightmare. Drop a brick, and 9 out of 10 people it hits will be intelligence agents. Nick Fury was exasperated. This was the limitation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without any real backing, they were completely at a disadvantage against national powers. If that won't work, and this won't work, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and wait. Natasha was clearly anxious. Her future seemed more uncertain than ever. No, you have 2 tasks right now. First, try to re-establish contact with your former teammates. Second, see if you can find someone from the occult side who specializes in tracking. I believe Rogers is still alive. It's time to find him. Nick Fury gave his orders. Both of these missions are top secret. They won't be entered into any records. Only you and I will know about them. Natasha nodded. Realizing she was still considered a valuable asset, she breathed a little easier. There was a sharp knock at the door. Nick Fury opened it, and Coulson was standing outside. Director, they're trying to access our high-level files. Mr. Pierce is stalling, but you'd better get over there now, Coulson said urgently. I'm on my way. Without another word, Nick Fury strode out. There were things in those files that couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of foreign heads of state. If any of it got out, his tenure as director would be over. Them? Natasha exhaled. It had to be those countries funding S.H.I.E.L.D. Left alone in the room, Natasha shifted her focus to the Ouroboros mark. There were things she had no intention of sharing with Nick Fury. She knew him well. There was nothing he wouldn't sell, just as there was nothing he wouldn't suspect. There were a few new messages in the mark, just like friend requests from Fina and the others. After adding everyone, Natasha noticed that neither Janome nor Vernon made any further moves. They simply added her as a friend. Only Fina followed up with a message. After all, Natasha and Fina had stuck together throughout the assessment, so their relationship was relatively decent. But just as Natasha was about to reply, her mark suddenly popped up with a notification. No usable energy detected. Please input energy such as, but not limited to, blood essence, inner force, or mana. If no energy is input, using the mark will consume your points. Natasha immediately stopped what she was doing and pulled up the points page. There, the breakdown of her points was clearly listed with most of her rewards coming from the time she contained the Annabelle doll. Her point from the rookie assessment were barely a fraction of that. Although she didn't know the exact value of these points, Natasha could easily guess that spending them just to chat would be a terrible bargain. With that in mind, Natasha opened the exchange interface, which displayed all the general items she could redeem with her current permissions. Among them was something Natasha had wanted for a long time, the career compatibility testing potion. If she expanded the drop-down menu, she could see even more specialized variants. But Natasha hesitated when it came to the shipping fee. Without energy input, the cost of transmitting the item through the Ouroboros mark was enough for her to buy another bottle. The blue-robed little mage wants to send you an item. Do you accept? Still hesitating at the exchange interface, Natasha clicked accept without a second thought. A moment later, a blue glass bead and a slip of paper appeared in Natasha's hand. Don't waste your points on messaging. It's a total loss. Here's a mana crystal I made myself. Don't be stingy with it. If you don't use it soon, the energy will dissipate within 3 hours. Waiting for your reply, Fina. Fina's thoughtfulness made Natasha feel a rare surge of warmth. Pressing the mana crystal to her mark, Natasha entered communication mode. Fina, do you have some time now? I'd like to ask for your help with something. Natasha, I'm free. What do you need me to do? Fina, well, is it convenient to talk in person? There's not much mana in that crystal, and it probably won't last through our whole conversation. Natasha, sure. Where should I find you? Fina, Stark Industries Tower, the headquarters. Just let me know when you're there. Natasha, no problem. After a brief exchange, Natasha saw that the mana crystal was already half transparent. It really didn't last long. She almost considered contacting Fina through Skype, but guessed Fina probably didn't have an account. Not long after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha arrived at the Stark Industries headquarters, one of New York's most iconic buildings. She looked around for a while, but didn't see any sign of Fina, so she sent her message. Half a minute later, following Fina's instructions, Natasha found a secluded spot and vanished from sight. At that exact moment, several satellites orbiting Earth simultaneously lost track of Natasha's location. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Natasha found herself inside a building whose decor felt like it belonged to a bygone era. Welcome! Fina greeted her with a big, warm hug. Where are we? Natasha asked, glancing curiously around. This is the temporary residence my teacher arranged for me. It comes with a stationary teleportation array, and it's free. My room is just next door, Fina explained as she led Natasha into her room. Once inside, Natasha took out the mana crystal, now completely transparent. Honestly, isn't it a bit much that sending just 2 messages used up all its energy? It was drained in an instant. Fina tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a little embarrassed. Actually, it's because my technique isn't very good. The mana wasn't condensed enough. Most of the energy just dissipated into the air when I pressed it. But honestly, you really need to start learning a cultivation method, or you'll keep running into problems like this. A cultivation method? I only saw something called aptitude assessment in the exchange interface. I didn't see any cultivation methods. Oh, you have to get your aptitude tested first. Then the appropriate cultivation methods for your level will show up. But don't worry, there's no rush. The potions in the official store are way overpriced. Let me check if I can get one from my teacher. I think I could get it for half the points. Natasha nodded in understanding. When it came to things like this, it was best to trust the expert. She didn't believe Fina would try to scam her over a few points, especially since they'd be working together in the future. It just wasn't worth ruining their relationship. Besides, Natasha felt that Fina was a bit like one of those studious, honest students you meet at university. By the way, we've been talking about my situation all this time, but didn't you come here because you needed my help? What is it? Natasha asked warmly. Well, here's the thing. You're an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I don't really know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is exactly, but agents are usually good at gathering information, aren't they? Fina said, looking at Natasha. Natasha nodded. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was known for its information gathering. I just received a new investigation assignment. But I've always been with my teacher and haven't spent much time in the surface world. So, have you ever heard of Elm Street? Fina wrote the name out as she spoke. Elm Street. Natasha searched her memory for the name, but then shook her head. No, I haven't heard of it. Do you have any other information? That's all, really. The mission only says there's an ominous presence shrouding Elm Street. Some kind of evil force may have descended on that street. Fina repeated the details she'd been given. No problem. I'll look up the relevant records when I get back and see what's happened there. I'm sure I'll find some leads, Natasha replied with confidence. Thank you so much. Honestly, this assignment shouldn't have gone to me, but my teacher said something's changed in this world. Most investigators have been redirected to another mission, so they didn't have enough people, and us newcomers got assigned out of the blue, Fina added. So why didn't I get one? Natasha wondered aloud, considering whether she was being left out or excluded for some reason. Maybe it's because you're not a professional, Fina explained. Many of these investigative tasks aren't things ordinary people can handle, and the clues aren't things regular folks would notice. That's probably why these awkward situations keep coming up. Don't worry. Even if my mentor is too busy to make the potions, once I've advanced to a full mage, I'll help you myself. Natasha nodded. Right now, the person in front of her was her most valuable ally. Whether or not she could get the potions at a discount, she was determined to do this favor. Over an hour later, after chatting with Fina about this and that, Natasha made her way swiftly back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Without wasting a moment, she enlisted Coulson's help and started digging into information on Elm Street in the agency's internal system. Natasha, I found something odd. Come take a look, Coulson called out to her, enlarging the page on his computer. On the screen was a case report from Elm Street, dated just over a month ago. In this small neighborhood, 3 people had died. Suddenly, the causes of death were all mysterious, and each victim's family had experienced a sudden windfall before the incident. Sudden wealth? Unexplained deaths. There's definitely something wrong here, Natasha said with conviction. Hey, got the location. It's Elm Street. A call went out from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Even before Natasha finished reviewing the files, the information was leaked, and not just to one party. The U.S. military, a covert Hydra unit, and the American Supernatural Rapid Response Team all dispatched squads to that remote little town. Meanwhile, at home, Yang Xiu looked utterly exasperated. He was beginning to think maybe he'd gone overboard with Fina's character setting. She was almost comically naive. Seeking Natasha's help on her own initiative. What was she thinking? When she decided to do that, Fina should have realized the risk of leaking information. Judging by her behavior, it clearly hadn't crossed her mind. She was now in her room, waiting for Natasha's reply while poring over her spell models, carefully choosing the one she'd used to break through to mage level. She was completely absorbed in her research, not thinking about anything else. In reality, there wasn't much going on at Elm Street, just an unusually high concentration of negative energy. That was probably a normal residue left behind whenever the world's energy grew more active. All Fina needed to do was go there, take a look around, and file a report. Such a simple matter, and somehow Fina managed to make it complicated. And now that he'd foreseen other parties getting involved, Yang Xiu decided not to stick to his original plan. Those people wanted a taste of a supernatural event? Fine, he'd give them exactly what they wished for. After all, there was already an excess of negative energy there. Given the circumstances, it would be easy for something nasty to manifest. A few hours later, on Elm Street, a man in a black jacket looked warily around. Once he was sure no one was watching, he slipped through a hidden entrance and descended underground. Catter, what's the situation? Asked a man in a floral robe and a headscarf, seated in the basement. Amanda, things aren't looking good. We might have to put everything on hold. The station just got 2 calls, orders from higher up. They want a full roster of everyone on Elm Street, and they're coming over to transfer people out. Plus, all officers have to stay at their posts and wait for instructions. No one's allowed to leave. Catter's tone was heavy, his eyes darting restlessly as he spoke, lost in anxious thoughts. Amanda slammed her palm on the table. No, we can't stop now. Every second the goods stay here is an extra second of danger, and the boss is on my back. They're running low over there and need this shipment badly. So what do you want me to do? You can't expect me to move the goods out in broad daylight, can you? and the deputy chief gave me a heads up. The guys coming to town to stir up trouble this time aren't just a handful, and their backgrounds aren't ordinary either. Catter dropped into a chair, shrugging off his jacket to reveal his police uniform underneath. Did you mess up last time? Didn't you clean it up properly? Amanda shot at Catter, her anger barely contained. How much cleaner could I have made it? The files and reports all clearly say cause of death unknown. That's as far as I could push it. This isn't a big place in there. Aren't that many people? If we try to pin it on a scapegoat, it'll just blow up faster. Or do you expect me to erase the death entirely? If I could do that, I'd be chief by now. Catter was just as furious. He shot Amanda a glare. And what about the money? Where's the money? I'm taking all this risk. Where's my cut this time? I told you already. You get paid when the goods are all out. We've only moved a third of them, and now you want to pull the plug? And you're blaming me? Amanda roared back. Thankfully, the basement was soundproofed. Otherwise, anyone passing by would have heard the shouting for sure. You're blaming me? Those 3 movers just wanted a little more per pound. Why didn't you just pay them off? Even if you didn't, you could have waited till after the job was done to take them out. Catter slapped the table, his presence just as forceful. The two of them glared at each other in stony silence for a full minute. Forget it. There's no talking sense with you. From now on, don't step outside. I have to get back to the station. If I'm gone too long, it'll look suspicious. I'll let you know if anything comes up. With that, Catter pulled on a different colored jacket and slipped out of the basement through a hidden passage. I'm telling you, this area is under our jurisdiction. You people need to turn around and go back to wherever you came from. Sorry, but we're on assignment, and you don't have the authority to give us orders. Inside the conference room of the Elm Street police station, the captain of the Paranormal Rapid Response Unit was shouting at the military personnel in front of him. What kind of mission could possibly bring you here? Gouda growled, his jaw clenched tight. The arrogance of these people infuriated him. Weren't they just taking advantage of the fact that his department was new and had no solid backing? Sorry, that's classified. If you want to know, have your boss send a letter to General Ross and get official clearance. Then make an appointment with my team. Only. Then will I brief you on the specifics. Des replied coolly, setting his cup down with a look of distaste. There were still flecks of the other man's spit on it. Immediately after, Des stood up, placed the hat from the table onto his head, and paused at the door. He turned back to look at Gouda and said, Sorry, I almost forgot. At this point, you probably don't even know who your superior is, do you? TSK, how amusing. Gouda clenched his fists, silent. What Des said was true, and he had no way to argue back. After leaving the police station, Des glanced back at the second floor, as if he could see right through the walls to witness Gouda's unwilling, frustrated gaze. Youth. Becoming a temporary chief must have made him think he was something special. Once those politicians finish their games, his time as captain will be over. Unless, of course, he manages to achieve something extraordinary in this fleeting window. But really, how likely is that? Des looked at the elite soldiers stationed beside him, and at the local police surrounded by his men. All the experienced officers were already in his pocket. The rest were either old hands just playing the game or green rookies. Even the police chief was on their side. Investigate? What could Gouda possibly uncover? Upstairs, Gouda took a moment to collect himself before pushing open the conference room door. Outside, one of his subordinates leaned in toward him. Captain, there's only one veteran left, someone named Catter, the team member whispered. The soldiers actually left us someone? Gouda let out a cold, bitter laugh. Not exactly. Catter's notorious for doing the bare minimum, and he's in tight with the deputy chief. That's why he was the one left behind, the subordinate explained. Gouda drew a deep breath. At least we still have the files, right? They're all here, but the original paper archives were taken by those guys, the team member added. Gouda had nothing left to say. He shot a sharp look at his teammate and strode outside. He didn't want to spend another second in this place. The indignity was suffocating. What a mess. Yet as he reached the doorway, Gouda still dutifully brought Catter along with him. Catter sat obediently in the back seat of the car, barely daring to move. Investigate a case? The person with the most to hide here was him. At the same time, his brother-in-law's instructions echoed in his mind. The deputy chief himself. You know who these people are? You can't hide your business any longer. If it comes down to it, just confess. It's only smuggling. Worst case, you do a few years. As long as you keep my name out of it, I'll pull some strings and get you out on bail soon enough. Oh, my dear brother-in-law, yes, I'm a smuggler, but I can't say what I've been smuggling. Catter anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Hey, what's wrong with you? Catter snapped back to attention to find Gouda scrutinizing him. It's nothing, Catter stammered, fumbling for words. If nothing's wrong, get out. We're starting our investigation here. Gouda barked, hauling Catter out of the car. As Catter stepped out, his heart tightened again. Their secret underground room was dangerously close to this spot. This is your sector. You should know it best. Anyone suspicious around here? Gouda asked, focused on one thing, solving the case before the military could get involved. There are a few attics nearby. Katter instantly regretted saying that. After running so many shipments, his mind was crammed with nothing but cargo-related information. We'll start with those people. Take me to them. Gouda clapped Katter on the shoulder. Once this is wrapped up perfectly, I'll put in a good word for you. Get you promoted. Katter nodded helplessly. His expectations were modest now. All he wanted was to stay alive. Gouda strode forward with a sense of urgency. This time, he had fewer men than the military. Their gear was inferior and their skills lacking. The only option was to rely on luck and see what turned up. He'd thought about it on the way here. 3 people who had suddenly become rich yet still stayed in a remote little town. There was a story in itself. Whatever made them wealthy couldn't possibly be legal, and to pull it off in such a short time. Gouda's first guess was drug trafficking. It just so happened that Katter brought up addicts, exactly the type Gouda had in mind. Dealers fueling their own habits was all too common. While the military and Gouda's team were conducting a high-profile investigation in broad daylight, what they didn't know was that a small squad of agents had already arrived near Elm Street. Report, sir. Ross's people and that newly formed unit are here. They've split up all the police and started their investigations, an agent reported to his captain. Have our surveillance teams been deployed? The Hydra squad captain put down his binoculars and asked. They have, sir. All seasoned agents. Unlikely to be spotted. However, Captain, if we're only collecting indirect, leftover intel, aren't we being too passive? A team member asked. Passive? Did you think we're here to solve the case? The Hydra captain cast a glance at his subordinate, then turned to address the rest of the agents waiting. For orders. You, take your team and covertly lock down all main exits. The rest of you, split into groups of 3 and set up ambushes along every escape route. There's only one rule. Don't let a single person slip past. If anyone leaves, even if they're just out for a stroll, detain them. If you can't detain them, kill them. Remove the bodies and all their belongings. Take everything. Yes, sir. The agents sprang into action, moving in their usual teams. A true leader, the sniper team chief thought as he took his men to cover a critical junction. Kill everybody, and whatever they find is ours. What a brilliant plan. They weren't bound by the unspoken agreement between the military and the politicians. So this time, they brought enough manpower. In fact, they could easily overwhelm everyone with sheer numbers, seal off all of Elm Street, and conduct a thorough, brute force search. Unfortunately, Hydra still wasn't ready to step fully into the light. But that day wasn't far off. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely morphed into another Hydra head, their conditions for resurgence would be more than halfway there. All just regular users? Not a single dealer. Gouda roared at his team, slamming the investigation files down on the table. They'd spent the entire afternoon searching, but hadn't turned up a single useful lead. All these guys got their supply from dealers in other cities, with no connection at all to this little town. Katter, who had been quietly keeping to himself, let out a small sigh of relief. They weren't in the retail business, after all. Their game was wholesale. Who would ever distribute their goods openly in their own stronghold? This wasn't Mexico, where traffickers could operate in broad daylight and could even run for the highest office in the land. Yet, the current situation was far from favorable for Katter. Both groups that had arrived were determined not to leave until they found something. With such a large-scale search underway, it was only a matter of time before the basement was discovered. Now, Katter faced 2 urgent problems. First, he had to get rid of that batch of stockpile goods. Second, he needed to deal with anyone who knew too much. If he could manage these 2 things, it would be almost impossible for the investigation to trace anything back to him. But thinking about it was one thing. Katter had absolutely no idea how to solve either problem. Ever since being taken in by these people, he'd had at least one team member shadowing him at all times. He couldn't even get a word out, let alone send a message. There was something even more pressing weighing on Katter's mind. The search was causing such a stir that probably every infant in town knew something was up. Amanda, who was hiding out in the basement, would surely have sent something by now. In this situation, if he went too long without contacting her, Katter had no idea what she might do. If Amanda was exposed, things would spiral completely out of control. Just thinking about what could happen next sent waves of fear crashing over Katter, one after another, like the relentless tide. 1-2, Freddy's coming for you. A chilling nursery rhyme suddenly whispered in Katter's ear. He jerked his head up, but there was no one singing. The office was unusually quiet. No chatter, not even a murmur. 3-4, better lock your door. The eerie rhyme continued. Katter felt his heart begin to thump in time with the song. He clutched his shirt tightly, paralyzed with fear, yet too afraid to cry out. 5-6, grab your crucifix. With a jolt, Katter shot up from his chair. The abrupt movement drew the attention of everyone around him. 7-8, gonna stay up late. Katter took a deep breath and raised his hand. Sorry, I'm just a bit tired. May I take a break? Gouda frowned at him. He hadn't done any work. How could he already be exhausted? Was he trying to slack off again? No, there was something odd about his expression. Now that he thought about it, the man had seemed on edge all day. You, take him to the break room to rest, Gouda ordered, pointing casually at one of the team members. Once Katter had left, Gouda pulled his trusted aide close and whispered quietly, Look into this, Katter, but keep it low profile. Don't let anyone else know, especially not the people at the police station or those soldier thugs. The aide nodded, signaling his understanding. Gouda tapped his knuckles with his fingers, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He suspected that Katter might turn out to be the key figure. In his desperate comeback this time, in moments like this, he reminded himself it was crucial to be cautious, no more than cautious, to be vigilant in every way. If any information were to leak out, he was certain those thuggish soldiers would barge in and snatch the person away without a second thought. But for now, Katter was in his hands. There was no escape. Gouda could afford to take his time and investigate thoroughly. In the lounge, Katter had curled himself up under the blanket, hiding his whole body. He was simply too frightened to stay in Gouda's presence any longer. Pulling the covers tighter over his head like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, he tried to convince himself that if he couldn't see anyone, no one could see him. Besides, ever since leaving the office, that haunting song had finally stopped echoing in his ears, which made him feel he'd made the right choice. A few minutes passed, and once his nerves calmed down, Katter started to feel drowsy. After a whole day of tension, he really couldn't hold out much longer. Sleepiness pressed down on him, and with a pillow already beneath his head, he decided to just give in and rest for a while. Telling himself this in his mind, Katter closed his eyes. His breathing gradually grew deep and steady, and soon enough he drifted into sleep. From a godlike vantage point, Yangxiu observed that the target he'd selected had finally fallen asleep. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he initiated the 7th evolution of the script. Rest well, he murmured, for Freddy the Nightmare Ghost is coming for you. Drip, drip, drip. Katter frowned in his sleep. After a few seconds, he awoke, irritated. What was that noise right after he'd finally nodded off? About to search for the source of the disturbance, Katter was suddenly struck by the realization that he was no longer in the lounge. Instead, he found himself inside a gloomy underground structure, strange pipes crisscrossing overhead. Water seeped from the joints and fell to the floor, producing the sound that had disturbed his slumber. Where am I? Katter climbed off the bed, noticing that the bed looked completely out of place in these surroundings, jarringly so. Is this a dream? He pressed his feet against the floor and felt a strange sensation, as if he wasn't quite anchored to reality. Footsteps echoed, sharp, rhythmic, the sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground. The noise reached Katter's ears. He looked up into the darkness, where he caught fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures. As they stepped into the dim light, Katter's heart leapt into his throat. Then, just as quickly, settled back down. Even in my dreams, I run into you lot. I suppose I should have told him to wait before killing you all, Katter said with a sigh. That's right. The 3 men standing before him were the same ones Amanda had killed during the smuggling run. The first man looked at Katter with a strange smile, then calmly reached up and removed his own head, setting it down on his chest. The face on the severed head remained eerily tranquil. The mouth slowly opened, and a child's voice sang out, 1-2, Freddy's coming for you. The voice was all wrong for that face. It was the sweet, sing-song melody of a child's nursery rhyme. With a sickening twist, the second man removed his head as well. 3, 4, better lock your door. The third followed suit. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. Katter was utterly petrified. Even if this was only a dream, the horror of the scene was overwhelming. He began to stumble backward, involuntarily retreating until his shins bumped against the bed behind him. He collapsed onto it, staring as the 3 headless figures advanced. Don't come any closer. Please, don't, Katter pleaded weakly, his voice barely more than a whisper. At that very moment, Katter felt the presence of a human face right beside his shoulder. Though he couldn't see it, he could sense it with chilling clarity. The face seemed to have been scorched by fire, twisted and horrifying. Just as Katter was about to bolt, a cold iron claw shot out from behind and pinned him firmly in place. Then, the head looming beside his shoulder began to sing in a raspy, broken voice, drawing out each word. 7, 8. Your breath will soon abate. The eerie lullaby echoing in his ear sent Katter into a frenzy. He struggled wildly, but whoever was behind him seemed to possess an unimaginable strength. With just one hand, the figure pressed him flat against the bed. He couldn't break free no matter how he fought. Flailing his limbs in panic, Katter accidentally knocked something off the bed. Glancing down, his heart froze in terror. The once ordinary mattress had transformed into a mound stacked high with packets of white powder. Catter didn't need to look twice to know exactly what it was. This was the very merchandise he had sold. These goods flowed from the small town to the neighboring big cities, cut and diluted along the way before reaching the users. But the color of these packets, Catter could tell in an instant, meant they were pure, dangerously pure, untouched by any adulterants. Be a good boy now. Uncle will feed you some dinner. Freddy grinned wickedly, grabbing a handful of the drugs and holding it up to Catter's face. With a sickening crunch, Catter felt his jaw crack, his mouth forced open beyond his control. Eat up, eat up. I've got plenty, enough to fill you to the brim. Freddy droned on, his voice as relentless as a broken record, shoveling the powder straight into Catter's mouth. Catter had never imagined his mouth could be stuffed with so much at once, and Freddy's pace far outstripped his ability to swallow. The powder piled up until his cheeks strained and finally split apart. A muffled whimper escaped Catter's lips, growing fainter and fainter until, at last, his thrashing limbs fell still. He collapsed atop the pile of goods, eyes wide open, life snuffed out with a single, silent gasp. Out of breath already? And you barely had a taste. What a waste, Freddy muttered, his tone like an actor taking a final bow, before bounding away into the waiting darkness. Back in the real world, several minutes later, the monitoring staff sensed something was wrong. They whipped back the blanket, only to discover that Catter had grown cold. No one knew when he'd died, but the twisted agony on his face was unmistakable. Confronted with this grim scene, the supervisor wasted no time and immediately summoned Gouda. Dead? Dead. The thought echoed in Gouda's mind as he stared at the body, utterly stunned. He had just found a crucial lead, a chance to overtake his rivals, and now the key man was dead. Seeing the look of utter shock on Gouda's face, the monitoring staff grew nervous. Captain, he died from a drug overdose. I swear, I didn't have a scrap of drugs on me. Overdose? Just how much did he have? Gouda replied coldly. They performed a routine search on Catter before. Not a thing had turned up. How could he possibly have hidden such a large stash? An unbelievably excessive amount. The medical examiner stood up from beside the corpse and spoke, and the purity of the drugs is extremely high. Judging by the state of the body, I estimate he swallowed at least 1 kilo in one go. As he spoke, the examiner gestured with his hands for emphasis. Furthermore, his lower jaw is shattered, and the muscles on both sides of his face are severely torn. In my opinion, the killer used some kind of tool to break his jaw first, making it impossible for him to close his mouth, and then forcibly stuffed a massive quantity of drugs down his throat, forcing him to swallow it all. It's just that. What is it? Gouda asked. It's just that, if that's really what happened, the victim should have died immediately from asphyxiation. But I didn't find any drug residue in his throat or windpipe, even if the killer tried to clean up afterward. Without cutting open his throat, it's impossible to clean those areas so thoroughly. Yet, from the external signs, that's exactly how he died. This is simply impossible. The evidence completely contradicts itself. The examiner was a loss. He'd only recently been brought in to assist the Department of Paranormal Affairs. After more than a decade in his original team, he had never seen such a bizarre body, one that left him utterly clueless. He couldn't even begin to imagine what the full autopsy would reveal. Are you sure this is a supernatural case? Gouda suddenly sounded excited. The examiner hesitated, a little confused. If supernatural means an impossible murder method or crime scene, then yes, it is. Hearing this, Gouda's face broke into an irrepressible smile. Perfect. He'd finally found a clue pointing to a supernatural event. It was a shame about Catter's death, but after all, Catter didn't just drop from the sky. He'd lived in this town for years. There were bound to be more clues, maybe even witnesses. Team 1, go bring in everyone who had direct contact with Catter, including the deputy chief. Team 2, join forces with Team 3 and tighten the local security net. Team 4, I want to know if Catter received any unexplained funds. Search his residence top to bottom. Everyone move. Gouda fired off his orders in rapid succession. No sooner had Gouda sprung into action than the military side caught wind of some of the developments. Both sides were well aware. The other would have people watching nearby, and any large movement would be instantly detected. But regardless of being watched, Gouda managed to seize a crucial head start, bringing all related individuals onto his own turf. The only bottleneck was the search operation. The military kept up constant interference. Short of breaking out into a direct firefight, they did everything they could. The reason for not opening fire was simple. The opposition weren't ordinary civilians with nowhere to turn. If things escalated into gunfire, the commotion would be enormous, and it would be all too easy to drag the real masterminds into the open, possibly costing someone their position. so none of the commanders dared give the order to pull the trigger first. While things were far from peaceful on Elm Street, things inside S.H.I.E.L.D. were not going much better. Natasha looked at the list Nick Fury handed her after the meeting, and she broke out in a cold sweat. As an experienced agent in her 80s, Natasha naturally understood that searching for information on Elm Street within the agency would almost certainly result in a leak. No, not just likely. Leakage was a 100% certainty. She knew this, yet she went ahead anyway, hoping to fish for clues. She wanted to see just how many ambiguous connections existed between those around her and other powers, and also gauge how much outside forces cared about such matters. At the same time, it was a way to assess her own value. But the reaction from the other side had far exceeded Natasha's expectations. These people were now acting openly, even recklessly, and their numbers had suddenly grown. It was clear that Fina's upcoming investigation was about to become unimaginably difficult. Even her personal safety would be at serious risk. What had started as a favor could now easily turn into a grudge. After leaving Nick Fury's office, Natasha hesitated for a moment, then contacted Fina directly with her points. At this point, she didn't care about whether the move was worth the cost. She needed to clarify things quickly, hoping to salvage the situation before it spiraled completely out of control. After listening to Natasha, Fina's good mood, sparked by recent progress in her spell models, vanished in an instant. Her concerns differed from Natasha's. Perhaps it was the arrogance of a professional, but Fina still didn't believe that agents or the like could pose a real harm. Instead, she was thinking, if there really were evil spirits or demons in Elmtown, wouldn't these people be walking straight into their jaws? It was like feeding the enemy in a game, handing over teammates one after another. How could you hope to win? What should have been an even match would now become a total rout. No, I have to get there right away. With this thought, Fina began packing her things. This time, she would act alone. She had no intention of bringing Natasha along. The danger would be too great for her. As a professional, she had a responsibility to protect non-professionals, a lesson deeply ingrained in her upbringing. Moreover, Fina didn't really blame Natasha. In her mind, when asking others for help, if something went wrong that neither party intended, it made no sense to simply pass the blame. That would be unreasonable and unfair. Before leaving a permanent portal at the Supreme Sorcerer's outpost, Fina hesitated and sent a message through the arcane network to her teacher, seeking his advice. Still, she knew her teacher was currently in a difficult position, so she didn't pin much hope on his intervention. In the end, it all depended on her own efforts. The message, sent via the arcane web established by the Ancient One, landed directly in Yangchio's hands. He sighed, relieved that at least Fina had the sense to seek guidance from her elders when faced with something potentially beyond her abilities, rather than risking everything for the sake of pride. She was still worth saving. If Fina had chosen to handle Elmtown alone without telling anyone, Yangchio would have started considering giving up on her. Meanwhile, in the theater of Yangchio's mind, another planet began to spin faster along the sixth narrative track. This planet was the mirrored counterpart of Scenario 7. Since the script had yet to fully unfold, the planet remained a somewhat hazy, dreamlike presence. With a steady stream of mental energy, another key figure from Script 7 began to take shape. A figure, not particularly burly, gradually materialized in front of Yangchio. Yangchio steadied himself, the concentration of magic around him rising steadily. With the power of the pocket watch, he constructed a vast house of clocks. 10 minutes later, Fina's teacher opened his eyes before Yangchio. He bowed his head slightly, and as he moved, his tangled, fluffy hair slid from his crown, revealing an unsightly burn scar. The entire right side of the mage's body bore ugly marks, and 2 fingers were missing from his right hand. "Mage Kieran, you're looking for me," Blaze said softly. The exhaustion in his voice was unmistakable. "Blaze, how have you felt during this time?" Yangchio asked gently. Blaze fell silent. Thinking back on all he'd been through recently, he was filled with frustration. After all, he was a dignified Morningstar mage, yet he'd been forced to work like an ordinary laborer in the alchemy workshop, repeating the same menial tasks. It was a blow to his pride. But whenever his anger threatened to cloud his mind, Blaze quickly forced himself to calm down. Who else could he blame but himself? He'd conducted a highly dangerous magical experiment in his own mage tower without the necessary preparations. When the spell went awry, the destruction of his tower was bad enough, but the surrounding city also suffered severe consequences. Fortunately, other professionals nearby intervened in time, so there were no fatalities. Still, Blaze had caused immense economic and resource losses to the city. He was held responsible, and the Clock Tower Mage Council pursued him for his reckless and unauthorized actions. Under multiple penalties, All of Blaze's assets were seized, but those assets were nowhere near enough to cover the damages. Most of them had vanished along with his mage tower. To compensate the victims and make up for the city's losses, Blaze was assigned to punitive work in a high-level alchemy factory. Given his mastery as a grand mage and his Morningstar title, the advanced alchemical potions he crafted were extremely valuable. It was estimated that 5 to 10 years of work would be enough to repay all the damages. Seeing Blaze remain silent, Yang Qiu rose from his chair. The Clock Tower Council has submitted a request to me. They want to strip you of your Morningstar Mage title. Are you aware of this? Blaze stayed silent. The Morningstar Mage title was much like the distinguished honors of the real world, a recognition akin to a top scholar or an academician. It was awarded for his tireless work refining and perfecting flame magic over the years, and for creating several high-level, innovative spell models. Don't worry, I didn't approve the request. At these words, Blaze finally reacted, lifting his head. This isn't yours to bear alone. I've read the report you submitted on your spell experiment. The new spell you developed was inspired by various nuclear reactions in the surface world, but the Council's assessment of its danger and level was far from accurate. To label an extremely dangerous experiment with only a recommendation to strengthen safety measures, utterly laughable. On this, they cannot escape responsibility. Moreover, your recent accident only resulted in property damage, with no casualties. If a mage's honorific title could be stripped over something like this, every mage would have to flee off-planet before daring to conduct any experiments in the future. Master Kieran, if there's nothing else, I'd like to get back to work. Blaze suddenly interjected. He felt there was no reason to complain about his punishment. A mere 5 or 10 years was nothing. After all, he still had more than a century of natural lifespan left, so this didn't bother him much. Don't rush off just yet. Take a look at this message, Yang Qiu said, forwarding Fina's transmission to Blaze. After reading it, Blaze's brow furrowed. He had been the first in the magical world to take an interest in nuclear weapons, and was among those who understood the surface world best. In his eyes, Fina's actions were nothing short of reckless. Fina is one of the first professionals involved in our plan to interact with ordinary people, and she's also your apprentice. What I mean is, I'd like you to go and check on her. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, don't interfere. Young people need to go through trials on their own, Yang Qiu explained. Blaze nodded, bowed, and prepared to leave. During the period of your punishment, 2 Silver Moon mages and 10 Dawnstar mages jointly submitted a petition on your behalf, arguing that stripping you of the Dawnstar title was too harsh. Among them was a former academy mentor whom you once dismissed as cowardly and rigid. So, in the future, try to keep your temper in check. Blaze paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching, then stepped directly into the teleportation circle. As time went on, excitement in Guda's heart gradually gave way to fear. Things were beginning to spiral out of control. Everyone in the town, including the soldiers who had just arrived less than a day ago, could clearly feel their energy draining faster than usual. People grew tired more easily, and sleep came on quicker. Worse still, as soon as someone dozed off, even if just for a few seconds, they would never wake up again. Although those who fell asleep weren't dying as quickly as Catter, who had perished within an hour, the inexplicable wounds appearing on their bodies kept everyone on edge. By the latter half of the night, the situation had grown so dire that the military and the supernatural response team began working together, desperate to uncover the source of the problem. Once the infighting stopped, the combined manpower proved highly effective. The entrance to the underground chamber that Catter had painstakingly concealed was quickly discovered. A deafening explosion rang out as explosives blasted open the passage. 5 seconds later, elite soldiers rushed down the short tunnel and stormed the main room of the basement. With a heavy kick, the door flew open and a corpse was hurled out, landing on the floor and splattering unusually thick blood across the ground. Area secured. We found a large stash of high-purity drugs and a single corpse. Estimated time of death is about 2 hours ago. Cause of death appears to be drug overdose, very similar to Catter's case. No other passageways or personnel found, and nothing else unusual detected. Listening to the soldier's report, Guda waved his hand dismissively. He had no mood to care about any of this. As the minutes ticked by, he felt an ever-growing heaviness pulling him towards sleep. Their lips and tongues felt numb from all the cigarettes, and they drunk so much coffee and other stimulants that they were almost jittery, but the more they consumed, the less effective it became. Just then, a member of the paranormal response unit rushed over and whispered something into Guda's ear. His expression turned even grimmer. In the brief time since they had discovered and broken into the basement, 3 more people had fallen asleep and couldn't be woken up. One of them was even from their own squad. Guda exchanged glances with the military officers. They could read the word retreat in each other's eyes. But wanting to retreat and actually being allowed to were two different things. The higher-ups simply wouldn't agree. They'd already reported the ongoing incidents of mysterious sleep to their superiors, but those not present at the scene hardly cared. After all, it wasn't their own lives on the line. The orders remained unchanged. Meanwhile, outside Elm Town, the Hydra agents were experiencing their own measure of chaos. Because they kept a certain distance from the town, their information was coming in much slower. At this point, only agents with higher ranks could still rest normally. The sudden comas among these key personnel caused a ripple of confusion in the chain of command. At the foot of a mountain now occupied by Hydra, Fina swept her gaze back and forth, an eye of insight hovering above her head. She could clearly see the strange energy fluctuations hanging over Elm Town and the surrounding area, but as for what those fluctuations actually meant, she couldn't yet determine. Everywhere she looked, the grass, the small woods nearby, she sensed the presence of hidden lives. Even someone less perceptive than Fina would realize that anyone lurking around at a time like this could hardly be up to any good. She was careful not to reveal her own position. "Where are you?" Suddenly, a message lit up on the mark on Fina's right hand. It was Natasha inquiring about her location. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fina sent her position. It wasn't long before she sensed a new presence behind her. She turned the eye of insight in that direction and saw the newcomer instantly, a hurried Natasha. "What are you doing here?" Fina whispered. "I came to help. At first, I just got in the way, so the least I can do is help you out now," Natasha replied succinctly, her eyes scanning the darkness for hidden sentries with the help of her night vision goggles. "Why are there so many people here?" Natasha was puzzled. The number of people she could see matched the list Nick Fury had provided, but it seemed unlikely that both squads would be stationed outside the town. That just didn't add up. "You should go. I can handle this myself." Fina tugged at Natasha's sleeve. "There's almost certainly a wraith here. The negative energy is overwhelming. If it catches wind of you, I won't be able to protect you. Forget that for now. Do you really think you can get into town without drawing the attention of everyone around?" Natasha asked quietly. "I could try a spell," Fina replied, but her confidence faltered. None of the spells she knew were particularly suited to the current situation, and even if she tried, she'd have to worry about running out of mana. Being caught powerless would be a death sentence. "Better save your magic for when it really counts," Natasha said, taking Fina's hand and leading her toward the town. "What makes a top-tier agent?" A top-tier agent is someone who can spot and seize fleeting opportunities. Hydra surveillance was indeed tight, so tight that, under normal circumstances, even Natasha couldn't guarantee she could slip through undetected. But thanks to Freddy's dream, a few cracks had appeared in Hydra's defenses. The two advanced slowly, but their progress was relatively smooth. When they finally reached the outskirts of Elm Town, Fina suddenly came to a halt. The concentration up ahead just jumped a notch, and I can feel the chill of death in the air. "Someone's definitely died in there," Fina declared with absolute certainty. "So what now? Does your mission end here?" Natasha shot back. Fina hesitated. Now that casualties had been confirmed, this had gone beyond the scope of a rookie investigation. By the rules, she could leave and report in at this point. "I'll try reaching out to other investigators. Maybe there are other professionals nearby," Fina said, operating her badge. But the minimap on the badge showed that only she and Natasha were in the area, and her request for backup in the investigator channel received no response. Fina fell into silence for a moment. When Natasha started to worry that something had happened to her, Fina finally spoke up. "I have to at least take a look inside. This wasn't supposed to get so serious. If I hadn't asked for your help and attracted all these strange people, things wouldn't have turned out like this. For the sake of the original townsfolk, I can't just walk away. I'll go in with you. This was also my mistake on the job," Natasha replied without hesitation. This time, Fina didn't refuse. Partly because she could tell Natasha wouldn't take no for an answer, but also because she was feeling a bit afraid herself. As Fina entered the town, she noticed the environment had grown even quieter. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. It was as if those sharp-eared creatures sensed some lurking danger and had all gone into hiding. Crouching low, Fina's eye of insight on her forehead spun in all directions, scanning the town's energy patterns. If she could pinpoint where the negative energy was strongest, she could follow the trail straight to their target. Natasha guarded Fina's side, gun at the ready. If a vengeful spirit or some supernatural fiend attacked, she'd be out of her depth. But if it was enemy, agents or soldiers, she was confident she'd spot them first. In fact, as long as they weren't too many, she was sure she could handle them all by herself. La 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 la. I'm a little expert with the scalpel. Can't wait for Dawn to start my work." In the dream, Freddy hummed a nursery rhyme. His metal claws stabbed and withdrew, again and again. Hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys whirled through the air of the room. Tumbling through the air alongside the organs was a former agent, now a member of the Supernatural Rapid Response Unit, tightly bound by steel wire in front of Freddy. But as Freddy's hands moved, the motion of the captive's limbs grew slower and slower, until he lay as lifeless as a fish washed ashore. Oh dear, he's dead. Looks like my technique still needs work. I'll just have to keep practicing. Freddy slowly lifted his head as he spoke, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The people tied up before him struggled in terror, their faces twisted with fear. Each time they moved, the wire bit deeper into their bodies, making them resemble animals caught in a trap. Don't be impatient. One at a time, Freddy said. I'll let you witness how my skills have improved. He strode over to his helpless prey, his iron claws tracing lightly across their faces. Blood trickled down from the claws, drop by drop pooling on the floor. Freddy savored both the fear radiating from his victims and the surge of power coursing through his own body. Then he looked beyond them, at the tangled layers of dreams behind these captives. More people were trapped there, those who had not yet reached their breaking point. Freddy had not singled them out yet, knowing that their isolated nightmares would yield even more potent terror. As he observed, Freddy suddenly froze. Something fell off in his domain. A presence like a wild beast had slipped inside, turning his gaze to the small town. Within the dream, Freddy used his mirroring powers to detect lingering traces of magic along Fina's path. The source was the Eye of Insight hovering above her. "HM, a little mage," Freddy muttered, a note of disappointment flickering across his face, terrifying as it was. These mages do love meddling in others' business. With a flick of his iron claw, he projected himself into every dreamscape under his control, accelerating the harvest of fear from his captives. For Freddy, the terror of his prey was the finest sustenance. He had no idea how he had suddenly become this way, nor how he'd gained such uncanny abilities. Yet instinctively, he knew how to grow stronger, and exactly who his greatest enemy was. With Freddy's accelerated efforts, the effects were immediately felt among the soldiers still investigating in the town. They felt an overwhelming drowsiness settle upon them, compounded by the heavy weight of anxiety. Many slipped straight into nightmares, unable to resist. Freddy eagerly reaped the fresh surge of terror from these new victims, stockpiling power in preparation for the enemy he knew was fast approaching. He had never faced a mage before, but memories within him described their formidable powers, forces he currently could not withstand. Yet Fina's actions seemed subtly different from the mage he remembered. An hour later, Fina and Natasha arrived on Elm Street, just outside Elmwood Town. The place was crawling with soldiers, and the urgency was written all over their faces. Fina also noticed that the soldiers were relying heavily on stimulants. She even spotted one bleary-eyed guard with no fewer than 5 cigarettes clamped between his lips. Even so, he didn't dare sit down, constantly pacing back and forth in the middle of the street. Suddenly, the soldier collapsed to the ground, his cigarettes jabbing into his face. Yet, even that didn't wake him. 2 comrades at the roadside hefted the fallen soldier with solemn effort. News had already spread. The first soldiers to fall asleep had begun to suffer casualties. Now, everyone saw sleep as an omen of death, and the only reason no one had tried to flee yet was that nobody believed they could escape the town without succumbing to the nightmare first. Natasha waved to Fina, signaling her to follow behind the soldier. Once she was sure which house the soldier had entered, Natasha vaulted over the wall and, in just a few seconds, climbed to the rooftop. A soldier sat at the edge of the roof. He was supposed to be one of the military's lookout posts, but the barrage of bad news had left him too anxious to lie prone. It was far too easy to doze off without noticing. Natasha crept up behind him. Out of instinct, she almost twisted the soldier's neck to break it, but then she remembered the upright Fina following her. She shifted her move at the last moment, knocking him out instead. She gently laid the unconscious soldier on the rooftop platform. The vantage point offered an excellent view, allowing her to catch a glimpse of what was happening on the first floor across the street, through the windows. 1, 2, 3. Natasha counted quietly, tallying the people she could see lying on the ground. There were already 8. Notice anything off? After finishing the count, Natasha whispered in Fina's ear. It could be a nightmare spell. There's a hidden surge of energy in the air that seems to accelerate sleep, but I can't quite decipher it yet, Fina replied. Then let's fall back for now, huh? Natasha yawned mid-sentence, unable to hold it back. Fina looked at Natasha with a grave expression. She realized she was being affected too. No, if she thought about it, ever since they entered this area, she felt something was wrong. Her body was simply much tougher than the average soldiers, which was why the effects were only showing now. Natasha reached the same conclusion. She'd slept soundly the previous night, so there was no reason for this sudden drowsiness. Even during her agent training, she could go 10 days without a wink of sleep and still keep her mind sharp. Sharp enough to pass even the Red Room's interrogations. "Let's get out of here," Fina said through gritted teeth. They hadn't learned much, but if they stayed any longer, Natasha could be in real danger. That was something she couldn't allow. Natasha nodded. She'd been thinking of retreating all along. As for the nightmare brewing in this place, Natasha didn't believe for a second it couldn't be handled. If it came to it, she could always call in a heavy, tactical missile strike to wipe everything out. As for the people inside, she'd just write them off as casualties. She didn't care. In the end, she could always pin the blame on the terrorists. Problem solved. Both Fina and Natasha were ready to retreat, but Freddy wasn't about to let them leave so easily. The surge of power coursing through him was intoxicating, making him feel invincible. After watching Fina from several perspectives, Freddy realized this mage was a novice, completely inexperienced and not particularly strong either. What does a mage's fear taste like? Freddy sensed the waves of fear radiating from Fina and grinned wickedly. Even though he decided to keep Fina in his lair, Freddy was still cautious enough not to attack her directly just yet, because he wasn't fully confident that he could pull Fina into his dream world. But Natasha was a different story. In Freddy's eyes, Natasha was nothing more than an exceptionally strong and mentally tough ordinary person. Professionals who possess their own internal energy are worlds apart from ordinary people whose bodies lack any directly controllable energy when it comes to resisting nightmare dreamscapes. No amount of training can truly bridge that gap. So, just as Natasha was about to climb down the wall, the energy around her body suddenly surged violently. Hit by this wave, Natasha felt a bout of dizziness. In that instant of vertigo, Natasha was yanked straight into the dream. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a pitch-black, shadowy prison. Did I just get caught? Natasha glanced around, her ears picking up a faint, raspy noise in the darkness. Yeah, I got caught. There was not a hint of fear on Natasha's face. As if a setting like this could really scare her, it wasn't nearly enough. Next, a group of people emerged from the shadows, those Natasha had killed before, including trainees who once competed with her for the title of Black Widow. Weapons clutched in their hands, faces twisted with malice, they advanced on Natasha as one. Natasha loosened up her muscles. Just a bunch of losers she'd already beaten once. If she'd killed them before, she could do it again. She really couldn't see what was supposed to be frightening about this scene. And so, with that same old nursery rhyme serving as the background music, Natasha swiftly dispatched every single one of her assailants. This left Freddy a little frustrated. He hadn't been around for long, but already his tricks were running thin. His first move, environmental suggestion, using darkness, cold, and other negative sensations to stir up fear in his target's heart. After all, humans have always feared the dark. It's a mark left in our genes by countless years of evolution. But maybe Natasha had simply lived too long and seen too much, or maybe that faulty serum had altered her very DNA. Whatever the case, she showed not the slightest hint of fear. His second move, most of the targets Freddy had pulled into dreams so far were hardly innocent. They all had blood on their hands. People like that are prone to emotional turmoil when facing enemies they've killed, especially if those enemies rise from the dead. By then artificially creating a disparity in power, Freddy could easily draw out the target's terror. Unfortunately for him, those who had died at Natasha's hands were all weaklings. Even armed, they couldn't touch her. Now that Natasha had stretched her limbs, she was actually feeling more confident and exhilarated than before. The third move was the simplest, a predator's game. Freddy himself would become the nightmare, a foe the target could never defeat. When the hunted is reduced to mere prey, fear always follows. But at this point, Freddy figured showing up in front of Natasha would be pointless. If he kept it this way, he'd be taking a straight loss. Sure, others might make up for his losses, but Freddy himself was thoroughly annoyed. Outside the dream, Fina looked anxiously at Natasha, who had sunk into a deep sleep. Gritting her teeth and stomping her foot, Fina opened her right hand. Blue ripples of energy spread from her palm, wrapping around Natasha. Using this as her anchor, she traced a path to Freddy's dream world. After layering a few more defenses on herself, Fina dove straight in. In the midst of a dream, Fina suddenly appeared at Natasha's side, took her hand, and led her away from the dream. After a dazzling burst of magical light, the two of them found themselves standing in the middle of the small town. But something was wrong. They were still inside the dream. Fina sensed the magical marker she had left on Elm Street and felt a jolt of alarm. They had only managed to escape the deeper layer of the dream. Freddy, like a set of Russian nesting dolls, had stacked personal and collective dreams one inside another. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You've come to my house as guests, and you're trying to run off before we've even met face to face? That's hardly how I treat my visitors, Freddy's voice echoed from every direction. At the same time, his figure appeared all around them, encircling Natasha and Fina. The rippling force of the dream world interrupted Fina's escape spell. Fina stepped in front of Natasha, her right hand outstretched, conjuring a reinforced magic shield that enveloped them both. Burning hands. With her defenses in place, Fina swept her right hand forward, sending a torrent of flames surging from her palm. The fire instantly ignited the nearby buildings, but the blaze lasted only a moment before vanishing, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of smoke. Ovo, is this the latest kind of sauna? I must say, it's much more comfortable than the ordinary kind, Freddy taunted, dancing around Fina, his words mocking and his iron claws flickering restlessly, ready to strike at any moment. Scorching ray. The spell circled before Fina's right hand shifted rapidly, and a volley of fireballs shot from its center, hurtling toward the nimble Freddy as he darted from side to side. Each ball exploded on the ground, sending shards flying, but not a single one left a mark on Freddy. Here in the dream, he wielded his own brand of magic, effortless, instant teleportation, with no cooldown or cost. Wow, is this the famous fireball spell? Are you a member of the Church of Fireballs? Freddy quipped as he flashed next to Fina, dragging his iron claws across the magic shield and sending shimmering ripples across its surface. Natasha grabbed Fina and rolled them both to the side. A heartbeat later, a shipping container crashed down on the spot where they'd just been. Freddy twirled his claws with a hint of disappointment. These two were proving to be tougher than he'd thought. Natasha was constantly scanning their surroundings, alert to any special attacks the dream might conjure, while Fina focused on defense and kept up the pressure on Freddy. As long as their teamwork held, someone like Freddy, whose direct offensive power was limited, would have a hard time killing them before Fina's magic ran out. As they exchanged blows, Freddy dodged another fireball with a gleaming teleport, reappearing on Fina's other side. Maybe I should let you go, he teased. Go home, study up on a few other spells. What's the point of all these fireballs anyway? He hadn't even finished speaking when a massive fireball hurtled down from above, its diameter dozens of times greater than any Fina had cast. The surface of the orb glowed with the scorching blue of 5,000 degrees. Boom! The explosion shook the entire dreamscape around them. Fina curled into herself, thickening the magical shield once more to brace for the oncoming shockwave. But she quickly realized that the force and flames from the gigantic fireball's blast carefully skirted around her small patch of ground, as if it had been calculated to keep her safe. Freddy barely managed to dodge the giant fireball, his heart still pounding as he stared at the area in front of him. In that instant, parts of the dreamscapes buildings were simply vaporized, their destruction a stark testament to the fireball's overwhelming power, worlds apart from the ones Fina had unleashed before. Fina lifted her head slightly, glancing in a certain direction. There was only one person she knew who could wield a fireburst spell with such precision. Yet, that person shouldn't possibly be here. He should still be in the alchemy workshop, serving his punishment. Natasha followed Fina's gaze. In the shimmering, heated air, a figure slowly materialized. The man clutched a strangely shaped staff, his robe tattered and worn. To someone unknowing, at first glance, he looked more like a wandering vagrant than a wizard. Professor Blaze! Fina cried out in surprise and delight. Blaze nodded to Fina, then fixed his gaze on Freddy, who stood not far away. The situation hadn't escalated to the point where Blaze needed to intervene, but Freddy's earlier words had thoroughly irritated him. Blaze's temper had been simmering for some time now, and finally, he found a suitable target to unleash it upon. He saw no reason to keep waiting. So, after dealing with the lackey, the boss appears? Freddy licked the blood from his iron claws. The fear and dread harvested in the depths of his solitary dreams now surged into his body through the dream channel, stabilizing the collective dreamscape at once. You old fool, didn't I tell you to stop playing with fireballs? Look at what you've done to yourself. Freddy hadn't even finished his sentence before another massive fireball came hurtling his way. No sense of fair play. Attacking before I finish my quip? Totally unsporting. Freddy was forced into a desperate dance, flickering across the dreamscape in rapid flashes. Blaze's fireburst spell, an advanced, devastating evolution of the fireball, flowed from his hands without the slightest pause. With his overwhelming psychic pressure, Blaze could accurately predict where Freddy would reappear after every teleport, making the barrage both relentless and exhilarating. For a full half-minute, the explosions rained down. Fina watched, her eyes sparkling with admiration, such dominance. She yearned to do the same, if only her strength allowed it. Meanwhile, Natasha edged behind Fina, anxious. If this newly arrived wizard realized she'd accidentally helped the enemy, would he just incinerate her with a single fireball? In just 30 seconds, the town-sized collective dream was blasted apart 3 or 4 times. Freddy dared not stop repairing it, knowing that without the dream's boost, his blinking ability would last only seconds. But drawing too deeply on the stockpiled fear had already caused several solitary dreams to collapse, their dreamers now spilling into the collective realm. Each new arrival, upon witnessing Blaze's overwhelming might, quickly retreated into a corner, not a single one daring to make a rash move. Blaze let out a long, satisfied breath. This was exactly what he needed. No worries about collateral damage, just pure, unrestrained destruction. Freddy also paused, panting for breath. In his mind, the wizard's magic must almost be spent by now. But before he could utter a word of mockery, he saw Blaze tap the air lightly with his staff. Instantly, a massive magic circle spread out, enveloping the entire collective dreamscape, a spatial anchor, locked in place. From this moment forward, in this realm, no one could use spatial magic, unless Blaze himself allowed it. After Freddy lost the ability to flee, Blaze raised his staff high. In the dreamscape of Elm Town, flecks of azure light began to appear in the sky. Each shimmering point was a fireball spell taking shape. This was one of Blaze's specialties, the meteor shower. Freddy stared at the spectacle, struck so speechless that he swallowed his usual taunts. He broke into a sprint toward Blaze, intending to cut off the source of all that firepower. Natasha, seeing this, prepared to rush forward and help, but Fina held her back. Don't worry, that nightmare is asking for it. Before my teacher became a mage, he was already a mid-level knight. A mid-level knight? Natasha looked over at Blaze, just in time to see him release his grip on the staff. With a swift motion at the base, a slender sword appeared in his hand. Well, look at that. The staff was a multi-purpose tool all along. So the outer casing doubled as a sword sheath. Freddy was taken aback too, but he couldn't stop himself in time. He barreled straight into the swirling storm of sword light in front of Blaze, only to be sliced to pieces. In the next instant, the Elm Town dreamscape shrank, and Freddy was reborn at the far edge. He looked up at the sky, where the meteor shower was ready to be unleashed. If he couldn't win in close combat, he stood even less chance at range. There was nothing left but to run. Teacher, take him alive. Live specimens fetch a much higher containment fee. Fina shouted. Blaze paused, subtly altered the trajectory of the meteor shower, and redirected the main force against the dreamscape itself, shattering the fragile illusion in one devastating strike. The blow even sent shockwaves through the collective human dream network nearby. Once freed from the dream, Gouda and Des quickly reigned in their subordinates. Having witnessed Blaze's power firsthand and barely escaped the dream with their lives, none of them wanted to risk dying for trivial reasons. Fina ran over to the remains of Freddy, her containment marker snapping out a cord to pull what was left of him into storage. Fina, don't get greedy. When facing enemies, consider your own gain only as a last resort. Blaze walked over and began to advise her in a low voice, but before he could finish, Fina leapt up, beaming at him as she displayed her points total. Teacher, I've saved up so many points. I can help you pay off your debts now. I read the points guide. Just 1 point is worth a good chunk of high-purity mana crystals. If we keep this up a few more times, you won't have to stay cooped up in the alchemy workshop any longer. Fina's face lit up with a radiant smile. Oh, right. What was it you were saying, teacher? Blaze was momentarily at a loss for words. It's true what they say. Adversity reveals true friends. He'd always kept to himself, but now, in hard times, there was still someone willing to help him. Maybe that was fate's way of showing him some kindness. He patted Fina's head gently. There's no rush, Fina. Mage Kieran has already overturned part of the council's punishment. You should use those points to stabilize your rank instead. Advancing in the middle of battle can make your foundation shaky, and it's easy to slip back down. At these words, Fina checked herself and exclaimed, I've advanced to full mage. Yes, I'll send you the spell model for the miniature flame elemental pool in a bit. You can use it as the foundation for your official mage training. But if you want to pursue a different school or element, I'm afraid I can't help you there, Blaze said, his tone casual. The most valuable thing he had now was the knowledge in his mind. I think our school is just fine, Fina replied with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, she pulled Natasha over. Teacher, this is my friend. She's a member of the Ouroboros Society. Could you help us with some detection potions? The ones in the shop are way too expensive. Natasha looked a bit nervous. She hadn't expected Fina to be so direct and reliable, pulling her into this so quickly. Blaze glanced at Natasha then, reached into his personal space, and handed her a stack of detection potions, even including some for niche professions. more than enough for Natasha's needs. Come on, Fina. I still have some free time. Let me describe the next stretch of the road for you, Blaze said, taking Fina by the hand. With a flicker of space magic, they disappeared from sight. As soon as Fina and Blaze left, Natasha found herself surrounded. Gutta, Des, and the others all had their eyes locked on the box in Natasha's hands. Is anyone here confident they could survive a single fireball spell? Natasha calmly closed the lid on the box of potions and met their gazes. Or are you all planning to cut yourselves off from dealing with professionals like us in the future? Gutta halted at that. He had to admit, those two mages didn't seem like ordinary professionals. In all the stories, mages were known for their wide networks and high status. Natasha seemed close to that Fina, too. If they tried something so blatant as a robbery, it could spell trouble for their future prospects. Of course not. We're all decent folks here, Gutta said, though there was an undercurrent of threat in his voice. But this place is remote and dangerous. If you'd be willing to part with 2/3 of those potions, we could offer you some protection. They couldn't make a move openly, but if they removed their identification markers, what was to stop them from acting in secret? It was a common tactic for them. Natasha smiled faintly. No need. Just worry about yourselves. She had already achieved her goal. Here in town, these people probably wouldn't dare to touch her. From her experience, Natasha guessed they'd try to ambush her outside the town, but she also knew another group was lying in wait out there. Free muscle, as far as she was concerned. Once chaos broke out, any threats would be the least of her worries. Meanwhile, at home, Yang Xiao was reviewing the results page for Script 7. He had invested a significant amount of mental energy into evolving Blaze this time. High effort but high reward. Script 7. Mage War against Freddy. Script synopsis. The greedy newborn nightmare isn't satisfied with harvesting only the fear and souls of ordinary people. He set his sights on the novice mage, Fina, unaware that provoking the young would bring out the old. Script evolution result. Excellent. Script evolution yields. Morningstar Mage Blaze, Simple Alchemy Workshop, Nightmare Freddy, Dying, Single Floor Clock Tower, Pseudo. Archmage Blaze, Master of the Morningstar. A Grand Mage deeply versed in fire element spells, Blaze possesses formidable research skills. He enjoys the physique and combat prowess of an intermediate knight, excels in the crafting of a variety of magical potions, and is knowledgeable in the creation of certain magical artifacts. With a repertoire of exclusive, optimized spell models, he is proficient in most general spells up to the advanced mage level. Simple Alchemy Workshop. This workshop is specially designed for the creation of magical potions and items. Its basic level imposes a cap on the highest grade of items it can produce, but slightly reduces material consumption during production and marginally enhances the quality of finished goods. The workshop is equipped with self-defense capabilities equivalent to an intermediate professional, and at maximum capacity, it can accommodate 1 Grand Mage or Alchemist, 10 Advanced Mages, or Alchemists, and several other professionals working simultaneously. The optimal configuration is 10 advanced professionals along with supporting personnel. Nightmare Freddy. Dying a newborn nightmare creature with the innate ability to manipulate dreams, Freddy is rated as an intermediate-level professional. Renowned for his unparalleled escape skills, he feeds on the fears of sentient beings and can rapidly strengthen himself through absorbing their terror. Currently, he is suffering from severe burns, depleted energy, and is in a state of utter weakness and grave injury. Single-layer clock tower. Pseudo. This structure represents 1 floor of the evolving planetary scripts clock tower, yet to be fully evolved. It allows limited admission of external individuals and requires supplementary energy for maintenance. The tower boasts self-defense capabilities on par with an advanced professional, and with a significant energy expenditure, it can project this floor into the physical world. After the script's evolution concluded, Yang Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of magical power coursing through his body. At the same time, his mental strength solidified rapidly, and as its quality soared, Yang Xiao experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he had grown a new organ. This was the unique enhancement granted by Blaze's manifestation. Now, even without the script's creative powers, Yang Xiao could be placed alone among the Avengers in his former world's storyline and still rank among the mightiest, possessing extraordinary self-preservation skills, the type who, even if he couldn't win, could always escape unscathed. He hadn't had long to savor the newfound power before he saw Blaze bidding farewell to Fina and making a spatial leap in his direction. Blaze came to a halt before the ethereal door, knocked, and announced, "Mage Kieran, I have come to say goodbye. I am preparing to return and serve my sentence. Come in first." Yang Xiao, now more composed than ever, had officially surpassed Blaze in strength. With his unique artifacts, he no longer needed the script's power to convincingly play the role of Kieran. Mage Kieran, do you have any guidance for me? After conversing with his own disciple for some time, Blaze's mood and attitude had undergone a marked transformation. He was a far cry from the man Yang Qiu had first met. You don't need to return to the alchemy workshop just yet, Yang Qiu said. After all, the currently evolved simple alchemy workshop was no longer suitable for someone of Blaze's caliber. Even as a punishment, it wouldn't be appropriate to confine him there. For now, stay with the Ancient One. The Ancient One? Do you mean the Supreme Sorcerer? Blaze asked. That's right. Ancient One has safeguarded this piece for so long. It's time for us to take over. Go and observe their procedures for. Now, this period will count toward your penalty, Yang Qiu said evenly. This was a plan he had pondered over for quite some time. Within the script's 7-star planet, aside from a makeshift alchemy workshop, there was nothing suitable for assigning Blaze. Placing him directly in the surface world wasn't ideal either. For now, the best place was with the Ancient One. There, Blaze wouldn't risk exposure, nor would his talents go to waste. Yang Qiu now felt rather fortunate that he had once been discovered by the Ancient One. If she hadn't been there, quietly supporting him, and cleaning up after his mistakes, he would have had far more to worry about. The pace of progress would have been much slower, too. Understood. I'll go right away. Blaze did not leave after speaking. He lingered in hesitation, as if there was something he wished to say. If you have any concerns, just speak, Yang Qiu prompted. Could you lend me some basic magical materials? The Council has restricted my access to any such supplies, and the Ancient One follows a different tradition from us. Most of what she has isn't useful to me, so Blaze spoke humbly. Before his trouble, he wouldn't have given a second glance to low-grade materials. It's for your apprentice, isn't it? I know her. A kind-hearted young girl, still innocent to the world. Yang Qiu smiled, sensing the solid bond between master and disciple. When a mage council distributes the annual allotment for full mages, I'll have them set aside an extra share for you. But once your punishment is over, there will be no further compensation. Is that acceptable? No problem. Thank you, Mage Kieran. Blaze was truly grateful. Once his penalty ended and his status was restored, he wouldn't want for ordinary supplies. The compensation itself didn't matter. What did matter was that his apprentice would now have more resources to aid her growth. The Himalayas are among the coldest places on Earth, yet humans have still managed to carve out settlements here. The bitter chill could not quench mankind's fierce will to survive. Today, a new visitor arrived in this frozen land. Blaze, wrapped in nothing but his thin robe, walked through the swirling snow. The Himalayas were particularly cold today, and Blaze disliked such environments. In truth, he disliked all cold places. Still, he appreciated the people here. To Blaze, every person he passed radiated a tenacious vitality, and most of those he encountered along the way greeted him with warmth. Many, noticing his flimsy attire, offered him food that resembled roasted sweet potatoes. Some even tried to give him a heavy coat. After Blaze politely declined all these gestures, the locals began to believe he must be some kind of ascetic monk. Before long, Blaze arrived at the entrance of a peculiar building. He raised his staff and knocked twice upon the door. With a crackling sound, the door swung open. Benedict Wong appeared, his face a touch severe. Blaze made no move to avoid his gaze. Instead, he pressed his palms together in a respectful bow. Master Blaze, that's me. Mage Kieran has sent me to seek out the Ancient One. Might I ask if she is here? Blaze said softly. Present, please follow me. Wong was waiting here specifically for Blaze. Once he received him, he led him into the inner courtyard. Along the way, Blaze observed his surroundings. There were many gaps in the magical defenses, and he didn't spot any constructs like golems. Rather than the home of a supreme sorcerer, this place felt more like a monastery, though that impression excluded the students practicing spells throughout the grounds. Inside, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, instructing her disciples. Gradually, her voice faded as she turned her gaze toward the doorway. Yang Qiu had already briefed the Ancient One about Blaze, his background and skills. She herself was also quite curious about this powerful mage from another tradition who had appeared in their world. In any case, she was pleased with Yang Qiu's recent progress. Supreme Sorcerer, is something the matter? Asked one of the disciples below. A friend has come to visit, the Ancient One replied as she slowly rose to her feet. Given the vast difference in status and power between them, it was only natural for Blaze to come seek out the Ancient One. However, it would be rather discourteous if she remained seated upon his arrival. Before long, Blaze stepped through the doorway. As he entered, he glanced briefly at the apprentices below before shifting his gaze away. The Ancient One was undeniably powerful, but the way she drew her strength from other dimensions made it nearly impossible to train another to her level. Master Ancient One, greetings. I am Blaze. Blaze gave a mage's salute as he spoke. Welcome to Kamar Taj. The Ancient One nodded in reply. The name belonged to her former homeland, chosen for this place as a gesture of remembrance. I've already spoken with Master Kiran. For now, you may move about freely, though I recommend you remain within these grounds. I'll notify you when it's time to act. Does that sound acceptable? Master Kiran? Mage Blaze? Why have I never heard of these people? Seated below, Caecilius eyed Blaze carefully, as if trying to figure out where this stranger had come from. As you wish, Blaze replied, ignoring Caecilius, too weak to pique his interest. However, if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could assign me a space where I may prepare some magical elixirs for my own disciples. Of course, that's no problem. Juan can help you with those arrangements, the Ancient One replied. Through her magical sight, Blaze appeared as a living flame. Upon hearing that he too had disciples, a new idea began to form in her mind. Additionally, Master Kiran sent you here not only to learn our response protocols, but also to foster mutual exchange between us. I'm quite interested in the current state of the clock tower. Our last exchange was over a decade ago when I met with Master Kiran. Clock tower? Caecilius grew even more puzzled. Yet another unfamiliar term. Was it the name of some organization? Master Ancient One, forgive my bluntness, but our traditions differ so greatly that I fear any exchange would be limited in effect. Still, since you proposed it, I will comply. It's just... At this, Blaze glanced at the Kamartaj sorcerers seated nearby, then shook his head as if to say, none of these people are up to the task. With whom could I possibly exchange ideas? Caecilius's temper flared instantly. He hadn't been looked down upon like this in a long time. Gu-E, on the other hand, didn't seem bothered at all. From a certain perspective, the other party wasn't entirely wrong. Then let's have a sparring match, she suggested. At her words, the mirror dimension unfolded, sweeping everyone nearby into its confines. Blaze's heart tightened. He had been pulled in without the faintest ability to resist, the difference in power glaringly obvious. Given such an overwhelming gap, Blaze couldn't even be bothered to remind anyone about the destructive power of his spells. In his mind, Gu-E and Kiran were now on the same level. To say anything else would only reveal how oblivious he was to the situation. My apologies, Blaze said, gripping his staff tightly. The elemental pool within him surged, and under his control, fire element flooded the space several meters around him. The sheer force of it drove all the Kamartaj sorcerers back by 2 paces. Even though not a single spark had touched them, visions of being engulfed by fire already blazed in their minds. Magic surged, flames circled, multiple spells layered, and ultimate spell amplification shimmered around Blaze. Only now did he truly unleash the might of a grand mage. Nothing like when he played around with Freddy before. In this state, Blaze could have easily destroyed that dream realm from earlier. He wouldn't even need something as grand as Meteor Swarm. A single fireball would have done most of the job. As Blaze layered spell after spell upon himself, Gu-E watched him with a gentle smile, making no move to interrupt. So powerful. This person is truly powerful. Caecilius, who had retreated to the back, couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He had already put considerable distance between himself and Blaze, yet he still felt as if he were being roasted alive, the fluids in his body nearly boiling. In front of Blaze, Gu-E remained utterly composed. Blaze was certainly impressive, but compared to Dormammu's might, he still fell short by a wide margin. Gu-E raised her hands in a practiced opening stance, golden energy blossoming between her palms. Blaze didn't waste words. He launched straight into action with the simplest, most direct fireball spell, massive fireballs surging forth from his hands one after another. Gu-E made no attempt to dodge. With a sweep of her arms, she conjured a shield, absorbing every fireball without retreating a single step. Blaze knew he likely couldn't win against Gu-E, but he couldn't afford to appear weak either. After all, he was representing the clock tower this time. He couldn't let himself be looked down upon. Burning hands. Flames roared. Blaze unleashed fire in both directions, turning the mirror dimension into a raging sea of flames in the blink of an eye. Gu-E strolled through the inferno with unhurried grace, even taking time to cast protective wards for the spectators behind her. Everywhere she walked, flames vanished at her feet, only to be replaced as new fire surged in. Fire elemental summoning. With a thump of his staff, Blaze summoned elemental beings wrought entirely from fire, which rose from the blazing sea and charged at Gu-E. Watching these artificial fire elementals, the Ancient One's interest was piqued. She gracefully shifted in front of one of the elementals, and with a single, swift strike infused with energy, she shattered its very form. The fire elemental dispersed into the air, not even given a chance to self-destruct. Faced with this scene, Blaze was at a loss for his next move. He had nearly exhausted his repertoire of single-target spells. The rest, like Scorching Ray and Chain Explosion, were not much different. From Pyroblast, in effect, and posed no threat to the Ancient One whatsoever. As for area spells, their strength lay in wide coverage and sustained damage, but they were far less effective in a duel. While Blaze pondered his options, the Ancient One had already dispersed every fire elemental he conjured. The rate at which she destroyed them far outpaced his ability to create more. At the same time, the Ancient One formed an assessment of Blaze in her mind, a true, upright sorcerer of immense destructive power. In all of Kamar Taj, aside from herself, there was hardly anyone who could defeat him by sheer force. However, if one were to employ more enigmatic or deceptive spells, victory could still be snatched away. After all, the magic and abilities of Kamar Taj often drew from mighty entities of other worlds and dimensions. Without knowledge of such powers or their counters, it was all too easy to suffer a crushing defeat. Master Ancient One, you are truly formidable. I must admit, I cannot breach your defenses. But there's one more spell I'd like you to try. Blaze said slowly, meeting her gaze. The spell he referred to was the experimental incantation that had once destroyed his own wizard's tower. Though that last experiment had ended in disaster, Blaze had gained a wealth of experience. He could now manage the spell, albeit with low odds of success. Then I look forward to your magic, the Ancient One replied, pausing to speak. She was only just warming up herself. In truth, if Blaze's spell could force her to use the Eye of Agamotto, it would already exceed her expectations. Blaze nodded, drew a deep breath, and conjured an incredibly intricate magic circle before him. As the circle began to rotate, the temperature in the arena soared several degrees. A success this time? Blaze felt a flicker of hope. Once he was certain the magic circle had passed its most unstable phase, he funneled all of the mana marks swirling around him, catalyzed by his Mana Surge spell, directly into this arcane matrix. A minute later, the spell neared completion. Master Ancient One, this is my strongest attack. Be ready, Blaze shouted at the top of his lungs. Eternal, blazing sun. A deafening blast erupted. A wave of searing heat exploded before the Ancient One, as if the sun itself had descended from the heavens to confront her. For the first time, the terrifying temperature shattered the Ancient One's protective shield. The onlookers in the rear instinctively retreated, unable to withstand the oppressive heat. Even the barrier before them failed to keep it at bay. In that moment, everyone revealed their own defensive tricks. The most common was the golden magical shield conjured with a swift gesture of the Ancient One's hands. Yet, as the raging energy storm swept across the arena, the Ancient One's smile only grew brighter. The mirror dimension around them began to dissolve, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by the mushroom cloud from the explosion. But then, quite suddenly, the previously unstable space regained its composure, and the mushroom cloud itself slowly receded, returning to how things had started. Blaze was left a little dumbfounded. It turned out this Sorcerer Supreme, just like Master Kirin, wielded the power of time. All those warnings he'd given now seemed more than a little overconfident in retrospect. Once everything settled down, the Eye of Agamotto that hung from the Ancient One's chest dimmed, its radiant glow fading away as the precious gem returned to its usual lusterless state. Shaking his head, Blaze descended to the ground. The eternal solar flare he'd unleashed was a spell he developed based on the principles of nuclear explosions. Unlike the nuclear missiles deployed by countries in the physical world, his spell had an extremely narrow area of effect. Yet, the energy it released in a single instant was every bit as devastating, resulting in an even more dramatic burst of immediate damage. Moreover, Blaze's eternal solar flare had another advantage. It left behind no lingering radiation, an environmentally friendly nuclear bomb, if there ever was one. At the edge of the mirror dimension, the spectators were at a loss for words. The sheer force Blaze had demonstrated left them thoroughly intimidated. As much as they didn't want to believe it, the truth was plain to see. Except for the Ancient One herself, the entire Kamar Taj had just been humbled before his power. Whether these onlookers were friendly or not, if any were thinking of making trouble, they would surely recall this spell and ask themselves whether they could possibly survive beneath the eternal solar flare. That was precisely why the Ancient One had chosen to rewind time within a confined space. She sensed that many of her disciples were growing restless, overly confident in their magical prowess, and starting to believe themselves above ordinary mortals. Now, Blaze had given them a much-needed lesson. At the same time, he and his so-called clock tower would leave a deeper impression on everyone, a development that would benefit Yang Qiu's plans. Applause echoed. The Ancient One took the lead, her hands coming together in a steady rhythm. The others soon followed, and the applause spread through the space. Feeling a bit awkward at first, Blaze soon relaxed, his spirits lifted. At least his efforts hadn't gone unnoticed. His display had not been in vain. News of the events in Elm Town remained tightly sealed. Even a month after Blaze entered Kamartage, Yang Xiu still hadn't seen those 3 words appear in any public report. Likewise, there was no mention of any casualty list released by the military or the paranormal response unit, a detail that actually made more sense than simply omitting the town's name. Little fish, eat up and grow big, okay? Meow, grow big and strong. After emptying the fish food into the tank, Yang Xiu tilted his head to look at In, who was perched with her paws hooked over the aquarium's edge. He wondered if this was the feline equivalent of a New Year's greeting to the fish, though surely not with good intentions. Over this period, Yang Xiu had already changed tanks 3 times. The blue pouch fish was growing far too quickly to be an ornamental pet, but since it insisted, the fish Yang Xiu chose was too small and needed to be fattened up before eating. He could only indulge her, after all, and had exclusive rights to the fish. Besides, trading one fish for a more obedient and hardly seemed a bad deal to Yang Xiu. In fact, he hoped the fish would live as long as possible. Long enough, perhaps, for a genuine friendship to form between the two. Of course, he knew deep down that was wishful thinking. More importantly, even an extra blue pouch fish wouldn't alleviate Yang Xiu's current shortage of materials. The alchemy workshop that had evolved from the script hadn't operated at full capacity even once in the past month. Not just because of a lack of workers, but even more so due to the scarcity of ingredients. As for labor, Yang Xiu could still spare some time to oversee a shift himself. But when it came to magical materials, there was nothing he could do. It would be a waste to have Yang Xiu use his mental strength to simulate them, and if he started cultivating them from scratch, who knew how long it would take before they could be harvested? In the end, this kind of problem would probably fall back on the script's evolution to resolve. The only thing that gave Yang Xiu a little comfort was how well the blue pouch fish were thriving. They were highly versatile and could substitute for quite a few types of magical ingredients. While not quite as effective as the originals, the difference wasn't too great. Yang Xiu, Yang Xiu. Accompanied by a rapid knock at the door, Peter's voice called out from the entryway. Yang Xiu clapped his hands together, returning the room to normal. The magical formation surrounding the containment box dimmed, its contents, Annabelle the doll and the gravely injured Freddy, requiring strict supervision. When he opened the door, Yang Xiu found Peter standing there, visibly anxious. Something's happened. Something's happened. Peter shouted, as if the sky were falling. Slow down, what happened? Who's in trouble? Yang Xiu maintained his composure, casting a clarity spell on Peter to help him calm down. It's Mr. Stark. He's gone missing in the Middle East. What do we do? What do we do? There's still a war going on over there. Maybe he's been kidnapped by a terrorist group. Sweat as big as beads rolled down Peter's forehead. He had idolized Stark for years, and now, suddenly hearing bad news about his hero, he was on the verge of panic. Tony's missing. Is the Iron Man storyline beginning? Yang Xiu tensed up as well. Not for Tony Stark's sake, mind you. The Ancient One had always kept an eye on the original Avengers. It would be hard for Tony to die on her watch. What made Yang Xiu nervous was the timing. If the Iron Man plot was kicking off, then it meant there were only a few short years left before the Mad Titan's chaos arrived on Earth. The nerves that Yang Xiu had only just managed to relax over the past few days now snapped taut. Brother Yang. Peter noticed Yang Xiu had suddenly gone silent and called out softly. Oh, it's nothing. Yang Xiu snapped back to reality. Don't worry. Your idol, Tony Stark, is a top-tier billionaire. Sure, there are plenty of people who want him dead, but just as many want him alive. Besides, you have to trust in his abilities. Even if he's been captured, he's more than capable of turning the tables. But, Peter still wanted to say more, but realized that no matter what he said, it wouldn't help. He and Yang Xiu were just ordinary people. How could they possibly make a difference? A few minutes later, after he'd calmed down, Peter walked home with his head hung low. As Yang Xiu watched his retreating figure, another genius came to mind, Ivan Vanko. Whiplash from the original timeline, a villain who ultimately met his end at Tony Stark's hands. His very appearance was a reminder to Tony that if superheroes could exist in this world, so too could supervillains. Although he was utterly defeated, Ivan's talent is undeniable. In terms of funding and manpower, he is nowhere near Stark's league, just slightly better off than Stark when he was trapped in that cave. Still, the suit Ivan assembled on his own actually surpassed Stark's Mark I, which was built in the cave, in terms of firepower. So, all things considered, their abilities aren't all that different. Both men are the kind who can squeeze every drop out of their resources. In plain terms, they can make a penny do the work of two. This particular trait is exactly what Yang Xiu needs right now. He wishes his subordinates could all gain strength quickly without expecting any reward, and if they could contribute a little extra on top of that, so much the better. Yes, he wants a horse to run without feeding it, and maybe even hopes for a bit of horse meat on the side. Clearly, after all these years in America, Yang Xiu has picked up a few bad habits from the capitalists. Thinking about it, Ivan Vanko ultimately turned to crime because of his nature and the words his father uttered in jealousy with his dying breath. In this respect, Tony Stark has an advantage that Ivan Vanko could never hope to match. Tony's father was Howard, a top scientist and founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. He may not have been the best father, perhaps too busy with work, but he certainly wasn't a bad one. His actions subtly and profoundly shaped Tony as a child. Ivan Vanko, on the other hand, received nothing good from his father except a sharp mind. The only thing worth mentioning was his father's early research on the original arc reactor. After being cast out by Howard for misconduct and extreme thinking, his father drowned his days in alcohol, never once trying to turn things around, let alone offering Ivan any kind of positive or meaningful influence. Without the right guidance, the smarter a person is, the more dangerous they can become. Ivan Vanko's future is one of the best examples. Yang Xiu thought carefully. Ivan Vanko's father probably died around the time Tony Stark revealed to the world that he was Iron Man, so there's still some time before that happens. This means Ivan Vanko hasn't yet taken the criminal path. There's still a chance to save him. To break free from the influence his father imposed over so many years, he'll need a guiding hand, someone who can truly command his respect, a stern mentor with a father's authority. This person doesn't have to be a saint or a sage. In fact, a few flaws might make him more real. I'm telling you, Hick, I invented the world's greatest technology. Hick, Howard is nothing but a thief. Hick, you should have been Tony Stark's. With every sentence, Ivan Vanko's father hiccuped, the stench of alcohol filling the basement with every breath. Ivan glanced back at his father, sprawled on the bed, and felt no urge to say anything. He never put much stock in his father's drunken ramblings. For as long as he could remember, his father's words were never reliable. He boasted about being a great scientist, but Ivan never saw anyone from any department ever show up at their door. Don't you doubt me, Hick. I have the blueprints, Hick. Once I figure them out, I'll be rich, filthy rich. Then I'll take you, and we'll kill them all together. Ivan Vanko's father kept rambling drunkenly. Forget about deciphering the blueprints. After all these years, his scientific skills had deteriorated to who knows what level. He probably couldn't make sense of them, even if he tried. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed from outside. Before Ivan Vanko could even react, a soldier in uniform burst through the door. The soldier's face was smeared with ash, and even under the dust, the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. Don't move. Nobody move. Hands in the air. The soldier waved his pistol, shouting commands at everyone inside. With the barrel pointed at him, Ivan Vanko obediently raised his hands. But his eyes were far less compliant. He was already searching for a chance, a path to fight back. Give up your futile resistance. Your backup has all been taken out. A large, imposing man suddenly appeared at the doorway. He had sharply chiseled features, his skin marked with scars, and one eye blinded. Yet the force of his presence was overwhelming. Ivan Vanko also noticed something strange. The only weapon on the man was a long sword gripped in his right hand. This puzzled him. Why would someone with a gun be afraid of a man wielding a sword? It didn't add up. Bradley, drop your weapon. I have a hostage now. The soldier, flustered, swung his pistol toward Ivan Vanko's father, who lay helpless on the bed, drunk, paralyzed, unable to even raise his hands in surrender. Kim Bradley looked at the soldier with a cold indifference, his demeanor reminiscent of a Russian. Hostages? What did that even mean to him? Bang! In a panic, the soldier pulled the trigger. Almost simultaneously, Bradley sprang forward in a blur, his sword flashing as he split the soldier cleanly in two. Dad! Ivan Vanko, devastated, threw himself at his father's bedside. Blood had already soaked the small bed. The man on it had drawn his last breath. Yet after only a few seconds of weeping, Ivan found he could not go on. Strangely, he didn't feel as crushed as he'd imagined he would. Instead, a sense of relief crept in. Kim Bradley stepped to the bedside, glanced at the corpse, then turned to Ivan with a frown. Ivan Vanko, you know who I am? Ivan half knelt by the bed, looking up at Bradley. With one hand, Kim Bradley hoisted Ivan Vanko into the air. Ivan, though a grown man, was undernourished and not especially bulky, but Bradley lifted him as easily as if he were a little chick. I knew I shouldn't have let him raise you. A father who'd say such things, that's disgraceful, Bradley said, his face as unreadable as ever. From now on, you're coming with me. If you stay with him, you'll be ruined for good. I'll see to it he gets a coffin. As he spoke, Kim Bradley carried Ivan out of the basement. All around them, bodies lay scattered. Once outside, Bradley finally set Ivan down, turning to fix him with a level gaze. My name is Kim Bradley. Just call me Kim, understood? Ivan Vanko nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Every time he tried to muster a bit of toughness, the sight of Gene Bradley's face would immediately quell the thought. His resolve would simply melt away. Let's go. The mob will be here soon to clean up. This isn't a place for you, and besides, you're too weak. You need training, Gene Bradley said as he took the lead, heading toward a vehicle that radiated wild energy. Once inside, Ivan noticed that a man with the unmistakable air of a gangster was already sitting in the front passenger seat. Mr. Gene, here's your payment for this job. My boss isn't feeling well, so he sent me to thank you personally for stepping in, the gangster said obsequiously, as if Gene Bradley were his real boss. Gene Bradley took the paper bag, glanced at the cash inside, and replied, "It's just business. Take us to the usual place." "Yes, of course," the gangster said, turning to bark at the driver. "Are you deaf? Get moving." From the corner of his eye, Ivan watched Gene Bradley. This man seemed to have known his father, though their relationship didn't seem close. There might even have been bad blood between them. Ivan's mind kept returning to Gene Bradley's sword strike. What kind of attack was that? His eyes hadn't even caught a shadow of it. "Gene, where are we going?" Ivan asked quietly. "Speak up. If you can't even talk with strength, what can you do?" Gene Bradley scolded, not bothering to look back. "Gene, where are we going?" Ivan repeated, this time at full volume. "Good, that's more like it," Gene Bradley said, his voice emotionless. "We're going home." "Home?" Ivan fell silent. He wasn't sure how to respond. He just sat there. Still, he felt a little less afraid than before. Watching all this unfold from a god's eye view, Yang Chio nodded in satisfaction. The opening act of Script 8 was flawless. Gene Bradley's performance was impeccable, and Ivan Vanko's reactions were exactly as expected. In any case, with Gene Bradley now guiding him, Ivan Vanko's life would never follow its original course. From this day on, everything would change. Meanwhile, back at the Vanko residence, Russia's supernatural rapid response unit had arrived on the scene. With practiced efficiency, they inspected the body lying in the center of the basement, jotted a few notes in a logbook, and then zipped Ivan's father into a body bag, ready for cremation. They didn't bother with anything unnecessary. Once finished, they simply turned to leave, and as they exited, one of them casually set the entire basement ablaze. The blueprints Ivan's father had always kept hanging at the far edge of the room dissolved into smoke and ash with the flames. A little over 10 minutes later, under the gangster's respectful guidance, Gene Bradley brought Ivan Vanko to their destination. It was a sizable courtyard. Despite its dilapidated facade, traces of former glory still lingered. Yet now, it looked forlorn and desolate, the sign above the door swaying precariously in the wind, as if it might tumble down at any moment. "Come with me," said King Bradley, pushing open the door and stepping inside first. He led Ivan Vanko straight to the back courtyard. There, against the wall, stood a grave. Yet, there was no headstone, just an anonymous mound, hinting at a nameless resting place. "This is your mother's cenotaph." Standing by the grave, King Bradley spoke in a hushed tone. "She once saved my life. That's also the reason I took you away from there." "My mother?" Ivan Vanko stared at the grave. He could barely recall what his mother even looked like. It had been so long ago. Sometimes he wondered, if his mother had lived, would his father have fallen as far as he did? Most likely, he would have, Ivan thought. After all, a man like his father was beyond saving. Now that you've paid your respects, it's time to discuss more important matters. Your father has already wasted too much of your time. I intend to win that time back for you. King Bradley's gaze fell on Ivan with a chill so sharp it seemed to sting his skin. "Tell me, what are you good at?" Mechanical engineering, weapons design, and some hand-to-hand combat." Ivan replied instinctively, falling in step with King Bradley's rhythm. Hand-to-hand combat. Without another word, King Bradley lashed out with a kick. Ivan didn't even catch the blur of movement before he was slammed to the ground. "Without a solid foundation, talk of combat is nothing but nonsense," King Bradley said coolly. Ivan silently picked himself up, saying nothing. But in his heart, he couldn't help but argue. No one in all of Russia could match your physical prowess anyway. If you lack resources, then weapon design and engineering are out of the question. Judging by your situation, you won't be able to supply me with those materials either. Ivan took a deep breath. After all this time, his courage had finally returned, at least a little. "Then the only thing I'm good at is learning. I can pick up anything fast. That's my true strength." King Bradley nodded in satisfaction. Ivan's basic qualities weren't bad. If, after some observation, he turned out to be hopeless, King Bradley figured he'd just give him some money and send him away. "Since you're confident in your ability to learn, I'll teach you something," King Bradley said as he led Ivan further inside. "You gonna teach me how to train? Turn me into a mob enforcer like you?" Ivan found himself emboldened for a moment. King Bradley stopped and turned to face him. Under that piercing gaze, Ivan's bravado melted away. This man's skills were overwhelming. If he wanted to do anything, Ivan wouldn't stand a chance. No, everyone has their own strengths. You're not suited for martial arts. The age gap is just one reason. More importantly, your muscles and bones aren't exceptional. King Bradley went on, what I'll teach you is alchemy. Alchemy? Ivan was incredulous. Are you some legendary alchemist? Or do you just know a lot about them? Ivan Vanko shook his head, his impression of the man before him dropping considerably. Thanks to his self-study, Ivan considered himself reasonably well-versed in science, and in his eyes, so-called alchemy was nothing but a sham, a primitive label for chemistry before it became an established discipline. What age are we living in, and people are still talking about alchemy? I'm not an alchemist, but I do know them very well, Kim Bradley declared as he yanked the heavy door open. Because I've killed many alchemists. Ivan Vanko shuddered at Bradley's words. Judging by the tone, he suspected the room beyond was stacked with processed corpses. But when he craned his neck for a look, he discovered something entirely different from what he imagined. It was a large storage room, filled mainly with books and various items Ivan couldn't quite identify. Kim, I didn't expect you to open this door again. Just as Ivan Vanko was feeling disappointed, a voice suddenly spoke from the farthest corner. A mummy had come to life and was speaking. Kim Bradley strode up to the mummy. I'm surprised myself. After all these years, you're still alive. Surprised? That's the power of the Philosopher's Stone. The mummy's voice became wild, almost frenzied. Bradley looked down at the creature before him. You're using your own soul as the material for a Philosopher's Stone. As I thought, time has only driven you further into madness. You don't understand. You know nothing. The mummy's tone was desperate. I'm the last alchemist. I must stand before the gate of truth. I must become the truth itself. Alchemy cannot be allowed to die. The mummy howled, its expression one of utter agitation. If not for your reckless assault on both the clock tower and the celestial court, the alchemist would never have fallen so low, Kim Bradley replied flatly. He still remembered how frenzied the alchemist had once been, provoking not just the mighty clock tower at its zenith, but even dragging the usually peace-loving celestial court into the conflict. Attacked from all sides by the world's secret societies, the alchemists were all but wiped out. You don't understand. Once I face the truth, we're the clock tower, the celestial court, Kirin, or even the heavenly emperor. They're nothing but weak ants. The mummy roared, showing no sign of repentance for his path as an alchemist. Enough. I have no interest in your delusions. Since you're still alive, there's someone I want you to meet. With that, Kim Bradley gestured for Ivan Vanko to come over. What do you mean? The mummy fell silent for a moment before asking. Pass on your legacy. Make him stronger. In this world, weakness is the root of all suffering, Kim Bradley replied, pointing at Ivan Vanko. And why do you care? Just answer. Will you teach him or not? I'll teach, the mummy replied at once, suddenly animated. He gazed at Ivan Vanko as if seeing a rare and precious treasure. Learn his knowledge. Ignore the rest. If he starts rambling, just treat it as nonsense. If you come across anything you can't figure out, come to me. Study hard and be diligent, Kim Bradley instructed. Now get out. Don't waste any more time here. The mummy snapped, shooing Kim Bradley away. When Bradley had left, the mummy turned to Ivan Vanko and spoke with grave seriousness. Your first lesson today is the most important principle of alchemy, equivalent exchange. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The evolution of Script 8 went remarkably smoothly, and now only the final act remained, for the alchemist to reveal his power to the world of Kansas. Once this was done, all of Yang Chio's goals would be achieved. Dance of magnetic sand. Ivan Vanko pressed his palms together, an alchemical array gleaming between his hands. Drawing on its power, he commanded the iron sand around him, whipping it into a swirling sandstorm. Within this tempest, a lone figure darted swiftly through the haze. Kim Bradley's eyes saw through the flaws in the dance of magnetic sand. With unerring precision, his long sword carved a path through the sandstorm. Thunderfall. Ivan Vanko shifted his attack. Under his control, wild bolts of lightning shot toward Kim Bradley. The electricity leapt from grain to grain of iron sand, weaving a terrifying net of lightning, a combination attack of his own invention, being used for the very first time today. But before Ivan Vanko could see the outcome, Kim Bradley's silhouette disappeared behind the electric web. In the next instant, the longsword was at Ivan Vanko's throat. Kim Bradley hadn't even broken a sweat. His breathing remained calm and steady. Ivan Vanko gave a wry smile, letting his hands fall and dissolving the alchemical array. After all this time training, he still couldn't last long under Kim Bradley's assault. Don't sell yourself short. There are plenty of alchemists far stronger than you who lasted even less time against my blade. Kim Bradley offered words of comfort, though to Ivan Vanko's ears, they sounded more like a taunt. Only Kim Bradley could give praise and reassurance in such a fashion. Kim, I have a question. Is it really so dangerous out there? Are all alchemists hunted and persecuted? Ivan Vanko asked in confusion. These doubts had been sown by the mummy, who always painted the rest of the occult world as irredeemably evil, villains persecuting the righteous, truth-seeking alchemists. To understand the truth, you must hear both sides. Let me tell you another story, Kim Bradley said, sheathing his sword and speaking slowly. On this land, there once was a group of alchemists with a passion for research, who always maintained good relations with the rest of the occult community. But one day, an alchemist discovered that the human soul was far more valuable than anyone had ever imagined. Considering how hard it was to obtain, it shattered the principle of equivalent exchange. Because of this revelation, some alchemists, in pursuit of what they called truth, began slaughtering civilians to create philosophers' stones. Others tried to stop them, but the power granted by the philosopher's stones was overwhelming, and their efforts failed. Not only did they fail, but their actions made those madmen realize that the souls of professionals were even more valuable than those of ordinary people. After killing most of their opponents, the madmen turned their civil war outward. They declared war on the entire occult world. The mainstream occult community, who already despised these maniacs, responded with force as soon as the war was declared. At that time, the greatest professionals, the most powerful mage recognized by all, Kirin, the founder and leader of the Clock Tower, together with the Jade Emperor of the Celestial Court from the Chinese occult world, joined forces. In just 3 days, they wiped out every alchemist obsessed with creating philosopher's stones. From this point on, the profession of alchemist fell into complete decline. The one who taught you alchemy was the only survivor from that era. The burial shroud wrapped around him was enchanted with both time magic and celestial spells, severing his connection to the alchemical array once and for all. As for evidence of this story, the fact that Fellow and a whole room full of books remain intact in this storage chamber is proof enough. Kim Bradley spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. But he can still use some basic alchemy. Ivan Vanko interjected, recalling how the mummy had demonstrated as much during his lessons. As one of the greatest alchemists of his time, he can only perform those demonstrations by relying on a philosopher's stone forged from his own soul. That alone should tell you something. Kim Bradley explained further. If the other had been at his full strength, Bradley thought, he himself wouldn't have lasted even 5 minutes before being subdued. If that's the case, why didn't the alchemists who refused to go along with the madness seek help from other practitioners? Ivan Vanko pressed on with another question. There were 2 reasons. First, the Ouroboros society hadn't been established yet. Back then, the prevailing attitude among those in the mystical world was to mind their own business. Most factions simply wouldn't get involved in another group's internal conflict. Second, for all their madness, those zealots were frighteningly efficient. Before anyone could unite against them, their strongholds had already been uprooted. Kim Bradley shook his head. The power gap was already there, and the alchemists weren't united or vigilant enough. Some even hoped to settle things through negotiation. No wonder they were wiped out so easily. After hearing Kim Bradley's account, Ivan Vanko let out a heavy sigh. If this was true, he thought, many of the alchemists had only themselves to blame for their fate. Slaughtering ordinary people was nothing short of destroying the future of all practitioners, and bullying the powerless was hardly something to be proud of. Kim, what exactly is this Ouroboros society you mentioned? Ivan Vanko asked, following up with another question. It's a loose organization, mainly established to prevent a repeat of what happened with the alchemists. In the absence of such crises, their main role is to deal with mysterious incidents and make sure the mystical world stays hidden from ordinary people's eyes. Kim Bradley elaborated. That last rule was proposed by the supreme mage of the time, and after gaining the agreement of several faction leaders, it was implemented across the entire mystical community. As for why, I can't say. I see. So, outside of Russia, the mystical world is still thriving, isn't it? Ivan Vanko felt a surge of pressure. He'd only just started learning alchemy, yet somehow he found himself carrying the weight of a representative. That's a fair way to put it. Kim Bradley nodded. We've talked long enough. Go on and study. Looks like that fellow's soul is nearly spent. Once it dissipates, you'll have to rely on those books yourself. I can teach you combat awareness, how to survive when facing an enemy, but when it comes to alchemy, I can't help you much. Understand. Ivan Vanko nodded, then hurried back to the storage room. After Ivan Vanko entered, the mummy quickly shifted into teaching mode, moving even faster than before. Yet Ivan could sense that the teacher before him was already in the final flicker of life, a moment of brilliance before the end. Today, I'm going to teach you about one of alchemy's greatest discoveries, the Philosopher's Stone. Without waiting for Ivan's response, the mummy began to draw an alchemical circle. I know Jean has told you something about this, and you probably think it's not a good thing. You don't have to use it, but you must know it. This marks the true entry of an alchemist into the realm of souls. A few more days passed. Jean Bradley returned home from the Russian military headquarters, having kept in constant contact with them during this period. The military hadn't wanted to let him go, but once the operation to capture him alive began, Jean Bradley single-handedly defeated an entire battalion. Even after taking down a whole squad of soldiers, Jean Bradley walked away unscathed. Faced with this, the Russian military had to admit that capturing Jean Bradley quietly was simply impossible. If things got out of hand and Jean Bradley tried to flee to another country, they knew they might not be able to stop him. What's more, his unique nature meant that foreign governments would be more than willing to offer him asylum. Left with no other choice, the military decided to negotiate. They exchanged some conditions and resources for information from Jean Bradley. After learning a few secrets about the mystical world, the military became even more hesitant to make a move. The entire Russian mystical community had been wiped out, except for Jean Bradley, the last of his kind. They couldn't bear the thought of their nation being left without any occult power. But ever since Jean Bradley brought Ivan Vanko home, the Russian authorities saw a glimmer of hope for leverage. Alone, Jean Bradley had been untouchable. But now, with a personal attachment, things might change. Jean Bradley understood this perfectly well. He was no stranger to political maneuvering. He also guessed that their first step would be subtle pressure, and that force would only be a last resort. That was why he kept Ivan at home. Still, Ivan couldn't stay here for too long. The longer he remained, the greater the danger. Official reports from the U.S. military state that Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, went missing in the Middle East. The Stark Corporation is appealing for help worldwide, offering rewards for anyone who can provide useful clues. As soon as he stepped through the door, Jean Bradley saw that Ivan, for once, wasn't practicing alchemy. Taking a break? Jean Bradley asked. Ivan hesitated for a moment. He just left. His soul was completely spent. He couldn't go on any longer. I see, Jean Bradley replied, unsurprised. In fact, he had never expected the mummy to hold on this long. Now, with the teacher gone, it was time for Ivan to move on as well. Ivan, pack your things, Jean Bradley said suddenly. Ivan was puzzled. Are we moving? Is it not safe here anymore? Not us, just you. King Bradley spoke as he pulled a sheet of paper with strange patterns from his pocket and placed it in front of Ivan Vanko. I called it an old favor to get you a chance to join the Ouroboros Society. I also found you a temporary mentor. He'll teach you some basics about the arcane world and give you tips for the Society's entrance test. When you get to New York, he'll reach out to you when he has time. I understand, Ivan Vanko replied instinctively, but then hesitated before asking, why aren't you coming with me? I can't leave this place, King Bradley said calmly. It's one of the rules. As long as I'm here, the major powers of the arcane world won't dare openly take this place by force. Alchemists will still have a foothold to grow. With things said this clearly, Ivan Vanko didn't press further. He wasn't a fool. He knew why he had to leave. In his recent training, Ivan Vanko had sensed more and more people surveilling the area through electromagnetic fields. The fact that they hadn't stormed in yet meant they still had concerns about King Bradley. I want to make a trip to the Middle East, Ivan Vanko suddenly looked up and said. King Bradley was a bit surprised. What do you want to do there? My father spent his whole life resenting Howard Stark, always feeling inferior to him. Now they're both gone. In the world beyond, I can't let my father be overshadowed forever. At the very least, I have to prove one thing for him, that his son is stronger than Howard's. That as a father, he did a better job than Howard. Ivan Vanko spoke with great seriousness. Though he didn't particularly like his father, there were things he cared about even more than his father did. He had to prove to himself that he was smarter and stronger than Tony Stark. The best way to prove it is to go and rescue that guy who's probably been kidnapped. At this, King Bradley gave Ivan Vanko an appreciative look. Ambition and competitiveness might not always be praised, but he admired such people all the same. Still, could Ivan Vanko really be considered his father's handiwork anymore? Wasn't that a bit of stretch? If Howard and Ivan's father were to meet in the afterlife, Howard would probably mock him. After all, it had taken King Bradley less than a month to set Ivan Vanko on a completely new path, perhaps even earning his loyalty more than his own father ever had. Suit yourself. But let me warn you, you only get one teleportation. Once you're in the Middle East, you'll have to find your own way to New York, King Bradley reminded him. I know. I'll handle it myself. I won't embarrass you or the alchemists. Ivan Vanko nodded resolutely. With a swift motion, King Bradley pressed the paper onto Ivan Vanko's arm. A sharp sting followed, and as the paper fell away, it left the mark of an Ouroboros on Ivan's skin. User connected. Identity verified. Welcome, prospective member Ivan Vanko. Go on, pack your things and take a few books with you. Once you leave, I'll reopen the seal on that room. The next time it opens will be after you've reached the rank of intermediate professional. Kim Bradley addressed Ivan Vanko, who was still immersed in the information the Ouroboros had delivered to his mind. Ivan Vanko nodded, then bowed deeply and turned to walk toward his room. Sensing what was happening, Yang Xiu felt a headache coming on. Originally, he had planned for Ivan Vanko to arrive in New York, where Fina or Janome would take him under their wing for a while, at which point this story arc would have reached its conclusion. Unexpectedly, Ivan Vanko now had a destination of his own, and Kim Bradley had agreed to it. With things unfolding this way, the narrative might end up dragging on much longer than intended. Still, the final outcome would hardly change. Wherever Ivan Vanko chose to reveal his powers as an alchemist, the effect would be the same. So, Yang Xiu decided not to alter the script or forcibly steer the plot back on track. Of course, this absolutely wasn't some sort of mischievous delight on Yang Xiu's part. Ivan Vanko going to rescue Tony Stark. As someone who knew the future, Yang Xiu found the whole idea a little offbeat, but he couldn't help but be amused by it. Tony, we're running out of time. They'll realize something's wrong very soon. Dr. Eanson spoke while adjusting the Mark-Eye armor before him, following Tony's instructions. I know. Work faster. Once we succeed, we can use this suit to escape. Tony replied, fastening the armor's components onto the rack behind him as he spoke. The equipment and materials here were incredibly crude. Even managing to forge the main parts of the suit had pushed Tony to his limits. As for putting it on, they would have to do everything by hand, piece by painstaking piece. Fortunately, the man standing before him was trustworthy. Otherwise, Tony had no idea how he'd managed to get all this gear on. Eanson, Tony, come out, the terrorists shouted at the top of their lungs. The surveillance monitors had already tipped them off that something was amiss. The two captives had disappeared from the cameras for several minutes now. They're in there. Hurry, send more men, we must find them. Hearing the terrorist shouts outside, Tony drew a deep breath. Almost done. He just needed a little more time to upload the program into the command system. You keep going, I'll stall them. Eanson gritted his teeth, ready to buy the crucial seconds they needed with his own life, if it came to that. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and if you listen closely, you could even make out the sounds of screaming. Tony Stark is here, right? Can someone speak English or Russian? Okay. Ivan Vanko called out, eyeing the terrorists who were swarming toward him like insects. Unfortunately, no one answered. The only response was a hail of gunfire. The terrorists in front of Ivan Vanko didn't look like they wanted to talk. They had only one move, pulling the trigger. With a sigh, Ivan Vanko flexed his hands ever so slightly. Instantly, the stone walls on either side closed in, leaving only the trickle of bright red blood seeping from the cracks. After all these years of study, Ivan Vanko's greatest skill was manipulating electricity and the magnetic fields it created. But if he wanted to, altering the terrain a little was hardly a challenge. The alchemical array he was using now was an improved version, inspired by the abilities of other professionals. Compared to the original, it had enhanced versatility, allowing it to better adapt to different environments. This ensured that, even if an alchemist was specifically targeted, they wouldn't become utterly useless. Clang, clang, clang. After Ivan Vanko restored the wall to its normal state, the sound of metal striking echoed from within. Curious, Ivan glanced in that direction and saw a bulky figure made of steel lumbering out, followed closely by a bald man. The two sides confronted each other in the cramped space, while the other terrorists had already taken up shooting positions outside the cave. Sizing up the armored man, Ivan Vanko ventured, Tony Stark. He doesn't seem to be with these people. Tony, maybe he's here to help you. Ethan whispered. Big guy, your job's done. I can get out on my own now, but you'll still get your money. Just step aside. Tony remained on high alert. In this place, the only person he trusted was Dr. Eanson, who had just saved his life. I do plan to get you out, but not for the money. Looks like I'm a little late, though. Ivan Vanko said, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. But hey, I found a new angle to mock you. Your welding skills are awful. And honestly, when are you going to change your sense of style? That thing is hideous. Move. Tony Stark, not in the mood for banter, immediately opened the firing port on his right arm, revealing a miniature missile aimed straight at Ivan Vanko. Ivan's expression turned cold. You're just as insufferable as Howard. And really, do you think that little toy will work on me? As he spoke, Ivan pressed his palms together, merging the alchemical array drawn on them into a single circle. Sparks of electricity crackled and danced around him. I could tear that tin can of yours apart in a single second. Ivan threatened. Go ahead and try. Tony shot back, refusing to back down. From the first moment he saw Ivan Vanko, he found him incredibly irritating. "Gentlemen, please, since we're not enemies, how about we focus on the real problem for now?" Ethan hurriedly stepped in to ease the tension. "For all we know, the terrorists may have us completely surrounded out there." "Oomph." Tony, out of respect for Ethan, lowered his arm. "Stay behind me. Their bullets can't pierce my armor." "Oh, aren't you impressive?" Ivan Vanko said with a smirk. "Bullets can't get through, but what about RPGs? Or even missiles? I saw plenty of your company's products on my way in. Business is booming, huh? Looks like everyone here is your customer." Tony bristled at the sarcasm, but Ethan kept giving him meaningful looks. After all, an extra ally was better than none. With no one willing to indulge his banter, Ivan Vanko shrugged and moved over to the wall. "I'm not about to pin my hopes on your tin suit. I prefer brains over brute force." Ivan smiled faintly. As he spoke, the wall in front of them suddenly caved in, revealing a hidden passage. "Follow me. Those fools outside would never expect us to skip the front door." Ivan Vanko strode at the front of the group, relishing Tony's silence with a deep sense of satisfaction. Clearly, he thought, I've managed to shock him. And he wasn't wrong. Inside his armored suit, Tony kept a close eye on Ivan Vanko, trying to figure out how the corridor and the crackling currents that had just twined around Vanko had been created. Of course, Ivan Vanko had no intention of explaining. Let curiosity eat him up. In the middle of the group, Ensign let out a quiet sigh of relief as the tense atmosphere finally eased a little. Moments ago, he'd honestly thought these two were about to come to blows. They walked on, the tunnel stretching ever forward, and behind them, the passage sealed itself as they advanced. Ivan even took care to open a few air vents along the way. Otherwise, they'd all be suffocating by now. Ivan Vanko was now certain. Even if those people entered the cave at this very moment and searched every inch, they would have no idea how the three of them had escaped. 10 minutes later, an opening appeared on the side of a sandy slope. "All right, you're out. Now it's time for me to collect my reward," Ivan Vanko announced, turning to face Tony Stark, who had just lifted his helmet. "How much do you want?" Tony Stark replied calmly. If there's one thing he wasn't short of, it was money. "I don't want your money. I want you to admit that you're not the smartest person on this planet." "I am." Ivan Vanko spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. "No way." Tony shot back without hesitation. "That's how you treat the person who just saved your life? Is that what Howard taught you?" Ivan retorted, mocking him and, as always, bringing up Tony's father with every breath. Tony fell silent. Admitting he was less intelligent than someone else was out of the question. But even he had to acknowledge, much as it galled him, that this man, regardless of his abrasive attitude, had indeed saved his life. Outside the cave, with all those weapons from Stark Industries scattered around, Tony honestly wasn't sure his crude suit would be enough to guarantee escape. While Tony was pondering, Ivan Vanko suddenly looked out into the depths of the desert. He could sense a rapidly approaching energy source out there. He'd noticed this energy signature before, during his search for Tony. It had shadowed him from a distance, but hadn't made a move until now. Suddenly, it was closing in fast. There was no mistaking it. Trouble was coming. "Tony, can your contraption fly?" Ivan asked, eyes fixed on the horizon. "This isn't a contraption," Tony retorted. Though he didn't answer directly, the implication was clear enough. Expecting his battered armor to fly reliably was a long shot. Ivan picked up on Tony's meaning, and for a moment, he considered simply walking away, something he would have done without hesitation in the past. But things are different now. Under the guidance of Kim Bradley, Ivan Vanko had developed a new sense of responsibility. If this had nothing to do with him, that would be one thing. But the truth was, it was his own use of alchemy that had attracted this unknown enemy. If he hadn't acted on his own whims and come here, Tony might have been able to make it out alive with his half-finished suit. With a deep breath, Ivan spoke. "Take the bald guy and get out of here. I'll hold them off. If you manage to get away alive, do me a favor. Go to Russia and find a man named Kim Bradley. With all your money, you shouldn't have a problem tracking him down." "What do you mean?" Tony, whose danger detection system was practically non-existent, didn't sense the threat drawing near. "Get out of here," Ivan Vanko bellowed, pressing his palm to the sand. The swirling grains surged beneath them, sending Tony and Ethan hurtling 100 meters away. In the distance, a streak of blue light was racing toward them at breakneck speed. Alchemy, matter reconstruction. Energy surged through Ivan Vanko as a colossal sandcastle erupted from the ground, rising up to conceal Tony and Ethan's figures from view. When Tony landed, he stared in disbelief at the sandcastle that had sprung up like a magician's trick. His mechanical arm slammed down hard on the ground in frustration. How could I be this weak? Gritting his teeth, Tony realized why Ivan Vanko had insisted they leave first. A powerful enemy was approaching. If even Ivan, who could alter the very landscape in an instant, wasn't confident in facing this foe. There was nothing they could do but get in the way. Tony, what just happened? Ethan, dizzy and disoriented from a fall, was still trying to process everything. Without a word, Tony hoisted Ethan onto his shoulder, cranked his propulsion system to full power, and tore off into the distance as fast as he could. Hang in there. If I could just get far enough away, the signal transmitter will surely connect to the satellite. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Tony silently prayed for Ivan Vanko as he ran. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko, having shaped the terrain to his advantage, watched the enemy approach. The man had a brutish face, long hair, and a twisted, menacing expression. There was no mistaking him for anything but trouble. Ivan also noticed 10 rings on the man's fingers, each one uniquely designed. With the keen perception honed by his alchemical training, Ivan sensed the energy swirling around the stranger was somehow connected to those rings. This road is closed. Ivan's voice rang out clearly, even over the crackling surge of electricity. You've been tracking me for a while. What is it that you want? Standing before Ivan was none other than a mastermind behind Tony Stark's kidnapping. The leader of the 10 rings, the Mandarin. The Mandarin's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he regarded the electric dragon coiling around Ivan. Young man, you're the first to dare snatch someone from under my nose. State your name. The Mandarin hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, utterly certain of his victory. Ivan Jean Vanko. That's the name, Ivan declared, his voice loud and unwavering. My original plan was to bury you alive in this desert, but it seems you have some skill. Bring Tony back to me, and I'll give you a chance to serve at my side. The Mandarin spoke as if bestowing a favor upon Ivan. So if I don't join you, you'll just try to suffocate me with your arrogance? Ivan's tone dripped with sarcasm. What a joke. Did this guy really think he'd just submit? Serve under him? As some lackey? An alchemist bows to no one. Ivan's reaction didn't surprise the Mandarin in the least. If Ivan had surrendered too easily, that would have been suspicious. As for Ivan's defiance, the Mandarin didn't care. He'd simply beat obedience into him. Suddenly, Ivan saw the Mandarin lift his right hand, and the ring on his pinky finger flashed. Black ray. In an instant, darkness swallowed Ivan's world. Every trace of light vanished in the blink of an eye. After putting Ivan Vanko in his place with a show of force, the Mandarin clasped his hands behind his back and soared in the direction Tony had escaped. He intended to catch the 2 fleeing ants before returning to deal with Ivan. A sudden crackle, then a thunderous boom. A jagged bolt of electric energy shot from the shadows, striking the Mandarin squarely above Ivan's head with perfect precision. Hidden in the darkness, Ivan Vanko allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, eyes closed. An alchemist did not rely solely on sight to sense his enemies. But Ivan had only a few seconds to savor his triumph. The dragon of lightning coiling around the Mandarin's body was abruptly scattered, flung aside by an invisible force that sent the crackling energy harmlessly into the surrounding sand. You made me angry. The Mandarin's voice was cold as he gazed into the darkness below, his left thumb ring glinting with a pale light. That ring, worn on his left thumb, had unleashed the power to dispel the lightning. This was the might of the white light, which could manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum to produce all kinds of energy, even conjuring overwhelming gravitational force. So, you like playing with electricity? The Mandarin murmured, almost bemused. He pointed his left middle finger at Ivan on the ground. Lightning storm. A savage torrent of electricity surged toward Ivan, crackling and tearing through the air. Sensing the sudden, overwhelming surge of electrical energy around him, Ivan pressed his hands into the sand, drawing iron filings from deep within the earth. In an instant, the iron gathered at Ivan's side, rapidly reassembling into the shape of a cage. A crude, makeshift Faraday cage, famed for its ability to shield those within from external electric fields. The current ran harmlessly over the metal shell, channeling safely into the ground. What little charge seeped through posed no threat to Ivan, whose mastery over lightning had made him highly resistant to electricity. The Mandarin poured out current for what felt like ages, but never heard Ivan's expected screams of agony. Puzzled, he finally dispelled the field of darkness. Ivan emerged from the shadows, completely unscathed. Try reading a book sometime, you half-wit. Relying on your rings and spouting nonsense won't get you far. Ivan forced out a taunt, though the metal shell around him had begun to melt. Another blast, and the Mandarin would have broken through his hastily thrown-together defense. After all, the Faraday cage was a rushed creation, full of imperfections. The fact that it had held out this long was a testament to Ivan's skill. Hearing Ivan's mockery, the Mandarin's face darkened completely. He flicked his right pinky in Ivan's direction. Ice storm. A sharp, relentless crackling filled the air as the temperature along the energy's path plummeted, dropping rapidly toward absolute zero. In an instant, Ivan was frozen in place, encased in a massive block of ice. Within the icy prison, arcs of brilliant blue electricity hung suspended, like paints frozen mid-stroke on a canvas. Oomph. The Mandarin let out a heavy, disdainful snort, then turned and flew off toward Tony's direction. Whether Ivan survived or not was of no concern to the Mandarin. If the man lived, perhaps he could be bent to his will. If not, well, it would save him the trouble of finishing the job. In the distant desert, Tony and Insun were running forward on foot. The energy in Tony's suit had already been depleted. The little that remained was barely enough to keep the shrapnel in his bloodstream at bay, just enough to keep him alive. Thud! Thud! Tony and Insun dropped to their knees, weighed down by a sudden, crushing force pressing on their backs. The gravity around them had abruptly more than doubled. Tony Stark, come back with me quietly. Build weapons for me, and I'll guarantee your safety, the Mandarin said, stepping forward one measured pace at a time. He stopped in front of Tony, bent down, and stared into his eyes as he spoke. In your dreams. Tony gritted his teeth, defiant. Is that so? The Mandarin had been refused twice now, and his patience was completely gone. The ring on his right forefinger flared with light, and unleashed a searing beam. Insun screamed in agony, his body beginning to break apart under the force of the shockwave. Insun, Tony roared, his face twisted with rage. Don't give in to him. Insun tried to shout, but before he could finish, the Mandarin intensified the vibration. A second later, Insun was torn to pieces, his remains scattered before Tony. My patience is not unlimited. You have one more chance. If you still fail to satisfy me, I promise your death will be even more miserable than theirs, the Mandarin threatened. You wish. Tony glared fiercely, his eyes wide as he braced himself for death. Boom! Just then, a blinding bolt of lightning exploded onto the Mandarin, the electromagnetic surge flinging Tony aside. The Mandarin, the primary target of the attack, was driven deep into the sand. On a sandy slope in the distance, Ivan Vanko stood, gasping for breath. The transfer of heat, at its core, is the transfer of energy between molecules. By creating a vacuum around himself, he could survive even in the most extreme cold. But it had taken Ivan quite some time just to shatter the thick ice encasing him. Once free, he hurried over, but he was still too late. Insun was already dead. A deep, threatening rumble began beneath Ivan's feet as the sand vibrated. Countless grains rose from the ground, swirling into the air. Within the shifting sands, the Mandarin spread his arms wide, his hair floating wildly around him. He was utterly enraged. He had said he would bury these two alive today, and a man must keep his word. Ivan, weary but resolute, pulled himself upright and stood protectively in front of Tony. Tony looked lost, hollow, his gaze fixed on the mangled remains of Insun in the distance. Hey, you have to admit it now. I'm better than you, Ivan said, coughing twice. Tony remained silent, indifferent to whatever was said to him. Forget it. Ivan sighed, lifting his head to look at the Mandarin, now floating above, surrounded by a growing mound of sand. The mountain of earth was about to come crashing down, and Ivan knew he no longer had the strength to escape. Forcing you to admit it now would just be kicking you while you're down. Die, insects! The Mandarin bellowed, sweeping his arm downward. The mound of sand crashed toward the two men below. Ivan stood tall, watching the falling sand. He had spent what little strength he had left. There was no way he could survive an attack of this scale. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of sword light split across the clear sky. With a sharp crack, the hill was cleaved cleanly in two. Ivan Vanko blinked in astonishment, turning at the same time as the Mandarin to look in one direction. There a brawny, imposing man stood. Ivan's face lit up with delight. Master Gene. Gene Bradley gave Ivan a curt nod, then fixed his gaze on the Mandarin. So, a bigger bug has turned up, Master. Hoping to send you to your grave, the Mandarin sneered coldly. Today, let me show you how to cut down trash who rely on their gadgets, Gene Bradley said to Ivan Vanko. Gene Bradley raised his long sword and exhaled in relief. He'd made it just in time. If it hadn't been for Mage Kieran's help, the alchemist he'd just recruited would have died right here. 10 minutes earlier, Gene Bradley had been at home when an unexpected guest arrived. Mage Kieran, what brings you here? Gene Bradley stood up and greeted him respectfully. I thought I'd drop by to check on you and bring you some news, Yang Xiu said, taking a seat across from Gene Bradley. The moment the Mandarin appeared, Yang Xiu had realized Ivan Vanko might be doomed, and perhaps Tony Stark would be dragged down with him. To prevent that outcome, Yang Xiu had weighed his options and decided to send in some reinforcements. Let the foot soldiers handle the foot soldiers. The generals should face the generals. Ivan Vanko, underdeveloped and unprepared, had run straight into the biggest boss in the Middle East. This was not how a protagonist's journey was supposed to unfold. Villains these days had abandoned all their old traditions. No more sending in expendable minions to give a hero some experience. Right now, the best possible backup was Gene Bradley. And as luck would have it, Ivan's current location fit neatly into the script, allowing Gene Bradley to exist stably within the evolving story. News? What news? Gene Bradley asked. With a wave of his hand, Yang Qiu conjured an image before Gene Bradley's eyes. The scene showed Ivan Vanko locked in combat with the Mandarin, and it was painfully obvious that Ivan was completely outmatched. In a flash, Gene Bradley leaped to his feet, but he instantly realized the distance was too great. He'd never make it in time, not even to recover the body. The only way to get there was by magical teleportation. As Gene Bradley turned to look at him, Yang Qiu tapped his finger in the air, and a shimmering portal appeared before his hand. Gene Bradley saluted gratefully, but as he prepared to step through, he hesitated. He was leaving Russia. Would those lurking mystical forces seize the chance to move in? Relax and go. I was planning to stick around here for a while anyway. Aren't I welcome? Yang Qiu said with a smile. After all, he had to abide by the rules of the world he'd created. Gene Bradley breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed his sword, and strode straight into the portal. Back in the desert, the Mandarin was drenched in sweat. Ever since he'd acquired the 10 magical rings, he hadn't been in such a sorry state. True, the rings' combined power was formidable, covering a vast range of abilities. But the Mandarin's reflexes and eyesight simply couldn't keep up with the pace of this battle. Can King Bradley dodge the beams, but not the Mandarin's aim? After all, he is the man with the ultimate eye. Each time the Mandarin fires off a beam, King Bradley has already reappeared somewhere else. For now, the only reason the Mandarin remains unscathed is the mobility advantage his flight grants him. A shockwave bursts forth. The sandy ground collapses with a thunderous crash, but where King Bradley had stood, only a fading afterimage remains. A swift slash. The glint of his blade flashes through the air, its razor-sharp aura slicing directly at the Mandarin. Gravitational repulsion. The Mandarin retreats while deflecting the sword's energy, and in those brief seconds, the distance between the two narrows further still. It's not as if the Mandarin hasn't considered using a hostage to secure victory, but Ivan Vanko isn't a fool. With King Bradley drawing nearly all the attention, Ivan Vanko has already taken Tony underground, and now the two of them are hidden beneath a sand dune, peering out through a tiny vent. Watching an overwhelming foe forced into a desperate scramble by King Bradley's swordplay, Ivan's eyes flash with excitement, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Tony, too, feels the effect. King Bradley's unstoppable power with sword in hand reminds him of his own presence at scientific conferences. In his field, no matter who the competition was, they were nothing but amateurs. Another flash. Outside, King Bradley swings again. As the blade nears the Mandarin, it glances off by several inches, deflected by the gravity shield, narrowly missing the Mandarin's throat. With his enemy now right before him, the Mandarin's courage nearly fails him. All 10 rings flare to life at once. A barrage of energy beams erupts from his hands in every direction. Yet once again, he hits nothing but empty air. Seizing the gap between beams, King Bradley appears before the Mandarin in a blur. This time, with experience gained, King Bradley adjusts his attack, neutralizing the gravitational interference. But as his blade brushes against the Mandarin's robes, a chill surges from the sword tip, creeping rapidly toward King Bradley. The Mandarin may lack in experience, but after so many years, he's learned to be tough. Gritting his teeth against the pain brought by the cold so close to his body, he sets this trap for King Bradley. King Bradley's expression remains unchanged. He's fought alchemists before. What trap hasn't he seen? Those opponents, if nothing else, had knowledge that left the Mandarin in the dust, and their tricks and adaptability far surpassed anything the Mandarin could manage. His sword begins to quiver, vibrating at high speed, creating a brief gap in the chill enveloping it. With a flick of his wrist, King Bradley pulls the blade free from the icy grip, retreating swiftly to open up distance. Before King Bradley can launch another attack, he sees the Mandarin clutching his side, fleeing without even a backward glance. What's pride compared to one's life? Such pragmatism is exactly why the Mandarin has survived so long. The trap may have failed to harm King Bradley, but the sword's energy has left a bloody hole in the Mandarin's side. If this fight goes on any longer, the Mandarin suspects he might very well die here today. Somewhere nearby, Ivan Vanko, the alchemist, is still hiding. If that guy gets his strength back and suddenly attacks, it wouldn't take much. Even just a moment's distraction would be enough for King Bradley's sword to find his neck, the Mandarin thinks. Watching the Mandarin flee, King Bradley makes no move to pursue. Never chase a cornered enemy, he reminds himself. He's not entirely confident he could take the opponent down, especially now that the distance between them has grown, making the fight significantly more dangerous. Come out now. He's gone. Why are you still hiding down there? King Bradley sheathes his sword, his gaze settling on a patch of empty ground. To his eyes, the alchemical fluctuations there are as obvious as fireflies in the dark. With a muffled rumble, the sand at the center of the clearing begins to churn. Ivan Vanko, dragging Tony along, emerges straight from the earth. Master King, how did you know something went wrong on my end? Ivan Vanko asks curiously. Credit goes to Mage Kieran, King Bradley replies, then turns his attention to Tony Stark, who's still sitting on the ground. Is this the person you came here looking for? You sure you've got the right man? Tony opens his mouth, but not a single word comes out. In his current sorry state, what could he possibly say to refute them? I suppose there's no mistake, Ivan Vanko sighs, glancing at Tony with barely concealed disappointment. The attitudes of Ivan Vanko and King Bradley cut deeply into Tony's pride, but under the circumstances, he can only respond with silence. Maybe he just didn't inherit some of Howard's strengths. Come to think of it, my father did do one good thing. He left his only redeeming feature to me. Ivan Vanko murmurs, shaking his head. Stung by their words, Tony struggles to his feet. Could I borrow a shovel? He asks Ivan Vanko, his tone humbler than it's ever been in his privileged life. Ivan Vanko blinks, then conjures a shovel made of iron sand and hands it to Tony. Tony, shovel in hand, trudges heavily toward Ethan's remains. After the battle, the body, already incomplete, is now little more than a few bones, still clinging to scraps of flesh and blood. Not bad. At least he's got some resilience, King Bradley remarks with a nod. As he speaks, a portal opens up behind them. Just before stepping through the portal, Ivan Vanko glances back at Tony Stark. Want us to give you a lift? No, I can manage on my own, Tony mutters, keeping his head down as he continues to dig. As you wish. Oh, and remember my name, Ivan King Vanko. Next time we meet, I hope you'll at least be worthy of being called my opponent. As Ivan speaks, King Bradley throws him a sidelong glance. Adding King as a middle name? Should be Bradley, not King. What's he playing at? A guttural cry escapes Tony after Ivan Vanko and King Bradley depart, a raw shout to vent his frustration. Once Ethan's last remains are buried, Tony sits down on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Ethan, rest in peace. After stepping through the portal, King Bradley and Ivan Vanko were each transported to different locations. Yangchio left a handwritten note at King Bradley's home, then returned to his own house. With that, the settlement phase for Script 8 officially began. Script 8, The Alchemist's Awakening. Script synopsis: because of the madness within their own ranks, alchemists vanished from the earth for a time. As the years passed, this faded and forgotten group finally welcomed a new generation. Script outcome: good. Script evolution results: King Bradley, Gate of Truth, Imitation, Alchemy. King Bradley, a top-tier warrior infused with the Philosopher's Stone, the highest achievement of alchemy. He possesses a wealth of combat experience, master-level swordsmanship, and is ranked as a high-level professional. Gate of Truth, Imitation, a doorway imbued with the essence of truth, possessing a faint sense of self-awareness. For now, only the concept has been successfully developed. Its physical form and the truths within are yet to be realized. Alchemy, a unique method of cultivation following the principle of equivalent exchange. The highest-rated alchemy text currently available is at the intermediate professional level, with further advancements yet to come. This time, the reward from the script's evolution were quite decent. More importantly, knowledge and influence from the world of the arcane had successfully spread from the Americas and Europe to Asia. As newfound knowledge of alchemy filled his mind, Yangchio suddenly sensed something amiss. The unease had nothing to do with alchemy itself, but rather with the place where the script's evolution had ended. His gaze pierced across a great distance, landing in the desert where Tony Stark was located. A SHIELD rapid response jet had landed not far from Tony. Under his direction, soldiers were busy recovering the discarded Mark I armor. Agent Natasha, who had arrived with them, kept searching for ways to strike up conversation, trying to extract information from Tony. But there was something off about this stretch of desert. The abrupt appearance of patches of ice and the sandcastles left behind by Ivan Vanko were clear signs that the arcane had touched this place. The information Natasha wanted was precisely about these anomalies. In the past, Natasha would have had little trouble getting what she wanted. After all, her looks and figure were very much Tony Stark's type. She fit right into his aesthetic preferences. But now, after suffering several setbacks and enduring the taunts of King Bradley and Ivan Vanko, Tony's state of mind was more ascetic than ever. What did beautiful women matter to him now? Women could only distract him, slow his thinking, and get in the way of his growth. While the others were busy cleaning up the aftermath, Yang Xiu, sensing something wrong, teleported straight to the scene. With King Bradley, Ivan Vanko, and the Mandarin gone, the energy fluctuations in this place ought to have gradually subsided. Instead, the disturbances were growing even stronger. Following the path where the energy converged, Yang Xiu, cloaked in the effects of a psychological invisibility technique, made his way slowly toward the heart of the disturbance. There, stuck in the ground, was a shovel, the very same Tony had placed beside Eanson's grave. "I have insight." A small magical eye appeared beside Yang Xiu. Through the eye of insight, Yang Xiu could clearly see all the energy lines, and at the very center of this convergence of energies, he saw a transparent, ethereal, and gravely wounded soul. Yang Xiu extended his finger and touched the very center of the soul. Intricate patterns of a magic circle blossomed from his fingertip, enveloping the entire soul. Under the effect of the circle, his mental power split into countless strands, injecting themselves into the soul from every direction. Within seconds, the soul was stabilized. With this, the soul's appearance came into focus. Just as Yang Xiu had suspected, it was Ethan, the very one who had perished here. Around Ethan's soul were webs of energy lines, like a spider's web, one end tied to his soul, the other shooting straight into the sky, vanishing beyond the clouds. At that moment, a familiar pulse of energy manifested near Yang Xiu. "Master Ancient One, you're here too. Could it be that this is the work of Mephisto and his lot?" Yang Xiu asked without looking back. Mephisto was one of the most powerful demons of hell, notorious for seizing human souls through contracts. He was also one of the primary targets of expulsion for Kamartaj. If an unknown soul appeared on Earth, odds were it was Mephisto or one of his minions behind it. But Yang Xiu sensed something different about Ethan this time. Ethan's soul radiated a sense of holiness. No, not this time. In fact, the energy here comes from one of Mephisto's ancient foes. The Ancient One approached Yang Xiu with a gentle smile, reaching out to touch Ethan's soul. When it came to stabilizing souls, the Ancient One's skill far surpassed Yang Xiu's. Under her energy, Ethan's soul became as solid and lifelike as if he were still alive. Yet, Ethan's soul kept its eyes shut, unresponsive to any outside stimulus, as if what stood before Yang Xiu was nothing more than an empty shell. This didn't seem to surprise the Ancient One. She calmly placed her right hand on Ethan's chest, and golden light radiated outward. Bathed in this light, Yang Xiu sensed the fabric of space and time stretching away from them, as if they were nearing a place of powerful repulsion. As the distance closed, Yang Xiu felt a force trying to push him away. Glancing at the unaffected Ancient One beside him, he began to adjust his own aura, modeling it after hers. Once the repulsive force faded, Yang Xiu stopped his adjustments. Now, the aura he emanated felt similar to the sanctity that clung to Ethan, though Yang Xiu's was purer, more like sunlight and flame. A few seconds later, the sensation of movement ceased, and Yang Xiu followed the Ancient One to their destination. Before his eyes, only two colors existed, yellow and white. Amid this boundless sea of gold and white, Yang Xiu saw Ethan standing tall and straight. A flicker of magic passed through Yang Xiu's gaze. He could be certain now. What stood before him was neither Ethan's soul nor his body, but rather a fusion of consciousness. Ethan stood upright, his hands gently extended forward, cradling a flickering flame between his palms. When one gazed upon this flame, kindness and justice would be stirred from the depths of the heart. It seemed this was the very source of purity within Ethan's soul on Earth. "What is he doing?" Yang Xiu whispered to the Ancient One. He could see the holy fire gradually merging with Ethan's consciousness, but he couldn't quite decipher what was happening. When it came to such matters, Yang Xiu had little experience. After all, this was not a mystery crafted by him through narrative evolution, but rather a remnant from this planet's ancient past. Fortunately, the Ancient One was well-versed in such things. Many of the history books in Kamartaj's library had been written by her after tracing time's threads. He's submitting himself to the trial of the sacred flame, facing a test within his own heart, the Ancient One explained. As she spoke, a luminous screen unfolded before them, revealing the story of Ethan's life. Ethan was born into a wealthy family in a small town called Migula. Yes, wealthy, but only by the standards of those around them. For in his country, in his region, all resources had long been plundered by another nation through countless means. Migula itself maintained a modest defensive militia. Here, any town without one would struggle to survive. Because their firepower was relatively strong, and as the town lay off major trade routes and held little of value nearby, life in Megillah remained comparatively peaceful when measured against other towns. Ironically, it was precisely these hardships that allowed Ethan to enjoy a safe and stable childhood. The town's dominant faith belonged to a very ancient sect, so old, in fact, that hardly anyone elsewhere still knew of or believed in it. Its name was the Fire Worshippers. Their teachings, passed down through generations, had been distilled to a simple creed. Goodness and justice and evil are inevitable opposites in this world, but in the end, goodness and justice will always prevail. With external threats pressing upon them, the sect within Megillah had not been twisted by human hands, unlike some others. Under its influence, the relations between neighbors in the town were unusually warm and close-knit, a rarity for the region. From an early age, Ethan was exceptionally clever. The lessons taught by the local teachers took him only days to master, and he could even pose questions that stump his instructors. As he grew older, the town could no longer provide the educational resources he needed. Though still a minor, Ethan had already become the most knowledgeable person in scientific matters in all of Megillah. Given these circumstances, his parents and the town mayor made a decision. They would find a way to send Ethan to America for further study, so he could learn at the cutting edge of knowledge. Ethan did not disappoint them. While his academic achievements might not match those of someone like Tony Stark, compared to his peers, Ethan was already among the very best. Having seen the way most Americans lived, and with the passage of years, Ethan began to form a conviction. His hometown should not remain as it was. It deserved to become something better. Ethan, whose mind brimmed with knowledge but lacked the tempering of experience, could only think of one solution at the time: gather more children, teach them what he knew, and send them back to build their own hometowns. He saw himself as a pioneer of higher education for his community. Time marched on. Now long since an adult, Ethan had earned multiple doctoral degrees and had become an associate professor at an Ivy League university. With resources, money, and a certain standing in society, Ethan finally set his plan into motion. After discussing with his family, he gave up the idea of bringing them to America, choosing instead to invest everything he had in helping the children from his hometown find a way out. Children who left Megillah, his small hometown, lagged behind their American peers in physical strength and mental agility. Yet they made up for it with sheer determination, and eventually, a few managed to achieve some modest success. At this point, Ethan decided to purchase equipment essential for his hometown's development and return with his students. But an unexpected turn awaited him. While the students still respected him, few were willing to go back with him. To make matters worse, just as Ethan was preparing to leave, a student betrayed him. Most of the equipment he had planned to bring home was confiscated, and he was slapped with a hefty fine. Yet none of these setbacks could shake Ethan's resolve to give back to his homeland. With the remaining equipment and a handful of helpers, he returned and opened a general hospital. In this modern era, it's hard for those living in bustling cities to imagine that elsewhere on the same planet, the mortality rate for surgery remains as high as it was in the earliest days of medicine. Infection, blood loss, and lack of medical expertise. All these factors continued to cut short lives in his hometown. Ethan's return brought real change. His hospital quickly became the best in the area, and he even improvised some basic medical devices and medicines. But tragedy struck again. Several armed factions raided Megillah. Against their combined force, the town had no power to resist. If not for Ethan's unwavering refusal to abandon his hometown, and the raiders' own desire for ongoing plunder, Megillah might have ceased to exist altogether. After this ordeal, Ethan came to a painful realization. His hometown wasn't poor because it couldn't be rich. It was poor because it was not allowed to be rich. Its people didn't die young because they couldn't live longer. They died young because they were not allowed to live longer. He decisively abandoned his original plan. Leaving only one educational path open to the outside world, he returned to the United States and spent several years building a name for himself in the medical field. Sadly, aside from this, Ethan could claim no real achievements. The benefits he fought for never reached his people. Instead, his resources only worsened the violent clashes between rival factions. Ethan finally understood that what his country needed most was a unified government with real power to act. Without hesitation, he resigned from his hospital job and set out for home, alone. Relying on the reputation he had built over the years by fighting for his country's interests, Ethan moved deftly between different factions, persuading them to lay down their arms and seeking peace through negotiation. Yet, no matter how promising the agreement seemed while he was present, as soon as Ethan left, those leaders would quickly renege on their promises, and sometimes even new leaders would take their place. Ethan refused to give up. He firmly believed that justice would ultimately triumph over evil, a belief etched deep within him by years of devotion to the faith of the Fire Worshippers. Through his relentless efforts, his country finally began to glimpse a faint hope for a ceasefire. But just as this hope appeared, a barrage of missiles, launched from who knows where, obliterated his hometown of Mikula. His family, his friends, every trace of his childhood was wiped out in an instant. Ethan understood this was a warning meant for him. There was no time for sorrow, no time for tears. He pressed on with his journey, viewing every hardship he faced as another trial on the road to success. Ethan's stubborn refusal to abandon his cause eventually enraged certain people. However, the powers in his country dared not openly kill him. Ethan's reputation as a man who had dedicated his entire life to his homeland was too great. Wherever he went, people would spontaneously step forward to protect him. Finally, with a subtle nod from those in the shadows, the moment came. One day, as Ethan was leaving the territory of a powerful ally, a group of self-proclaimed peacekeepers, whose main activities lay outside the country, suddenly burst in, abducted Ethan, and spirited him away from his homeland. Not long after, that allied faction was utterly destroyed in a series of violent clashes. Ethan was not killed immediately. The peacekeepers needed him to save someone, a man known to the world as Tony Stark. After spending some time with Tony, Ethan developed a sense that perhaps this man could make a difference. Maybe at least more of a difference than he himself, a man nearing 50. Knowing there was no way he would ever leave this place alive, Ethan began to subtly influence Tony's thinking. Clearly, he succeeded. When death finally came for him, Ethan felt only a twinge of regret that Tony might die as well. Beyond that, he was at peace. It was time for him to be reunited with his family. He also wished he could apologize to them. He was sorry that, after all these years, he had still not managed to fulfill his promise, and even sorrier for the suffering his choices had brought upon them. After witnessing the story of Ethan's life, Yang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. What a true comrade he was. Unfortunately, Ethan had never found like-minded companions, and the timing was never right. That was why things had ended the way they did. If only history had shifted by a few decades, perhaps a real hero could have emerged from this land, though it would still have been a challenge, given how close they were to the United States. A man who lived his life without regret would naturally have no fear of the sacred flame's scrutiny. Of course, that didn't mean Ethan was without guilt. Ethan had always felt he had brought misfortune upon his family, yet he never regretted his choices. Even if given the chance to live his life over, he would still choose the same path, perhaps only making better arrangements for his loved ones in advance. Is he about to succeed? Yang Xiu asked the Ancient One, noticing the sacred flame suddenly flicker brighter. Gu Yi let out a sigh, shaking his head, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. No way. Even someone like him can't pass the screening? Isn't this review system a bit too strict? Yang Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Xiu had met quite a few people by now, and there were truly few who could rival Ethan's selflessness and nobility. No, it's not his fault, Gu Yi explained. The energy activity level on our planet has always been low. Recently, it rose just enough to give this man the chance, after death, to resonate with the lingering faith of the Flame Church, allowing him to arrive in this broken divine realm. But the energy activity still isn't high enough. Faith energy is even less reactive than ordinary energy. He managed to pass the screening, but right. Now, none of the accumulated faith energy in the divine realm can truly be mobilized. That seals his fate. He simply can't succeed in becoming a saint. Is there any way to fix this? Yang Xiu pressed on. Gu Yi shook her head. There's nothing we can do. His soul is able to linger in this world only because of the resonance born from his faith. Now that the fusion with the sacred flame is halfway complete, you can sense how hostile the forces here are to outsiders. If we forcefully separate them, the most likely outcome is his soul will dissipate. Then how can we make the faith here more active? Yang Xiu asked, watching the sacred flame flicker with a thoughtful gaze. Since he'd come across such a person, he was determined to help if he could. Reshape the object of faith. As long as the focus shifts and the new object still lives on Earth, the activity of the faith energy will rise to another level. If the new focus can cooperate even a little, the chances of successfully transforming a saint go up as well. But the target must be powerful enough to withstand the strain of this reshaping, both during and after the process. Gu Yi paused, searching for a suitable comparison. If the blades made you assigned to me can successfully break through, he should just barely be able to handle it. But I doubt someone like him would be willing to get involved with faith. At this, Gu Yi chuckled. Blades had spent nearly all his time lately holed up in his room, immersed in magical research, occasionally brewing potions, and rarely venturing outside. She truly admired that kind of dedication, a real researcher spirit. Blades? Yang Xiu hesitated. Blades was a master-level mage, and if he broke through, he'd officially become a legendary wizard. But if it took someone of that caliber to be the new object of faith, things are going to get complicated. Even if Yang Xiu wrote a script specifically to evolve a legendary class professional right now, it would be extremely difficult. His own level of mental power limited the upper bounds of his story's evolution. If he tried to force it, he might well end up with a second failing grade on his script. So, what about the original objects of these faiths? Yang Xiu suddenly asked. After gaining a certain measure of power, Yang Xiu had researched the world's most prominent faiths. He was certain those objects of worship didn't exist, at least not on Earth. Once faith energy left the believers, it would simply dissipate into the air, eventually being absorbed and converted by the planet's energy cycle into ordinary energy that was everywhere and nowhere. He died at the hands of Odin, the Ancient One, said calmly. At that time, Odin led Asgard's great army in a campaign to conquer the 9 realms, and the most powerful entity on Earth was the god worshipped by the Zoroastrians. After a brutal war, that god fell, and the remaining followers of the Zoroastrian faith scattered to other regions of the planet. The faith energy that had built up over so many years slowly dissipated within this ruined divine kingdom. Wait a second, if that's how it happened, then why do some of the faith energies directed toward Odin just evaporate into thin air? Yang Xiu felt something was off and pressed the question. Faith is poisonous. The Zoroastrian god wasn't much weaker than Odin in those days, but faith in a deity comes with enormous risks. It makes you vulnerable to being struck down in a single blow. If you're caught off guard, Odin had seized such an opportunity before, so of course he refused to absorb any faith energy, especially if it came from our world, the Ancient One explained. That was why she preferred to draw power from other dimensions rather than dabble in the energies of faith. The risks of other dimensional powers were great, but they lay in the future. Faith's dangers, meanwhile, were ever present. When it came to protecting Earth, it was clearly more prudent to rely on power from other dimensions. If one used faith energy and happened to be caught at the wrong moment, disaster could strike. Ancient One had the Eye of Agamotto, yet she still wouldn't take that risk. I understand. So, how much time does he have left? Yang Xiu gazed at Ethan in the distance, murmuring the question. Without a god to anchor it, the sacred fire will consume all available energy. Only when there is nothing left to draw upon will it gradually fade away. As for how long, the Ancient One paused. The Eye of Agamotto flickered. In a heartbeat, she had looked through 1,000 possible futures. On average, across 1,000 futures, it's about half a year. Half a year, not a long time, but still a glimmer of hope. The Ancient One could immediately see what Yang Xiu was thinking. As they left the ruined divine kingdom, she reminded him once more, remember, faith is poison. Never attempt to directly absorb the power of faith. I know, Yang Xiu nodded. He was determined never to use faith energy. With the power of the script he possessed, one even the Eye of Agamotto could not fully perceive, there was simply no need to take such risks. Within half a year, all Yang Xiu had to do was elevate himself to the level where he could shape legends. Then he could simply redirect the Zoroastrian faith to a new target. That way, not only could he solve Ethan's predicament, he could also gain a substantial reserve of backup energy. The scripts he had created recently were vast in scale and consumed enormous energy. Even the reserves the Ancient One had built up over 5 centuries had been partly depleted by Yang Xiu, so he would have to find other ways to expand his resources. By the time Yang Xiu returned home, Tony Stark's press conference had concluded, and news of the impending closure of Stark Industries' International Weapons Manufacturing and Research Division had already broken. Turning on the TV, Yang Xiu saw that nearly every channel was abuzz with discussion of this event. You had to admit, some news outlets were lightning fast when it came to jumping on trending topics. With so little time to prepare formal reports, they simply riffed off the headline, letting their thoughts run wild, sometimes delivering words that could cut to the quick. Some say that Tony Stark's mind was damaged from the torment he suffered during his disappearance, and that's why he decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing and development divisions. Others claim Tony Stark is a complete coward, so frightened by the very weapons he invented that he lost his nerve. In short, the rumors fly in every direction, yet no one truly cares about the state of Tony Stark's injuries, nor does anyone bother with his stated reasons for closing the department. Normally, public opinion wouldn't be so uniform. Stark Industries' PR department certainly isn't just for show. An enterprise of this size is bound to have friendly media outlets. But this time, someone who hates Tony even more than the outsiders has been working behind the scenes, deliberately slowing the PR department's response, greasing the palms of various media outlets, and quietly fanning the flames. In Yang Xiu's eyes, having witnessed the original timeline, this person is all too obvious. none other than one of Tony's right-hand men, Obadiah Stane. Tony's disappearance in the Middle East is closely tied to this man as well. The reason is simple, pure conflict of interest. As long as Tony Stark is alive, he is, in the public's eyes, the undisputed figurehead of Stark Industries. Even though Tony doesn't hold majority stake, and some key departments aren't under his direct control, most people still assume he's in charge. This isn't just due to Tony's flamboyance and extraordinary intellect. It's also because the company bears the Stark name, founded by Tony's own father, Howard Stark. Over the years, Stane has accumulated both wealth and status. Now, he wants total control over Stark Industries, even dreaming of one day putting his own name on the company. To achieve that, Tony Stark must die. But before that happens, Stane needs to acquire a technology that could keep Stark Industries at the top for a lifetime. Otherwise, without Tony Stark, the company's standing would quickly plummet. Of course, this technology already exists. The miniature arc reactor in Tony's chest. It's an incredibly dangerous invention, one that could shake America's oil-fueled dominance to its core. If Tony Stark weren't a textbook white American, and if his father hadn't left him a rich network of connections, a regular person in his place would have only one outcome, either vanishing from the face of the earth or meeting an accidental death, with a bullet wound, more likely than not, in the back. Yang Xiu's next script is set to revolve around this miniature arc reactor. After all, if the world of the supernatural truly lacks a few pieces of advanced technology or science fiction wonders, it wouldn't be such a colorful place. Outside the New York headquarters of Stark Industries, a crowd of reporters has gathered, disrupting the normal flow of business. Pepper Potts, shielded by security, makes her way through the throng without uttering a single word. To Pepper, Tony's decision is one she admires, but she's also more keenly aware than Tony of the repercussions it will have for the entire company. She's also better at holding her tongue. Remaining silent is, in itself, an act of professional loyalty. Once she steps into the lobby, the doors finally keep out the reporters who lacked invitations. Pepper breathes a sigh of relief, feeling some semblance of calm return at last. At that moment, a woman walked over and leaned in close to Pepper's ear. "Ms. Potts, there's someone in the lounge who looks like a government official. He says he'd like to meet with President Tony Stark. Would you like to?" Pepper rubbed her temples. Another government official? How many waves of them have there been now? Still, since she'd spoken with the others, it wouldn't make sense to avoid this one. "Take him to my office and let him wait there. I'll be there shortly." With that, Pepper hurried off. She needed to stop by the PR department first. She'd been among the first to notice something off about their actions lately, but with the department head admitted to the hospital just yesterday, she didn't have much grounds to confront anyone directly. Dozens of minutes later, after a long and fruitless debate with the interim PR chief, Pepper, exhausted, finally stepped into her office. The moment she opened the door, she immediately spotted a man sprawled across a chair. Hearing the door, the man slowly spun the chair halfway around, fixing Pepper with a sidelong glance, his right hand propped thoughtfully under his chin. That expression was all too familiar to Pepper. A moment's thought, and she realized why. Tony would get that same look sometimes when dealing with technicians, as if silently asking, "How could you not understand something so simple?" Having seen that look more times than she cared to count, Pepper simply sat down in her own chair. Jace let out a long, weary sigh, and with obvious reluctance, fished a business card from his pocket and tossed it on the desk. "I'm a researcher with the Hextech Institute, under the clock tower." "Clock tower? Hextech Institute? What on earth is that?" Pepper was full of questions, but from the name alone, she could guess it was some sort of research organization. Whether it was an official government body or not was harder to say. After all, America had no shortage of shadowy agencies. The CIA, FBI, the Supernatural Rapid Response Unit, and even the Department of Homeland Security Strategic Defense and Logistics Division have all stopped by already. Whatever information you need, they probably have it. I suggest you have your superiors reach out to them directly. Pepper slid the card into a nearby folder and replied coolly, "I have no interest in dealing with those people. That would be a waste of my time," Jace replied flatly. Pepper paused. She had a feeling that by waste of time, Jace wasn't talking about contacting other intelligence agencies. He meant dealing with his own superiors. The resemblance to Tony's attitude was uncanny. "I'm here to see Tony Stark. He invented some kind of miniature reactor, didn't he?" Jace began, but Pepper cut him off before he could finish. "That's my company's top secret and Tony's own intellectual property. I'm sorry, but I can't share any information with you. Someone, please escort this gentleman out. I have other matters to attend to." Pepper delivered her response with practiced poise, then called out for assistance. Jace rose nonchalantly, shrugging as though the outcome made no difference to him. He was just here to tick a box. "Suit yourself. Just a word of warning. Someone's got their eye on that thing. And unlike me, they won't bother with official channels first." When Jace said this, his expression was uncharacteristically serious, a clear sign that the person eyeing the miniature reactor held significant weight in his mind. After Jace walked out of the Stark Industries headquarters, someone fell and stepped behind him. Once they reached a quieter spot, Janome eyed the swaggering figure ahead and couldn't help saying, "I thought there'd be sparks flying between two genius scientists, but seems there's not even a flicker." "A genius scientist? You must be joking," Jace replied, turning back with his arms crossed. "Oh, I forgot. Maybe your IQ isn't quite high enough to make that kind of joke. After all, there's only one, at most two genius scientists in the world." Jace paused, then corrected himself. As for that so-called Tony Stark you mentioned, he absolutely doesn't make the cut. He simply couldn't understand why Victor would take such an interest in a mortal's technological creation. What could he possibly be thinking? As he mulled this over, Jace spoke again, arrogance radiating from every word. "And as for you, a mere knight, kindly spare me your advice. I'd hate to burst out laughing in public." Janome's muscles tensed, his fierce aura impossible to hide. Jace gave him a sidelong glance. "Wow, an entry-level professional. How impressive. You finally caught up to where I was at age 10. Janome didn't retort, because the man before him truly was a prodigy. Even before becoming a researcher, Jace had already broken through the barriers of entry-level. Professionals and advanced to the next tier. The only reason he hadn't reached the highest rank was that he devoted most of his time and energy to research. "No matter what you say, if you don't tell me who our enemy is," Janome said seriously, meeting Jace's gaze, "I will file a report and request a replacement." "The reason?" "Lack of cooperation from the investigator, or rather, a total absence of it." "No, I won't allow it." Jace spun around and glared at him. Janome didn't argue further. Instead, right in front of Jace, he activated the Ouroboros insignia, bringing up a page directly in his line of sight. Jace recognized it instantly. The Hextech Institute had helped design and develop some of the insignia's functions. Janome was displaying the complaints page. He really was prepared to request a replacement. "Fine, I'll tell you. But from this moment on, you obey my orders completely." After a tense standoff, Jace finally chose to compromise. He couldn't accept being replaced. He had to see Victor. "If your orders are the right ones," Janome replied, lowering his right hand. He didn't want to push things too far. Jace's status and abilities were well above his own. Truth be told, if Jace hadn't been so overbearing, Janome wouldn't have resorted to threats. "I'm always right." Jace paused. "Well, most of the time." Janome just shrugged. It was clear Jace had suffered a setback recently. Otherwise, he'd never have tacked on that last line. "This time, our enemy is Victor, another genius scientist." Jace began, his tone growing somber. "The difference between him and me is that before he entered the Hextech Institute, he was a mage. But like me, he was no fool, at least far smarter than those in the lab who only know how to repeat experiments. He was also my only friend, up until a month ago." As he spoke, Jace's expression grew notably more downcast. Genome remained silent, patiently waiting for Jace to continue. "What I simply couldn't accept was his wish to add alchemic implants to the next generation of battle armor. That would boost every metric of the suit and guarantee absolute obedience from the wearer. But the price is that the person's would no longer be their own." Jace lowered his head, lost in thought, his voice dropping to a melancholic hush. "I saw this as a grave mistake, so I cut off the power supply to his private lab. I swear, I had no idea he was experimenting on his own arm." Jace took a deep breath, and then he disappeared. The lab got word that the elite hunter Van Helsing had spotted him near New York. "I've checked every public report recently, and the only thing that could possibly attract him is Tony Stark's miniature reactor. After all, once he left the Institute, he must have had trouble with energy supplies and portable power sources. The reactor might be the best substitute he could find right now. So I have to locate him before he does something truly irreversible." "So what should I do?" Genome finally spoke up. Jace looked at him in surprise. "Don't get me wrong, I still can't stand you. If I could, I'd swap partners in a heartbeat. But as a knight, I don't shy away from following the right command. And I suppose you're not all that bad," Genome continued. Jace burst out laughing. Maybe there's hope for you yet. When all this is over, I'll give you a personal lesson. Maybe it'll even bump up your IQ a little." Jace's rank and status were higher than Genome's, but Genome did have the authority to request a new teammate. If he insisted, Jace couldn't do much about it. "I take back what I just said," Genome replied, his face stony. "That's not important. Which knightly path did you take?" Jace asked. "I followed the blood vitality route during apprentice and official rank. For my first advancement, I took the bloodline path, choosing a diluted Thunder War bear lineage." Genome summarized his background. Jace scratched his head. This wasn't his area of expertise, and he could only gather the general idea from the terms. All right, here's what we'll do. Stick close to Pepper and protect her discreetly. I don't think Victor would take a hostage, but we can't rule it out. Besides, that woman seems to have a close relationship with Tony Stark. If you have the chance, keep an eye on Stan too. He seems to be related to Tony. As for me, I'll shadow Tony Stark and try to prevent Victor from making a direct move. Jace handed out the assignments. I'm no assassin or infiltrator. There's no way I can stay close to Pepper without being noticed. Genome shot Jace a sidelong glance as he spoke. Of course I know. It shouldn't be much of a problem inside that company. When I went in, I checked their security setup. There's even artificial intelligence in there. For Victor, breaking in without raising any alarms is next to impossible. All you need to do is follow Pepper after she leaves the building, Jess continued. The custom detector he carried had already scanned all defensive personnel and weaponry as soon as he entered Stark Industries. All right, give me a communicator. The one built into Ouroboros is too expensive, especially for talking with non-investigators, Genome said, extending his right hand. But it's secure. None of the current legendary spells or legendary level abilities can break through its security barriers. Never mind, there's no point in explaining this to you. As Jess spoke, he fished out a small, coin-sized device from his pocket and handed it to Genome. This one isn't as secure, but for surface-level use, it doesn't need to be. Just stick it to your earlobe and channel any energy into it. You'll be able to communicate remotely. Stark Industries, inside Pepper's office. After seeing Jess off, Pepper took a phone from her drawer, walked to the window, and dialed a number that reached Tony, who was working on the Mark II design at his villa. I'll look into what you asked. Apart from the military security personnel, only 4 people in the company have clearance to see the original scheduled procedures, Pepper began. Besides you, me, and Happy, who's the 4th? Tony paused his work to ask, though he already had a name in mind, one he wasn't ready to accept just yet. Mr. Stain, Pepper replied, naming the person everyone expected. Also, I stopped by public relations. The official reason for the issue on the PR front is that the previous director has been hospitalized. The hospital's report says it was a severe allergic reaction. The allergen was new, and there's no evidence of intentionally consuming anything he was allergic to. But I checked his personnel file. The director was promoted by Mr. Stain. He didn't sign the papers himself, but he did veto the other candidates for the position. All right, let's put this aside for now. It's still possible the leak came from the military side. I've got things to take care of. I'll call you back later, Tony interrupted. After hanging up, Tony's expression turned grim. A projection hovered by his right hand, a file Jarvis had compiled based on his conversation with Rhodey. On the military's end, Rhodey was certain he hadn't let anything slip at any stage, and among the personnel involved, only he knew the full procedure. So if it really was a leak from the military, and Rhodey wasn't lying, then the only possibility was that one of the generals above him was responsible. But that didn't make much sense either. If those generals wanted to harm him while he was unprotected, Tony wouldn't even have the chance for Ensign to save him. Besides, the missile data and manufacturing process those peacemakers were after would be useless to the military. If they wanted those missiles, it'd be easier to just buy them directly from Stark Industries. After all, there were no restrictions on domestic weapons purchases. Obadiah Stane. I hope it's not you. Tony slowly stood up, bracing himself against the console with both hands. Jarvis, transfer all data on the miniaturization of the reactor within the company to my personal server, just like you did with the Mark II design files. At the same time, erase all related data from the company servers. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Most of Stark Industries' network access was under Jarvis's control, so transferring and deleting information cost barely any time at all. In addition, Jarvis compiled the personnel files of everyone who has ever backed up the data. Prepare an analysis report. I want to see it immediately, Tony ordered without missing a beat. Tony had never checked the personnel files before because he'd always believed that without him, the company would collapse. He assumed no one inside the company would ever betray him. But ever since he'd met the likes of Kim Bradley, he started to realize he might have been a bit too arrogant. Please input the relevant analysis model, sir, Jarvis said after pulling up all the files. Open the interface. I authorize you to draw on any of those useless anthropology and sociology papers, Tony said. As he spoke, the projection before him flickered rapidly, streams of data flashing by like streaks of light. Soon, a pyramid-shaped model materialized before his eyes. Sir, 13 authoritative analysis models have been introduced. According to their judgment criteria, you are still the most crucial person in Stark Industries. Without you, the company's fortunes will begin a steady decline until one or more barely qualified scientists can replace you. However, the final forecast is that Stark Industries will lose its leading edge. In addition, according to the models, the most powerful figure within Stark Industries right now is Mr. Obadiah Stane. He holds most of the personnel, and financial authority, and directly or indirectly controls over 30% of the shares. The highest projected voting rights could exceed 50%. There's more, sir. The data indicates that in half a month, there will be a Star Charity Gala for firefighters injured in the line of duty. The expected donations and expenses are to be drawn from your dividend account, but neither you nor Miss Pepper has received any formal notification. Crash. Tony swept everything off the desk and sent it clattering to the floor. Even a fool could see by now just how serious the situation had become. So according to those models, I only control the weapons design and manufacturing departments? Tony demanded, his fury boiling over. No, sir, Jarvis replied in his mechanical tone. Based on your recent instructions, Stark Industries' international weapons design and manufacturing departments are being phased out. You now control only the domestic departments. Additionally, based on projections, Miss Pepper is more than 99% likely to support you, so you retain limited personnel authority. At the very least, you can replace your secretary at will. There was no hint of mockery in Jarvis's voice, but Tony was already livid. It's absurd. He's got people everywhere. Why hasn't he planted anyone in the weapons division as well? Tony's breathing quickened, his face flushed with anger. Sir, according to the current records, over the past 10 years you have dismissed a total of 170 related researchers. Of these, 50 were confirmed to be connected to Mr. Stain, and another 50 are suspected of having links to him. Jarvis continued. Tony was momentarily speechless. In addition, during your disappearance of just over 2 months, nearly 3 months, Mr. Stain indirectly assigned 12 researchers and managers to the International Weapons Division. All of them have now been dismissed by you, Jarvis said as he brought up the holographic profiles of these individuals. Tony glanced over the files. Well, Stain really moves fast. The Deputy Director of Design and Research had been replaced, the head of the testing department was swapped out, and the deputy head of the project review team was now someone else. It was a complete overhaul. Jarvis, call Pepper and have her prepared to convene a board meeting. I want to attend, Tony said, steadying his emotions. Sir, I must remind you that without Mr. Stain's support, your motions are unlikely to pass at the board meeting. Even if you call a shareholders meeting, chances are slim your proposals will go through. Many shareholders who previously supported you suffered significant losses because of your statements. They may no longer be on your side, Jarvis cautioned. Originally, given Tony's reputation among individual shareholders, he might have been able to go head-to-head with Stain at shareholders' meeting, as long as the institutional investors didn't take a clear stance. But after he announced the shutdown of the weapons division, that hope all but vanished. Don't worry, the motion will pass, Tony replied calmly. A dozen or so days later, the board meeting was held. Tony arrived early, dragged a lounge chair to the door, and sprawled out, legs crossed, watching as the board members filed into the room. Tony, get up. This is a formal occasion. You should show at least a little respect for the board, Stain called out with a broad smile as he saw Tony lounging. It's all right. We understand. Those with real talent are allowed a bit of leeway, and besides, he's still young, one of the older board members said lightly. His words seemed to speak up for Tony, but the tone carried a hint of mockery, as if Tony was still an immature child. Normally, Tony's temper would have flared and he'd have shot back a sharp retort, leaving the board member speechless. But today, he simply waited calmly for everyone to take their seats. Tony, if you have any proposals, get to the point. We're all busy people. I keep telling you. Let me take a look at your proposals first next time. I could help you organize them, Stain continued with a smile. Tony shifted, got up from the lounge chair, yawned, and walked over to the microphone. First, the International Weapons Design and Manufacturing departments must be closed. I don't want to see anyone dragging their feet behind the scenes any longer. Stain's brow furrowed slightly. What was going on with Tony today? This wasn't like him. Stain had spoken twice, and Tony hadn't replied once. In fact, he seemed to be deliberately ignoring him. With that thought, Stain exchanged a look with someone across the table. Tony Stark, you do not have the authority to unilaterally shut down a major division. Such a closure would have a huge impact on the company and harm the interests of all shareholders. We are responsible to everyone, not just your whims. Just because you've suffered a little doesn't mean, the board member rattled on, his words cascading in a relentless barrage. Tony raised his right hand, signaling him to stop, then glanced around the room. Second, I propose the establishment of a new energy division, which I will personally lead. As he spoke, Tony revealed the miniature reactor embedded in his chest. A reactor of this size can deliver 3 billion joules of energy per second, sustaining peak output for up to 15 minutes. Any objections? Sweat began to bead on Stain's forehead. Whether it was just his imagination or not, he suddenly saw a trace of Howard Stark, Tony's father, in Tony's demeanor. and there was no doubt creating this new energy division would absolutely undermine his own grip on the company. The room fell silent. Everyone present was highly knowledgeable, well aware of what an instantaneous output of 3 billion joules per second meant, and they all knew Tony. If he was showing them something, it meant he had something even more advanced up his sleeve. Looking at it this way, the new energy division seemed more than capable of offsetting the losses from shutting down the International Weapons Division, and might even give Stark Industries a tremendous edge in branching out. Sensing things slipping out of his control, Stain realized that the institutional representatives and major shareholders he courted were on the verge of switching sides. He quickly interjected, "Tony, establishing such a division is certainly great news. But creating a new department isn't so simple. There are many more." As Stain was speaking, Tony walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and addressed the others. "I've said my piece. All in favor, all opposed." Stain narrowed his eyes. It was no illusion. After just half a month, he really did see Howard Stark's shadow in Tony. "If no one has anything to say, I'll take that as unanimous approval. I'll have Pepper send you all the relevant data. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. You're free to go." Although Tony said this, since no one else moved, he was the first to leave the conference room. He had barely taken 2 steps when Stain hurried after him. "Tony, I have no objections to you heading up this new division. It's certainly the best outcome. But management can be a tangled affair. I worry you'll get bogged down in it. So, I'd like to provide you with some managers. And since the International Weapons Division is being disbanded, how about transferring their entire management team over?" Throughout Stain's speech, Tony didn't even turn his head. It wasn't until he reached the elevator that he finally stopped and looked back. Tony locked eyes with Stain, whose face wore a practiced benevolence, then suddenly broke into a smile. "Mr. Stain, do you know whose name is on this building?" Stain opened his mouth, trying to protest. "From the very beginning, this has always been Stark, not Obadiah. So mind your own business, take care of your health, and don't end up in the hospital with an allergy attack before your work is done." As Tony spoke, he rode the elevator down, his body following the descent. Throughout the ride, Stain still wore a look that seemed to say, "You've misunderstood me." It wasn't until they were completely out of sight of each other that Stain, as if instinctively performing a Sichuan opera face change, let his expression darken. He picked up the phone and dialed out. "Agree to all of that guy's demands. I want to see him on board today." Ding! The elevator arrived at the floor. In that moment, the aura Tony had been projecting instantly faded. He'd spent hours the previous night studying his father's videos just to put on that act, but now, without an audience, there was no need to keep pretending. "Tony, how did it go? Was the proposal approved?" Pepper hurried over to meet him. "Don't you trust your boss's skills by now? It went through smoothly. From this moment on, start looking for suitable candidates," Tony said, pausing in front of Pepper before turning to meet her gaze. "There's just one requirement. The candidate must have no connection to Stain, understand?" A spark lit up in Pepper's eyes. Only today did she realize that Tony was never clueless about running a company or suppressing rivals. He just never bothered to do it before. "I understand. But we can't possibly find a right unemployed candidates this quickly," Pepper replied. Even though Tony only had one requirement, she couldn't just bring in anyone. If they turned out to be useless, it'd be easy for others to criticize and replace them. Then poach them. Poach talent from every research institute, whether researchers or management. If they meet the requirements, just throw money at them. Tony declared, with swagger. There was no point in letting his money sit idle. If Stain succeeded this time, it'd only get harder for him to keep his financial edge in the future. The mention of research institutes made Pepper blink. She remembered a man who had a vibe similar to Tony's, Jace. "Tony, have you ever heard of the Hextech Research Institute?" Pepper asked. "Never heard of it. Probably just a small, unknown place. Don't worry about the size. Just get the people here first. Once things are settled, I'll let go of anyone who needs to go." Tony laid down the ground rules. The day after the board meeting, Jace received a call from Stark's HR department, inviting him to join a new division at Stark Industries. There's a saying for this. When you're sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. Jace didn't hesitate for a second. He accepted immediately. After days of searching, he still hadn't found any trace of Victor. He was starting to suspect. Either he'd guessed wrong and Victor had never come here, or Victor was hiding inside Stark Industries. To make sure he could search every possible place before being let go, Jace tidied himself up to look as much like an ordinary researcher as possible when he went to join. Of course, all these expenses came out of Jace's own pocket. The Ouroboros Society didn't pay in dollars. This was money he'd saved up over his time working in the surface world. When Jace arrived at Stark Industries' new energy division, he discovered there was a test waiting for him. This test had been arranged by Pepper. The questions were very basic things every researcher should know, But for Jace, it was an exam he stood no chance of passing. As an ordinary person from the surface, all of Pepper's answers in the exam were phrased in the manner of regular folks from the surface world. Although, with careful analysis, each of these answers could easily be matched to corresponding theories or data within the clock tower. Without any prior preparation, even the brightest mind would be unable to make such connections out of thin air. Watching the casual or even disdainful expressions on the faces of the test takers and the way their papers filled up so quickly, Jace knew one thing for certain. He absolutely could not take this exam. It would be one thing to embarrass himself in another world, but if he missed the chance to find Victor because he failed the test, that would be a far greater problem. So, Jace simply picked up his blank answer sheet and slapped it down on the examiner's desk. The examiner stared at the empty paper, momentarily unsure what was happening. But before he could react, Jace pulled a small, circular mechanical device from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. With a series of crisp clicks, the gadget swiftly unfolded into a variety of familiar tools within seconds. This was Jace's invention, a multifunctional, transforming tool. "I can't answer these questions," Jace declared. "If you insist on using this test as your standard, then you're insulting me." With these words, he turned on his heel and walked away, making it clear he didn't care in the slightest whether he would be accepted or not. The examiner glanced at the HR staff beside him, at a loss for words. He, too, felt that this exam was almost insultingly simple. Forget the researchers from serious institutions. Even undergraduates who hadn't yet graduated could probably score decently on this test. At the same time, Jace's actions seemed to spark something among the others taking the exam. Most of those interviewing for positions at the Stark Group were at least outstanding graduates from reputable universities or rising stars within their specialized fields. Being given questions like this was frankly beneath them. These were the sort of exercises they'd once set for kids in after-school clubs. Suddenly, the sound of tearing paper filled the examination room. "Let Tony Stark write the questions. We refuse to answer this kind of test." As soon as the crowd mentality took hold, it spread like wildfire, and chaos erupted in the examination hall. Wham! The examiner slammed his palm on the desk, glaring furiously at those trying to coast along, many of whom he recognized. They all worked in the same field. Nobody was a stranger here. "Show us your independent work," the examiner demanded, picking up Jace's multifunctional tool. "If any of you can present something like this, you don't have to take the test either." At these words, most of the candidates fell silent. In just a brief time since it had landed, the transforming tool had already morphed into more than 20 kinds of specialized instruments. Integrating these tools into a small sphere using shared components and mechanical transformations was a testament to true capability. It could be said that the object Jace casually tossed out instantly outclassed most of the candidates present. Anyone confident enough to compete with this kind of achievement wouldn't even be here. Those people had their own dedicated reception elsewhere. After asserting authority in the examination room, the examiner pulled the head of human resources aside and whispered, "You need to report this to Miss Pepper immediately, then bring that gentleman back. You don't need to worry about the situation here. I'll have them retake the test." Frankly, with questions like these, anyone could score full marks. They're useless for screening candidates. Inside the elevator, Jess straightened his back, his face tinged with a hint of red, making it look as if he'd been infuriated by whoever had written the exam. "Where's everyone? Why hasn't anyone come to persuade me to stay? Did I overdo my act? Maybe I really should just stand here and wait for them to give me an explanation." Maintaining his outward composure, Jess stepped out of the elevator, though his mind was still in turmoil. "Come on, hurry up. Even if they don't beg me to stay, at least return my things. If that item finds its way into the hands of ordinary people, I'll definitely get expelled from the organization by my mentor." Jess clenched his fist and slowed his pace. He was deeply conflicted, desperate to go back and retrieve his belongings. Yet doing so would be far too humiliating. "Mr. Jess! Mr. Jess!" Hearing someone call his name from behind, Jess finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd genuinely feared that these people lacked the discernment to recognize the brilliance of his work. He turned around, keeping his expression serious as he addressed the HR representative. "Ma'am, is there something else?" "Mr. Jess, I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake. I put your name on the wrong list. That test was meant for ordinary researchers. You didn't need to participate." The HR staff wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly delivering the excuse he'd just concocted. "Well, mistakes are inevitable for people like you. So what now?" Jess replied, his tone assertive, entirely unlike the anxious demeanor he'd shown when he first tried to leave. He now knew they'd finally recognized his worth. "We've arranged a new interview for you, to be conducted personally by Miss Pepper. Please forgive our oversight." The HR representative was exceedingly deferential. Even though It was Pepper who decided the list and the test questions. It was wiser to take the blame for one's boss at times like these. Otherwise, one's path would only grow narrower. Very well. Lead the way, Jess said coolly. Listening in on the conversation through his communicator, Janome finally let out a relieved sigh. Goodness, after spending so much money, it would have been a total loss if things didn't work out. At the moment, both Pepper and Tony were inside Stark headquarters. With Jess on the inside and Janome on the outside, those two were definitely safe. The only mystery was Stan. Janome hadn't seen him all day, almost as if he'd vanished in a thin air. After meeting with Pepper, Jess still didn't immediately agree to join Stark Industries. Although Stark Industries and the Hex organization belonged to different worlds, the public and the hidden, without any precedent, Jess couldn't be sure if joining would break any rules. After watching the footage from the examination room, Pepper was determined to recruit Jess for Tony's team. So even though Jess's words were ambiguous and his attitude uncertain, she remained as enthusiastic as ever. Around noon, Pepper arranged for someone to take Jess to lunch while she hurried off to Tony's office. Though it was called an office, in reality, it was indistinguishable from a luxury mansion. The entire top 2 floors of Stark Industries headquarters belonged exclusively to Tony Stark. Tony, I think you need to take a look at this video, Pepper called out as she stepped out of the elevator, spotting Tony Stark lounging on the sofa, munching on a burger while watching the projection screen. A video? What video? Seeing Pepper, Tony's expression softened a little as he spoke. With a gentle swipe on her tablet, Pepper brought up a video about the multifunctional transforming tool, projecting it right in front of Tony's eyes. As Tony watched the video, he sat up straight, his brows knitting together. As a top scientist, he noticed far more than any of the people in the test room had. This material, this integration technique, how could 2 people suddenly appear, both capable of doing this? Tony? Tony, Pepper called him twice. Tony Stark snapped back to reality. Is there something wrong with it? Is that person a fraud? Pepper pressed. Tony shook his head, then gestured to call up another video. The screen first showed an extremely short laser emitter. Once activated, the device, about the size of a human middle finger, expanded to the length of a forearm. Just the visible parts alone were already far larger than the original size, as if the thing had been compressed like a digital file. Are you sure this person has nothing to do with Stain? Tony asked quietly after a pause. He'd watched this video many times, yet couldn't figure out how its creator had managed to pull this off. And as for the materials used, he'd searched every materials company and research institute without finding anything remotely similar. I can't be sure. I haven't been able to find any information whatsoever on the Hextech Research Institute. It's as if the place doesn't exist, Pepper replied, shaking her head. Well, that makes things interesting. Stain just sent me this video. He wanted to share some good news. Says he's found a master weapons maker. Tony stood up and walked to the window. Where is this person now? I had someone take him to the restaurant. This afternoon, Stain mentioned he wanted to introduce me to his new recruit. The meeting set for the new energy lab. Invite that person too. By the way, his name is Jace, right? Yes, the business card only had the name Jace. Tony nodded, silently rearranging the names Jace and Victor in his mind, trying to piece together any possible connection. Later that afternoon, Jace received a message from Pepper. He followed an attendant, taking a private car from Stark Industries' underground parking lot to a temporary research lab in the suburbs. The moment he stepped out of the car, Jace spotted Tony Stark emerging from another vehicle. As their eyes met, each immediately sensed a kindred spirit in the other, the self-assured air that comes only after countless victories in the field of technology and innovation. Let's go. Stain's already waiting for us inside, Tony said, glancing away and addressing Pepper. Jace, unfazed, shoved his hands into his pockets and followed behind the group. Ah, Tony, there you are. I was hoping you'd help me assess our new talent. Obadiah Stain greeted Tony with a broad smile, clearly in high spirits after landing a key recruit. Victor. Before Tony could say a word, he heard Jace's voice. Everyone turned to see Jace staring intently into the laboratory. Following his gaze, they saw a thin man standing there, his face utterly expressionless. Long time no see, Jace. Victor spoke with calm detachment. He had not yet completed his self-modifications, or rather, only part of them, such as the metal arm on his right side, were finished. Well, it looks like we've run into some old acquaintances. What a coincidence. Stan, seeing the situation, tried to cozy up to Jace. In his view, if Victor was so capable, Jace couldn't be far behind. Jace extended his right hand and, with a force Stan couldn't resist, pushed him aside. Of all times to get in the way. How infuriating. Why did you leave? Jace demanded loudly. HM, and here I thought it was I who should be giving explanations? Victor's voice was icy, almost indifferent. Jace was suddenly at a loss for words. It was true. The one who owed an explanation was himself. After all, he was the one who had cut the power supply to Victor's private laboratory. He drew in a long, steadying breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again before bowing slightly to Victor. I apologize for my arrogance and recklessness. Come back with me. I'll explain everything to our mentor and accept whatever punishment I deserve. Victor was first surprised by this, then deeply disappointed. Human emotions really are the greatest obstacle. Even you have been swayed by them. It seems my choice was absolutely right. You've let me down, Jace. I'm sorry, but if you refuse to come with me, I'll have to use means I'd rather not, Jace said, extending his right hand to reveal a small, compact war hammer in his palm. Are you sure you want to do this here? Victor asked coolly, quickly scooping up several crystals from the table. Jace was proving to be even more reckless than Victor had anticipated. Don't do it. This isn't the clock tower, and you're not on the mystical side. Jernomi's voice blared frantically over the comms channel. Jace's head jerked to the side, the surge of energy within him triggering the patch on his neck. The communicator fell to the ground and was crushed under his heel. Meanwhile, at Stan's signal, the security guards had already closed in. He intended to detain both men. As for their conflict, Stan didn't care. Perhaps it might even spark some healthy competition. Tony, however, sensed something was very wrong. A chill ran through him, as if he were back in that desert. Silently, he began to tug Pepper back with him, inching away from the escalating confrontation. Victor, I'll ask you one last time. Come back with me. Victor finished pocketing the fully recharged crystals, casting a regretful glance at those still charging on the table. With no answer from Victor, Jace abandoned any hope of resolving things peacefully. Warhammer charging. A dazzling blue light blazed forth. In an instant, the miniature hammer expanded to dozens of times its original size, its barrel aimed squarely at Victor. Mercury hammer, cannon mode. Ready. Electricity crackled and surged. A streak of blue raced across the tip of the mercury cannon, a compressed electric charge accelerating through a luminous array. The charged shell, propelled by the field, drew a searing line of light through the air, hurtling toward Victor. It struck the wall right beside him, punching a precise hole straight through. Clearly, Jace hadn't completely lost control. He was still using burst fire rather than explosive shots during his attacks. After all, he had already broken the rules. If he caused mass casualties on top of that, Jace couldn't even begin to imagine what punishment he might face. Victor, who had just dodged the attack, broke into a swift run. He'd arrived here earlier than Jace and knew the layout of this place better. On top of that, Jace wasn't aiming to kill, so for now Victor was only a little flustered. Just as Jace cornered Victor in a dead end, ready to capture him on the spot, the wall behind Victor suddenly blazed red-hot in an instant. A searing beam punched straight through the wall, slicing into the room. Jace reacted instantly, swinging the mercury hammer in front of him. The electromagnetic field around the hammer bent the beam away, sending it sizzling harmlessly into the ground nearby. But before Jace could breathe, he felt a sudden force drag at him from below. With a heavy thud, he was yanked down and slammed on the ground. Victor took several steps back, slipping through the opening left by the death ray where it had punctured the wall. The gravity field beneath Jace could only serve as a surprise tactic. With Jace's strength, he wouldn't be held long. It was only a matter of time before he broke free. And once he did, at this range, Victor's chances of defeating Jace would be less than 1 in 10. Boom! The end of the mercury hammer erupted in a brilliant flash, blasting straight through the gravity generator. Jace planted his hand on the ground, pushed himself up, and charged in the direction Victor had fled. Once he broke through the breach, he slowed his pace. Before him stretched a vast, shadow-casting swarm of drones, blocking out the sky. Each drone's death ray emitter was charged and ready, their barrels aglow with yellow energy. Jace took a deep breath and made the first move. The electromagnetic acceleration gate unfurled. 10 consecutive volleys of electric fury. Blasts of energy cannon fire tore into the drone formation, exploding in rapid succession, sending swathes of drones crashing down. Yet, against the total number, it was barely a drop in the bucket. The flesh is the machine's greatest weakness, Jace. Sooner or later, you'll understand that. Victor's voice echoed from behind the wall of drones. As he spoke, a storm of beams erupted, streaking across the sky and blanketing the area all around Jace. Mercury hammer, Warhammer mode. With a mechanical clatter, compressed energy rounds loaded into the hammer. Each spent casing flew free, while untamed energy surged across the weapon's head. Jace gripped the end of the hammer with his right hand, raising his arm high. As he reached the apex of his swing, the hammer's tip burst into a jet of blazing flame. Thunderstrike. Lightning leapt and danced with his movement, casting a blinding violet glow that completely obscured the view of any hidden onlookers. A wall of arcing electricity surged before Jace, forming a high, curved barricade. Every inch of that wall radiated wild, uncontrollable power. Machines are nothing. Firepower is what really matters. Jace roared, the clash of thunder and death rays tearing open a crater dozens of meters wide. He gasped for breath, chest heaving. The compressed energy rounds put a massive strain on his body. Even as a mid-level knight, using several in a row was almost more than he could bear. Victor stood silently, watching the swirling smoke and dust before him. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he turned and walked away. When Jace left the Hextech facility, he made sure to bring ample ammunition and fully charged crystals. As for Victor, the energy crystals he had were only just charged up in the Stark Group's new energy research lab. With such limited energy reserves, Victor had no intention of confronting Jace head-on. If he were to use a singularity to unleash a chaotic storm, it would drain his supply completely, while Jace, judging by his demeanor, probably had enough left for several more thunderous strikes. Victor might have left, but the drone squad he deployed remained hard at work. Unable to face Jace directly, the drones switched tactics, spreading out to wage guerrilla skirmishes. Their beams shifted from sustained fire to rapid, precise bursts. Jace swung his hammer, making quick work of the drones before him, smashing them to pieces in no time. Then, Mercury Hammer shifted into cannon mode. Aiming at the sky, Jace targeted the drones one by one, picking them off with pinpoint shots. He dared not pursue Victor until every last drone was dealt with. As Victor had said, sometimes the human body is indeed a weakness when pitted against machines. It didn't take much, just 3 seconds of continuous laser fire, and the energy buildup would be enough to breach Jace's defenses. Of course, with his speed and reflexes, a single laser emitter could never keep up. But Jace wasn't sure if more drones were lying in ambush nearby, or if gravity traps lurked along any pursuit route. While Jace was finishing off the remaining drones, inside the battered laboratory, Stan was gazing eagerly at the table, his eyes fixed on the empty energy crystals and odd components Victor had left behind. Having witnessed the clash between Jace and Victor, Stan knew in his heart that he likely couldn't keep either of them around. It was better to seize whatever spoils lay before him. Energy, its production was a challenge, and its storage another. If he could just crack these energy crystals and bring the cost down to something acceptable, he could secure his place within Stark Group. Even if Tony wanted to get rid of him, he wouldn't be able to, just like Stan himself once failed to push Tony out. "Boss, that guy's almost finished the fight." Stan's secretary kept her eyes on the situation outside, whispering a reminder. "I know. Go stand by the breach. Stall him." Stan barked out orders as he hastened to gather up the loot. His worry now was that, once Jace finished off his foes, he'd come back and sweep away everything left behind. Boss, you can relax. After he dealt with the drones, it looks like he went off after Victor," the secretary called, eyes bright with excitement. Stan, hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. The tension in his body eased, and as his grip loosened, a crystal knocked against his screwdriver. Suddenly, Victor's anti-tamper device was triggered. The crystal began to self-destruct and, with a sharp crack, shattered into fragments. Startled by the unexpected explosion, Stan clutched his box and stumbled back a couple of steps. However, when Victor was designing the anti-theft mechanism, he included an additional feature. Whenever the security system on one crystal was triggered, any other crystals within a certain distance would also begin to self-destruct. A string of sharp, crackling explosions erupted in Stan's arms. The self-destruction of a single crystal wasn't particularly dangerous, but Stan was carrying well over a dozen of them. In an instant, the skin and muscle on Stan's chest were blown open, and with a dull thud he toppled backward, landing flat on the ground, head thrown back. Jace had been chasing Victor along the escape route for quite a while, but at last he had to admit he'd lost the trail. His tracking methods relied heavily on the various gadgets he carried. But Victor, once Jace's close friend, knew him all too well and had already set up countermeasures to throw him off. With a heavy thump, Jace slammed his Mercury hammer into the ground and gazed around in frustration. He honestly didn't know what to do next. He'd already broken the rules by openly using magic in the surface world without authorization. In the past, the clock tower's enforcers would have dragged him back long ago for such a violation. Only now, with the clock tower seeking to re-establish contact with the surface, could Jace stand here in relative peace. But he also knew that if he went to see Jerome now, he'd surely be sent back to the Hextech Research Institute to await disciplinary action. In other words, just like Victor, he now had to keep himself hidden. Thinking it over, Jace rummaged through his pockets and took stock of his remaining ammunition. Barely 2 boxes of concentrated rounds left. The rest were still at Jerome's place. He only had 3 custom crystal batteries left as well. He'd have to ration his resources from this point forward. With a long, weary sigh, Jace shrank the mercury hammer down to palm size and stepped into a nearby grove. He wasn't ready to give up. He guessed Victor hadn't abandoned his quest for the miniature reactor, and staying in the area would give him the best shot at catching him. Meanwhile, outside the ruined lab, after the chaos finally subsided, Pepper slowly lifted her head from Tony's embrace. Her eyes darted around, still filled with lingering fear. "Tony, what on earth just happened?" "I don't know. Jarvis couldn't find any information about these people online, either," Tony replied gravely. The sheer flood of information lately was overwhelming, so much so that he was starting to forget about the shrapnel still lodged in his own body. After returning from the desert, Tony had looked into the name Gene Bradley, but found almost nothing, just a few encrypted files in a Russian database. And even those contained little of value. The truly important documents were likely all on paper, precisely to keep people like Tony from finding them. As for Ivan Vanko, Tony did manage to find some related records, but those files described Ivan as merely an above-average person, nothing special. His father, on the other hand, had a rather unsavory reputation. All in all, the report suggested that the Ivan Vanko Tony had encountered was a completely different person from the one described in the files. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Hextech researchers and Jace, Tony had never stopped having Jarvis search for information. Yet, all efforts had come up empty. According to Jarvis, it seemed that some unknown force had wiped every trace of them from the internet. "So what do we do now? Can we leave? Or should we call the police first?" Pepper asked instinctively. "Call the police?" Tony let out a short laugh. "Just wait. Those special agencies that questioned you before will definitely come knocking again." As the two spoke, a crackling sound erupted behind them. Turning around, Tony saw a figure wreathed in electric light rapidly approaching. It was none other than Jerome, the one who had lost contact with Jace. After Jace smashed the communicator, Jerome rushed over. As quickly as he could, but the distance was too great. Even accelerating his cells with electricity, he hadn't made it in time. Jerome surveyed the wrecked new energy lab, his heart heavy with worry. That arrogant guy. Surely he hadn't done something he shouldn't have. "I have a question for you. Do you know where the person who did all this went?" Jerome stopped a short distance in front of Tony, his voice direct. Pepper shook her head. Tony pointed into the lab. "Someone inside might know." Jerome nodded, then leapt straight into the lab. Inside, the remaining staff were administering first aid to the fallen Obadiah Stane. As Jerome entered, the crowd instantly scattered, scrambling to hide. Before Jerome could even ask, he noticed a breach in the wall, melted clean through by a death ray. Without hesitation, he slipped through the gap and immediately came upon a massive crater. He measured the hole with his hands, at a loss for words. The crater was large enough to bury an entire small town. At this point, there was no way he could keep this from his superiors. Jerome snapped a few photos of the site, then used his Ouroboros tag to upload the information. As for the cleanup crew that would arrive later, he couldn't be bothered to worry about them. What were these scientists thinking? How could a simple mission cause such chaos? Having made his report, Jerome began tracing the path left behind by Jace and Victor. He figured he had to bring at least one of them back. At least then he'd have something to say when it came time to answer for this mess. A little over 10 minutes later, several ambulances raced to the scene, sirens wailing. The medics rushed out, immediately beginning to check on Pepper. As for Tony, he knew he was unharmed. He'd withdrawn fast enough to avoid any injury, and had no intention of letting anyone examine him. Tony strolled over to one of the ambulances where emergency personnel were working. On the stretcher lay Obadiah Stane, who had been unconscious for quite some time. Looking at the man who had been his adversary for so long, Tony felt oddly empty. How had he spent all this time? It seemed like everything had just been wasted. "I am Tony Stark," he reminded himself. "I'm a scientist, not a capitalist." Having said that, Tony turned and walked toward the back of the lab, where the wreckage of countless drones lay scattered everywhere. Using a small stick to sift through the wreckage, Tony crouched off to the side, carefully studying the structure on the debris. This design shared similarities with the objects in those two videos. Perhaps it was one of the standard technologies used by that Hextech researcher. How on earth did they manage to pull this off? Tony felt a pang of frustration. At this moment, his mood mirrored that of the ordinary researchers who had once seen his inventions, questioning everything, even his own sense of reality. After crouching for a while, his head started to spin. Tony got to his feet, glanced down at the miniature reactor embedded in his chest, and steadied his confidence. He couldn't understand their technology, but they hadn't cracked his either. In the end, this was at most a draw. Neither side had the upper hand in terms of technology. But when it came to combat power, the gap was far too wide. In his mind's eye, Tony pictured himself donning the still under construction Mark II suit, facing off against Jace and Victor. What a one-sided battle that would be. No, that wouldn't do. He needed to build armor specifically tailored to counter both of them. As Tony pondered, the blueprints for anti-Jace and anti-Victor suits began to take shape in his mind. A month had already passed since that confrontation with Jace and Victor. The official story released to the public was a simple one: a gas explosion. According to the statement, a chef in Stark New Energies research lab had mishandled the equipment, causing a gas leak, which was then ignited by an open flame, resulting in the explosion. No matter how far-fetched the excuse might seem, having a story for the public was all that mattered. The real investigative agencies were all quietly making a fortune from the incident. The drone wreckage and spent shell casings Jace had shot down, the empty charged crystals Victor had left behind, and all sorts of random equipment. All of it ended up in the pockets of various organizations. Even the large plot of land itself had been stripped clean, layer by layer. Tony's own haul wasn't bad either. As the person most closely involved, Stark Industries still managed to secure a small share of the related materials. That was one of Tony's gains. The second was greater control over Stark Industries. After Obadiah Stane was sent to the hospital, they managed to save him, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. With the chief opponent in the hospital, Tony's orders, while not completely unchallenged, carried a great deal more weight. These people had all benefited, but Jace had suffered more than a share of hardship. With nowhere suitable to stay, he was forced to change locations every day to avoid being discovered. In just a month, he'd aged 10 years. His hair was matted and clumped, his beard wild and unruly, and his whole body exuded a strange, unpleasant odor. The facilities and public restrooms were woefully inadequate, barely able to wash off the most basic grime and filth. The residue built up day after day, the smell growing more and more pungent. During this period, Jace had also gotten into numerous altercations with other homeless people. He didn't understand the unspoken rules among them and wandered wherever he pleased, often trespassing on territories others had already staked out. Fortunately, Jace's physical strength far surpassed that of the other vagrants, so the conflicts ended quickly and quietly, never escalating into real trouble. After enduring such a miserable life for so long, Jace just wanted to ask one question. Before Victor found Stan, how did he even manage to survive? For people like them, that was much harder than any scientific research. What's more, Jace had discovered that a professional was secretly tracking him. At first, he thought it was an enforcer from the clock tower, but then he realized something was off. The person trailing him was simply too unskilled. A professional, probably an assassin, getting caught by a knight like him? Jace didn't even know where to start with his complaints. And after keeping watch for some time, he realized the pursuer was just an apprentice assassin, a rank far too low to be a real threat. With the tracker's level being so low, Jace could be sure this wasn't an enforcer from the clock tower. He was a mid-level knight, after all, and carried the Mercury hammer. Sending anyone less than a senior professional wouldn't make sense. A typical mid-level professional wouldn't stand much of a chance against him anyway, even if he hadn't fought seriously for a long time. Once he was sure of this, Jace found himself worrying about something else. Why hadn't the enforcers arrived yet? Had it been too long? Did that mean something? Or had they already come, and he simply hadn't noticed? That was one of the punishments for lawbreakers. Before the moment of capture, they had to live with constant psychological pressure. Late at night, in a narrow alley where Jace had once stayed briefly, Natasha was inching along, searching for any trace he might have left behind. Yes, she was the apprentice assassin Jace had spotted earlier. After getting her hands on the detection serum through Fina's connections, Natasha chose the assassin's path for her own future. It made sense, at least it was somewhat related to what she'd done in the past. But only after joining the ranks of professionals did Natasha realize how truly broke she was. Back when S.H.I.E.L.D. covered her food, clothing, accommodation, and equipment, she never felt it. Now, she had to sort everything out herself, and it finally hit home. Because of that, she'd been constantly taking on apprentice-level missions marked by the Ouroboros. There was nothing particularly rewarding about these, just running around to various places, investigating things, and then writing up reports. She'd been assigned this kind of work by Nick Fury anyway, so why not do the same job and get paid twice? Natasha was tracking Jace and Victor now because she'd accepted an open-level mission posted by the Hextech Institute. Of course, after reviewing Jace and Victor's records, she knew perfectly well that her chances of finding them were about the same as S.H.I.E.L.D. annexing the clock tower. In other words, impossible. But it didn't matter to her. Any clue meant a small reward, and every little bit counted. Ahem, little miss, you're with the Ouroboros, aren't you? Looking for little Jace and little Victor? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Natasha, and a hand landed on her shoulder. Natasha tensed instantly, ready to summon the power of shadows and slip into stealth. But it was as if her shadow power had vanished. No matter how she tried, nothing happened. Ah, don't be nervous. I just want to ask for directions. The person behind her withdrew his hand, and Natasha found herself able to move again. Having realized the gap in their abilities, Natasha slid her weapon back into the holster strapped to her thigh. She slowly turned around, but saw nothing at all. Looking down, Natasha spotted a giant head, with a few chunks of concrete resting on top. How they got there was anyone's guess. Do you know how to get to this place? The enormous head bobbed twice, and then a hand extended from beneath it, offering Natasha a tablet. Displayed on the tablet was a radar-like scan filled with all sorts of data Natasha couldn't begin to decipher. Which place do you mean? I can't make sense of this, Natasha said, utterly bewildered. Little sister, you really need to study more. I even switched the data to the shadow energy format you folks are familiar with, but young people these days never want to learn. The big head let out a sigh, tapped the tablet, and the display shifted to an overhead view of the city. At last, Natasha understood. Following the movement of 2 cursor points on the map, she pointed in the general direction indicated. Thank you, said the big head as he retrieved the tablet. If I get the chance, I'll send you a set of study materials. With that, the soles of his shoes sprung open, and in a flash too fast for Natasha's eyes to follow, he shot off, blasting through several buildings along the way. Now Natasha understood how those chunks of concrete had ended up on his head, and why he needed to ask for directions. With a traveling style like that, surviving the journey was a feat in itself. A sizzling sound swept the city as all the lights in New York suddenly flickered, and a chorus of curses echoed through homes everywhere. Under a street lamp, Jess jerked her head up, staring at the flickering light above her, then, quick as a flash, climbed to the very top. She pulled a tracker from her pocket and plugged it into the wiring. After a few blinks, a bright dot appeared on the device. I found you, Jess exclaimed, relief spreading across her face as she stared at the tracker. Meanwhile, inside Tony's mansion, the power had just flickered a few times as well. Sir, the internal reactor is now disconnected from the city grid. Power supply has stabilized, reported Jarvis. I know, forget about the minor stuff. Did you locate the source of the power drain? Tony's eyes darted across the city grid map, scanning for clues. He hadn't seen it firsthand, but with a citywide energy drain in New York, it wasn't hard for Tony to guess that either Jess or Victor was responsible. Both of them were clearly desperate for energy. Currently triangulating, Jarvis ramped up his computing power to pinpoint the problem area. Technically, hacking into the city's electrical information system was illegal, but under Tony's orders, Jarvis had done it more than once. If they got caught, it would just mean a fine, a trivial sum for Stark Industries. Location acquired. After the location information appeared, Tony didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately loaded the data into his smart glasses and then jogged straight to the equipment platform. With a whir and a click, the platform's mechanical arms sprang to life. Within seconds, the main components were already fitted onto Tony's body. The remaining stages of the suit-up process were completed on the move as Tony made his way toward the flight platform. This was his current streamlined method for equipping the suit, since testing for the nanomaterials hadn't finished yet. So Tony still had to rely on the most conventional approach. With a thunderous roar, blue flames burst from the thrusters on his legs, launching Tony skyward as he shot off toward his destination. Sir, satellite alignment is complete. The anti-Jace and anti-Victor modules are ready for deployment, Jarvis announced inside the suit. Out in orbit, the large satellite Tony had launched just days before opened several module bays, each one locked onto Tony's coordinates as their preset landing point. Meanwhile, at the edge of the area Jace and Tony had pinpointed, Victor stood expressionless, staring at the cables in his hands. The energy transfer efficiency through these wires was abysmal. Though it seemed as if the entire New York grid had been affected, Victor was actually drawing very little charge. In truth, Victor hadn't wanted to expose himself so soon, but his mechanical arm consumed so much power that he'd be unable to function normally without a recharge. Solar energy, at best, could only serve as a supplementary source. Over time, he would inevitably need direct power input. Because of the rushed circumstances and Jace's reckless power cut, Victor's arm hadn't been fitted with a complete energy interface. For now, electricity was the only suitable power source he could find. Still not here? Did I miscalculate? Victor did the math and glanced toward the city center. It had already been several minutes since the grid first malfunctioned. By Victor's calculations, if Jace were sprinting at full speed, he should at least be within view by now. But something had clearly changed. The reason for this miscalculation was simple. Jace had run into an unexpected obstacle on his way. Get out of my way, tin can. Don't block my path, Jace shouted, aiming his mercury cannon at the hovering Tony Stark above. Tony didn't bother replying. Today, he was here to prove, once and for all, who the true genius of science was. Last time, he'd been caught unprepared and couldn't even intervene in the battle between Jace and Victor, a loss that still stung. Today, He was determined to face them both and prove he was the real genius. Anti-Jace armor. Deploy. Massive components dropped from the sky, enveloping the airborne Tony Stark. Electricity surged. Seeing that Tony had no intention of moving aside, Jace wasn't about to leave a threat at his back. He raised his cannon and fired a blast of plasma straight at Tony. Bolts of electricity danced across the armor's surface, casting flashes of violet light. Jace frowned. This didn't look like the armor had been breached at all. With a final snap and click, the anti-Jace armor was fully armed. Sir, current energy reserves are at 110%, beyond safe capacity. Please release the excess energy as soon as possible. With Jarvis's voice reminding him, Tony glanced at the control panel's data and almost burst out laughing. The feeling was incredible. He'd just taken a direct hit, but instead of getting hurt, his energy reserves had actually increased. What's this guy spacing out for? What's he up to? In Jace's hands, the Mercury cannon shifted shape, transforming into a warhammer. Judging by Tony's earlier reaction, Jace had already guessed that Tony had prepared some defense against his electrical attacks. Not knowing the suit's upper limits, Jace didn't bother testing further. He was in a hurry. Skyward leap. The rear of Mercury's hammer erupted with a burst of flames, propelling Jace off the rooftop. Clutching the massive hammer, he dove straight down at Tony. The anti-Jace suit, bulked up with extra armor, looked enormous in comparison, like a honey badger charging at a lion. Tony executed an emergency maneuver, dodging out from directly beneath the hammer. The energy ripples radiating from Mercury's hammer grazed Tony's armor, carving several fresh gashes into its surface. Thunderstrike. While airborne, Jace twisted at the waist, spinning the warhammer in a full circle. The head of the hammer smashed into the air itself. A massive wave of lightning exploded outward, blasting Tony off his feet and sending him spinning into the ground. Energy reserves overloaded. Emergency discharge protocol engaged. Dozens of laser beams burst from the anti-Jace suit's chest, raining down on Jace like a sudden storm. Lightning field. A fierce electromagnetic field formed around Jace, bending the lasers away from him. Cannon mode, activate. Overcharge. Floating in midair thanks to the electromagnetic field, Jace's weapon morphed into a gigantic cannon. A surge of electricity gathered in its chamber. Boom, boom, boom. 3 plasma blasts shot out, striking the ground around Tony. The massive electric charge overloaded his suit, causing it to short-circuit. Watching as Tony's armor convulsed in the dirt, Jace flipped and landed back on a rooftop, deactivating the lightning field. Stop following me, or next time, I won't hold back. With those words, Jace turned and left without looking back. Crash! A huge piece of chest armor flew off and slammed into the ground. Moments later, Tony staggered out from the wrecked anti-Jace suit, sparks flickering across the Mark II underneath. Turns out too much energy can be a problem, too. The overload had fried the circuits and protection systems, even affecting the core compartment at the center. Jarvis, make a note. Remind me to carry an extra blank compressed battery next time, Tony said, pressing a hand to his head. Sir, calculations indicate that adding a battery capable of storing the highest energy peak from this battle would exceed weight limits. A full redesign of the suit is recommended, Jarvis replied in his mechanical tone. The peak levels just now had exceeded 200%. Fine, then just remind me. The next anti-Jace suit needs larger energy reserves and quick-release components, Tony grumbled, shaking his head. Once he'd caught his breath, he didn't spare a glance for the multi-million-dollar wreckage at his feet. His thrusters flared, and he soared up to the nearby high-rise. The place where they fought was not in the city center, but rather on the outskirts. The battle had been so fierce that there were hardly any people left nearby. Phew, he didn't hurt me, and I didn't hurt him. I guess you could call this one a draw. Tony consoled himself with this thought. He had already fought 2 adversaries, 1 down and 1 left. As long as he could defeat the remaining one, he could consider his mission at least half accomplished. Anti-Victor armor. Deploy. This time, Tony had equipped his suit in advance. Victor was even more cautious than Jace. If he tried to suit up in front of his opponent, a single blast of that deadly ray would sweep him down before he could react. Victor. Having shaken off Tony, Jace rushed to his destination. Seeing Victor standing there, waiting and ready, he shouted at the top of his lungs. It was as if he wanted to roar out all the hardship he'd endured over the past month in one breath. I've been waiting for you, Victor replied, his voice as calm as still water. Jace's anger surged at Victor's impassive expression, but before he could even raise the mercury hammer, several black orbs suddenly leapt out around him. The orbs quickly unfolded, and a chaotic gravitational field enveloped Jace. The constantly shifting gravity tested the very limits of his body. Lightning field. Barely able to move under the crushing gravity, Jace unleashed a surge of electricity, trying to form an electromagnetic field around him. The electromagnetic field, battered by the shifting gravity, was unstable and fragmented. But the effect went both ways. The gravitational field was also disrupted by the interference. With the pressure letting up, the gravity suppression weakened significantly. Jace seized the moment, swinging his hammer and smashing the gravity generators around him to pieces. This was exactly what Victor had anticipated. If Jace had been held down by a few gravity fields, he wouldn't be worthy of being called one of the two great prodigies of the Hextech Institute. Jace, humanity has its limits. In my brief scientific career, I've realized one thing. The more you pursue precision and repeatability, the more you discover just how limited humans truly are. That's why we must embrace machinery, embrace the glory of evolution. You're insane, Jace replied, suddenly calm. He aimed the cannon at Victor below. Electromagnetic acceleration rings whirring too. Life. Compressed energy rounds loaded themselves one by one, letting out a sharp hiss as their casings were ejected to the side. Arc surge. Chaos storm. The mercury cannon's barrel glowed as it reached its limit. This time, instead of firing a single plasma shot, Jace unleashed a continuous, searing energy beam. Compared to Jace, Victor's preparation was much quieter. From the side of his mechanical arm, he released a singularity generator. Energized, the singularity became the eye of a terrifying storm, tearing apart Earth, electricity, air, everything in its path. Jace's attack was no exception. As the energy beam hit the storm, it twisted and fractured. When its connected energy dropped below a certain threshold, it was devoured by the singularity, just like everything else. And the singularity was still expanding, faster than even Victor's calculations had predicted. Jace, join me. Join the glorious evolution. Victor looked up and extended an invitation to Jace, who stood atop the building. Jace didn't reply. Instead, he stuffed all the compressed energy rounds he had into the mercury hammer, loading more and more, making it bulkier and heavier. Everything in this world has its limits. With enough firepower, there's nothing that can't be destroyed. 1,000 meters above them, Tony had already been lingering in the air for a while. Seeing the fair duel unfolding below, he found it inappropriate to intervene. Besides, Tony had long since been discovered. The armor encasing him was made of a material similar to tempered glass, excellent against lasers and beam attacks, but utterly useless for concealment. Suddenly, Tony dropped abruptly, his thrusters flaring wider to steady himself midair. Sir, the force below you is continuing to increase. I advise immediate retreat, Jarvis cautioned. Victor's singularity suddenly ramped up in strength, and the increase showed no sign of stopping. In the brief second or two that Tony hesitated, the gravitational field of the singularity had already locked onto him, making escape nearly impossible. On the ground, Jace's feet had sunk into the concrete, yet his body was still being pulled toward the singularity. The entire building was beginning to tilt. Things weren't looking great for Victor, either. Sparks jumped from his mechanical right arm. Jace had overcharged the singularity past Victor's control threshold, and now it was slipping out of control. Compressed rounds ejected. Jace fired the remaining rounds out of the mercury hammer, cutting off the energy supply. He flattened himself against the wall, dangerously close to the singularity. The pull was too strong. Even he was struggling to break free. Anti-Victor armor, disengage. In the sky, Tony jettisoned his outer shell, letting the pieces get sucked into the growing, chaotic storm below. With the extra weight gone, Tony's suit fired its thrusters at full blast, inch by inch pulling him out of the singularity's grasp. Victor's mind raced. If he didn't resolve this soon, in less than a minute the gravitational field would spiral out of control, swallowing even the zones he'd set as safe. He, being closest, would be the first to be sucked in, only to be torn apart. Boom! Just as things threatened to spiral beyond repair, something that looked like a rock plummeted from the sky, smashing into the chaotic storm and shattering the singularity generator to pieces. Seems I'll have to tweak the adaptation parameters. Otherwise, flying off-planet every time is far too much hassle. From the dissipating storm stood up a peculiar figure, less than a meter tall, but with a head over half a meter wide. Tony, now out of danger, was left speechless. Where had this person come from? Not even a scratch after such an attack. Back in the day, Tony had considered Captain America the strongest solo fighter he knew. But in recent years, people even more powerful kept emerging, one after another, forcing Tony to constantly reassess his understanding of individual combat strength. Mentor, Jace and Victor shouted in unison. Mentor? Tony landed a distance away, curiosity alight in his eyes as he watched the scene unfold. Ah, Jace, Victor, it's been a while. Heimerdinger greeted them with a smile. As he moved, clumps of soil tumbled from atop his head, making him look nothing like a scientist at all. Without a word, Jace hid the now miniaturized mercury hammer behind his back, just like a child trying to cover up his mischief. "Professor, didn't you say you were traveling on business?" Jace struggled to find the right expression as he spoke. Could I really not come back? I recall giving you my access card so you could requisition materials more easily, not so you could use it to snatch missions from the Ouroboros platform." Heimerdinger's tone grew stern. His face darkened. Jace's audacity truly knew no bounds. He had used Heimerdinger's card to bump out one of Genomi's original teammates by leveraging high-level clearance, even going so far as to alter parts of the mission description. Jace lowered his head, suddenly finding the rooftop pebbles to contain the deepest scientific mysteries, wholly capturing his attention. "And who gave you permission to cut power from someone else's lab at will? Did you forget everything from the safety regulations? I want you to copy the safety handbook 10,000 times, by hand. No shortcuts." Heimerdinger erupted, unleashing a torrent of rebuke on Jace. Ugh, Jace was on the verge of despair. The safety manual was a hefty tome. At this rate, it would take him forever to finish it 10,000 times. Victor nearly burst out laughing at Jace's predicament, but fearing he'd be next in line, he forced himself to hold it in. Heimerdinger turned sharply to Victor. "And you find this funny?" Victor immediately lowered his gaze to the ground, standing as obedient as a model student. "I'm asking you." Jace broke the rules, "So why did you run along with him?" Heimerdinger's voice boomed, his head bobbing so much it seemed it might topple right off. Jace said. Victor tried to defend himself. "Nonsense. You just do whatever he says? There are so many experienced researchers here. Did you ask a single one? Just because you're labeled a genius, you think you're above the rest? Come talk to me when you've earned the title of Morningstar. And another thing, you were a mage before you joined us, right? Among mages, there are liches and those who use all sorts of methods for self-modification. What? You think my institute is less open-minded than theirs?" Heimerdinger was fuming. Ever since he'd met these two, they'd given him nothing but headaches. He was convinced his head had grown bigger from all the stress they caused him. And in class, what did I say about looking at things dialectically? Mechanics above all. Why not just go for mechanical ascension? Straight away? HM? And I told you, your singularity generator still has many flaws, didn't I? But you just won't listen, will you? Victor tucked his right hand behind his back and fell silent. Truth be told, when it came to challenging basic human beliefs, the necromancy and summoning academies were just as radical as his mechanical enhancements. Yet those academies were thriving, and getting admitted was tougher each year. "Do you understand your mistakes?" Heimerdinger asked. Victor nodded. "Then there's hope for you. Go back and copy the safety manual with Jace." "What? Professor, I'm the victim here. Any complaints?" "None." Victor looked deflated, when suddenly Heimerdinger seemed to remember something and spoke up. "Oh, right. Your right hand's already been modified. So when you get back, use your left hand to copy lines." A burst of laughter escaped from Jace. Using the left hand. Victor was right-handed, making his predicament even worse than Jace's own. Victor shot an exasperated glare at the gloating Jace, as if to say, "Just wait until we get back." Jace lifted his chin and avoided Victor's gaze entirely. "Well, if I don't look at you, then you aren't glaring at me. All right, if you two want to play this staring contest, save it for later," Heimerdinger said, reaching out his right hand. The device on his palm emitted a pull, dragging the two young men to his side. "You're always causing me trouble. Do you know what Blitz said? He's demanding a new researcher. He thinks you two are going to corrupt a newborn intelligent robot like him." Jace rubbed his nose awkwardly. He was one of the lead researchers on the Blitz project, after all. Heimerdinger then looked off into the distance at Tony. "You there, friend. Could you come over for a moment?" Tony hesitated for a second, then flew over, just as curious to see what kind of person could have mentored both Jace and Victor. Your personal armor and those two compatible suits." Heimerdinger searched for the right words. "The concept is excellent, very innovative, and quite impressive." Tony felt a wave of exasperation. This sounded exactly like the kind of backhanded compliment older people give young folks, praise laced with subtle criticism. He knew it well. His father had spoken the same way to young researchers in the past. "Here's the situation," Heimerdinger continued. "On my way here, I happened to restrain a few squads of soldiers. Could I trouble you to go release them? As for the damage these two caused, the Hextech Research Institute will get in touch after finishing the assessment. Here's my card. Thank you for your help." Heimerdinger was always quite courteous to outsiders. Tony took the card and examined it. Intricate patterns were etched on its surface, patterns that directly interacted with both his and Jarvis's cognition, transmitting relevant information to man and AI alike. Heimerdinger, chief director of the Hextech Research Institute. Tony nodded, signaling he would take care of it. He sensed this was an excellent opportunity to connect with the other side's world. Heimerdinger gave a small smile, then shot one last pointed look at Jace and Victor. Let's go. Time to bring you two to apologize to Mage Kieran. What? Mage Kieran is here, too. Jace wilted, suddenly resembling a student being dragged by his parent to the principal's office. Victor didn't say a word, but he was even more nervous than Jace. After all, he himself had once been a mage. Mage Kieran left a projection here. Otherwise, who do you think notified me? Now you're scared. Let's see if you'll keep making trouble from now on. Shaking his head with mock exasperation, Heimerdinger led Jace and Victor away, vanishing from Tony's sight in an instant. As Tony prepared to leave, he noticed a strange mechanical device left behind where Heimerdinger had been. Once activated, the device began a large-scale restoration of the devastated buildings and environment around it. In the blink of an eye, everything was nearly as it had been. With Heimerdinger and his apologetic companions gone, Yangshio's script for this scene had finally concluded. Script 9. The Fusion of Technology and Magic. Script synopsis. With the advancement of technology, scientific thinking and technology have started to spread throughout the world of magic, giving rise to one of the most outstanding research institutions. In the magical realm, the Hex Research Institute. This new path has produced many brilliant minds, but since it emerged not long ago, many of these geniuses are still in their infancy. Script evolution result. Favorable. Script evolution products. Hex Research Institute. Heimerdinger, Jace, Victor. Hex Research Institute. A top-tier magical research institute with hundreds of researchers, occupying one floor of the clock tower. It boasts its own diverse energy generators and energy recycling systems. As one of the main hubs for the development and maintenance of the Ouroboros platform, it possesses thousands of proprietary technologies and even owns a galactic-class research vessel, currently under repair. Heimerdinger, a master mechanic and head of the Hex Research Institute, recipient of the Silver Moon Honor, renowned for his unique insights into material science, energy studies, and elemental theory, he has made outstanding contributions to the fusion of technology and magic. Jace, a mid-level knight and researcher, champion of the firepower above all philosophy, and one of the Institute's brightest prodigies. He serves as a key leader in the Blitz Research Project team, credited with inventing various energy compression and electrical conversion technologies, and is the creator of Mercury's hammer. Victor, a novice mage and mid-level researcher, advocate of the supremacy of machinery, doctrine, and another of the Institute's young geniuses. As a secondary leader in the Blitz Research Project, Victor has invented multiple technologies for mechanical generalization, is an expert in mechanical automation, and is the inventor of the Chaos Storm Singularity Generator. Within Yangshio's universe of consciousness, the planet representing this script is the smallest, but its density far surpasses that of the others. The most striking feature on this planet is the towering Hex Research Institute itself, surrounded by more than 100 separate experimental facilities. At the same time, Hex is a planet rich in minerals and energy. Supported by its self-sustaining resources and cyclical systems, it can meet 90% of the Hex Institute's requirements. The main shortages are materials that cannot be mass-produced on the magical side. As Yangshio watched the busy researchers on Hex, he shook his head and mused, human ambition truly knows no bounds. A great deal of mental energy had been invested here, but the number of evolutionary targets was simply too high. This had limited Heimerdinger's power, keeping him just below the legendary tier. In terms of individual strength, Heimerdinger might not even match Mage Blaze, assuming Heimerdinger doesn't resort to those energy-hungry Super Series weapons, of course. Meanwhile, with the appearance of the 9th planet, the faint outline of a miniature star system finally took shape. The connections between the 9 planets grew ever tighter, Yangshio's mental power circulating and expanding through the network of worlds. As his energy increased, it also generated vast quantities of renewable resources and trace amounts of non-renewable resources on several planets, with suitable environments, resources that were closely tied to the evolution of the script. Though these resources were still stretched thin for the needs of those who had evolved so far, the situation was leagues better than at the beginning. At last, the blue-pouched fish could swim freely not just on Earth, but also in the Hex Institute's breeding pools. It could slumber in deep freeze in the alchemy workshop's icy storage rooms. From a god's eye view, Yangshio watched the Hex planet for a while, and a smile gradually curled on his lips. The future truly held promise. Just then, a portal opened right outside Yangshio's house. That familiar figure appeared once more at his doorstep. Master Ancient One, please come in, Yangshio said softly. This time, the Ancient One's demeanor was noticeably more relaxed than during her last visit. She radiated the air of someone on the verge of retirement. Yangxiu's subordinate forces had grown at a pace far beyond her expectations. Initially, she had only hoped they'd form a rudimentary structure within a few years. Once that foundation was laid, she had planned to hand over the Time Stone to Yangxiu upon her retirement, speeding up his growth. That way, when Thanos finally arrived, Earth's chances of victory would be higher. But now, it seemed that might not even be necessary. If things continued at this rate, by the time the final confrontation came, Yangxiu might very well be able to shoulder all her responsibilities and keep Thanos at bay, far from Earth. Recently, as she read the timelines, she could clearly sense a shift in Thanos' attitude toward the future. At first, after Odin and herself were gone, Thanos looked down on Earth with utter disdain. He watched as the various infinity stones gathered on this small planet, confident that as long as all six didn't come together, he could easily crush any resistance. Especially when it came to Odin's and her own successors, they hardly measured up. Thor's strength wasn't even in the same league as Odin's, and to make matters worse, he failed to safeguard their greatest strategic deterrent, the Bifrost. As for Doctor Strange, there was even less to be said. A latecomer to the mystic arts, he was talented, but his training period had been far too short. His command of the Time Stone was barely a fraction of what the Ancient One had achieved. However, as Yangxiu's influence expanded, the Ancient One noticed that in every future vision, Thanos' forces were growing larger. With each attempted invasion of Earth, sometimes, he even resorted to elaborate schemes, something he'd never bothered with before. Master Ancient One, is there a particular reason for your visit today? Yangxiu asked, noticing the calm, almost amused smile she wore as she entered. If there was nothing urgent, he was eager to return to his study of the mind universe. The allure of nascent galaxies was far more captivating to him than this bald-headed figure before him. I came to inform you of something important, the Ancient One said, taking a seat across from Yangxiu. What happened in New York has now become known to every mage worldwide. Mages worldwide? Yangxiu was momentarily taken aback. As far as he knew, there were only two main factions of mages on Earth, his own clock tower and the Ancient One's Camartage. If both groups knew, then it was all within the family. So what? You misunderstand, the Ancient One said, rising to explain. Camartage is not like your clock tower. In the beginning, I forged it into a single entity through sheer force. Its continued stability over the years has been possible only through my own suppression. The so-called Three Sanctums actually arose from internal power struggles and territorial disputes among regional mages. Within these organizations are various groups, some of whose members harbor ill intentions. The only reason they haven't shown themselves is because of the strict control I've maintained. Yangxiu listened and nodded. Indeed, no matter what Gui said, her control over her subordinates couldn't compare to his own. After all, his people had all been developed and shaped through the script, whereas she hadn't done that. Besides, even among those who had been shaped by the script, small cliques were beginning to form. I see what you mean. These little groups know about what's going on. So what next? Yangxiu looked at Gui and continued his questioning. Some of the sorcerers have asked me to bring all the recently appeared sorcerers and knights, basically any of your professionals, into Camartage, Gui replied, with a hint of amusement in her expression, as if she found her subordinates' suggestions laughable. Yangxiu nearly burst out laughing at their foolishness himself. He leaned back in his chair, shaking his head in disbelief. Setting aside whether Gui would actually help them, even if she did, Yangxiu wasn't feeling particularly anxious. It was troublesome, certainly, but not to the point of being unable to manage. Worst case, he could always leave Earth for a while. There was no way Gui would keep watch over him constantly. After all, Dormammu, Mephisto, and even Odin himself were all keeping an eye on Earth. Come to think of it, didn't Blaze's last battle with Gui make things clear to these people? Or did they really believe Blaze was the pinnacle of Clock Tower's power? Or perhaps they were just overconfident in Gui's abilities. But what did Gui's strength have to do with any of them anyway? Usually, they strutted around with arrogance, paying lip service to authority. Yet when push came to shove, they expected their leader to step in and fight their battles for them. How convenient. They just want to keep all the good things for themselves. So what's your take on it? Though Yangxiu doubted Gui would go along with such foolishness, he felt it prudent to ask anyway, just in case. I don't think we should condemn them all in one stroke. Gui tapped her finger lightly, and in the air, numerous human silhouettes began to float in layered projections. These were the more formidable sorcerers of Camartage, scattered across the world. A few were even among the heads of the three great sanctums. Some among them are troublemakers who want to exploit the influx of newcomers to grab resources. They seem quite interested in the magic that your subordinate Blaze has demonstrated. Additionally, they want to use you as a test to see whether I still have the strength to fight. In their view, the best outcome would be for us to exhaust one another so they could reap the benefits. If that were to happen, not only could they dismantle Kamartaj, they could also swallow up your clock tower and perhaps even restore the glory they once had 5 centuries ago. Others are less devious, simply believing that all things mystical should be overseen by Kamartaj, just as they thought centuries ago in their minds. So long as Kamartaj exists, there shouldn't be any other independent, large-scale mystical organizations. As for this latter group, I think they deserve another chance, a chance to see the situation clearly for themselves. People make mistakes. Everyone takes wrong turns in life. If they can realize it in time and turn back, there's still hope. Yang Xiu agreed with Gu Yi's view. The inertia of Kamartaj's worldview, built up over centuries, was understandable. It's only human. Changing old beliefs takes time and the right events. So, do you have any suggestions? Yang Xiu pressed on. I don't have much advice, except that next time, I hope you make a bigger splash, cover a wider area. If you could do it like I did centuries ago, give them a good thrashing and put them in their place, they'd behave, and everything would be much easier. If after all that, there are still people who can't see what's going on, well, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. Gu Yi spoke with a tone of genuine concern. After all, these were subordinates from centuries past. There was still a trace of affection. I understand. I'll follow your advice. Yang Xiu was equally respectful toward Gu Yi. Regardless of what others said about her, it was undeniable that she had helped him, and not just in an ordinary way. She had given everything she could. Without the energy reserves she had amassed, Yang Xiu wouldn't have even dreamed of constructing star systems in the Mind Universe. He probably wouldn't even have the energy for the 5th script, let alone anything more. But there's still one problem. What excuse should we use? We're not bandits. We can't just storm in without a reason. Yang Xiu raised the question. Gu Yi merely smiled, saying nothing at first. When she founded the Kamartaj Order, she never bothered with excuses. Back then, in the world of the occult, might made right, there was no need for other justifications. But since Yang Xiu wanted to create an orderly and fundamentally peaceful occult community, it was only sensible to come up with a plausible reason. How about this? It's almost time for Mephisto's usual annual mischief. Let's use his name. I'll handle anyone who gets in your way, and if we pin the blame on him, that'll be more than enough. After all, even if he notices something's off, he won't bother to defend himself. And even if he did, no one would believe him anyway. He's a demon. If you make lying your business, you can't blame others for assuming every lie is yours. Gu Yi mused for a moment before speaking. After all, Mephisto causing trouble on Earth wasn't a one-off event. It was almost routine. Most of his antics had been dealt with by Kamartaj. After all, the whole of Kamartaj didn't just handle dimensional invasions. That was Gu Yi's specialty. The rest rarely even got the chance to step in. For most Kamartaj sorcerers, their daily work was to use the magical web, anchored by the 3 sanctums, to monitor and swiftly resolve mystical incursions on Earth. You make a good point, so we'll set the tone with this. Yang Xiu thought Gu Yi's idea was not just good, but brilliant. Letting Mephisto take the fall didn't trouble his conscience at all. If the blame crushed Mephisto, Yang Xiu would set off a string of firecrackers in celebration. Let's settle it then. I have matters to deal with at Kamartaj, so I'll take my leave here, Gu Yi said, rising to her feet. Yang Xiu escorted Gu Yi to the door. Once she stepped through the portal, he turned back inside. Scheming? Stirring up trouble? Sowing discord? Hoping to reap the rewards? Your boss is already on my side. What chance do you have against me? If those people were standing in front of Yang Xiu right now, he'd almost be tempted to ask, who dares bring charges before this court? And truly, Gu Yi's proposal suited Yang Xiu perfectly. After all this careful groundwork, it was time for something bigger, a bold move to announce the presence of the occult world to the entire Earth. At present, the entire Americas and most of Europe are under the domain of the clock tower when it comes to allocation. Russia's alchemists have gained new blood, and over in the Middle East, Ethan is now in a position to be mobilized. The lingering faith left behind by the fractured divine kingdom can serve as the foundation for the next act in the grand narrative. That means the only area in need of special attention now is the mystical side of China, as well as its governing organization on that front, the Celestial Court. Coincidentally, one of Kamartaj's 3 great sanctums sits right in Hong Kong, well within Chinese territory. It's perfectly positioned for a good thrashing, and you don't even have to step outside your own doorstep to do it. Good morning, Taoist Lin. Not setting up shop today. At dawn, the owner of a breakfast stall greeted a man dressed in the robes of a Taoist, his expression upright and dignified. That's right. I got other matters to attend to today. Lin Jingying replied with a smile, straightening the sign hanging on his door as he spoke. 10 readings, 10 misses, offering only comfort. That's Lin Jingying's motto, and it's the most unique sign in the entire area. Maybe it's hard to say about other places, but around here, only Lin Jingying uses that phrase. There's definitely no second one like it. Yet despite the claim of 10 readings, 10 misses, Lin Jingying's little shop was never short of customers. From the moment he opened each day, people would come by, and business usually wrapped up around 5 in the afternoon. That was his rule, 9 to 5, never working overtime. At this hour, though, no one had come. For one thing, it was still early, barely 7 o'clock. For another, he hadn't scheduled any appointments for today. Taoist Lin, since it's so early and you've got no one at your place, how about you read my fortune? The breakfast stall owner chatted while busily tending to his business. The two have been neighbors for years and got along well. My sign says 10 readings, 10 misses, and you still want a reading? Lin Jingying laughed as he walked into the breakfast shop. Accuracy isn't the point, just like your sign says. It's all about peace of mind. Besides, maybe you'll say a few nice things about me. The owner replied with a chuckle, clearly not a true believer in such things. Haha, you've really got it figured out, Lin Jingying said with a grin. Thank you, but it's your sign that's truly insightful. I've lived all these years and never seen anything like it. Most places say 10 readings, 9 misses, but those are really 10 misses anyway. The owner beamed as if there was something to celebrate at home, swaying cheerfully as he cooked noodles. Lin Jingying watched the owner with a smile, spinning a few bronze coins between his fingers. After a few seconds, the coins came to a stop. Your wife will have a smooth delivery, twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations in advance. Lin Jingying tucked the coins away and offered the owner a respectful salute. Well, you really do know how to say just the right thing. I hadn't even told you what I wanted a reading about. The owner didn't mind at all. After all, everyone in the neighborhood already knew that his wife was expecting. Wasn't what I said pleasant to hear? Lin Jingying replied lightly. It certainly was. For me, those words are just what I wanted to hear right now. The owner ladled the noodles into a bowl and handed them to Lin Jingying. I don't have much to offer, but please enjoy a bowl of pork intestine and pickled vegetable noodles. This is a hometown specialty of mine. Then I'll gladly accept. Lin Jingying brought over his own meal, a large bowl heaped with generous slices of braised pork intestine, a layer of sweet and tangy pickled vegetables. Nestled underneath, and at the very bottom, a mound of chewy rice noodles. With a quick pinch of his chopsticks, he found everything cooked to perfection. Slurping down the bowl of noodles in one go, Lin Jingying set his chopsticks on the table, nodded a brief farewell, and prepared to leave. Where are you off to? The shop owner asked instinctively, barely pausing from his busy work. I'm heading to the police station, Lin Jingying replied, hands clasped behind his back as he strode out the door. The diners in the breakfast shop immediately broke into discussion as soon as they heard this. To the police station? He probably swindled a lot of money. These days, Taoist priests and monks are just out to make a quick buck, someone muttered. The owner quickly set a bowl down on the table and hurried to defend him. Don't say that. He's genuinely talented, and his fees are more than fair. If you don't believe me, just look at his sign. At that moment, the owner's phone rang, its chime cutting through the chatter. After answering the call, the owner's face suddenly grew anxious. What's wrong? Something happened at home? A neighbor asked, noticing his expression. My wife's about to give birth. She's gone into the delivery room, the owner replied, his words tinged with both worry and excitement. Well, what are you doing here? Go. We'll watch the shop for you. The neighbors urged him on. All right, everyone, I'm really sorry, but I can't serve any more noodles today. If you've already eaten, it's on the house. If you missed out, come back. Next time, and I'll make it up to you, the owner said, removing his apron and hanging it on the wall as he spoke, still apologizing as he hurried out. Hearing this, none of the customers had any complaints. After all, with his wife about to give birth, whether they'd eaten or not, everyone felt they were sharing in his good fortune. Meanwhile, at the police station, the chief was staring at a mountain of paperwork on his desk. These were files on everyone in the district involved in fortune-telling, feng shui, and similar practices. Have all the people on this list been brought in for questioning? Did we miss anyone? The chief asked, not looking up. There's still one left, Taoist Lin Jingying. We called him, and he said he'd come by this morning, the officer replied. All right, go ahead. And remember, be polite when questioning them, understood? Yes, sir. Once the officer had left, the chief stood up and gazed out the window. He couldn't forget the meeting he'd attended a month ago during a training session. To think that there really were people in this world who understood mystical arts. Utterly unbelievable. So far, it seemed that those who possessed such abilities were active in America, while there was no news of them here yet, which in itself was troubling. Naturally, the chief didn't know the whole story. He had simply received orders to conduct a thorough review of all relevant individuals in the district. This was a decision made after top officials in China had communicated with their counterparts in Russia. Since Russia had discovered so-called mystical specialists, it was impossible that China had none. Just by sheer population alone, there ought to be plenty of such individuals in China. Unfortunately, all official investigations, both overt and covert, had turned up nothing but frauds. Every person they found had ultimately been deemed a charlatan. With no other options, the authorities had to pass down the order to leverage grassroots efforts for a more exhaustive search. If even this yielded no results, the higher-ups would have to consider negotiating for access to foreign knowledge. No matter the cost, they were determined to learn whatever they could about these mysterious phenomena from other countries. As a major world power, something like this is absolutely essential, especially when it's already clear that others possess it. Master, you dropped your coin. At the bus stop near the police station, a passenger called out to Lin Zhengying, who was about to get off the bus. Lin Zhengying looked back. Sure enough, one of his copper coins was now standing quietly on the floor of the bus. He dropped the coin? Is his cover about to be blown? A fleeting thought flashed through Lin Zhengying's mind. He quickly bent down, picked up the coin, thanked the person who had alerted him, and stepped off the bus. Standing next to the bus stop, Lin Zhengying opened his palm. At some point, the copper coin had crumbled into powder. A gust of wind swept it away. It wasn't just a matter of his cover. There was danger too. Lin Zhengying frowned in concern. But this was the vicinity of a police station, a place brimming with righteous energy. The sun was shining brightly. What kind of entity would dare cause trouble here? After pondering for a while with no answers, Lin Zhengying could only shake his head, dust off his palm, and head toward the police station. Captain, do you want to come take a look? The door to the captain's office swung open, and a team member poked his head in. Captain Lee glanced up from his paperwork. What is it? Has something happened? Well, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on anyone acting strange? This Taoist, Lin Zhengying, he's a bit odd. The team member explained. With a sharp thud, Captain Lee sprang to his feet. Take me to him. He was feeling a bit excited. Had they finally found their target? On the way downstairs, Captain Lee even straightened his clothes, trying to look as upright as possible, and sucked in his protruding belly. But as soon as he caught sight of Lin Zhengying and heard what he said, his belly popped right back out with a soft bounce. The team member said, Master Lin Zhengying, is your feng shui and fortune-telling? Is it accurate? Lin Zhengying replied, It's not about accuracy. It's psychological comfort, you understand? Psychological comfort. The team member paused. Psychological comfort? Did you major in psychology? Lin Zhengying answered, No, I studied engineering. The point is this psychological comfort is just like burning incense, you get it? The team member asked, Incense? What kind of incense? Lin Zhengying explained, The long kind. You light one end with a lighter, and it catches with a quick whoosh, then starts to smoke. The team member pondered for a second, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. Like this. Lin Zhengying suspected the team member was messing with him. Incense, not cigarettes. Never mind. Let's just talk about feng shui and fortune-telling. The team member agreed. All right, so, is your feng shui and fortune-telling accurate or not? Lin Zhengying fell silent. Captain Lee took a deep breath and looked at the team member beside him. Is this Taoist the odd one? Or is it the person questioning him who's got something wrong upstairs? How did this guy even get hired? Did he pass the exam? The team member scratched his head. He did, and his score wasn't bad, actually. But you can't really blame him. You weren't here earlier. Master Lin spent half an hour giving him a crash course in science, and by the end he was completely dazed. Lin Zhengying let out a long sigh. He truly didn't know what to say anymore. Was the person asking these questions just baiting him? Who in this day and age dares claim their fortune-telling is always accurate? If you say you're accurate and take money for it, strictly speaking, you could end up detained. My readings aren't accurate. Did you see my sign? It says, 10 fortunes, 10 miss the mark. Lin Zhengying rubbed his temples as he spoke. If your readings aren't accurate, why do you keep doing them? The officer asked instinctively, then realized something was off about his own question. After thinking for a moment, he added, Or is it because you don't want to work at the construction site? That I can understand. I only ran away with my bucket and took the civil service exam because I didn't want to either. Lin Zhengying was at a loss for words. He also wanted to ask how this guy even managed to pass the exam. My child, let me tell you, there's no such thing as fortune-telling in this world. All that Taoist magic is fake. It simply doesn't exist. Lin Zhengying's voice rose several notches. The others in the interrogation room turned to look. A Taoist priest was telling people that fortune-telling was fake, that Taoist arts were a myth. How absurd did that sound? Hadn't the roles been reversed? Just then, a man with bloodshot eyes suddenly rushed over to Lin Zhengying's side, clutching his sleeve and refusing to let go. Master, Master, you have to save me. There's something wrong in my home, and it's affecting my wife too. His wife followed, looking exasperated. Her face bore obvious bruises. She managed a polite smile at Lin Jingying, apologetic, and gently patted her husband's back. Honey, let's stop this. It's enough. You've been under too much stress at work lately. Let's go see a doctor, okay? She soothed him softly, but her husband acted as if he hadn't heard a word, staring intently at Lin Jingying. Captain Li beckoned the officer responsible for the records over and lowered his voice. What's going on here? There was an incident, but the neighbors and the woman's parents all say the man used to be a wonderful person, model husband, best neighbor. He rarely even raised his voice, let alone laid a hand on anyone. The couple has had a good relationship for years. The wife thinks her husband must be sick and doesn't want to press charges. Strangely, it's the husband who refuses to leave. He's been here for hours. Captain Li looked at his officer, baffled. There have been too many strange cases lately. So who called the police? The husband. After he calmed down, he called us himself. His wife couldn't stop him. The officer was helpless. He'd seen all kinds of odd situations here, but few as bizarre as this. Lin Jingying's nose twitched twice. Something was wrong with this man. The scent on him was off. But in this place, under the suppression of righteous energy, it was faint. If his Taoist skills weren't so profound, he might not have noticed at all. After some thought, Lin Jingying left a trace of spiritual energy on the man. He planned to deal with it after leaving this place. Best not to blow his cover, if he could help it. Honey, look at you, clinging to the master like this. Sorry about that, Taoist priest. The wife gently pulled her husband away, her demeanor the picture of patience and grace, never once showing the slightest hint of annoyance from beginning to end. After being interrupted by this incident, the officer taking Lin Jingying's statement finally collected himself, and the questioning went much more smoothly. Half an hour later, Lin Jingying's interview was finished, and he walked out of the place. Standing by the bus stop, waiting for his ride, Lin Jingying suddenly looked up toward the courtyard gate of the building he'd just exited. The man who had pleaded for his help was now walking out with both an officer and his wife at his side. Channeling his spiritual power to his eyes, Lin Jingying saw wisps of black mist swirling around the man's waist. The closer they drew to the gate, the denser and more ominous the mist became. Don't go out, Lin Jingying shouted at the top of his lungs. The man looked up and, upon seeing Lin Jingying, instinctively tried to rush over for help. In his haste, he crossed the threshold. At that instant, the jade pendant at his waist burst forth with a shadowy figure, which lunged straight for his wife. How dare you! Attacking someone in broad daylight. Lin Jingying instinctively raised his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, a wooden sword grew long in the wind and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, the sword pinned the black mist to the ground. Staring in shock at the suddenly appearing wooden sword, the man froze for a second, then instinctively stepped in front of his wife to shield her. Inside the compound, the officer who had just questioned Lin Jingying watched the entire scene through the window. He glanced down at his computer screen, where the last thing he'd recorded was Lin Jingying's parting words. There's no such thing as magic in this world. Taoist priest, weren't you just pulling my leg? Upstairs at the window, Captain Li's eyes lit up. Well, what do you know? You set out to plant flowers, but grow willows instead. Sometimes luck finds you when you least expect it. After subduing the spirit, Lin Jingying could hardly believe it himself. Was it really that easy to pin down an evil spirit bold enough to appear in broad daylight? What was going on? But whatever the reason, he knew one thing for sure. Nearly 2 hours of his rambling cover story had just gone to waste. He'd blown his cover. His secret identity was out. Since it was already exposed, Lin Jingying decided not to dwell on it. What occupied his mind now was how this ghost could cause trouble under such circumstances. The rules of heaven were supposed to prevent this, weren't they? Amidst countless astonished gazes, Lin Jingying strode to the gate, reached out, and pulled the wooden sword free. With a deft sweep of his sleeve, he captured the spirit. Let's go inside and talk, Lin Jingying said to the others. The man nodded, then shot his wife a look as if to say, see, I knew this Taoist priest was the real deal at a glance. By now, he had completely forgotten his recent, irrational spree of burning incense and praying at temples when he sensed something was wrong. They hadn't even entered the main building when Director Li, beaming, came out to greet them. He shook Lin Jingying's hand enthusiastically and led him to his office. The office was already packed. Anyone with any position at all had squeezed in. Those without a seat grabbed a small stool or simply crouched on the floor. The chairs by the desk were left for Lin Jingying and his group. As Director Li walked in and saw how crowded his office was, he glared at everyone along the way. Normally, when their own director lost his temper and glared at them, everyone would quickly clear out to avoid his wrath. But now, as long as he didn't say anything outright, they all pretended not to notice. A wooden sword and a flying sword. This was a real Taoist. They'd only ever seen things like this in the movies. Master Lin, please have a seat, Director Li said, his face breaking into a smile as he looked at Lin Zhengying. No rush. Let them sit first. Also, I might need to set up a formation, so could you dim the lights and pull the curtains? Lin Zhengying spoke in terms everyone could understand. Before Director Li could respond, the people crouched by the window and light switch had already sprung into action, fulfilling Lin Zhengying's request right away. Director Li had no choice but to swallow his words. Once the atmosphere was suitably adjusted, Lin Zhengying flicked his sleeve, and the spirit appeared in the center of the office, surrounded by several iron chains inscribed with talismans. Is it her? Lin Zhengying asked the man. It's her. Master, it's her. She was definitely up to no good, the man shouted, his anger barely contained as he pointed at the spirit. Lin Zhengying nodded, preparing to question the spirit. But before he could speak, the spirit suddenly burst into tears, catching Lin Zhengying completely off guard. What was going on? How had the roles reversed so quickly? Don't cry, Lin Zhengying barked, his voice stern and commanding. Tell us exactly what happened. Startled, the spirit quickly stifled her tears. Master, I didn't hurt anyone. I'm a good person. No, a good spirit. Then tell me, what were your motives? Lin Zhengying's face was cold and serious. It wasn't my fault. It was hers. I was just trying to help her. The spirit spoke plaintively, clearly feeling wronged. Help me? My fault? What did I do? The man's wife couldn't hold back any longer. This was slander. How was she supposed to face people if this wasn't cleared up? The spirit, seeing the woman's anger, shrank back a little. You haven't had a child. I want a child. I just haven't gotten pregnant yet, the woman replied, her voice brimming with frustration. Well, then that's your fault, isn't it? The spirit looked as if she expected everyone to agree with her logic. That's not right. A child is the result of a sperm and an egg combining into a fertilized embryo. It could be my fault, too. Honey, I'll get my fertility. Checked at the hospital later, the man interjected. It was obvious he had a science background. Who else would give a biology lesson at a time like this? No way. You can't give birth to a child, the spirit muttered. Don't change the subject. Answer the question. Lin Zhengying's voice thundered. Director Li scratched his head. Why did that line sound so familiar? Yes, master. The spirit wiped away the tears, threatening to fall again. If she can't bear a child, she should at least let her husband take a concubine, or even a maidservant would do. But this woman does nothing. She just sits on the sofa every day, hugging some iron lump. I just wanted to help her do what she should. Not doing it is wrong. She'll be thrown out of the house. So you think I should thank you? Is that it? The woman shot back, furious. What kind of thinking was this? The Qing dynasty had ended ages ago. Lin Zhengying waved his hand, signaling her not to get angry just yet. How long have you been dead? Lin Zhengying asked, studying the spirit. Her form was hazy, shrouded in mist, making it hard to see her clearly. I really don't know. The last time I woke up, there weren't any of those iron boxes, and the crackling thunder only ever appeared in the sky. Back then, people's hairstyles were absolutely dreadful. The ghost replied in a soft, sticky voice. No electricity and ugly hairstyles? That means she must have died at least a few centuries ago. No wonder her way of thinking is still stuck in the past. Did you ever encounter any monks or Taoist priests, someone like me? Lin Zhengying suddenly asked after a moment's thought. The ghost pondered in silence for a while before slowly speaking. I remember meeting a Taoist master once. He helped stabilize my soul and promised to send me into reincarnation once he finished his business. He also mentioned that the underworld was in the process of relocating. Otherwise, souls like mine should have been their responsibility. As she spoke, the ghost lowered her head and glanced at her body, which looked as insubstantial as mist. I was much prettier back then. Not like this at all. Lin Zhengying massaged his temples. He was beginning to piece things together. The Taoist master the ghost had met was likely someone from the mysterious side of China over 400 years ago. As for his business, it was probably related to the expansion with the Celestial Court. At that time, Gu Yi and the Jade Emperor had already reached an agreement. The mystical side would shift to the inner world. After this decision, the Jade Emperor, finding himself a bit bored, decided to lead everyone to explore other realms. The high-ranking immortals agreed, so apart from leaving an avatar of a Yama to guard the planet's natural reincarnation points, and an avatar of the Jade Emperor to watch over the portals and the Celestial Descent Network, every other big shot packed up and left. The ghost had the misfortune to die during this awkward transition. A bit earlier, when the underworld was still around, souls like hers would have been escorted to their next destination. A bit later, once the new rules set by the Jade Emperor took effect, the reincarnation points would automatically receive all wandering spirits. The gap between was just a few short years. All these centuries, have you just been staying inside that jade pendant? Now that Lin Jingying had sorted out the general situation, he pointed at the piece of jade hanging from the man's waist. The female ghost nodded. That was a gift from that Taoist master back then. Hearing this, the man reacted as if he had a bomb hanging from his belt. He yanked the jade off and, intending to smash it, raised his hand, but when he caught Director Li's disapproving stare, he simply tossed it onto the table instead. Watching her home treated so roughly, the ghost pouted, clearly aggrieved, but keeping her complaints to herself. Lin Jingying picked up the jade pendant and, feeling along its back, discovered a familiar but nearly invisible pattern. He sent a wisp of spiritual energy into it. In an instant, a Taoist master with an air of immortality and wisdom projected out from the pendant. "Master, they're bullying me," the female ghost cried out as if she'd seen a parent, rushing to complain. The Taoist master didn't respond to her directly. Instead, he cupped his hands toward Lin Jingying and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am Zhang Sanfeng. This person has shown kindness to my disciple. If she has not committed any grievous harm, I ask you to spare her." A bright smile lit up the ghost's face. "If, however, she has caused harm or evil, please do not mind me. Deal with her as you see fit, and let her soul return to the heavens and earth," Zhang Sanfeng continued. The ghost's smile instantly faded, and she lowered her head, looking small and pitiful. "I've already left a mark on the vessel for possession. Once the rules are perfected, the sorcerers of Kamartaj will take her for reincarnation." With those words, the lingering image faded away. Lin Jingying bowed respectfully in the disciple's manner toward the direction where Zhang Sanfeng's image had vanished. This message was likely left across space by Master Zhang Sanfeng upon realizing he couldn't make it back in time, explaining the situation while also offering protection to the female ghost. However, Lin Jingying could tell something was off. Ordinarily, the message should have appeared the instant his wooden sword was drawn, not requiring him to actively trigger it. "Have you been anywhere you shouldn't have lately? Or met any sorcerers from Kamartaj?" Lin Jingying asked the female ghost in a gentle voice. Places I shouldn't have gone." The female ghost pondered for a long while. "Nothing comes to mind, but I did run into someone who wanted to recruit me as a minion. He called himself Mephisto, claimed to be the Lord of Hell." Beside them, Director Li was furiously scribbling notes, his hand moving so fast it left afterimages on the page. He didn't dare skip a single word of these conversations, sometimes even adding details like Lin Jingying's expressions. At this moment, Lin Jingying looked rather grim. "Mephisto, this guy dared to show his face in China? Back when everyone was around, he wouldn't have even come near here. Looks like he's gotten a lot bolder. As for the Kamartaj sorcerers, if you mean those people with glowing weapons in their hands, I think I did see them. But just as they arrived, they ran into Mephisto. So they basically just flashed their weapons and ran off." Listening to the female ghost's account, Lin Jingying's face darkened even further. These Kamartaj sorcerers were being utterly irresponsible. It's not your fault if you can't win a fight, and there's nothing wrong with retreating to protect yourselves, but what's the meaning of not reporting anything after you flee? I think I understand the situation. As for your affairs, that depends on the wishes of those involved. Lin Jingying turned to look at the couple. After a brief, quiet discussion, the husband stepped forward. "She hasn't really done any harm, nor does she seem to bear any malicious intent. It's just the unfortunate influence of outdated customs. To scatter her soul would be too cruel. As for compensation, well, she's just a ghost. There's nothing to compensate. Let's just let you send her on to reincarnation, Master Lin. When everything is settled, I'll make sure she's sent on her way. There's no need to worry about compensation. I'll take care of it on her behalf," Lin Jingying promised. "You? On her behalf?" The man was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this a bit too generous? But since Lin Jingying had just helped them out, he felt awkward pressing the issue. "No worries. My master had ties with Master Zhang Sanfeng, and when I was a novice, I learned some wudong techniques. In a roundabout way, I have a bit of a connection with her. Helping her pay compensation is only natural," Lin Jingying explained when he saw the man hesitate. Without giving the man another chance to refuse, Lin Jingying turned his gaze to the female ghost, signaling that it was time for her to return to the jade pendant. Now that she knew Lin Jingying might have some connection to her, the female ghost suddenly found him far less frightening than before. In fact, she even felt he was rather kind and approachable. She gave Lin Jingying a slight bow, then turned and slipped directly back into the jade pendant. "My affairs are more or less taken care of. When will your people arrive?" Lin Jingying glanced at Director Li as he spoke, though his eyes remained fixed on the scene outside the office. Director Li was merely the chief of a local police precinct. His position made it inconvenient for him to be privy to many matters. So during this period, Lin Jingying had not only been handling the urgent issues at hand, but also waiting for someone of sufficient rank to appear. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Jingying finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. Someone opened the door and walked in. Hello, Taoist Lin. I'm Guanjun, the Commander-in-Chief of the Huaxia Paranormal Response Force. It's a pleasure to meet you. Guanjun walked up to Lin Jingying and extended his hand in greeting. After shaking hands, Lin Jingying glanced out the window in full view of Guanjun. Is that the person who brought you here? Guanjun didn't seem surprised that Lin Jingying had noticed the man outside. In his mind, it would be far stranger if the well-organized, long-established Huaxia mystical community couldn't spot an extraordinary individual. Yes, the man outside is Zheng Xian, director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Besides you, he's currently the only other person here with special abilities. Guanjun made no effort to keep this from the others in the room. He hadn't come alone this time, and the necessary security measures would be handled by someone else. His orders were clear: build a rapport with Lin Jingying, and if possible, sound him out. Not just his own inclinations, but those of the entire mystical world. I understand. Here's the situation. I just received word from above. I've been asked to make a trip to Hong Kong. Will you be coming with me? Lin Jingying turned to Guanjun and asked. From above? Which above? Guanjun's eyes instinctively flicked to the ceiling, but he quickly composed himself. He still had no idea how Lin Jingying communicated with the so-called higher-ups. Of course, Taoist Lin. This office is a bit cramped. Why don't we continue our conversation outside? Guanjun offered, stepping to the side. Lin Jingying nodded. Out in the courtyard, only Zheng Xian was left standing. Everyone else not involved had already been ushered out. The moment he laid eyes on Zheng Xian, Lin Jingying felt as though he was witnessing the birth of a storm, with lightning flashing atop its roiling clouds. Director Zheng, it's a pleasure. The energy radiating from Lin Jingying's Taoist robe rose a notch in intensity. He was the first to formally make contact with the authorities since the Celestial Court's withdrawal centuries ago. He could not steal the limelight, but neither could he appear insignificant. In Lin Jingying's eyes, Zheng Xian was no ordinary man, and in Zheng Xian's eyes, Lin Jingying was even more extraordinary. Of course, Zheng Xian, lacking the ability to perceive spiritual energy, could not see the phantom figure of condensed magic within Lin Jingying, but he could sense the unique aura emanating from Lin Jingying. This man, simply by standing there, radiated a quiet assurance, as if, with him present, all manner of ghosts and demons would scatter like mist before the sun. No need to stand on ceremony. And you don't have to call me director. The Divine Spear Bureau is already on its way to being disbanded, Zheng Xian said warmly, gripping Lin Jingying's hand. That's a shame. It sounds like it was a decent department. What's prompted its sudden dissolution? Lin Jingying chatted with Zheng Xian, making casual conversation. The Divine Spear Bureau was initially set up to correspond with an international organization, but recently, it's become apparent that organization might have some serious problems. On top of that, I barely have any people under me as director, so we simply merged into the Supernatural Response Unit. The person next to you will actually be my future boss. Zheng Xian's tone made it clear he didn't care at all whether the Divine Spear Bureau stayed or went. It seemed it really was just a token entity. Within China's organizational system, the Bureau seemed a bit redundant. All three wore smiles, but the atmosphere was tinged with an unexplainable awkwardness. All right, if you have any questions, ask them now. Let me make this clear first. I'm someone who entered the path in this new era. If you want to compare it to the Heavenly Court, my status is pretty much the equivalent of a temp worker in your system, so there are things I genuinely don't know, and some things I know but can't say. Lin Jingying spoke up, laying the groundwork. There were things he didn't know, and even if he did, he might not be able to share them. Understood. Could you tell us about the side of the mysterious that you're part of? Guanjun asked, switching on the recording equipment right in front of Lin Jingying. The mysterious side? That's a term you must have picked up from outside sources. Internally, we usually just call it the world of cultivation. Lin Jingying replied slowly. But to be honest, I'm not especially well-versed in the details either. I've only been in it for 60-some years. You're in your 60s? Guanjun blurted out, astonished. Judging by his appearance, Lin Jingying looked no older than 20 or 30, just like a young man. Lin Jingying nodded. That's right. Aside from my teenage years growing up, I spent the next 20 years cultivating with my master. Later, when my master left, he helped me connect to the Heavenly Courts network before he went, got me a temp worker status, and since I didn't have much else to do, I ended up attending university. Guanjun nodded. They were aware of Lin Jingying's university days. After Director Li passed along his name, the necessary background checks were done. Lin Jingying had attended an ordinary second-tier university in China, majoring in the very common field of civil engineering. In his 4 years at school, He'd never shown any sign of unusual behavior, and his teacher's comments about him were all positive. Guanjun and Zheng Xian exchanged a glance. This line of questioning felt inefficient. Since Lin Zhengying was willing to cooperate, why not just let him speak first? Taoist Lin, why don't you introduce yourself to us? Guanjun suggested. No problem. You can find all my basic information anyway, so I won't repeat it. I'll tell you something you don't know. Let me talk a bit about my master. Lin Zhengying agreed readily. My master had been practicing cultivation for 500 years. He was supposed to leave with the others, but at that time he was in deep seclusion, striving between life and death, and missed the window. When he finally emerged, he figured there was still time for another round of closed-door cultivation. But this time, it lasted even longer than he expected. More time went by. And then my master got stubborn about the whole thing. He kept at it until modern times. But with no one tending to the spiritual energy, its vitality kept dropping, and he really couldn't stand it any longer. So he decided to tough it out for a few decades. While waiting, he happened to take me on as his disciple. Got stubborn about it. Weren't cultivators supposed to be all about serenity, detachment, and having no desires? Guanjun and Zheng Xian felt as if their image of immortal sages had just been shattered. When Lam Qingying spoke, he already anticipated how they would react, because that was exactly how he himself had felt when he first met his own master. As my master used to say, cultivation is about becoming immortal, yes, but at its heart, it's still about being human. If you purge every trace of your humanity, you're no better than a stone. What's the point of seeking immortality then? I can't speak for other traditions, but in my sect at least, we don't demand the severing of all ties and desires. As he spoke, Lam Qingying glanced up at the sky. The car's ready. Shall we get going? We can continue this conversation in Hong Kong. And as it happens, I'd like to introduce you to someone there. Of course, lead the way, Guanjun replied, stepping up to stand beside Lam Qingying. He was feeling a touch nervous. How do cultivators usually travel? Do they actually fly? Or perhaps teleport? I've never teleported before. What if I get motion sickness? Lost in these musings, Guanjun suddenly realized they had already arrived at their destination. They were now standing atop a tall building in Hong Kong, as if by magic. Zheng Xian gave Guanjun a light tap, signaling for him to keep up. Only then did Guanjun snap out of his daze, realizing that they had unwittingly changed locations. The disorientation hit him hard. He felt nauseous, his head spinning, his vision swimming, far worse than anything he'd experienced during pilot training. Taoist Lam, did we just teleport? How does that even work? Zheng Xian asked. Like Guanjun, he hadn't felt a thing, only realized they'd moved when he saw the changed surroundings. I couldn't explain the science behind it, Lam Qingying replied. But you could think of it like a bullet train at maximum speed. Originally, this kind of teleportation required a ticket of sorts, but no one bothers with that anymore. Also, because space shifts in an instant, regular folks might feel a bit off afterward. But don't worry, there's no harm. After a few trips, your sensitivity to spiritual energy might even improve. While speaking, Lam Qingying shot a look at Guanjun, who was holding his head, and raised an eyebrow at Zheng Xian as if to say, "This is your future leader. You're not going to help him out?" Zheng Xian just smiled and let it pass. Now wasn't the time to fuss over such things. After all, everyone was still unfamiliar with the cultivation world, and every scrap of information was too precious to miss. Besides, despite looking the worse for wear, Guanjun was keeping pace, ears perked, listening intently to every word, analyzing the conversation as they went. In this oddly harmonious, yet slightly awkward mood, the three of them took the elevator down to the first floor. Across the street from the building stood a large shopping mall. Lam Qingying strode briskly toward a street front shop. A chime sounded as Lam Qingying pushed open the door. Ding dong, welcome. Hey, old man, we got customers. Get out here and greet them. Lam Qingying called loudly, knocking on the door. Zheng Xian and Guanjun exchanged a puzzled glance. Weren't Lam Qingying's parents long gone? Oh, stop shouting. My hearing's still perfectly fine, you know. A raspy voice answered from inside, and soon a frail old man with tiny spectacles appeared. The welcoming smile on the old man's face faded the moment he caught sight of Zheng Xian and Guanjun standing behind Lam Qingying. Welcome to Old Pa's Antique Shop. How can I help you today? A towering, nearly 3-meter-tall, rotund man emerged from the back room, clutching a cleaning cloth. He shuffled out in short, quick steps, making it clear that serving customers was his job. True. Please take our 2 guests to the parlor and serve them some tea, Old Pa said, adjusting his glasses. He gave True a pat on the belly, setting the layers of fat jiggling. Yes, master. True squeezed past, nudging Old Pa aside. With heavy, thudding footsteps, he walked up to Guanjun and said, "This way, please." Guanjun craned his neck to look at True's face. Goodness, this man's sheer size was intimidating. Zheng agreed wholeheartedly. Even if this giant probably couldn't beat him in a fight, his sheer presence was overwhelming. Standing before him felt like facing a wall of mountain. Once the three had left, Old Pa waved Lin Zhengying over and led him into a room further inside. The space was lined with all kinds of books, giving the impression of a small library at first glance. Shaolin, those two are official personnel, aren't they? Is the old place preparing to return? Old Pa sat down and looked at Lin Zhengying as he spoke. I haven't received any definite news yet, Lin Zhengying replied, barely able to contain his eagerness. But my superiors did tell me to come and discuss the Kamatage sorcerer's dereliction of duty with the people at the sanctum. Judging by their tone, if the sanctum can't handle it, they'll be replaced. I already told you, don't be so impatient. Did your superiors say when you're supposed to start negotiations? Old Pa remained calm, crossing his legs and speaking gently. No. Lin Zhengying came to his senses and admitted, realizing he'd gotten ahead of himself. It had been ages since he'd seen his old teacher, and with the return of the old country, the restrictions around secret orders might ease up, granting him a bit more freedom. But now, hearing Old Pa's words, it seemed there were more variables at play. I've told you before, don't let yourself get worked up so easily. You're over 60 now. No need to act like a 16-year-old, Old Pa advised, then continued sharing his thoughts. Whether or not the authority of Kamatage is revoked doesn't depend on how your talks go. It depends on negotiations between the higher-ups on both sides. Once they've reached an agreement, everything else will fall into place. Your role is simply to remind the sanctum they haven't fulfilled their duties. If the sanctum's people can read between the lines, maybe they'll get to keep their authority a little longer, or at least retain some dignity when it's taken away. If they can't, then they'll just have to hope the Ancient One's reputation carries enough weight. Lin Zhengying nodded repeatedly, realizing Old Pa had a point. But, Old Pa, how are you so certain the authority will be taken back? They've been acting as stewards for over 500 years. What's another 100 or 2? I've told you before, not to rely on fortune-telling at home all the time. Once all the major powers return, your readings will become less and less reliable. Pay more attention to what's going on outside. Gather information. Often, the facts themselves speak volumes. Dad spoke as he ran his hand over the table a couple of times, as if searching for something he couldn't quite find. True, where did you put my tablet? Bring it here for me, will you? Yes, sir. True set down the little sweet biscuit he was holding, then darted out of the lounge with an agility that belied his bulky frame. He picked up the tablet from the counter and brought it back, placing it respectfully in Dad's hands. Ninth uncle, long time no see. Would you like a donut? True beamed at Lin Zhengying, his face all smiles. Lin Zhengying, now facing True, appeared much more imposing than he had with Dad. No need, True. You going out for now? Help me take care of those 2 guests, will you? Thank you. Ninth uncle, you're too polite. True scratched his head, then backed out of the room. Once True had left, Dad managed to find the information he'd been looking for. He split the screen on the tablet, then handed it over to Lin Zhengying. The images on the tablet were a mixed assortment: satellite photos, media reports, handwritten notes, and various other materials. Gold Bradley from the Alchemists, Pike, and from the Ouroboros, the director of the Hex Research Institute at the Clock Tower. Aside from Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, every major force in the world of cultivation that I know is here. Lin Zhengying looked up from the tablet and fixed his gaze on Dad. That last entry in the notes, the madman who bombed the Dream Realm, is that referring to the Morningstar mage Blaze? Dad coughed twice, as if Lin Zhengying had struck a nerve. That's not important. Look, aside from the nearly wiped-out alchemists, where have all the others appeared? In New York, USA, the New York Sanctum? Lin Zhengying's expression showed he was catching on. Right. And where's the main area of activity for the Knights of the Round Table? Dad pressed on. In England, the London Sanctum. This time, Lin Zhengying understood completely. The 3 main relay points for Kamartage delegated authority, the 3 great sanctums, all had enough powerful cultivation forces gathering around them to keep them in check, especially the New York Sanctum, because it was the strongest. It attracted the most cultivators to its surroundings. Seeing that Lin Zhengying had grasped the implications, Dad raised his teacup and took a sip. So, do you know what you need to do next? All right, I'll head over to the Hong Kong Sanctum now, and while I'm at it, scout around for a suitable spot to set up a formation anchor. Lin Zhengying smacked his right fist into his left palm as he spoke. Dad quietly set down his teacup and waved Lin Zhengying over. When Lin Zhengying leaned in, Dad smacked him on the head with a sharp crack. We're a legitimate organization. Don't act like some shady underground gang, skulking around and casing the place. Just write a formal letter of introduction, clearly state your intentions, and deliver it in person. Show proper etiquette. Don't give people a reason to say we're lacking in manners. Dad looked sternly at Lin Zhengying, who was rubbing his head. Lin Zhengying nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Dad's voice rang out again. And one more thing. Lin Zhengying turned back. Dad pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Take care of the people you brought with you. This isn't a hostel. I understand. The corner of Lin Zhengying's eye twitched a little. Dad's smacks were getting stronger. There was already a red mark on his head. In the adjoining reception room, Guanjun was already struggling to drink anymore. Teru's hospitality was a bit over the top. Every time he took a sip of tea, Teru would instantly refill his cup. The old saying goes, a full cup sends the guest off. Teru might not know this, but they certainly did, so even if just to linger a bit longer, they had to force themselves to keep drinking. Burp, Guanjun let out a soft belch, keeping the teacup in his hand without setting it down. As long as he didn't put it down, Teru couldn't refill it. Caught in this standoff, Guanjun spotted Lam Qingying walking over. He immediately stood up, feeling the tea slosh around in his belly, the sound of liquid distinctly audible. Teru blinked, then turned around. Uncle Nine, what happened to your head? Bumped it on the doorframe. Lam Qingying replied offhandedly. Bumped it on the doorframe? Teru glanced at the door outside the reception room. All the doors here were just ordinary household doors. For one of them to leave such a lasting mark on Lam Qingying's forehead, the frame would probably have been reduced to splinters. But after looking around, every door seemed perfectly intact, nothing out of the ordinary. Gentlemen, let's be on our way. While Teru was still puzzling over it, Lam Qingying led Guanjun and Zheng Xian out of the Old Pa's antique shop. True, Old Pa's voice called out from behind. I'm here, master. Teru shook off his wandering thoughts and hurried over. Call Jackie-chan and tell him to get back here right away. Yes, master. Wait, one more thing. Bring me a fresh cup of tea. Right away, master. And another thing. As Teru found himself running back and forth under Old Pa's endless instructions, across the sea in London, an abandoned manor was about to welcome guests for the first time in centuries. Jean, who are we meeting this time? Are you sure the two of us leaving Russia won't cause any trouble? Ivan Vanko asked Jean Bradley in a low voice. There's nothing to worry about. Right now, all eyes in the mystical world are focused on the Kamartaj conclave. In this situation, if anyone invades us, it would mean starting a civil war. They wouldn't dare. Jean Bradley strode forward, his back ramrod straight. As for whom we're meeting, you should have heard of her. Her name is Artoria Pendragon. Artoria. Ivan Vanko's face showed his surprise. If King Arthur were still alive, she'd be thousands of years old by now. If you're surprised just by her age, you'll find there are far more astonishing things yet to come. A few thousand years is nothing to this world, Jean Bradley said, coming to a halt before a heavy iron door. A metallic clatter echoed from behind the door, the unmistakable sound of armor in motion. Ivan Vanko kept his eyes fixed on the door. If his guess was right, the figure beyond must be King Arthur. Such immense magical power, such an overwhelming sense of presence. In Ivan's mind, an image slowly formed. A heroic, fearless man with a square jaw, clad in battered armor, perhaps still stained with the blood of countless battles. Each mark and scar spoke of enemies vanquished, and the honor time itself could not erase. The iron door creaked open. Ivan Vanko focused all his attention, almost wishing he could record this moment, if only it wouldn't seem impolite. The very first meeting with King Arthur. It was certainly something worth treasuring. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Artoria Pendragon. Following that clear, gentle voice came the sweep of a pale blue gown and the gleam of silver armor traced with blue patterns. Above all, there was a sweet, striking face, framed by golden hair, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her skin, fair as snow, shone beneath those golden locks, reminding one of flawless pebbles under a river's sparkling current. King Arthur was a woman. No, more like a girl. Ivan Vanko found this hard to process. He leaned aside, half expecting someone else to be standing behind her, perhaps an attendant. But there was no one. Artoria was not the handmaiden he'd imagined. So it really is her. Ivan drew back his gaze and straightened his posture. In that brief motion, their eyes met for an instant. A deafening, furious lion's roar exploded inside Ivan's mind. In a haze, he saw a massive lion stride up to him, lowering its head to glare down at this impudent soul who dared challenge its authority. Under this psychic assault, the alchemical array that had been humming steadily around Ivan began to erupt and fizzle. King Bradley stepped forward, placing himself protectively before Ivan. An invisible blade of energy swept through the air, scattering the remnants of that oppressive aura and snapping Ivan out of his psychic trance. My apologies. My disciple is new to the world of mysteries. He meant no offense, King Bradley offered, taking the initiative to apologize. Ivan's behavior wasn't just rude. It could almost be considered an insult. If not for Artoria's well-known patience, and the fact that she had business with him today, Ivan's punishment would have been far harsher than a mere psychic shock. "I'm truly sorry," Ivan called out from behind King Bradley, clutching his head. He was still reeling for what he'd just experienced. "It's all right. Please, both of you come with me. Let's continue our conversation inside." Artoria nodded and led King Bradley and Ivan into the courtyard. The moment they entered, Ivan could see this place had not been tended in a very long time. It had become a haven for insects. Spiderwebs of all sizes hung everywhere, and wild weeds had completely overtaken the flower beds. Ivan even spotted several dramatic cracks running up and across the courtyard walls, giving the impression that the walls could collapse at any moment. But the world changed the instant Artoria took her first step forward. A soft wave of pale green energy rippled from beneath her feet, spreading outward in all directions. Everywhere the wave touched, flowers burst from the earth, twining together into vibrant clusters. The weeds shifted, reshaping themselves and settling quietly beneath the blossoms, serving as a lush green backdrop. The branches lining the courtyard walls began to grow rapidly, weaving themselves into the cracks. Like master craftsmen with the perfect materials, the branches repaired the fissures in the walls, and the excess wound themselves into intricate shapes, lions of every form, immortalized along the stonework. As the wave swept over Ivan, his headache vanished in an instant. The psychic wounds from earlier dissolved, leaving him completely restored. King Bradley felt something similar. The scar over his eye writhed and shifted under the influence of the energy around him. Yet whether it was because the wound was simply too stubborn or his regenerative powers were far too weak, the scar only twitched before returning to its original state. There was no real change. "Ivan, you stay out here in the courtyard. This is a great opportunity to gain some insight. Don't let it go to waste." King Bradley paused in the doorway to the inner room, turning to address Ivan Vanko behind him. Judging by the sights in the courtyard, he suspected the power at work here was Avalon's, a mysterious artifact that even the alchemists, at the height of their craft, had never managed to perfectly replicate. "Yes, master," Ivan Vanko replied, nodding. He, too, felt an unexplainable comfort while lingering in the yard. It was as if life itself filled the air all around him. King Bradley went inside and spoke with Artoria for over an hour. During that time, Ivan Vanko wandered back and forth restlessly in the courtyard, bored out of his mind. Why didn't he try to study the special energies permeating the entire garden? Ivan could only admit that Bradley had far too much faith in him. This was already far beyond his abilities. The energy in the courtyard, whether too inert or simply of too high a quality, refused to yield even a sliver to his efforts. After struggling for a long while, Ivan had no choice but to give up. "Come on, stop squatting there and studying the spiders," King Bradley's voice called out from behind. Ivan turned and caught a dazzling flash from the crown atop Artoria's head. King Bradley looked at Ivan's stunned expression and sighed. After exchanging a few more words with Artoria, he led Ivan out of the courtyard. "Master, did the negotiations not go well?" Ivan ventured to ask. "Not particularly well," King Bradley admitted, at a bit of a loss for words. The Knights of the Round Table had all but faded into obscurity, but as alchemists, their own situation was even more dire. Just the two of them remained, and even then, they existed in name only. It was one thing for their statuses to be so unequal, but the real problem was the immense gulf in strength. With Avalon, the sword of promised victory, and the crown of the undying sun, Artoria was more than just legendary. She was a legend among legends. The blessings these artifacts bestowed upon her were overwhelming. Among the world's current practitioners of the arcane, save for the most supreme, every last one was utterly suppressed by Artoria. "Master, forgive my bluntness, but do we really have anything to negotiate with her?" Ivan had harbored this doubt for a long time. Whether it was cooperation or employment, you needed some kind of leverage, and they didn't even come close. In some ways, the Knights of the Round Table are just like us. There are hardly any of them left, King Bradley admitted heavily. He had come here hoping for the comfort of an alliance, but now it seemed they were only fit to play hired help. They grew arrogant enough to challenge the entire arcane world on their own. Ivan blurted out in astonishment. King Bradley stopped and turned to look at Ivan. "They're not quite that foolish. It's just hard to accept that the once mighty empire on which the sun never set is gradually falling into decline. So they broke the rules, tried to intervene by force, but were swiftly dealt with by the Sorcerer Supreme of the time. Combined with deep-rooted internal conflicts, the entire Round Table Knights were almost completely scattered after that clash. These days, the only reason they still maintain a seat in the world of the arcane is because of King Arthur's personal might. But even there, influence has waned. Nowadays, in Britain's magical circles, the Clock Tower commands more respect than the Knights of the Round Table. This time, King Arthur has returned to raise the banner once more, and perhaps to settle some old scores as well. Ivan Vanko sighed inwardly. He'd thought Russia's mystical side was the only one in such decline, but now he realized they weren't alone. So are we heading back now? Ivan Vanko asked. No, let's find somewhere to sit down and wait for King Arthur's signal, Kim Bradley replied, his tone tinged with reluctance, but there was no denying the reality. Wait for her signal? Didn't the talks break down? The collaboration failed, yes. Now we're simply hired hands. She returned alone this time, short on manpower and unwilling to borrow help from the clock tower or Ouroboros. So she had to turn to us. As Kim Bradley and Ivan Vanko walked away at a measured pace, elsewhere in the courtyard, Artoria walked among the ruins, every step echoing with memories of past splendor. When I saw the banner of the Round Table Knights tattered and fading, saw my comrades dead or scattered, the order shattered and lost, I knew that image would haunt me forever. In that moment, I thought, if only I had one more chance, I would claim victory over everything. And now, that chance stands before me. I must consider whether this is the last opportunity in centuries to restore the Round Table Knights to glory. As leader of the Round Table, as king of ancient Britain, I bear all the blame for our decline, and every mistake is mine to carry. Today, I, King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, declare here and now, to restore the honor of the Round Table Knights. I will not hesitate. Artoria's gaze turned to the distant horizon. The crown upon her head blazed with brilliance in the sunlight, while the sword of promised victory at her waist hummed with power. A dazzling beam of light gathered in the air, forming a banner, the banner of the Knights of the Round Table. The flag's tip pointed directly toward the distant London sanctum of Camartage. On a nearby street, the spectral image of a long sword soared into the sky, beneath which a glowing violet alchemical array pulsed with energy. Bathing in Artoria's radiance, Kim Bradley too proclaimed to the world of the arcane. The alchemist who once gazed into the abyss has been cleansed of corruption and now returns renewed. Inside the London sanctum, the station mages were growing anxious. The commotion outside was overwhelming. What was happening? Why did it feel like two unknown and formidable adversaries had suddenly appeared? And the sheer force of their presence. It was clear these were not people to be trifled with. Have you reported to the Sorcerer Supreme? Yes. She said we're to stay put in the sanctum. This is a legacy of history, she said. She's negotiating with them now. A lingering historical issue? I've never heard of any mage in the past with energy fluctuations like that. And honestly, the aura didn't feel like a mage at all. It was more like something you'd expect from a knight out of a novel. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? It's not like I know either. Hurry up and dig into the old records. See if there's anything mentioned. You don't think could it be those people from the clock tower and the Ouroboros? At this point, the two heads of the London sanctum exchanged uneasy glances. If that were the case, it would all make sense. After all, the report they'd sent to the Ancient One not long ago hadn't been encrypted. Mainly, they hadn't thought it was necessary. Who would have expected a secretive, reclusive mage organization to be capable of anything serious? Maybe I should try reaching out to mages from the other sanctums, see if anyone's available to help, just in case the Ancient One doesn't have the time. One of them spoke up after a brief silence. Clearly, he realized that the Ancient One would likely see through their intentions. They'd only been so arrogant because there was no one to replace them. After all, if they were killed, the Ancient One alone couldn't possibly manage the entire world, what with Dormammu, Odin, and Mephisto all in play. But now, it seemed there just might be someone who could take their place. Let's wait a bit longer. If things are still like this tomorrow, I'll reach out. The other head replied, still reluctant to give up the potential benefits. If they asked for help now and the plan succeeded, the spoils would have to be divided yet again. As fate would have it, while the London sanctum was weighing whether to seek help, those at the New York sanctum were having the very same thought. Except they were even more anxious. Their door was blocked, and they couldn't get out at all. One New York mage, wearing the sling ring, traced a doorway in the air to open a portal. Instead of stepping through immediately, he poked his head in, glanced around cautiously, and only when he saw nothing unusual did he step forward. But just like the others, his teleportation was intercepted mid-transit. He found himself in a crackling corridor of sparks, energy arcing all around. On the ground lay a sleek, black-as-ink cat, its fur glossy and smooth, and lifted its right paw to its mouth and yawned, eyeing the mage with a lazy, sideways glance. Yang Xiu had stationed it here to intercept any mage attempting to escape via portal, and then promptly send them back to the New York sanctum. The mage clapped his hands together, pulled them apart, and a staff formed from raw energy settled into his grip. Taking a deep breath, he charged straight at him. Anne's whiskers twitched at the corners of its mouth. This was the third mage today to come at it head-on, and couldn't help but wonder, are you lot really mages? Not a single enhancement or protective spell. Just open a portal and charge in with a melee weapon? Isn't this even more knightly than an actual knight? At least knights would throw up a few auras for defense or strength before charging. If you're going to imitate knights, at least do it properly. Meow, and let out a meow, and the power of shadow instantly seeped into the portals nearby. With Yangqiu now at her back, she had nothing to fear from any messy expenditure of energy, and her strength was worlds apart from what it had been when she first evolved. She raised her staff high and brought it down with all her might, with a flicker, and darted away from the mage's attack. Her hind leg tapped lightly against his head, and a surge of fear pierced straight into his mind. The entire portal hub shuddered. In the next moment, the mage was kicked right out of the unstable zone, sent flying backward through the portal in the New York sanctum that had yet to fade away. The mages waiting behind the portal rushed to catch him as he tumbled through. The poor soul's lips twitched, and he looked about ready to faint. As they worked to revive their comrade, the rest of the mages kept their eyes fixed on the sanctum's main door. They pulled off a classic misdirection. While they opened a portal here, another mage, hood drawn low, slipped out of the sanctum's front entrance. Judging by their faces, the plan seemed to have worked. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief when the second mage didn't show any sign of trouble. But just as their excitement began to rise, a figure crashed straight through the main doors and hit the floor with a heavy thud. The head of the New York sanctum hurried over and lifted the unconscious mage. Unlike the one who'd taken a hit to his mind, this mage's injuries were all physical. Bruises and blows marked his body. The sanctum leader summoned a radiant glow between his hands and roused the mage back to consciousness. What happened? Was someone blocking the way outside too? He asked urgently. The mage gave a weak nod, still dazed. There was a strange figure, soaked from head to toe, wielding what looked like a trident. Their control over water was flawless. I stood no chance. The leader's face grew darker. A black cat blocked the portals, and now someone else guarded the doors. They were being targeted, and deliberately so. We should call on the Ancient One for help. She's the Sorcerer Supreme. It's her duty to aid us. Otherwise, what's the point of her title? That's right. You're absolutely right. Let's call for help immediately. Tisish. Amid the chorus of urgent voices, one discordant sound cut through. The mages turned to look. A handful of people stood apart from the main group, leaning coolly against the wall. Their leader, all muscle and quiet scorn, watched the others as if they were a farce. Mori, what's that supposed to mean? We're all trying to come up with solutions here, and you're deliberately sowing discord. The sanctum leader, sensing an easy target, pointed and shouted. Don't try to pin this on me. Mori straightened up, his voice steady. When you wrote that letter to force the Ancient One's hand, did you remember she's the Sorcerer Supreme? I thought you all had the backbone to break away, but now, at the first sign of trouble, you're begging her for help. Aren't you ashamed? Say that again. The leader jabbed a finger at Mori's face. Don't forget, I'm in charge here. You answer to me, and you answer to the Sorcerer Supreme. Who are you trying to fool? With that, Mori peeled off his New York Sanctum uniform and tossed it aside. You're about to betray all of Kamartaj. Put your clothes back on. I'll pretend I never heard any of this. The supervisor, sensing the situation escalating, softened his tone a bit. Betray Kamartaj? Are you even qualified to say that? You want to expel me from the order? Only the Ancient One has that power. Mori sneered. I'm simply done staying in this New York sanctum. I'm sure the Himalayas will welcome us. Us. That's right. Us. A few people standing behind Mori also took off their robes. We've had it with you for a long time. You never do any real work, always. Playing politics, sucking up to some, and squeezing out others, and your skills are mediocre at best. What are you even good for? You, all of you. Let me tell you, there are enemies outside, just waiting for a chance to strike. If you set foot out that door, you won't survive. The supervisor realized he'd lost control. Do you take us for fools? Mori waved a finger in front of the supervisor's face. People who step outside only ever get knocked out and tossed back in. No one's ever been in real danger. Even an idiot can see the so-called enemies outside are probably those clock tower folks you're desperate to recruit. Besides, they seem to have a pretty good relationship with the Ancient One. Even if not, at worst, we'll just be out cold for a while. As long as one of us stays on our feet to explain things, we're not getting dumped back into this dump. The supervisor was so angry his hand shook. With one last glance of contempt, Mori led the willing few straight out the front doors, openly and without hesitation. 10 minutes later, not a single person had been thrown back inside. The rest of the New York sanctum began to feel uneasy. They must have all been killed. What are you all standing around for? Tomorrow, when the Hong Kong sanctum's people arrive, I'll lead you all to take those traitors down. The supervisor did his best to sound authoritative, then stormed off. Everyone left in the hall exchanged looks. Did he really think we're that gullible? Honestly, the odds of Mori's group being wiped out were slimmer than the supervisor winning a duel against the Ancient One. Boss, the New York Sanctum just sent a letter inviting us to join forces against some evil force. Judging by their tone, it sounds like they're tossing us a chance to piggyback on their glory. A mage from the Hong Kong Sanctum strode quickly into a room where a burly man was paying respects to a statue of Guan Yu. I've told you before, we're mages now, not some street gangsters. It's been decades. Why are you still acting like this? The big man turned around, giving his younger brother a look of exasperated disappointment. Old habits die hard. Anyway, as long as I don't call you that in front of others, what's the harm? The younger mage grinned, knowing his big brother secretly enjoyed being addressed that way. It was just that certain rules within the order made it inappropriate to say so openly. So, boss, how should we reply? Piggyback on their glory? That bunch of self-important old-timers think they're doing us a favor? Can't see that happening. The big man sank into his office chair and ran a hand over his thinning hair. Got it. I'll tell them to get lost. The younger mage's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. He grabbed the letter and hurried off to send their reply. You stay right here. The burly man was getting a headache. His little brother was good in every way, but after all these years, he still hadn't grown a lick of sense. Being a low-level member in the gang wasn't too big of a problem. Just meant he might die in some inexplicable way. But here in Kamar Taj, that was a big issue. He'd fall for someone's trap and even thank them for it. Right now, they're still cooperating with us on the surface. Don't tear things apart just yet. The burly man stood and paced a few steps. Here's what you do, send him a message. Tell him that without a direct order from the Ancient One, we can't leave the Hong Kong Sanctum. Let them get a note from the Ancient One first. Boss, speaking of which, has the Ancient One replied to us yet? Is what Lam Qingying wrote in his letter true or not? His little brother asked. No idea, but I'm inclined to believe it's true. The burly man's expression showed his clear dissatisfaction with the former Hong Kong Sanctum staff. You know what kind of people those guys were before our group of sorcerers joined Kamar Taj. Never did any real work, always looking down on this and that. For the sake of their pride, I wouldn't put it past them to cover things up and not report them. Boss, that's not what I meant. I mean, is the Celestial Court mentioned in that letter real? The younger man lowered his voice. If it's real, I'd honestly want to go back home. Even if I can't become an immortal, just cultivating among our own people sounds pretty good. At least I wouldn't have to put up with outsiders pushing us around. How should I know? The burly man shot him a glare. He wanted to know too, but until the truth was clear, he couldn't act rashly. After all the effort everyone put in to get him to this position, if he just left, the leadership of the Hong Kong Sanctum would fall back into the hands of those foreigners. That would be a real betrayal of trust. At that moment, there was a sharp knock at the door. The burly man signaled with his eyes. The younger man stepped outside, exchanged a few words with someone, and then came back and holding a piece of paper. Boss, the Ancient One replied, it's true. The Celestial Court really exists. The younger man's excitement was hard to hide. But now that the matter was confirmed, the burly man's frown only deepened. The situation at the Hong Kong Sanctum was dire. Though he was the official leader, most of the sorcerers were still those old foreigners from before. Lately, they'd grown so arrogant, they were even challenging the Ancient One. Now, with this scandal breaking out, there was no telling what tricks they might pull. Go meet Lam Qingying face to face. Don't say anything else. Just tell him how things stand for us right now. He'll understand. The burly man gave his order. Yes, sir. The little brother opened a portal and left immediately. The burly man crossed his legs and sat in the room for over half an hour before someone pushed the door open without warning. Every sanctum had two leaders, a principal leader and a deputy. Here, he was the main leader, while the deputy was one of those old foreign staff. Sure, Qingzhong, where did your boy go? The foreigner burst in and, seeing only one person inside, demanded an answer at once. And what business is it of yours where he went? Sure, Qingzhong calmly sipped his tea, utterly unruffled. I'm telling you, get him back here right now. What you're doing is selling out the entire sanctum. The foreigner slammed his hand on the table, shouting arrogantly. Is that how you talk to your superior? Shi Qingzhong slowly set his teacup down on the table and looked up at the foreigner. Superior? Don't make me laugh. Let me tell you, people like you are born a class below us. Don't think you can sit on equal footing with me just because you lucked into a leadership position. I'm telling you, come over here and apologize properly and call your little lackey back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next, the foreigner shouted. Shi Qingzhong rose to his feet with deliberate calm, his eyes blazing with intensity. The foreigner, however, didn't seem to care. He'd seen this side of Shi Qingzhong before. In the past, Shi would eventually accept reality, just like always. In a flash, Shi Qingzhong appeared right in front of the foreigner, conjuring a pair of gauntlets over his fists. Without a word, he swung a fierce punch downward. The foreigner reacted swiftly, raising his right arm to conjure a golden shield that intercepted Shi Qingzhong's fist. With a thunderous impact, the foreigner was sent flying backward. The people he'd brought with him immediately closed in, surrounding Shi Qingzhong. If it's a fight you want, I'm always happy to oblige. Shi Qingzhong flexed his knuckles, the sound echoing through the room. He looked past the ring of people at the foreigner, who had braced himself against the wall with one foot. Keep your people in line. As long as I'm here, I am the chief officer of the Hong Kong sanctuary. In Hong Kong, subordinates do not talk back to their superiors. Understood? Fine, fine. I'd like to see how you plan to keep the peace around here without us. The foreigner straightened up, his arms still trembling from the blow. In terms of personal strength, he was a notch below Shi Qingzhong. If not, Shi would never have held the top position with less influence than him. Having thrown down his threat, the foreigner left with his men. Outside, 2 rows of fully armed mages were already standing at attention. These were true Chinese mages. Though fewer in number than the foreigner's people, under Shi Qingzhong's leadership, their presence was overwhelming. Master, looks like they're planning a strike. What should we do? After the foreigner left, a Chinese mage stepped up to Shi Qingzhong and asked quietly, I had you all secretly learn the key techniques from every stage of the process. How's that coming along? Shi Qingzhong asked calmly. We can handle most departments, but there are still some gaps in the magic web's detection phase. Then make do. Figure out as you go, but you must hold the line. Run shifts if you have to. Hong Kong is China's Hong Kong. I don't want to go begging them to come back, understood? Understood. True, why isn't Jackie back yet? The old man stared at the screen in front of him, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and shouted. Master, Jackie said it'll still be a few days before he can return. He's currently doing archaeological research in the Middle East. I heard they found a massive ancient tomb over there. True, a little uneasy, ran up to the old man to explain. It was the first time he'd ever heard Jackie sound so excited. Clearly, there had been a major discovery. A few days later, the old man frowned. What's the point of coming back after everything's over? True, give me the phone. Yes, master. True handed him the phone and dialed Jackie's number, but no one answered. Ding dong, welcome. Just as the old man was starting to get annoyed, Lam Qingying strode in from the doorway, accompanied by a tall, thin man. Old man, I need to talk to you about something. Let's go inside, Lam Qingying said, getting straight to the point. All right, Trilu, you go ahead and get busy. And don't forget to call Jackie Chan, the old man instructed. Old man. Lam Qingying gave the old man a quick wink and a meaningful look. The old man paused for a moment. Trilla, hold off on that call for now. Get the material kit ready, and prepare a strong cup of tea for me as well. Yes, master. Inside the library of the old man's antique shop, the 3 of them took their seats one after another. Old man, let me introduce you. This is Master Sang Jin from the Hong Kong Sanctum of Kamar Taj, Lam Qingying said, gesturing to the man behind him. Hello. Sang Jin hesitated for a moment. Surely this old fellow couldn't really be named Old Man, but at this point, it hardly mattered. Old man, call me whatever you like. A name is just a label. Now, what's happened? The old man waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. Well, it's like this. Let me explain. Lam Qingying cut in. Sang Jin wasn't exactly gifted with words. It had taken half an hour just to get the story straight when they first met, and now there was no time to waste. Over the next 5 minutes, Lam Qingying gave a concise summary, focusing on the personnel distribution and internal conflicts within the Hong Kong sanctum. What do the divinations say? The old man asked after listening. Grave danger. Grave danger? Who's the target? The people of Hong Kong. Smack. The old man's palms slammed onto the table. It was the first time Lam Qingying had ever seen him truly angry. And they still call themselves guardians? The old man stood up, his frail frame suddenly radiating an overwhelming presence. Where are they? With a crackling sound, Sang Jin conjured a map in midair with a flicker of magic. There are only a few locations in Hong Kong surveillance and defense network where we haven't secured access yet. If they're planning anything, it's likely to start from one of those spots. This one is the most likely. Sang Jin pointed to a spot on the map. It was invaded by Mephisto before. He was driven back, but the rift to hell he left behind still hasn't been fully sealed, and the authority to maintain its seals is still in their hands. We're also approaching the time of Mephisto's routine invasions. If they open the rift, we could be swarmed by countless evil spirits and demons. The old man closed his eyes and thought for a couple of seconds. Qingying, go find Zheng Xian and Quan Zhen. Have them evacuate the nearby residents. As for you, if you can go back and report, do it. If not, stick with me. No offense, but your order of sorcerers hasn't been cleaned. Up in 5 centuries. There's too much dead weight left behind. And besides, I'm curious to see what these people are really up to. No problem. Lam Qingying agreed immediately, then hesitated as another thought struck him. Old man, shouldn't we wait for orders from above? We can't wait any longer. The old man adjusted his glasses. Things have already started in New York. The first to make a move was Ouroboros's Anne and Parker. Over in London, King Arthur is poised to strike, and even the Russian alchemists have gotten involved. If we keep waiting, we'll miss our chance entirely. Yes, sir. At that moment, just as Zheng Yin had guessed, the many sorcerers who had left the Hong Kong sanctum were all rushing toward the sealing point. There were two main reasons why they hadn't arrived yet. First, they needed to avoid detection by the magic web. They didn't want anyone catching wind of their plans too soon. Second, there was dissent within their ranks. Master, I can't agree with breaking the seal. No matter what internal conflicts we have, this is still a family matter. We can't forget our duty. A few sorcerers at the back of the group exchanged glances, then stepped forward. The foreigner turned, flashing them a smile. Why would I do such a thing? This is just a test, nothing more. No sooner had he finished speaking than several whip-like cords snapped out from among the group. In an instant, sharp weapons appeared in the hands of the dissenters. They'd been prepared to act the moment they spoke up. So, you wanted to find me? The foreigner's face darkened. Have you forgotten who you are? You're a Camartage warden, one of the rebels shouted. A warden? That's for rootless wanderers like you. I, on the other hand, am a noble sorcerer. With a sweeping gesture, the foreigner sent his followers surging forward. Go, we'll hold them off. One of the rebels barked at the last person in their group. At the same time, a second-layer mirror dimension unfurled, temporarily isolating everyone present. Without hesitation, the last rebel yanked open a portal he'd prepared in advance and dashed through it. He had to get back to the sanctum. The remaining rebels launched their attack, determined to stall as many pursuers as possible to give their messenger the greatest chance. They were all talented sorcerers, but the enemy simply had overwhelming numbers. Despite their efforts and every trick they could muster, they only managed to buy a dozen minutes. Once the rebels had been bound, a small portal flickered open beside the foreigner. What? You didn't catch him? The foreigner snapped, incredulous. Over a dozen people had failed to stop a single runner. You think you could catch him? When it comes to portals and mirror dimensions, there's no one in the Hong Kong sanctum who can outdo him, one of the rebels on the ground sneered. So what? He's too late now. The foreigner's voice was cold. Now that their cover was blown, there was no need to hide anymore. They could simply open a portal and go. Meanwhile, high above Hong Kong, the Ancient One and Yang Qiu stood side by side, watching the situation below. When you peered into the timelines before, how often did this happen? Yang Qiu asked, his voice icy as he stared down at the scene below. He was itching to strike and wipe them all out. The Ancient One's expression was grim. On average, it happened 17 times out of every 10,000 timelines, a probability of 0.17%. Is that so? From where I stand, it looks like 100%. The only difference in those other timelines is that the setup wasn't complete yet. Yang Qiu drew a deep breath. What are the odds their plan will succeed? 1 in a billion, the Ancient One replied, continuing her answer. As she stood here today, the chance of anyone below succeeding was impossible, unless that one chance involved Dormammu, Mephisto, and Odin all showing up to stir trouble at the same time. Not enough. Some things must be absolutely impossible, Yang Qiu murmured softly. As he spoke, several more seals appeared at the sealing point, and above them, the magical web was instantly replaced by a phantom network resembling the celestial court. We've arrived. Get ready to break the seal, shouted the foreigner, leading his men through the portal to their destination. Spirits and monsters, begone! Spirits and monsters, begone! Who's chanting? The foreigner frowned and glanced back at his team. One of his men pointed ahead, signaling him to look forward. Turning his head, the foreigner saw, to his surprise, that in the mirror dimension, an old man and a chubby fellow had somehow appeared, each holding strange ritual implements. Spirits and monsters, begone! Spirits and monsters, begone! As the foreigner listened to the incomprehensible chant, green light radiated from the implements, shooting straight into the ground and spreading throughout the mirror dimension. A sharp, twisting sound echoed as the foreigner raised his hands, manipulating them as though twisting a Rubik's Cube. How dare you cause trouble in our mirror dimension? You must have a death wish. His hands began to twist, and the entire mirror dimension started to spin, his intention clear, to crush the old man and Telu by warping the space itself. Suddenly, there was a snap. The distinct sound of a rope breaking seemed to come from nowhere. In that instant, the foreigner realized he had lost control of the mirror dimension, and a subtle green glow began to seep through the surrounding energy. These green energies acted like locks, sealing off the foreigner's authority over the mirror dimension completely. "Keep breaking the seal," the foreigner commanded, flicking his right wrist. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he strode step by step toward the old man and his companion. "Telu, keep chanting. Don't stop," the old man instructed, handing his implement to Telu. He rolled his neck, loosened his old waist, and faced the foreigner head-on. With a sharp exhale, the old man took a martial stance, beckoning at the foreigner with his right hand. "Come on, kid. Think you can bully an old man just because you're young? Don't you know all of Jackie Chan's kung fu was taught by me?" The foreigner narrowed his eyes, thrusting his spear forward. A phantom trail split through the air, a move honed over decades of practice. The old man flicked his right hand, smacking the side of the spear to knock it away. At the same time, he darted forward. Against a long weapon like this, closing the distance was the key to neutralizing its threat. But the foreigner was no amateur. Even as he attacked, his footwork remained flawless, retreating in perfect sync with the old man. His spear shifted from offense to suppression, maintaining distance with a two-pronged approach. With a sharp clap, the old man seized his chance, his hands slicing through the air. Energy formed a blade between his palms, and with precise force, he split the spear cleanly in two. As the spearhead shattered, the old man hooked the shaft with his left hand and stepped in. With a sweeping arc of his right, he landed a powerful blow, a hammer strike, on the foreigner's arm, smashing the shield, bracing it to pieces. Riding the force of the impact, the foreigner staggered back several steps, his body weaving and swaying to evade further attacks. In the same motion, he swept both hands and drew out a supple whip. With a crackling sound, the whip flickered like a faulty electric lamp, sparking twice in quick succession. Seizing the opportunity, the old man lunged forward. A barrage of rapid-fire punches struck the foreigner squarely in the torso, each fist moving so fast that they left afterimages trailing in the air. Just as the old man was about to press his advantage, several whips lashed out to block his path. With the agility of a seasoned fighter, the old man arched back in a dramatic bridge and executed two backflips, narrowly dodging the hidden assault and landing steadily a short distance away. "Who told you to get involved? Go and break the seal for me." The foreigner barked harshly at the spellcasters who had jumped in to assist him. But as he spoke, the uncontrollable twitch in his cheek betrayed his rattled nerves. Taking the brunt of the old man's lightning-quick punches was no easy feat. After driving off his would-be helpers, the foreigner yanked off his jacket, revealing a chest mottled with angry red and purple bruises. "You old wretch, let's see how much fight you've got left in you." His words sounded fierce, but the foreigner was anything but confident. For some unknown reason, he could no longer sense the arcane network. The gap between accessing his powers had suddenly doubled. That would explain why his whip sputtered out moments ago. "The strength I've got left is more than enough to put you on the ground," the old man retorted, his right hand unconsciously brushing his waist. That last series of moves had tweaked his back, a reminder that age was catching up with him, and his body was not what it once was. With their threats exchanged, the two men locked eyes for a few tense seconds before hurtling toward each other in unison. The sharp thuds of blows landing echoed through the cramped mirrored space. "Why is it taking so long? How hard can it be to lift a seal? Useless fools." The foreigner cursed inwardly, his hands throbbing with pain, certain his bones were close to breaking. There's no denying age anymore. If I were 10 years younger, I'd have finished him off by now. The old man had similar thoughts, his lower back aching dully. The hidden injury hampered his strength, and without the support of his waist, his skills couldn't reach their full potential. "Old man, get out of the way." Just then, a voice rang in from outside the mirrored realm. In a flash of lightning, the demon falls. The white dragon soars through empty skies. With a roar of thunder and the cry of a dragon, a blade of lightning slashed down, splitting the entire mirrored space in two. A thin line of blood appeared on the foreigner's forehead. He staggered forward, then collapsed, his body cleaving in half and crashing to the ground. With his death, the mirrored world dissolved completely. "Master, are you all right?" Troll rushed to the old man, worry written all over his face. "I'm fine." The old man pressed a hand to his aching back and stood, looking up at Lam Ching-ying as he hovered in the air. In Lam Ching-ying's hand was an ethereal sword radiating celestial energy, and behind him loomed the ghostly image of Lu Dongbin, the sword immortal. "The Heavenly Court's network has reached here already?" the old man asked with a smile. Lam Ching-ying nodded. Why was he so much stronger than the old man? That was because, before he left, his master had arranged for him to become a temporary worker for the Heavenly Court. This identity granted Lam Ching-ying his greatest advantage, access to the Heavenly Court's network. The entire network was filled with reusable energies left behind by various powerful figures. In the past, when a network was crowded, borrowing such strength required approval, a process akin to summoning deities to the altar. But now, with so few users, the approval step had become unnecessary. Lam Qingying simply invoked the highest level of power he could accept. A thunderous roar erupted. A swirling tempest came to a halt on the far side, and Zheng Xian slowly emerged from its heart. Together, he and Lam Qingying trapped the remaining sorcerers between them. Hot on the heels of the storm's fading echoes came the sound of impeccably synchronized footsteps. Squad after squad of soldiers rushed in from the flanks, weapons at the ready, forming a tight cordon around the assembled sorcerers. The soldiers had just completed the evacuation of nearby civilians. Hands on your heads. Get down on the ground. Unable to connect to the magic web, their inner energies growing unruly, and now surrounded by armed troops with two formidable figures standing overhead, the sorcerers had no choice but to comply, hoping for a lenient outcome. Once calm was restored, Lam Qingying dispersed the spectral image of Lu Dongbin and landed softly beside his father. Dad, there's something you said earlier that wasn't quite right. It's not that the network has only just reached here. Rather, the magic web here was built atop the original Heavenly Court network all along. While evacuating the public, I also sent an urgent request up the chain and reclaimed all network permissions in this area. Without the magic web to sustain them, these people are cut off, like a city plunged into darkness. They're nothing but a bunch of helpless fools now. As long as everything's resolved, that's what matters, his father replied with a shake of the head. I'm still best suited to sipping tea and reading in the library. Just then, with a sharp electric crackle, a portal unfurled at the sight of the seal, and two figures leapt out. Chief, the subdued sorcerers called out in unison. Shek Xingqiang paused at the sight before him. Troops everywhere, the subdued Kamardage sorcerers, and Lam Qingying representing the Heavenly Court. Nothing here looked like a disaster had just unfolded. The messenger who had accompanied Shek Xingqiang was equally stunned. He'd felt increased resistance while opening the portal and assumed the area had already been tainted by infernal energies, blaming himself for returning too late. But now, it was clear things were entirely different. Big brother. Sang Yang broke from the crowd and rushed to Shek Xingqiang's side, instinctively calling him by the name they used in private. But this time, Shek Xingqiang did not rebuke him. Looking at Lam Qingying, Shek Xingqiang sighed, letting the magical aura fade from his body. Under the watchful gaze of Zheng Xian and the surrounding soldiers, he walked forward and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shek Xingqiang, Chief Steward of the Hong Kong Sanctuary. On behalf of the entire Hong Kong Sanctuary, allow me to express our deepest respect to you. Furthermore, we will not shirk any responsibility for all the losses and consequences incurred. His tone was humble and sincere. No need for such formality. We're all on the same side. No need to keep score, Lam Qingying replied with a warm smile, shaking Shek Xingqiang's hand in friendship. Mr. Shek, I'm Captain Guanzhun of the Paranormal Response Unit. If anyone owes you an apology, it's us. We arrived too late, said Guanzhun as he strode over to Shek Xingqiang. He had heard from Xingjun just how much this man had endured, how he had borne unimaginable pressure all on his own, accomplishing countless tasks. During his more than 30 years in office, the number of Chinese in the Hong Kong Sanctuary had more than doubled, and authority over various positions had gradually been shared into Chinese hands. Throughout this process, the Westerners had instigated several minor strikes. Every single time, Shi Qingzhong had worked around the clock, never resting shoulder to shoulder, with the responsibility of safeguarding the entire district. And after all that, he still had to swallow his pride and apologize, bearing humiliation with resilience. Not late at all. The timing is just right. As Shi Qingzhong spoke, he looked up toward the sky above Hong Kong. In his eyes, the magical web overhead was slowly fading away, replaced by another, far more intricate and mysterious network. Meanwhile, at the New York Sanctuary, panic swept through the hearts of all when a magical web over Hong Kong dissipated. The overall leader was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Charge! There's only a cat and a single person outside. With our numbers, we can definitely break through. Once we're out, head for the Himalayas to seek out Master Gu Yi. The overall leader suddenly shouted, pointing toward the door, but his feet seemed rooted to the ground, waiting for someone else to take the lead. Charge! Shouldn't it be follow me, instead of go for me? The sanctuary's mages looked at their leader, question marks written all over their faces. Did he really take everyone but himself for fools? Go on, what are you waiting for? The overall leader roared, using the last remnants of his former authority to prod the other mages into action. As one portal after another opened, The overall leader removed all his insignias, then furtively opened a door for himself and slipped inside. This time, the teleportation went smoothly, but the destination was odd. He found himself standing in a plaza made entirely of steel. The moment he stepped out, the overall leader sensed something was wrong. He tried to retreat, but the portal behind him had already snapped shut. Turning around, he saw the other mages from the New York sanctuary obediently sitting on the ground, staring back at him. Ah, no need to be so surprised. I made a slight adjustment to the spatial coordinates in your area. No matter where you try to go, you'd all end up here in the end. Following the voice, the overall leader saw a small, big-headed fellow tinkering with some unknown gadget in his hands. This was Heimerdinger, and in Pike were members of Ouroboros, a comprehensive organization on the mystical side of the world, somewhat akin to the United Nations. Lending a hand in setting the stage was one thing, but the real show would be handled by the clock tower's own people. The overall leader fixed a fierce gaze on Heimerdinger. This was the one blocking his path. If he could just take him down, the way forward would open up. With that thought burning in his mind, a dagger began to coalesce in the sleeve of the overall leader as he carefully calculated the distance between himself and Heimerdinger. Now's the moment. At around 10 meters away, the overall leader lunged forward. Yet just as he took his first step, a crisp beam of light shot past his hair and struck the ground right at his feet. The sudden stop filled the air with the sharp scent of something scorched. The overall leader's whole body trembled. Glancing back, he saw the barrel of a floating psychic cannon behind him, already charging up for its next shot. Heimerdinger waved his hand, and the dagger in the hands of New York's chief floated up and landed neatly in his own grasp. All the mages were stunned. To see an energy weapon remain stable after leaving its creator's control was, to them, simply impossible. This energy is quite fascinating. It seems to be related to the laws of space. If we can successfully simulate it, it might reduce the energy consumption of other teleportation methods. It's certainly worth some thorough research. With a gentle tap of his finger on the dagger, Heimerdinger disassembled it into countless points of light, the smallest unit in which these energy molecules could stably exist. A flood of data flashed through his mind, and only then did Heimerdinger suddenly recall the pile of captives before him. I almost forgot about you lot. Heimerdinger patted his oversized head. In the very next instant, a small iron ring appeared on each mage's wrist. As the rings snapped closed, every mage's connection to energy was instantly severed. Their bodies grew weak. At this point, even an average healthy adult would outmatch them in hand-to-hand combat. Having finished all this, Heimerdinger tossed every mage back to the front of the sanctuary. He still had research to do and no time to bother with these people. Is anyone hurt? The bramble vine I just bred can be used for healing. Vernon, holding a lively cluster of writhing brambles in his hands, looked at the group of mages and asked. Ever since Vernon had advanced from druid apprentice to a full-fledged druid, he'd buried himself in the study of new plants. He'd only come this time because others, hearing that Heimerdinger was taking action, had called him along for menial tasks. So everyone else kept their heads down, but he, oblivious, hadn't checked his messages and had been drafted by the passing Heimerdinger. Gazing at the intimidating tangle of brambles, all the mages shook their heads so vigorously they looked like electric fans. Vernon sighed in disappointment. Why did no one appreciate his creations? He thought his brambles were adorable. Their thorns were so cute. With upheavals rocking both the Hong Kong and New York sanctuaries, the magic web now showed 2 of its 4 nodes dimmed. Only the nodes at the Himalayas and the London sanctuary still glowed. What should we do? Not much to say. Inside the London sanctuary, the atmosphere was deathly still. Anyone with a bit of sense could see they were next, and their opponents weren't hiding at all, but standing openly outside the door. Their attitude could be summed up in a single phrase: you may as well come out and surrender. Why hasn't the Ancient One shown up yet? Things have gotten this bad. How are we supposed to protect the Earth like this? She's not fit to be the Sorcerer Supreme. She's not fit, you are. Go on, take care of the one outside. I've already done the reconnaissance for you. That's King Arthur, who's been alive for over 2,000 years. Fuck. That's absurd. How is an ancient Celtic king standing up for modern Britain? Perhaps, in King Arthur's eyes, anyone on this land is her subject. But never mind that. Just take her down, and everything will work itself out. All right, enough. Stop arguing. The London chief slammed the table and shouted, Let's think this through. Surely we're not just going to surrender. I don't think surrendering is such a big deal. After all, the older generation did the same when they yielded to Gu-E. Besides, King Arthur outside isn't some invader from another dimension. She's the oldest ruler of Britain. Surrendering to her isn't exactly disgraceful. Probably The mage advocating for surrender didn't even finish his sentence before realizing every other mage was staring at him intently. He shrank his neck back and swallowed the rest of his words. Outside the sanctuary, Artoria's sword of promised victory rested point down on the ground as she closed her eyes, patiently waiting for the decision to be made inside. Avalon had already been unleashed, enveloping the entire sanctuary and locking down the surrounding space so that no portals could be opened. Still, Artoria had shown some mercy, allowing them to maintain their connection to the magical web. How long do you think they'll stay in there? Surely they won't just cower inside forever, Ivan Vanko muttered, tapping his finger on the ground, bored out his mind. When he first arrived, Ivan Vanko was nervous. After all, he was dealing with mages, legendary figures who always carried an air of dignity in novels and games. But the reality was a letdown. Their enemy was already at their doorstep. Even if they couldn't win, someone should at least come out and show some backbone. Hey, do you think they'll just come out and surrender? Ivan Vanko tried again when Kim Bradley didn't respond. They probably won't. Wait, they're coming out. Get ready. Kim Bradley shot back, then vanished in a flash, sword in hand, to cover the other side of the sanctuary. He and Ivan Vanko were in charge of guarding the side and rear of the London sanctuary. Artoria had made it clear, not a single mage was to leave the area without her permission. Ivan Vanko's expression grew serious. He pressed both hands to the ground, activating dozens of pre-drawn alchemy circles. Blinding light illuminated the entire sanctuary, and a white flag in the hands of those emerging. Wait, a white flag? Ivan Vanko blinked, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. But no matter how many times he blinked, the white flag remained stubbornly real. Kim Bradley was just as bewildered. Could these mages be any more spineless? Artoria was even more disappointed. As a knight, nothing disgusted her more than this sort of behavior. As the two sides drew closer, the white flag suddenly burst apart, and weapons flew into the mage's hands. A feigned surrender? Artoria suddenly found herself amused. This tactic didn't exactly fit the knight's code, but at least it was better than surrendering without a fight. She released her grip on the sword of promised victory and charged in barehanded. After living for over 2,000 years, Artoria's combat skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. To her, these mages were like children. She plunged into their midst like a tiger among sheep, dropping one after another in quick succession. Meanwhile, the mages who tried to break out in other directions were intercepted by the Avalon-empowered Kim Bradley and Ivan Vanko. Once no one was left standing, Artoria dusted off her hands. Her verdict on these people was simple: weak. So much weaker than the mages of old. Their fighting ability had truly regressed. If the sorcerers of Camartage in the past had only possessed this level of strength, then even if she herself had been stopped by the Ancient One, Artoria figured that her Knights of the Round Table could have easily dealt with these people. If that had been the case, everything that happened afterward might never have occurred. This wasn't just something Yang Qiu embellished in Artoria's backstory for dramatic effect. The facts were indeed so. Back then, competition and pressure among the sorcerers were intense, stemming both from one another and from dimensional invaders. Once the Ancient One unified the world of sorcerers, those who came after no longer had to face dimensional invaders head-on. Or, to be more exact, those capable of facing them followed her to the Himalayas. The rest of the sorcerers shifted from direct rivalry to indirect competition, and personal strength gradually became less significant in determining one's standing. Moreover, the Ancient One placed all dark spellbooks under strict control, cutting off access to power that came at great cost, and the replacement education never quite kept pace. The result was that each new generation of sorcerers became weaker than the last. It could be said that the Ancient One accomplished great things in many respects, but as an educator of sorcerers, she was sorely lacking. Their formal education is over. Whether any of them can truly awaken now depends on themselves. Yang Qiu was at a bit of a loss for words. In his eyes, the performance of the sorcerers from the three great sanctums was thoroughly disappointing. The Ancient One smiled faintly. She could observe the timelines far more easily and conveniently than Yang Qiu. And in truth, none of this was unexpected for her. No, it's still not enough, the Ancient One said softly. What? Yang Qiu asked in return. Your next step is to have the mystical world reveal itself openly to ordinary people, isn't it? The Ancient One stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the last sanctuary of London as it fell. That's right. Part of the blame was originally meant for these sanctum sorcerers, but since it wasn't used now, I'll save it all for the next stage. Yang Qiu nodded in agreement. Then let this performance begin with the end of Camartage. The Ancient One spoke slowly, almost like reciting an incantation. Yang Qiu looked at her in astonishment. Was the Ancient One planning to fully and finally dissolve the secret fellowship of Kamartaj sorcerers? Yang Xiao admitted the thought had crossed his mind. The Kamartaj sorcerers had begun to hinder his script's progress. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. After all, the Ancient One had treated him well. To dismantle 5 centuries of her legacy so completely would be going too far. Besides, keeping the Kamartaj sorcerers around was only a minor inconvenience. At most, it would cost a bit more time and force him to take a few detours. He could consider it a small return for the Ancient One's help. The Ancient One gave the still surprised Yang Xiao a nod, pulled up her hood, and stepped through a portal, leaving behind a single sentence. Give me some time. The opportunity will come. I hope it will be the one I most wish to see. Several days had passed since the 3 great sanctums fell in rapid succession. During these 2 days, Earth experienced a strangely tranquil period. Apart from a few skirmishes that were localized almost to the point of insignificance, the planet was at peace, mostly because a certain self-styled world's police force had finally quieted down. Though the conflicts among the cultivation world, the mystic circles, and the 3 sanctums of Kamartaj were shrouded by various barriers and spells, Yang Xiao's inaction allowed major nations to pick up on subtle clues from many directions. Even if they hadn't had direct contact with the mysterious side, nor had any mysterious occurrences appeared on their own soil, they had still managed to gather a considerable amount of related information from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. Xiaoguan, you've spent some time interacting with them. What's your assessment of them? In a conference room in the capital, a leader put down the briefing materials compiled by the think tank and turned to ask Guanjun, who was sitting upright and attentive. They are people we can consider as friends, Guanjun replied. He paused, feeling that his answer was too simplistic, and quickly added, I'm not clear on their ideology, but their internal culture seems to value exploration and advancement, rather than closing themselves off and suppressing newcomers through relentless competition. The leader nodded, noting that this aligned well with the think tank's analysis and Guanjun's impression. There's another thing that's quite surprising. Despite their extraordinary individual abilities, they don't act detached or aloof, nor do they look down on ordinary people. On the contrary, they see protecting regular people as their responsibility. Guanjun hesitated for a few seconds before continuing. They're very different from some who gain powers through mutation. They possess a strong sense of social responsibility and are highly self-disciplined. The leader nodded thoughtfully and, after a few moments, turned to another official. What are the results of the desensitization experiment involving Lin Zhengying? The results were astonishing. We quickly selected 50,000 people from various industries, age groups, and family backgrounds. In the experiment, we presented them with some of the difficult choices Lin Zhengying had faced, replacing magical advantages with social connections or other benefits. Out of more than 48,000 valid reports, only about 30 people achieved the same level of self-discipline that we attribute to Mr. Lin Zhengying. In short, Mr. Lin Zhengying's self-restraint is extraordinary. Moreover, he has always abided by our country's laws. There isn't even a minor administrative infraction on his record. Upon hearing this, the leader's face showed genuine admiration. Honestly, the result isn't all that surprising. When I saw the test questions myself, I asked myself if I could have done the same, and to be frank, I couldn't say for sure either. Haha. He laughed twice to lighten the mood, then waved his hand. We'll discuss this further in the afternoon meeting. For now, give us a general overview of the international situation. Xiaoguan, pay attention, and, if necessary, you can reach out to them and remind them as well. Understood, Guanjun replied with a nod. At this point, another official stood up and handed out several documents to those present. According to intelligence analysis, to be cautious, we estimate that all of the world's top 20 GDP nations are now directly or indirectly aware of the existence of the cultivation world. At present, aside from the Eagle, John Bull, and Bear nations, other countries are actively searching within their own borders, hoping to make contact with the cultivation world. We've also received inquiries from some countries, asking whether we've already established stable relations. As for the Bear Nation, they're in the process of setting up a supernatural academy, but their progress has been less than ideal. It appears that their mysterious side has yet to take a clear stance, and the reasons for this remain unknown. Hearing this, Guanjun, who had just hurried back, raised his hand. After receiving a nod from the leader, he stood up. This reason, Mr. Lam Qinging gave me a brief hint about it when I returned. At present, the decision for the domestic cultivation world and the international mystic side to go into seclusion was made 500 years ago. Currently, the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, the chief guardian of the Earth's mystic side for the past 5 centuries, Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, once held a conversation with Kiran, the leader of the Clock Tower, and the Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Heavenly Court. The content of their discussion remains unknown, but it was that conversation which set the tone for the era of seclusion. After receiving approval from Kirin and the Jade Emperor, the Ancient One then met with leaders of other mystic factions, and in the end, they all reached a unified understanding. At present, the only major faction known to have broken these rules is the Round Table Knights of Britannia, led by the ancient Celtic figure King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, who hails from over 2,000 years ago. The reason for their transgression is unclear, but the result was devastating. The Round Table Knights were nearly wiped out, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. It's said that this incident even hindered King Arthur's own progress. 100 years ago, she was already at the threshold of legend, but now, a century later, her power has not only stalled but declined. Without relying on special artifacts, she has already dropped out of the top echelon. By the way, the two figures currently recognized as the most powerful are the Jade Emperor and Kirin. Both have unified the supernatural forces under their command and built top-tier organizations. The Ancient One's strength is considered slightly beneath theirs, but all this comes from Mr. Lam Qingying's idle speculation, since these three have never actually clashed head-on. As for who belongs to the top echelon, Mr. Lam was rather vague. That doesn't seem to be a standard. It's more of a general consensus. So, although it seems all 3 sanctums have now been breached, this apparently hasn't affected the relationships between the Ancient One, Kirin, and the Jade Emperor. According to Mr. Lam, the Ancient One doesn't bother managing so many people. The so-called sanctum sorcerers are mostly left to their own devices. The true Kamartaj sorcerers are all in the Himalayas. Therefore, no one has yet received a clear order, whether to keep going and completely clear out the 3 sanctums, or whether the 500-year-old seclusion pact is about to be revoked. No one knows. That's why the remaining alchemists of the Bear Nation will definitely not take a stand until they receive clear instructions. The leader nodded, signaling his understanding, and gestured for the next leader to continue. Since Xiao Guan mentioned Britannia, let's talk about them first. Based on the intelligence we've received, our analysts believe the leader of Britannia seems intent on banishing King Arthur from the UK. And further reports suggest they're seeking help from the Americans, hoping to leverage the clock tower's influence to use a tiger to drive away a wolf, as the saying goes. Wait, why would they do that? The leader interjected. He only had a summarized report on hand. The full analysis was far too lengthy for a brief meeting like this. Another leader quickly began flipping through his own notes. Honestly, even he, who was in charge of this area, was confused when he first read this part. He simply couldn't figure out what Britannia was thinking. After glancing through the documents, the leader gathered his thoughts and began to speak. Based on the analysis, the most likely reason is that the current leader of John Bull believes King Arthur was an ancient Celt, and the Celtic kingdom was long ago destroyed by the Saxons. If you trace the lineage, the current people are actually descendants of the Saxons. So, all because of that, even the top leader couldn't help being taken aback. Right now, Artoria is recognized as the most powerful individual outside of those 2 major factions. And just because of this theory, these John Bulls are trying to push her to the opposite side without so much as a formal meeting, trying to drive her out of the country. Even if they really wanted to go that far, did no one remind them what kind of power she possesses? She has extraordinary individual strength, a force that would be a nightmare for any nation. If she slipped into a city, she'd be virtually unstoppable. The army might not stand a chance, and large-scale weaponry would be heavily restricted. With her agility and speed, any strategic maneuvering would be completely useless. Try to get rid of King Arthur in an urban setting would take something as mad as dropping a nuclear bomb on their own soil. Not to mention how monstrously insane that would be. Even if they lost their minds and actually did it, there's no telling who would end up paying the price. That's the main reason. Another secondary factor is that someone's stirring the pot behind the scenes. At present, we've already identified lobbying groups from Uncle Sam. They're using all their influence to push this expulsion plan. The reporting leader continued. Intelligence has revealed that some American military forces are approaching John Bull's coastal waters, and it seems the British have received some kind of order. There's been no sign of resistance at all. In fact, in some places, an entire fleet appeared overnight. What? How did that many show up? Just swap out the flags and use some sleight of hand. They're experts at that. Remember their response to the pandemic? It was the same thing. Pull the covers over their heads and pretend nothing's happening. Virus? What virus? Never heard of it. At most, when things get completely out of control, they'll come out and admit fault, saying it's too late to do anything now. Everyone's on their own. Furthermore, analysis suggests the Americans have 2 main goals in this maneuver. First, they want to test the combat capabilities of the otherworldly side. If they can do that, under the British name, all the better for them. If they win, they get to show off their strength to the world and those in the shadows. If they lose, the British take the fall. Second, They're probing how the mystic side reacts to a change of regime. After all, their own nation was built on the massacre of Native Americans. If King Arthur really rallies under the Celtic banner, the Americans will want to be prepared. In fact, there's already a campaign online to steer public opinion, rewriting parts of their history. Officially, the status of Native American heritage is soaring. And according to our intel, the Americans are probing in all directions to see if there's any Native American presence among the mystic forces. Those who do evil will meet their downfall. The leader sighed, then suddenly looked up. We don't have any of our people involved in this, do we? No, at present. Any actions or decisions related to the supernatural or cultivation worlds must be reported. I haven't received any such reports. The leader nodded in agreement, thinking it best to stay out of such matters. Even though intelligence suggested that King Arthur was good-natured, anyone who could become a king, especially in that era, surely possessed a certain temper. If the Brits managed to offend her, who knew what she might do? It wouldn't even be surprising if, under the banner of Celtic vengeance, she wiped out the entire British leadership. How are the British people reacting? For now, they seem to welcome King Arthur and regard her presence as an honor. However, there are already messages online stirring up public panic and antagonism. It's still unclear whether this is the work of the Americans or the British themselves. For the time being, let's ignore these minor provocations, regardless of which side is behind them. Just keep our people in check. We won't get involved in this matter. Understood. There's something else we need to pay attention to. The reporting official continued. The Americans have already reduced their funding for the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Bureau. Last year's funding only started being transferred to their account 3 months ago, and now 2/3 has been sent before it stalled again. There's even a sense they might want to withdraw the funds altogether. However, Director Nick Fury of the Bureau has been completely uncooperative. He even protested against such moves at the last meeting. This kind of maneuver is typical for the Americans, but we really should reconsider the issue of financial aid, the leader remarked, drumming his fingers on the table. Every year, the 5 major nations give SHIELD a substantial sum. But we've already transferred our funds for this year. Only a third remains, and that's to be delivered in other forms, the other officials said awkwardly. Don't worry about it. Maintaining credibility is important, but we can hold off on the remaining aid for now. After all, we're not exactly flush with cash ourselves, the senior leader replied calmly. By this point, the meeting had covered most of the key issues. The rest were of somewhat lesser importance. For example, in Japan, a group of elderly officials had established a new department with astonishing speed. Although the details were vague, it was clear their intent was to recruit members from Japan's own supernatural community. The salaries they offered were shockingly high, completely disregarding public opposition to such ambiguous initiatives. Then there was South Korea, where they were rewriting history by claiming that East Asian civilization originated there, and that they had worshipped the supreme god of heaven for 5,000 years. They'd even invented a new surname, GI, as in Jiren. They also produced a group of people, supposedly equipped with genealogies, who claimed to be direct descendants of ancient Celtic nobility, having fled to Korea over 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, in India, dozens of new religions seemed to be springing up overnight. Among the deities being worshipped was King Arthur herself, revered as the warlord queen, with the belief that anything related to the military fell under her domain. Apart from the rise of new religions, the older sects have also flourished, and it's said they're about to build the world's largest temple. But that's not all. Even more outrageous is the resurgence of the deeply entrenched racial hierarchy, which was already a serious problem. Now it's making a comeback, even more exaggerated than it was decades ago. In just a matter of days, this hierarchical system has sparked multiple conflicts and frequent outbreaks of violence. In short, chaos reigns around China, and there seem to be few people thinking straight. While the world waits on the surface for the situation to further unfold, in the Himalayas, in the dwelling of the Ancient One, the very heart of Kamar Taj, sorcerers are assembled for their morning lesson. Cries of exertion and shouts of "Ha!" echo through the hall, just as they do every day. Yet, if one were to study the expressions on their faces to sense the undercurrent of emotion, a subtle unease could be detected. This was especially true for Master Moray, who had just led a group from the New York Sanctum to this sanctuary. He kept his head bowed, lost in thought. Although Moray had never been on the best terms with many of the New York Sanctum sorcerers, in fact, he'd been downright hostile with a few. At the end of the day, they were all Kamartaj sorcerers. The fall of the New York Sanctum had hit him hard. More troubling still, the Ancient One had not appeared at all, sowing seeds of doubt in his heart. Did the Ancient One truly care nothing for the fate of her Sanctum sorcerers? Moray, focus your mind. Don't dwell on things you cannot change. The instructor leading the morning lesson noticed Moray's distraction. He strode over, demonstrating a technique while raising his voice. Moray's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't even manage the simplest energy control. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and steadied himself. He was used to this. Back at the New York Sanctum, he'd always managed to keep a lid on his temper with this same ability to swiftly regulate his emotions. When the morning lesson ended, Moray wiped his face and sought out the one who, apart from the Ancient One herself, was known as the most learned sorcerer here, Wong, the librarian. After confiding his troubles, Wong set down his book and regarded this new arrival from the sanctum. He hesitated, reluctant to speak the unvarnished truth. If one stayed in the monastery long enough, the answer would reveal itself. The Ancient One made no effort to hide it. In truth, it wasn't that she didn't care about the sanctum's sorcerers. She didn't particularly care about any sorcerer. What she cared about was keeping the dimensional demons at bay and safeguarding the Earth. If disbanding every order of sorcerers would truly guarantee the Earth's safety from then on, the Ancient One would not hesitate for a moment to give that order. Of course, that's impossible. Force remains a critical safeguard for peace. I can't answer that for you, Wong replied after a moment's thought. If you really wish to know, why not ask the Ancient One directly? When she's not secluded in her chambers, she's usually happy to answer your questions. But I haven't seen the Ancient One at all since I arrived. Could you tell me where she's gone? Moray asked. Of course. Wong got up and walked over to a chest, rummaging through its contents. The Ancient One has gone to negotiate with Master Kirin of the Clock Tower about the current situation. That's why you haven't seen her here. When will she be back? Moray's expression was filled with urgency. These questions had troubled him for days. He wanted answers right now. I'm not a mage from the Clock Tower. How would I know? Wong shook his head, pulling something from a box, a small pin shaped like a flame. That's why I suggest you go ask Mage Blaze. He's on the west side of the monastery. This is your pass. Moray accepted the pass, frowning slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wong was just passing the buck, but logically, it made sense. Besides, he had the pass now, and this seemed to be his only option. As for Blaze, the representative the Clock Tower sent to study at Camartage, he was quite an unenthusiastic student. It wasn't that he felt slighted or anything. In fact, regaining even a bit of his freedom after being under supervision was already a blessing. It was just that, after spending some time here, Blaze really had no idea what he was supposed to be learning. The way the Ancient One dealt with dimensional invasions was beyond his grasp, and he wasn't keen on the spells the other mages practiced or their methods of monitoring Earth. Borrowing power from others always came with strings attached, sometimes enough to crush you under the weight of interest alone. So, over time, he quietly reduced his appearances at the monastery, retreating to the courtyard the Ancient One had provided and immersing himself in his own research. Moreover, after realizing that Mage Killen didn't seem to enforce any kind of assessment, Blaze grew a bit bolder. He transformed the small courtyard into a miniature mage's tower, installing a tiny elemental pool right in his room. To guard against intentional or accidental damage to the pool, Blaze set up a defense system as a matter of course. Still, since this wasn't his territory, he delegated the authority to create passes to the Ancient One. And that single, unique pass crafted by the Ancient One was now in Wong's hand. Inside his room, Blaze was adjusting the percentages for extracting and converting elements from the elemental pool. The thing was a bit like a nuclear reactor, requiring regular checks and maintenance. Normally, in a proper mage's tower, the tower spirit would handle such tasks. Only in Blaze's current situation did he have to do all this himself. Suddenly, Blaze turned toward the courtyard wall. The monitoring and defense grid had been triggered, and the network relayed the intruder's identity, Caecilius. What's he doing here? And why isn't he using the main entrance or carrying a pass? Blaze could sense something was off, but he really couldn't be bothered to care about such matters. After all, the parent of the house, the Ancient One, was still very much alive. If anything happened, she'd handle it. He'd just report it and move on. It wasn't like the Ancient One had passed away and left him in charge. Caecilius, trapped in a web of spells, dared not move a muscle. Right in front of his face was a swirling ball of flame, looking very much like a miniature version of the Eternal Sun Blaze had unleashed in that exhibition match. At this range, if it exploded, not even ashes would be left behind. With a soft whoosh, Blaze appeared before Caecilius. Caecilius' eyes lit up. He had come here today specifically to ask Blaze to teach him some magic. The spells Blaze displayed were powerful and dazzling, their brilliance perfectly matching Caecilius' desire for strength. Yet, during the days when the Ancient One was away, Blaze remained as reclusive as ever, holed up in his courtyard and refusing to step outside. So much so that Caecilius simply couldn't find him. Before Caecilius could even speak, Blaze swept his right hand, and the magical threads in the courtyard twisted together, forming a giant hand that promptly tossed Caecilius out. Well, at least Blaze handled it personally this time, rather than letting the automatic spell defenses do the job. If nothing else, it was a gesture of respect for the Ancient One. With that, Blaze vanished in a blink, returning to his room to continue his research. Caecilius, though thrown out, wasn't hurt, a testament to his status as an elite sorcerer of Camartage. But his pride had taken a blow, and Blaze hadn't even given him a chance to speak. That was the final straw. Caecilius completely abandoned the path of learning magic the orthodox way. Blaze had barely settled back in when a knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Annoyed at his experiment being interrupted yet again, Blaze was tempted to toss this visitor out just like Caecilius. But this one had come through formal channels, sporting a proper pass and following all the rules. With a scowl, Blaze opened the gate. "What do you want? And who are you?" Blaze asked coldly, the air around him practically crackling with irritation. Faced with such hostility, Mori hesitated a little, but since he was one of the few sorcerers who hadn't witnessed Blaze's full power, he wasn't truly afraid. "Hello, Master Blaze. I'm Mori, just arrived from the New York Sanctum. I wanted to ask, do you know when the Ancient One will return?" Mori asked politely. "The Ancient One? That's your leader, not mine. Why ask me? Isn't Wong handling things right now?" "Go ask him," Blaze replied, already pushing the door to close. Mori quickly reached out to block the door. "It's just that Wong sent me to ask you. The Ancient One went to see Master Kieran for a meeting, and I was wondering, how long do meetings like that usually last?" "How long?" Blaze looked baffled. He wasn't exactly at the top tier of the clock tower, after all. Back in the clock tower days, Blaze was the type to skip any meeting he could, unless it was a hardcore research seminar. So, asking him about meeting schedules was pointless. He was about to brush the question off, but then realized that if he didn't give an answer, Mori might keep pestering him and waste even more of his time. Lately, Blaze had felt a strange restlessness, as if something big was about to happen. Quiet moments for research and reflection might soon become a luxury, so he needed to make the most of them. After a brief hesitation, Blaze replied, 2 or 3 days. "Wait another 2 or 3 days. She should be back by then. If not, come ask me again." With that, he slammed the door shut. Staring at the tightly closed door, Mori started to wonder. 2 or 3 days. Was that 2 days or 3? And when did the count start? Did today count as one of them? And in which time zone, exactly? ZZ. The sound came just as Mori's mind was bombarded with a frenzy of questions. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open again. Blaze glanced at Mori and asked, "That guy who just came, Caecilius, was he here to ask about the same thing?" Mori was caught off guard. Caecilius, he heard of him. He was one of the top mages here, though they'd never really interacted. Uncertain, he just nodded. "Yeah." "Then let him know. Next time he wants to ask questions, he should come through the main entrance and show his pass. Don't sneak around like a thief. Where I come from, people who act like him are usually here to steal research." With that, Blaze shut the door again. After closing it, Blaze let out a long sigh. Forget it. Clearly, it wasn't the right time for research. Maybe he should take a break, give himself a few days to organize his notes. Outside the door, Mori scratched his head and walked away. He decided to look for Caecilius. As one of the Ancient One's key disciples, Caecilius probably knew far more than he did. That was the plan, but after searching every corner of the monastery, Mori still couldn't find Caecilius. When he asked other mages, all he learned was that Caecilius had left earlier with a dark look on his face. No one knew where he'd gone. In the end, Mori could only return to his room, puzzled. At the peak of a Himalayan spur, Caecilius sat cross-legged on a platform, weaving radiant magical energies through his fingers, shaping them into one circle after another. "So is this all you plan to do? You could practice this for a lifetime and still never become the next Sorcerer Supreme." A tiny statue beside Caecilius suddenly spoke, its tone dripping with mockery, clearly unimpressed with Camartage signature skills. "Save your temptations. When the Ancient One returns, I'll hand you over to her. And then you'll be in real trouble," Caecilius replied, trying his best to sound calm. "Oh, come on. You really think handing me over will get you access to deeper magic?" The statue sneered, its voice laced with sarcasm. "No one's been granted that privilege in 500 years. What makes you think you'll be the exception? And besides, even if you do hand me over, I'll just be back next year. Hardly a triumph, wouldn't you say?" Caecilius remained silent, but Mephisto's voice echoed in his mind. "She uses the power of the dark dimension herself, yet forbids you from doing the same. Isn't that the very definition of double standards? Shouldn't we expose her hypocrisy, stand against this injustice? Don't you want to be a hero?" Mephisto's words slithered on, ever tempting. "Enough," Caecilius shouted, his anger breaking through. Mephisto chuckled, using the little statue to gaze up at the sky. It was as if the Ancient One herself stood there, watching. See this, Ancient One? Your disciple already mirrors me. Does it anger you? Does it? You see the future, but you're powerless to change it. How does that feel? Frustrating, isn't it? High above, Yang Qiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He turned to the Ancient One, whose face was unreadable. He saw us. The Ancient One shook her head and let out a quiet sigh. This was the last outcome she wished to see. Yet, among all the futures she could foresee, this was by far the most likely to transpire. In the plan devised by the Ancient One, she needed a villain besides Mephisto and a hero as well. She left the choice of these roles to those involved in the scheme. Unfortunately, it seemed that Caecilius was dead set on being the villain, while the role of the hero was still undecided. The Ancient One wasn't sure if she wanted Mori to take up that mantle. If she wanted to dissolve the Camartage Order of Sorcerers without leaving the disbanded sorcerers harboring resentment toward the Clock Tower or the mysterious power soon to reveal itself. The only solution was to redirect that hatred toward another target. As for the hero, that was the Ancient One's backup plan. After all, once the order was dissolved, if there wasn't a figurehead to lead the way, chaos might break out for a while, making it harder for the sorcerers to assimilate into the Clock Tower. Seeing that the Ancient One had nothing more to say, Yang Qiu fell silent as well. He was an outsider at Camartage and thought it best not to meddle too much. Besides, the Ancient One wasn't the kind to act recklessly. It was better to let her handle things as she saw fit. Help me spread a message, the Ancient One suddenly said. No problem. Go ahead, what's the message? Yang Qiu replied. This message needs to make its way back here. The Ancient One continued. That's easy, a trivial matter, Yang Qiu said with a wave of his hand. After all, he still had a whole group of captive Camartage sorcerers. If he wanted to leak some information and have it reach this place through them, it would be a piece of cake. Have you heard? The results of the meeting are out. Master Ancient One has handed the Eye of Agamotto over to the Clock Tower for a month, to make up for the previous failings at various sanctums. Up on the Himalayas, the sorcerers gathered quietly, whispering among themselves. What about the Heavenly Court in the East? Don't they have any objections? I heard the mistake at the Hong Kong sanctum was even more serious. No idea. Negotiations with the Heavenly Court haven't started yet. But I reckon, for at least the next 2 months, the Eye of Agamotto will be in the hands of outsiders. Sai, what a situation. Those sanctum sorcerers really can't do anything right. How could they mess up such a simple task? I heard the deputy head of the Hong Kong sanctum even tried to unseal the artifact. It's lucky he died. Otherwise, I'd have beaten him myself. Listening to all the discussion, Mori felt a wave of emotion. Clearly, the Ancient One still cared about her people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handed over the treasured Eye of Agamotto. They really had let her down. No, this wouldn't do. He needed to work even harder and restore their reputation. While Mori was busy motivating himself, Caecilius quietly slipped out of the crowd. Once he was sure no one was around, he pumped his fist in excitement. Without the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One's surveillance over the timeline would have gaps. His chance had finally come. Steadying himself, Caecilius entered a room and sat upright before a small statue. The Ancient One won't be coming back anytime soon. Lend me your power. I'll conduct the assessment in her stead, and then make arrangements for you. Mephisto, watching Caecilius' performance, could hardly keep from laughing. In the eyes of an old fox who had lived for thousands of years, what was the point of all this posturing? Did this little rabbit really think he could pass himself off as an elephant? Standing in for the Ancient One to conduct an assessment? Why not go all the way and say he'd banish Mephisto back to hell himself? Of course, that's what he thought, but Mephisto would never say it out loud. You're such a responsible sorcerer. If you weren't going to be the next Sorcerer Supreme, my life would be a lot less troublesome. Mephisto said, feigning praise. He knew how insincere he sounded, but for this lunatic in front of him, it was probably more than enough. A faint, uncontrollable smile crept onto Caecilius' face. That's impossible. If I become the Sorcerer Supreme, you'd be lucky to show up here even once a year. Yeah, right? If you were the Sorcerer Supreme, this planet would become my second home. As Mephisto looked at Caecilius with thinly veiled disdain, he released his own power, allowing Caecilius to draw it out using the methods of the Camartage Order. Caecilius wasn't a fool either. As he borrowed the power, he employed every defensive and diversion technique the Ancient One had ever taught him. But he had clearly forgotten the most important lesson the Ancient One had ever shared. The best defense is not to make contact at all. The moment the energy entered Caecilius' body, Mephisto's hidden trick came into play, instantly granting him partial control over Caecilius' body and soul. This petty little sorcerer wanted to play games with a demon lord of hell? He was far too naive. With control secured, Mephisto immediately scanned Caecilius' surface memories, gleaning the details of the conversation the sorcerers had just had. The Ancient One handed over the eye of Agamotto. Mephisto found that impossible to believe. If the Ancient One were to lose the eye of Agamotto, Dormammu would be laughing himself to death. As for that so-called Kirin from the clock tower, Mephisto had never even heard of him. And yet, supposedly, he managed to force the Ancient One to back down and relinquish the eye of Agamotto. If Earth truly had multiple sorcerers on par with the Ancient One, would Mephisto really be able to come go every year without a hitch? A master of schemes and manipulation, Mephisto immediately sensed something was off. It felt as though he was now caught in the heart of a grand conspiracy. Still, the fool in front of him was almost completely taken in. It would be a shame to give up now. Mephisto studied Caecilius for a moment. This game was worth continuing. At worst, the Ancient One might catch on and send him packing back. To hell the moment he arrived, but if it meant throwing the Ancient One off balance for a while, Mephisto thought it well worth the price. After all, he couldn't be killed on Earth. If this avatar was destroyed, it wouldn't matter much. He'd be back to normal by next year. That's why he only visited once a year in the first place. Having made up his mind, Mephisto hid his avatar deep within the statue, gathering in the energy that had been seeping outward, leaving only a one-way channel to Caecilius. Feeling the abundant power surging through him, Caecilius was overcome with joy. He extended his hands, tracing a circle in the air. Brilliant golden energy, shot through with streaks of black, swirled at his fingertips. Yet to Caecilius, that darkness simply didn't exist. All he felt was that the portal was now more stable than ever, opening faster than before. Staring at the slowly spinning portal before him, Caecilius reached out his right hand and clenched it tightly. The deep crimson infernal energy invaded the portal, instantly shattering its very structure and scattering its power into the surrounding air. Having suddenly acquired such formidable strength, Caecilius was eager to show it off. Yet his reason held him back. Now was not the time to reveal himself. He needed to stay hidden, to keep concealing his true power. He tucked the statue away in a secret compartment, pulled his hood over his head, and quietly left the room, heading toward the deserted end of a remote branch where no one usually ventured. In the courtyard, Mori watched Caecilius leave. Remembering there was something he'd meant to ask yesterday, he hurried after him. But he was just a bit too slow. All he caught was the briefest glimpse of Caecilius' back as he stepped into the portal. Standing where the portal had just vanished, Mori sniffed the air, his nose twitching. There was something odd about the scent lingering after the portal's dissipation. It wasn't quite like usual. He waved his hand gently in front of his nose and took in another whiff. It wasn't his imagination. There was a faint smell of gunpowder. Was Caecilius carrying explosives or some kind of firearm? What did he need those for? A flurry of questions swirled in Mori's mind. After spending so long at the New York Sanctum, the mention of gunpowder immediately brought to mind firearms and explosive weapons. At the summit of a Himalayan branch, Caecilius was unleashing his newfound power with abandon, sending energy surging out all around him. With Mephisto now serving as his personal energy reservoir, Caecilius had truly upgraded from a pop gun to heavy artillery. If his previous power had been a river, now it was an entire ocean. And this new sensation, expending energy only to have it instantly replenished, was simply exhilarating. Eyes blazing red, Caecilius looked over the scorched, blackened earth around him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But joyous moments are always fleeting. For the whole day, Caecilius reveled in the overwhelming force coursing through his body, grinning from ear to ear. Yet his happiness was short-lived. The very next morning, as he awoke, he discovered that the Ancient One, whom he'd assumed wouldn't return for at least another month, had already come back to the monastery. Why? Why did she return so soon? Caecilius paced anxiously in his room, as jittery as a cat on hot bricks. Wait, was it you who tattled on me? Was it? Mephisto, the one being pointed at, was at a loss for words. This sorcerer's nerves were woefully inadequate. The Ancient One hadn't even taken any action. Her mere return had already left Caecilius in such a state of panic. As for the accusation of tattling, Mephisto was tempted to ask Caecilius if it was even possible for him to meet the Ancient One without ending up in a fight. Lost in his confusion, Caecilius realized something was wrong. He crouched down, clutching his head, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Mephisto shook his head. Clearly, he'd have to give Caecilius a little extra push. If he didn't, the man might not even be able to stand up. But just as Mephisto steeled himself to intervene, Caecilius suddenly spun around to stare at the little statue Mephisto had possessed. His eyes burned red, and black and red streaks seemed to writhe across his face. You're right. It's her fault. It's her fault. Caecilius chanted, clutching the statue tightly, looking for all the world like a man in the throes of hysteria. What did I say? Hey, don't pin your own thoughts on me. Mephisto looked at Caecilius and retorted without hesitation. How could a dignified lord of hell take the blame for a little sorcerer? He couldn't stand such humiliation. Yes, if she were willing to give me everything, I would never have needed to seek power from you. If she had helped me get in touch with those sorcerers at the clock tower, I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. Caecilius kept muttering to himself, intense hellish energy seeping from his frantic gestures, twisting the very air of the room. I finally found a way to become stronger, and yet she came all the way back just to block my path. It's just too much, far too much. Caecilius slowly lifted the statue to his face. From a look in his eyes, Mephisto could see Caecilius' madness and resolve. He'd seen countless humans like this over the years, but rarely had he encountered someone who could shift from despair to determination with just a few words, as Caecilius did. Kill her, kill her. Once she's dead, everything will be solved. I'll be the next Sorcerer Supreme. I'll protect Earth in her place. As he spoke, Caecilius suddenly broke into laughter, as if he'd just uncovered the ultimate truth of the world. Then you'd better be careful. She's your teacher, and without the eye of Agamotto, making a move now would be taking advantage of her weakness. Mephisto calmly fanned the flames, his attention never fully fixed on Caecilius. As the Ancient One's old adversary, Mephisto had a strong hunch that the moment Caecilius pushed open the door, he'd find the Ancient One standing right there. To him, that would be the most logical turn of events. What do you know? My pain has already outweighed all the power I possess. Caecilius roared, his mania so wild he'd forgotten to keep his voice down or try to hide. Then go deal with your pain. What are you yelling about here? Mephisto's disdainful tone cut deep into Caecilius' heart. Suddenly, Caecilius grinned widely, then swept his right hand through the air, conjuring a portal thick with the stench of hell. His whole body trembled, though whether it was from excitement or fear, even he couldn't tell. Please don't tell me that leads to the Ancient One's room. This guy's out of his mind. Looks like I picked the wrong person. Mephisto remained composed as ever, already bracing himself for the Ancient One to leap out and send him straight back to hell. Caecilius' hands clenched in the air, and two blood-red swords materialized in his grip. Straightening his back, he strode boldly into the portal. Just as Mephisto had expected, the other side of the portal led directly into the Ancient One's chamber. But contrary to what Mephisto imagined, the Ancient One was standing with her back to Caecilius, as if she hadn't sensed any magical disturbance at all, looking for all the world like someone lost in senility. Seeing this, Mephisto instantly triggered the contingency he'd planted in Caecilius' body, ready to blow Caecilius' head and his soul apart in an instant. The Ancient One must be playing a trick. No, not tricking mortals, tricking demons. As the saying goes, your greatest enemy is the one who knows you best. After being entangled with the Ancient One for several centuries, Mephisto could say with absolute certainty, with all the commotion caused by Caecilius, even if the Ancient One were bedridden from her wounds, there's no way she wouldn't have noticed. And yet, she was pretending as if nothing had happened, standing there with her back to Caecilius, as if offering him the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Something was definitely off here. With so many unusual events piling up, Mephisto didn't need anyone to tell him. He knew he'd been played. For all he knew, the Ancient One could have been hiding in a fold of time from the very beginning, silently watching him seduce Caecilius, like an amused spectator watching a clown perform on stage. Mephisto found that utterly intolerable. He was, after all, the Lord of Hell. How could he possibly stomach such humiliation? He really wanted to ask, what was wrong with sticking to the old routine, like they had for centuries? He would show up to stir trouble. The Ancient One would clean up the mess and send him packing back to hell. Wasn't that their unspoken agreement? Why change the rules now? In that fleeting instant, Mephisto understood exactly where he'd been outmaneuvered this time. The Ancient One, once a debt-ridden sorcerer, had set aside her worries and started studying the art of war, plotting and scheming. No matter what, Mephisto refused to let the Ancient One have her way. His form of rebellion was simply to blow up the villain on stage. Without a main antagonist, he wanted to see how she'd keep the play going. Suddenly, with a crack, Caecilius, halfway through being blown apart, froze in place. Not just him, the entire world seemed to come to a halt. Mephisto sensed time solidify around him, and for the first time felt a trace of helplessness. Who had claimed the Ancient One had surrendered the eye of Agamotto? If she truly had, then what was stopping time right now? Tick, tick, time spun backwards, rewinding to the very moment Caecilius first entered. Unfazed, Mephisto resumed his efforts to finish off Caecilius. He'd He didn't care who showed up today. Caecilius would die. He swore it. Time looped again and again. In the repeated clashes between Mephisto and the Ancient One, Caecilius died countless deaths, though he himself had no idea. At this point, he was like Schrodinger's Caecilius, forever unable to reach the end of death. After so many attempts, Mephisto finally understood. The Ancient One would rather die than let this play fall apart. So, caught in this stalemate, Mephisto began to consider other ways out. Even though he still hadn't worked out the Ancient One's entire script, he could guess at one thing. She wanted to shift the blame onto him in the most natural, seamless way possible. Which was to say, if he didn't leave some trace behind, the Ancient One would have a hard time carrying out her plan, and it might even unravel altogether. Realizing this, Mephisto looked at Caecilius. This man was the biggest mark he could leave behind. But since he couldn't get rid of him now, the only option was to find a way to purge the hellish power from Caecilius' body. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto possessed profound knowledge. He understood all too well that, when faced with the Eye of Agamotto, there was only one way to achieve his goal: channel the power of the Eye into the process, thus turning the enemy's strength against itself. With this realization, the infernal power within Caecilius began to weave itself, forming a rudimentary hellish law. This newly crafted law immediately clashed with the temporal laws of the Eye of Agamotto. Time rewound. The Ancient One instantly reversed time once more. But the power spent during the clash between the hellish and temporal laws could never be recovered. Dealing with the temporal laws was relatively simple. Everything exists within cycles, and the Eye of Agamotto could draw on the temporal energies of the entire universe, replenishing itself at any moment and, in a sense, disregarding spatial constraints. However, the infernal powers were far more troublesome. Now that the hellish law had manifested, the unique energies of hell were difficult to replenish. All of hell's special powers remained within hell itself, Mephisto's true domain. If the Ancient One ventured there, she might never return. This was precisely why Mephisto had abruptly changed his tactics. With just a few more repetitions, the infernal energies would be completely depleted, and the Ancient One's hopes would be dashed. After this cycle repeated 3 or 4 times, the Ancient One finally turned around. Her expression was calm as ever. Step by step, she walked slowly to the front of the statue. "What's this? Planning to surrender?" Mephisto's voice brimmed with smug confidence. "If you're willing to give in, I might even send him a bit more energy." The universe that housed Earth lacked the necessary conditions for synthesizing infernal energies. That was why the Ancient One could always pinpoint Mephisto's arrival. His presence here was as obvious as a drop of ink spreading in clear water. The Ancient One looked at Mephisto and suddenly burst into laughter. She extended her right hand, swept it through the air, and with a deft grasp, conjured a flame of pure hellfire that danced at her fingertips. Mephisto's entire avatar was stunned. The energy of this hellfire was fresh, newly drawn straight from hell itself, not recycled from residual energies nearby, which meant the Ancient One knew Mephisto had realized the truth. She clasped her hands behind her back. "That's right. You're one of my creditors, too. Thank you for your support in my defense of Earth." Mephisto erupted in a tirade of unspeakable curses, well beyond anything fit for polite company. This time, he was truly furious. He couldn't even recall when he had ever lent his power to the Ancient One. No doubt, many lesser rulers of other dimensions have been similarly exploited by her without ever realizing it. "To be honest, it's always been a bit of a dilemma for me," the Ancient One said, resting her hand on the statue. "How could a Lord of Hell, or even just his avatar, not possess some form of hellish law? But now I have a law. It may not be much, but it's enough. Thank you for your cooperation." With those words, the Ancient One stepped forward. Her palm, still pressed against the statue, passed effortlessly through solid matter and landed directly on Mephisto's avatar. After weaving a handful of hellish laws, the incarnate Mephisto was utterly weakened. Most of his strength had been drained in every respect, leaving him powerless to resist the might of the Ancient One. He was sent straight back to hell. After casting both the blame and Mephisto's avatar into the hellish dimension, the Ancient One reached out before Caecilius, plucked out the remaining tattered strands of illusory law, and embedded them into the statue at Caecilius' chest. This was not superfluous on the Ancient One's part, for Caecilius' body simply could not withstand the force of such laws. Had the Eye of Agamotto been released while the laws lingered within him, the Ancient One would have witnessed a spectacular, if gruesome, display of flesh and blood. With these tasks done, the Ancient One drew fresh energy from hell itself and poured it into Caecilius' body, then lifted the Eye of Agamotto's spell. As time resumed its normal flow, Caecilius collapsed to the floor with a thud, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. The overwhelming energy coursed through him, and his body would need time to adapt. The Ancient One grasped Caecilius' hand, and the sword in Caecilius' grasp gleamed even brighter, filling the room at once with a pungent scent of sulfur. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One turned the sword's tip upon his own chest and plunged it inward. Blood gushed forth, staining the floor a deep red. The Ancient One closed his eyes and fell backward, crumpling onto the ground. His breathing slowed, then stopped altogether, and his body grew cold. Several minutes later, Caecilius emerged from the haze of confusion. He glanced at the Ancient One lying on the floor, then at the sword in his own hand. I killed the Ancient One. I killed the Ancient One. I killed the Ancient One. Caecilius' bewilderment gave way to exhilaration, only to be replaced by a boundless terror. Driven by this maelstrom of emotion, he wasted no time. He tore open a portal and fled. Knock, knock, knock. Master Ancient One, are you there? Mori knocked at the door. Like Caecilius, he had come in search of the Ancient One, though for entirely different reasons. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked again, but there was no response. Mori turned to leave, but his nose caught an unusual scent. This time, the smell was thick and unmistakable. It wasn't the odor of gunpowder, it was sulfur. Knock, knock, knock. Master Ancient One. Still no reply. Gritting his teeth, Mori kicked open the door. The Ancient One's body met his eyes. Master Ancient One. Mori rushed to the corpse, his hands trembling as he checked for a pulse. Nothing. The Ancient One was gone. Someone, help! Something's happened. Mori's voice rang through the entire monastery. Within the Ancient One's chambers, the room was now packed with people. Mori and Blaze stood at the front, one the discoverer of the scene, the other there to examine the body. Master Ancient One has truly ceased breathing. The body has been ravaged by some kind of energy, and unless there were extraordinary circumstances, this sword wound to the chest appears to be the fatal blow. Blaze straightened with a heavy tone. Who could possibly kill the Ancient One in his own stronghold, and in such utter silence? It seemed quite simply impossible. Mori, how did you realize something was wrong? Wang drew in a deep breath and asked. It was the smell of sulfur. I came here to discuss a few matters with the Ancient One, but there was no response for quite a while. Just as I was about to leave, I caught a whiff of sulfur in the air. Mori explained simply, recounting the situation. Sulfur? Could be a demon, Wang murmured under his breath. Even if Mephisto managed to sneak in, there's no way he could have assassinated the Ancient One without so much as a sound. Oh, that reminds me. Yesterday, I noticed a similar scent on Caecilius. It wasn't very strong at the time, so I mistook it for the smell of gunpowder. Thought maybe he was carrying some explosives or something. Mori quickly added. Caecilius. Wang repeated the name, then suddenly turned and shouted, Has anyone seen Caecilius? Where is he? As the sorcerers began searching for the culprit, Blaze stood aside in silence, growing more uneasy the longer he thought about it. Even if Caecilius was an accomplice. From within, something still didn't add up. The marks on the Ancient One's body showed she hadn't fought back at all. Far too unbelievable for a sorcerer supreme. A few minutes later, the investigating mage rushed back with news. Caecilius is gone, but in his room, we found a heavy infernal presence. Hellish energy has seeped into the very building materials. Without hesitation, Blaze teleported straight to Caecilius' quarters. It was exactly as the investigator had said. The place had been utterly tainted by hell, and with his mastery of the arcane, Blaze could sense a law, a principle, that did not belong to this world. Caecilius had vanished. Infernal traces filled his room, and the same hellish energy was found on the Ancient One's corpse. If you set aside the difference in raw power, the truth became almost obvious. Caecilius, seduced by Mephisto, had become the traitor within. With his aid, Mephisto caught the Ancient One off guard and assassinated her, leaving her dead in her own chamber. Yet even as the truth became clear, Blaze found it hard to accept. He put himself in the Ancient One's place. If it had been his disciple, Fina, who betrayed him, there was a chance he might be killed if caught completely unprepared. But for there to be no sign of resistance at all, that simply defied belief. But the Ancient One was dead. She couldn't have taken her own life. Blaze ran a rough hand over his face and teleported back, dismissing all the impossible explanations. Only the truth remained. The Ancient One had been too careless, or perhaps trusted her disciple too much, and that had led to this tragedy. What are you pretending for over there? Your clock tower must answer for this. Suddenly, a mage pointed an accusing finger at Blaze. If you hadn't taken the eye of Agamotto, none of this would have ever happened. Enough, Wang barked. If losing the eye of Agamotto meant almost certain death, the Ancient One would never have given it up. The mage was at a loss for words. If he kept pressing the issue, there would only be two explanations left. Either the Ancient One had wanted to die, or the clock tower wanted her dead. Neither seemed to match reality. After scolding the troublemakers, Wong stepped in front of Blaze, looking up at him. Although this matter doesn't directly concern your group, could you please return the Eye of Agamotto? We needed to determine the true culprit. Blaze regarded Wong's grave expression and spoke slowly, choosing his words with care. Whether or not we can return it isn't up to me. I've already reported everything through our internal network. But you should prepare yourselves. The Eye of Agamotto might no longer exist in this world. What do you mean by that? Wong demanded, his tone edged with urgency. As the two greatest powers, Heaven and the Clock Tower, pursue different paths, Blaze explained. We focus on exploring parallel worlds, searching for better prospects for Earth's future. The Eye of Agamotto may have already been taken to another world. Our goal is to understand its structure and, based on what we learn from other realities, create similar items suited to each world. As a Morningstar mage, Blaze himself had once worked on this project before he made his mistakes. Wong was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you all arguing about? Mori's gaze swept coldly over the others. Caecilius has disappeared. Even if the Ancient One wasn't killed by him, he's still a key figure. If any of you have a conscience left, come with me to bring him back. I believe, on this point, you'll stand with me. As Mori spoke, he glanced at Blaze. We will. Just as Blaze was about to reply, a teleportation array flared to life in the room. Heimerdinger was the first to step out, announcing their arrival. Behind Heimerdinger, Lin, Jingying, and Artoria entered in turn. Together, the three were representatives of the Clock Tower, Heaven, and the greatest fighting power currently on Earth. Under the gaze of all the mages, the solemn Heimerdinger strode to the Ancient One's body. In his right hand, he drew out a pocket watch and pressed the button at its crown. Click! Time in the room froze utterly, yet, to their surprise, every mage found their thoughts still ran clear and free. The Eye of Agamotto is no longer in this world, but it isn't the only artifact that can peer through time, Heimerdinger declared. He began to turn the hands of Jin's chronowatch. As the hands spun backward, reality around them rewound. The scene quickly returned to the moment Mori first discovered the crime scene. Heimerdinger nodded at Artoria, silently signaling her. What would follow involved Mephisto, and beings of his ilk always had ways to resist temporal scrutiny. It would hardly be surprising if Mephisto struck at them from that past moment. Artoria nodded in understanding. Avalon unfurled completely, wrapping the area in its protective embrace, while she readied Excalibur for combat. Meanwhile, Lin Jingying quietly connected to the Heaven network. This time, he routed through an additional node, entering the subdomain of the Underworld's network, and borrowed the power of the soul-reaping ghost envoys. All preparations were complete. The hands of the pocket watch continued to spin backward, quickly rewinding to the moment when Caecilius attempted to assassinate the Ancient One. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Caecilius of the past raised his sword and thrust it toward the busy Ancient One. Yet just as the tip of the blade was about to reach its target, the sword suddenly swung around, slashing toward them instead. Without hesitation, Artoria stepped forward. With the sword of promised victory in her hand, she blocked Caecilius' sword with a resounding clash. Barrier of the Wind, King, break. A violent gale erupted from the sword of promised victory, surging forth with Artoria's movement and slicing toward Caecilius. A strange smile played across Caecilius' face. His form dissolved into a thick black mist. The raging wind was swallowed by the darkness, vanishing as if it had never existed. A thunderous explosion boomed from Caecilius' body, the force of hellish laws spreading outward until the entire room was transformed into his domain, his personal stage for battle. Mephisto, prepare to die, Mori cried, brandishing his weapon and charging forward without a second thought. Caecilius countered instantly, slashing Mori's weapon in two with a single stroke. His next move was aimed straight for Mori's throat. Just as Mori's life hung by a thread, Lin Jingying's soul-hooking chain shot forward, yanking Mori back to safety. Stay out of the way, Lin Jingying barked, tossing Mori behind him, landing him amidst the group under Blaze's protection. Mechanical domain, activate. At the same moment Heimerdinger deployed his domain, he set down dozens of miniature turrets. Waves of mechanical energy rippled through each one. Turret upgrade. Beams of powerful artillery fire shot toward Caecilius, sending ripples through the air with every blast. A sinister cackle echoed as Caecilius flickered around the cramped space, his sword striking from every conceivable angle. He always chose the weakest target. Lin Jingying, caught between Heimerdinger and Artoria. Lin Jingying, gripping his soul hook chain, remained unflinching in the face of Cassius' relentless assault. Calmly, he searched for an opening, knowing Artorias stood at his side and would never let any ordinary attack strike him. Hextech rapid missiles. A swarm of miniature missiles burst from Heimerdinger, raining down across the entire room. Heimerdinger's strategy was simple and brutal. Overwhelming firepower, nothing less than a full barrage. Caught in the crossfire, Cassius seemed like a small boat tossed in a raging storm, swaying wildly in every direction. Yet, no matter how fiercely he was battered, he never capsized. As Cassius was forced to the side, Artoria's eyes lit up. She swept her left hand, and the crown of the empire on which the sun never sets gleamed above her head. The crown, symbolizing the might of Earth's greatest empire at its zenith, struck awe into Cassius and pinned him to the spot. At that moment, Avalon's realm contracted, sealing Cassius within its bounds. Seizing this precious opportunity, Lin Jingying thrust out his soul hook chain, piercing directly into Cassius' very soul. But just as the chain began to retract, the statue hanging at Cassius' chest flared with a dark red light. This light seemed to embody the darkest corners of the human heart, its energy coursing upward along the length of the chain. Lin Jingying loosened his grip and took 2 steps back. Artoria swiftly reversed her sword, blocking the ever-spreading surge of energy. In that instant, the statue's eyes blazed with light, and a terrifying force struck directly at the stopwatch suspended in midair. With a sharp crack, the hands of the stopwatch snapped back to normal time, and, together with the statue, Cassius's figure vanished into thin air. It's clear now, Blaze. You'll stay here on behalf of the clock tower to guard this place, in case Cassius tries to double back. Heimerdinger spoke up as calm settled over the scene. We'll go back at once to make a full report. Until then, no mage is to leave the monastery. No problem, Blaze replied with a nod. At the same time, the elemental pool in his courtyard surged to maximum efficiency. Layer upon layer of magical defenses spread out, enveloping the entire monastery, warding off outside threats while restricting the mage's movements within. The next moment, a spherical pendant at Heimerdinger's waist began to spin, instantly whisking the 3 of them away from the scene. Now, the skies above the entire earth were shrouded by strange clouds. With sunlight blocked from reaching the ground, the world was plunged into utter darkness. My friends, I must return to Albion. If there's anything else you need from me, just get in touch. Artoria, taking in the ominous scene, bid her companions farewell. With Heaven's Court headquartered in China and the Clock Tower in America, both places had mortals of far greater strength than Albion. She needed to hurry home and protect her people. After Artoria departed, Lin Jingying and Heimerdinger also parted ways. Things had escalated beyond what they could handle alone. It was time to call for reinforcements. Earth's current defenses were woefully inadequate. If Hell were to launch a full-scale assault now, the consequences would be unimaginable. High above these clouds, the spirits of Yang Xiao and the Ancient One stood side by side. I never thought the turning point you spoke of would be suicide. Yang Xiao let out a sigh, addressing the Ancient One. That's not important. The Ancient One seemed utterly relaxed now, as if a great weight had been lifted. But let me remind you, be sure to use all the energy I gave you. I've lost my body, so the energy will inevitably leak away. I understand. So, when are you planning to finally clock out for good? Yang Xiao pressed. There's no rush. I'll work a little overtime, tie up the loose ends. I wouldn't want to leave you with a mess. The Ancient One stretched lazily, lifted her gaze to the heavens, and looked around at the planet she had protected for 5 centuries. Yang Xiao stood quietly by her side. This was a relay of guardianship. Whatever honor was given the predecessor at their departure was more than deserved. Don't let me down. From here on, this planet is in your hands. The Ancient One extended her hand to Yang Xiao. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I promise you, even Thanos won't get the chance to wreak havoc on our world. Yang Xiao gripped her hand firmly, his tone earnest and resolute. That's good, that's good. Ancient One smiled. Once you finish this script, there's something else I need to tell you. After that, I can finally clock out for good. You could just tell me now, Yang Xiao said, a bit anxious at seeing Ancient One like this. The way she phrased it, saving her words for the end, made everything seem all the more weighty. The time isn't right yet. Don't let me down, and don't let others look down on Earth. With those final words, Ancient One withdrew her hand. Yang Xiao looked down to find the eye of Agamotto resting in his palm. When he looked up again, Ancient One had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lam Qingying had just returned to Grandpa's antique shop, only to be greeted by Guan Zhen's anxious face. What's going on? It's been over an hour already. If this keeps up, we won't be able to keep this under wraps much longer. We're running out of people in the entertainment world. Guan Zhen hurried over and asked. We've got a big problem. I've already reported it. The Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, is dead. Her disciple was seduced by Mephisto, and the Eye of Agamotto happened to be missing. With an insider's help, Caecilius assassinated the Ancient One, Lam Qingying said quickly. She's dead. Guanjun was stunned. In Lam Qingying's words, Ancient One was second only to the Jade Emperor and Master Killian. How could she die so quietly, without a trace? Did you catch this, Caecilius? Is there anything we can do? I have a photo of Caecilius here. Spread it everywhere. Treat him as a top-level fugitive. He's got magic on his side, so he won't be easy for ordinary people to spot, but anything's better than nothing. With a wave of Lam Qingying's hand, a three-dimensional image of Caecilius appeared in the air. No problem. I'll send a message right now. Has he escaped into our territory? Guanjun asked. We're still not sure which way he went. As Lam Qingying spoke, Grandpa stepped out of the back room, his face grave. Grandpa, I need your help. Hold on, I need to check the seal points. The world's energy has risen by more than one level. If this keeps up, the demons we sealed away might break loose. Grandpa clutched a tome so thick it looked nearly impossible to carry. True, bring the materials and come with me. With Grandpa and True out the door, Lam Qingying was now the only one left in the cultivation circle. He gritted his teeth and pulled Guanjun closer. Stand guard for me. I'm going to see if I can divine Caecilius' current location. Guanjun didn't hesitate. Right now, he was following Lam Qingying's every command. Just as Lam Qingying was setting up the ritual, and before he could begin his calculations, a long sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. Beside him, the blade tore open space itself. A young man in a long robe reached out, ripping the gap wider and stepping through. Masterly, Lam Qingying called out in surprise. Li Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The concentration here is even higher than what you reported. The surge is almost unbelievable. It is, but I'm glad you're here. Did you come alone this time? Lam Qingying asked. Well, the construction of the blessed sanctuary has reached its final stage. Everyone else is working as if they were two people, so there's simply no one to spare right now. As Li Xiaoyao spoke, he pointed at his longsword. The sword began to hum, and with a flick of Li Xiaoyao's hand, 9 shadowy images split off from its blade. Go! With a quiet command, the sword shot out, darting toward all corners of China. 9 essences unite. Quake! The token at Li Xiaoyao's waist pulsed rhythmically. 5 brilliant spirit pearls soared from his body, swirling in midair to form an intricate array of symbols. With the 5 spirits as the guide, and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, come! At his words, the entire network of the celestial court was set into motion. One by one, shadowy figures lit up across the lands of China. As they appeared, beams of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the oppressive clouds that had hung over the nation. Only the densest, almost tangible shadows of energy managed to slip down to Earth before the formation was fully established. This must be the captain of China's paranormal response team. I am Li Xiaoyao, head of Mount Shu. Having set all in motion, Li Xiaoyao finally had a moment to greet Guanjun. With the 5 spirit pearls, the Shu order, and the celestial network in place, large-scale outbreaks of energy within China's borders are unlikely. However, the residual energy that's already settled may still cause issues. You'll need to step up your monitoring. Of course, we've already activated emergency protocols. But can you tell us where the fugitive Caecilius is right now? That way, we can focus our attention. Guanjun pressed on. I can't say for certain. Even the immortals most skilled in divination don't have time to look into this. However, before I left, the Heavenly Emperor told me that in 5 days, there's a high chance he'll appear there. Li Xiaoyao pointed to a map hanging in the shop. Guanjun followed his finger to see that he was indicating the Middle East. Should we make a move ahead of time? Send someone to check the situation over there? Guanjun asked. It's very complicated over there. Let's wait for the people from the clock tower to arrive. I'll discuss it with them before we decide. For now, the most important thing is to keep our own people safe. Li Xiaoyao's tone was earnest. I'm here to make sure we keep casualties to an absolute minimum. I understand. We'll issue a public warning to keep everyone away from remote areas, tell people to stay indoors at night, and shut down all nighttime businesses. Guanjun answered without hesitation. He was simply relaying orders from the authorities, speaking into his earpiece. If it's too hard to come up with a convincing excuse, it's fine to just announce our presence directly, Li Xiaoyao said, hands clasped behind his back. Since the Ancient One has passed, the safety of Earth is now in our hands. The Heavenly Emperor has already enacted emergency decrees and revoked the directive to remain hidden from the world. This time, Guanjun didn't respond immediately. The magnitude of this decision was not lost on him. nor on the leaders behind his earpiece. Until now, everyone had assumed there would be years to prepare for the return of the cultivation world. But the current situation had left them no time to wait. I know you're not quite ready yet. The Heavenly Emperor's instructions are clear on this matter, so I'll follow your lead. If you feel the timing still isn't right, I'll do my best to avoid involving the public when I take action, Li Xiaoyao said as he handed a spinning compass to Guanzhen. There are some pooled resources inside here, along with instructions for use. Distribute these, please. Soldiers are citizens too. Those who bravely step forward to protect others deserve better protection. Yes, sir. Guanzhen felt his respect for Li Xiaoyao soar as he listened. Just as he accepted the compass, a new command crackled through his earpiece. Master Li, there's one more thing we'd like to ask if you don't mind. Would you be willing to tell us what the whole cultivation world is so busy with these days? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. Li Xiaoyao paused for several seconds, thinking it over. I suppose I can tell you. After all, the restrictions have been lifted. We in the clock tower are working together. One side is responsible for building vertical defenses, the other for constructing a horizontal network. Vertical refers to defenses against other parallel universes, while horizontal means extending our coverage across different regions within this universe. This universe is far more crowded than you imagine. There are forces out there that could easily overwhelm Earth. So many, they're countless, as numerous as grains of sand in the Ganges. Our current project, the creation of a blessed land, is essentially, put in simple technological terms, the construction of a battle planet. The planet we selected turned out to be a bit too massive, so even after 500 years, the construction isn't finished. Originally, the plan was for it to take about 5 centuries, but as the scope kept expanding, we overshot that timeline. A blessed land is actually a battle planet? A planet built for war? Guanzhen was so astonished. His mouth hung open and refused to close. While all of China was mobilizing for action, in the Eagle Nation, Heimerdinger had arrived at the temporary research facility. Jace, Victor, stop pretending and get over here. The moment Heimerdinger entered the hall, he shouted loudly. Jace and Victor, who had been pretending to copy texts, both flinched and shuffled over to Heimerdinger, exchanging nervous glances. Did you cause any trouble lately? No way. Don't tell me you're accusing me to cover your own tracks. You've been copying for ages, 500 times, and you're still not done. Have you started thinking you're just ordinary people? Heimerdinger scolded. Jace and Victor hung their heads, not daring to speak. All right, leave the copying for now. The Ancient One has been assassinated. The culprits are Mephisto, Lord of Hell, and his tempter, Caecilius. Meanwhile, Mage, Kieran's exploration of the parallel dimension is reaching its final stage. Reinforcements will arrive a day later than planned. So, tell me, what's our next move? As a researcher, Heimerdinger wasn't particularly good at this sort of thing, but as the strongest member of the clock tower currently on Earth, the responsibility fell to him. Professor, we don't have enough manpower. There are only about 600 or 700 adaptive automatons in the facility, and even if we deployed them all, they wouldn't be enough to cover the Americas or Europe, barely even the Eagle Nation, Victor calculated aloud. He'd actually built those automatons during his downtime, and to be honest, creating them was much more interesting than copying texts. Heimerdinger turned to Jace. Minter, please don't look at me like that. You know me well. I'm good at fighting or doing research, but when it comes to things like this, I'm really not cut out for it. Jace scratched his head, then suddenly remembered someone. Minter, maybe we should ask Tony Stark. He definitely knows more about the current state of the surface world than either of us. And while he's not quite as smart as we are, he's still sharp enough that I don't feel like my brain's getting pummeled. Tony Stark, Heimerdinger mulled over the name. He'd met the man before. His armor was a bit immature, but interesting nonetheless. All right, he'll do. But Heimerdinger had no intention of inviting Tony over. Extreme times called for extreme measures. He simply locked onto Tony Stark's location via the internet, then teleported himself, Jace, and Victor straight there. At that moment, Tony was at home, standing by the window and gazing at the sky. The heavy clouds overhead were seriously disrupting signal transmission and weighing heavily on his mind. Ever since the clouds had appeared, he'd had a feeling that something catastrophic was looming. When Heimerdinger and his companions materialized in the living room, Jarvis immediately locked onto the trio, and several automated cannons dropped down from the ceiling. A quick flash from Heimerdinger's device, and all the cannons instantly retracted. Detected intruders, alarm deactivated, command conflict, running system diagnostics. Jarvis was caught in a loop of self-conflict, rebooting over and over. Jarvis, shut down, Tony commanded. If this went on, Jarvis would be out of commission for good. Is this how the clock tower handles things? Tony turned, frowning at his unexpected visitors once he'd sorted Jarvis out. "Apologies, the matter is urgent," Heimerdinger said, offering a brief apology. Jace quickly summarized the situation. "Minter, we've received a message from Heaven's Court. They've already contacted the official authorities in China, and now the entire country is mobilized. Should we reach out to the government here as well?" Victor asked. "Also, their envoy is Li Xiaoyao, the head of Shushan, and he brought news that Caecilius may have headed toward the Middle East." "It's pointless," Tony interjected. "China's system is set up to concentrate resources for big operations. That just doesn't work here. For starters, there's no way the president would agree to something like ordering everyone to stay indoors at night. If he did, his approval ratings would nosedive to an unacceptable level, and those who value their freedom above all else would never comply anyway. So you're suggesting we contact S.H.I.E.L.D.? Heimerdinger countered. After arriving on Earth, he'd looked into S.H.I.E.L.D., and if the ban hadn't still been in effect, he'd have dismantled the whole organization long ago. Out of 10 agents, 9 were probably double agents. S.H.I.E.L.D. is even more useless. Their information security is a joke, and who knows what else is wrong over there," Tony said, sounding frustrated. "Look, I work with a lot of military units. I'll get in touch with them, the president, and S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. But it won't be anywhere near as effective as what China can do. Do you have any better ideas?" "Didn't you just say there's no point talking to the president or S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Victor asked. "What I mean is, they're not exactly reliable, but they're still somewhat useful. After all, they're a legitimate organization, not a pig farm," said Tony Stark, who knew those people's ways all too well. "In that case, Minter, do you have enough people? I think we should get some Ouroboros agents involved. No matter what, their operatives should be more dependable than these guys," Jace whispered. "That's all we can do, really. If our main objective is the Middle East, then pulling out all our mechanical units might just be enough to stabilize the situation," Heimerdinger said, clearly troubled. "Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. When resources are lacking, there's only so much even he can do." While Heimerdinger was at his wit's end, Artoria was facing even greater headaches. The situation she confronted was even messier. If China stood united as one, and the Eagles just about muddled through, then over here, John Bull was only holding everyone back. The underhanded moves of the John Bull leader had already taken effect. Public antagonism was at a fever pitch. Crowds had begun lashing out at anything, and everything related to King Arthur. As long as Arthur was portrayed positively, they opposed it, never mind whether their opposition made any sense. Artoria stood by the window, watching the marchers on the street, their banners raised high even beneath the gloomy clouds. Her heart was nearly frozen with despair. She read the slogans in their hands. "Stop glorifying the enemy as a hero. King Arthur is just a clueless jester, unfit to rule. Arthur has no right to be called king. Anyone who praises Arthur should get out of John Bull's country." Seeing this, Artoria's mind drifted back to the days when she had stubbornly tried to save the empire on which the sun never set. The words her own subordinates had spoken in opposition. She hadn't understood back then. She could accept the Celtic Knights' objections, but why hadn't even the Saxons supported her? Looking back now, she realized just how well those people understood certain aspects of John Bull's nature. Was I truly too idealistic? Artoria removed the crown from her head, running her fingers along its rim. The jewels still sparkled, as brilliant as ever, but somehow they no longer held the same allure as they once did. Lost in reflection, Artoria was suddenly startled by a sharp, rapid knocking at the front gate of the courtyard below. Pulled from her thoughts, her expression snapped back to seriousness. She leapt from the top floor, landing soundlessly in the courtyard, right behind the group of London Templar mages who had been knocking. This particular group of London Templar mages, after being subdued by Artoria, had been willingly dragged back to what was once the headquarters of the Knights of the Round Table. With the battle array reactivated and the natural energy awakened by Avalon, the courtyard had become the perfect place to keep watch over them. No matter their skills, without outside help, these London mages couldn't possibly escape. "What do you want?" Artoria asked coolly, gazing at the mages before her. The London mages glanced at each other, before finally pushing forward their former leader. "Honored King Arthur," the leader said, taking a deep breath, "we wish to ask you something. What really happened to the Ancient One? And why do you ask? We may have been confined to a certain area, but we're not blind. The sky is thick with clouds, which is completely unnatural. Usually by this time, the Ancient One would have already intervened to resolve the situation. She would never allow such an anomaly to persist for so long." The head of the London Sanctum voiced the group's suspicions. And even if the Ancient One didn't care about us, she would never ignore the London Sanctum. After all, it's one of the 4 main strongholds monitoring the Earth. She's been gone for so long now. Could it be that this time, with Dormammu's arrival, she's not planning to come back? Or has something happened to her? I thought you all resented the Ancient One's oversight. Why are you suddenly so concerned about her now? We're not used to being watched over. That's true. But regardless, we're still people of this earth. And we all know there is only one Sorcerer Supreme in this world. Without her, it's hard to imagine. Who else could step up to resist a dimensional invasion? A growing unease stirred in the heart of the London Sanctum's leader. If nothing was wrong, Arthur should have told them to get lost by now. She's dead. Artoria regarded the circle of mages before her and spoke softly. Dead. The first reaction from all the mages was sheer disbelief. But deep down, they knew that in matters like this, Artoria would never lie to them. After the shock faded, a heavy sorrow and a hollow emptiness began to spread from within. There was once a Sorcerer Supreme who shouldered the responsibility of defending against other dimensions. Now, with her fallen, they were free, but it seemed that burden had now shifted onto their own shoulders. Who? Who did this? The head of the London Sanctum asked, struggling to steady his voice. Mephisto, with inside help from Caecilius. The leader shut his eyes. His mind echoed with the words passed down by his ancestors. The Ancient One had once single-handedly cast their proud family down from its pedestal. That had been a major reason for their opposition to her. But even they had to admit, ever since the Ancient One appeared, the Earth's chances of survival had risen more than a little. King Arthur, as an ordinary mage of Camartage, I request permission to fight. The London Sanctum's leader raised his right fist and looked solemnly at Artoria. So do I. A chorus of voices joined in behind him, erupting in a messy but heartfelt outcry. For a brief moment, silence fell, and then every mage raised their right hand. All of us, we stand here on our own behalf, and on behalf of every Camartage mage who once protected Earth. We request to join the fight. Artoria looked at these mages, each one bearing the stain of neglect of duty, and felt the fire in her heart, scattered earlier by the angry crowds outside, blaze to life once more. In the name of King Arthur, in the name of the Knight of the Round Table, and as the guardian of the empire upon which the sun never sets, I accept your request. With her words, a radiant banner unfurled in the sky. The battle formation that once bound every mage within the courtyard now reversed its flow, transforming into halos of power that enveloped each and every one of them. In the name of the chief of the London Sanctum and the Saxon noble mage, I hereby swear that, in the coming days, we will fully submit to your command. Please, give us your orders. We will never allow hell to descend upon the mortal world. Looking at the mages standing in disciplined formation before her, Artoria seemed to see once again the knights of the Round Table, who once fought for glory. She divided the mages into smaller squads and assigned them to defend various cities across John Bull's nation. As Artoria led these people out the door, she suddenly discovered Mori and a large group of Camartage mages waiting at her doorstep. Gazing at her colleagues, their fighting spirit ablaze, not a word needed to be said, Mori understood immediately. King Arthur, I have already passed Mr. Blaze's assessment. My next task is to lead the elite mages to the Middle East. Mori stepped forward and declared loudly, Caecilius was once a mage of Camartage. These troubles were caused by our own people, and it should be up to us to resolve them. Artoria's gaze swept over the group behind Mori, spotting several familiar faces among them, one of whom was Shi Qingzhong, the former head of the Hong Kong Sanctum. These mages, did you select them all yourself? Artoria asked. No, some of them are reinforcements sent by the Hong Kong Sanctum at your request. The situation in China is the most stable, so they've dispatched all their Sanctum mages to help. Before coming here, some of our people had already arrived in New York, Mori explained concisely. Artoria nodded, then turned to face the mages who had been standing tall and silent behind her, awaiting orders. Some of you will be sent to even harsher battlefields. If anyone has any objections, step back now. Not a single mage retreated. Instead, with a unified purpose, every mage stepped forward, resolute. Among all the Sanctum mages, those like the deputy head of the Hong Kong Sanctum were a rare minority. Many of the foreign mages in Hong Kong had been swept along by the crowd, and, when it came time to break the seal, contributed little to the effort. Otherwise, they would not have failed to unseal even the first layer from beginning to end. Satisfied by their response, Artoria gave Mori a nod of approval. Mori strode to the front of the formation. All mages who had passed the elite assessment stepped forward. At once, about 1/5 of the mages in the ranks stepped forward, with the head of the London Sanctum at their front. Immediately after, dozens of elite mages from Mori's group joined them, merging into the formation. Then, a massive portal began to form at the front of the courtyard. All present, salute those who march forward. As the sound of crisp, Unified salutes echoed through the air. Mori took the lead, stepping into the portal. While Mori was organizing the mage squads, certain regions in the Middle East had already been plunged into the flames of war. China, the Eagle Nation, John Bull's country, and the Bear Nation, four of the five great powers, had all made significant moves. Coupled with the lingering storm clouds that refused to disperse over most of the world, global tensions were already at a boiling point. Wild rumors ran rampant, the loudest and most convincing among them being that a third world war was about to erupt. In the West, many believed the storm clouds looming overhead were the work of China. After all, only above Chinese territory were the clouds thinnest and most scattered. Within China and among the Russians, those who didn't know the truth assumed it was the work of foreign forces. After all, it had been many years since either China or Russia had resorted to martial law for the first time. These major powers, at least, managed to retain some order. Things didn't immediately spiral into chaos, although some people began to indulge in a spree of $0 shopping. But in the Middle East, these developments, combined with other factors, made renewed hostilities all but inevitable. Unlucky. So unlucky, Jackie Chan muttered as he slid sideways and landed straight into a deep pit, bullets whizzing over his head in rapid succession. Hey, someone's already down here. A man in the pit nudged Jackie. Find your own hiding spot, will you? Just squeeze over and move a bit, Jackie replied, peeking outside. The two sides engaged in the firefight hadn't pursued him any further. They seemed to view him as nothing more than an unexpected bystander who'd stumbled into their crossfire. Weren't the factions around here supposed to have called a ceasefire? Why did fighting suddenly break out again? Jackie whispered. Don't get me started, the man muttered, adjusting the grip on his weapon. Last night, a flood of doomsday rumors spread online. These guys started scrambling for supplies, launching attacks on villages. With everyone trying to grab what they could, gunfire was bound to break out. All because of some rumors? Jackie was at a loss for words, cursing his bad luck under his breath. Suddenly, the gunfire outside died down, plunging the area into an uncanny silence. The entrance to the ancient tomb isn't far from here. Maybe we should hide over there, the man suggested in a hushed voice. He was the local guide Jackie had hired, originally planning to explore the tomb together, until yesterday's bizarre weather made them reconsider. I'd rather not. There's only one entrance, and if there's no other way out, we'd be burying ourselves alive. Jackie shook his head, rejecting the idea. Just then, Jackie heard an odd, crackling, shuffling sound. The gunfire had completely stopped. In such an eerie silence, Jackie looked up again, and what he saw defied belief. Everywhere he looked, the ground was crawling with little demons. The soldiers who'd been fighting only moments ago were frozen in grotesque postures. Hellfire gushing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Their souls were being slowly twisted by the laws of hell, transforming into new little demons. Deep in hell, Mephisto wore a dark, brooding expression. As the Lord of Demons, even he couldn't sever others from siphoning power through hell's laws. Come with me. Jackie grabbed the guide, ready to make a run for it. But the instant he touched him, the searing heat forced him to let go. The guide's head was tilted back, sparks of hellfire spewing from his mouth. Seeing this, Jackie immediately checked his own condition inwardly. He realized the infernal influence had already touched him as well. Luckily, he bore little innocent blood on his hands. His sins were faint, and his deep mastery of internal energy provided some resistance. For now, only faint sparks of hellfire glimmered on him, not yet erupting into full flames. Chung Long struck the guide hard in the chest, channeling his inner strength to temporarily steady the man's body and soul. Then, tucking the guide firmly under his arm, Chung Long broke into a desperate sprint toward the entrance of the ancient tomb. Meanwhile, Caecilius, orchestrating the evolution of a fledgling demon as it devoured a near-lifeless corpse, looked up at the trail of dust Chung Long left behind as he fled. With a sweep of his right hand, Caecilius commanded a handful of Gog soldiers from the infernal army. They raised their arms, and clusters of hellfire burst from their palms, hurtling straight at Chung Long. Sensing the searing heat closing in from behind, Chung Long suddenly leapt into the air. His right leg traced a powerful arc, dragon's tail whip. The hellfire exploded on impact, scattering in all directions. Protecting the guide's face with his hands, Chung Long landed and pressed forward, his head ducked as he dashed on. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his hand. A bite. He glanced down to see a small demon already birthed from the guide's body. Without hesitation, Chung Long swung his right hand downward, a swift, decisive knife hand strike. The demon's neck snapped, its head and body separating cleanly. Yet even decapitated, the little beast continued to thrash, refusing to unclamp its jaws from Chunlong's hand. Grabbing the demon's head, Chunlong gave a violent wrench. With a sacrifice of a bit of flesh and blood, he finally managed to tear it free. But that brief delay had cost him. The advancing horde of lesser demons was now dangerously close behind. Back in the infernal ranks, Caecilius watched Chunlong's frantic escape and let out a booming laugh. But abruptly, the laughter ceased. The little demons had all stopped, forming a loose semicircle. No matter how Caecilius tried to command them, they refused to advance any further. Caecilius Senha. With a heavy slap to the guide's chest, Chunlong sent a surge of inner strength flowing into him, temporarily stabilizing both his body and soul. Then, tucking the guide securely under his arm, Chunlong broke into a wild sprint toward the entrance of the ancient tomb. Caecilius, who was commanding the soon-to-evolve little demon to devour the remains of a corpse, lifted his head and watched the dust rising in Chunlong's wake as he fled. With a wave of his right hand, Caecilius signaled to a handful of Gog soldiers in the infernal army. They raised their hands, and clusters of hellfire shot forth from their palms, hurtling straight at Chunlong. Sensing the searing heat closing in behind him, Chunlong suddenly leapt into the air. His right leg traced a graceful arc, like a dragon's tail whipping through the sky. The hellfire exploded violently under the force of his kick. Protecting the guide's face, Chunlong landed, head down, and charged forward without pause. Suddenly, he felt a sharp bite on his hand. Looking down, he saw that a tiny demon had already emerged from the guide's body. With a swift downward chop of his right hand, a simple, decisive strike, he severed the little demon's neck completely. Even as its head and body parted, the demon continued twitching, its jaws locked stubbornly onto Chunlong's hand. Grabbing hold of the head, Chunlong gave it a fierce twist. After sacrificing a bit of flesh, he finally managed to wrench the head free. But that brief delay proved costly. The legion of little demons had already begun to close the gap behind him. From within the infernal ranks, Caecilius watched Chunlong's desperate retreat and burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, his laughter cut off. All at once, every little demon stopped, forming a half-circle around the tomb entrance. No matter how Caecilius tried to command them, the demons refused to advance another step. With a disdainful snort, Caecilius stepped into the portal. He was determined to see what could possibly frighten these brainless little fiends. With a dull thud, Caecilius slammed into an invisible barrier. The portal hadn't opened inside at all. Instead, some formless power repelled him, casting him back. Chunlong, drenched in nervous sweat, glanced behind him. Right there stood the newly discovered ancient tomb, and just as he had suspected from the start, it was brimming with mysterious power. Landing heavily on the ground, Caecilius's face flushed with anger and humiliation. He was about to order his army to attack at any cost when he suddenly remembered something. Hesitating for a moment, he turned away, leading the bulk of his forces out of the area. The infernal army was still too inexperienced. Charging him would be nothing but a senseless sacrifice. Better to bide their time, grow stronger, and return later to crush this place. Chunlong eyed the 100-plus little demons Caecilius had left behind, weighing his options. Rushing out now would be as good as throwing his life away. After a moment's hesitation, Chunlong turned and stepped into the ancient tomb. If this place was enough to drive those fiends back, perhaps there was something inside that could help him escape his predicament. As he crossed the threshold, high above in the Middle East, the battered and broken divine kingdom finally collapsed. All the accumulated power of faith along with the shattered fragments of that energy-formed realm surged into the tomb under Yang Chio's guidance, including Ethan, who still remained lost in slumber. On the ruins of a remote village in the Middle East, Moray and the elite sorcerers of Kamar Taj stepped onto this desolate land through a shimmering portal. The moment their feet touched the ground, a far denser, more oppressive evil force washed over them compared to anywhere else they had been. If left unchecked, this place would inevitably become a second hell sooner or later. The very soil here was perfectly suited for the transformation of infernal energy. This was one of the key reasons why Caecilius had chosen this location. Moray, we found this. Looks like the remains of a human body whose soul has been utterly consumed by hellfire. Sure, Chungzhong hurried over, clutching a strange, ashen piece of flesh in his hand. As the wind swept by, flecks of dark gray dust were carried off into the air from the grisly fragment. Moray nodded. I think you're right. It seems Caecilius beat us here by more than a little. Set up a defensive perimeter at once. Scout out possible anchor points for a mirror dimension. Prepare for an attack at any moment. He gave these orders knowing that their arrival could hardly escape the notice of Caecilius, who had already prepared the ground here. The half-hell vultures circling overhead were proof enough. Each one, in a sense, served as Kaecilius' watchful eye. As one of the most gifted mages ever to walk the halls of Camartage, Kaecilius would not wait long before making his move. He knew as well as anyone that, once a group of Camartage sorcerers established themselves and mapped out the terrain, their ability to wield magic would be exponentially enhanced. In truth, under normal circumstances, they stood little chance against Kaecilius, who had already mastered part of Hell's dark laws. Even before tapping into Hell's power, Kaecilius' abilities had surpassed anyone in this group. But this time they had come prepared. The elite sorcerers from the Hong Kong Sanctum had received blessings from Mount Shu, the Five Spirit. Pearls had been used to create a cycle that boosted their combat power, defense, and endurance, along with long-lasting protective enchantments. The elite sorcerers from the London Sanctum had been empowered by tactics from the Knights of the Round Table, reducing their stamina consumption in battle, speeding up their recovery, and toughening their bodies. Once in combat, their fighting prowess soared far above what it was in times of peace. As for the New York Sanctum, their enhancements were more straightforward. Each elite sorcerer received a full suit of enchanted steel armor, offering exceptional protection against both physical and magical attacks. In addition, every one of them was granted access to orbital weaponry, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. As for why Moray was able to take command, there were several reasons. First, he was the first to pass Blaze's rigorous vetting process, and he was the one who had gathered this team. Second, he was the only elite sorcerer to receive all three types of enhancements, the combined effect of which was far greater than the sum of its parts. Sanctum MagiNet connection established. Mirror dimension anchor points preset and ready. Orbital weapon targeting coordinates locked in. 15 minutes later, the defensive line of the temple's elite mage corps was finally taking shape. Mori gazed into the distance, his hands tightening ever so slightly. In his palms, two energy battle axes materialized, glowing with power. Everyone, prepare for battle. As soon as the first streak of red appeared on the horizon, Mori shouted at the top of his lungs. No sooner had his words echoed across the line than the sandy ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The cannon fodder of the hellish army, lesser demons, came surging forward like a tidal wave. Behind the lesser demons marched Gidge, the standard issue ranged units of the infernal host. Beyond them, Mori could see no further. The sheer number of demons up front completely blocked his view. Faced with such a vast army, even the elite mages felt their courage waver. They had steeled themselves for battle, but the reality of the scene before them was overwhelming. Double-check preset, firing coordinates. Prepare for orbital bombardment. Mori's booming command snapped the mages out of their awe, and they began their preparations with renewed order and urgency. When Gidge finally brought the mages within their firing range, the demons, driven by nothing but destruction, raised their right hands. Fireballs of infernal flame arced skyward with each swing, hurtling toward Mori, who stood atop the highest point. Fire! With a furious roar, Mori hurled his axes. They traced twin arcs through the air, intercepting and detonating the incoming hellfire before it could reach them. At that very moment, high above Earth's atmosphere, several satellites etched with hextech runes began to rotate. Energy gathered within their internal circuits, and at each launch port, giant magical circles unfolded. The next volley of energy shot straight from the launch ports, striking the very center of the magic arrays. Amplified by the arrays, the beams plunged down like pillars of light, spearing directly into the ranks of the Gidge. Violent explosions carved a blazing trench through the heart of the army, a firewall that nothing could cross. Countless Gidge were reduced to dust beneath the punishing rays. The orbital barrage continued for 10 seconds, raking the Gidge formations back and forth. By the time the bombardment ceased, barely a handful of Gidge remained. First squad, move out. Use mirror space to cut them down. Second squad, prepare to cover. Third squad, reset your firing coordinates and unleash another volley when the cooldown ends. With a battle cry, Mori swung his twin axes, now returned to his hands, and led the first squad of elite mages in a charge. The first squad hailed from Hong Kong, the second from London, and the third from New York. The moment Mori's command rang out, Shi Chengzhong was the first to leap forward, plunging straight into the frenzied horde of lesser demons. Rather than cower at the obliteration of the Gidge, the lesser demons only grew more berserk, each one fiercer than the last. Surrounded on all sides, Shi Chengzhong was beset by attacks the moment he entered their midst. With a lift of his left hand, the preset mirror space unfolded, trapping both him and the demons ahead and to his flanks within its shimmering boundaries. With his back secured, Shi Chengzhong raised his right hand, The energy of the Earth Spirit Pearl formed a protective armor around him, while the Fire Spirit Pearl's power blazed across his gauntlets. The Water Spirit Pearl's energy coursed through his body, swiftly replenishing his reserves. Empowered by these blessings, Shi Chengzhong became an unstoppable force among a dozen lesser demons, cutting them down with ruthless efficiency, dispatching his foes in the blink of an eye. The entire first squad was in much the same situation as Shi Chengzhong. The mirror space formation, slicing through the enemy lines, had maximized the effectiveness of their tactics, minimizing casualties when outnumbered and greatly improving their combat efficiency. Unfortunately, sheer numbers still mattered. While their stamina held, the squad's attacks remained steady, but as exhaustion set in, their killing line began to be pushed back towards the mage formation. The war between the temple's elite mages and the armies of hell had captured the attention of the world. Leaders from several major countries had gathered together, watching the live satellite feed with rapt attention. Initially, heavy clouds had obscured much of the battlefield, making it almost impossible for the satellites to see anything. But after the orbital bombardment, the images became much clearer. If we give you a shot, how likely is it that you could capture all those mages and demons? The President of the United States rapped his knuckles on the table as he posed the question to the assembled officials. With the satellites capable of orbital strikes, and if we disregard the cost, it would be impossible for them to escape our military's assault, the military. Representative responded with absolute confidence. Of course, those strange spatial powers are tricky to deal with, and might allow some of them to slip away. While the military was making bold claims, the next wave of Hell's forces arrived at their positions. These were the elite demons that Caecilius had painstakingly cultivated over a long period. Hundreds of greater demons, accompanied by thousands of hellhounds, stood atop the hillside, looking down at the bloody carnage below. The third squad of mages, entrenched in the defensive line, instantly recognized that these new demons were a far cry from the lesser fiends they'd faced so far. The greater demons averaged over 4 meters tall, their bodies wreathed in roiling hellfire. The hellhounds, each more than 5 meters in length, bared fangs sharp enough to gouge furrows in the earth, their breath reeking of gunpowder as it poured from their nostrils. A brief exchange of glances passed between the third squad's mages, and they immediately shifted their firing positions, taking aim at these newly arrived elite demons. But before they could finish adjusting, dozens of greater demons suddenly began to swell, their bodies expanding to a monstrous 10 meters in height. Beneath their stretched skin, torrents of energy surged, visible even to the naked eye. A series of thunderous explosions erupted across the battlefield. The self-destructing demons unleashed the entirety of their internal energy in a single devastating blast, shooting it skyward. Piercing through the clouds, the energy coalesced and accelerated, gathering even more force. Satellites in Earth's outer orbit immediately activated their emergency evasion systems. Yet the hellish energy seemed almost guided, splitting in midair into several streams, each homing in on the Hex satellites. Seeing that total evasion was impossible, the magical circles in front of the satellites quickly shifted from attack to defense, conjuring layer upon layer of one-way barriers. Under the onslaught of infernal energy, the shields rippled with concentric waves, but since the number of self-destructing demons was limited, their attacks soon lost momentum. Still, their goal had been achieved. They'd forced the satellites out of their original orbits. With orbital bombardment halted for the moment, the remaining hellhounds and greater demons launched a full-scale charge. In their frenzy, many hellhounds tore through the lesser demons ahead of them without hesitation. Seeing this, Moray surged forward. The spiritual energy of the 5 spirit pearls converged around him, forming a miniature array with Moray as its singular point. Shatter mountains, break peaks. The power of wind and thunder erupted from Moray's twin axes, unleashing 2 razor-thin blades of wind crackling with thunder that swept through the ranks of the hellhounds. Several hellhounds, unable to dodge in time, were instantly torn to shreds. Bathed in the blood of demons, Moray plunged headlong into the fray. With every swing of his axe, he cleaved a path straight through the hellhound pack, breaking their formation and charging into the ranks of the greater demons behind them. Boom, boom, boom. After the thunder faded, the deafening roar of war drums filled the air as the second team of mages surged forward from the rear. Empowered by their battle formation, the second team of mages shot into the enemy ranks like a volley of razor-sharp arrows. Above their heads, the banner of the Round Table Knights materialized, and in a flash, the diverse magical weapons in the hands of the mages transformed into uniform, gleaming lances. Their legs stamped like war horses, their lances rose like a forest. Charging forward with unstoppable might, Their advance swept through enemy lines. The Hellhound pack, already devastated by Mori's assault, was struck by this second wave of attack. Stunned and battered, they were unable to leverage their numerical advantage. This was the true power of the knightly order. Had these attackers been actual round-table knights in equal numbers, this single charge might have wiped out every last Hellhound, leaving the greater demons behind with no chance at all. With their comrades fighting valiantly at the front, the third team of mages quickly rotated in fresh members to replace those who were exhausted. They now formed the reserve force, ready to reinforce any point where the line might falter, moving without hesitation wherever they were needed. Inside the American command office, the president fell silent for a moment. He looked toward the outspoken military official and asked, "What about now?" The military staffer was at a loss for words. In just a few seconds, these warriors had covered several kilometers and were upon their foes, faster than any current ground force could manage. In a head-on clash, no formation could withstand such a charge. Their lines would be pierced in an instant. If soldiers armed with firearms were forced into close combat with this group, there would be little reason to continue the fight. The only method the military official could think of to counter such an onslaught was to unleash several volleys of heavy firepower before the enemy's charge began, hopefully cutting their numbers by half before it came to close combat. And this calculation only considered the Holy Temple Mage Corps. If the Hellish Legions were included, the army's chances of victory dropped even further. The demons. Long-range attacks would negate the military's air superiority, and no one believed that an evolved army of Hell's demons would lack aerial forces of their own. "Mr. President, can we use nuclear weapons?" The military official hesitated, then voiced the question. The president stood up, gesturing to the other projections flickering in the room. "Do you really think they'd let a nuke detonate properly? Or are you prepared to face these people's attacks one-on-one after the missile is launched?" The military official fell completely silent. The other projections showed battles raging in Hong Kong, London, and their own New York. To tie down all the world's top warriors, Caecilius had triggered the hidden traps Mephisto had planted over centuries. The intensity of battle in every region was no less than what Mori was facing. Apart from casualties caused by friendly fire and trampling among their own soldiers, the civilian losses on this side were likely not even as high as those suffered by the elite Mage Corps. After all, they had individuals on their side capable of overwhelming the enemy. Even Heimerdinger, whose single combat ability was considered the weakest among them, could unleash his mechanical field, and once the machines entered overdrive, they became an unstoppable force, tearing through everything in their path. While battles raged on all fronts, Mori's ultimate target, Caecilius, never showed himself on the main battlefield. He knew all too well that once all his hidden agents had been eliminated, his own death would soon follow. There was only one way to break the deadlock: the sun disk hidden within the ancient tomb. With a grand gesture, Caecilius commanded his demonic army to renew their assault on the tomb's barrier. The ancient shield trembled, barely holding together, until finally the demons, at the cost of their own lives, managed to force it open. Caecilius surveyed the 2,000 or so greater demons remaining behind him, pulled up his hood, and with fewer than 100 of his most elite followers, slipped into the tomb's entrance. The rest of the army encircled the doorway, awaiting further orders. If these greater demons had been unleashed on the main front, Mori's mage would have been utterly crushed. But Caecilius had not chosen that route. Clearly, he didn't see those mages as important or critical enough. As Caecilius entered the tomb, Jackie had already traveled a considerable distance inside, reaching the central corridor. He had expected the air here to be thin, perhaps even leaving him gasping for breath. But to his surprise, the oxygen here was more than sufficient. If anything, the air was richer than outside, filling him with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration as he walked on. On either side of the tomb's main passage stood rows of soldiers sculpted from sand. Their armor and weapons were carved with intricate detail, yet their faces were strangely indistinct, as if all their features had been blurred together. Did any ancient Middle Eastern empire ever have the skill to craft funeral guardians like these? Jackie murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the sand soldiers. In all his years of archaeology, only the terracotta army could rival these figures in craftsmanship and durability. What's more, when the terracotta warriors were unearthed, the paint on their bodies would quickly fade upon exposure to air. Here, though, the sand soldiers had stood in this oxygen-rich environment for ages, yet showed no sign of oxidation. Some even wore ornaments that gleamed like gold, their brilliance undimmed by time. Jackie crouched cautiously, bringing his face closer to the sand soldier's waist. The engraved patterns there were unlike anything he had ever seen before, and the technique used to carve them seemed especially peculiar. He traced the air above the design with his finger, then shook his head. This wasn't the painstaking work of an ancient craftsman. It was more reminiscent of something produced by a modern laser printer. Puzzled, Jackie straightened up, paused, and frowned as he examined the sand soldier before him. Had it always been standing in this exact pose? He tried to recall the position from memory, but something fell off, almost as if the soldier had shifted subtly backward. Could it be that all these sand soldiers are actually alive? If that's the case, then the mysterious artifact inside here is far too powerful. Since he entered, Jack had already seen over 1,000 sand soldier statues. To be able to shield so many warriors from the ravages of time, what a formidable artifact that must be. With this thought, Jack pulled out his phone, moving around in the air, trying different spots. Not a single bar of signal. What a shame. If there were any reception, maybe Uncle could figure out what's going on here. Suddenly, a deep rumbling vibrated under Jack's feet, as if something was racing through the tomb. At the same time, the air temperature spiked several notches, making him feel as though he'd been tossed straight into a steaming basket. He glanced back at the corner behind him, and without a second thought, dashed off at full speed. From around the bend surged a mass of fire, dense and tangible, rolling toward him like a tidal wave. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Jack shouted his trademark phrase as he sprinted for his life. This had to be the work of those infernal soldiers. Only they could clear a path with hellfire like this. No matter how fast he ran, the flames surged even faster. Gritting his teeth, Jack dove around the next corner, curling himself into a ball and shielding his back toward the corridor. He gathered all his inner strength, focusing it into his back to minimize the burn. As long as the fire didn't last too long, he figured he had a chance to survive. He'd barely crouched down when suddenly, the sand at his feet began to shift. A hand reached up from below and yanked him under. Shoo! Just as Jack prepared to fight back, Ethan gestured for silence. Jack looked up at the stranger. He was a bizarre sight. His skin was covered in oil-painted tribal markings, yet his clothes, though tattered, were unmistakably modern. Ethan gently helped Jack to his feet and pointed outside. Only then did Jack notice that the wall in front of them had turned transparent. The red hellfire swept past the sand soldiers lining the corridor. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The sand soldiers all sprang to life, raising their spears and charging toward the entrance. What on earth is happening? Jack whispered. An outsider wants to awaken all the desert soldiers guarding the tomb's passage, then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Ethan replied once the sand soldiers had marched off. Oh, thank you for saving me. I'm Jack, an archaeologist. Jack extended his hand to Ethan. No need to thank me. I'm Ethan, priest. Ethan hesitated over his own introduction. Priest? May I ask which faith you belong to? Jack found Ethan friendly but a little confused, so he asked cautiously. I'm not really sure. Ethan gave a wry smile. He wasn't trying to deceive Jack. He truly didn't know. In fact, he hadn't been awake for very long himself. He only knew that after his death, he seemed to have triggered some mysterious ritual, one meant to transform him into a holy priest. Yet the power of time had rendered the ceremony gravely incomplete. In the end, while the sacred flame that coalesced was of sufficient quality, it was far too small, and the information it contained was fragmented and unclear. This lack of information left Ethan unsure of who had actually saved him. According to the fragments he could piece together, there were 4 individuals buried and sealed within this ancient tomb, any one of whom could have revived him. But to guess blindly would be disastrous should he choose wrongly, so he decided it was better not to guess at all. He would wait, see what unfolded, and hope to eventually discern his own identity. Seeing Ethan's wry smile, Jackie chose not to ask further. He was, after all, still relying on Ethan's power to shield himself from the surging flames. In such circumstances, to undermine his benefactor would be simply ungracious. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, the battle on the main front was gradually dying down. The elite order of temple mages had claimed victory at last, but it was a bitter and costly one. Now, only a scant dozen or so could still stand. The rest were either dead, grievously wounded, or so exhausted they could no longer rise. Mori tied off a bandage around his chest, a makeshift dressing, one of many scattered across his body. Charging alone into a horde of demons always came with a price. He took a few deep breaths, gripping the giant axe he'd planted firmly in the earth. His purpose here was not yet fulfilled. He hadn't even caught sight of Caecilius, let alone confronted him. Casting a glance back at his comrades, so many of whom lay dead or wounded, Mori found himself unable to utter the words, "Attack again." He stood in silent reflection for several seconds, then walked over to Shi Chengzhong's side. "Mage, I'm handing command over to you. Take everyone and find a place to regroup. There's no point in more needless sacrifice," Mori said quietly. "To me? Where are you going?" Shi Chengzhong managed to ask, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Caecilius is still alive. I can't allow him to get away so easily. Mori locked eyes with Shi Chengzhong, his gaze unwavering. In those eyes, Shi Chengzhong saw conviction and resolve. There was no point in trying to talk him out of it. Then I'll leave things here to you, he replied. Just do me one favor. Land an extra blow on him for me. You'll have to get in line, Mori said with a laugh. There's quite a queue of people eager to take a swing at him. With that, Mori turned and strode forward alone, continuing toward the front. Do you hear anything? Jackie whispered to Ethan after waiting for more than 10 minutes. Yes, Ethan replied, pausing to consider. Sounds like intruders are heading our way. He took Jackie by the arm. Come with me. As Ethan moved, the sand and dust around them seemed to dissolve into thin air, offering no resistance. In no time at all, Ethan had led Jackie into the next level of the tomb. Shoo! Ethan whispered, pulling Jackie to crouch behind the throne. Jackie quickly surveyed the chamber. It was stark and bare. Aside from the throne, there were only rows of sand soldiers. Above the throne hovered a sun disk, etched with intricate patterns. Ethan nudged Jackie gently, pointing up at the sun disk. If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly what they're after. I'll go put the things away first, Jackie said, already turning to slip behind the throne. As an archaeologist, his reckless curiosity was already burning brighter than ever. Ethan grabbed Jackie and pulled him back, then swept his hand across the ground. He shaped the sand and dust into a small ball, then flung it toward the other side. With a faint hiss, the sand ball hadn't even touched the solar disk before it was instantly vaporized into thin air. At the same time, every sand soldier facing the throne sprang to life, their gazes locked in unison on the throne's direction. Jackie's heart pounded wildly in his chest. Even without looking up, he could feel the oppressive, deadly aura filling the chamber. It was as if a single wrong move would spell total disaster. Just then, the tomb's massive doors were blasted open. Caecilius strode in, leading a whole contingent of high-ranking demons. The moment he entered, Caecilius' gaze was riveted to the solar disk, as if it were a magnet radiating an irresistible pull. Go! Caecilius barked the order. Instantly, the six-armed serpent demon behind him lunged at the motionless sand soldiers. Meanwhile, the Balroth fire demon conjured roaring flames that melted the sand soldiers into crystalline puddles. This surprise attack wiped out most of the sand soldiers at once. The few that remained, upon awakening, stood no chance against the high-level demons trailing behind Caecilius, even though all of them were suppressed by Earth's dominant forces. At this moment, Ethan pulled Jackie downward, both of them slipping into the ground to hide. Caecilius, his eyes utterly captivated by the solar disk, had no mind to check for hidden enemies elsewhere. He strode straight to the throne, climbing the golden steps and reaching out a hand toward the solar disk. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of solar fire erupted from the disk, instantly incinerating Caecilius' right arm to ash for daring to touch it. Reeling from the searing flames, Caecilius staggered back. Thick clouds of blood mist poured from his body, swirling at his shoulder and then solidifying into a brand-new arm. At that moment, the statue on Caecilius' chest flared with light. The laws of hell surged forth, enveloping the solar disk in an attempt to corrupt the divine artifact. But the solar disk, violated once more, flared with wrath. Razor-sharp beams of light shot from its center, slicing straight through the network of fractured hellish laws, encasing it. In the same instant, the distant Balroth fire demon, who'd been watching from afar, was annihilated, unable to even self-destruct under the searing power of sunlight. After this dazzling outburst, Caecilius noticed the solar disk's rotation had visibly slowed. It seemed that centuries had drained away most of its energy. This, he realized, was his chance. In its prime, even an army of demons couldn't breach its shield, let alone taint it with their infernal laws. But now, things might just be different. The high-ranking demons who had survived behind Caecilius also realized what was happening and began to retreat quietly. But after only a few steps, they all froze in place. One of the main reasons Caecilius wasn't worried about these demons betraying him was because he held the true names of all the demons born under the catalysis of the hellish laws firmly in his grasp. Once stripped of control over their bodies, the demons hurled themselves desperately against the solar disk. The solar disk then revealed its terrifying power. None of the demons who dared approach it survived for more than a second. However, energy was always a pressing issue. When a number of demons dropped sharply to just a dozen or so, the solar disk finally dimmed completely, its floating height falling by more than half, and its spinning slowed almost to a halt. By this time, things had reached a tipping point. When Caecilius gathered the laws again to try and corrupt it, the solar disk's resistance was visibly weakened, and its surrounding defenses began to crumble. Beneath the throne, Ethan flashed a few hand signals to Jackie, meaning, "I'll go snatch the thing, you cover me." But before the signals were even fully made, Ethan saw Jackie dash past him in a blur. With a sweeping motion, Jackie's right leg lashed out in a powerful dragon's tail kick that struck Caecilius directly. Caecilius, ever vigilant to prevent one last attack from the solar disk, instantly teleported behind a clawed demon the moment Jackie charged forward. In that split second, Jackie reached out without hesitation and grabbed the solar disk. Strangely, the solar disk seemed to recognize Jackie as an ally and allowed itself to be pulled into his embrace without any resistance. Surprised as he was, Ethan reacted instantly. As soon as Jackie succeeded, a towering wall of sand shot up, cutting Caecilius and Jackie off from each other. Just as the two were about to make their escape, the space around them suddenly twisted and warped. This was the signature move of the Masters of Camartage, a mirror dimension conjured specifically to prevent enemies from escaping. Caecilius, almost intercepted at the last moment, was livid as he strode up to Jackie step by step. "Hand it over," he demanded. Ethan shot Jackie a meaningful glance, and holy fire burst straight from his forehead. Caecilius raised his hand to block, then slammed downward, pinning Ethan, flames and all, straight into the nearby wall. Jackie could only smile bitterly inside. He'd understood Ethan's signal, but in this situation, how was he supposed to run? He didn't have any stairwalking tricks up his sleeve, after all. Caecilius hesitated for a moment. Jackie hadn't been attacked when he took the solar disk, so Caecilius wondered if the man had some means of controlling it. But then he realized if Jackie really had such power, he would have used it when the demons were throwing themselves at the disk. Catching Caecilius off guard would have been far easier than waiting to fight over it at the end. Having figured it out, Caecilius grabbed Jackie with one hand. Jackie struggled helplessly, like an ant in the grasp of a giant, utterly unable to resist. After prying the now-dimmed solar disk from Jackie's arms, Caecilius' grip began to burn with hellfire. He intended to burn this bold interloper alive for daring to snatch victory from him. Author's note: tomorrow at 12:05 noon, this book will officially launch. Let's celebrate, huzzah! This book is also the best I've read in the past 10 years and the best I've written in years, so you don't need to worry about me not finishing it. Even if I broke my hand, I'd find a way, typing with my mouth if I had to make sure this story reaches its end. Of course, I owe the current success to my dear readers. Honestly, your support is the greatest motivation for my writing, and I have to admit, your wild imaginations never cease to amaze me. I absolutely refuse to admit that I've secretly borrowed a few ideas from your reviews. Next, I must extend my deepest gratitude to my editor, the amazing Xiao Yuan. The opening of this book went through 5 drafts and took nearly a month to finalize. Thank you for your patient guidance and support. After all, writing is also a means to earn a bit of manuscript fee, helping my considerable weight climb to new heights. So on the day the book goes premium, I'll release 5 chapters as a thank you, and if the monthly votes exceed 1,000 that month, there'll be extra chapters as well. Currently, the book has just over 31,000 followers, and for the very first VIP chapter, if we hit 2,000 subscriptions in the first 24 hours, I'll add another chapter. For every additional 500 first-time subscriptions, I'll add yet another chapter. For every 100 yuan in rewards, or 10,000 Chidian coins, that's another bonus chapter. Of course, I'm still working a day job, so any extra chapters might have to wait until the weekend. From today on, as long as everyone keeps up the support, I'll lock myself in a room every day just to write. There's no need to say much more, just one thing. Thank you to every single reader who puts food on my table. I hope that once the book goes premium, you'll continue to support me. Sending you all my heartfelt gratitude. My new book, The Genie Who Started in Marvel, is seeking all kinds of support. It's already out with tens of thousands of words written, so please go check it out. I humbly ask for your support in any form. Recommendations, monthly tickets, investments, anything helps. Even adding it to your collection means the world to me. As for the ending of this book, I'm still in the process of writing it. When it's done, I'll publish it for you all. Right now, Jackie's legs were kicking helplessly in the air, his eyes fixed on the approaching hellfire, the shadow of death drawing ever closer. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Jackie caught sight of 2 spinning discs of light. One of the light wheels sliced off Caecilius' right hand, which instantly turned to mist, and with a sharp thud, Jackie dropped to the ground. The second wheel severed Caecilius' left hand, which also dissolved into mist, while the solar disc tumbled directly into Jackie's arms. Clutching the solar disc tightly, Jackie ducked his head and tried to make a run for it, but Caecilius lashed out with a kick, sending him flying onto the throne. Blood trickled from the corner of Jackie's mouth, dripped over the solar disk and fell onto the throne below. With Jackie beaten so badly he couldn't get up, Caecilius' hands swiftly returned to normal. Only then did the thunderous boom reach his ears, and with it, the arrival of a shadowy figure. Mori stretched out his hands, catching the two returning giant axes. With a swing to the left and a chop to the right, he cleaved the clawed demon at the door into 3 pieces. Another little pest? You ran away from New York with your tail between your legs, and now you dare show up in front of me? Fed up with living? Want me to send you on your way? Caecilius sneered at Mori, his voice dripping with contempt. Mori's eyes narrowed, and he charged straight for Caecilius. Before he could pick up speed, a 6-armed snake demon swung its weapons to block his path. In 2 swift chops, Mori severed its arms, but the other 4 lashed out, driving several bloody holes into Mori's body. Caecilius let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze toward Jackie Chan on the throne. He had assumed Mori was bringing some secret weapon to confront him, but it turned out to be nothing special. At best, a one-on-one match to take down a single 6-armed serpent demon. For demons of this caliber, he still had over a dozen at his command. Cough, 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 cough. Jackie Chan coughed twice, pushing himself up from the throne. Just as he was about to make a run for it, he felt a force surge up from beneath him, tossing him into the air. At the same time, the sun disk slipped from his arms and floated above the throne. Caecilius stopped in his tracks, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Mori dodged back, his gaze fixed on the throne with anticipation. He thought, if someone truly powerful were to appear now, whether friend or foe, as long as they weren't on Caecilius' side, it would be good news. Shurima, your emperor has returned. A voice rang out, commanding and majestic, echoing across the entire tomb. All the melted sand soldiers seemed to rewind in time, rising to their feet once more. A dozen demons gathered at Caecilius' side under his control. Caecilius' mind raced. He recalled reading in the Kamartaj library about an imperial relic buried in a Middle Eastern tomb, but he knew nothing of its owner, nor why it was entombed. Mortals, how dare you trespass on the lands of Shurima? You are digging your own graves. A man wielding a scepter and clad in battle armor appeared upon the throne. The sun disk, as if recognizing family, flew straight into his body. To covet the relics of Shurima, you mortals are fools. The desert will be your only resting place. As Caecilius' attention was wholly captured by Azure, beneath the ground, a hand reached up and pulled Jackie Chan under. Mori froze when he saw this, but before he could react, another hand seized his ankle. Once beneath the earth, Ethan led Mori and Jackie Chan swiftly away from the scene. Azure, however, noticed Ethan's actions. Yet the familiar aura emanating from Ethan stirred a deep nostalgia within him. Nasus, my advisor, have you finally returned? Honored Emperor of Shurima, we come in friendship. If you are willing to give us the sun disk, once we have conquered the mortals, I am prepared to share the world with you. Caecilius, realizing Azure would not be as easy to handle as Mori and the others, switched to a tone of shameless negotiation. You're unfit to rule, mortal. At Azure's command, sand soldiers gathered behind him. It is the ascended who must lead mortals to prosperity, not to destruction. In light of the fact you awakened me, I grant you leave to exit this place and depart from Shurima. This is the mercy of an emperor. Caecilius suddenly grinned. So, you're saying there's nothing to discuss? Azure was about to deliver his final ultimatum when the demons behind Caecilius launched their attack. With too few sand soldiers awakened and the sun disk's energy running low, Azure was momentarily overwhelmed. Huh, what trash, Shurima. You really think you're someone important, don't you? Cassius burst into raucous laughter. Even the supreme mage fell in my hands. What chance do you have? Let me bury you and your withering empire once and for all. Azure was utterly enraged by Cassius's arrogance. He raised his scepter high, and in an instant, tens of thousands of tons of sand soared into the air above him. The light blazing from his scepter swept away the dark clouds that had gathered over this land. Let all remember the name of Shurima. If Shurima were to vanish, this world would lose all meaning. As Cassius and his demonic minions, forced back by Azure's overwhelming power, crashed to the ground, a magnificent tower rose behind Azure. Atop this tower was the sun disk, an object Cassius had long coveted but never possessed. Cassius spat out a mouthful of sand, but before it could hit the ground, a sudden gust swept it away. The grains of sand gathered beside the towering spire, swirling beneath Azure and forming into ranks of sand soldiers. In truth, Azure hadn't wished for this battle. If he were truly whole, he would never have entombed himself in a grave in the first place. Sleeping in a coffin, what a habit. He wasn't one of those deranged vampires, after all. But Cassius's words had crossed a line that Azure could not allow. Shurima would not suffer such insult. In the name of Shurima, I pronounce your doom. The desert will become your tomb. Azure leveled his scepter at Cassius. The tip of the colossal tower behind him began to glow and charge, sunlight transforming through the sun disk into pure, searing energy. Cassius was momentarily speechless. Had he known Azure could overturn the entire battlefield like this, he would never have provoked him so recklessly after gaining the upper hand. He'd have offered a truce instead. But now it was far too late. As the sand soldiers surged forward in attack, Cassius narrowed his eyes. He inhaled deeply, drawing into himself the hellish essence that had been scattered from the demons buried beneath the sand. Even the greater demons behind him were powerless to escape this fate. Surrender to me. This is your last chance. Otherwise, your soul will wail in the flames of hell. And that will be the perfect soundtrack to my conquest of the world. Transformed into a monstrous demon, Cassius let out a thunderous roar, his massive form towering even above Azure, who hovered in the air. Beneath the sand, Ethan struggled to drag Jackie-chan and Mori out. Good grief. When Azure lost his temper, he nearly swept them away with everyone else. Unlucky. Unlucky. Couldn't get any worse. Jackie clutched his chest, gasping. Ethan, aren't you supposed to be Azure's priest? We're on the same side. Why are you hiding? No, I serve a different master, Ethan replied, shaking his head. The moment he laid eyes on Azure, he realized he wasn't the one. Now, with only 3 candidates left and the situation spiraling out of control, Ethan was beginning to doubt if he'd even survive long enough to find the right one. Let's not worry about that now. How are we going to get out of this? Mori was growing anxious. The gap in strength was just too great. His axe might not even scratch Cassius. And as for Azure, the sand soldiers alone were a barrier he couldn't overcome. Never mind the sun disk above. We keep going down. There must be a solution below. Ethan sighed, resignation in his voice. Several hundred meters beneath Ethan, a heavy iron coffin bound tightly with chains began to shudder in an uncanny way. Around it, the chains anchoring the coffin to the stone walls snapped one after another as Azure's actions set off a chain reaction. Bit by bit, arcane energy seeped from the cracks in the coffin. Azure, my freedom is at hand. I will reclaim the rights that should have always been mine. Words brimming with arcane power reverberated through this small, sealed chamber. With every frantic struggle from the being imprisoned inside, the coffin splintered faster, and more chains broke free. The sealing runes etched onto the coffin's surface were now being corroded away, battered and fading under the onslaught of arcane energy. A few minutes later, when Ethan arrived at the scene with Mori and Chunglong, most of the chains around the coffin had already snapped. Is this thing yours? Chunglong glanced uncertainly at Ethan, pointing at the coffin. The scene before him hardly looked like the work of any decent soul. Probably not. Let's keep moving downwards, Ethan replied, shaking his head. Just then, with a resounding crack, the last chain snapped, and the coffin exploded into fragments. Nothing can bind me now. I shall transcend the petty world of mortals. Wraith bellowed with laughter, his voice echoing in the chamber as he broke free. Without a word, Mori eyed the seething mass of blue arcane energy, hefted his axe, and hurled it straight at Wraith. He didn't care what this thing was. If it wasn't an ally and didn't look remotely friendly, the best move was to strike first and ask questions later. With a single slap, Wraith unleashed a surge of arcane energy, disintegrating the massive axe into particles of light, leaving not even a fragment to return. Flesh and bone. How laughable, Wraith sneered, finally turning his blazing gaze on the 3 intruders. The moment he sensed Ethan, his rage erupted, like a man confronting his mortal enemy. Nasus, I will erase every trace of you. Nasus? Is that the deity I'm supposed to serve? Ethan wondered, baffled. He'd read plenty of myths, but he'd never heard of any Nasus. Clicking his tongue, Mori flexed his fingers and, with a sweep of his right hand, conjured his battle axe anew. Looks like my instincts were right. Ethan, you two keep moving. I'll handle this thick-headed brute. Mori's sharp eyes had already noticed how weak Wraith truly was in that moment. If he didn't take advantage now, he'd lose his chance once Wraith recovered. He'd used this tactic before against Dimension invaders, strike while the enemy was weakened and unfamiliar with Earth's environment, and victory would come with half the effort. Ethan didn't waste words. Since Mori was confident, he trusted him. Grabbing Chunglong, he hurried further downward in search of the Nasus Wraith had mentioned. With powerful foes appearing more and more frequently, Ethan felt a growing anxiety. Unless someone on their side could match these threats, he had little confidence about what lay ahead. Lightning arrow, lightning arrow, lightning arrow. As Ethan descended, The arcane energy whirling around Zerath suddenly transformed into 3 bolts of lightning, crackling through the air as they shot toward Mori and his companions. Mori swung his axe horizontally, blocking at the very front, while his other hand gripped the handle and slashed 3 times in quick succession. The lightning was shattered instantly, and a tingling sensation coursed from the axe through his arm, spreading across his entire body. Damn it, maybe I overestimated myself. This blue monster's energy is on a whole different level. Feeling his body protest, Mori pulled his hand back ever so slightly, and the mirror space unfolded, boxing in the surrounding area. Magic? Is this supposed to be magic? I thought you were just putting on a magic show. Zerath sneered as arcane power surged within him. Arcane pulses exploded outward in every direction, tearing apart the newly formed mirror space as if it were nothing. To his eyes, Mori's rigid, formulaic use of space was nothing short of heresy, hardly worthy of the name magic. Magic should be like a lightning bolt, swift and devastating. Even as the mirror space shattered, Mori had already closed the distance, axes raised high. He brought them crashing down, magical energy swirling along the blades, thunder crackling as the strike fell. Arcane shock orb. Zerath raised his right hand and fired an orb at blinding speed. It struck Mori squarely, folding his body like a bow and slamming him into the wall with such force that only a gaping hole remained. His figure vanished entirely. As expected, the wonders of magic belong to me alone, Zerath boasted, punching through the sand above his head as he soared upward. The ascendant energy, swirling outside, drew him closer, just a small sip from a nearby source, and he could relocate to a safer place and bide his time until fully restored, then emerge to seize power once more. He was quick to accept reality. After all, the waves of power from below were growing ever clearer, waves he knew all too well. They belonged to his greatest enemies, Nasu's and Renekton. Even after all these years sealed away, Zerath had continually tormented Renekton's mind, stoking the animosity between him and Nasu's. But who could say how it would unfold, especially with Ethan's sacred fire, renowned for its purifying strength. Even if his scheme succeeded, they might be cleansed before they could take effect. Beneath the sand, Mori gasped, drawing a sharp breath as he felt his chest and stomach. This ordeal taught him a hard lesson. Don't judge newcomers by old standards. These recent arrivals were more outrageous than the last. Even when they appeared frail to the naked eye, he couldn't withstand even a single strike from them. He felt around his abdomen. The lingering heat from the shock orb hadn't subsided, and the iron armor at his waist was starting to melt. Surviving this time, he had to give thanks to the iron armor distributed back in New York, the spiritual energy of his 5 spirit orbs and the knights of the Round Table's formation were both obliterated by Zerath's overwhelming energy up close. In the end, it was solid gear that saved his life. After Zerath ascended, Ethan and Jackie's descent slowed further. A palpable emotion, anger, thickened the air around them. To guard himself against being consumed by this emotion, Ethan kept the sacred fire within him burning bright, clearing out every stray thought as it formed. Compared to Ethan, whose entire life has been marked by misfortune, Jackie, who often calls himself unlucky, is in fact a child of fortune. The emotions swirling around them do not easily resonate with him. On the contrary, the composure and inner peace Jackie has cultivated over the years make him quite averse to this aimless, inexplicable anger. So, although their progress is slow, it remains steady and sure. I think I've arrived, Jackie. Ethan suddenly stopped, feeling the sacred fire within him leaning relentlessly toward a certain direction. Could I trouble you to wait here a moment? I'll be back soon. Jackie nodded in understanding. His previous attempt with the solar disk had taught him an important lesson. Sometimes, it's best to follow the lead of professionals, even if they're only relatively more experienced. Walking forward along the passage, Ethan's eyes were drawn to the intricate patterns carved into the walls on either side. The murals, when viewed together, seemed to weave a tale. It was a simple story. From the murals, Ethan deduced that a venerable elder, stricken by an incurable illness, had earned such merit that the people believed he deserved to undergo a sacred rite. Among the images depicting the ceremony, Ethan recognized the sun disk that haunted Cassius' dreams. Carved above, it were words in the language of Shurima. Though Ethan had never studied such script, he instinctively knew the meaning, ascension ritual. The ailing elder struggled up the steps, slowly making his way to the altar of ascension. His frail body made the ordinarily simple path feel insurmountable. When the elder finally collapsed before the altar, another old man, this one still robust and powerful, pushed past the guards restraining him. Amidst a clamor, he bounded up the steps in a few long strides, gathered the fallen elder in his arms, and, with unwavering resolve, carried him forward, step by determined step. When he reached the final step, it was as if he had fulfilled his last wish. The younger man placed the elder into the heart of the altar, then closed his eyes and awaited divine judgment. After all, the ascension ritual permitted only one entrant. But whether it was because they were brothers or for some other reason, the younger man was not struck down. Instead, he and his brother, bathed in the blinding light of the sun disk, ascended together. After their ascension, the brothers took on bestial forms. The elder transformed into a tall, gaunt figure with the head of a jackal and the body of a man, while the younger became a massive crocodile. This is the story of my brother and me. I think it deserves not to fade with time. How do you like my mural carving skills? As Ethan reached the final mural, a voice spoke behind him. He spun around to see a figure standing there, a being with the head of a jackal and the body of a man, unmistakably the ascended one from the murals. With Nasu's arrival, the sacred fire within Ethan began to flicker and sway. He realized he had, at last, found the right person. But Nasu's interrupted Ethan's ritual gesture. No need for ceremony. Aside from the fact that I am ascended and you are not, there is little that separates us. As for that particular connection, it's only because I once studied the gods of the fire worshippers. Ethan suddenly choked on his words. He understood what Nasu's meant. The holy fire within him originated from the faith he once followed, the fire worship cult. As for Nasu's, he was not some important figure within a religious sect. He had simply studied the texts of the fire worship cult so thoroughly that even the holy fire itself had been misled. While Ethan remained silent, Nasu's kept observing him. Seeing that Ethan was only silent, with the holy fire inside him showing not the slightest reaction, Nasu's felt quite pleased. He had witnessed many people, after learning the truth, fall into denial or even break down completely. After all, Shurima had risen step by step from the ashes of the fire worship cult, which had been utterly wiped out by Odin. In a sense, Shurima had inherited the cult's legacy. Thus, many had pored over ancient texts, only to discover that the faith or the deity they once worshipped no longer existed. Most refused to accept this fact, bringing countless troubles to Shurima in those days. In terms of inner strength, Ethan had already surpassed more than 90% of mortals Nasu's had ever known. What's wrong? It seems my words have disrupted quite a few of your plans, Nasu's said, turning to Ethan with a gentle smile. I wouldn't exactly call it disruption. To be honest, those plans were never really feasible to begin with, Ethan replied, shaking his head. In fact, I originally came to thank you and then resigned from my position as priest. As Ethan spoke, he looked up at Nasu's, as if seeking his permission to relinquish his priestly title. Why would you want to do that? Nasu's asked, a trace of confusion in his voice. He could tell that, before becoming a priest, Ethan had been an ordinary man, and one nearing the end of his natural life at that. The holy fire and the priesthood had given him strength and extended his days. Wasn't that a good thing? I'm sorry, Ethan said earnestly, but I've decided to devote the rest of my life to the liberation of this land. I simply can't do that as a priest of any god. I don't want people to think that I'm just replacing the rulers above them with another deity. His words were sincere. He was deeply grateful to the fire worship cult for granting him a second chance at life. But to become a priest, a missionary, that he simply could not accept. Nasu's suddenly burst into hearty laughter. In Ethan, he saw echoes of so many others. Of Renekton, who had sworn as a child to defend Shurima's borders. Of Azure, the neglected prince who dreamed of leading mortals toward greatness. Of Zerath, the slave who dedicated his life to eradicating Shurima's slave class. Some of these people had seen their dreams fulfilled, others had failed for all kinds of reasons, and some had lost their way in pursuit of their ideals. Nasu's was genuinely curious whether Ethan would succeed in the end. You really don't need to worry about that, Nasu's declared loudly, turning to face Ethan. Right now, the one you serve as priest isn't any god, it's yourself. The fire worship cult faded away long ago, lost to history. The holy fire you possess is nothing more than a flame uniquely kindled by your own faith, your persistence, your spirit. Try to accept it. It's simply a part of who you are. As Nasu's spoke, Ethan, for the very first time, tried to truly sense the holy fire. Until this moment, he had always believed the flame belonged to someone else, something he would one day have to return. Watching Ethan enter a meditative state in an instant, Nasu's couldn't help but sigh with admiration. If Shurima still stood, Ethan would certainly have been one of his top candidates for the Ascension ritual. Ethan's moment of enlightenment didn't last long. When he awoke, a flame-shaped mark appeared at the center of his brow. From that mark, brilliant patterns spread across his whole body, interwoven like a modern network of highways. The lingering energy of the Church of the Sacred Flames God Realm, dormant in this ancient tomb, sprang to life the moment Ethan embraced the holy fire. Like wanderers returning home after a long journey, the energies surged eagerly into his body. With a flood of power, Ethan's strength soared at a breathtaking pace. Apprentice level, novice professional, junior, intermediate, senior. Each threshold broke before him as easily as thin paper. It wasn't long before Ethan, once an ordinary man, had become one of the rare senior professionals of this age. Beyond that lay the realm of legends, a domain where mere accumulation of energy was not enough. To ascend further would require a profound comprehension and mastery of certain laws or principles. Congratulations, Nasus said, offering his blessing to Ethan. From today onward, you are one step closer to your dream. Ethan slowly opened his eyes. The patterns on his skin flashed brightly, then faded, merging seamlessly into his body. Feeling a strength unlike anything he had ever known, Ethan was filled with quiet joy. He no longer needed to fear assassination along the way. With this power, those who once relied on such means would find their options limited. For the first time, he was confident he could bring an end to the chaos of war. Thank you for your guidance, Ethan said, bowing slightly to Nasus. Without their fateful encounter, he doubted he would have found clarity so soon. With his newfound strength, Ethan could sense even more keenly the immense power of the jackal-headed figure before him. The very channels of energy in the air had been deliberately shaped by Nasus himself. No need to thank me. I have my reasons as well. Nasus made no attempt to hide his motives. It was true that among the ascended of Shurima, he was known for his warmth, but patience for every mortal was not his nature. Upon sensing the presence of the holy fire within Ethan, Nasus immediately thought of something important, though it would require Ethan's willing cooperation. Please, tell me your request. If it's within my power, I will do my best, Ethan replied, cautious not to commit blindly, wary in case Nasus's request crossed any of his boundaries. For example, if he were asked to help Azure rebuild Shurima, Ethan knew he could not agree. He hadn't survived this long just to help ancient emperors reclaim their thrones. Nasus seemed well aware of this. He merely lifted his gaze to the tomb chamber beyond. I hope you can help purify my brother. Purify, Ethan echoed in disbelief. In many religions, that word was just a polite way of saying destroy. The meaning was nearly the same. You misunderstand, Nasus continued. I don't know what Wraith did inside that coffin, but my brother's mind has been twisted. He now sees me as his enemy. For centuries, I have tried countless ways to resolve this, but all I have managed is to slow the decay. Understand. So what should I do? Ethan asked. His current profession level was quite high, but sending someone with absolutely no experience to handle something as dangerous, no sane person would think that was a good idea. If Ethan slipped up and sent Renekton flying, Nasus would probably be ready to die on the spot. Just follow me. As soon as Nasus finished speaking, a sharp cracking echoed from deep within the tomb. The sculpture there was suddenly laced with countless fractures. Crack, crack. Chunks of material fell from the sculpture's surface, and then a hand burst through, prying apart the stone. The sculpture split in two. Nasus's true form stepped out from inside. Now that he possessed a physical body, he seemed more restrained, but to Ethan's senses, he also felt even more dangerous. You weren't sealed? Ethan was so shocked he could barely find the words. Who do you think built this tomb? Nasus replied, offering a subtle smile. Then why didn't you just come out right away? Before Ethan could finish, someone else answered his question. Nasus, face your doom. Renekton's voice thundered in from outside. The sheer volume left no doubt about the fury behind it. Nasus glanced at Ethan and raised an eyebrow. See? Now you understand why I chose to seal myself away. Ethan nodded. He understood. More than understood. Because at that moment, Renekton began to relentlessly pound on the side tomb's main door with his massive blade. Bang! 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 The entire side chamber shook with each blow, and the door, which had closed automatically when Ethan entered, showered down dust with every hit. Suddenly, Ethan remembered something. Jackie was still outside. What should we do? My friend is still out there. He won't be in danger, will he? Ethan asked anxiously. Nasus shook his head. If I didn't show up, he might have been in some danger. But now that I'm here, Renekton won't have eyes for anyone else. Here's what will happen. I'll go out and keep him under control. Once I've got him subdued, you come over and use the sacred fire to sear his outer body. The purifying power will break open the mental prison Wraith placed on him. I believe that once his own will emerges, everything else will fall into place. Ethan nodded, signaling he understood. Without another word, Nasus unleashed a mighty roar. Death's embrace descended. A massive surge of energy erupted from within him, forming a ritual circle around his body that corroded and claimed souls. At the same time, Nasu's form expanded until he was pressing against the tomb's ceiling. And then Ethan watched as Nasus gripped his staff tightly and charged straight out of the tomb. Wasn't he a librarian before? Since when do librarians ascend and turn into close combat masters? Ethan crept forward cautiously, these thoughts swirling in his mind. The rune-engraved tomb door swung open automatically in Nasu's wake. Nasus barreled forward beneath the earth, ramming into Renekton, carving a deep, shadowy tunnel in his wake. As Ethan stepped out of the side tomb, his eyes scanned the space ahead, searching for any sign of Jackie. Soon, he noticed a mound of sand in a corner gently rising and falling. Ethan hurried over, quickly brushed the sand aside with both hands, and dragged Jackie out from the small mound. Jackie looked utterly bewildered, still dazed from the sudden incident. He coughed twice, sending clouds of dust shooting from both nostrils. Hey, are you all right? Ethan shook Jackie as he asked. Seeing that Jackie didn't respond, Ethan started sifting through his memory, trying to recall what kind of spell was suitable for a patient in this condition. As Ethan pondered how to heal Jackie without accidentally causing harm, Jackie finally came to his senses and pushed himself up with his arms. You're awake. How do you feel? Ethan asked with concern. In Jackie's blurry vision, Ethan seemed to have several overlapping images. Straining his neck, Jackie tried to recall what had happened. He had been waiting for Ethan while studying the patterns on the nearby tomb passage, reminding himself to stay focused on his work. Out of nowhere, a furious roar erupted behind him. Before he could even make out what the sound was, a fierce gust swept him up from behind. He was tossed by that wild wind, slammed into the wall, and immediately lost consciousness, never figuring out what exactly had caused the sudden gale. Did you find anyone? If not, we need to get going. I can't take much more, Jackie said, regaining his senses. He was just a humble archaeologist with a bit of martial arts training. Why did he always end up in situations like these? As long as you're all right, Ethan sighed in relief. He gestured confidently toward a passage behind them. No need to worry. Someone's already taken care of the problem. Jackie turned to look. Echoes of wailing drifted from the bottomless corridor, blending with the rhythmic hammering of metal, as if a pile driver were smashing iron. The whole passage trembled with the force of these sounds, the effect so exaggerated it bordered on the unbelievable. After watching this dramatic scene unfold from their corner for about 10 minutes, a figure finally emerged from the tunnel. Under the glow cast by the jewel atop the tomb, Ethan could just make out something dangling from Nasu's right hand. Ethan, I brought him, Nasus called out, tossing Renekton forward. He nodded to Ethan in greeting, and gave Jackie a polite nod as well. Hello there, my friend. Jackie, forgetting his manners, didn't reply. He gaped at Renekton, who, even sprawled on the ground, was still a head taller than him. Renekton was in a pitiful state, bloodied from head to toe, with some of his scales ripped off. He lay flat on the ground, completely drained, unable to even stand. Don't worry, he's lost all sense, and can't muster even a tenth of his strength. With the thousands of layers of decay weighing him down, he's absolutely no threat, Nasus explained, seeing Ethan hesitate, thinking he was frightened by Renekton. Shaking off his astonishment, Ethan didn't explain further. He stepped forward, slowly reaching out his right hand. Suddenly, with a snap, Renekton whipped his head around, his fangs clashing with a sharp metallic clack, eyes locked fiercely on Ethan. Ethan, startled, quickly withdrew his hand. He shuddered. If those jaws had snapped onto him, his arm would have been done for. My apologies, I was careless, Nasus said with a hint of regret. He raised his staff and brought it down hard on Renekton's head. With a thunderous crash, Renekton's head was driven straight into the earth, his body twitching twice before falling still. So ruthless. Jackie-chan shuddered all over, casting a worried glance at Ethan. He didn't know exactly what Ethan had been asked to do, but if he failed, would Ethan's head prove as tough as the ground here? Ethan took a deep breath and pressed his right hand to Renekton's shoulder. Then, closing his eyes, he awkwardly began to summon the holy fire within himself. In Jackie's eyes, glowing patterns like tattoos started to appear across Ethan's body. A radiant light blossomed at the very center of his forehead, trailing down his arm to his palm, where a sudden burst of flame ignited. A crackling sound filled the chamber as the holy fire burned, spreading a foul, rotting stench throughout the tomb. Blue lines began to crawl across Renekton's skin and scales, weaving tightly around him, binding him fast. Nasus, standing to the side, watched with mounting hope. Previously, it had taken nearly beating his brother to death for Zerath's dark magic to reveal itself. Now, Ethan's holy fire had triggered an instant reaction. This was promising. Time ticked by, second after second. Where Ethan's palm touched Renekton's scales, the skin was turning pale, and Renekton's struggles were growing more intense. Yet his actions were strange. With his left hand, he tried to lift his head, while his right hand pressed himself down, as if wishing to sink even deeper into the ground. Suddenly, with a muffled burst, a surge of power erupted from beneath Renekton's skin. Empowered by Ethan's holy fire, it shattered a hole in the prison Zayrath had left behind. Nasus quickly reached out, catching Ethan and setting him gently on the ground before rushing to his brother's side, eyes bright with excitement. Nasus! Renekton wrenched his head free of the earth and fixed Nasus with a fierce glare. Nasus's face tensed. Had they still failed? I told you, stop hitting my head so hard. Renekton growled as he stood, voice full of fury. Nasus blinked in surprise, then broke into laughter, spreading his arms wide to embrace his brother. Wait, there's still a little problem. I'll handle it, Renekton declared. He threw his head back and roared, a blood-red rage surging across his entire body, his ultimate form unleashed. In an instant, Renekton's body swelled, the ceiling groaning as he grew even taller than Nasus. Then, with both hands, he seized the taut blue arcane threads stretched across his chest. With a mighty bellow, Renekton pulled the threads outward. When they reached their limit, they snapped in a burst of blue particles. Zayrath, I've broken free. Just you wait. Fully liberated, Renekton roared so loudly that Ethan and Jackie's ears rang with the force of it. Almost at the same time, Ethan remembered he'd left Moray alone. Spinning around, he dove into the sand, extending his senses to find Moray resting nearby, and rushed toward him at once. Watching Renekton and Nasus getting along like brothers, Jackie-chan could hardly hold back his frustration. There was still a fight raging above, yet here these two were, basking in their brotherly affection. Wasn't this the wrong time for such sentiment? There's still a Shuriman Emperor and Cassius battling it out up there. Aren't you going to help? And it looks like that Zayrath fellow has broken free as well, Jackie said, glancing upward. From Ethan's earlier hints, he had pieced things together. Renekton and Nasus were blood brothers, both ascended of Shurima. The first one they'd encountered was the Shuriman Emperor, and the enemy they'd seen in the middle of it all was likely Zayrath. No need to worry. The Emperor, now awakened, has some pent-up fury to unleash, Nasus explained. As for Zayrath, that despicable scoundrel has probably already fled to who knows where, Renekton added, his gruff voice so forceful it nearly toppled Jackie over. Renekton, tone it down, Nasus chided, shooting his brother a stern look. Then he bent down to Jackie, his tone gentler. Let me get you out of here. This is no place for a mortal. Jackie nodded. Truth be told, he didn't have much of a choice. When Nasus finally brought Jackie back to the surface, Ethan was dragging Mori up as well. Mori glanced at Jackie, who had landed smoothly and safely, and let out a silent sigh. He's got a ticket on the Chinese bullet train, while I'm stuck on the slow, rattling green Elephant Express. Worlds apart, he thought ruefully. Your Majesty, let it go. He's dead, Nasus advised, turning his gaze to Azure in the distance. Azure looked up, pulling his staff from Cassius's corpse without a second thought. The rage Cassius had provoked in him still burned. Hot, even death hadn't quenched it. Azure was determined to vent all the frustration he'd bottled up during centuries underground. In truth, Cassius had initially fought Azure to a standstill, even breaking through waves of soldiers at times. But as Azure's strength rapidly returned with each passing moment, the hellish energy inside Cassius could no longer keep pace with the demands of battle. In the end, he couldn't even maintain his demonic form. With Azure growing stronger and Cassius weakening, the outcome was inevitable. One could only wonder, as Cassius fell, whether he regretted ever betraying Komartaj. My advisor, my general, Shurima has fallen, Azure murmured, gazing out across the endless desert. No Shuriman banners greeted his eyes, no trace of the ascended legions remained. They had all imagined this scene during their long slumber, yet witnessing it for real was a different kind of heartbreak. Back then, the threat of Asgard's Odin had always loomed over the Shuriman Empire. No one could say whether those who had wiped out the fire worshippers would return again, centuries later. That's why Azure, despite everyone's objections, had insisted on holding the Ascension ritual. He was determined to prepare for the wars yet to come. But in the middle of the ceremony, Zayrath had intervened, stealing away much of the ritual's power. Upon receiving the news, Renekton and Nasus, who were defending the border against foreign enemies, immediately rushed back. But by the time they returned, all they could do was seal the rampaging Zayrath. As for Azure, he was barely clinging to life. With the ascended army devastated, more than half the capital destroyed, the royal bloodline severed, the emperor unconscious, and enemies pouring in from all sides, the Two had no choice but to take Azure away from the capital. They set out in search of a place to build a tomb, desperate to preserve Shurima's legacy from total extinction. After burying the sun disk and Azure together within the tomb, Nasus began to set up a defensive network. Yet in that moment, Renekton, left to guard Zerath, was overcome by an unseen influence and turned on Nasus in a sudden attack. Subduing the disoriented Renekton, Nasus dragged his wounded body and the coffin, sealing Zerath deeper underground. There, he sealed Zerath away with even stronger bonds, and then, together with Renekton, descended below the sealing point and enacted a self-imposed imprisonment. Your Majesty, as long as you live, as long as we live, Shurima will one day rise again. Go back. The time has not yet come, and your wounds have not fully healed, Nasus counseled gently. Renekton stood off to the side, silent and brooding. He was tormented by guilt that he had faltered in spirit as Shurima teetered on the edge of ruin, and that this weakness had given Zerath the opportunity to strike. Azure nodded. Before turning to leave, he shouted into the distance, his voice echoing with rage, resentment, and regret. Zerath. That simple name carried the weight of his fury and remorse, for he bitterly regretted having placed so much trust in Zerath. Dozens of kilometers away in the desert, Zerath froze instinctively at the sound of his own name. A wave of shame surged within him. Not shame for his past deeds, but for the humiliating realization that even now, a single word from Azure could make him pause and await orders. If I don't end this, I'll forever remain your slave. Zerath spun toward the direction of the tomb, spreading his arms wide and relinquishing all control over the arcane energy within him. The newly restored arcane power surged and twisted between his hands as the ritual began to unfold. Back then, when he stole the Ascension ritual's power and became a lich, Zerath sought the strength to grasp authority. But now, this arcane ritual was his way of severing the final chains of his former servitude once and for all. Azure! Hearing Zerath's voice, Azure halted in his tracks. The sound was all too familiar. Once it had rung in his ears every day, though back then it had called him Emperor, the tone filled with respect, admiration, and awe. Nasus! Renekton! Azure called out loudly, eyes fixed on the surging arcane energies in the distance. Here, came their replies. Before I return to my slumber, I will not allow the traitor who brought Shurima to ruin to live in peace in this world. Yes, your Majesty. Ultimate command. The hand of death descends. Renekton and Nasus unleash their power toward the outside world, transforming into giants 100 meters tall. The energy swirling around them formed two small domains, and any ordinary high-level practitioner caught in the overlapping area of these domains would be reduced to dust, their body and soul shredded in an instant. With sharp instincts, Ethan led Chung Long and Mori to retreat in the opposite direction. This place was about to become a battlefield of such ferocity that none of them could hope to take part. Zerath, in the name of Shurima, I will judge you for your past crimes. Azure raised his staff, pointing it toward Zerath in the distance. The solar disk behind his back shone with renewed brilliance, lifting him into the air. For your crimes, you receive the ultimate sentence, death. Your name is stripped away. Slave. Azure, you cruel, faithless emperor. Today, I will bury Shurima once and for all, bury the past forever. As Zerath's words echoed, the entire sky shifted into a dangerous shade of blue. Arcane orbs overflowed from this azure sea, densely packed and countless, like the honeycombs of a hive. Seeing this, Nasu stepped in front of Azure, the power within his body manifesting as a barrier of soul energy, the strongest shield Azure could have. Renekton, on the other hand, was utterly different. He picked up speed, charging forward, his halberd-like weapon held across his body. It sliced through the air ahead of him, reducing resistance as he barreled onward. Azure gave no orders to Nasus or Renekton. He trusted that his vizier and general would make the right choices. Instead, he turned toward the sun, spreading his arms wide. The spinning solar disk behind him, together with his outstretched arms, formed a great triangle. Within that triangle, a terrifying energy was taking shape. When it finally burst forth, the world would witness the true might of Shurima. As Renekton reached halfway across the battlefield, Zerath's arcane ritual reached its climax. A barrage of arcane missiles rained down from above. Soul Sunder. Nasu swung his staff in a wide arc, shattering every arcane bolt aimed at himself and Azure. High above, Zerath watched this unfold, unsurprised that his attack hadn't harmed Azure in the slightest. Nasu's was among the earliest of Shurima's ascended, and his sheer power was unrivaled among the four present. That was exactly why Zayrath had gone to such lengths to send Nasus away from the capital back then. If Nasus had remained in the capital, Zayrath would never have had the chance to steal the power of Ascension. Moreover, Nasus had never liked him, watching his every move. If Azure hadn't trusted and favored Zayrath so deeply, and if Zayrath himself hadn't been so cautious, surely Nasus would have found an excuse to send him far from Azure long ago. Destructive gaze. Zayrath's mind swept over part of the arcane barrage. That energy began to converge and compress, forming small, orbs-like eyes. At the same time, arcane circles appeared just outside Nasus's domain, resonating with the destructive gaze hovering in the sky. A slender thread of energy connected each circle to the eye above. Boom! The thread was like the fuse of a stick of dynamite, instantly detonating the arcane energy between the two nodes above and below. A surging tide of arcane force overturned layer upon layer of sand, pounding relentlessly against the soul barrier, shaking it to its very core. Brilliant blue light blocked Nasus and Azure's ordinary sight, but for these beings, what the eyes perceived was only a fraction. Much more was discovered through their senses. While the battle raged on this side, Renekton had already drawn close to Zayrath. Barely a little more than 1,000 meters separated them now. For the towering Renekton, who stood 100 meters tall, that distance was nothing, just a matter of a few long strides. Yet as soon as Renekton formally entered the 1,000-meter range, a massive resistance suddenly emerged, pressing against him, pushing him back step by step. He drove his legs into the earth, straining to hold his ground, but in his ultimate form, he was simply too colossal. The area for the resistance to act upon had grown as well, so his massive body was gradually forced backward. With a furious roar, Renekton swung his right-hand blade, carving black rifts through the air. Each slash tore open the surging barrier, but before he could press forward, his vision was flooded with pale blue orbs. From Zayrath's true form, wave after wave of impact spheres shot outward in expanding circles, by far the most efficient way to keep an enemy at bay. One orb after another crashed into Renekton, forcing him back across the 1,000-meter threshold. Unstoppable, Renekton lowered his body, red energy radiating from every scale, and twice charged forward like a living battering ram. The oncoming spheres were sliced cleanly in two by his rampage. With the gap now closed to less than 100 meters, Renekton raised his blade and brought it crashing down. A wild burst of arcane energy erupted from Zayrath's chest, staggering Renekton, and the next volley of orbs pushed him away from Zayrath's side once again. Around Zayrath, repelling spells sprang forth in endless waves. He knew full well that if Renekton ever managed to steady himself at close range, he would become nothing more than a sacrificial lamb. For a mage, having a top-tier warrior in your face, there was simply nothing you could do. Even as Zayrath forced Renekton away, the distant arcane bombardment never ceased. The relentless barrage had flattened hundreds of meters of desert, reducing the sand to nothing but ash, so thoroughly destroyed that not a speck of dust remained. Despite the devastation, Azure was untouched. The solar power building in his hands had reached its peak. Slave, I shall finally correct the mistake of ever trusting you. Azure flung his arms wide, and a blazing sun rose into the sky. The roiling arcane sea above was vaporized in an instant, as if a true ocean had been consumed by the sun's wrath. Zayrath gazed upon the scene without a trace of fear, drawing all the arcane energy back into his body in one determined surge. So, it's a duel of pure force, is it? Now, he stood on Azure's right, and as the old saying went, in any showdown, the one on the left was doomed to lose. He wasn't going to end up like that guy dying cough, cough. In short, Zayrath was more confident than ever in his impending victory. Just as the two were about to unleash their powers, the ground beneath Zayrath suddenly surged, and Renekton burst forth from the sand below. Without hesitation, he slashed at Zayrath, who was preparing for a magical duel. Then, activating his ultimate dominance, Renekton's body grew massive once again, pinning Zayrath high into the air. Ruthless predator. Renekton's blade struck Zayrath multiple times in quick succession, carving deep gashes into his arcane form. Under this relentless assault, Zayrath's body began to tremble violently, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Tyrant's rage. Renekton's blade swept through the air in a deadly arc, severing Zayrath's head from his body in one decisive blow. Unstoppable charge. Renekton's massive form crashed through what remained of Zayrath, scattering his arcane essence. Without pausing, Renekton retreated into the distance. The reason for his haste was clear. The sun above was about to set. No sooner had Renekton vanished than the blazing sun descended, pressing down upon Zayrath. There was no mushroom cloud, only a blinding burst of sunlight so intense that no one could keep their eyes open. Under its searing rays, the surrounding space began to twist and warp, with time and space themselves melting away into nothingness. Azure, I will return. With these final words, Zerath vanished from sight, leaving nothing behind for those who watched. Yet both Azure and Nasus knew well that Zerath would inevitably return one day. Having undergone a warped ascension ritual to become a lich, Zerath possessed a formidable immortality. In a sense, he was now one with the arcane. Only an arcane mage of greater power could ever hope to destroy him completely. However, among the three ascended present, none showed the slightest concern. When it came to growth and power, they had never feared any challenger. Immortal? Well, let's see how many times you can be destroyed. If it came to it, perhaps in the end, even the ascended soldiers of Shurima could defeat Zerath single-handedly. By that time, Zerath would no longer be a true threat. With Zerath dealt with, Azure cast one final look at the world outside, then entered the tomb alongside Renekton and Nasus. Nasus, taking up the rear, resealed the tomb. Once the magical formation was locked, the entire tomb vanished from the Earth's surface, hidden away within a fold of space nearly impossible to find. As the tomb disappeared, so too did Yangqiu's involvement in this chapter come to an end. The events to follow would unfold beyond his script, driven by the world's own course of evolution. This time, the cost Yangqiu paid for steering the narrative was steep. The spiritual energy Ancient One had accumulated over 5 centuries was completely spent, and nearly all of Yangqiu's own reserves were drained as well. The last remnants of the ancient Zoroastrian god kingdom, built up over thousands of years, were utterly depleted. Script 10. The Return of Mystery. Script Overview. The negligence of the Kamartaj sorcerers has caused instability in a once peaceful, mystical realm. During this turmoil, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, falls prey to Mephisto's schemes and is killed by the traitor Caecilius. Taking advantage of this, Caecilius begins plotting to steal the treasures of the ancient Shuriman Empire. Script Outcome. Perfect. Script Evolution Outcomes. Personnel associated with Shurima, Heaven Realm, Shushan individuals, Roundtable Knights, Heaven Realm, Paradise in the Making, Heaven Realm, Earth Network, Clock Tower, Multiverse Portal, and a second advancement in world energy levels. Shurima Personnel. Azure, the last Emperor of Shurima, one of the Ascended, a legendary practitioner. He commands the laws of sunlight and the desert. Currently, he is gravely wounded, possesses the priceless sun disk, and remains self-sealed. Nasus, Guardian of Shurima, former Grand Marshal of Shurima, curator of the Shurima National Library and Museum, and one of the Ascended. As a legendary practitioner, he wields the laws of the soul. Presently lightly wounded, he is also self-sealed. Renekton, Grand General of Shurima, leader of the Shurima Ascended Legion, and one of the Ascended. As a legendary practitioner, he harnesses the laws of slaughter and wrath. He is currently lightly injured and self-sealed. Zerath, now a traitor, once a Shuriman slave, now a warped Ascended and legendary practitioner. His mastery lies in the arcane. He is currently awaiting resurrection. Heaven Realm, Shushan Personnel. Li Xiaoyao, head of the Shushan sect, a master who has opened the 3 flowers and gathered the 5 elements of the crown. As a legendary practitioner, he commands aspects of the Way of the Sword and possesses the treasured 5 spirit orbs. The remaining 110 members of Shushan include Zhao Linger, sublegendary, 5 Shushan elders, senior practitioners, and others. Round Table Knights. Artoria, King Arthur, supreme leader of the Round Table Knights, a sub-legendary practitioner. She possesses the priceless sword of promised victory, both blade and scabbard. Among the remaining key members of the Round Table Knights, 6 are noteworthy, including Gawain, who has departed, and Lancelot, also departed. Heaven Realm, Paradise in the Making. Heaven Realm has spent 5 centuries laying the groundwork for their Battlestar, which remains under construction due to new technological developments and ongoing design revisions. Its completion date is unknown. Currently, it resides within the Oort cloud, roughly 1 light-year from Earth, serving as the principal guardian of the solar system's Earth, Midgard, frontier. Heaven Realm, Earth Network. Before their departure, Heaven Realm established a network imbued with magical inscriptions left by various members. Authorized personnel may access and utilize these imprints in accordance with their clearance. Clock Tower, Multiverse Portal. Over 5 centuries, the Clock Tower developed a preliminary portal capable of connecting to other worlds across the multiverse. For now, it remains idle due to a lack of destination coordinates. Its random activation feature is disabled. The portal currently sits within the Oort cloud, about 2 light-years from Heavenrealm's Battlestar. Second advancement in world energy levels. The energy activity of the current planet has surged once more. The thresholds for all advancement paths have dropped even further, and the barrier to energy perception has also diminished. With the tally complete, at the distant edge of the solar system in the Oort cloud, 2 colossal beings emerged at either end of a diameter drawn with the sun at its center. One was ethereal, a planet just slightly smaller than Earth, its surface shimmering with the dazzling lights of formation arrays, mystical arts, and a celestial defense network. Shifting across this planet were figures not quite corporeal, moving to and fro as they constructed various fundamental facilities and adapted outdated structures and defensive systems. This illusory situation is the result of incomplete evolution. If Yangxiu wants these people to become real living beings, he'll need to continue investing his mental energy and additional resources. The gap isn't enormous now. He'll only have to put in several dozen times what he's already committed. The other thing present is a portal about the size of the moon. Its dominant hue blends seamlessly with the vastness of the cosmos. Though at times, lines representing various laws of the universe ripple across its surface, making it both awe-inspiring and mysterious. This multiversal portal is the crowning achievement of the clock tower's core technology. Surrounding the portal are layer upon layer of spatial strata. Each layer is a part of the clock tower as well. Unlike the tiny artificial planets of Hextech, these structures are mostly man-made, and their main form is a platform rather than a sphere. These are the portal's chief defenders. In the absence of enemies, they serve as engineers, responsible for calibrating and maintaining the portal. At present, both the portal and the battle star mainly draw their energy from converting the surrounding spatial energies. Yangxiu only needs to make up a small shortfall. Yangxiu did a quick calculation. After completing this scenario, the improvements in his mental strength and recovery rate would only just barely be enough to keep up with the maintenance of these 2 energy-hungry giants. If he had to supply all the energy by himself, he'd probably find himself working alone in just a few days. Even now, just covering the deficit was a heavy burden for Yangxiu. He was about to take over from the Ancient One as Earth's chief protector. If he didn't set aside some reserves, he'd have no time to prepare when the enemies came knocking. So, if they want to continue developing, relying solely on Yangxiu is out of the question. Even Earth as it stands can't provide what's needed. That's precisely why he's determined to evolve the multiversal portal this time. This universe is far more crowded than the one from his previous life. In the solar system, Earth is the only major power, but that's only because, nominally, the solar system is under Asgard's jurisdiction. Anyone advancing into this region would, in effect, be declaring war on Asgard. Moreover, with Earth's current strength, expansion beyond its borders is out of reach. To put it bluntly, if they encountered any civilization capable of interstellar travel, their chances of victory would be dismal. Surely, no one really believes that a single nuclear bomb could wipe out an entire star fleet. So, if Yangxiu wants to lead the mystic world and Earth into further development, he has no choice but to seek opportunities in other worlds. Of course, those target worlds should preferably be weaker than what he has here. Worlds on par with his own are acceptable. Stronger ones are best avoided, and the least desirable are those already marked by something sinister. If they stumble into the last kind, they might end up as the hunted, not the hunters. Shortly after the scenario's evolution concluded, the Ancient One arrived at Yangxiu's home. However, she now appeared as a somewhat translucent spirit, as though she had been drained beyond her limits. "Master Ancient One, what's happened to you?" Yangxiu couldn't help but ask as he looked at her. "It's nothing, don't worry about me." He seemed completely unconcerned about her own situation. "I just had a chat with some of my creditors, and we reached a peaceful agreement. They won't be holding me accountable for my previous use of certain powers. As for the rest, those are bigger players, and by the rules, they'll generally only come after me anyway. So, I've resolved this problem for you for now." A peaceful agreement? Yangxiu wasn't quite sure what to say. This so-called peace might not be as harmonious as it sounded. "I'm actually here today, mainly to lay things out for you," Gu continued. She leaned her spiritual form back into the chair, looking utterly at ease. "Please go ahead," Yangxiu replied earnestly, ready to listen. This universe was complicated, and after serving as its guardian for 5 centuries, Gu knew far more than he did right now. "First of all, you've seen the timeline, so you should know that the greatest threat to us in the future is Thanos. But do you know why Thanos hasn't come to Earth yet? Or to Asgard?" "Why?" Yangxiu played along, prompting her to continue. "To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. The only reason Thanos hasn't come here is because he's wary I might hold him up. Thanos and his forces are among the most formidable in the universe, and his personal power is at the absolute top. Even with the Eye of Agamotto, I can't say for certain I would win in a one-on-one fight against him. But if he tried to cause trouble here, I could at least use the eye to keep him occupied for decades. That would be more than enough time for some of his enemies to stir up trouble behind his back. Among those enemies are, of course, Odin and the Asgardian army. The main reason Asgard has been spared from Thanos' harassment, besides its remote location, is the Bifrost. The Bifrost is a marvel, forged from the finest resources Asgard gathered during its 5,000 years of conquest. It was designed to rival the Space Stone, allowing the Asgardian army to be transported at faster-than-light speeds to any known point in the universe in a matter of moments. The weaponization aspect is just a side effect. Its real purpose is rapid troop deployment. Roughly 300 years ago, Odin and I established a defensive pact. If either of us were attacked by Thanos or his forces, we would strike back together. The plan is simple. I would handle or stall the invading enemy, while Odin led the Asgardian army straight into their heartland, forcing them to retreat. This public interstellar defense agreement, along with a number of Infinity Stones held by Earth and Asgard, has been a key factor in our continued stability. If the Space Stone in SHELD's hands were to fall into mine or Odin's possession, we would most likely refuse to keep it. 2 Infinity Stones appearing on Earth at the same time would be reason enough for Thanos to come looking for trouble. Our combined threat makes attacking us costly for Thanos, but if the potential rewards ever outweigh the risks, he won't hesitate to strike. If in the future a 3rd Infinity Stone appears within the 9 realms, my personal advice, unless we have truly overwhelming strength, is to send it to another top-tier force in the universe. The best-case scenario is that the 6 Infinity Stones end up in the hands of 6 different cosmic civilizations. That way, no matter which side Thanos attacks, the gains he stands to make will always be outweighed by the cost. And since he's one of the long-lived Eternals, patience is on his side, so things would remain more balanced. A few centuries would pass in the blink of an eye if things were drawn out. Yangshuo nodded to show he understood. This also explained why the Space Stone was kept on Earth, and why the Ancient One never tried to take it for herself. Later, in the mainstream timeline, Asgard handed their surplus Infinity Stones over to the Collector instead of keeping them. It all made sense now. I have a question, though. Why didn't Thanos just go after the Space Stone? If he got his hands on it, wouldn't that break at least half of the geographical stalemate? Yangshuo asked. It's quite simple, really, the Ancient One replied. The Infinity Stones are nothing more than switches for cosmic authority. They channel power from the universe itself. Ordinary use is fine, but if you push them to their limits, even Thanos, with all 6 stones, might not be able to pull off his plan. So, even with the Space Stone, he wouldn't be able to fully wield its power unless the other 5 stones were already gathered in close proximity. She looked at Yangshuo as she spoke slowly. So, don't treat the Infinity Stones as if they're boundless sources of energy. Thanos would go mad for them, and even if he didn't come himself, his underlings would stir up trouble sooner or later. In the end, it just wouldn't be worth it for anyone who tried to use them that way. I understand. I never planned to do that anyway. Yangshuo replied with a laugh. The Infinity Stones seemed like permissions granted by some higher being. Making them your main power source would be like handing your lifeline to someone else. Second, I brought you a gift from Asgard. I spoke to Odin about this. I'll be retiring early, and my successor will be Master. Kiran. As she spoke, the Ancient One waved her hand, and brilliantly colored bricks stacked up, filling the entire living room. These are energy bricks produced by Asgard's energy collectors. They're usually used to maintain the Bifrost. Also, I'm leaving you the method for borrowing power from other dimensions. You can use it in a pinch if you're ever short on energy. Of course, if you want to avoid any debts, target dimensions without collective consciousness or a dimensional overseer. Yangshuo nodded in understanding. At this moment, the Ancient One felt like a parent about to embark on a long journey, wanting to leave instructions for everything. Also, you don't need to follow my footsteps. I was only one person and couldn't keep up with everything. Your way is clearly better. Under your guidance, Earth has advanced faster than I did in 5 centuries. That makes me truly happy. There was a hint of reluctance in her voice. Retirement was a joyful thing, but leaving a post she'd held for 500 years also brought a touch of sadness. I will. I've already mapped out my plans for the future, Yangshuo replied, looking at her. Are you sure you don't want to stay a few more years and see how things go? No. Once the burden is in your hands, I have no reason to meddle in these affairs any longer. Oh, one last piece of advice. Don't neglect education. Earth has a population of 7 billion. Though she claimed she wouldn't interfere, in the final moments before her astral form faded away, the Ancient One couldn't help but keep talking, offering Yangshuo bits of advice for Earth's future development. Whether or not this suggestion fit in with Yangshuo's plan, he didn't argue. At a time like this, there was no point in disagreeing. He simply listened. Ding dong, welcome to Old Dad's Antique Shop. Who is it? We're closed. True's voice called out from inside. True, uncle, it's me. I'm back, said Jackie, shaking the dust off his coat and leaving a small cloud by the door. Jackie, you're finally back. Old Dad emerged from the back room, hands on his hips, scolding Jackie as he walked forward, though his concern was unmistakable beneath the complaint. Ran into a bit of trouble and got back late. Everything all right here at home, uncle? Jackie asked as he hung his hat on a nearby rack. Nothing much. Before Old Dad could finish his sentence, a small figure suddenly leapt out from the side. Uncle Jackie, I missed you so much. Jackie was startled to see his niece hanging around his neck. What are you doing here? I came to see you, Uncle Jackie. Take me to the amusement park. I've been here for days, and Uncle and True won't take me anywhere. Jade said, pouting and casting a glare at True behind Jackie's back. Jackie set Jade down and looked over at Old Dad. He didn't believe for a second that Jade's parents had sent her over just for fun. Jade's here to catch up on her studies, Old Dad explained, shaking his head. Both he and Jackie were highly educated, top of their class in their day, but Jade didn't seem to have inherited that talent. Her grades in school are too low. She's far from meeting the entrance requirements for the prep academy. That's not true. I did pretty well on my exams. Jade protested, lifting her chin. What grade did you get on your finals? Jackie asked, ruffling her hair. Jade dodged his hand, pushed herself up onto the counter, and replied, I got an A. The highest grade. The highest grade is actually A+, but A is still good. Just don't get complacent, Jackie said with a smile, though he looked at Old Dad with a trace of confusion. Which school has such high standards that even an A isn't enough? The Chinese Cultivation Prep Academy, Old Dad replied, sighing. They accept students aged 9 to 12 for a 4-year preparatory program. The initial exam is a written test with a total score of 600 points. Jade just tried it. She scored only 230. The minimum qualifying score is 500, and only the top applicants get in. Old Dad's expression was troubled. Jade had never been good at exams. It was mostly thanks to all sorts of bonus points not related to tests. But when it came to the real thing, her weaknesses showed, even though she was lucky enough to guess 9 out of 10 on multiple choice. 230? Jackie cried out in shock. That was nowhere close to passing. He knew Jade's grades weren't the best, but he hadn't realized it was this bad. After taking the test papers from Old Dad, Jackie finally understood. Whoever had designed these exams, the required knowledge was pretty basic, just regular middle school material, but even after adding up all the points, Jade had only managed a little over 200. The scope of the other 400 points was rather outrageous. It covered everything from astronomy and geography to history, culture, and even wilderness survival. Even someone as accomplished as Jackie, an elite archaeologist who had traveled far and wide, figured he could only score around 300 out of those 400 points. No wonder Jade's results were so poor. What kind of school is this Huaxia Cultivation Preparatory Academy? The exam covers so many random topics. And that name, is it connected to the Heavenly Court? Jackie asked as he put down the test paper. Uncle nodded. It's a new school jointly established by the Heavenly Court and Huaxia. The current principal is Li Xiaoyao, with Zhao Linger as vice principal, and Guan Zhun as the party secretary. They're enrolling children of Huaxia nationality who are of age, as well as under 18 children of Chinese descent who can't choose their own nationality. There are still 6 months left before the preliminary exam. Uncle Jackie, stop chatting. Can you take me out to play? Jade tugged at Jackie's hand, swinging it back and forth. Jackie lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment, then smiled at Jade. That smile sent a chill down her spine. She had a bad feeling about this. Toru, help Jade set up her mistake notebook. Every question she gets wrong needs to be recorded, Jackie said, looking up at Toru who was standing off to the side. What? Jade shouted in disbelief. Uncle Jackie, you're siding with him too. Toru picked Jade up, holding her firmly. I don't want to. I want to go out and play. Jade flailed her arms and legs, but she was no match for Toru's belly. Her struggles were completely ineffective. Once Jade had been carried into the study, Jackie shook his head and sat down. Tomorrow, I'll contact some friends and ask them to send over a few dozen sets of middle school exam papers. We need to get every point we can from those 200 points. As for the other 400, I'll have to find some time to review the exam syllabus. By the way, Uncle, is there only this one school? Not all. There are several other similar schools around the world, Uncle replied, counting on his fingers. There's the Huaxia Adult Vocational Institute, the Hex Vocational Institute, and the Russian Vocational Institute, but none of these are relevant to Jade since they all enroll adults. As for children, aside from the Huaxia Cultivation Preparatory Academy, there's only the Hogwarts International Mystical Preparatory Academy. But so far, they haven't released any admission guidelines. Hogwarts? I've heard of it. Even 500 years ago, it was already a school for young people. I can't believe the name hasn't changed all this time, Jackie said, shaking his head. But that school didn't have a great reputation in the past. They were obsessed with bloodlines. I wonder if that's still the case. Why worry about that? What you need to do now is finish reading the syllabus and make a study plan. Uncle rapped Jackie on the head with his knuckle, producing a sharp crack. Got it, Uncle. I'll get right on it, Jackie replied, rubbing his head. One more thing. Tomorrow you need to go register. Someone will come to pick you up at 8 in the morning. So don't oversleep, Uncle reminded him. Register? Jackie was taken aback. That's right. Remember to get your professional qualifications and skill certificates ready ahead of time. No need to scramble at the last minute, Uncle said, taking a sip of his tea. But I haven't even had the chance to attend the professional assessment yet, Jackie said, scratching his head. The Celestial Court had only returned for about a month, and he'd spent the entire time dealing with all sorts of matters, leaving him no time to contact anyone over there. Just register as a junior professional, Uncle decided on the spot. What? Jackie was quite puzzled. Realistically, he'd only be assessed at that level anyway, but Uncle's decisiveness still left him a bit confused. For our internal announcement, the recruitment standard for teachers at the Huaxia Adult Vocational and Technical Training College is junior professional and above, Uncle explained with a sly wink at Jackie. Suddenly, everything clicked for Jackie. The next morning at 7, when Jackie woke up, Jade had already been in the backyard for some time. She was holding a notebook, which from its cover looked like her collection of mistakes. Everyone said that reviewing mistakes early in the morning helped with memory, though Jackie wasn't sure where that idea came from. Still, since everyone believed it, maybe there was some truth to it. However, Jackie thought that reading a book upside down in the morning probably wouldn't do any good. That's right, Jade looked like she was memorizing her notes, but in reality, she was totally lost in thought, not even noticing that she was holding her book upside down. Jade, come over here for a second, Jackie called out, waving her over. Jade snapped back to reality and glanced at Jackie, who was dressed in his training clothes. She turned her head to the side with a huff, her whole posture screaming, "You didn't help me yesterday, and I'm still mad at you." Jade, didn't you really want to learn martial arts from me? Jackie walked over, looking at her as he spoke. Jade lifted her chin, shot him a sideways glance, and fidgeted for a couple of seconds before grumbling, "Don't think I'll forgive you just because you're teaching me now." Jackie just smiled, then took his stance. His right hand slowly curled into a fist, and a soft, milky white energy began to gather around his knuckles. Jade's eyes, just like that swirling energy, were drawn in by his fist. With a sudden shout, Jackie thrust his right fist forward. A fierce gust whipped through the courtyard. Instinctively, Jade raised her notebook to shield her face. Through a tiny gap, she saw all the fallen leaves and dust swept aside, leaving a clear path from Jackie's fist all the way to the wall. The paint on the wall crumbled away, revealing a massive fist-shaped mark. Jade let out a gasp of amazement, then tossed her notebook aside and leapt onto Jackie. "Uncle Jackie! Uncle Jackie! Uncle Jackie! Are you really going to teach me that? Really? Really?" Her words tumbled out like an excited echo. Jackie grabbed her by the collar and set her back down. Meeting her eager, sparkling eyes, he spoke slowly. "The school we want you to apply to specializes in teaching exactly this. There are masters there who are even more skilled than I am." "Really?" Jade's eyes flashed with mischief as she rolled them playfully. "I don't believe it. No one could be better than Uncle Jackie. Can't you just teach me now?" Just as Jade was playfully pleading, Uncle suddenly appeared at a second-floor window behind them. "Jackie, how many times have I told you don't practice kung fu in the courtyard? You'll end up breaking things. You never listen to me. And another thing, it's almost time for our appointment. Hurry up, come over here and get ready to leave." "Okay, I'll be right there," Jackie called back. "Uncle Jackie, where are you going? You haven't taught me yet." Jade clung stubbornly to the hem of Jackie's jacket, refusing to let go. Jackie crouched down to her level. "I'm going to apply for a teaching position at the school you're hoping to get into. If you pass the entrance exam, I promise I'll teach you everything." With that, Jackie patted Jade gently on the head and hurried off. Jade sighed a little, picking up her notebook of mistakes with some regret, muttering to herself, "What kind of school is this, so secretive? I suppose it wouldn't hurt if I took a sneak peek in advance." A few dozen minutes later, Jackie climbed into the car sent to take him to registration, only to be surprised to find Uncle sitting right next to him, calmly sipping tea. "Uncle, aren't you going to register too?" Jackie asked in surprise. "No, Master Chen has been invited as our associate professor. He's heading in to discuss the curriculum with Principal Lee and the others." The driver up front chimed in, quick to clarify for Uncle. Uncle shot Jackie a sidelong glance, as if saying, "Young man, you've still got a lot to learn." Jackie scratched his head and fell silent. He'd never cared much about whether or not he became a lecturer, but seeing Uncle take on the position of associate professor sparked a competitive urge in him. If only he could surpass Uncle in rank, that would be perfect. Lost in thought, Jackie started daydreaming about sitting behind a professor's desk while Uncle came in to report to him. Smack! Uncle rapped Jackie on the head with his fingers. We're almost there. Stop daydreaming. All right. Jackie rubbed his head as the car wound its way through the twisting drive and passed through a gated entrance. A flash of light from an array flickered before his eyes, and in a dizzying instant, they arrived at the Chinese Cultivation Preparatory Academy. The registration station was set up right in the school due to a shortage of staff. Once inside the campus, the car slowed to a crawl and, after several more minutes, stopped in front of a tall building. At the entrance stood a woman dressed in silk clothing embroidered with lotus flowers. Her long hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and even from a distance, Jackie seemed to catch the faint fragrance of lotus blossoms. Welcome. I'm Zhao Linger, the vice principal. On behalf of the Chinese Cultivation Preparatory Academy, I'm delighted to welcome you both. Zhao Linger's voice was light and melodious, perfectly matching her flawless features. With her youthful appearance, no one would doubt she had just reached adulthood, yet her poised demeanor radiated a quiet confidence. The contrast between her innocence and composure blended into a harmonious, captivating presence. You are too kind. It is an honor to be invited by your esteemed academy. Uncle straightened up and extended his hand, gently shaking hers with just his fingertips. Jackie stole a glance at Uncle in surprise. Usually, when Uncle wasn't showing off his martial arts, he just seemed like any ordinary old man. But right now, he carried himself with the air of a true master. Dad shook his head, apparently not too pleased with Cheng Long's performance. Principal Zhao, this is my son, Cheng Long, an archaeologist and a junior practitioner. He's here to apply for the lecturer position. I've heard that name before. Welcome. Zhao Linger greeted Cheng Long with poise, then tilted her head slightly to glance behind them. And that little girl over there, she came with you, didn't she? Little girl? Cheng Long whipped around in surprise, spotting Xiaoyu standing by the car with her hands behind her back, a sheepish smile on her face. Xiaoyu hadn't intended to reveal herself, but just moments ago, she felt a gentle yet irresistible force usher her out of hiding and bring her here. Xiaoyu, Cheng Long hurried over. How did you sneak out of the house? I just took the stairs, Xiaoyu said, flashing a grin at Zhao Linger. Clever as she was, she immediately recognized that Zhao Linger was the true authority here. Cheng Long looked apologetically at Zhao Linger. Principal Zhao, I'm really sorry. She's my niece. I'll take her home right away. No need to worry. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with wanting to look around. But little one, stay close to your uncle and don't wander off, all right? Zhao Linger said softly. A little girl, only 11, with no cultivation experience, yet able to slip past both the teleportation gate and the school's entrance sensors. What an exceptionally promising student. Hours later, when Cheng Long and Dad left the school, neither looked particularly happy. In contrast, Xiaoyu was bouncing with excitement, unable to contain her joy. Cheng Long was disheartened because, after showing Xiaoyu around the school, he realized his standing in her eyes had dropped a notch. After all, compared to these cultivators, a low-level archaeologist who couldn't even fly really didn't seem all that impressive. Dad, on the other hand, was upset about the course arrangements. The school planned to assign him 7 classes a week, but only one was for Qi magic, and that was a small elective. The rest were all basic knowledge courses. For someone eager to promote Qi magic, this was quite a blow. Inside the principal's office, Li Xiaoyao put down his pen with a sigh. Not appearing to age did have its drawbacks sometimes. He was actually much older than Dad, but during their discussion, seeing Dad's demeanor, he still instinctively showed deference to his elder. In truth, he hadn't even wanted to offer that elective on Qi magic. This was, after all, just a preparatory school for cultivation, meant to lay the groundwork and teach basic knowledge. Offering all these specialized courses didn't make much sense. Besides, if every teacher started offering their own specialty class, with a faculty of 120, each with their own unique spell or skill, what basic knowledge would the students have time to learn? Let's face it, basic knowledge could never compete with the allure and flashiness of those powerful specialty skills. Yet specialized skills without a solid foundation were like castles in the air, collapse at the first gust of wind. While Li Xiaoyao was still mulling over his dilemma, Zhao Linger entered, closing the door behind her. Instantly, her demeanor became livelier and more relaxed, a far cry from her earlier formality. Brother Xiaoyao, I just saw old Mr. Cheng leave with a thundercloud over his face. What happened? Zhao Linger walked behind Li Xiaoyao and began to gently massage his head. Sigh, I really don't know what to say. Just because he looks a bit older, I have to watch my tone around him, even though both of us are more than 100 years older than he is. Ouch. Li Xiaoyao suddenly felt Zhao Linger's grip tighten noticeably. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, I'm more than 100 years older than he is. It's fine. He already understands, doesn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have just left like that, Zhao Linger said, sitting down across from Li Xiaoyao. That's true. By the way, Linger, did you come here for something? Li Xiaoyao asked. At this, Zhao Linger's expression turned serious. Actually, yes. We've just been instructed to keep a close watch on John Bull's movements, and to try to establish contact with King Arthur, Artoria. Li Xiaoyao set down his pen. Lately, he'd been busy with matters related to founding the school, and hadn't really been keeping up with other affairs. What's going on? John Bull's public opinion campaigns have gotten even more out of hand. They're now launching personal attacks on King Arthur's morality, trying to undermine Artoria from a moral standpoint. Also, there's a new theory going around. A king abandoned by the Knights of the Round Table is no longer worthy of being called King Arthur. As Zhao Linger spoke, she waved her hand in the air, and a stack of documents landed on the table. On top of that, they're blaming all of John Bull's failures over the past few centuries on King Arthur. The mainstream opinion right now is that since King Arthur is still alive and possesses such immense power, she should help John Bull conquer the world, instead of sitting by and watching their nation fail. Just from hearing this, Li Xiaoyao could feel his anger rising. This was a deliberate attempt to provoke conflict between the mystical and the mundane world. At such a crucial time for progress, they were stirring up infighting. This was sabotaging the peaceful integration of the mystical and ordinary realms. This was fanning the flames of conflict between mortals and cultivators. It was a conspiracy directly targeting the mystical side. How do they even have a nerve? Is this Eagle Nation stirring things up behind the scenes again? Li Xiaoyao slammed his hand on the table, his anger flaring. The Heavenly Emperor and Master Kirin had only just established a unified policy of peaceful development and mutual progress. And now, so soon after, someone was already trying to cause trouble? I don't think so. After the Caecilius incident, when Eagle Nation tried to steal Hext XT-800 adaptive mech, Heimerdinger taught them a harsh lesson. They've been keeping a much lower profile lately. Zhao Linger analyzed calmly. Even when the Hextech Adult Vocational Academy didn't add a national emblem, they didn't say a word. In fact, according to the analysis report, Eagle Nation's fleet has already withdrawn from John Bull's territorial waters. That can't be. There must be someone else pulling the strings. Li Xiaoyao frowned. Those politicians would sell anything, but they never make a losing deal. If they dare provoke the Knights of the Round Table, they must have some backing and something to gain. The elders think so too. But Mr. Lin Jing and his divination team haven't identified the mastermind yet. They've only managed to narrow down the suspects a bit. They suspect that someone is helping to cover the tracks of those responsible, Zhao Linger explained. Li Xiaoyao tapped his fingers on the table twice. And what about Artoria? What's her situation now? She's missing. Missing? Yes, we can't reach her. Whether through official or private channels, there's only silence from that side. This might not be a good sign. With a sharp snap, Li Xiaoyao sprang to his feet. His immediate impulse was to head straight to Britannia himself. By rights, he shouldn't be so worried about someone who's lived for 2,000 years acting rashly. But this was King Arthur they were talking about. If she weren't impulsive, the Round Table wouldn't have disbanded in the first place. This wasn't quite like those old legends. Artoria was a woman, and there was no question of her clashing with her followers over matters of the heart. But now, he couldn't leave either. Things were too busy in the Heavenly Court, and as for Earth, he was the only one authorized to handle these affairs. Linger, hand over your current tasks, and take a trip to Britannia. Since you're both women, you'll probably find more common ground if you meet. There's only one mission: persuade Artoria. The bottom line is, don't let the conflict break out into the open. As Li Xiaoyao spoke, he took out a small box from his robe. Inside are the 5 spirit orbs. Take the Nuwa staff as well. If necessary, use force to stop Artoria. If this causes any international incident, I'll take responsibility. I understand. I've already started the handover, so if all goes well, I'll be there this afternoon. Zhao Linger accepted the treasures and nodded. The Nuwa clan was considered a major family in the Heavenly Court, but the blessings were spread thin among all its members, so Zhao Linger had yet to break through to the legendary rank. Still, with 2 treasures in hand, as long as Artoria didn't completely lose her mind, stopping her shouldn't be a problem. As Zhao Linger set out for Britannia, deep beneath Northern Ireland, in a hidden facility, 2 men stood hunched over a map, gesturing animatedly. Boss, are we really going to keep going with this? Things are already spinning out of control. If it blows up, not just the national powers in the supernatural world, even our bosses might come down on us. One of Hydra's underlings voiced his concern. Oh, spare me the talk about the bosses. You don't actually think they can turn back the clock to 100 years ago, do you? Wreathed in smoke, Rin took a drag on his cigar and exhaled a lazy ring, his eyes following the drifting haze. All these years in hiding, and besides worming their way in a shield, what have they really accomplished? But, boss, the underling hesitated. Stop dithering. Don't you get it? It's only that they don't care about us right now. They've got bigger things to worry about. Otherwise, we'd have been wiped out long ago. For all we know, those shield moles are already being watched. At a time like this, we have to act boldly, find life in the jaws of death. Ren slammed his palm on the table. Among the scattered papers, one item stood out. A portrait of Artoria, the most striking feature being the crown of the British Empire atop her head. But boss, do you really think this'll force the legendary King Arthur to give up the title of the unfading monarch? If it were me, I'd never. Let go. It's just a bunch of public outrage. If worst comes to worst, just crush it with force. The underlings still sounded unconvinced. You know nothing. We're a criminal organization. We're the bad guys. And what are they? They're the official organization, the good guys. Haven't you ever heard that a gentleman should only use upright means to deceive others? I've told you to read more books, but you never do. Ren snapped, his patience wearing thin. Still, he didn't have many people he could truly trust, and although this subordinate had his flaws, his loyalty was unquestionable. I understand. I'll have those council members keep stirring public opinion, the subordinate said, scratching his head. Since the boss had made up his mind, all he could do was follow orders. As long as we get our hands on the crown of the empire, the whole of John Bull's country will fall into our grasp. We'll finally be able to clear our names, and by then, everything will be fine. Rin painted a beautiful picture of the future, repeating it to his subordinate in an almost hypnotic tone. The subordinate nodded. Boss, I get it. Your word is my command. Good. One more thing. Did you get the list of S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover agents I asked for? Rin pressed on. It's ready, but that area is pretty isolated. We don't have enough clearance, so we only managed to get files on some of the low-level personnel, the subordinate replied. That's enough. If we run out of time later, just leak this information. A scandal this big in an international organization should buy us all the time we need to make our getaway. Rin closed his eyes for a moment, running through his plan in his mind. It wasn't perfect, so much depended on luck, but at this point it was the best he could do. The room fell silent after Rin finished speaking. After a short pause, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Once they had all gone, Rin rose from his chair, twisted a hidden switch on the wall, and opened a concealed passage leading downward. All this talk about controlling John Bull's country was a lie. If the crown of the empire really had that kind of power, would King Arthur have been forced into such a corner? Ren just wanted to get the crown and escape to another planet. With that relic, he could build a new force even among the stars. He wouldn't need to hide under the Hydra name anymore. What nonsense! Hydra, cut off one head, two more grow in its place. Nothing but empty boasting. They even claimed Hydra had alien backing. What a joke. If they really had powerful support, would they have spent a century skulking in the shadows? Ren had stopped believing in such tales long ago. As for how to get out of here with the crown of the empire, Ren already had a plan. It would depend on the ally he had just found. Deep underground, in a secret base beneath the base, electric arcs crackled and danced, casting blue light that made any other illumination unnecessary. On his way down, Ren put on a specially made insulated suit and continued deeper, entering a massive, specially constructed chamber. Don't bother trying. The walls are mixed with vibranium alloys. There's no way you can break out with electricity, not with your current strength. Why waste your energy? Once the plan is complete, I'll let you out myself, Rin said softly, standing outside a transparent window and looking at Zereth inside. Inside the secret chamber, Zerath was much smaller than when he had fought Azir and the others, so small, in fact, that he looked no bigger than a child. Yet the wild electricity crackling around him still made it clear he was not to be trifled with. The reason Zerath had suddenly shrunk was because he had only just been resurrected. Beneath this secret base ran a ley line, a vein of arcane energy created by a recent surge in the worlds. Magic. Dead liches would naturally reawaken in places saturated with energy, but a freshly revived lich was extremely weak, so weak, in fact, that he could be captured by someone like Rain. I've already covered for you. What are you doing here? Zerath hovered in the air, looking at Rain with the cold indifference one might show a dead man. I just came to remind you, keep things quiet. If you draw your enemies here, I might not survive, and things won't end well for you. Either. I hear you can't die, but there's always the possibility of another ceiling, isn't there? Rain's tone carried a subtle threat. I know these things better than you, Zerath replied coolly. Glad to hear it. With that, Rain turned to leave. He was merely checking to see that his bait hadn't escaped. Both Shield and Zayrath were parts of his plan. They were the distractions he'd set in motion. With them loose, those troublesome opponents would have their hands full, giving him the perfect chance to slip away unnoticed. Once Rain had gone, Zayrath seemed to heed his warning and quieted down. He floated silently in midair, gazing toward the staircase as if lost in thought. But below the chamber, under the vibranium-infused materials Rain trusted so much, pale blue magical arrays pulsed steadily. These sigils siphoned arcane power from the ley line beneath the base, then transmitted it remotely into Zayrath's body. Had the barrier been made of pure vibranium, Zayrath would indeed have been helpless. But with only a trace of the metal mixed in, it was no match for him. A legendary Lich's talents extended far beyond mere lightning bolts. Boycott the release of King Arthur. Celts don't deserve to be the heroes of John Bull's nation. King Arthur is a coward. He couldn't even speak up when his wife was stolen. A throng of protesters marched down the street, holding signs with a giant X slashed across King Arthur and chanting disjointed slogans, blocking the entire roadway. These were citizens of John Bull's country, stirred up by public opinion, far more zealous than their puppet masters had intended. They didn't even want the film to see the light of day. Just as they were catching their breath, another group appeared from a different street, carrying their own signs. At first, each side assumed the other was an ally, until their eyes flicked over the slogans. One group had crossed out King Arthur, the other had scribbled an X over Saxons. Indeed, no matter how public opinion was steered, there would always be opposition. Some protested out of contrarian spirit, others because of Celtic ancestry, but all were united in their anger at the government's inaction and at the official statement's veiled slights against Celtic heroes. For a few seconds, the two factions stared at each other in silence, then erupted into a shouting match, each side seemingly convinced that the louder voice would win this street corner skirmish. However, it was clear that those opposing were far more numerous than the supporters. After only a few chants, the voices of the supporters were quickly drowned out. Just then, a stone suddenly flew out from among the supporters, smashing straight into a sign held by the opposition. In an instant, the entire scene escalated from a war of words to a physical confrontation. If it weren't for the fact that firearms were less rampant here than in America, a full-blown shootout might well have broken out. As the two sides clashed fiercely, a nondescript figure hunched over and slipped out from the supporters' ranks, trying to make a getaway. Suddenly, a thick steel bar shot past his face, embedding itself deep in the wall nearby. Before the troublemaker could react, a shadow darted to his side. A hand gripped his throat, hoisting him up and pinning him hard against the wall. A surge of energy flowed from the palm, entering the troublemaker's body, locking his movements and stabilizing his vital signs, making sure he couldn't end his own life. "Speak. Who sent you to stir up trouble?" Lancelot fixed his eyes on the man, his expression fierce enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. "We've checked the area. No sign of any accomplices. Looks like he's a lone suicide agent. Be careful, Lancelot. Don't kill him, or it'll be even harder to find out who's behind this," Gawain said as he landed quietly behind Lancelot, having jumped down from the rooftop without making a sound. When the agent saw Gawain leap down from several stories up, he realized these people were exactly the mysterious types his boss had warned him about. "Relax, I know what I'm doing. I'll make him talk. If he keeps quiet, dying will be the last thing he manages," Lancelot replied, preparing to use some methods of persuasion. But at that moment, a surge of energy erupted from deep within the agent's soul, shattering Lancelot's control over his body. Lancelot's arm was jolted by a sudden electric shock, and he instinctively leapt back several meters. A blue arc of electricity crackled and danced over the agent's body. Then, with a thunderous blast, he exploded in a burst of sparks. Staring at the spot where not even a trace of the agent remained, Gawain shook his head in frustration. He'd said all along he should handle the control work, but Lancelot wouldn't listen. "Now look what happened. It's all right. At least we learned something," Gawain said, trying to comfort the grim-faced Lancelot. "Whoever's behind this is likely a mage, using arcane energy. I've memorized the magical signature. Later I'll send it to the clock tower to see if they have any records. Besides, there's an even bigger march tomorrow. I'll make sure to keep a handle on things then." Lancelot nodded, unable to find the words to respond. Suddenly, 5 spirit orbs fell from the air, surrounding the two of them at the center. Gawain and Lancelot reacted instantly, summoning their weapons as their armor assembled around them, ready to face whatever threat appeared. The rhythmic tap of a staff echoed across the ground. Zhao Ling'er, holding the Nuwa staff, stepped forward to face them. Lancelot immediately recognized her as the Lady of Mount Shu, one of the most outstanding modern heirs of the Nuwa clan. Zhao Ling'er, In that case, the 5 spirit pearls trapping them must be the renowned 5 spirit pearls, one of the legendary treasures. Zhao Linger, why are you keeping us here? Lancelot demanded harshly. He was quite certain that Zhao Linger couldn't possibly be one of the masterminds behind this. Not just because their affiliations were completely different, but also because if Heaven or Mount Shu truly wanted to target Artoria, they wouldn't have waited until now, nor would they have resorted to such means. The situation in Britannia has drawn attention from many sides. I'm here on behalf of Heaven to resolve these matters. Zhao Linger replied softly. This is Britannia, the land under the Knights of the Round Table's jurisdiction. While I appreciate your concern, you are overstepping your bounds. Lancelot remained on guard, though he knew he'd stand little chance against Zhao Linger, who wielded a legendary treasure. Lancelot, I think we're no longer members of the Round Table, either, Gawain whispered a reminder from behind Lancelot. Lancelot shot Gawain a glare. What on earth was he thinking, bringing that up now? The Silver Knight makes a good point. At this moment, only Artoria truly has the standing to question me. May I ask where she is? Zhao Linger smiled at Gawain. She'd heard that Gawain, the Silver Knight of the Round Table, was a bit absent-minded. Meeting him in person now confirmed it. After all these centuries, he still hadn't changed. She really didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, but we cannot reveal our king's whereabouts without permission. Lancelot refused crisply and decisively. Gawain froze for a moment. Did they actually know where King Arthur was? He hadn't the slightest idea. Could it be that everyone else knew and just left him out of the loop? That would be rather unfair. Just as Gawain was about to ask about Artoria's whereabouts, Lancelot, as if anticipating his question, nudged him sharply with an elbow and mouthed a single word, quiet. Seeing this, Zhao Linger realized that these 2 former Knights of the Round Table were probably searching for their king as well. She raised her hand and recalled the 5 spirit pearls. My apologies, I was out of line. If you happen to encounter King Arthur, please remind her to keep the bigger picture in mind. Of course, I'm not asking her to repay evil with good. Just some things are better done in the shadows than out in the open. As long as it's not made public, anything can be discussed. Zhao Linger continued. And to be honest, she rather supported Artoria giving Britannia a thorough cleansing, so long as it wasn't done in front of everyone. While everyone else was frantically searching for Artoria, the protagonist herself was strolling leisurely through the streets of Northern Ireland, dressed in everyday clothes. Suddenly, a warm, savory aroma of batter and fresh scallions drifted to Artoria's nose, making her nostrils twitch twice involuntarily. Turning toward the enticing scent, Artoria saw an elderly woman fiddling with a rectangular wooden spatula over an iron griddle, preparing something. Ma'am, what are you making? Drawn over by the delicious smell, Artoria walked up, curiosity piqued as she watched the batter turning golden on the griddle, and noted the growing pile of failed attempts stacked beside it. It's a snack I learned from a vendor during my travels in China. It's called jianbing guozi. Would you like to try one? The old lady offered enthusiastically, picking up a freshly made pancake from a box beside her. Artoria accepted the jianbing guozi. Though this one wasn't made particularly well, the outer crepe was torn and the fillings and sauce had started to spill out, it still smelled delicious. She took a bite. The crispy crepe mixed with the sweet and spicy sauce, and the little cubes of meat burst with flavor in her mouth. The taste was remarkable, and the strips of potato nestled inside suited Artoria's palate perfectly. How do you like it? Tastes good, doesn't it? The old lady, as if she knew Artoria well, put 2 more pancakes on a plate before she had even finished the first one. No, thank you. I really can't eat that much. Artoria politely waved her hand. It's all right. Young people are still growing. They should eat more. Don't worry about putting on weight, the old lady replied with a cheerful chuckle. But this harmonious scene was soon interrupted by the chants and shouts of a parade passing by. The demonstration from Northern Ireland was making its way down the street in front of them. Artoria watched the scene, her chewing slowing noticeably. Though most of those marching were still her supporters, the very fact that such protests were happening left her unable to feel truly at ease. These people never seem to do anything useful, just shouting slogans all day. I hope they're not disturbing you. The old lady set down her tools. Don't worry too much. We don't get much real conflict around here. Artoria fell silent for a moment before asking, Ma'am, what do you think about this King Arthur they're always arguing over? What do I think? I don't really know much about all that, the old lady replied, rubbing her hands on her apron. But to judge a person, you have to look at the historical context of their time, don't you? Artoria nodded, her mood growing heavier. In those days, the population of John Bull's country was small. They faced both natural disasters and man-made crises. And looming over their heads was the threat of Odin's Asgardian army, a real sword of Damocles. King Arthur's role was mostly military. As long as she and her Knights of the Round Table were there, The people didn't have to fear waking up as slaves the next day or worry that all they'd saved would turn to dust overnight. Leaning against the stove, the old lady tilted her head and looked at Artoria. When a country is small and military strength is the deciding factor, a stern, authoritative king, one who rarely smiles, is absolutely necessary. But as times change, that all-powerful, one-voice model has gradually faded in the world of mortals. Nowadays, a king's role is more about governance and setting direction. No single person can possibly understand every aspect of every issue. That's why communication has become one of the most vital skills. To put it simply, kings who rule alone with a cold face and keep their distance from others without ever communicating, they just don't fit this era anymore. Even in the mystical world, as the numbers grow, those ancient lone monarchs just aren't suited for the times. To shoulder all responsibility alone, that's just too much of a lone hero's burden, isn't it? Artoria slowly turned her head and looked at the woman before her, who seemed as ordinary as any passerby. The woman, thinking Artoria hadn't understood, continued. The Knights of the Round Table who have left for now, they aren't blaming the king for her decision. They simply want the king to realize something. Times have changed. No one person needs to shoulder everything anymore. It's exhausting for both the king and everyone else, and it's just not efficient. Besides, one person alone no longer has that power. The strength of the group. Before she could finish, Artoria suddenly slammed her fist down, splitting the stove before them clean in two. The woman barely dodged the blow and patted her chest with a sigh of relief. Her expression, one of someone who had escaped by pure luck. My goodness, young lady, what was that for? Merlin. Enough pretending. Artoria's expression snapped back into severity. Did Merlin really take her for a fool? How could an average woman on the street know about events from 2,000 years ago, and know them so well at that? To even understand that the knights had left because of a single decision she made. Very few on the mystic side would know so much. When she considered who could evade her senses, know her so intimately, and disguise themselves so thoroughly as to deliver these grand lectures in passing, the answer was obvious. Only one person could be this shameless. Merlin. Oh dear, I suppose I did say a bit too much. Merlin reverted to his true form. Leah, it's been ages. Last time I came by to visit, you wouldn't even let me in. I've been heartbroken for years, you know. Artoria took a deep breath, suppressing, for now, the urge to draw the sword of promised victory and cleave this shameless man in two. Haven't you joined the clock tower? What are you doing back here? She demanded, her eyes flashing with anger. Nope. Lately I've been consulting for Ouroboros, Merlin replied, grinning as he spoke. You. Just as Artoria was about to retort, Merlin vanished into thin air with a soft pop, like a soap bubble bursting. Artoria stood there, face cold, unmoving for several minutes before finally turning away. As she left, she took every last Chinese pancake from the basket, not leaving a single one behind. Meow, that's it? You're just leaving it at that? And sat perched atop the rooftop railing, head tilted, looking down at Merlin, who was crouched below, trying to stay out of Artoria's line of sight. She's already sorted things out in her mind, just a bit unsettled still. Otherwise, she would have gone straight after those troublemakers with her sword, not wandered around here. The king's dignity is not to be challenged. As Merlin spoke, he scooped it into his arms, and, Wallen looked up at him in confusion, gave the cat a vigorous, mischievous rub. Meow, and swiped at Merlin's face with 2 quick paws, then slipped away into a shadowy portal, vanishing from his embrace. Merlin scratched his head, casting an envious glance in the direction, and had disappeared. As expected of Jylin, the mage's cat, the ability to slip through space anchors at will was truly enviable. As he pondered this, Merlin stuck out his tongue. He'd accidentally bitten it while chanting the space anchor spell earlier. It still stung. Once Artoria had completely vanished from his sight, Merlin gave a flick of his wrist and donned a mask. Peering out at the city through its eye holes, the tangled threads of arcane energy became strikingly clear to him. I will find you, very soon, Merlin murmured, leaving only those words behind as his figure faded from the rooftop. He was determined to seek out the legendary mage, lurking in the shadows before Artoria reappeared in public. He would never allow his apprentice to be watched by such a dangerous adversary. Meanwhile, Lancelot and Gawain, having just escaped from Zhao Linger's grasp, immediately went their separate ways. Across the nation, small-scale demonstrations were breaking out. Not just one, but many, and it was clear troublemakers were hidden among the crowds. They would become exterminators, rooting out these pests from among the people and wiping them out for good. And if they could trace the trail back to the mastermind, the so-called king of these pests, so much the better. Unlike the 2 Knights of the Round Table, Zhao Linger moved differently. She left traces of herself in every corner of the city, setting up formation nodes. Should Artoria actually draw her sword against mortals in public. Linger could activate her arrays, intercept most of the attack, and help keep the conflict from escalating out of control. Time ticked steadily by, and soon it was the next day, the day of the largest demonstration officially reported in Britannia. The opposing and supporting factions were to march through streets, so close they might as well have been face-to-face, the tension between them palpable. Ordinarily, rival demonstrations would never be allowed routes this close, let alone ones that might intersect. But now, with Hydra pulling the strings in Britannia, chaos was the order of the day. Only by stirring up enough trouble could they hope to force King Arthur out into the open. At 3 in the afternoon, just as Ryan had predicted, the two marches collided and conflict erupted. A storm of jeers and curses filled the air. The opposition waved posters of Gawain and Lancelot, images snatched from the internet, brandishing them with renewed vigor. Today, their tactics had shifted. Not only were they protesting King Arthur, but Artoria Pendragon specifically. Why target Lancelot and Gawain? The reason was simple. In legend, they were Arthur's right and left hands, the greatest knights save for the king himself, both renowned far and wide. By focusing on them, the opposition managed to sap the morale of the supporters. In truth, some didn't even know who King Arthur was. They were drawn in by nothing more than the legendary name itself. After all, across the world, King Arthur is the only Celtic hero whose name echoes through the ages. As long as the legend lived on, the specifics mattered little to most. Having worked side by side all day, Gawain and Lancelot stood together, remarkably unfazed by being cast as King Arthur in the public eye. Events like this had happened countless times across the centuries. Such petty provocations were hardly worth a shrug. "How many have you spotted?" Gawain asked softly. "Several of the ringleaders are suspicious," Lancelot replied, his gaze sweeping over both supporters and opponents. Nearby, Merlin and Zhao Linger kept a close watch on the situation, but neither of their plans had succeeded. The elusive legendary mage was hidden far too well. Merlin had checked a dozen locations, only to find Hydra's fanatical agents at every turn. No real leads to be found. During his search, Merlin casually destroyed several of Zhao Linger's formation cores, an unfortunate consequence of poor communication. Because of this, Zhao Linger nearly ended up in a fight with Merlin. Fortunately, when the two finally came face to face, they recognized each other just in time. "This is bad. The conflict's about to escalate. Are you sure you really don't know where Artoria is?" Zhao Linger looked down at the crowd below, her voice tinged with worry. "You've already asked me dozens of times. I truly don't know. I'm just lying in wait, hoping for a stroke of luck to come across her. And after I saw her once, she only became more adept at hiding." Merlin shook his head, uncertain whether to be pleased with Artoria's growth or concerned. Centuries ago, no matter how she tried, she could never have evaded him like this. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows and closely watching the area, Ryan was beside himself with anxiety. Higher-ups had discovered his activities. Rumor had it they were about to send someone to strip him of his position. Time was running out for him. "I can't wait any longer. Open fire." With this thought for the first time in ages, Ryan took the initiative to issue an order to his subordinates. His most trusted lieutenant had already been dealt with by Merlin the day before. Now, he had only himself to rely on. The moment he made his move, his presence was instantly exposed to everyone's gaze. Merlin darted forward, ready to apprehend Ryan, but just then he caught sight of a figure and halted in his tracks. Atop the tallest building near the conflict's epicenter, Artoria stood at the edge of the rooftop. The breeze stirred her hair as she gazed silently down at the scene below. Just as the agitator reached into his coat for a pistol, Artoria's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Stop!" Her words exploded in every listener's ears. At that instant, a force settled upon every protester, pinning them in place as if immense stones were pressing down on them, leaving them unable to move. "It worked. I'm going to succeed." Behind the surveillance monitors, Ryan was almost beside himself with excitement, his hands trembling. As long as Artoria handed over the sun never sets crown, the people he'd planted would be able to deliver it to him in no time. Of course, that's assuming none of the mystics intervened. On this point, Ryan had an inexplicable confidence. If even King Arthur was willing to hand over the artifact, surely her subordinates wouldn't dare to act out. As for the mystics in other regions, wasn't there still the regional protection policy in effect? At least, that's what Zerath had told him, a rule strictly observed by all mystics. What Zerath hadn't told him, however, was that rules can sometimes be bent. Besides, even if Ryan did obtain the Sun Never Sets crown, he'd never make it off the planet. Did he really think Earth's orbit was left unguarded? The Hextech satellite network had almost certainly sealed off every possible escape route. Even if, by some miracle, Ryan managed to escape Earth aboard that mysterious little spaceship he'd acquired, he'd still have to face relentless pursuit from every mystic out there. At present, the mystic world could not afford an all-out conflict with the surface world. But even more importantly, they couldn't allow outsiders to believe that mere schemes or moral coercion could win anything from their hands. Hey, did you notice that she's changed somehow? Zhao Ling turned to Merlin, her gaze fixed on Artoria. I'm truly delighted. After over 1,000 years, she's finally taken that step. Merlin's smile was dazzling, his joy unmistakable. He could see that Artoria was now standing at the very threshold of legend. With Merlin's implicit response, Zhao Ling tucked away the 5 spirit orbs. There was no need to use them anymore. She knew she had no chance of stopping a legendary-level King Arthur. Only her husband might stand chance. I am Artoria Pendragon. You may also call me King Arthur. Artoria's voice rang out clearly, reaching every ear below. After she spoke, she simply stood there, her gaze fixed on the fools beneath her. Initially, she had used her power to restrain everyone, just in case someone acted rashly. After all, Artoria couldn't just let herself be attacked without responding. But once she retaliated, things could quickly spiral out of control. Yet now, looking at the crowd below, she realized not one of them showed even the slightest will to resist. They were like dogs barking madly at a heavy iron door. When there was no one to see, their voices were thunderous, but the moment someone inside appeared, they fell silent instantly, even before the door fully opened. I've heard you were looking for me. Well, here I am. If you have something to say it to me directly. With her arms crossed, Artoria stood tall as the wind on the rooftop picked up, sending her dress fluttering in the gusts. Citizens of Britannia watching the live broadcast saw Artoria's poise and had only one thought. Impressive. Wasn't this Artoria far better than those old men who seemed incapable of doing anything? Even if her abilities as a ruler were still unproven, at the very least, she was a sight for sore eyes, surely an improvement over the others. If Artoria were to announce her candidacy now, her approval rating would rocket sky high, unstoppable. After a long silence, one of the men arranged by Ryan, seeing that no one else dared to speak, finally stepped forward. I object. You're a Celt. How can you lead a now multi-ethnic Britannia? The plant forced himself to shout, hoping desperately to incite those around him to join his protest. But the silence was absolute. No one responded, not even his fellow conspirators. So, are you saying your backers are of mixed blood? And mixed in such a logical way? Did your ancestors arrange their marriages like a mathematical permutation? Artoria let out a cold chuckle as she addressed the crowd. Such a ridiculous argument. Maybe it would stir up trouble in the Eagle Kingdom, but here, under Artoria's watch, no one took it seriously. What I mean is, you've been King Arthur for so long. It's time for a change. This isn't democratic. It's not free. The plant stammered. Shouldn't Gawain or Lancelot take a turn by now? Artoria didn't even bother to reply to such nonsense. Her gaze fixed instead on the cameras below, angled slightly upward. I declare, I am King Arthur. Anyone have a problem with that? Anyone at all? With the Wind King's barrier dispelled, wild winds roared past Artoria, swirling around her with unrestrained force. In the midst of this howling wind, everyone in front of the camera could see the sword of promised victory, Excalibur, revealed and firmly grasped in Artoria's hand. At that moment, 2 flashes of light darted through the crowd, one from the left and one from the right, shattering the portraits of Gawain and Lancelot that had been standing on the ground. Gawain, the Knight of Silver, presenting myself before King Arthur. Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, presenting myself before King Arthur. Sweating profusely, Gawain and Lancelot knelt left and right, performing the knight's salute. There was only one thought in both their minds. Once this was over, they would tear that traitor limb from limb. If you want to stir up trouble, then do it. But why drag us into it? If you had used our names when Artoria wasn't around, perhaps we'd let it slide. But now, before who knows how many people, you use our names to attack Artoria? What if we hadn't been nearby? How would we ever return to the round table? Even if Artoria had no objections, we'd be too ashamed to face her. As for the traitor, he was now in too deep to back out. With Gawain and Lancelot having appeared, there was no more suspense left in this affair with King Arthur. Weren't the legends supposed to say that the knights of the Round Table had scattered? What mess this had become. You are unworthy to be the queen of the everlasting sun. All these years, you have never once shown yourself. The traitor steadied himself and quickly changed the subject. We've suffered defeat after defeat lately. Not once have you come forward. I see now. So this is what you're after. As Artoria spoke, she removed the crown of the everlasting sun from her head. Her loose hair danced in the wind, making her seem even more ethereal and transcendent. Behind the screen, Rain's heart soared with joy. He He had just feared that the plan was doomed, but now, seeing Artoria's expression, it seemed she had never wanted to be the queen of the everlasting sun in the first place. It can be yours. With that, Artoria tossed the crown of the everlasting sun away from her. If you're so capable, come and take it for yourself. The crown spun through the air. The moment it left Artoria's hand, all its brilliance faded, and it no longer shone with its original splendor. Excalibur. Artoria leveled her sword at the crown and swung it in a mighty arc. Golden light gathered along the blade in her hand. The radiance that burst forth from the sword filled everyone's vision, overwhelming even the sun above, which seemed to pale in comparison. A river of golden light surged forth, piercing straight through the crown of the everlasting sun and charging onward. The crown spun within that flood of light, its gemstones glowing so fiercely that they looked as if they would explode. Zhao Ling'er looked anxiously toward the end of that river of light, then let out a sigh of relief. It was just the outskirts, the very place where the mastermind had made a move moments ago. Artoria had simply vanquished the mastermind with a flick of her wrist. That was fine. Good riddance. Cracks began to snake across the surface of the crown, spreading rapidly. When it finally reached its limit, the crown exploded with a sharp crack, scattering into countless points of starlight. The light spread across the entire land of John Bull, falling upon every citizen. Those who were touched by the remains of the shattered crown would now find it easier to sense the ever-growing surge of energy. It seems, Artoria said softly, that it believes the people are more worthy of its blessing than any of you. Artoria sheathed her holy sword and gazed down at the stunned informant below, then spoke. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er suddenly received a communication. Ling'er, the concealment is gone. Lin Zhengying and the others have figured out who's causing trouble. It's an organization called Hydra. I've sent the information to everyone. If you happen to see them on your way back, remember to wipe them out. Li Xiaoyao's voice sounded beside Zhao Ling'er. With nothing blocking the conversation, Artoria, the Knights of the Round Table, and Merlin all heard the message loud and clear. Hydra? Hydra. Every single person present from a mystical side committed that name to memory. Congratulations, player. Hydra has unlocked the highest difficulty dungeon. Congratulations, player. Hydra has accepted the quest Conquer Earth. World Channel, Clock Tower. Their ego is more inflated than the moon itself. World Channel, Huaxia, Celestial Court. Hurry up, don't make me step in. I'm busy these days, no time. World Channel, Knights of the Round Table. Do we look like easy targets? With so many people, you choose us to start with? World Channel, Shurima, ZZZ, sleeping soundly, do not disturb. World Channel, Huaxia, Dongfeng Express, mission accomplished. World Channel, Russia, Vodka, Yura. World Channel, France. Looks like the white flag won't be needed this time. World Channel, Eagle. All of our internal Hydras are double agents. On our side, don't friendly fire. World Channel, Shield. It's not me, it's not me. World Channel, Hydra, damn. Don't start the dungeon. I didn't take the quest. It was the mole. The mole. World Channel, Hydra. Wait, why can't I cancel this quest? System message, dungeon loaded successfully. Quest parameters set. Player loaded in. Quest Objective 1. Defeat Shield. Quest Objective 2. Eradicate the mystical side. Attention. Prepare for superliminal spacecraft. Key mission locations have been marked. Coordinates. Oort Cloud. Edge of the solar system. Quest Objective 3. Defeat the 5 permanent members. The 5 major quest sites are 1. Raging Seas. 2. Iron Wall. 3. Bitter Winter. 4. Tower Still Standing. 5. Orphans of the Fog. World Channel. Hydra. Can I at least get a consolation prize for finishing the first quest? World Channel, Shield. Dream on. Why? That was mine. Why did you have to destroy it? Rain stood up from the ruins, clutching his head, completely dazed. The only image burned into his mind was Artoria swinging her Excalibur down upon the Imperial crown. And, for the record, Rain survived not because he was particularly strong or awakened some superpower, but because a circle of blue arcane runes around him kept him alive. With the sharp crack and splintering of wood, Zayrath emerged from the wreckage before Rain, the lightning swirling around his body, shattering every obstacle in his path. You came to save me? Rain looked at Zayrath, a hint of delight in his eyes. This was something he hadn't even dared to dream of. Zayrath stopped in front of Rain. By drawing energy from the magic, and thanks to the unexpected boon of Artoria shattering the crown moments ago, Zayrath's body had returned to its normal form, now floating a full head taller than Rain. No. Just as Rain's smile was about to turn stiff on his face, Zayrath spat out the single word with chilling finality. Then, with one hand, Zayrath hoisted the utterly despairing Rain into the air. I simply prefer to kill my enemies myself. Crackling arcs of electricity leapt from Xerith's arm, coursing over Rain in an instant. The sharp scent of burning flesh filled the air, and web-like scorch marks appeared across Rain's body. After a dozen agonizing seconds of struggle, Rain's life finally slipped away. Xerith's grip tightened, and with a muffled pop, Rain's body burst into a cloud of ash. Pathetic, Xerith said coldly. Rain had barely delayed things at all. Too short a reprieve. Xerith still hadn't fully regained his strength, and it would be unwise to provoke a clash with the mystics here. Besides, Xerith mused, it was probably time to find a slightly more reliable ally. Lone wolves were out of fashion in this era. The way things worked among the mystics nowadays, if you could win in a fair fight, you fought one-on-one. If you couldn't, you found someone to fight side by side. And as for Rain, who died in agony, he had little reason for resentment. At that very moment, there were others of far higher rank than him meeting their end alongside the Hydra. In a military base in the Eagle Nation, after a burst of gunfire echoed through the halls, the base commander collapsed face first onto his desk, shock and disbelief still etched on his features. The one who pulled the trigger was none other than his own bodyguard, a sleeper agent placed there by Hydra. The door swung open with a sharp creak. General Ross strode in, casting a satisfied look at the lifeless commander. "General, the mission is complete." The bodyguard saluted crisply. In truth, he was a military plant embedded within Hydra, though Hydra had, in turn, dispatched him here. "Well done," General Ross said, patting the man on the shoulder before moving past him. The bodyguard stood ramrod straight, eyes fixed ahead, already dreaming of the promotion he'd earned for this mission. But mid-fantasy, a sudden, searing pain shot through his back, and the force slammed him onto the desk. For he didn't even finish the word before his life flickered out. Ross calmly wiped his hands. Had this mole not been one he'd personally placed, he wouldn't have bothered dirtying his own hands. With the matter settled, Ross fished 2 Hydra badges from his pocket and tossed them onto the bodies. Both men had official ties to Hydra, after all, so this wouldn't be too much of an injustice. In fact, agents like them, or even double and triple agents, were hardly a rarity in the Eagle Nation. After all, it only made sense. Hydra's ability to survive and thrive in an age of relentless surveillance was no accident. Beyond their access to a share of alien technology, the real secret was that sometimes the Eagle Nation simply needed a convenient scapegoat. Whether it was misleading Hydra into doing their dirty work, trading favors, or just pinning misdeeds on them after the fact, the authorities were well practiced in these games. But now, some cleanup had to be done in advance. Ross could never forget that moment when Heimerdinger, all by himself, disarmed the entire army he'd brought along. They hadn't stood a chance against him, not even the slightest bit of resistance. Now, it looked like those fools in John Bull's country were about to seriously anger the mystic side, even before Li Xiaoyao's message. To Huaxiao reached the Eagle Nation, Ross, with his sharp instincts, could tell that these people couldn't be allowed to stay any longer. At present, the Eagle Nation's relationship with the main leader of the mystic side, the Clock Tower, wasn't all that great. The last thing they needed was for things to get even worse over this Hydra affair, especially when the situation hadn't even begun to thaw. How did Ross know that Hydra was the one stirring up trouble? He guessed, of course. He knew their style inside and out, had seen it play out countless times, and even imitated it himself again and again. It was as familiar to him as the wrinkles on his own hands. And besides, even if he guessed wrong, it didn't really matter. If a few undercover agents died, who would dare come after a top military figure like him for it? Make a note, 2 Hydra agents have committed suicide out of guilt, Ross said as he left the room, addressing his subordinate who was standing a good distance away. Yes, General. The subordinate saluted, sticking to the philosophy of not asking questions and simply doing whatever he was told. Bang! In the darkness, a glowing bullet pierced through a specialized bulletproof helmet, erupting in a spray of blood in midair. A Hydra operative, clad in full combat gear, fell backward to the ground, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. If you'd said this mission was about dealing with Hydra, I would have done it for free, Frank said, twirling his gun as he stepped out from the shadows. This was the last Hydra agent left in the small base. If you got too many points, you can always transfer some to me. I'll pay top dollar, Natasha replied as she emerged from the darkness nearby. They'd completely killed the lights in this place, and in this environment, Natasha's agility was amplified. She flicked her knife in the air, sending crimson droplets splattering onto the ground. As if, by the way, does S.H.I.E.L.D. even do anything useful? So many Hydra agents right under your noses, and not a single one got caught. Frank jabbed at Natasha. After getting the tip-off from Ouroboros, he'd been stunned to learn that this small city alone had 3 Hydra bases. And yet you didn't notice them when you were here either, did you? Natasha shot back without missing a beat. Frank was talking as if he hadn't ever worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. Beep beep. Just then, Natasha's communicator chimed. She glanced down at the screen, and her expression changed instantly, more dramatically than when she'd first learned Hydra still existed. What's wrong? Did Hydra pull something again? Frank asked. With this global raid going on, Hydra shouldn't have had any strength left to resist. It's not Hydra. It's Nick Fury. Natasha's head snapped up. There's been an incident at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Will you come back with me? No problem. But what exactly happened? Frank didn't hesitate. For all his flaws, Nick Fury had always treated him fairly. If Fury was in trouble, he owed it to him to go back and take a look. Natasha didn't say any more. She just handed her phone to Frank. The screen displayed a string of complex code. This is the code for the safe house. Nick Fury once told me that when this code is activated, it means S.H.I.E.L.D. has reached the moment of life and death, Natasha explained quickly. Frank nodded, not saying much. He'd always thought that when Ouroboros handed over that long list of Hydra members inside S.H.I.E.L.D., that was already the agency's darkest hour. Who would have guessed the real crisis was only just beginning? Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury turned off his phone, slipped it into his pocket, then crouched down, staring at the corpse before him. A body double. Yet another body double. Pierce, you have even more doppelgangers than I do, Fury murmured softly. At last, he understood why. Despite all his suspicions about SHLD's internal rot, he'd only ever managed to catch a few small fry. The truth was, even the director who'd promoted him, his predecessor, was a mole all along. As Fury straightened and stepped over the body, a bullet shot through the window, taking him out with brutal efficiency. Inside the control room of a helicarrier, Pierce shook his head with a sigh. Another double. How many people has this guy set up to take his place? Sir, we've already killed 30 Nick Furis, but every single one was a double. What are your orders now? A subordinate asked. Pierce pondered for a few seconds. Open the intercontinental missile silos. Switch to emergency manual launch. Load every warhead with nukes. Sever all external connections from the control console. Import the data from a USB drive I brought. Then I'll go talk to our friends. Saying this, Pierce picked up a communicator that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie and stepped into the secure room behind him. He needed to open a line to the President of the United Kingdom to see if he could leverage some relationships on the mystical side to negotiate a reprieve. After all, they still had a few nuclear warheads in hand. Those would be their bargaining chips. While Pierce was seeking a deal, or to put it bluntly, conditional surrender, Natasha and Frank, using an express teleportation point provided by Ouroboros, burst right back into New York. Without pause, Natasha led Frank at full speed through the city's underground tunnels for nearly half an hour, finally stopping before an utterly ordinary-looking pipeline. From a hidden seam at her chest, Natasha pulled out a card and swiped it across what looked like a crack in the stone. A small input panel slid out with a faint mechanical click. Her fingers danced across the keys, entering a rapid-fire sequence of numbers and symbols. The word "granted" flashed on the panel, and a simple passageway slid open before them. But Natasha didn't enter immediately. Instead, she stepped back a couple of paces, held both arms overhead, and deliberately exposed herself to a concealed scanner above. Frank stood to the side, arms crossed. With so many security checks, he wondered, was he supposed to just fight his way in if he failed? A faint hiss filled the air as a second, much smaller passage appeared beside the first. A tiny screen above it displayed the number 2. This was the real entrance. Anyone stepping into the first passage would find it sealed shut, followed by a barrage of poison gas, bullets, and corrosive fluids. Looks like someone's inside. We can go in together, Natasha said to Frank, glancing briefly at the number above the door. She had originally planned to go in by herself, and then let Frank in, but now, with manual review replacing the automated system, both of them were granted entry at once. Frank followed Natasha closely, his eyes scanning the surroundings as his palm gripped a random teleportation token, an award from a previous mission. If danger struck, he could activate it in a heartbeat and stand a good chance of surviving. This is the most secure safe house there is. I didn't even know about it before. Nick Fury told me only after I joined Ouroboros. I guess he believed. No undercover agent could slip past Ouroboros' vetting system, Natasha said as she walked, soon stopping in front of a silvery white door. This place was built as a fortified base with a massive budget he diverted. The special walls and door here are reinforced with huge amounts of vibranium, mixed into the concrete. Honestly, even if a small nuclear bomb went off right above us, we probably wouldn't feel much of anything down here. Frank eyed the door, his fingers itching. He'd never tested vibranium's defenses with his magical weapons before, and the urge to draw his gun and have a go was almost irresistible. Just as he was toying with the thought, the door swung wide open. Natasha grabbed Frank's hand and hustled him through. The door only stayed open for 3 seconds with each clearance, automatically closing right after. "You're finally here," Coulson greeted them, his face tense with urgency. "I came as soon as I got the signal." "Are you here alone?" Natasha asked. "Hawkeye's been captured by Hydra. Nick Fury ordered me to hole up here. Right now, there's an assassination, no, a full-on killing contest, going on outside," Coulson explained rapidly. "Nick Fury left a video message in the system, but it takes 2 people to unlock it. I've been waiting ages for you." With that clarification, Natasha wasted no time and, together with Coulson, entered their codes into the system. Instantly, Nick Fury's recorded message sprang to life. "Coulson, I'm glad to see you're still alive at this point. Please open the compartment beneath the safe. Inside is a communicator. If these mysterious newcomers can't protect Earth, or if they become its next great threat, press the button on that communicator. Remember, no matter who the communicator summons, never truly trust anyone. Always keep a healthy suspicion of everyone. Blind trust is the single easiest way to bring about destruction in this world. Natasha, I'm equally glad you found a way out before S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. But I hope, in these final hours, you'll do me one last favor." After this brief emotional appeal, Fury's image was replaced by a 3-dimensional map. "You have 2 hours. Kill Pierce, wherever he shows up on this map. He won't go down without a fight, but this is something you must do. Pierce isn't Hydra's leader in name, but he controls more than half of Hydra's fighting force. I believe those remarkable individuals from the mystical side can deal with Hydra, but they're few in number. And if they make even a single misstep, Hydra could take a brutal bite out of our home." When the topic turned to the word all-powerful, Nick Fury's tone grew layered and conflicted. He had been lost in doubt for some time now. If these mysterious figures truly existed 500 years ago, then what was the real purpose of founding S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was it just to give the lingering Hydra a place to hide? Some of what Nick Fury said was quite on point. For example, about the lack of manpower. In China, this wasn't much of a problem. There weren't many members of Hydra here to begin with. Li Xiaoyao was stationed on site with the people from Mount Shu, and with Lam Qingying's fortune-telling skills aiding their efforts, rounding up the remnants wasn't all that difficult. But in other countries, things were different. Take John Bull's country, for instance. Even though Artoria had ascended to legendary status, she couldn't be everywhere at once. Dismantling Hydra's network, there had to be done one nest at a time. Hydra's operatives weren't about to stand by and wait for capture either. They excelled in the arts of concealment and deception. Destroying Hydra's organizational structure in Britain was one thing. Eradicating them completely was another matter entirely. There's an old saying, when tens of thousands of pigs are set loose, it's never easy to round them all up again. By this point, Natasha and the others had pretty much understood the situation. If Nick Fury truly knew where Pierce was, there'd be no need for such a convoluted plan. Nick Fury, who had his own legion of body doubles, understood all too well. Against Pierce, even standard mind-reading techniques were useless. Some of the doubles genuinely believed themselves to be the real Pierce. Only when they tried to access classified information or special privileges would they realize they were just stand-ins. "One last thing," Fury said, lifting a document stamped with more seals than anyone could count and holding it up to the screen. "This is an official notice of director reassignment, issued under special wartime regulations and already sent to the Security Council through special channels. Congratulations, Coulson. You're now the final director of S.H.I.E.L.D. With those words, Fury held the paper to the camera. As soon as he finished, the screen went dark with a sharp click. Coulson showed no trace of joy at the announcement. And who could blame him? If S.H.I.E.L.D. survived this ordeal without being disbanded, he'd sooner eat his own hat than believe it. Worried, Coulson walked over to the safe and used the unique key Fury had given him months ago to unlock a hidden compartment. Back then, he hadn't understood what the key was for, but now it all made sense. Inside the compartment, resting quietly, was a device resembling a cell phone. Coulson took it out and saw it had only a single call button, no other information, nothing else to hint at its purpose. Natasha and Frank exchanged a glance and began checking their gear. Now that Fury had made his decision, there was nothing more to say. As subordinates, as friends, once, they had only one thing left they could do: respect his choice. 2 hours later, Natasha was leaning against the rooftop, several portable grenade launchers primed and ready by her side. Down on the street below, there were few cars in sight. During Hydra's desperate struggle, civilian safety meant nothing to them. Anyone with a shred of sense had already taken shelter home as soon as the gunfire began, clutching their weapons and bracing themselves to defend their families. Suddenly, 7 nearly identical vehicles pulled out of the underground parking garage and sped off in different directions. Natasha didn't waste a second. She launched the grenades she had prepared, one after another. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, merging into a continuous roar. Frank didn't wait for the blast to subside. He smashed through a window in a leap of faith, both guns drawn and aimed straight at the car that Nick Fury had specifically highlighted in the surveillance footage. A rapid volley of white energy rounds burst from his guns, each shot finding its mark with pinpoint accuracy. The car skidded to a sudden halt, its armored panels shuddering under Frank's relentless barrage. Whatever special material reinforced them, they managed to hold. As soon as his car stopped, the rest of the convoy screeched to a halt as well. In a flash, a swarm of armed men poured out, guns raised and triggers squeezed with no hesitation or mercy. But these weren't ordinary bullets. They fired searing energy rounds. Anyone with experience would instantly recognize these as Hydra's signature energy weapons. Confronted with this unfamiliar onslaught, Frank took no chances. He activated the enchantments on his boots. Phase shift. Frank seemed to defy gravity, gliding unhindered through the air, untouched by obstacles or gunfire, covering over 10 meters before landing smoothly on the ground. With a sweeping motion, he drew an arc with both hands, spraying bullets in a wide curve and sending a handful of armed assailants flying. Almost simultaneously, Natasha burst from the shadow of a car, her weapon spitting fire as she dropped the soldier in front of her. With a nimble step back, she melted once again into the darkness. As their assault began, a satellite overhead zeroed in on the scene, broadcasting live from orbit. Naturally, the livestream ran on a delay and featured real-time mosaics, courtesy of Stark Industries' complementary technology. Once the satellite was in position, Pierce stepped out of his vehicle, immediately surrounded by a phalanx of soldiers who shielded him as they retreated. The rest of the troops, meanwhile, threw themselves at Frank with reckless abandon. Natasha, elusive as ever, was harder to track, but with her brief pauses between strikes, she became easier to anticipate and defend against. These soldiers were fierce, unflinching, and exceptionally well-trained, but even so, under the combined assault of Frank and Natasha, they began to falter and fall back. All of this was captured and projected in real time by the Americans, beamed across the globe, everywhere but Asia, onto hundreds of thousands of giant screens. The message was clear. This was for Hydra's hidden agents to witness, and secondarily, to showcase their power to the world. Mr. Lam Qingying, you can stand down. They found their own solution, so we won't be intervening, Li Xiaoyao said over the phone, watching the satellite feed in the office with Guanjun. The clock tower side had no prophetic or divinatory experts returning. Li had intended to help once his own work was done, but now it was unnecessary. This was an open gambit, but only America and the clock tower could afford to play it, and only once. After all, the price for this strategy was nothing less than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The American Eagle was lucky this time. By showing off its strength with the Hydra operation, it not only flexed its muscles but also led some unsuspecting people to believe that the relationship between the clock tower and the Eagle was just like that between the Heavenly Court and Huaxia. With this, it could keep up its world police reputation for a few more years. Countries like Huaxia, who knew the inside story, wouldn't expose the truth either. After all, the collapse or breakup of such a massive nation would be unimaginable for the world right now. Stability, at this moment, takes absolute priority. As Li Xiaoyao and Guanjun watched the images on the screen, Frank had already dealt with those soldiers. For him, it was a close call, but nothing truly dangerous. Meanwhile, Natasha was locked in a fierce struggle with Pierce. Natasha, Frank called out, reminding Natasha to speed things up. If the fight dragged on too long, it would look suspicious. As a top agent, Natasha shouldn't need much time to eliminate Pierce in the eyes of the public. As for Natasha and his own identity, Frank didn't even need to think about it. No doubt, the Eagle would soon announce to the world who he and Natasha really were, though the story would surely be doctored. Pierce seemed to catch Frank's meaning even faster than Natasha did. His grip weakened slightly, and to onlookers, it looked as if Natasha broke through his defenses with a single punch, then drove a blade straight into his body. The moment she inflicted the fatal wound, Natasha slipped into the shadows and vanished from Pierce's side. Less than a second later, Pierce's body hit the ground and exploded, sending debris and earth flying skyward. Emerging from the aftermath, Natasha flexed her fingers. The sensation from that stab had been odd, not the immediate resistance of flesh, but something composite. Only after piercing that layer had she felt the blade sink into flesh. That must have been the operation's only flaw. But with the body's self-destruction, even that evidence was wiped away. The instant Pierce fell, a barrage of missiles launched from underground silos across the Americas and Europe. This was Hydra's revenge protocol. Upon Pierce's death, these pre-programmed missiles would launch simultaneously at the capitals of several nations. Frank and Natasha didn't panic in the slightest. After all, in this world, there were others besides Hydra who could orchestrate such an attack. Nick Fury, for one, had remote launch authority for SHLD's missile bases. With the right setup and some help from the American Eagle, simulating a crisis like this wouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, aboard the aerial carrier, Pierce emerged from his secret chamber, frowning. The president had just hung up on him without warning, leaving him unsettled. He stepped out just in time to see the missiles streaking into the sky and immediately threw himself in front of the screen. Even the Hydra agents in the control room seemed stunned. Pierce's Death Trigger vengeance had been widely circulated as a secret within Hydra, meant to prove their power to the rank and file. Rewind the footage. Pierce barked, but no one responded. He had to operate the controls himself. After fast-forwarding through the brief, 10-minute clip, Pierce slumped heavily into his chair. One thought echoed in his mind. It's over. I become my own decoy. The surrounding Hydra agents cast Pierce suspicious glances. Could this man actually be a hypnotized stand-in for Pierce? Pierce, alarmed by their reactions, abruptly stood up and slapped one of his subordinates. Would a double have clearance for the helicarrier? I am Pierce. That man inside is Nick Fury disguised as me. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied, snapping to attention with a salute. Pierce could feel his authority slipping away by the second. If even these Hydra soldiers who had always followed him were starting to doubt, what must those outside, still resisting, be thinking? The thought alone was too much for Pierce to bear. Nick Fury, that ruthless man, he'd truly use his own life as bait, and he'd played the part to perfection. So perfect, in fact, that if Pierce wanted to prove his own identity, he'd have no choice but to slit his own throat and set off the Hydra base's missiles for real. But what would be the point? He'd be dead either way. All he could do now was hope Nick Fury's plan would backfire. With this desperate thought, Pierce kept his eyes glued to the screen, watching the missiles. Just as the missiles closed in on their targets, a wave of strange energy swept over every country targeted, except for John Bull's nation. Instantly, all the missiles went dead, rendered useless. Heimerdinger shook his head, expanding his field with Earth's rudimentary equipment. The side effects were stronger this time, leaving him with a splitting headache. As for John Bull's country, a river of light swept across its land, erasing the missiles without a trace. It's over, it's all over. Pierce collapsed into the command chair. Now, even if he died and cut himself open, he'd never be able to prove who he was. Set a course for Washington now. What are you waiting for? Pierce shouted. Sir, all the codes this Pierce provided are invalid. A young soldier whispered into the original commander's ear. The commander nodded, then unceremoniously tossed Pierce, chair and all, aside. Dusting off his Hydra uniform, he looked around the command room. This one's a defective double. Listen up, everyone. My command. Set course for New York. For Hydra. For Pierce. Vengeance. Vengeance. For Hydra. Vengeance. The battle cry echoed through the command room. Pierce lay sprawled on the floor. He could have taken down this original commander in a few moves, but what was the point? He had truly become his own double. Beneath the helicarrier, Jace looked up at Victor, who was tinkering with something along the hull, and yawned. Still not done? If this drags on, I'll just go up there myself and wipe them out with the adaptive mesh. Brute, Victor replied coolly. I've already reprogrammed their guidance and navigation systems. Isn't it better to just have them pilot the ship back to the temporary lab? Why break it? Only to have to fix it later. With Victor leading the way, helpful as ever, the helicarrier soon hovered above the temporary research base. By the time the Hydra agents aboard realized something was wrong, Victor had already seized full control. And with the ship now so high in the sky, leaping out would be suicide. Parachutes, you say? Well, that would only give Jace a chance to practice his marksmanship, and besides, Victor's drone squad was far from harmless. In truth, this was actually a good thing for them. When it came time to take over the aerospace carrier, they wouldn't even have to bother cleaning it. That's right. Once the aerospace carrier was in Victor and Jess's hands, they had absolutely no intention of giving it up. A carrier of this size, if it couldn't be refitted into another useful piece of equipment or vessel, dismantling it alone would be a windfall. The clock tower had always been dealing with tight resource allocations. After all, they needed to concentrate their strength for major operations. Now, even though those big projects were mostly complete, a new round of maintenance and upgrade work was already underway. So, when the aerospace carrier neared the ground, hundreds of T-800 adaptive machines charged aboard, sweeping through the entire vessel while minimizing collateral damage. In the end, when Victor and his team finally found Pierce, he was lying on the ground, covered in boot prints, with a gaping hole in his forehead. He had taken his own life. Truly, he had. Just in case there was even the slightest chance Pierce might come back to life, Jess casually finished him off with an energy cannon, vaporizing what was left. While everyone else was out eradicating Hydra, Tony Stark, who had a personal vendetta against Hydra, sat alone at home. On the table behind him lay two files, each with a video attached. One detailed the true cause of his parents' deaths. The other was an invitation from the Hex Institute. Of course, the Hex Institute wasn't inviting him to be a researcher. It was an offer for him to join as a trainee. No one could deny Tony Stark's talent with machines, but when it came to magic, he was a complete novice. He needed to start from scratch. With a gulp, Tony downed a mouthful of liquor, then walked over to his suit of armor, running a hand along its cold, gleaming surface. What a magnificent suit, costing several $100 million to build. Yet, it seemed he might not have many chances to use it in the future. After everything that had happened, Tony had finally come to a realization. If all he did was play the lone hero, he'd be wasting his true potential. Take this Hydra purge as an example. What could he have really accomplished by donning his armor and charging into battle? With his style of fighting, the number of Hydra agents he'd have taken down would probably be less than Frank's tally. After all, Frank was the real killing machine, efficient and cost-effective. Wouldn't that just be using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Wasteful and a little ridiculous? But now, with just Jarvis and some of Stark Industries' resources, plus the cooperation of Hex's chief, Heimerdinger, and Nick Fury, they were able to deliver a devastating blow to Hydra. After footage of Pierce's death spread to several countries, many Hydra agents who had gone underground came out of hiding to take revenge on their enemies. Naturally, the outcome was the same for all of them. Those who were lucky managed to die with their bodies still intact. As for the somewhat smarter Hydra agents, hiding only delayed the inevitable. With the Mystic Forces determined to wipe them out, not one of them had a chance of survival. Dad, Mom, I've finally avenged you. But it's a pity that everything you build is about to come crashing down. Tony murmured to himself with a hint of sorrow. S.H.I.E.L.D. was doomed. Its dissolution was inevitable. The only reason things had stayed quiet so far was because the Security Council was still bickering over how to split up the spoils. Besides, when it came to Nick Fury, Tony found his feelings to be incredibly complicated. Fury had majorly failed in his duties, but Tony couldn't blame him entirely. After all, no one could have guessed that Pierce, the man above Fury, was a Hydra mole. Even if he put himself in Fury's shoes, Tony wasn't sure he could have uncovered Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. What truly shook Tony, though, was Fury's final decision. For someone like Nick Fury, survival would have been the easiest thing in the world. Yet, he chose to give up his life, striking a heavy blow against his enemies as a way of taking responsibility for his own failures. To be able to make such a choice, Tony had nothing more to say. He'd originally planned to spit on Fury's grave out of spite, but now, he felt that wasn't necessary. As for the possibility that the deceased Nick Fury was merely a decoy, the thought never even crossed Tony's mind. For one thing, only Fury himself could have rallied the remaining forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. on such short notice. He would never have trusted a stand-in with that kind of responsibility. And besides, consider the consequences. Nick Fury's name was now on every most wanted list around the globe. Faking his death and slipping away? Who would ever believe Fury wasn't Hydra himself? Even mystical detection methods weren't foolproof, so if Fury ever showed his face again, if anyone on Earth could confirm his identity by any means, death would be the only thing waiting for him. On top of that, deceiving so many people at once was simply beyond Fury's abilities at that point. If it hadn't been for Tony and Heimerdinger lending a hand, Fury might not have even regained partial control of SLD's facilities. Now that Fury was gone, Tony decided not to dwell on past mistakes. He had more important things to deal with. Jarvis, send a reply for me. Tell them I'm willing to accept the position of research intern. At that moment, Tony felt a strange twinge of embarrassment. Him, becoming someone's apprentice? In the past, if anyone had dared suggest such a thing, he'd have thought they were insane. Yet here he was, making that decision himself. The world truly had turned upside down. All done, sir. Your reply has been sent, Jarvis announced. Tony snapped back to reality, rubbing his face. Import all the materials they sent into the system and sort them by category. Also, send a message to Pepper. Starting today, she's the CEO. She makes all the decisions. Unless the world is ending, don't come looking for me until I'm out of the lab. Understood, sir. With that, Tony took a deep breath and disappeared into his laboratory. He really had no other choice. The basic knowledge sent over from Hextech alone was enough to keep him studying diligently for months, if not longer. The Hextech Institute hadn't required Tony to master everything before starting, but he held himself to a higher standard. It wasn't about anything else. He just couldn't stand the thought of embarrassing himself in front of Jace and Victor. It was fine to know a little less than them, given his late start, but if he couldn't master even the basics after having enough time, That would be a disgrace to any genius. Tony was already planning to join Hextech and steal both Jace's and Victor's title for himself. He set himself a modest goal, to achieve it within 3 years. Half a month later, the official purge was over. Countries around the world had publicly released some relevant information, and the world of the occult had finally stepped into the spotlight. At first, people assumed that under these circumstances, the world would be flooded with swindlers and charlatans. Yet in reality, aside from a handful of fanatic cultists, there were actually even fewer con artists than before. It made sense when you thought about it. The dead and the fake never talked back, so their stories could be spun by anyone. But now that these people had actually appeared, nothing was certain anymore. There's an old saying, if God truly exists, the first thing he'd do is purge his own followers. In a world where you never knew which words or actions might provoke these beings and cost you your life, most people wisely chose to keep their heads down and watch how things developed. After all, there aren't that many people willing to risk their lives just for money. During these 2 weeks, there had been no grand celebrations, for the entire occult world was busy holding a funeral for the Ancient One. On one hand, it was to set an example in honor of the Ancient One's 5 centuries of achievements. On the other, it served to strengthen unity across the earth. Still, none of the legendary figures were too grief-stricken. They were far from ordinary people, accustomed as they were to life and death. Besides, everyone was well aware that the Ancient One's soul had vanished. Dead? No, just retired. 5 centuries of service, retirement at last. Many found themselves quietly calculating how far they were from retirement age, although no one quite knew. Did the 500 years count as real age or years on the job? In this strange atmosphere of sorrow tinged with nonchalance, within the halls of an ancient castle, Dracula paced anxiously back and forth. He, too, had received news of the Ancient One's death, but he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Dying of old age, perhaps, that he could accept, but assassinated by a traitor? That seemed far too unlikely. Still, after being under house arrest for so long, he was itching for any kind of action. Just as Dracula pondered, his doors suddenly burst open. Xeres drifted in, silent and spectral. Dracula's brow furrowed. With a wave of his hand, several bolts of lightning crashed down on Xeres, only for Xeres to absorb them in a single gulp, as if feeding on the energy. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my domain? Knowing he couldn't deal with Xeres immediately, Dracula barked an order. Xeres, legendary lich. Dracula, I've come to propose an alliance, Xeres replied, his gaze steady and unruffled. An alliance? Dracula sounded as though he'd just heard a joke. He leaned back on his throne. What makes you qualified to ally with me? I need a place to recover and hide from my enemies. In exchange, I can provide you with some information, Xeres said calmly. Without warning, Dracula appeared right beside Xeres, his crimson eyes boring into him. He'd intended to take a bite, but up close, Dracula realized this wasn't someone merely surrounded by energy. Xeres himself seemed to be made entirely of it. Injured, and you dare show yourself before me? Dracula remarked, frustrated to find nowhere to sink his fangs. Xeres didn't so much as flinch, as if he didn't regard Dracula as a threat at all. You can't kill me. Dracula stared for several seconds at Xeres' utter fearlessness. With a dramatic swirl of his cloak, he decided he'd like to test that claim, but his instincts warned him it would be futile. Let's start with what information you have. The Ancient One isn't dead, she retired. Her soul has vanished from this universe. Dracula paused at these words, then burst out in wild laughter. If what you say is true, why would I need to ally with you? I have other information that might teach you who you can actually afford to provoke, so you don't end up wishing you could even stay here, Xerath replied with unwavering confidence. Provoke? I am immortal. Who could I not afford to provoke? Dracula was almost ecstatic. With the Ancient One gone, no one could restrain him. How could he not be delighted? Immortality, is it? I have that too, Xerath remarked with a hint of disdain. There are beings out there who could ignore your immortality, though perhaps they're too preoccupied to bother with you. Even so, others would have no trouble containing you. The folks at the Clock Tower, for example, they're quite interested in researching immortality. The Clock Tower? You mean that band of charlatans? You may have fooled the world, but you'll never fool me. I've lived for thousands of years and never heard of any Clock Tower. Dracula's presence flared, brimming with indignation. Xerath gave Dracula a once-over. Seems to me you've already been captured by them once. Did they erase your memories? As Xerath mused aloud, Dracula shot forward in fury. Captured? Nonsense. Arcane pulse. Hundreds of arcane pulses erupted around Xerath, battering Dracula senseless. Under such a barrage, there was nowhere to hide. When the attack finally ceased, Dracula glanced at the still intact castle around him, marveling at Xerath's impressive control. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Could it be he really had been captured before? The Heavenly Court, the Clock Tower, and the Ouroboros together have over 100 legends among them, excluding those who possess relics based on destructive power alone. I don't even rank in the top 80. Anything else you want to ask? Zayrath continued calmly. Dracula was momentarily at a loss for words. After that brief exchange, he realized he was no match for the man before him. If there really were so many powerful figures out there, maybe his memories have been wiped after all. Let me give you another tip. Keep an eye on Van Helsing. He may be the only one below legend level who can truly destroy you. He carries holy blood of the highest order, Zayrath added, noticing Dracula's wavering resolve. Van Helsing? A scene flashed through Dracula's mind. A recent surveillance feed showing Van Helsing making a throat-slitting gesture at him. At the time, Dracula wondered who the man was, and then Faith went after him and never returned. Is there really something wrong with my memory? What do you know about me? Dracula finally asked. When Caecilius died, I seized a fragment of his soul before it scattered. In his memories were reports the Ancient One had given to the Clock Tower and the Heavenly Court. Reports that mentioned you, Zayrath explained simply. A dull ache throbbed in Dracula's temple. He didn't know whether to believe his own memories or Zayrath's words. Who's hunting you? Did you lead them here? Dracula suddenly demanded, as a troubling thought struck him. Zayrath understood. Dracula was ready to form an alliance with him. Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? My enemies are the Ascended of ancient Shurima. They killed me once. Now, they have returned to slumber, and this place isn't Shuriman territory, so it won't be easy for them to stir up trouble even if they do awaken. I'll give you more detailed information later. With his hands behind his back, Zayrath surveyed the ancient castle. Well, I'll take you in for now, Dracula replied, still not completely gathering his wits. Thank you. Zayrath didn't bother with pleasantries. With a cold response, he drifted straight toward an area where the magical energy was more concentrated. Dracula watched Zayrath's retreating figure, licked his fangs, and tapped his own forehead. Is there really something wrong with my memory? That can't be. If there were, why can't I feel anything at all? No, I need to check the records. Wait, if my memories have been tampered with, then the records could have been altered as well. So what should I do? Dracula fell silent, lost in thought about how he could verify the truth. Just as Zayrath had said, no one on Earth now had the time or manpower to worry about Dracula. Every practitioner of the arcane arts was busy to the brim, from building schools to negotiating with governments. Everyone was running from dawn till dusk. If it weren't for the superhuman stamina of those in the mystical community, who could go days and nights without sleep as if it were nothing, there was no way things could have progressed this quickly. Phew, things have finally started to settle down, Li Xiaoyao said, stretching and pushing aside the stack of documents on his desk. He was the hardest worker among them, never resting since his arrival on Earth. You've worked hard, but you probably won't get a break just yet, Zhao Linger said, processing paperwork while speaking. No break? What else is there? Li Xiaoyao felt like he was reaching his limit. His body could take it, but mental exhaustion needed real relief. Only a small number of the Hong Kong sanctuary mages chose to join the Supernatural Response Unit. The rest want to join us. I checked ahead of time. Most of them just want a quieter life as teachers, Zhao Linger explained. Since we promised, we have to take in most of those willing to come. That promise had been made when the Hong Kong sanctuary mages decided to seek revenge against Caecilius. Li Xiaoyao's face fell at this news. If the school had taken more teachers, just arranging resources and rewriting the curriculum would take him months. It wouldn't do to just give them some yuan and call it a day. They need access to cultivation resources too. At the very least, a dedicated resource exchange channel would have to be set up. Otherwise, it just wouldn't make sense. Noticing her husband's worry, Zhao Linger suddenly smiled and took his right hand in hers. Don't worry. Let me handle this. I'll talk to my mother and grandmother to see if we can fast-track things. The Niwa clan is about to harvest a batch of raw materials. Apart from what we need to build the blessed lands, we can spare some for this. That's wonderful, Linger. You truly are the best wife in the world. Li Xiaoyao swept Zhao Linger up in his arms and spun her around twice with joy. What are you doing? We've been married for years. What if someone sees us? Zhao Linger gave Li Xiaoyao's hand a playful slap. Though she sounded a little reproachful, the smile on her face never faded. So what if they see us? Let them be envious, Li Xiaoyao whispered as he wrapped his arm around Zhao Linger's waist, his voice soft by her ear. By the way, I can handle this matter for you, but there's one thing you really have to do yourself, Zhao Linger continued. What is it? The multiverse teleportation array at the clock tower is about to have its trial run. They've invited us to the inauguration ceremony. Why me? There are plenty of people. Can't they just pick one at random? Besides, wouldn't it be odd if I showed up alone? Silly, you really don't get it, do you? Zhao Linger shot him a look. All of us started work at the same time, 500 years ago. The clock tower folks are almost done, so now they're doing a trial run. Meanwhile, our final blueprints haven't even been decided. Do you really think anyone from our side is in the mood to attend a ceremony right now? My mother told me that the teachers designing the blessed lands have been in meetings for days, practically coming to blows. Sometimes the arguments get so heated that even the heavenly emperor can't calm them down. Li Xiaoyao fell silent. He could picture the scene perfectly. His own sex elders had been at each other's throats lately, all fighting for more class time. It was just as fierce over there. And some of those people were older and more experienced than he was. When tempers flared and they turned on him, he couldn't exactly say anything. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't know what to say. After all, it wasn't like they were fighting for personal gain. They all just wanted to contribute more. How could you possibly criticize that? Say, why are they suddenly doing the trial run? Didn't they say last time that they still hadn't solved the world detection issue? Li Xiaoyao asked, pressing for details. The Eye of Agamotto, Zhao Linger revealed the key. You know the Ancient One passed away, right? The Eye of Agamotto was handed over to Master Kirin. Apparently, the clock tower folks are using the Eye as a results monitor. They randomly select world coordinates, then use the Eye of Agamotto to observe the timeline behind those coordinates in our world. They kept repeating the process. After hundreds of thousands of trials, they finally picked a suitable test world. What about the test personnel? Don't tell me I'll have to bring someone over. We really don't have anyone to spare. Li Xiaoyao pondered aloud. He didn't want to get roped into the ceremony, only to be volunteered for extra work. Staffing was tight as it was, and even with those sanctuary mages joining in, it still wasn't enough. What are you thinking? Recruit someone from our side? They'd only try if they were looking for a fight, Zhao Linger chuckled. Besides, there's a little issue with the world they found. After evaluation, it turns out no one above a low-level practitioner can enter. For various reasons, the chosen test team will be 3 Ouroboros members, Frank, Vernon, and Fina. Frank, Vernon, and Fina? They're all pretty close to the clock tower crew, aren't they? What kind of selection is that? I remember we agreed ages ago that once it was built, the shares would be split evenly between us, Li Xiaoyao said, frowning. Fina was an apprentice of the Morningstar mage, Blaze, a purebred from the clock tower. Vernon, too, was a druid who had grown up in the clock tower's orphanage, with all his connections rooted firmly there. Even Frank, the only one with slightly better relations, was still much closer to the clock tower than anywhere else. No way around it. This is a test, so they get to pick the candidates. Besides, our own paradise isn't finished yet, Zhao Linger explained. But after the Emperor met with Master Kirin, the report said that the energy we're getting from the multiverse portal, apart from what's needed to keep the portal running, all of it is going to support the construction of our sanctuary. Right now, Li Xiaoyao was focusing most of his attention on earthly matters. Affairs in the cultivation world were all under her watch. Fair enough, he said. But there's still one more thing. For such a grand ceremony, we can't just show up empty-handed. What kind of gift should we bring? At that, Zhao Linger fell silent too. What could they possibly give? A hammer? Everything else was already arranged, so if they were to give a gift, it would have to be something unique to Huaxia. But as for something that would actually help in exploring new worlds, perhaps a nuclear warhead, just for self-defense? While Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger pondered over the gift, the 3 chosen test subjects were already being rushed into emergency training at the Hex Research Institute. In a very short time, the 3 of them needed to master techniques for forcibly exiting a world, learn how to determine the correct placement for energy extraction arrays, and familiarize themselves with various testing protocols. Energy extraction arrays can be set up on anything that has physical form. Animals, plants, buildings, you name it. Fina, clutching a tome thicker than her own head, was flipping through it at lightning speed. This was a rare chance to be chosen for the test. She couldn't let her teacher down. Fina, a sudden call startled her, and she looked up to find her teacher teleporting directly to her side. Teacher? Why are you here? What's going on? Fina blurted out instinctively. Without another word, Blaze pulled her to her feet. There's been a temporal disturbance in the test world. The barriers are severely weakened. This is the best window for traversal. Bring your book. You can keep reading over there. Okay, got it. Fina had just closed her book when Blaze whisked her away in a series of rapid teleports, using the portal to leave the clock tower. Level on the Hex planet. They'd arrived here, in the Orc Cloud region of the Hex planet, 3 days ago with Li Xiaoyao and the others. Outside this level of the clock tower, the official ceremony had yet to begin. Even so, the test team had to depart immediately. There was simply no choice, no. One could predict these temporal disturbances in the test world. Boosting the chance of success and lowering the risks was far more important than any ceremony. When Fina finally made it into the shuttle, Frank and Vernon were already waiting, both clutching stacks of documents. None of them had finished studying, They were all being thrown in at the deep end. Go on, take care out there. If anything goes wrong, come straight back. Don't be stubborn, don't act on impulse, and for heaven's sake, don't. Follow my example, Blaze said, giving Fina an encouraging pat on the back. Before turning to leave, he slipped a scroll into her hand. Fina nodded, watching her teacher's retreating figure. With the help of nearby staff, she put on the various disposable pieces of equipment she'd been given. Zizi. The hatch of the shuttle pod slid open, and the 3 test operators entered one after another. Once everyone was inside, the shuttle began its final self-check. When the process was complete, the hatch locked tight, and the entire shell of the pod came alive with an array of magical lights. With a thunderous roar, the shuttle's engines ignited, and its speed surged rapidly, soaring to nearly the speed of light in barely 10 minutes. Heimerdinger, Blaze, Li Xiaoyao, and the others stood at a distance, anxiously monitoring the shuttle's progress. All the technology aboard was homegrown, developed independently by the clock tower and the celestial court. It was still experimental, and none of them felt entirely confident. Yet, the spirit of discovery demanded they push on. As the shuttle approached the multiverse gateway, the portal word to full power, light itself seemed to twist and bend around it, forming something akin to a miniature black hole. The shuttle slipped inside, bobbing and weaving like a bamboo raft tossed on a restless sea. Luckily, it made it through the portal without incident. All right, that's enough watching. We'll succeed. They'll come back safe, Heimerdinger said, giving Blaze an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Blaze nodded, unclenching his hands, the marks of his fingernails still visible in his palms. Off to the side, Li Xiaoyao silently offered his blessings for Fina and the other 2, wishing them success. Far out in space, near a blue, somewhat misshapen planet, a sudden, inexplicable distortion rippled into existence, something beyond the detection of the world's inhabitants. As it faded, a battered spaceship materialized in the cosmos. Up, inside the shuttle pod, the sound of retching filled the cramped cabin. The violent jolt of the transfer had been overwhelming, leaving all 3 of them struggling to hold it together. Despite their discomfort, none of them spared any attention for themselves. Instead, each one immediately focused on the control panels in front of them, running checks for any issues, ready to abort the mission instantly if something was wrong. No problems with the propulsion system. We have enough energy reserves for 2 more jumps, Frank reported. He was the least knowledgeable about magic, so he'd been given the simplest checklist. Magical defense shell is intact, whereas within predicted limits. The magical patterns have only minor damage, and I can repair those sections myself, Fina quickly added. Most of the indicators on her panel glowed green, with only a few yellow warning lights. Our vital signs are normal. The nausea is likely a result of soul shock from the transfer, but it's within self-recovery levels. We should be fully back to normal in 10 days. Vernon, the team leader, confirmed as he checked their life support. Escape pod systems are fully operational, ready to deploy at any time. So, in other words, Fina looked to Vernon. That's right. We did it. Welcome, both of you, to a brand new world. Vernon raised his arms and cheered in the cramped control cabin. Originally, this cabin was supposed to feature expanded space, but after further research, that plan was scrapped. No one could guarantee the expanded space wouldn't collapse during transit. We're the vanguard. We're explorers. We're heroes. I'm so happy, Fina shouted at the top of her lungs. Frank remained silent by his side, but the uncontrollable smile on his face betrayed the excitement in his heart and the tremble in his hands. He once thought that after losing his wife and child, his life would be forever consumed by the darkness of vengeance. Yet the sudden appearance of the clock tower, the Ouroboros, and this mission had pulled him back from that abyss. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The core system is stable, so keep monitoring the other systems, Vernon reminded them. This advanced, highly integrated shuttle pod had far more systems than the few they had just checked. In fact, with more precise classifications, there were over 1,000 systems in total, many of which were devoted to detection and recording. On this journey, every detail, every piece of information they gathered was crucial, priceless even. Spatial fluctuation recording system, normal. Magical positioning system, normal. Life concealment system, normal. At my command, prepare to enter orbit around the target planet ahead. Yes, sir. Orbit entry successful. There's a problem. The magical remote sensing system has malfunctioned. We can only use the optical system to survey the planet now. That's all right, as long as it's nothing major. Frank, review the video and images captured by the optical system. I have a feeling this is a science-driven world. See if you can identify what stage this world is in, and assess the likelihood that the intelligent life forms there have noticed us. Understood. And Fina, hold off on repairing the damaged systems for now. I've sent you the environmental data. Compare it with our database and determine if we can survive on this planet. Yes, sir. Additionally, from this moment, we're entering self-diagnostic mode for 72 hours, 3 days. During this period, monitor your physical and mental state closely. Report any abnormalities immediately. As Vernon spoke, he hung Kieran's timepiece in front of the three of them. Yes, sir. Frank, activate the gravity simulation system. Increase the power slowly, starting at 10%. Yes, sir. The shuttle pod had been drifting through the cosmos for 3 days. In that time, Vernon and his team had used their limited means to scan the entire planet before them. Let's review the information we've gathered over the past 3 days so I can decide on our next move, Vernon said, exporting all the data to his portable wrist computer. First, our physical assessments. All three of us are stable, and our soul disturbances are recovering rapidly, faster than expected. At this rate, we should be fully recovered in another 2 days. Next, out of the shuttle pod's 1,321 systems, 11 are damaged and 23 have minor faults. Overall, the situation is good, and we're fit to continue our exploration. Additionally, our scans of the planet below reveal that its environment shares less than 1% similarity with Earth. Analyses of air composition, hazardous substances, and energy distribution all show no significant concerns. We can survive here normally without any protective gear. However, for safety, each person should leave a part of themselves on the life transference array. If any issues arise, you must immediately return to the shuttle pod for reintegration. All gathered data and materials may be abandoned if necessary. In the past 3 days, there have also been 3 temporal tremors in our current universe and 5 on the target planet. Fortunately, all of these fluctuations have been extremely minor and fall within negligible ranges. Still, due to their unusual frequency, we must remain on alert. Finally, no signs of a planetary consciousness have been detected, nor have we found any individuals capable of connecting with such a consciousness. There are no other interstellar vessels, and no collective consciousnesses with which we can communicate. According to our test manual, this planet is classified as a standard Level 1 technological world, with its civilization ranking as a sub-Level 1 technological society. After his brief report, Vernon turned to Fina, as the next tasks fell within her domain. I'll keep my summary brief as well. My main responsibilities are the preliminary setup of the energy extraction array and gathering the relevant information beforehand. The guiding principles for the array are to ensure it's green, sustainable, peaceful, and mutually beneficial. However, since there is no unified planetary organization or collective consciousness at this scale, negotiations and transactions are currently impossible. Following the testing manual, I will continue selecting optimal points for the energy extraction array, while also adjusting the world's magical energy concentration. The captain will oversee natural energy. If no collective consciousness emerges before the optimal sites are chosen, we'll proceed directly with extraction, recording every unit of energy used, and reconcile the accounts with the consciousness should it form later. Frank nodded in understanding. My turn. Over the past 3 days, I have followed the operational procedures in the manual. Key areas of interest have been marked, and I've calibrated the orbital weapons and landing pods. Everything is ready for the next phase. I've also successfully infiltrated the networks in those marked zones and created 3 false identities. I've evaluated the planet as a whole, as well as the target regions. Their technological level is roughly equivalent to our own planet in the year 1970, and there is a clear lack of advanced or cutting-edge technologies. In addition, as per the testing manual, we must avoid causing any major disruptions to the planet's key economic or social systems. Following the established threat levels, we are to adopt an absolute defensive countermeasure policy, no offensive actions toward any group under any circumstances. However, if attacked, we are permitted to retaliate without restriction, while still taking care to avoid harming innocents. Lastly, according to the Information Concealment Manual, if we determine that the energy extraction array or the emergence of a collective consciousness holds significant value, we may reveal limited information or, as long as we do not violate the aforementioned rules, meet certain requests from the other party to a limited extent. After listening to everyone's updates, Vernon nodded. All right, all preliminary preparations for the test are complete. If there are no objections, prepare for orbital descent. Set our landing point at the target area. Anyone who moves more than 10 kilometers away from me in a straight line must report in advance. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed? If not, start getting ready. I have something. Fina raised her hand. Here's the thing. Before I left, my teacher gave me a scroll. I made some time to read the description. As she spoke, Fina scratched her head, her feelings mixed. It contains 10 ninth-level spells, and all of them are enhanced with every possible magical effect. If I unleash them all at once, I could wipe out the entire target area without any trouble. Oh, that? Don't worry about it, Vernon replied, sounding rather unconcerned. Our main orbital weaponry still comes courtesy of a gift from China, custom Dongfeng series nuclear missiles. I checked, 7 MIRV missiles, protective arrays, all intact, fully operational. With these, we could launch nuclear strikes on every major region of the planet. Hearing this, Fina let out a breath of relief. At least there were even more outrageous gifts in play. Compared to those, her teacher didn't seem so excessive after all. Frank, on the other hand, fingered the pendant hanging from his chest, at a loss for words. This kind of arsenal didn't look like they were here for a test. It seemed more like they were here to wreak havoc. Half an hour later, the orbital landing pod shot out from the shuttle, descending directly over the target area. Once the hatch opened, Fina waved her hand, storing the landing pod in her personal space. Then, she activated the group teleportation spell from her spellbook, sending all 3 of them down to the ground. It was pouring rain, the kind that drummed noisily on everything. Instinctively, Fina thought about raising a force field umbrella, but Vernon stopped her just in time. He tossed out 3 seeds, which instantly sprouted into 3 green umbrellas. He handed them out to each of them. Fina glanced at the umbrella in her hand, then at Vernon. This method didn't seem much more discreet than her own force field shield. Hey, look over there, Frank, ever on alert, nodded toward a direction. The 3 of them turned to see a girl in an ill-fitting white lab coat, stumbling through the rain. She ran a few steps, fell, then got back up, never stopping, almost as if something was chasing her. Fina looked to Frank, who already had his pendant out and ready. No sign of an armed enemy. No one's following her either, Frank reported, symbols flashing rapidly across his glasses. Fina then turned to Vernon, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if pleading. All right, stop looking at me like that. If you want to help her, go ahead. The natural energy inside her is seriously out of balance, and her connection to this world is much deeper than a normal person's. She might be important, Vernon said. Fina's empathy toward humans, or any sentient beings, human or otherwise, outstripped even her care for the whole of nature. Captain, you're the best, Fina called out, dashing over at once. With a splash, AI Hybra landed in a puddle, sending water flying, but she stood up without a care, wiped her face, and prepared to keep moving. By then, Fina had already blocked her path. AI Hybra looked up, and the first thing she saw was an unnaturally vibrant green umbrella. So strange it seemed out of place. Beneath the umbrella stood a foreign young woman, gentle-faced and radiating concern in her eyes. Little girl, are you all right? Let me call your parents to come pick you up. Fina gently helped Hybra AI to her feet, brushing away the dirt caught in her tea-colored hair as she spoke softly. Sister. For a moment, Hybra AI felt dazed, as if she saw the shadow of her own elder sister. But almost instantly, she tore herself free from that illusion. Her sister had already died at Jin's hands. There was no way she could appear here again. I don't want that. Move aside. Hybra AI pushed Fina's hand away, determined to keep moving forward. Hey, at least take the umbrella with you. Fina hurried to cover AI's head with the umbrella, sticking close to her side. With a determined shake of her head, AI rushed forward, hoping not to drag Fina into her troubles. Suddenly, she bumped into someone else, stumbling a little. She looked up. Her whole body tensed. Standing before her was a man dressed entirely in black, sunglasses concealing his eyes, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Frank. A member of the organization? I've been caught already. Hybra AI trembled slightly. She could sense the murderous aura radiating from Frank, something an ordinary lackey could never possess. Frank. Fina shot him a sharp look, then protectively pulled Hybra AI into her embrace. Hybra AI let out a quiet sigh of relief. He wasn't one of the liquor code names after all. Maybe just someone with a fierce face, perhaps even the woman's bodyguard? Sorry, Frank muttered to AI, the apology falling flat. But you'd better take a look at this. A message had popped up on Fina's portable computer. It displayed all sorts of public information about Shiho Mayano, her academic records at university, as well as glowing recommendations from various professors. Fina glanced from Hybra AI to the photo of Shiho Mayano. Are you sure they're the same person? It's not my judgment, Frank explained. The system matched her as the most likely candidate. First place is her. Second is a rich heiress named Sonoko Suzuki. Maybe she's Shiho Mayano's daughter? Can you find her phone number? Let's call it to check. Fina let go of Hybra AI, her fingers flying across the screen. Cradled in Fina's arms, Hybra AI caught her own name. No, she couldn't stay here a moment longer. She didn't understand how they discovered anything, But she knew. If the organization learned she'd shrunk, both she and Kudo Shinichi would be killed. Even these people, who'd stumbled on her secret, could be dragged down with her. Too many would die. As Fina was distracted, Hybera AI seized her chance. She wriggled free, stumbling into a nearby alley. The only way to escape these adults was through the narrow side streets. On the main road, she could never outrun them. She'd barely entered the alley when, thud, she ran straight into someone else. Vernon looked down at the little girl who had crashed into him with a helpless shrug. He'd already made sure not to stand in the middle of the path. Why did she have to run into him anyway? Vernon crouched down, about to ask her something, but before he could speak, the little girl wobbled and collapsed at his feet, unconscious. "Vernon!" Fina called out, her voice thick with reproach. How could he let something like this happen to a child? Vernon was feeling rather frustrated. What was going on here? Was he really more frightening than Frank, who had a reputation for being a ruthless killer? That couldn't possibly be the case. He reached out to check AI Hybera's forehead, then gently picked her up. "All right, she's running a fever. Let's bring her home with us for now. I'll help her realign the natural energy in her body as an apology for knocking her over." "No problem. I'll show the way. The house I bought online is big enough for the four of us," Frank said, taking the lead. "Also, Fina, in my opinion, it's better not to call the police. If she really has been shrunk, it must be due to something unusual. We can wait until she wakes up and ask her what happened." "Huh, I'm not calling the police," Fina replied, glancing up at the two men. "I'm just ordering some clothes for her online. Everything she's wearing is soaked and doesn't fit at all. Wearing something like that would be really uncomfortable." "Buying clothes online? Is the internet here really that odd? I couldn't find any real estate agencies or property listings, just private sales," Frank remarked with curiosity. "There was another time disturbance just now," Vernon explained. "Maybe the whole world changed because of it. That must be it. But I noticed that even the fastest local delivery online takes at least 2 days. How can they even call that express shipping?" Fina complained. "I'll just buy her something in person when we get there." "Oh, and one more thing. Captain, don't hold her too tightly. If she's been shrunk, she might actually be an adult, and we need to be careful about appearances." Vernon raised his hand slightly to show Fina. Between his arm and AI Hybera's body, fresh green grass had sprouted, looking like a cushion of sturdy velvet, gently supporting her. "I understand the rules about propriety between men and women," Vernon replied. He did enjoy spending time alone in the forest, but that didn't mean he was detached from the norms of human society. A dozen minutes later, guided by Frank, the trio arrived at the house he'd bought online. The place was indeed spacious, a 3-story villa, with a large tree standing proudly in the yard. "All right, I'll remember this place. You two take care of her for now. I'm going to buy her some clothes. And check if you need to heat up the water in advance. I'll give her a bath when I get back," Fina said, pulling a thick stack of yen from shared pouch. She wasn't sure about the prices here, but based on what she'd seen online, several 10,000 yen bills should be enough for a few decent outfits. "Be careful on the way. If anything happens, message Frank. And remember the rules," Vernon called out. He covered AI Hybera with a small blanket. During the journey, the grass had already drawn away the moisture from her clothes, and, with Vernon's help, her fever had subsided. She still hadn't woken up, but that was only because she was thoroughly exhausted. "Got it," Fina replied. With that, the door closed with a gentle click. Left in the living room, Frank found himself a bit bored. He ran his hand over a decorative charm, and 2 magical pistols appeared in his hands, spinning deftly around his nimble fingers. After buying 2 complete outfits for AI Hybera in a nearby shop, down to the smallest detail, Fina stepped out, sheltering herself with a green umbrella. Her eye for detail was formidable. Even though she hadn't done much tailoring herself, she was certain the clothes matched Hybera's size almost exactly. No sooner had she exited the shop than she saw, across the street, a burly man dressed in black sprint past her. The sparse, drizzling rain couldn't even wash away the sweat pouring down his body. What were they looking for? Fina paused at the shop's entrance, pondering. Before she could settle her thoughts, another man in black dashed by. Clearly, this search party was no small operation. "Boss, everyone's already been mobilized. If she's still alive, we'll find her for sure." Vodka kept close to Jin's side, holding a black umbrella and chattering away. Suddenly, Jin stopped in his tracks. Vodka, a bit puzzled, followed Jin's gaze and spotted Fina at the shop's entrance. "Boss, that woman, do you think she's suspicious? Want me to take her down first?" Vodka whispered. Jin lit a cigarette, his tousled hair casting shadows over his eyes. "No need." He caught a whiff of an unmistakable air of genuine innocence from her. With all the people he had killed, he knew this type well. Usually, those with such an aura had powerful backers. The kind of presence didn't come from nowhere. "Let's just tail her," Jin continued. If Sherry had run this way, she might have gotten help from this woman. Still, the clothes in her hand were child-sized, so it seemed unlikely. Fina felt Vodka's blatant, unwavering stare, and it made her uneasy. She was tempted to hurl a fireball his way, but since their group was strictly on defense, she couldn't act unless attacked first. After a few steps, Fina sensed those two men still haunting her steps. Frowning, she messaged Frank. "I'm being tailed. Can you come over?" "No problem." At home, Frank perked up with excitement. Finally, some action. He felt like he was rusting from inactivity. With a nimble flip, he slipped out the window. Less than a minute later, Fina saw Frank, also dressed in black, appear before her. She was about to speak when Frank motioned for her to keep going. "Just keep walking. I found our shadows. Don't do anything rash. Remember, we can't make the first move," Fina reminded him. "I know." Frank strode past Fina, heading straight for the person he sensed was the bigger threat. The man's chilling aura reminded him of Hydra, but there was no Hydra in this world, so perhaps it belonged to some other secretive organization here. Boss, someone's coming. Should I take him out?" Vodka muttered, watching Frank approach. When he got no response, he turned, only to find his boss had vanished. Frank, meanwhile, locked eyes with the hidden Jin as he strode up to Vodka. "What are you doing following my employer? Care to explain?" Frank cocked his head, speaking directly to Jin, who was concealed behind a nearby building. Vodka was completely flummoxed. Frank was standing right in front of him, but never once spared him a glance. "Are you having trouble with your eyes? Are you cross-eyed, staring off into the sky? Or do you just look down on me? Give me an explanation, or you're not leaving," Frank continued. Vodka hesitated, his hand drifting to the grip of his gun. But without Jin's order, he couldn't decide whether he should open fire now. Instead, he simply reached out, intending to push Frank out of the way. But the instant his hand touched Frank, Vodka suddenly felt himself airborne, spinning twice before crashing hard onto the ground. The impact left him completely dazed. The physical pain was only part of it. The real blow was to his pride. Good grief, he was taken down before he even realized how or when his opponent moved. Jin, watching from a distance, remained silent. This was a true master. During the scuffle that floored Vodka, Vodka had been blocking Jin's line of fire the entire time. No matter how Jin aimed, the bullets would have hit Vodka first. Jin had considered giving a shot, but he'd rushed out too fast this time. His gun didn't have enough stopping power. Even if he shot through Vodka, there wouldn't be much force left to hurt Frank. Judging by Frank's performance, it seemed shooting would be pointless anyway. In that case, there was no need to sacrifice Vodka just yet. As Vodka tried to get up from the ground, a handgun pressed coldly against his forehead. Once the defensive counterattack policy was triggered, there were no limits to retaliation. Strictly speaking, Vodka's move just now hardly qualified as an attack, but with Jin secretly watching, any action that broke someone's balance could be considered an assault. "Give me an explanation," Frank demanded again. He didn't want to escalate things right away, and besides, the expert who piqued his interest was still lurking in the shadows, showing no intention of making a move. Bullying a small fry wasn't much fun. He just wanted to see this little drama play out. Aye. Vodka's eyes darted back and forth, even following Frank's gaze, but he couldn't spot his boss anywhere. After hesitating for a few seconds, Vodka blurted out an excuse. "I just thought she was pretty and wanted to get her contact information. If you want to pursue someone, learn how to dress first. All black. That's your idea of courtship?" To Vodka's surprise, as soon as he spat out his made-up reason, Frank actually holstered his gun. He tossed out a parting remark, then turned and strode away. Vodka lay on the ground, still bewildered even as Jin approached. "Get up," Jin ordered. "Yes, boss." Vodka scrambled to his feet. After lying there so long, his clothes were soaked through. Jin stared in the direction Frank had gone, committing his face to memory. If that man was public security or part of another organization, they might be in trouble. For now, though, he seemed to be just a bodyguard. "Boss, should we keep searching?" Vodka wiped his face and asked. "Let the others keep looking. You come with me. We need to find out who those two really are." As Jin spoke, he turned around, still replaying the earlier scene in his mind, analyzing what he would have done in a real fight, where to strike, how the opponent might counter, and so on. Meanwhile, Frank caught up with Fina, who was waiting for him on another street. "So, did you have to get physical?" Fina asked. "I didn't lay a finger on them, just gave them a good scare." Frank brushed off his cloak. "But I have a feeling those people might be looking for that little girl." Fina nodded, having sensed the same thing. "I see. Let's go home first and talk there." Back at the house, the first thing Fina saw was Vernon, sitting on the sofa, pale and gasping for air. Frank instantly tensed, ready for action. "No need to get worked up. I'm just exhausted." Vernon waved them off, signaling that there was no danger at home. Fina swept her senses through the house several times, and Frank double-checked the readings on his glasses before they both relaxed. "What have you been up to?" Fina asked as she walked over to Vernon. She hoped he wouldn't say he was tired from looking after Hybera AI. With Vernon's constitution, taking care of an unconscious patient wouldn't have made him break a sweat, even without using any magic. "I took a peek at the timeline," Vernon replied, rubbing his temples and placing Kieran's time stopwatch on the table. The stopwatch's cover popped open almost by itself, but the hands inside spun in a wild, unnatural frenzy, whirring around like a broken motor, showing no sign of stopping. "What exactly happened?" Fina asked in disbelief. The time stopwatch wasn't a priceless artifact, but it was still a legendary item crafted by Mage Kieran. "How could it end up like this? Wasn't this just an ordinary, technology-driven world?" Vernon frowned, searching for the right words. "Imagine a ball of yarn, torn open and then played with by dozens of kittens for a month. That's what it's like. The timeline here is even more tangled than that. I overestimated myself, trying to straighten out a timeline of this magnitude. The stopwatch overloaded to protect me. It'll be fine after some rest. Are you all right?" Fina brought him a glass of water. "Nothing serious. Besides, this little adventure wasn't entirely fruitless," Vernon said, taking the glass. "The little girl you brought back is definitely a key figure. I saw her appear again and again in those chaotic timelines. But her name isn't Shiho Mayano, it's AI Hybera." "AI Hybera," Fina whispered the name. Suddenly, there was a faint stir from the other room. It seemed AI Hybera had woken up. Fina hurried off with some clothes in her arms. Vernon's natural energy really was the best medicine. It hadn't been long, yet AI Hybera was already awake. In the room, the newly awakened AI Hybera glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings. She remembered the scene just before she lost consciousness and tried to get up, struggling against the urge to stay. She couldn't just accept the kindness of strangers so easily. She might end up dragging them into trouble. "You've just woken up, you can't get up yet. Lie down and rest." Fina entered the room, set the clothes aside, and gently pressed AI Hybera back onto the bed. Except for her sister, no one had ever shown AI Hybera this kind of care before. She stared at Fina, unsure of what to do, allowing herself to be fussed over. But when Fina pulled the clothes from the bag, AI Hybera immediately tensed. The underwear was normal enough, but the outer clothes, weren't they a bit too cute to actually wear? The bear and bunny patterns were already questionable enough, but why did every pair of pants have to come with a fluffy pom-pom tail at the back? "I don't want this. I want to go home." Hybera AI struggled against them. "Don't make a fuss. There's a whole crowd out there searching for you. It's much safer for you to stay here," Fina said, holding clothes up against Hybera to size her. Suddenly, Hybera reacted sharply. She slapped Fina's hand away and shrank back, pressing herself against the wall. "Who are you people, really?" she demanded, flashes of her memories before she lost consciousness darting through her mind. These people knew her real name was Shiho Mayano, knew that someone was searching for her outside. Even if they weren't members of the organization, they were surely connected to it. Had the organization decided to try gentler tactics after violence failed? "We're not bad people," Fina edged closer to Hybera. "Yeah, right. Just saying you're not bad doesn't make it true." Hybera fixed Fina with a fierce, unyielding stare, making it clear she would not cooperate. "Hey," Fina let out a sigh. "Captain, does she meet the requirements?" "She does, but make sure you don't break any other rules." Vernon's voice came from the living room. Fina set the clothes aside and reached her right hand out to Hybera. Brilliant motes of light burst from Fina's palm, swirling with purpose under her guidance and forming mesmerizing patterns before Hybera's eyes. Seeing Hybera's attention waver, Fina flicked her wrist, and the lights rapidly gathered, becoming a tiny galaxy, with the sun and Earth spinning on proportionally reduced orbits. "This is the galaxy we're in right now," Fina explained, waving her hand again. A double helix DNA strand spiraled in the air. "This is a model of ordinary human DNA, the essential material of heredity." Hybera's face darkened. She was no real child. If they knew her true name, Shiho Mayano, surely she didn't need a middle school science lesson. "As for me, my name is Fina. I'm a magician." Fina extended her hand to Hybera once more, the glowing motes flowing back into her body. "A magician?" Hybera tilted her head. "Is that magic, or just tricks?" "It's real magic. Here, let me show you again. Don't be too startled," Fina said, tapping gently at Hybera's clothes. "Ah," Hybera squealed. Her clothes seemed to come alive, slipping off her by themselves. Instantly, the new clothes in Fina's hand wrapped smoothly around her in their place. After several long seconds of stunned silence, Hybera touched her now settled clothes, regaining her composure, and looked up at Fina. "How did you find out about me?" "Do you mean Shiho Mayano or Hybera AI?" Fina replied, activating the computer on her arm and projecting its display in front of Hybera. Shiho Mayano was matched by the system. She had the highest similarity to you. As for Hybera AI, that's the name our captain overheard while peering into the timeline. Peering into the timeline? Hybera mulled over this, deep in thought. That's right. Fina gently smoothed Hybera's hair. With a sudden thud, Hybera dropped straight to her knees, startling Fina. When she finally looked up, her eyes were brimming with tears. Please, I beg you, save my sister. Get up first. Fina gently lifted Hybera AI to her feet. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell me, what happened to your sister? She was killed by Jin. Please, I'm begging you, as long as she can come back to life, I'll do anything. In Fina's embrace, Hybera AI couldn't stop her tears from streaming down. Jin? Fina patted Hybera AI reassuringly on the back. Yes, Jin. Comforted by Fina, Hybera AI began to recount everything, bit by bit, from the very beginning. Her parents had died in a so-called accidental fire when she was just a child, leaving her sister as her only family and dearest attachment. Half an hour later, Fina stepped out of the room alone. She flicked her fingers over her clothes, and in an instant, the fabric soaked by Hybera AI's tears became crisp and dry once again. Vernon sat on the sofa, his gaze following Fina as she walked over to him. He knew exactly what she wanted to discuss, but without a solid reason, he would not agree. Standing before Vernon, the computer on Fina's arm lit up, projecting a barrage of data between the two of them. I just ran a diagnostic on Hybera AI, Fina began. The results show that she meets all the criteria for establishing an energy extraction array. She pulled up the comparative standard data as she spoke. While Hybera AI stats weren't the best, they all hovered comfortably above the acceptable threshold. The only disqualifying factor, Fina continued, is that her current physical age is below the adult standard. But that's only because she took APTX 4869, which caused this abnormal regression to childhood. This can be considered a special circumstance. There are precedents, after all. At Clock Tower Spirit Arts Academy, some teachers have chosen to reverse their own aging through spiritual channeling, thereby extending their lifespans and restoring their vitality. Sometimes, they even manage to complete a research project in the process. After a successful channeling, a few teachers ended up with physical ages below the legal adult standard due to improper spellcasting, and the teaching program stripped them of their teaching rights as a result. These teachers who had overdone their age regression filed a collective appeal, and in the end, they succeeded in amending some of the regulations. The revised sections are as follows. Enough, enough. Vernon quickly cut her off, overwhelmed by the flood of professional data and case comparisons. He had studied Druidic arts, which, though considered part of the magical sphere, was as different from her specialty as physics is from mathematics. Let me ask you just one thing. If someone with the same physical and magical profile, but without her particular experiences, were standing before you, would you still deem them suitable as a setup point? Vernon asked gravely. Frank, who couldn't make heads or tails of the data, sat quietly to one side and smiled at Hybera AI peeking through the door. If his own daughter hadn't suffered a tragic accident, she would have been about the same age as this girl. I swear, by my honor as a mage and the pride of an Ouroboros member, I have never allowed my empathy to override the mission, Fina replied, just as solemnly. She could sometimes be overly empathetic, but she still knew how to weigh the importance of things. If Hybera AI didn't truly meet the criteria, she would never have revealed her identity as a mage after applying to Vernon, let alone try to fulfill Hybera AI's wish. All right, I agree, Vernon said without hesitation. Why not go for a win-win situation? Fina burst into laughter and gave Vernon a light pat. She knew the captain would agree. Beside them, Frank waved his small fist at Hybera AI, teasing her as if she were a child. Frank, what's your opinion? Vernon asked. He already knew the answer, but the proper procedure still had to be followed. I agree, Frank replied, sitting upright. His face returned to the cold, stoic look everyone saw when they first met him. Yes. Fina waved her hand toward Hybera AI in celebration. Don't get too excited just yet. Vernon glanced helplessly at the two girls. Do you know any spells involving souls? Or are you familiar with necromancy? And after being dead for so long, it's hard to say if the soul is even still around. And even if you get incredibly lucky and manage to gather the soul, where would you put it? The resurrection array in the cabin locks down our soul signatures. You better not get any ideas. I won't mess with the shuttle pod, Fina said, frowning in thought. I'll learn some basics about summoning souls back in the general courses. This world's magical flow is calm, and there's no place like heaven or hell to guide souls, nor are there any reapers or similar entities managing the dead. So, I think I can give it a try. As for how long she's been dead, the timeline in this world is a mess. Small tremors 3 times a day, a big quake every 3 days. In this kind of chaos, you could have dozens of Valentine's days in 1 year. So maybe your sister only just passed away recently. As for where to put the soul, I could see if it can be transformed into a ghost that can linger for a long time. If not, I'll try a bound spirit. Failing that, maybe set up a soul-nurturing array to buy time. And if that still doesn't work, perhaps find a recently deceased body and borrow it as a vessel. And if all else fails, Captain, lend me a seed. So many ifs, the odds of success probably aren't high, Vernon said, glancing at Hybera AI. He was worried that Fina might end up being blamed despite her kindness. If Hybera AI decided to make trouble, following protocol could get messy. Hybera AI pulled open the door and looked at everyone seriously. I'm willing to take all the risks and responsibilities. No matter what happens, none of it will be Fina's fault. All right then, Vernon said, finding no reason to object. He leaned back on the sofa and asked the final question. So, who knows where her sister died? Fina looked at Hybera AI, who raised her hand. Jin and his sidekick Vodka. They definitely know. No, we can't go looking for them ourselves, nor can we use magic to spy on them. That's against the rules, Fina said, shaking her head. So, if we want information from outsiders, it has to be given willingly. Hybera AI anxiously searched her memory for anyone else who might know her sister's place of death and be willing to help. Suddenly, a name came to her, a name she had specifically changed from missing to deceased. Kudo Shinichi, blurted out AI Hybera after a moment of thought. He was, in fact, the very person she intended to seek out this time. Kudo Shinichi? While Fina was still pondering, Frank had already pulled up information about Kudo Shinichi from the newspapers. Publicly, Kudo Shinichi was now listed as missing. He's disappeared, Frank reported. The current state of the world's networks was abysmal, and the information available was far from complete. Relying solely on what was online, they could never track down someone who had vanished for public view. He's not missing. He's shrunk, just like me, AI Hybera said quietly. When I checked his house, I noticed all his childhood clothes were gone. Frank's fingers flew across the controls, summoning up the few blurry surveillance cameras around Kudo Shinichi's last known locations. Cross-referencing these with his publicly known relationships, Frank finally zeroed in on a child who had suddenly appeared at Professor Agasa's house. Idagawa Conan, Frank announced as he projected the name and image, feeding Conan's photograph into the system. The analysis confirmed it. The two were the same person, just at different ages. Having found their target, Frank activated the shuttle's optical detection system. With a smart locking feature, he quickly pinpointed Conan's current location, Osaka. As they drove towards Osaka, AI Hybera, overwhelmed by excitement and relief, soon drifted into a deep sleep. Her brown hair swayed gently in the crook of Fina's arm, stirred by the breeze. A soft smile played at her lips, as if she could already see her sister's face. Captain, why are you coming along too? Fina asked in a low voice from the back seat. If we're just questioning the detective who's been shrunk, Frank and I should be enough. Don't you need to adjust the natural energy of this world? I can't adjust it, Vernon replied, snapping his fingers. A fine dusting of pollen settled on AI Hybera's face, helping her sleep even more soundly. The distribution and amount of natural energy around our home space may look stable overall, but in truth, it constantly shifts its spatial coordinates with each pulse of time. If I want to untangle all that, I at least need to understand the pattern behind these coordinate changes. Vernon glanced at AI Hybera, nestled in Fina's arms. She's one of those coordinates. If Idagawa Conan is one as well, then the pattern will be much easier to uncover. APDX 4869. You mean we have to find every single person who shrunk after taking that drug? Fina asked. From what AI Hybera said, that so-called black organization has been using this stuff for a long time. There might be quite a few people who've been shrunk, scattered all over the planet. How are we supposed to find them all? We'll just have to try, Vernon replied, turning his gaze back to the road. The matter of natural energy was closely tied to the establishment of this planet's collective consciousness, but it didn't have much to do with their own energy extraction. To be honest, if tracking these people down proved impossible, Vernon wouldn't go to the ends of the earth over it. At most, he'd simply report it when he returned to the clock tower. Several dozen minutes later, as Frank drove his car, equipped with Clock Tower's advanced technology, along a small road into Osaka, Heiji Hattori arrived at Satenkaku Tower with Conan and the others. Throughout the journey, Heiji had been briefing Conan and the group on their upcoming itinerary. Hey, Hattori, why did you call me all the way out to Osaka anyway? After spending half the day wandering around Satenkaku, Kagoro Muri, growing bored, wandered off to smoke a cigarette. Conan took the opportunity to pull Heiji aside. Just as Heiji was about to explain, he suddenly felt an intense gaze fixed on him. Turning toward the window, he spotted Frank, unmistakable in his all-black attire, leaning on the railing of a rooftop across the way. Of course, Frank wasn't alone. There were others with him, but Frank's perpetual black clothing made him impossible to miss. "Kudo, look over there. That guy across from us seems to be staring right at us," Heiji said, pointing across the street. "Huh? Where?" Conan rose up on his tiptoes, peering in the direction Heiji indicated, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "He was right there a second ago," Heiji insisted, turning back, only to find that Frank had vanished. "Huh? He's gone. Fina, what's the matter? With the way those detectives are, if I keep watching a little longer, they'll probably come running over on their own," Frank asked as Fina tugged him back from the edge. "Something's off. I don't know if you noticed, but I sensed a faint trace of magic coming from that Conan kid. It's very subtle. Not like a spellcaster or someone under a spell. More like someone who's been in close contact with a spell's target," Fina said, uncertainty in her voice. She had just double-checked the data from the shuttle. Everything seemed stable, no signs of a spellcaster in this world. "Magic," Frank echoed, glancing over at AI Hybra. "It's not her, and it's not related to that drug either. This is the first time I've picked up the scent of magic here. Maybe there's more to this world than we thought," Fina said with a hint of worry. She'd read about such things in ancient texts, worlds where everything looked normal on the surface, but something terrifying lurked beneath. In those places, if an investigator made the wrong move, disaster could strike in an instant. Frank and Vernon, though unable to sense anything themselves, immediately became hyper-alert at Fina's warning. As for AI Hybra, all she wanted was to find Conan and get to the bottom of things. Back atop Satenkaku, Heiji and Conan spent a long while searching, but couldn't find a mysterious figure who had been watching them. Conan shot Heiji an exasperated look. "Hattori, are you sure you didn't imagine it?" Heiji remained adamant. "No way. That guy's outfit was way too odd. Who wears all black in the middle of summer? There's no way I'd mistake that. All black." Two faces flashed through Conan's mind. Jin and Vodka, the men he'd seen not long ago at the amusement park. Where is he?" Conan sprang up, gripping the railing and scanning the area frantically. "Whoa, what's gotten into you?" Heiji asked, baffled by Conan's sudden burst of energy. "Conan, don't lean on the railing. That's dangerous." Ran hurried over and scooped Conan down into her arms. "Sorry, Ran," Conan said, forcing himself to maintain his usual persona. Then he leaned in to whisper quietly in Heiji Hattori's ear. "The people who made me shrink were also dressed in black." "What?" Heiji jolted, a chill running down his spine as memories of his recent nightmares flashed through his mind. Sorry, Heiji. "I'm here," Yusuke Sakata called out, jogging over and snapping Heiji out of his daze. Heiji pulled himself together and, sticking to the plan, led the group with Sakata to their next destination. If the man in black really was a member of the Black Organization, as Conan said, acting out a character now would be dangerous. It could drag others into trouble. As they left Satenkaka Tower, Ran glanced back over her shoulder. She had a strange feeling, as if someone unfriendly was watching her from behind. Meanwhile, on top of the police car, Kagoro Mori was completely out of sorts. Who takes people sightseeing in a police car? What kind of hospitality is this? But after looking around and seeing that he was the only one making a fuss, Kagoro decided to hold his tongue. In truth, Ran and Conan also felt a bit awkward, but their minds were preoccupied with other concerns, so they didn't show it. Yusuke Sakata shot Heiji a puzzled look. Weren't they supposed to be welcoming honored guests? Why had Heiji gone silent as soon as they got in the car? This wasn't like him at all. Could Heiji still serve as his witness in this state? If this continued, Sakata might have to reconsider his plans. With everyone lost in their own thoughts, the car slowly made its way toward a ramen shop Heiji had picked out. Not far behind, two more cars followed them. One was a compact car driven by Frank, and the other was a taxi. In the passenger seat of the taxi, a vibrant young woman took deep breaths, trying to steady the energy surging inside her. Beside her, the taxi driver, equal parts nosy and sympathetic, relied on his driving skills to make sure he didn't lose track of Heiji's police car. Inside the ramen shop, the sight of delicious food helped Ran shake off the unsettling feeling she'd had earlier. For a moment, she simply enjoyed her meal. But the moment she put down her bowl, that icy chill crept back. She glanced over her shoulder at the crowd behind her, but everyone was just eating. No one seemed suspicious. Kagoro noticed something was off with his daughter. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt a chill," Ran replied, glancing toward Conan. "Did you guys?" At that moment, Conan and Heiji were both looking off in another direction. Heiji spoke in a low voice. "He's not just passing by. He came here to check on us." Conan nodded. "That's right. What are you two talking about?" Kagoro was completely in the dark. This trip had been nothing but strange for him. Riding in a police car was bad enough, but now everyone around him was speaking in riddles. It's nothing, ran Uncle Kagoro. Heiji and I are going to step outside for a bit. Please wait here for us, Conan said, hopping down from his high stool and running out with Heiji. After rushing to the shop entrance, the two of them began scanning the street quickly, searching for any sign of Frank. Frank, for his part, was careful to leave behind the silhouette of his back as he turned into a narrow alley, just enough for them to catch a glimpse. A few minutes later, someone suddenly sat down next to Ran Muri in the ramen shop. Excuse me, this seat is taken, Ran said politely. You must be Kudu, right? Kazuha Toyama propped her chin on her hands, staring coldly at Ran as she spoke. What? Me? Ran was completely baffled. Heiji talks about you all the time, Kazuha went on, turning her head to lean closer to Ran, applying a subtle but unmistakable pressure, a sort of silent warning from the main girlfriend to the supposed interloper. Oh no, I'm not her. My name is Ran Muri. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Ran said, waving her hand to dismiss the accusation. She was no homewrecker. After all, everyone here had their own childhood sweethearts. Why bother stealing someone else's? Is that so? Kazuha didn't sound entirely convinced. Then where's Kudu? He went out to investigate a case. He still hasn't come back, Ran replied, her frustration slipping through as her chopsticks snapped in two with a sharp crack. That jerk, leaving his girlfriend alone during a date and disappearing without a trace. Kazuha flinched, now thoroughly convinced that Ran wasn't Shinichi Kudu in disguise. Sorry, I must have made a mistake. By the way, where's Heiji? Prompted by Kazuha's question, Ran suddenly realized something. Wait, were you the one watching me from behind just now? Kazuha blushed and nodded shyly, unable to meet Ran's eyes. If you were the one watching me, then who was following those two? Ran murmured, suddenly standing up. She dashed out of the shop, leaving behind a bewildered Kaguro Muri and Kazuha, both with question marks written all over their faces. Once outside, neither Heiji Hattori nor Conan were anywhere in sight, but Ran instinctively started walking in the direction they had just gone. Meanwhile, in the alley, Conan and Heiji stood back to back, with Fina at their left and Vernon at their right. Frank stood guard at the alley's entrance, keeping passers-by from wandering in. Who are you, and why did you lure us here? Conan demanded loudly. Footsteps echoed ahead of them, and both Heiji and Conan tensed, nearly stumbling in surprise. A little girl emerged from the shadows, a tea-brown bob, pleated skirt, and a simple short-sleeved t-shirt. If not for the odd aura about her, she would have looked like any other adorable child. Shinichi Kudu, where did my sister die? AI Hyber got straight to the point. Your sister? Conan was completely lost. Who's your sister? My sister went by the alias Masami Hirota. You know her, don't you? Tell me where she is. AI's desperation spilled out as she shouted at Conan. Masami Hirota. Conan's memories flashed rapidly. He recalled the woman lying in a pool of blood at the warehouse, the same one who had told him the organization's signature color was black. APDX 4869. That's the serial number of the drug that shrank you. If you tell me where she is, I can give you the antidote. AI pressed on, her urgency unmistakable. Just then, a tremendous boom echoed through the air, making the wall beside them shudder violently. Frank, who had been kicked straight into the wall, was still a bit dazed. All he had done was stop a thin, ordinary girl. How did it come to this? Ran Muri eyed Frank cautiously. Her instincts told her that Conan and the others were in the alley, and they needed her help. Sorry, but I really can't let you go in there, Frank said seriously. After all, being beaten up by an ordinary girl. How was he supposed to keep his standing in Ouroboros after this? Oof. Ran didn't hesitate for a second. She launched a swift side kick straight at Frank. Frank raised his arms to block, gauging the force behind Ran's attack. She was likely on their side. He couldn't just draw his gun on her. But truth be told, even after his enhancements, Frank could barely withstand this furious kick from Ran. He could feel his forearms threatening to crack under the pressure. Realizing that a head-on fight would just end in mutual destruction, Frank started switching to technique. Ran's moves were classic, textbook taekwondo, relying on extraordinary speed and strength in real combat. But Frank was a master of hundreds of martial arts, his skill completely outclassing hers. Every time Ran struck with all her might, she always missed the mark, her balance thrown off by Frank's death counters. After a dozen exchanges, if not for the frustration radiating from Ran, the scene could have passed for a master feeding moves to a student. Get out of my way. Suddenly, inspiration struck Ran like lightning. It was as if she'd entered some mysterious state, Frank's many techniques blending together in her mind as a flash of insight. She ducked low, twisted her waist, drew power from the ground, and kicked upward. Her knee connected solidly with Frank's abdomen, launching him dozens of meters away, right past Conan and Vernon. You don't want to drag innocent people into this, do you? Just play along, Fina said as she leapt down from the wall, gesturing to Conan. We're not with the Black Organization. If we were, everyone around you would have been shot by now. Conan mulled it over and agreed. Since things were still unclear, it was best not to let Rand know what was really happening. Not that he was scared of Rand finding out the truth. Of course not. Or afraid she'd give him what she just gave Frank. So when Rand burst onto the scene, she saw Fina holding Hybra AI's hand, with Conan walking beside Heiji Hattori. Both groups looked surprisingly friendly, though Rand couldn't shake the feeling they were looking at her like she was some rare animal. What's going on here? Rand asked, puzzled. Hello, big sister. I'm an old friend of Conan's. It must be a misunderstanding. Hybra AI chimed in, her performance the very picture of innocence. Rand glanced at Conan, who could only nod in agreement. Rand quickly pieced together her own version of events. Maybe Conan had mistaken the man in black for a villain, and she'd made the same mistake. I'm so sorry. I acted rashly. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Rand bowed deeply, apologizing. No worries. You're pretty skilled for a young lady, though you might want to work on holding back a little, came the reply. Frank walked out of the alley on his own. Earlier, he had cushioned his abdomen with his hand, so he wasn't really hurt. As he passed by Fina, Frank spoke in a low voice. I have to agree with you now. This world is deeper than it seems. To think that a young girl they met on the street could leave him in such a sorry state. Judging by their relative strengths, her final move alone would be enough to qualify her for a professional's exam. I'm really sorry about that. Rand Muri apologized again. How about I treat you all to a meal? No need. Conan replied swiftly, winking repeatedly at Hybra AI as he spoke. They've got things to do. They're not heading the same way as us. That's right, Fina said with a small smile. So, with a look of confusion, Rand Muri left first with Conan and Heiji Hattori. But soon after, Conan hurried back. Just as Conan was about to speak, Fina took out the map and guided him to mark the spot where Hiromi Godanda had died. Fortunately, Conan had a sharp memory. With someone else, it might not have been so easy to find a place quickly. These days, there are plenty of people who can't find their way even with GPS. After Conan left again, Fina turned to Vernon. Captain, what's the situation? Hybra AI stood anxiously nearby, but she knew her own concerns couldn't be the team's top priority. Since she needed their help, she forced herself not to dwell on unnecessary worries. It's fascinating, Vernon said, stroking his beard. That girl's last move was clearly aided by the world's consciousness. Without that, Frank would never have been sent flying by someone with such a gap in skill. The world's consciousness. Fina wondered quietly. That's right, but we've never observed a fully formed world consciousness. That's the contradiction, Vernon continued. The most likely scenario is that someone has found a way to split the world's consciousness. Whether this chaotic timeline is a tool for that, or simply the result, is unclear. I'm starting to get interested in that Black Organization, he added, his eyes shining. Maybe the person behind the Black Organization shares the same goal as they do. The difference is their team takes the path of cooperation and mutual benefit, while the other side chooses that of the predator. Fina, go to that place and see if you can still gather Akemi Mayano's soul. Hybra AI, you'll need to stay. There are some things I still need to test, Vernon ordered. Hybra AI nodded, letting go of Fina's sleeve. She was eager to know the result, but she understood that right now, following orders was what mattered most. Fina didn't linger either. As soon as she received her orders, she used the shuttle pod to leave this world. Frank, find a chance to invite them out for a talk, Vernon continued. As for Hybra AI, try to recall every detail you can about the organization. Don't leave anything out. While Vernon was laying out the next steps, Conan and Heiji Hattori were discussing Frank's group. Conan asked, Heiji, do you think that little girl was telling the truth or not? Heiji Hattori said, that's not right. If she were someone who shrank like you, she would have taken the antidote herself. And if she's just a child, none of this makes sense. Still, that drug. My gut tells me it might be real. Conan nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. Did you notice? The guy Rand kicked had marks at his waist from a gun holster, and sometimes his hand would instinctively move there. Clearly, he trusts his gun more than his own fighting skills. Heiji agreed with this point. Having grown up in a police environment, he was even more sensitive to firearms than Conan. But Kudo, I think we should pay closer attention to that foreign woman and the man who hasn't said a word. Normally, if someone saw a person get kicked dozens of meters away, they would at least be shocked. But those two were completely calm, not the least bit concerned about their companion's injury. Either they're cold-blooded, or they're so confident they feel untouchable. Conan could only silently agree. He lowered his head, comparing the four people they'd just seen with the members of the Black Organization he'd encountered before. Both groups were mysterious, but their methods were vastly different. If it had been the black organization, Rand might not have even gotten a second chance to act. Kazuha Toyama noticed Heiji and Conan whispering together, and she suddenly felt an odd pang of jealousy, as though her childhood friend was being taken away. Hey. Kazuha nudged Rand, who was still feeling a bit guilty and impulsive. Is Shinichi Kudo really the same age as you? If it weren't for the age difference, I'd almost think that little brat is Shinichi Kudo. Heiji, honestly, he's never been this enthusiastic with me. Kazuha left the second half unsaid, feeling a little wronged. It was embarrassing enough to have mistaken a girl for Shinichi Kudo and followed her around, and now Heiji was ignoring her entirely. Rand glanced at Conan. In her eyes, the glasses on Conan's nose slowly faded away, and he grew rapidly, transforming into the image of Shinichi Kudo. Even the way he discussed things was exactly like Shinichi, almost as if they had been cut from the same mold. Thinking back, Shinichi really was a lot like Conan when he was little. MMM. Rand shook her head hard, letting out a muffled sound. Rand, what are you thinking? How could Conan possibly be Shinichi? But why couldn't Conan be Shinichi? Clues collided in Rand's mind. Conan had appeared not long after Shinichi disappeared, and Conan, like a bloodhound on the scent, couldn't resist diving into any case. His logical thinking and hobbies lined up almost perfectly with Shinichi's. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Rand's gaze toward Conan grew increasingly suspicious. Conan, what is it, Rand-nichan? When's your birthday? May 4th. Well, that was one more thing they had in common. In Rand's eyes, the images of Conan and Shinichi now completely overlapped. Suspicions, once seated, are hard to stop, and when paired with the haze of doubt, the more Rand looked at Conan, the more he seemed to be Shinichi Kudo. Even so, the idea of reversing age and becoming a child again was so far-fetched that Rand Muri still couldn't quite believe it. It wasn't until the moment when Sakata led them out of a restaurant, at the very instant a corpse crashed onto the car, and Conan instinctively dashed for the rooftop. Seeing him in that moment, Rand was finally certain. He was her childhood friend, Shinichi Kudo. Yet she still didn't understand how this was possible, nor was she sure whether she should confront Conan about it. A few minutes later, after returning from the rooftop, Heiji Hattori and Conan worked with Sakata to secure the crime scene. Behind them stood the owner of the cafe, the same person whose silhouette had appeared on the rooftop, drawing Conan's attention there in the first place. The trick in this case is quite simple, Heiji Hattori explained to the crowd. After committing the murder, the culprit tied the victim to the rooftop railing with a rope. So, as soon as the door was opened, the body would fall. Heiji's reputation here was nearly as great as Shinichi Kudo's had been before his disappearance, so his words carried considerable weight. Is this really how the Japanese police conduct their investigations? A voice called out from the back of the crowd. Heiji looked up and frowned. It was the same man Rand had kicked earlier. Sir, I'm a detective, Heiji said, addressing Frank directly. A detective? A profession destined to be replaced. How amusing. Your police are astonishingly incompetent. Not only did they fail to secure the scene after a murder, they're now standing around listening to a kid pontificate before a proper autopsy has even been done. Relying on his status as a foreigner, Frank boldly pushed his way to the front. Sakata immediately moved to block him. What? He can go in, but I can't. Frank halted and stared at Sakata, ready to accuse him of discrimination at the slightest provocation. Frank was well practiced in this tactic, having spent time in England circles. Hey, just where did this weirdo come from? Don't cause trouble here. Heiji's really amazing. Kazuha Toyama shouted from his side. Frank calmly removed his sunglasses and gave the corpse a scrutinizing look. Height, about 170 to 175 centimeters. Single arm length, around 65 centimeters. Skilled in police hand-to-hand combat. This wasn't a crime of passion. The killer had strong psychological control, though probably not great physical strength. As he spoke, Frank glanced up at the railing where the body had fallen. Judging by the marks, the body was hanging there for less than an hour. Before being hung, the corpse was either indoors or covered by something. The onlookers stared, stunned by Frank's analysis. They didn't understand every word, but it all sounded so professional and convincing. Frank then beckoned to Heiji with a nod. Come here, I need your cooperation for something. Heiji instinctively stepped forward. When Frank described a crime, there was an air of absolute confidence about him. So much so that even these renowned detectives felt it. It was as if he had witnessed the murder with his own eyes. Right now, I'm the killer. You play the victim. Any objections? None at all. Frank walked up to Heiji Hattori and extended his hand as any ordinary person would. Heiji cooperated, reaching out for what should have been a friendly handshake. But in the very instant their palms met, Frank's arm swung, twisting back with practiced precision. He forced Heiji down to the ground, pinning him there with a knee pressed firmly into his back, a textbook maneuver from police hand-to-hand combat. Of course, in England, this particular technique has a different name: I can't breathe. Heiji instinctively tried to resist, but with a slight twist, Frank sent a jolt of pain through his arm, leaving Heiji unable to mount any organized defense. At that moment, Frank suddenly eased up a bit. Keep fighting back. In your mind, if you're subdued like this, you're certain it means death. Hearing this, Heiji began to squirm and struggle. Now he realized, once locked in a police hold like this, if there isn't an overwhelming difference in strength, all you can do is keep twisting and writhing, and that only brings more pain. Especially with a killer behind you, controlling every joint, the agony is relentless. After demonstrating this, Frank let go. Understand now? Heiji climbed up from the ground, frowning and clenching his fist. In his palm was a small wad of paper, something Frank had deftly slipped him just moments ago. Frank turned to face the others, or more precisely, Officer Sakata. The killer is either someone the victim knew well, or someone who held an inherently trusted position. After all, in a situation with just 3 people present, a normal person wouldn't offer a handshake without a reason. Also, the killer must have had a personal grudge against the victim. After catching them off guard and subduing them, they said something about that old grudge. That's why the victim kept struggling, which explains the marks on the front of the body. Listening to Frank, sweat began to trickle down Officer Sakata's forehead. It was terrifying. Frank's account matched the facts almost perfectly, as if he had been standing right there during the murder. Frank gave a small smile and turned his gaze away from Sakata. Any more pressure, and the man might confess on the spot. Clearly, his nerves weren't built for this. As for how Frank knew Sakata was the culprit, well, Frank was no stranger to revenge killings. In fact, he was intimately familiar with them. He had claimed more lives than Sakata had ever seen corpses. How could he not spot the guilt lurking in someone's heart? And the body landing on the police car? That wasn't a coincidence, either. Ask the people nearby. Surely someone would have noticed something that big hanging from the roof. As for why it was the patrol car, the answer is simple. Think it through yourselves. Conan had already figured it out. Frank had spelled everything out. The corpse was dropped onto the patrol car either as a message, or because, for some reason, the killer could only control the patrol car's route in that moment. Heiji, meanwhile, knew even more. After all, it was he who had dragged Officer Sakata along on this trip. In other words, for him, this incident was a complete and utter accident. Lastly, let me remind you of one more thing. Frank put on his sunglasses, slowly stepped out of the crowd, and fixed his gaze on a woman who looked utterly panicked. Some things you can never escape. Under Frank's stare, the woman stumbled backward in a fright, darted into a car, and sped away from the scene in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Officer Sakata leaned helplessly against the patrol car, fully aware that it was all over. After Sakata's will to resist had crumbled, the string of murders in Osaka came to an abrupt end. The woman he had intended to kill next, the 4th victim, a certain aunt, finally buckled under the weight of her guilty conscience and confessed everything. Around 8 that evening, Heiji Hattori found an excuse to take Conan to a location scrawled on a note by Frank. As they headed out, Conan thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ran Muri was acting odd. Since midday, she'd been watching him with a troubled look, like a small, abandoned animal who felt mistrusted and left behind. "Hey Kudo, what's on your mind?" Hattori called out, snapping Conan from his thoughts as he glanced up at the unremarkable little shop in front of them. Heiji had a strange premonition. Once he stepped through that door, his worldview might never be the same. Perhaps this was a detective's intuition. Conan, however, had less on his mind. He was growing tired of being stuck in such a small body and wished more than anything to return to his true self as a high school detective. They pushed open the shop door. The lights inside were all on, and there was no attempt to create an air of mystery. Conan scanned the now-cleared shop. Only 2 men remained. The woman and the girl from before were nowhere to be seen. Vernon rapped the table, signaling for Conan and Hattori to sit. At the same moment, the 2 nearest chairs slid out invitingly. "Hybera, AI. Stop overthinking and come down," Vernon called up to the 2nd floor. A moment later, Hybera AI came bounding down the stairs, clutching a thick stack of notes, and took a seat at the table. "Everyone's here. Let's do introductions. Ouroboros, Vernon. Ouroboros, Frank." Hybera hesitated for a moment. Former member of the Black Organization. Real name, Shiho Mayano, codename Sherry. Now I go by Hybera AI. Conan and Heiji exchanged a look. So these people weren't all from the same organization? Formerly Shinichi Kudo, now Idagawa Conan, a detective. Heiji Hattori, the top detective of Kansai. Vernon nodded approvingly. At least no one here was foolish enough to keep their true identity hidden at this point. "Hybera, you start." You know the most about this. We'll fill in the gaps as you go. Hybera spread her notes on the table, organized her thoughts, and began. The code names in the organization are mostly types of alcohol. My role was drug development. The drug I worked on was codenamed APDX 4869. Conan raised his hand to interrupt. Is that the drug I took? Hybera answered him without hesitation. That's right. We took the same drug. Within the organization, it was widely used as a poison. Because it leaves no trace. The cause of death is undetectable by current methods, and autopsies usually conclude heart failure. Frank knocked on the table. As far as I know, this isn't the only drug of its kind. There's no need to invest so much effort for a single poison, let alone force its widespread use. Yes, AI Hybera brushed her hair aside. When the organization first told me about the need for this drug, they didn't describe. It is a poison. In my research, and from personal experience, I discovered that some users actually became physically smaller. Also, to be precise, this drug was already in development before I took over. At this point, AI Hybera glanced at her notes and recalled once more. Within the organization, there was another drug like this, codenamed Silver Bullet. Its inventors were my parents, Atsushi Miyano and Elena Miyano. Atsushi Miyano. Conan fell silent for a few seconds. I've heard that name before. Dr. Agasso once told me he was a scientist with outstanding professionalism. He also said all those rumors about him being a mad scientist were just slander. Conan paused, falling silent. Dr. Agasso really knew too little. For someone like Atsushi Miyano, a project leader in the black organization, being called mad wasn't much of an exaggeration. My parents died in a fire. AI Hybera's voice carried a hint of sorrow. I was just a young child at the time. Looking back, that fire was truly bizarre. After it, almost all records and backups related to the Silver Bullet vanished. Strictly speaking, APTX 4869 is just a new variant in the same family. Frank stroked his chin. This all seemed eerily familiar. Perhaps those two scientists sensed something was wrong, tried to resist, and paid for it with their lives. AI Hybera took a deep breath. Actually, as I was remembering just now, I recalled that when I was very young, my parents once mentioned someone while chatting. It was that person who first proposed the concept of the Silver Bullet. That person's name was Dr. Zola. According to my parents, he was an absolute genius. Vernon tapped his fingers on the table a couple of times. It seemed that, with a little magical assistance, memories could indeed become much clearer. Meanwhile, Frank's expression had changed noticeably. Go on, tell us more about Dr. Zola, Frank prompted. I don't know much, AI Hybera admitted. But I do remember my father once saying that Dr. Zola had another idea. He believed that in the future, people could upload their consciousness into computers. As AI Hybera finished her sentence, Frank leaned back in his chair, his face growing grave. Frank, what's wrong? Vernon asked. Have you ever read the reports on Ouroboros or the international operation to wipe out Hydra? Frank countered. No, I was busy at the time and didn't pay much attention, Vernon replied. Frank drew a deep breath. Dr. Zola was known as one of Hydra's top scientists. During the purge, the team discovered he had already uploaded his consciousness into a computer. It's just that those computers were completely isolated from any network, so Zola was never able to cause much trouble after that. When the secret base was unlocked, he immediately took control of a vast network, launching a counterattack against the sweep teams. In the end, it was Master Heimerdinger who intervened, directly defeating the Zola who was hiding within the network head-on. Vernon found it hard to believe. Are you saying these two Zolas are actually the same person? On what grounds? The entire clock tower had gone to such lengths to open a passage to the multiverse. So how did Hydra manage to beat them to it? And if Hydra was truly that capable, why hadn't they made bigger waves before being wiped out? I don't know. I hope they're not the same. Otherwise, we're in serious trouble, Frank replied, his tone heavy. Are there others like this? And what's Zola's code name? Vernon pressed further. AI Hybera shook her head. I don't know. I only remember that my father and the others had never met this person. They only learned the name from some documents. Conan and Heiji Hattori exchanged glances. They could tell Hydra was some sort of terrifying criminal organization, but they couldn't quite grasp just how dangerous it truly was. Hybera, on the other hand, could sense the gravity of the situation. Anyone who could make Frank and the others so tense was definitely no ordinary foe. As the atmosphere dipped into silence, Vernon quickly tapped away at his personal computer. I've notified Fina. This place isn't safe anymore. We need to find somewhere else to talk. With that, Vernon stood up, leading the group out into the courtyard. It's going to be a little cramped in a moment, so bear with it. Heiji, you hold on to Shinichi Kudo. Once we're up there, Hybera, go find Fina. Understood, Vernon continued. Heiji Hattori was completely at a loss. The shop wasn't safe, but was the courtyard really any better? As Heiji puzzled over this, Conan obediently nestled into his arms. Suddenly, a radiant teleportation circle lit up around them. In an instant, Heiji felt himself floating up into the air. All around him were strange devices he couldn't make heads or tails of, and his body was overtaken by the familiar sensation of weightlessness that came with falling. Before his body could adjust to the discomfort, the gravity system in the shuttle kicked in, and Heiji landed safely on the floor. Luckily, the place was so crowded that he couldn't have fallen very far anyway. Frank, check the information logs for any unusual readings. Fina, see if there are any anomalies in the magic records. As Vernon spoke, he pulled up all the latest observation data. Before diving into her work, Fina flashed a quick, silent smile to Hybera, who was clinging to her waist, and mouthed, "We did it." Hybera was instantly so happy she wanted to jump for joy, but she tried her best to keep her excitement in check so as not to disturb the others. While everyone else was busy, Conan and Heiji weren't idle either. Just taking in the mysterious, high-tech surroundings left them feeling like their eyes couldn't possibly take it all in. Could that be? Heiji peered through an observation window, and the first thing to catch his gaze was a breathtaking, magnificent, and utterly captivating planet. "So we're actually in space," Conan murmured, pressing his face up against the window. He'd seen photos of Earth before, and videos too, but to witness Earth with his own eyes from outer space was an experience beyond anything he'd ever imagined. At the same time, Heiji, Hattori, and Conan also realized something important. The two of them tried jumping lightly just to test it out. Sure enough, their feet landed solidly on the ground once more. Gravity was very much real. It wasn't just their imagination. Although they had no idea what was causing this gravity, Conan could grasp the level of technology involved. Without exaggeration, just this one feat, simulating gravity, was enough to put the entire Earth's technology to shame. He hadn't even had time to marvel at it when a sudden thought struck him. If this organization called Ouroboros was so formidable, then just imagine how powerful the Hydra must be, given that Ouroboros took them so seriously. Such an alien force had managed to hide on Earth for so long without ever revealing themselves. The more Conan thought about it, the more a chill crept up his spine. It felt as though a grand conspiracy was lurking in the shadows, a shroud of impenetrable fog hanging over the entire planet. Heiji Hattori, thinking along similar lines, focused his attention on Vernon and his companions. Much as he hated to admit it, it seemed that only they could really help them now. The fact that Hydra had yet to show themselves openly meant there was definitely something they feared. No matter how he looked at it, Conan figured the only thing that could make them so cautious was another alien organization, Ouroboros. The situation is clear now. "Looks like the worst-case scenario hasn't come to pass," Vernon said, letting out a huge sigh of relief as he reviewed the system's conclusions. "What makes you say that?" Frank asked, still poring over all the data. "Some of the data points do exceed normal thresholds, and there are indeed unusual fluctuations surrounding Hybera AI and Shinichi Kudo. But these fluctuations actually come from the world's consciousness itself. It's spontaneously resisting the act of draining energy from the planet's core. So in a sense, Hybera AI and the rest of you are acting as stabilizers. As for the method of energy extraction, it's shockingly primitive, barely any more advanced than what Hydra used decades ago when they were defeated. And we haven't detected any spacecraft in the planet's outer orbit, either. Taking everything into account, both the system and I have concluded that this black organization somehow acquired a fragment of Hydra's technology, though not in any kind of physical form. This technology then piqued the greed of certain individuals who tried to exploit it. But the technological gap is real, and with substantial gaps in both technical and foundational knowledge, it's no wonder they've made almost no real progress all this time. Vernon summed up the situation in a few words. Conan glanced at Hybera AI, surprised to realize that ordinary people like themselves could still play such a crucial role. "We can't just jump to conclusions like that," Frank said gravely, raising his head to look at them. "Even if the chance is 1 in 10,000, we absolutely can't ignore any possibility. Captain, I request authorization to launch a proactive strike against this covert organization. Remove all operational constraints." "I agree," Vernon nodded. "These people are far more ruthless than we are," thought Fina, absent-mindedly stroking Hybera AI's hair. "We really have been too cautious. Fina, what's your opinion?" "Huh, I agree." With all three in agreement, Vernon started revising their policies, then slammed his palm down on the monitor. "Who's the idiot who set this restriction? Foreign policy can only be changed one level at a time, and each adjustment has a cooling period of several days. What nonsense is this?" Vernon was seething with anger. Nobody had warned him about this in advance, and now he was in an incredibly awkward position. Meanwhile, on Hextech Planet at the clock tower, Heimerdinger sneezed several times in quick succession. He scratched his head, a little puzzled. Indeed, he was the one who had set this restriction. The purpose was to prevent anyone from being secretly influenced or manipulated, thus stopping the shuttle pod from becoming a weapon in someone else's hands. With this safeguard in place, as long as not everyone was compromised, there would still be time to recover the situation. Captain, how many policy levels are there between our current stance and a full offensive approach? Frank spoke up. There are more than a dozen. At the very least, it would take several months to push through, Vernon replied, his tone softening as he began to consider quicker solutions. We could actually help out, Conan volunteered. If it's about finding someone, they've been moving around this world for quite some time. They're bound to have left traces. And tracking clues is our specialty. I can also ask my father to help, Heiji Hattori chimed in after Conan. He's got a whole police force at his disposal. If he mobilizes them, the search will go much faster. Vernon rubbed his temples. You too can help for now, but our information has to remain confidential. If the shuttle pod detects a breach, it'll lock down and trigger an alarm. We'll see about negotiating with your government once the confidentiality policy is relaxed. For now, you and Hybera AI need to undergo a full body scan together. I have to make sure none of you have been brainwashed. Before long, Heiji Hattori and the others completed their scans one by one. Vernon took the reports and quietly conferred with Fina. Heiji Hattori, you're clear. Please wait over there for a moment. As Heiji walked away, his heart was heavy with worry. If he was fine, that could only mean Conan wasn't. Otherwise, there'd be no need to separate them. Shinichi Kudo, we detected residual magical energy on you. Do you know where it might have come from? Fina studied Conan closely. This kid's physique was practically made for a knight. His magic resistance was maxed out. Conan was thoroughly baffled. To be honest, if someone had mentioned magic to him before today, he would have thought they were a fraud. But now, with all this technology displayed before his eyes, he couldn't argue. Conan thought hard and finally shook his head. I really don't know. You just need to recall if anything happened in the past month that felt very much like magic. Right or wrong, doesn't matter. We'll investigate it, Fina continued. Magic? My magic tricks? Suddenly, Conan made the connection. Kaido Kid. I crossed paths with him not long ago. His tricks are so unbelievable. Maybe he's using sleight of hand to cover up real magic. The more Conan thought about it, the more convinced he became that he'd found the core of the problem. No wonder he'd never managed to catch Kaido Kid. It wasn't a matter of intelligence. It was because the other side was secretly breaking the rules with magic. Thinking back, so many of his gadgets just aren't right, completely unnatural. Heiji Hattori quietly pulled his cap down to cover his face, inwardly criticizing others for not understanding someone else's gadgets. Yet he still had the nerve to talk. I still can't figure out how your skateboard instantly gets fully charged just by being in the sun. Fina jotted down Kaido Kid in her notebook. If the person in question really is a magician, then there's something else to consider. Are they native or a foreigner? If they're from elsewhere, this planet is starting to seem a little too lively. AI, your problem is rather serious. Fina looked over at AI Hybera as she spoke. AI Hybera clutched the edge of her clothes, her fear growing. What if there's hope for her sister, but she herself ends up in trouble? We've detected brainwashing like waves in you, Fina continued. Brainwashing? Conan exclaimed in shock. If such a technology exists, the Black Organization would become far more dangerous than ever before. It could mean that even high-ranking people across many worlds have already fallen under their control. That's right, Fina nodded. But don't get too anxious. Upon examination, their technology has significant flaws. The brainwashing didn't succeed. Instead, it triggered a specific sensory ability in you. This ability activates on its own whenever members of the Black Organization or people with an intense murderous aura come near, giving you a warning. However, in exchange, it puts a heavy strain on your mind, making you prone to excessive fear, fainting, and other negative effects. Simply put, it's a radar with some pretty obvious side effects. AI Hybera felt her heart settle back in her chest. If that's the case, then it's not as dire as she feared. She'd long since grown used to living with this situation over the years. Seeing that AI Hybera didn't seem too concerned, Fina went on to remind her, don't be too tense, but don't ignore it either. If this continues unchecked, it could eventually achieve the effect of brainwashing through a different route. So, for now, you can't stray too far from us. AI Hybera nodded firmly, showing she understood. She couldn't imagine what she'd become if the brainwashing actually worked. All right, everyone grab a case. I'm getting you ready to go back, Vernon said, pulling 3 small boxes from a hidden storage compartment nearby. Inside were portable communication devices and a self-adaptive field shield. A few minutes later, after making sure they knew how to use everything inside the boxes, Heiji Hattori and Conan were teleported back to Osaka. Standing on solid ground again, both of them felt a bit disoriented. The whole experience had been so dreamlike, but the boxes they held were proof it had all been real. Kudo! Heiji Hattori found himself at a loss for words. Let's go home. Tomorrow, remember to dig out those unsolved cases. We can't just pin all our hopes on someone else, Conan said, pushing up his glasses. Moonlight glinted off the lenses and danced across the ground. This world of ours, it's ours to protect. At the entrance to Heiji Hattori's house, Ran Muri leaned against the wall by the door. She'd been standing there for quite some time. As Heiji Hattori and Conan walked back side by side, they caught sight of Ran standing beneath the street lamp. Heiji Hattori, whose emotional intelligence had never truly surfaced before, seemed to have an epiphany this time. And on top of that, his sixth sense was blaring urgent warnings, telling him he shouldn't linger here. Ah, Conan, I just remembered something I need to deal with. I'll go take care of it first, Heiji blurted out, then took off running without another word. Conan reached out to grab him, but his hand closed on empty air. He smiled awkwardly at Ran Muri and tried to make casual conversation. Ran, it's so late. Aren't you going to bed? Ran walked right up to Conan, crouched down, and gently took off his glasses. Her eyes met his, searching and unblinking. Conan wanted to keep dodging the question, but faced with Ran's expression, he found himself speechless. Conan, Ran said, enunciating each word, Shinichi will be back soon, won't he? Conan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Ran carefully put his glasses back on and stood up, turning her back to him. I'll go get some rest. As Ran walked step by step toward the door, Conan's emotions surged inside him. Ran. Conan slowly took off his glasses. His voice, no longer feigning childishness, was calm and sincere. Ran turned around. What she saw was Shinichi Kudo, finally facing everything head-on. I'm sorry. Will you wait just a little longer? Shinichi Kudo will be back very soon, Conan said, more earnest than he'd ever been, even when talking about Sherlock Holmes. In his heart, there was only one thought. Black organization, I, Shinichi Kudo, the new era's great detective, declare, your days are numbered. Suddenly, Ran burst into laughter, her smile lighting up the darkness all around them. All right, Ran nodded lightly, stepped inside with a spring in her step, and closed the door with a resounding slam. Huh? Conan tilted his head. Wasn't something off about this? Ran. Wait, Ran. Conan called, pounding his fists on the door. I haven't gone inside yet. Inside, Ran's cheeks were burning. Conan is Shinichi Kudo, bathing together, sleeping together. With a crash, the bashful Ran nearly punched a hole through the garden wall. Outside, Conan shivered from head to toe, just as Ran's voice called out. Go find somewhere else to sleep. You're not coming in. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Heiji Hattori and Conan were already awake, or more accurately, neither of them had slept much at all. A heavy pressure seemed to weigh down on them, the kind of pressure that comes from responsibility, leaving both of them restless through the night. Daybreak is coming. We should get moving, Heiji murmured, gazing out the window. Yeah, let's go. But how are we supposed to get access to those cases? Will your father let us see the files? Conan stared up at the ceiling as he replied. He won't. But don't worry, I have a way, Heiji said, sitting up and slipping a communicator onto his wrist. When he glanced at his watch, Heiji froze. What's wrong, Heiji? Conan asked. Shinichi, what day is it today? July 16th, I think. Heiji didn't say anything else. He simply held the communicator in front of Conan's eyes so he could see the date displayed. It clearly read, June 11th. I guess this is the result of what they called the timeline being split, Heiji said, his tone complicated and uneasy. A person who lives perpetually within a chaotic timeline can never truly perceive the chaos. If a clear-minded individual were to appear among them, perhaps, in our eyes, he would seem mentally unstable instead. If such an environment were simply a part of nature, perhaps I could accept it. But since this chaos is man-made, I simply cannot tolerate it. Nor can I accept the idea that people of the future might live in confusion, just as we do, yet remain oblivious to it. Heiji Hattori stood up and straightened his clothes, smoothing out every crease. Conan had a feeling. Somehow, it seemed that yesterday, Heiji had made a monumental decision, one that ran counter to the dreams he'd always held. A little over an hour later, Kagoro Muri was sitting and chatting with Heiji's father, Heizo Hattori, who, as the Superintendent General of Osaka, was a man of significant influence within the police force. Heiji, what's got you walking so fast this early in the morning? Kazuha Toyama asked, her eyes full of curiosity as she watched Heiji's upright figure stride quickly toward them. Conan followed behind Heiji. As Ran Muri's eyes met his, the two shared a brief, knowing smile. Heiji, Heizo Hattori began, intending to scold his son for being disrespectful in front of their guests. But when his gaze fell upon Heiji, an inexplicable premonition washed over him. A deep-seated wish he'd harbored for years suddenly felt within reach. "Father," Heiji said, stopping in front of Heizo. "I want to join the police force. When I go to university, I'll follow your advice and apply to the police academy." For a moment, surprise flickered across Heizo's face, only to be replaced by a broad, irrepressible smile. Beside them, Kazuha was utterly stunned. As Heiji's childhood friend, she knew better than anyone how much he loved being a detective. Over the years, Heizo had tried every method imaginable, scolding and persuading countless times, but nothing had ever changed Heiji's mind. How could just one night alter everything? What on earth had happened last night? Good, very good. I believe my son will one day become an outstanding police officer. Heizo's joy overwhelmed his usual stern demeanor. Even his authoritative air melted away. "Father," Heiji spoke again, "I'd like to ask for your permission to access the files on cold cases and difficult investigations." Heizo's smile faded, and he locked eyes with his son for a long, silent moment. "Heiji, if you're just using this as an excuse to play detective games again, I can't allow it," Heizo said, offering his son one final chance to change his mind. If Heiji was just using the pretense of joining the police to gain access to case files, it would be a grave mistake. "Father, from today forward, the title of Kansai's #1 high school detective will be no more," Heiji replied with solemn conviction. "Good," Heizo declared. "I'll have someone teach you investigative procedures and methods in advance, along with everything a police officer needs to know. And, of course, the case files will be open to you. As long as you don't remove them, you're free to look at whatever you like." Heizo walked over to Heiji and gave his shoulder a firm, encouraging pat. "Don't let me down." A little while later, Conan found Heiji standing alone by the railing. "No need to say anything," said Heiji, his voice calm and resolute. "This is a decision I've made after a lot of thought. The real question is, are you ready to face a mountain of tough, unsolved cases?" Heiji Hattori stood with his arms crossed, watching the swaying branches in front of him. "Actually, you don't have to. It's fine. Haven't you? The detective who's always been my equal disappeared as well? Now that my rival is gone, there's no need for me to fight for the title of top detective." Heiji spoke with a relaxed expression, but as he turned to leave, his steps betrayed the turmoil he felt inside. Conan watched Heiji's departing figure and let out a sigh, then pulled out his phone. "Hello, Dad. It's Shinichi." "Shinichi? Your mother and I are vacationing in Hawaii. Is something the matter?" Yusaku Kudo sounded a little surprised to get a call from his son. "Dad, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Conan hesitated before speaking. "Go ahead," Yusaku replied, exchanging a glance with Yukiko and pausing his stroll along the beach. Conan looked once more in the direction where Heiji had gone. "For a while, could I ask you to help me with my deductions? I'll share what I know, and you can help me brainstorm and analyze things." Yusaku was silent for a long moment. He knew his son's temperament, so competitive, just like he was in his youth, especially when it came to deduction. For Shinichi to actively ask for help, not just once but for a period of time, was something Yusaku had never imagined. "All right, I'll keep my phone on. Call me anytime," Yusaku agreed. "Thanks, Dad." Conan hung up and drew a deep breath. "Heiji, I see your resolve. I won't fall behind either. The title of top detective means nothing compared to solving what's right in front of us." In Hawaii, hearing the dial tone, Yusaku put down his phone. "Was that Shinichi? What's going on?" Yukiko asked curiously. "He asked me to help him with a case," Yusaku replied, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Impossible." Yukiko eyed him closely, trying to see if he was messing with her again. "Did Shinichi lose his mind? Or are your ears going bad?" "No, he's grown up," Yusaku said with a note of pride, slipping the phone into his pocket. "Come on, let's go home and see him." "All right, I'll book the tickets right now," Yukiko said, tugging on Yusaku's sleeve. "Hey, Yusaku, why did you say Shinichi's grown up? What exactly happened?" While Heiji and Conan buried themselves in case files, Fina found a moment to take AI Hybra to a particular place. It was a small warehouse. After a fatal shootout, the already half-abandoned place had been left completely deserted. The neighboring warehouse owners believed the place had bad luck, so they all put up for sale signs, making this spot rarely visited. In the center of the warehouse, a milky white soul floated above a magic circle. AI hurried over to the circle, unsure what to do with her hands and feet. "Don't worry, let me handle it," Fina said, tapping her finger gently in the air before her. Ripples like those on water spread outward through the air. With each wave, the round soul gradually stretched and unfolded, slowly taking on a human shape. "Sis," AI Hybra's voice was barely above a whisper. She spoke with her hand covering her mouth, as if she feared a single breath might blow her sister away. "Shiho, You look so small now, Akemi Mayano murmured softly as she awoke, gazing at Hibara. From the look on her face, she clearly hadn't realized that she was now alive in a completely different state. Come here, let your big sister give you a hug. Akemi spread her arms, drifting forward, only to bump right up against an invisible barrier. That gentle collision seemed to snap her out of her confusion. She glanced down at her own translucent form, then looked over at Fina, standing nearby, her expression full of bewilderment. Ahem, you two can catch up, but don't talk for too long. No more than half an hour, Fina reminded them as she cheerfully exited with her hands clasped. Behind her back, her spirit is still unstable and needs more time to rest. Being able to avert a tragedy, to turn sorrow into joy, truly made her happy. Don't bang into the barrier anymore, sis, Hibara said, suppressing a laugh as she watched Akemi experimentally bump into the barrier from every possible angle. Shiho, what's going on? Don't tell me someone's threatening you. Akemi's voice was tense, as if she suspected her little sister was being held hostage. It's not like that. Just let me explain. Hibara recounted everything that had happened recently, omitting only the things she truly couldn't say. The rest, she told Akemi in full detail. How could you be so reckless? What if that drug hadn't worked on you? Even if you really wanted out, there are other ways. Akemi scolded her repeatedly, unable to hide her concern. You want to talk, sis? Why did you ever trust Jin's lies? And your ex-boyfriend? He ran off alone and left you behind. What a jerk. Hibara pouted, her voice full of complaint. The two sisters exchanged a look, then suddenly burst into laughter. Being able to tease each other like this, something they never truly appreciated before, was a quiet, unexpected joy. Shiho, no. I should call you AI-chan now, Akemi teased. Back when she was Shiho Mayano, she'd always been cool and distant, only ever softening for her sister, a coldness that in hindsight felt lifeless. Now, as a child, she seemed so much more lively. Hibara blushed a little. Sis. All right, I'll drop it, Akemi said gently. So, AI-chan, what are you planning next? Maybe you should find a chance to join their group? She suggested in a hushed voice. Right now, all she wanted was to find someone powerful to watch over her little sister. After all, if Fina and her friends could pull off something as miraculous as this, bringing the dead back, even in spirit, they must have some real power. I haven't really thought about that yet, Hibara admitted, a little anxious that her sister might disapprove of her plans. For now, I want to continue researching APDX 4869. Hibara's reasoning was simple. Those who had taken APDX 4869 could become anchors in this stable world. If she could continue her research and reduce the drug's mortality rate to something manageable, then even if Fina and her friends failed or suddenly disappeared, they'd still have a means to resist. Akemi watched her little sister closely. Though she knew there were some things AI hadn't told her, she trusted her sister's judgment implicitly. No matter what you do, you'll always have my support. Though, at this point, it can only be words. Look at the state I'm in. Akemi Mayano laughed heartily as she spoke. With her sister's unconditional support, Shiho Mayano felt a surge of happiness, and the two began chatting about everyday matters. Half an hour might seem like a long time, but for these sisters, it slipped by in the blink of an eye, vanishing before they knew it. After 30 minutes, although neither wanted to say goodbye, Shiho did not ask her sister to stay, nor did Akemi make any more requests. Guided by Fina, Akemi drifted into a deep sleep. Thank you, Shiho said as she stepped out of the warehouse, glancing at the sun, which had yet to climb to its peak in the sky. She turned to Fina with gratitude. You're welcome, Fina replied, hands clasped behind her back. Let's go. There's one more place I need to visit. Meanwhile, at Ikoda High School, Kaido Kuroba sprawled across his desk, idly twirling a pen in boredom. There hadn't been any news about precious gems lately. Ever since his last encounter with Conan, he hadn't made a move in quite some time. Suddenly, Hakuba's classmate, Akako Koizumi, who sat right behind him, was seized by a violent coughing fit. In an instant, every eye in the classroom turned toward her. As the school's undisputed heartthrob, Akako was the dream girl of every boy in the class, except for Kaido, who simply shared a close friendship with her. Kaido, walk me home, Akako said, rising shakily to her feet. Sure, Kaido replied, putting down his pen and helping Akako out of the classroom, feeling countless envious gazes follow them. What's that? The teachers? What teacher could possibly control a student who moonlighted as the elusive Kaido kid, let alone another who secretly practiced as a shrine maiden? Are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital? Kaido asked in a low voice, concern etched on his face. No need, I'm just not feeling well. I'll be fine after some rest, Akako replied, her face pale, her voice barely above a whisper. You can't go on like this, Kaido said, helping her to a nearby bench. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. I'll call Ayoko. She's home today and lives close by. There's no need, Akako gasped for breath. Her wounds were beyond anything a hospital could heal. She had felled off since yesterday, her magical powers steadily draining away for no apparent reason. Moments ago, the rate of loss had suddenly spiked, leaving her weak and frail. No need to call, young man. Step aside, please, a voice called out from nearby. Kaido looked up to see a foreign woman walking over, accompanied by an adorable little girl. Akako's hand clung tightly to Kaido's, urging him to leave at once. She sensed a fearsome, overwhelming magical power emanating from Fina, one unlike anything she'd felt before. Compared to her, Akako felt like a child facing a giant. With a flick of his wrist, Kaido deftly produced a playing card between his fingers. Akako's reaction told him Fina was someone not to be trusted. As Fina drew closer, Kaido snapped his wrist, sending the card spinning through the air. It was instantly halted mid-flight by an invisible shield that Fina had conjured with a mere gesture. The card began to disintegrate, crumbling to dust under the friction of magical energy, and drifted away on the breeze. Kaido Kuroba's eyes were wide with astonishment. He had never witnessed anything like this before, nor could he make sense of it, but the scene left him utterly shaken. All right, that's enough, Fina said, coaxing Kaido as if he were a child. She then walked over to where he and Akako Koizumi were, crouching down beside them. Have you ever seen a villain commit a crime while bringing along a child? Kaido paused, momentarily taken aback. She had a point, but in this magical world, anything seemed possible. Fina placed her hand on Akako Koizumi's wrist. She could feel the rapid drain of magical energy from within her. With a subtle movement of her fingers, a temporary bridge formed between them, and Fina began to channel her own magic in place of Kako's. Tell me, young lady, has your family always had rather short lifespans, and have they been getting shorter in the past century? Fina asked, gauging the speed at which Akako's magic was fading. With someone now compensating for her lost power, Akako's complexion looked noticeably healthier. She nodded. Fina was right. Her family members had passed away one after another, and now she was the last shrine maiden left. There are people in this world secretly siphoning its energy. For ancient magicians like you, that makes you the easiest targets. As she monitored the flow of magic, Fina continued to explain, each time you use your power, it marks the magical fluctuations in your body, causing the energy drain to speed up. Compared to the world itself, your body has almost no defense against this kind of extraction. In truth, Fina bore some responsibility for Akako's current state. Her own use of magic had stirred the world's magic pool. However, Fina herself had received systematic magical training since childhood. Her defenses and control over her own energy were far stronger, making her a difficult target for such extraction. The force had simply shifted to Akako, who was far more susceptible, which explained why she was suddenly losing so much magic. Who is it? Who's behind this? Akako asked, her voice regaining some strength. Judging by her tone, if she ever found them, their fate would be anything but pleasant. We're still searching. So far, all we know is that they belong to an organization dressed in black, Fina replied, her computer screen flickering with rapid data. The group's concealment methods were archaic, reminiscent of the techniques once used by Hydra, and not particularly difficult to crack. If you find them, please let me know first, Akako said with remarkable politeness. Let me know as well, Kaido chimed in. His own father had died under mysterious circumstances, and he wondered if this organization was responsible. Fina paused and glanced up at the sky. I've found them, but someone else has already made their move. Aboard the shuttle pod, Frank was fully outfitted and the teleportation coordinates were locked in. The policy hasn't been updated yet. Let them make the first move. If you're not confident, tell me immediately, Vernon instructed Frank before the teleport. Frank gave a thumbs up, and then his figure vanished from the teleportation array. With a thunderous crack, a pillar of light pierced straight through the ground at the teleportation site. This time, the teleportation was different. It carried a strike force along with it. The outer defenses were breached in an instant, and the base's security forces sprang into action. One by one, soldiers grabbed their rifles and rushed toward the spot where the pillar of light had descended. As they charged forward, firing tentative shots, a hail of silver bullets burst directly from the still-fading column of light. With the sharp, wet sound of impact, blood blossomed in the air. Frank, wearing dark sunglasses and wielding twin pistols, strode forward. With every step he took, several soldiers fell, until the narrow corridor ahead was nearly choked with bodies. Suddenly, bang! A bullet shot toward Frank from behind. Frank instinctively twisted his head, but before he could move, The force field shield he wore flared to life and deflected the bullet away. From a shooting position nearby, Jin set down his sniper rifle and pulled a vial of serum from a drawer. "Boss, what do we do?" Vodka was as agitated as an ant on a hot pan. Jin ignored him, plunging the injector straight into the artery in his neck. As veins bulged along his arms and neck, the serum surged through his system. "Get out of my way!" Jin barked at Vodka, his mind echoing with the warnings of their mysterious master. If the base ever came under attack, especially by someone wielding advanced technology, eliminate the intruder at any cost. Vodka shrank away, stung by the rebuke. He knew all too well after so many years with Jin. If he didn't step aside, the next bullet might go straight through his skull. Beyond the firing station, Frank sprinted closer, his twin pistols never ceasing their deadly rhythm. Through the tinted lenses of his visor, he picked off any soldier attempting to raise a weapon before they could even react. Gasping as the serum took effect, Jin reached beneath the console and produced a peculiar weapon from a hidden compartment. It was an energy gun, an imitation, crafted with a touch of Hydra's forbidden technology. Its power drew straight from the base's deepest energy extractor. Suddenly, Frank's instincts screamed a warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove and rolled to the side. A thick beam of energy flashed through the corridor where he had just stood, scorching the walls and leaving them half-melted. What a waste. That was Frank's first thought as he dodged to safety. The clock tower was strapped for resources these days. Squandering stored energy like this was utterly forbidden. Still muttering under his breath, Frank's hand swept across the pendant hanging at his chest. Holy silver twin guns, activate. In a shimmer of metallic light, a full-body silver combat suit materialized around him, complete with a helmet of matching design. Armament complete. External targeting components connected. Preset magic array activated. Enemy locked. Now Frank was truly at full power. The pendant on his chest was a custom Hextech arcane device. Relentless pursuit. Baptism of light. Light pulsed across the surface of Frank's armor. In that cramped corridor, he moved with inhuman speed, zigzagging in unpredictable bursts. All the while, his twin guns spat searing bullets of holy light, each shot following the last in a blazing line through the air. With every muscle bulging under the effects of a drug, Jin's reflexes accelerated once again. As the holy light bullet closed in, a retro energy gun in his hand shifted forms. Energy surged from the muzzle and fanned out in all directions, forming a semicircular shield. The holy light bullet struck the shield, sending ripples across its surface, but breaking through it was not something that could be accomplished in an instant. As Frank burst into the distillery, unleashing chaos, Fina casually pulled the three people holding communicators into the video channel. Hybera, AI, stared at the tiny screen in her hand, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. Was this really the Jin she knew? Something was off about him. The style, the presence. Aside from his head and face, nothing else seemed familiar. How did a cold-blooded killer, an assassin, suddenly turn into a raging berserker? "Frank, do you need our help?" Fina's voice sounded in Frank's ear. "No need. He's probably used some kind of drug. His body is breaking down on its own." Relying on his speed, Frank dodged Jin's attacks, his eyes sweeping over those inexplicably torn wounds. "Hurry up and collect his energy source. Just looking at it feels like a waste. Imagine how long it could power us." "We're working on it. Just keep him busy." Vernon, perched atop the shuttle pod, replied while manipulating clusters of robust brambles. The thorns burrowed through soil and shattered concrete, relentlessly pressing toward the lowest level. Along the bramble thicket, each needle-like thorn worked like a tank tread, shoving dirt and broken steel away from the opening and accelerating their advance. The lowest layer's material was exceptionally tough, clearly some sort of special alloy, and there were no gaps around it for the brambles to slip through. Sensing this, Vernon realized brute force was the only option left. If smashing through triggered a trap or accidentally damaged the energy extractor, well, that would just be bad luck. And so, the bramble vines encircling the final layer began to writhe. Dozens of yellow tubers sprouted from their tips. The tubers' sticky mucus was highly adhesive, and with a wet slap, they stuck fast to the building's outer shell. Within seconds, the yellow tubers began extending roots into the surrounding soil, siphoning nutrients from the earth. In less than a minute, each tuber, resembling a halved potato, clung tightly to the shell. Once the potato mines had matured, the bramble vines recoiled rapidly, bunching together. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the cramped space, sending tremors through the entire base. Though the blast didn't tear a breach through the material, it did destabilize the base's foundation. As the upper levels began to tilt, a small opening appeared. Without hesitation, Vernon guided the bramble vines through the gap. Good grief. Inside, the enormous space was packed to the brim, stuffed with components of the energy extraction apparatus. It was several times larger than the machine Hydra used to draw power from the spatial gem, though, judging by efficiency, it seemed inferior to Hydra's design. Karasuma Arenya had managed to copy only the worst parts, producing a shoddy imitation. With the energy chamber breached, frigid gas began to spew forth in wild gusts, and a blanket of white mist quickly enveloped the entire bottom floor. However, the perception of the thorn vine isn't based on heat or light, so the low temperature only slightly slowed its movements. Storage device, storage device. Vernon muttered to himself as he searched. If only he could find a storage device that had been running for decades, then they wouldn't have to worry so much about energy this time. Even if the organization's extractor was just a hand-crank generator, after being cranked for decades, the power stored wouldn't be insignificant. But after searching for quite some time, Vernon still hadn't found any mechanical structure resembling a storage device. As he puzzled over this, he started to sense something unusual about the materials around him. The weight of the upper base was immense, yet after all these years, the finger-sized hole beneath hadn't widened at all. What kind of material could withstand that? Could it be? Frank, push him harder. Make him use more energy. Vernon shouted over the comms. Understood. Frank responded instantly, slamming on the brakes and stopping atop a chunk of building debris that had yet to melt. After all this fighting, most of the nearby metal had turned to sludge. Just finding a spot to stand was already a stroke of luck. Command received. Unlimited firepower mode activated. Administering serum. A concentrated serum coursed through Frank's veins, flooding his body with energy. Under its influence, his eyes blazed with a burning red-white light. Faced the judgment of the holy light. With a furious roar, Frank launched himself forward. His twin pistols spat out bullets in a blazing circle around him, the dense barrage completely engulfing Jin's field of vision. Relentless pursuit times 3. With his speed pushed to the limit, the gaps between the bullets shrank even further, turning the hail of fire into an impenetrable storm. Jin raised his slightly sticky gun, jammed it straight into the ground at his feet, and flipped the switch. A torrent of energy erupted from the barrel, forming a 360-degree shield around him. At that moment, guided by the thorn vine senses, Vernon noticed a rapid surge of energy within the walls of the extraction chamber. I take back what I said before. In some ways, this guy's a genius. Vernon sighed in admiration. The materials all around them had been compressed to the limit by energy, the particles forced unnaturally close under the influence of world energy. This was, in effect, a method of storing power. As soon as the restraints were released, the compressed energy would come flooding out. With that in mind, the hole probably wasn't made by an explosion at all. Most likely, Jin had deformed the material by drawing out its energy. It was a clever method, perhaps wasteful, but extremely convenient and well hidden. If someone trashed the base, they'd hardly pay attention to broken building materials, giving Jin a chance to retrieve the energy later. But that chance was gone now. Yet a new problem faced Vernon. With so many of these things, how could he possibly move them? Release the energy one by one and then store it again? Unless every nation on this planet was blind, that much activity would definitely be noticed. Forget it. That's a problem for another time. Vernon shook his head and handed control of the thorn vine to Fina. This was her area of expertise. Not long after Fina took over, Jin, still locked in combat with Frank, suddenly heard a warning blaring from his energy gun. The surrounding energy shield flickered once and vanished instantly. Before he could even grasp what had happened, several bullets of holy light pierced straight through his body, blasting gaping holes and igniting what was left of him. With a heavy, shuddering breath, Frank came to a halt. His mask snapped open, and he doubled over, retching a couple of times. The side effects of the matured Ouroboros serum were far less severe than those of the Black Organization's imitation Hydra serum, but they still lingered. After catching his breath, Frank closed his mask again and strode over to Jin's corpse. The corrosive effect of the serum was still at work, pus dripping and sizzling as it fell through the flames to the floor. Sacred incendiary round. A burst of holy fire shot from his right gun, vaporizing every last trace of Jin's remains, ensuring his soul's passage was complete. Days later, Heiji Hattori, who had been so absorbed in case files that even his dreams were filled with paperwork, was pulled aside by his father. "Dad, what's up?" "I was just learning how to write up case reports," Heiji said with a huge yawn, settling down across from Heizo Hattori. "Drop the act when you're with me," Heizo replied, pulling a photo from his drawer and placing it on the table. "Are you looking for this man?" The photo showed Jin in profile. Heiji rubbed his eyes. He'd just seen the live stream a few days ago. But he definitely wasn't looking for the guy. What was the point in searching for someone who was already dead? Not knowing what his father was getting at, Heiji simply watched him silently. Stop stirring up so much trouble with your investigation. We have someone on the inside. If you really want the truth, wait until you reach my position. Then I'll tell you everything. No holds barred. There was a hint of persuasion in Heizo's tone. If things went on like this, he genuinely feared his son might work himself into an early grave. Someone on the inside? An undercover agent. Heiji's eyes lit up. Heizo nodded. I can't tell you their identity for now. That was standard procedure. After all, the best way to protect an undercover agent was to minimize the number of people who knew. Still, Heiji felt completely constipated by frustration. With aliens purging the black organization, wasn't it time to pull the undercover out before they got caught in the crossfire? You're not about to tell me the guy in this photo is the undercover, are you? Heiji managed to squeeze out. Wow. Heizo snatched up a stack of papers and smacked Heiji with them. What have you been studying these past few days? If he were our man, would I be keeping his photo around? Heizo scolded. Heiji glanced at his communicator. Still no news from Vernon. He was bursting with things he wanted to say, but had to bottle them up for now. There's one more thing. Who exactly is that kid hanging around you? Heizo stood up, his gaze sharp. A fake identity isn't going to fool me. Dad, what do you mean by that? Heiji tensed up. Had his father seen through Conan's disguise? He could be a major headache. Stay away from him, Heizo warned. A major headache for sure, but which kind of headache, exactly? Heiji hesitated, then tried probing. What kind of trouble are we talking about? He might be Yusaku Kudo's illegitimate child. Heizo let out a long sigh. Heiji choked so hard he nearly coughed up a lung. Shinichi Kudo has become Yusaku Kudo's illegitimate child. Unbelievable, isn't it? I can hardly believe it myself, Heizo Hattori said with a troubled look. But I've seen Yusaku's old photos. The kid looks just like he did at that age. Plus, his household registration was handled by Dr. Agasa, who's Yusaku's friend. And from what I hear, Yusaku rushed back in a hurry. My guess is, he came to see his illegitimate child. Who knows when Yusaku made that mistake? Heizo let out a long sigh. Heiji Hattori's face was flushed bright red. He could barely hold it in. He was about to burst out laughing. He wondered what kind of expression Shinichi Kudo would have if he found out he had become the rumored illegitimate child. And Yusaku's eldest son, Shinichi Kudo, has also gone missing, Heizo continued, clearly convinced of Conan's status as an illegitimate child. For all we know, this could be a power struggle among the rich and powerful. You'd better keep your distance. I should also find a chance to talk to Yusaku. He can't just let things spiral out of control like this. It's the modern era, after all. How can he let his sons fight among themselves? Just as Heiji was struggling to keep his composure, his communicator chimed. The security clearance had just been lowered again. Of course, the news still couldn't be made public, but someone like Heiji could now communicate with his parents within certain limits. Dad, I have something to tell you, but promise me you won't be scared, Heiji said, straightening his clothes, trying to sound serious. What could possibly scare me? You're still too young, son. Itagawa Conan isn't some illegitimate child. He's actually Shinichi Kudo. Are you serious? Yes, because of a drug called APDX 4869. Heizo drummed his fingers on his wrist. The news was indeed shocking, but given his position, he knew a few special things, like why so many countries kept sending undercover agents into the black organization instead of just wiping it out. Apart from mutual mistrust, a crucial reason was that everyone coveted the technology the organization possessed. Seeing that his father wasn't rattled, Heiji was a little surprised, so he dropped another bombshell. By the way, the person in that photo you saw is already dead. He went up in flames along with a secret base. This time, Heizo fell silent. According to his sources, Jin had gone missing under suspicious circumstances. He was also wondering how his own son could possibly know all this. Surely Heiji wasn't the one behind it? Neither revelation seemed to faze his father, and Heiji let out a sigh. There's more. The black organization's technology is incomplete. It actually comes from a criminal alien organization. Bang! Heizo slammed his fist onto the table and fixed Heiji with a piercing stare. Are you sure? How did you find out? Heiji jumped, startled. Because the aliens from the official organization opposing them have already arrived. I've even met them. Their probes are floating just outside Earth, and I've been up there myself. Proof. I want proof. Heizo's face was flushed, whether from excitement or anxiety. It was hard to tell. Heiji took out his communicator and played the live video feed for his father. That's not enough, Heizo said after watching the footage. After all, such things could be faked. Dad, did you bring your gun? Heiji asked. What are you planning? Heizo frowned, suspicious. Heiji took a few steps back, putting about 5 meters of distance between himself and his father. Shoot me in the foot, that'll do, Heiji Hattori said. Heizo Hattori didn't hesitate. He fired immediately. Bang! A bullet ricocheted off the force field shield in front of Heiji. Rat-a-tat-tat. At the sound of gunfire, police officers rushed over at once. There's no way anyone would take it lightly with shots fired in the office of their top boss. The door was yanked open. Superintendent. Get out. Take everyone far away. Surround the entire third floor. No one comes in unless I say so. Heizo Hattori barked, his voice commanding. Bang! The door slammed shut. A series of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. A few seconds later, Heizo Hattori opened the door, glanced around the area, and only returned to his office after confirming there was no one lingering nearby. Dad, you didn't even hesitate to pull the trigger. Heiji grumbled, feeling for a moment as if he were adopted. If I aim for your foot, I'd never hit your leg. If you'd even lie about something like this, then you deserve to take a bullet, Heizo replied, walking over to the bullet hole. He prodded it with his finger and dislodged the deformed bullet a bit. Tell me everything you know. Heizo fixed Heiji with a serious look. After listening to Heiji's account, Heizo was more or less convinced of everything his son had told him. You don't need to keep investigating the case. Head to Tokyo. I'll arrange for someone to make contact with you, Heizo said thoughtfully after a pause. Arrange for someone? Heiji immediately understood. He'd probably be meeting an undercover agent from the black organization soon. But why was his dad, the Osaka superintendent, managing an undercover agent in Tokyo? Curiosity aside, Heiji, knowing how things worked, didn't ask any further questions. A few days later, with Yusaku Kudo's remote help, Conan and Heiji cleared all the cases they could solve with just the files, and then the two set off for Tokyo together. Meanwhile, at Professor Agasa's house, Fina yawned, looking utterly exhausted. She had just finished inscribing the energy extraction array onto AI Hybra's body and had even cast a spatial expansion spell in the basement. Otherwise, there'd be no way to fit so many people. But now, finally, the power storage unit on the shuttle, idle for so long, had started running. The black organization's days were numbered. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Professor Agasa shuffled over in his slippers to the monitor. Standing outside the gate was a rather handsome police officer in full uniform, holding several folders. Hello, may I help you? Professor Agasa opened the door and stepped out into the yard. Hello, I was sent by Superintendent Hattori. My name is Rei Furuya. May I come in? Rei Furuya asked politely. Ah, yes, of course, Professor Agasa said, quickly opening the door wide. As Rei Furuya stepped inside, his eyes swept over the yard, a professional habit he'd never quite shaken. Truth be told, he still hadn't figured out the situation. Why would a superintendent from Osaka go to such lengths to send him all the way here to find a boy named Konan Adagawa? If just finding the kid was odd enough, the real kicker was the order for him to obey the commands of Konan Adagawa and Heiji Hattori during his assignment. If ridiculousness could open a door, this would be it. This was absurdity taken to the extreme.